I have 7 domineering godmothers. Each of them is unparalleled in the world. Auntie He Menjiang, nicknamed the Phantom of the Military, controls 2 top special forces teams in the country. Second, Aunt Mei Qingwu, a top star in film, television, and music, has won numerous Ken Awards and is recognized as the dream lover of 3 generations of old, young, and grandchildren. Third, Aunt Su Miaoyun, the world's richest person, owns countless assets and holds significant shares in many top companies. For Mother Kong Yao, the leader of the world's mercenaries and assassins organization, no one can escape from her harvest of lives. 5, Mother Li Meiguei, the big sister, not to mention the domestic, even some underground forces abroad, when they hear the name of Sister Meiguei, they can't help but tremble in their hearts. 6, Mother Zhang Qing, a world-renowned divine doctor. Many globally sensational virus vaccines are developed by Zhang Qing. Kim Maoyuman, known as the first gambling king, pays attention to everything on the gambling table. As long as she is at the gambling table, she is the true king. I am an orphan, adopted by Lin Laotu in the mountains since I was a child. Although Lin Laotu is sometimes not serious, he is a true master. Under his cultivation, I am proficient in various fields such as defense, assassination, medicine, etc. One day, the old man gave me 7 photos, saying they were all my godmothers, and asked me to go out into the world. I didn't expect to be called a country bumpkin by a woman next to me as soon as I got on the plane. I didn't let her get away with it. Who did your surgery? Your nose is almost collapsed. The girl's face sank. She had plastic surgery, but absolutely did not allow anyone to say it. When the plane landed, I dragged my luggage and stood at the airport exit waiting for my godmother to pick me up. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the girl came over with a rich young master. Kid, did you bully my MOMO? She said. Look at how shabby you are dressed. And you even pushed me. Her face was full of arrogance. And then with a wave of her hand, 6 bodyguards behind her surrounded me. Just then, a woman walked over with a group of bodyguards. She came up and hugged me joyfully, saying, Xiao Fan, I finally see you. I am your third mother, Su Miaoyun. Hello, third mother. I was secretly surprised. According to the old man, this third mother should be 50 years old, but she looked like she was in her 30s. The third mother smiled at me, then her face sank as she looked at the rich young master beside her. Are you trying to bully my godson? At this time, Zhang Xiao was already dumbfounded, while the woman who had plastic surgery still didn't know who she had offended. She looked arrogantly at Su Miaoyun and said, What are you going to do about it? Hit me if you dare. With a slap, Zhang Xiao slapped back, and the woman who had plastic surgery ran away while covering her face in surprise, saying, Zhang Xiao, you've got the wrong person. I didn't get it wrong. I hit you. After saying that, Zhang Xiao quickly put on a pleasing look and said, Hello, Chairman Su. My father is Zhang Tian from the Zhang Group. I had the pleasure of meeting you at a party before. Mrs. Ku is not even looking at him. Stop trying to get close to me. Dare to bully my godson. I see that your Zhang Group doesn't want to do it anymore. Zhang Xiao quickly knelt down and said, Please, Director Su. I was wrong. He knew the strength of the woman in front of him. It only takes a phone call to bankrupt the Zhang family. The woman who had plastic surgery was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiao, who had always been aloof, actually knelt down to this woman. Who is this woman after all? San Ma turned to me and asked, How should we deal with them? I said I didn't care. And the old man also said not to cause trouble casually, so as not to bring trouble to the godmothers. San Ma seemed to disagree with my answer. You child, the godmothers are still afraid that you won't cause trouble. Xiao Lu, you watch this kid. He can only leave after kneeling for a day. Otherwise the Zhang family will go bankrupt immediately. Although I know that my 7 godmothers are extraordinary, I didn't expect these 3 godmothers to be so domineering. In this way, amidst everyone's astonishment, I followed the 3 godmothers and got into an extended Rolls-Royce and left. Inside the car, the 3 godmothers couldn't help but ask, Xiaofan, how are you doing in the mountains? Do you have any girls you like? I am single. What kind do you like? Let me introduce you to my godmother. I like someone like Sanma. This little mouth is so sweet, but it's also good that you like someone like Sanma. Sanma has a daughter who has completely inherited Sanma's strengths. I'll arrange it for you later. I was stunned. Can it be like this? But if it really happens, wouldn't Sanma become her own mother-in-law? Just as I was thinking, the driver stopped the car and looked at this magnificent hotel. Sanma spoke, although this is the best hotel in Lingyun, it was temporarily bought by Sanma to entertain guests. Xiaofan, if you like it, let someone bring the contract over as a gift for you. I quickly said no need. No need. Sanma is too polite. I'm just taking a look. Tell 3 Mom what you like. There is really nothing in this world that 3 Mom can't afford. following 3 mom into the private room. There were already 3 women waiting for a long time inside. The moment they saw me, the 3 women seemed to be as happy as if they had seen their own son. Xiaofan, I am your second mom. Call me second mom quickly. I am fifth mom. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell fifth mom. Fifth mom will have someone cut him down. Nice to meet you. The 3 godmothers really shocked me. Each one is more powerful than the other. The other 4 godmothers are already on their way. I don't know how long it has been, when the phone of the divine Dr. Luma, Zhang Qing, rang. Hello, I got it. I'll go now. Luma explained that there was a medical accident at Chi-Chi's place, and I have to go back to help out. I thought since I have nothing to do, I might as well go and take a look. Luma nodded. Xiaofan, you can go. Maybe you can help me out. After all, those doctors in the hospital are not up to my level. Seeing that I might take action, the other 3 godmothers are somewhat looking forward to it. One by one they all declined to prepare for the follow-up events. Walking out of the hotel, Lin Fan in the end on which godmother's car has become a major problem. In the 4 godmothers' eyes in anticipation, Lin Fan finally decided to sit together Su Miaoyun's car, which resolved the embarrassment. When they arrived at the hospital, the 5 of them had not gone far before they heard the sound of the patient's family cursing as if they were spilling their guts outside the operating room. He was fine when he came here. How come he's critically ill as soon as you operate on him? Are you a doctor or not? I want to file a complaint against you. You can come to me to complain. But do you want to complain or save people first? Zhang Qing asked as she walked up with a slight frown on her eyebrows. Mom, Zhang Mingqi weakly called out. After seeing this 6th mother's daughter, Lin Fan couldn't help but bar his mouth twice, secretly saying that it was so beautiful. Originally thought that a few godmothers would already be top-notch, but I didn't realize that this 6 mother's daughters were even more beautiful and touching. And even though they wore doctors' uniforms, Lin Fan felt that it was even more energizing than nurses' uniforms. So you are the mother of this crooked doctor? Ah, then I see that you are all the way. I ask you, my old man came well. How into a trip to the operating room into this? Why did you come to the hospital when you were fine, or sent by ambulance? Don't tell me that the ambulance at the door wasn't called by you, Lin Fan said breathlessly. This was here to cure a disease? If it wasn't for the certainty that someone was lying in the operating room, Lin Fan would even think that this was here to cause trouble. What are you? You dare to talk back to me here? The old lady of the family looked at Lin Fan questioningly with dissatisfaction. Alright, everyone take it easy. Saving people is the most important thing now, isn't it? A young man in a suit spoke. If this person didn't speak, Lin Fan wouldn't even have realized that there was such an existence. You are? Lin Fan was surprised. Hello, I'm Dr. Zhang's boyfriend, Song Qiao. Who recognized you as a boyfriend? Stay aside. Don't say Kiki didn't agree. Even if she did, I wouldn't agree. Xiaofan, come in and help me. Yes. Lin Fan glanced at Song Qiao with a smug look on his face and followed Zhang Qing directly inside the operating room. Zhang Mingqi glanced at Lin Fan suspiciously. Mom would actually let this young man help? Did it mean that his medical skills were superior? With doubts, Zhang Mingqi followed into the operating room. After the door was closed, Lin Fan and Zhang Qing took a brief look at it. Then Zhang Qing sighed helplessly and said, the vital signs are dying. Although it can be forcibly hung, but the patient is panda blood. The current blood bank can't keep up with it. I'm afraid it's over. If it's just a blood problem, I can fix it. Lin Fan suddenly spoke. In an instant, mother and daughter Zhang Qing and the 2 female nurses on the side couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. He actually said that he could? Could it be that he has panda blood? Such a large dose of blood transfusion would not be enough for him alone. Zhang Qing is a medical authority. She said there is no way that there is no way. Besides, how much blood plasma in the hospital, they are still not clear. You have a solution? You have panda blood? Zhang Qing asked with some anticipation. I'm not panda blood, but I can stimulate hematopoietic stem cells to accelerate their work through Chinese medicine techniques, so that the patient's own blood output is accelerated. Except that the maintenance time is very short, up to 10 minutes, or else it will be life-threatening. Aren't you kidding? How can you operate in 10 minutes? And even if it is possible, can those things in Chinese medicine really be used clinically? Zhang Mingqi frowned. 10 minutes is the follow-up. In the early stage, I use silver needles to protect the patient's heart veins to hang his breath, and then apply needles to stimulate hematopoietic stem cells in the follow-up. If that's the case, it's a good idea to give it a try. Come on, little fan. 6th mother believes in you. Zhang Mingqi glanced at Zhang Qing in dismay, thinking that her mom was crazy, right? She actually believed this young man about her own age? Half an hour later, the lights of the operating room were turned off and Lin Fan and Zhang Qing slowly walked out of the operating room. Is it a failure? Hey, people are ultimately fragile. Song Qiao lamented. Failed? You guys return my old man's life. The old lady roared as she tried to grab Zhang Qing's collar. Lin Fan directly dodged in front of Zhang Qing to stop the old lady and frowned. It's really strange. We're the surgeon and you listen to him? What? Are you hired by him? You're bullshitting me. Lin Fan ignored the old lady and turned his head to Song Xiao. Why did you say you failed? You wish for people to die very much? Of course not. I just think that for this panda blood, even Lingyun Hospital is only afraid that there is not much stock. So, when he said this, Song Xiao suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly closed his mouth. You told him that the patient has panda blood? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Mingqi and inquired. Zhang Mingqi frowned at Song Xiao. This panda blood and the patient's family's attitude alone already said a lot. Please get out. You are not welcome here, Zhang Mingqi said with a sullen face. Kiki, let me explain. No need to explain. Please get out. Song Xiao glanced at Lin Fan sinisterly, but realized that at that moment, Lin Fan was enjoying the praise surrounded by several beautiful women. Fan is so great. He solved the case in one go. Yes, listening to Sixth Sister. Xiao Fan was a great help. Truly worthy of being my godson. You're still not leaving? Zhang Qing frowned. Song Xiao glared at Lin Fan once again, sort of memorizing his appearance, and then turned to leave. Xiao Fan, your Chinese medicine tactics are really different. It just so happens that I have an exchange meeting and I have to leave for a while. And I'm not very assured of Kiki's medical skills, so why don't you simply go and stay at my house? And by the way, help me give Kiki some pointers. Mom, shut up. If it wasn't for Xiaofan today you'd be in big trouble. Go back and thank Xiaofan properly, you know? Oh, Sixth Sister, you're trying to sneak away. Su Miaoyun blankly glanced at Zhang Qing and said, it's called first come, first served. Little Fan, during this period of time you'll stay at Sixth Mother's place properly. If there's anything you need you'll talk to Kiki. Speaking of which you're slightly older than Kiki. You'll have to take good care of Kiki for the rest of the days. Okay. After work, Zhang Mingqi drove the car with Lin Fan to the direction of home. This way she always want to understand. Just so a bumpkin will become the mother's godson. Your name is Kiki, right? Mingqi Zhang. Please call me by my full name. How old? Is the father's last name Chang too? Or does it take Sixth Mother's last name? What do you care? Zhang Mingqi said in dissatisfaction. Sixth Mom says I'm older than you. So why don't you call me brother? Seeing that Zhang Mingqi didn't say anything, Lin Fan also stopped talking and leaned against the car door and couldn't help but whistle. Zhang Mingqi is more and more dissatisfied with Lin Fan. And whistling, really more and more feel vulgar. Wait, this whistle. 10. Shameless. What are you blowing off? Zhang Mingqi frowned. I don't know our old man often blows it. He also said that blowing this is an appreciation of beautiful women. Do you know this tune? Lin Fan said blankly. I don't know. Zhang Mingqi glared fiercely at Lin Fan, thinking in her heart that she must get rid of Lin Fan as soon as possible before she could do so. After returning home, Zhang Mingqi went straight back to her room and locked the door behind her, as if she was afraid that Lin Fan would plot against him. Lin Fan didn't really care and took it all as Zhang Mingqi being shy. After watching TV for a while, Lin Fan stretched and ran to the bathroom to take a shower in preparation for rest. Just as Lin Fan was halfway through his rush, the door to the restroom was suddenly opened. And before Lin Fan could react, a miserable scream rang out directly. Bang! The door to the restroom was slammed heavily, and then Zhang Mingqi's disgruntled voice came in. Why don't you get dressed? Nonsense! I'm taking a bath, eh? You're taking a bath and wearing clothes? Lin Fan said breathlessly. Anyway, get out of there. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, Lin Fan had no choice but to simply wipe his body before walking out with a bath towel around him. When looking at the bath towel on Lin Fan's body, Zhang Mingqi's brows tightened and she spoke. Who let you use this bath towel? That's the only one, and I don't have any other choice. You, forget it, I don't want this bath towel. After saying that, Zhang Mingqi directly walked inside the restroom. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and directly turned around to go back inside the room. Looking at his well-proportioned muscles in the mirror, Lin Fan couldn't help but touch his chin. Would Zhang Mingqi be attracted to himself after seeing his proud figure just now? Of course, this is just Lin Fan's delusion. After all, because of Zhang Qing's relationship, Zhang Mingqi has been working as an intern within the operating room since she was 18 years old, and she even has 3 years of experience as a chief surgeon. So what kind of man hasn't she seen? 8-pack abs were not at all tempting to him. After this incident, Zhang Mingqi had become even more determined to drive Lin Fan away. Early the next morning, Lin Fan sat quietly in the living room. When he saw Zhang Mingqi, Lin Fan greeted him. Yo, get up, quickly clean up and let's go eat. Are you a parasite? Won't you do it yourself? Zhang Mingqi was already dissatisfied with Lin Fan, so naturally she wouldn't have anything nice to say at this time. I'd love to. The fridge is cleaner than my face. What for? Then go out and eat by yourself. I'd love to, but I don't have a key. Zhang Mengqi sighed helplessly, so she had to simply clean up a bit before taking Lin Fan to the breakfast place across the neighborhood to have something to eat. However, when the duo was about to leave the breakfast place, a group of people directly surrounded the entrance of the breakfast place. Zhang Mengqi subconsciously took a step back as she looked at this group of menacing people, and the slightest hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Who are you guys, looking for us for something? Lin Fan directly stepped forward and came to Zhang Mengqi's body, looking at the punks in front of him. Seeing Lin Fan protecting himself behind him, Zhang Mengqi had changed her opinion of Lin Fan a bit, or at least she was no longer as annoying as before. Something, just want to order something from you. To what? Lin Fan was curious. Want both your legs? It's 3, damn. At a loss, I thought this Zhang Mengqi was some kind of jade girl. I didn't expect it to be this lousy as well. Old wolf brother, help me waste all 3 legs of this kid. Double the price. Song Qiao had originally thought of coming in the morning to send Zhang Mengqi to work and explain what happened the day before, but he didn't expect Zhang Mengqi to actually walk out with Lin Fan. Song Qiao concluded that the two had gotten together the night before, so he made a direct call bound to waste Lin Fan. Song Qiao, are you sick? How dare you find someone to block us? Zhang Mengqi questioned with a forbidding frown. Don't talk to me, you bitch. The money's been called. Do it. Good. Old wolf, but I do what I'm paid to do. I'm the most honest on the road. Brothers, do it. Wait, Lin Fan said in a hurry. What? Asking for mercy? Then you'll have to ask Young Son. Old wolf laughed evilly. Brat. Now even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I won't let you go. Song Qiao said viciously. Who's asking for mercy? You just said you're from the road? Have any power? Don't let the big water hit the Dragon King's temple. Ha ha, is this getting close to me? I'm from the 9th Street. Who in the entire Lingyun city doesn't know me? Old wolf? There aren't really many who need me to give face. Lin Fan nodded, then directly took out his cell phone and dialed. Hello, good morning, ma'am. What's the name of ma'am's force? Have you heard of the old wolf of 9 streets? 5 mothers? Oh, don't recognize, is it? Alright, it's just that it was surrounded when eating breakfast. Where is it? It's the breakfast place across the street from 6 Mom's house. After Lin Fan hung up the phone, the old wolf laughed out loud and spoke. You're pretending to be quite a bit like that. And 5 moms? I've never heard of anyone on the road who has this name. And there's no one in Lingyun City who doesn't know me. Old wolf, as long as they're on the road. Coming soon. Want to wait and see? Lin Fan smiled. Yeah, I'd like to see what kind of goods you can call in, Old wolf said arrogantly. In less than 5 minutes, a fleet of Mercedes-Benz drove up head-on and slowed to a stop behind the door of this breakfast place. In the center of the Maybach extension slowly came out a suit man slowly walked to the crowd. And the men's minions were all dressed in suits in droves, and you could tell by the level how many grades apart they were. Tiger Master? What brings you here? I am Little Wolf before also gave you a toast. At this time, the old wolf is completely different from before. There has long been no trace of arrogance. There is only endless currying favor. However, the man in the suit didn't pay any attention to him and looked around before looking at Lin Fan. May I ask if you are Lin Fan? I am. Are you? Hello Lin Xiao. My name is Dull Tiger. Sister Rose sent me. Master Tiger, right? I don't dare to. Young Lin can just call me Little Tiger, Dull Tiger respectfully said. The old wolf who saw this scene had been completely dumbfounded. The reigning underground emperor actually only dared to call himself Little Tiger in front of this kid? Who the hell is this kid's 5th mom? By the way, just now the tiger seems to say a Rose sister. Can make the Dull Tiger called Rose sister only one. Just as he was thinking, a Ferrari slowly stopped at the door. And then a dignified and atmospheric woman dashingly walked out of the car, with a pair of long legs that seemed to be able to directly step through the door. Who is it? Who's bullying my godson? Upon seeing the visitor, the old wolf's legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground. Sister Rose, I was wrong. Please spare me. Bang! Dull Tiger kicked old wolf violently and said grimly, Did you call Sister Rose? Aunt Rose. Zhang Mengqi couldn't help but look at Lin Fan after she politely greeted him and said breathlessly, Is it necessary for you to call Auntie Rose for such a small matter? I'm just asking if it's 5 mothers men. In case it's 5 mothers men, I'm good to go easy on them. Who knows 5 mothers directly kills over. Besides, why are you so scared of a small thing just now? I didn't. Zhang Mengqi's small face flushed and she directly twisted her head to the side. What's the matter? You two are still in a tiff? The hell with him being a young couple. Zhang Mengqi pouted. After saying that, Zhang Mengqi's gaze couldn't help but linger for a moment as she crossed the clock next to her. Shit, I'm going to be late for work. Xiao Hu, arrange for someone to send Chi-Chi to work. Xiaofan, your big mom and 4th mom both arrived at Lingyun last night. Only they didn't call you because it was too late. Today it's just the right time for me to pick you up. let's go. Don't let your big mom and fourth mom wait in a hurry. Before leaving, Rosalie suddenly thought of the old wolf on the side and turned her head to Lin Fan. Little Fan, what are you going to do with this one? I don't know the rules either. Just watch it from your godmother. Fine then. One person breaks a leg as a lesson. After saying that, Rosalie took Lin Fan's hand and directly raised her hand and left. Instead of fear, the old wolf was relieved to hear that he was going to lose a leg. That's Rosalie. I'm lucky if I can keep my life. What are you guys doing? I'm Song Qiao. Do you know who my father is? Song Qiao asked, pointing at Dull Tiger and his group of hostages. Your father is Li Gang? What's that got to do with me? Do it. Dull Tiger doesn't care about this. Since Sister Rose ordered it, he dares to break the legs of even the god of heaven. Thinking of Rose Li's phrase about the little two, Dull Tiger went AWOL for a moment, although it was a ruined leg. Song Qiao's one was different from everyone else's. Ah! Song Qiao let out a miserable scream, then directly fainted. After dealing with it, Dull Tiger looked at Old Wolf and said with a sullen face, remember, that Lin Xiao is Sister Rose's godson. Although Sister Rose only said to break one of your legs, I don't think it's enough. Tomorrow if I still see you within Lingyun City, you're going to die. After saying that, Dull Tiger directly turned around and left with his men. The other side, Lin Fan and Rosalie arrived at the Tianhua Hotel, and upon entering the private room they saw two valiant and sensual beauties. This is Xiao Fan, isn't it? So handsome. Maybe 20 years earlier I wouldn't have been able to look at Lin Changshan, but instead I would have looked at our little Fan. Fourth Mom Kong Yao said as she touched Lin Fan's head. Don't mention that old thing. Bad luck. Big Aunt He Menging said in dissatisfaction. Yeah. Don't mention him. Lin Fan froze. It seemed that the old man had hurt these godmothers deeply in the past. Auntie, I heard that you are on a mission. Don't you need to go back and report? Lin Fan inquired. Normal is needed. But none of it is as important as our little van coming. So let them wait it out. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. These godmothers were really more domineering than one another. Inside Lingyun City Hospital, a middle-aged man's face looked extremely gloomy as he looked at his unconscious son on the hospital bed. What are you, the city boss, doing when your son is like this? A middle-aged woman accused while crying. Come on, all you do is cry all day long, the man said with a sullen face. Dad. Song Qiao slowly opened her eyes and gave a weak cry. Dad's here. What's wrong? Dad. You have to avenge me. It was Lin Fan who had someone waste me. Lin Fan? Who is it? Song Qiao's dad, Song Kongda, couldn't help but frown. How come he had never heard of this name before? He is Zhang Mingqi's concubine. Before leaving in Ling A55555's car. I know. I'll take care of this. The doctor is already scheduled and ready for surgery. Song Qiao grabbed Song Kongda's wrist and said excitedly. I want revenge. I want them to get the same fate as me. Okay, Dad's going to help you go waste them. After saying that, Song Kongda then directly a phone call to the traffic vigilante system. Through the monitoring will Ling A55555 car location to call out. After determining the location, Song Kongda went directly to the Tianhua Hotel. Through the convenience of his identity, Song Kongda quickly locked the room where Lin Fan was, and then directly kicked the door open, only to find that at that moment, a teenager who was the same age as his son was savoring the delicacies that the three of them had brought to their mouths, surrounded by the three beautiful women. Fine. Blatantly engaging in illicit male-female relations in a hotel. Arrest me. What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off, Rosalie said in a deep voice. Good. How dare you openly insult state officials? Take them all away from me. Song Kongda didn't recognize Rosalie's identity for a moment. After all, Rosalie's identity wasn't the kind that saw the light of day. Be glad for your nationality, or else you'd be a corpse by now, Kong Yao said in a deep voice. If this was in his Dark Knight Island, Song Kongda would have been beaten into a sieve long ago. How dare you make verbal threats? Take out your guns, and if anyone dares to resist, they will be executed on the spot. You have a big official authority. No one touched me when exterminating the thugs. No one dared to point a gun at me when eliminating the country's spies. And now you're telling me that you're going to put me on the spot? He Menjiang stood up with a sullen face, her moving eyes at this time, but it seemed as if they could shoot out knives. Song Kongda froze. That was 2 solid gold stars on He Menjiang's shoulder patch. Is there a female officer of this rank in the country? Immediately afterward, Song Kongda remembered a person that the other party had mentioned during the previous dinner with the military department, the Phantom of the Army. That's the dream of all the men in the army, and the most iron-blooded and cold-hearted Rose in the battle group. Why is she here? You are General He? So you still know about me? That me feeding my godson with my 2 sisters is an inappropriate relationship between a man and a woman? Publicly insulting a national officer and daring to verbally threaten. You're very accurate in identifying your mistakes. Song Kongda was a bit dumbfounded. What kind of existence had his son messed with? Not to mention He Menjiang's 2 direct troops. If he really hurt He Menjiang, none of the top brass of the military department, including the retired ones, would be able to spare him. Today is the first meeting between me and my godson. I don't want to stain the blood, or else you would have been put to death by me long ago, He Menjiang said in a deep voice. Excuse me, I'm on my way. Song Kongda knew that it was impossible to take revenge, and it was wisest to run away first. Stop. Who told you to leave? I don't want to get bloodied. But that doesn't mean I'm saying I'm just going to let you go. He Menjiang's words caused Song Kongda's legs to tremble. Could it be that he was going to be planted today? Big sister, why don't I help you do it to remove one of his legs? Rose Lee proposed. Forget it, fifth sister. That doesn't fit the image of a big sister. Why don't I do it? I can guarantee that 100 or so slashes will only be a light injury. I've tried it many times with my knife skills plus sixth sister's guidance. Lin Fan, who was sitting on the chair, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. These 7 godmothers of his own were all overbearing, but if there was anyone who couldn't be messed with the most, it was these 3 beside him. The others were fine. The lives in the hands of these 3 were only 4 figures each. You don't bully people too much. I am at least the hall pipe. Even if I have mistakes, do you want to directly get me killed? Song Kongda broke the can and said, he has set out the identity. Now he did not make substantial mistakes. Even if it is the Phantom of the Army, only dare not directly put himself how. Besides, if you don't take the momentum out now, will you still have a chance to mix in Lingyun City in the future? That's a nice thing to say. Your son found a group of little brats to surround my godson and tried to waste my godson's legs. You don't care about this matter. What? There's still this mess? This bastard. Don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation. After saying that, Song Kongda then directly turned around and left with his men. The speed of that withdrawal was no different from running away. Little Fan, Big Mom has a special status. It's not good to directly help you clean him up. But don't worry, when I go back I'll make sure that I let the top punish him severely. I don't even have his name until I peel off a layer of skin from him, He Menjiang explained. Why don't I take a shot at it? Fan, would you like 4th mother to move her muscles and help you collapse the family? Weapons-wise your big mother and 5th mother have plenty, Kong Yao said with a smile. Lin Fan swallowed his saliva. Finally he understood why he said that the 4th mother was a fallen angel. The only one who could say such fierce words with such an innocent and cute smile was his 4th mother. No need. The 3 godmothers are too exaggerated, and there's nothing wrong with me, so I guess they won't dare to mess with me in the future. So why bother with them? Little Fan has a really good temper. Maybe it complements my daughter's personality. Little Fan, 4th mother gave you a sister named Kong Shasha. You young people should get in touch with each other more often. Right. Where are you living now? I'll ask your Shasha sister to move there right now. No need. I'm currently borrowing from 6 Mom's place. I can't get it right at Chi-Chi's sister's place, said Lin Fan awkwardly. Really? You're the heir of that old turtle grandson Lin Changshan, eh? He took care of 7 of us in one breath back then, at 6th sister's place. Right? I'll let Shasha stay there tonight too. Lin Fan is speechless. The 4th mother is really tough. Not only behavior, even words are also so 4th sister, you're quick on the uptake. If I had known I wouldn't have let my daughter go to a foreign country to study. I'll have to transfer her back to a different school sometime before I can do that. Lin Fan was speechless. Why did it feel like all 7 godmothers were a bit of a pimp? This is also too cool. Hospital lobby. A pretty figure walked in with a diameter, attracting countless men around to watch. The young girl's figure was well proportioned, as if there was not a trace of fat on her body. Her body was well proportioned. Her legs were slender, and every step she took with her high heels made the hearts of the males around her seem as if they had been pierced by Cupid's divine arrow. Not only men, many women also revealed the envious eyes. On this figure of their own a woman cannot hold fast, let alone men? The young girl pushed open the door to Zhang Mingqi's office after she stepped out of the elevator. Kiki, it's been a long time. Zhang Mingqi was slightly stunned, and then a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face. Shasha, when did you come back? Zhang Mingqi directly jumped up and held Kong Shasha's hand excitedly. Came home with my mom last night. Miss me yet? Thought about it. You heartless bastard didn't come to see me. Zhang Mingqi beamed. This is not being forced by my mom to carry out missions everywhere. Right. I heard that you encountered some trouble? Kong Shasha curiously said. Speaking of this, a disgruntled look surfaced on Zhang Mingqi's face. It's not that Lin Fan. It's really annoying. Actually it's not really annoying but him living in my house makes me feel very uncomfortable. Lin Fan? That should be the godson my mom was talking about. Don't worry. I'll help you get rid of him tonight. Kong Shasha patted her chest and assured. Since Kong Shasha was here, Zhang Mingqi directly took a vacation to accompany Kong Shasha around. On the other hand, Lin Fan under the leadership of the three beautiful women was a crazy bye. Hard Lin Fan from a bumpkin to a high-flying handsome. In the afternoon, He Menjing had no choice but to leave first because of the constant urging calls from above. At night, Rosalie proposed to go to Night Sky to have some fun, while Kong Yao didn't like that kind of place and worried that going along would affect Lin Fan, so she took the initiative to leave the group. After arriving at the Night Sky, Lin Fan and Rosalie got out of the car. Rosalie directly reached out and encircled Lin Fan's arm. Although the difference between the two was more than 20 years old, there was no sense of incongruity when they stood together. At most, it looked like a sister-brother relationship. After walking into the Night Sky, the waiters at the entrance bowed 90 degrees collectively and shouted out, "Sister Rose. Why don't you notify me in advance when Sister Rose comes, so I can make preparations in advance?" The balding manager of Nocturnal Sky hurriedly ran over and said, "This bald man named Tu Hong, nicknamed Butcher, at one time and Dull Tiger is the same as Li Rose's right-hand man, but then because of an accident was injured. Tu Hong thinking that continue to bring a little brother will affect the momentum, then directly retired to the Night Sky to do the manager. Because of his surname Tu and the fact that he was bald, Rose Lee and a few other old acquaintances liked to call him Baldy. There's no need to make any preparations. I'm just here to liven things up." Oh, right, Sister Rose. Who is this?" Baldy suspiciously looked at Lin Fan, who was on the side, and hadn't heard of Sister Rose having any private life, let alone harboring a gigolo. "This is my godson Lin Fan. Remember, from now on he'll be the crown prince here. Come here to consume everything free of charge. If he's short of money, give it to him. If it's not enough, then go borrow it for me, okay?" Baldy froze. This is too much treatment, isn't it? It's Sister Rose's daughter who must spend money when she comes to spend money in this Night Sky. And this is still a rule set by Sister Rose. The real daughter has to spend money. But this godson not only doesn't have to spend money, he gets money? Is this the godson? Hello Lin Xiao. I used to be Sister Rose's little brother. Just talk to me if you need anything. I guarantee your satisfaction. Uncle Baldy is polite. By the way, Uncle Baldy, I see that your hair follicles are not completely dead. If you need to regrow hair for a month, I can give you lush hair, Lin Fan said enthusiastically. He didn't know that hair was a taboo for bald people. But of course, with Rose Lee around, it was fine if Lin Fan just broke the taboo. Really? But there's no need. I'm bald. This bald head is my mark. Having hair is rather weird. Two of you please. I'll go prepare a room for you too. The surrounding guests had basically never seen Rose Lee, but they were very clear about Baldy's identity. Everyone couldn't help but be curious as to who this man and woman who had come were, so much so that they could allow him to entertain them so warmly. At the corner, two middle-aged men looked at each other, then slowly moved over in the direction of Lin Fan's duo. Inside the private room, the large space only Lin Fan two people seem a little empty. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows can directly see the window that in the dance floor in the hot dance men and women. How about it, Xiaofan? If you have your eye on any of them, just tell 5 aunties, and 5 aunties will help you tie them up for you. Lin Fan froze. So 5 mothers brought herself here for this? No need. I don't like to force people. This is very similar to that old turtle calf Lin Changshan. Speaking of which, do you like this place? If you like it, 5 mothers can give it to you. There are many more places like this 5 mothers. Looking at such a passionate 5 mothers, Lin Fan felt that he had come to the right place. In the mountains, Lin Changshan is trying to find all kinds of ways to scavenge on his own, and after coming over here, several godmothers are buying and giving away all kinds of things, and this day is simply a heaven and a hell. It's not necessary, and I don't have much of a concept of these things, much less a quest for them. You're so young that you don't want anything, but it's good, so that you don't always come to such places and learn bad things. But godmother still wants to introduce her daughter to you and be your mother-in-law. Speaking here, Rosalie suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out her cell phone to find the photo and said, "This is the daughter of the 5 mothers. How is it?" Lin Fan glanced at the photo and couldn't help but praise the beauty of the young girl in the photo in his heart. This young girl was 6 or 7 points similar to Rosalie, different from the kind of vicissitudes brought by Rosalie, with a youthful vigor from the inside out, worthy of being the daughter of the 5th mom, as beautiful as the 5th mom. Little mouth is so sweet. Her name is Li Xin, and 5 mom is not the same. That is a real Harvard senior. Cultural people. Oh. Knock knock. Just as Rose Lee kept introducing Lin Fan, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who? Rose Lee asked, a little disgruntled. Sister Rose, the manager sent us to deliver some food. Oh, come in. After saying that, Rose Lee sat down directly on the sofa. After 2 people dressed as waiters pushed their carts in, Rose Lee was straightforward. Tell me, who sent you? The duo froze slightly, puzzled. It's the manager. The waiter was addressing the bald manager, but in my case it would always be Brother Bald. Exposed. One of the middle-aged men saw that this was already the case, so he had to go ahead with his plan and directly drew a machete from the food cart to slash at Rose Lee. This man rushed up fast and retreated back even faster, only to see Lin Fan send this person flying with a single kick. Before the other person could react, Lin Fan had already rushed to his nearness, and with a small tackle, he clasped his wrist. At this time, the middle-aged man who had been sent flying had also stabilized himself and flew towards Lin Fan. Worried that Lin Fan was in danger, Rose Lee hurriedly pressed the red button underneath the coffee table. For a moment, an alarm came from all the waiters' walkie-talkies, which meant that something had happened to Rose Lee. With no time to think about it, everyone dashed towards the heavenly character private room of the undying sky. "Sister Rose, are you alright?" Baldy was the first to rush into the room. Yet what met his eyes was a youth and two middle-aged men who had fallen to the ground. These two tried to move me and were taken care of by my godson. Check their identities." Baldy nodded blankly and subconsciously looked at Lin Fan. "Don't worry, the person just fainted. I didn't put down any killers. These two people are much stronger than ordinary people, but their strength is much worse than the killers. I think the direction should be able to be scaled down quite a bit. Thank you, Shaolin. Otherwise we would have caused a huge disaster. Carry these two things that don't know how to die away." Yes. After Baldy and the others left, Rose Lee was becoming more and more fond of Lin Fan. "Okay, Xiaofan, this stance can be 5 moms didn't even see you before you solved the fight. This time 5 moms have to thank you for saving their lives. Fifth mother is too kind. In fact, without me fifth mother will be fine. These two are of average strength. Fifth mother can easily deal with them. And fifth mother has already discovered the problem a long time ago, and can turn on the alarm at any time. Well, thank you for that too. What a good boy for the 5 moms." With that, Rose Lee reached out and touched Lin Fan's head. Perhaps it was because he was an orphan. At this moment, Lin Fan had the feeling of finally having a mother. Once this matter came out, Lin Fan and Rose Lee were in no mood to play. On the way back, Lin Fan bought a few dishes on the way and returned to the neighborhood. The moment Lin Fan opened the door to his room, a brightly shining dagger suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Slayer? The other party actually killed from sixth mother's house. Could it be that Song Qiao paid for the murder? Not being able to think too much, Lin Fan hastily clasped his opponent's wrist and closed in to strike his opponent's armpit directly with his elbow. With the presence of the axillary artery and plexus of nerves in the armpit, a hard blow to this area can greatly affect the mobility of the arm. The moment the female assassin was struck and lost her resistance, Lin Fan kicked her into the room and then hastily closed the door. Although it was still uncertain who exactly this female assassin was sent by, but just looking at her flowing movements alone was enough to conclude that she was much more professional than the person who had attacked Rose Lee before. If someone finds out and calls the police, maybe even the police will be implicated, and then things will be very serious. After Lin Fan closed the door, the female assassin also finally regained her mobility and directly swung her dagger to attack Lin Fan again. Lin Fan unhurriedly clasped the female assassin's wrist again. A small tackle wrenched the female assassin's right arm behind her. This female assassin wasn't weak either. In this instant she directly loosened her grip on the wrist of the dagger. The dagger caught in her left hand in a smooth manner in the moment of its descent, and then fiercely stabbed at Lin Fan. Right at this moment, Lin Fan's hand suddenly had a few more coins in it, directly blocking the tip of the dagger with the coins the moment it came at him. The difference in strength between men and women was extraordinarily obvious at this moment, and the female assassin's dagger directly dislodged her hand. Lin Fan didn't let go of this opportunity and hurriedly clasped the female assassin's arm that was numb from the shock to press it to the ground in death. "Say, who sent you? What have you done with Kiki?" The female assassin gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Her arms still kept struggling to get out of Lin Fan's control. "Not going to say? Then don't blame me." With that said, Lin Fan then raised his clenched fist high into the air, smoothly preparing to slam his fist into the back of the female assassin's head. "What are you arguing about?" After hearing the movement within the living room, Zhang Mingqi couldn't help but push open the door in wonder. When he saw Lin Fan pressing Kong Shasha to the ground, his small face suddenly became gloomy. "What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of Sasha." Lin Fan was instantly confused. This female killer Zhang Mingqi knew? Sasha. Does that mean this is fourth mother's daughter? Kong Shasha? As Lin Fan froze, Kong Shasha finally got rid of Lin Fan's control and could not help but rub her aching wrist after withdrawing to the side. "Sasha, are you alright? Did this bad guy do anything to you?" Zhang Mingqi hurriedly said. "It's okay, but this guy is worried about you." "Oh." Lin Fan scratched his head, puzzled. "Your fourth mother's daughter Kong Shasha? I'm Kong Sasha. My mom said you're strong, and Kiki said you're annoying, so I thought I'd teach you a lesson when I tried you out. You're pretty good." Lin Fan was speechless and couldn't help but pick up the dagger and sniff it after glancing aside. Zhang Mengqi's brows furrowed. What kind of fetish is this? He still wants to smell the dagger that Sasha has taken. Is this trying to smell Sasha's flavor? So disgusting. This is the way you teach people a lesson? The dagger is coated with 1,000 insects scatter, made from a mixture of the blood of thousands of poisonous insects. After poisoning, it's like 10,000 insects gnawing at the skin. The itching is so strange and intolerable that the poisoned person will end up scratching the skin and die. I have the antidote. It's not like I really want to kill you. Kong Shasha twisted her head to the side and said. Zhang Mingqi froze. So Lin Fan was certain of the poison on the dagger? Sasha actually put poison on the dagger? In fact, Kong Shasha hadn't really wanted to use this kind of thing against Lin Fan. She had just forgotten that she had applied medicine to the dagger during her previous mission and had forgotten to dispose of it afterward. Luckily it didn't really hurt Lin Fan. Or else where would he have the antidote? It's okay to play with knives. Girls better not play with drugs. You'll never get a boyfriend. To hell with you. Kong Shasha grabbed the dagger then ran straight into the restroom. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh as he glanced at the dishes already scattered on the floor. Originally thought that the refrigerator is not much food. I do not know whether you eat dinner dishes specially bought back to eat together. Now it is a bubble soup. Zhang Mingqi was also a little ashamed in her heart at this time, and awkwardly said, Shasha should not have any malice. That. We go out to eat. I don't have any money on me. It's okay, it's on me. Zhang Mingqi was not an unreasonable person, and since she had done something wrong, it was normal to invite Lin Fan for a meal. It's on me. Let's make it an atonement for the fact that I almost caused you harm, Kong Shasha said as she walked out from inside the restroom, while there were still hidden droplets of water on the dagger. 20 minutes later, the three came to the neighborhood near the stalls. For the two beauties visit the stalls, this is also enough to attract attention. These two chicks really are. Which one do you think is this kid's girlfriend? Not far away from the location, a young man curiously said to his friend beside him. Don't ask me. I'd say probably both. How can you be so arrogant? The same thing as eating at the stall. Why can they bring two big beautiful girls, while I can only follow you? You don't look at the difference between you guys. Look at your height. Can you jump up and hit someone's knee? I'm a little shorter, but concentration is the essence. What about that face? You see that truck over there? This guy's been on the ground with that truck 8 times. And when he gets up, he looks better than you. I'm handsome as hell. What about the money? Did you see what they're wearing? Don't look ordinary. The counter price at least 200,000. You, counting the panties, your whole body is less than 200. The youth sighed helplessly. The difference between people is really not small. Several people. This is our signature grilled fish. Several people try it. The boss enthusiastically came over with a plate of tinfoil roasted fish. Zhang Mingqi was slightly stunned and puzzled. Boss, we didn't ask for this. I know. Complimentary. Because of the appearance of the three of you, our little store for the first time so full. The three of you often come in the future. Thanks boss. Lin Fan didn't mind at all and directly took the boss's grilled fish and said. Zhang Mingqi was a bit speechless and smiled bitterly. You really aren't polite at all. Being polite at this time would be a disappointment to the boss. Besides, relying on the beauty effect, this boss will earn more than just this plate of grilled fish today. Since that's the case, then this grilled fish doesn't have your share. With that, Kong Shasha directly snatched the grilled fish from Lin Fan's hands. What are you doing? Lin Fan inquired, somewhat dumbfounded. This is the benefit from the beauty effect. No share for you. Humph. Kong Shasha gave a petulant grunt, as if she was still upset about being crushed by Lin Fan just now. Seeing the duo in this state, Zhang Mingqi felt a bit amused that these two might be a pair of happy enemies. After the dish had passed the 5 flavors, Kong Shasha's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom, what's up? Sasha, where are you now? Me, I'm eating with Kiki. What's wrong? Kiki, that means Fan is there too, right? That couldn't be better. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Your Aunt Rose was attacked today. So what's the situation now? Luckily, I let Xiaofan take care of it. Now that your Aunt Rose has found out who it is, I'm going to let you go and get some interest. You go with Xiaofan. Kong Shasha glanced at Lin Fan. Did Mom trust herself so little? I know. You say. Kong Shasha hung up the phone after a few words of grace. Zhang Mingqi saw that Kong Shasha looked a bit serious and couldn't help but worry. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Well, my mom wants me to run some personal errands, so I'll be off then. And don't worry, I'll do it if I promise you to get rid of this bad guy. Zhang Mingqi's small face flushed. How could this Shasha say this in front of Lin Fan? How can I face him in the future? After seeing Kong Shasha leave, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder. I'm annoying to you? Also no law. Oh, come on then. After saying that, Lin Fan directly got up and walked towards the neighborhood. It would be fine if Lin Fan showed dissatisfaction and even said a few words about himself, but Lin Fan didn't say a word about this. Zhang Mingqi heart born out of guilt. In fact, Lin Fan people are still good. On the way back, Lin Fan remained silent, and Zhang Mengqi didn't know how to speak. After returning home, Lin Fan went straight into the bathroom. Zhang Mengqi always felt guilty in her heart, so she sat in the living room and waited silently for Lin Fan. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan walked out of the restroom in his bathrobe. I have something to tell you. You have a new yukata? Lin Fan nodded after looking down. Yes, newly bought. In addition, yesterday used dirty your bath towel, so today also specially bought you a new one. What you were going to say is that I bought a new bathrobe? No, it's about what Sasha said. I understand. I'll look for an apartment tomorrow. Why go to all that trouble when you can just say you don't want me to live here? Lin Fan spoke casually, but Zhang Mengqi listened with a bad taste, and even began to reflect on her own various behaviors. Wasn't he going too far? In fact, Lin Fan hadn't done anything wrong. In the morning he had even made a point of protecting himself, especially since he had even managed to defeat Sasha. So if he really had something against himself, wouldn't he have acted a long time ago? I'm sorry, I didn't actually mean that. Jingle bells. Lin Fan blankly took out his cell phone and then picked up the call. Hello? What does fourth mother want to see me about at this late hour? Luckily you didn't turn off your phone. Sasha has the habit of turning off her phone as soon as she receives a mission. Just now I got a message from my side that the mission target will be meeting at the target location tonight, and they'll have an expert there. So tell Sasha that the mission is cancelled for now. Fourth mom. She turned off the phone. You call me is useless. I call her number is not also turned off? What? Didn't I ask Sasha to take you along? This child is really feisty. There are many people and enough weapons. How can she solve the problem alone? Rely on the poison on her dagger? That poison on her dagger has been washed away. This silly child. Fan, can you go help Sasha? Of course, as long as fourth mother commands, I will be obliged. That's great. Go to the leisure center and ask for nothing more than to protect Sasha for me. I'm on my way there now. Yes. What's wrong? After Lin Fan hung up the phone, Zhang Mengqi couldn't help but ask in confusion. Kong Shashai is only going to have an accident. I'll go and check the situation first. Well, be careful then. Lin Fan was caught off guard by Zhang Mengqi's sudden concern. Did this girl hate herself or not? Forget it. It's too late to care about that. Fourth mother asked herself to do something for the first time. She can't afford to drop the ball. Lin Fan quickly rushed back to his room, and in less than a minute he changed into the same dirtbag clothes from before. Your clothes. Zhang Mengqi looked at Lin Fan in dismay. This speed is too fast, right? Clothes? Oh, those clothes were bought by the godmothers, and it wouldn't be good if they got dirty and torn, so I'd better wear these, and be safe at home by yourself. After saying that, Lin Fan directly turned around and left. Inside Lakewood Recreation Center, no less than 1,000 people had gathered at this point in time, even though Lowe's was not open. Inside the private room on the top floor of the center, a young girl was hanging in the middle of the room while several menacing men surrounded her. This little bitch is indeed powerful, actually killed hundreds of us directly. Fortunately there are experts, or else we are still in the gutter. The fat man at the head stroked his chin and laughed evilly. This fat man named Pang Luan. Because of the size of the reason there is a Fat Luan name. The past few years suddenly mixed up. The Jianghu people send nickname Fat Master. This Pang Luan was originally immodest. Of course, even if that wasn't the case, seeing Kong Shasha's delicate figure and exquisite face would definitely lead to crooked thoughts. Dead fatty, I advise you to stop looking at me with that kind of gaze, or I won't let you have a good time. It's already like this, what else can you do to me? But you have a very strong nature. I like it. I like roses with thorns like you. So that conquering is fun. Little baby, Fat Master, I'm coming. Pang Luan touched Kong Shasha's delicate face. Looking at the wounds on her body, Pang Luan couldn't stop his excitement. Just as Pang Luan was about to make his next move, the window was suddenly kicked out, followed by a silver object that instantly hit Pang Luan's brow. Pang Luan only felt a wave of dizziness, then collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 people present instantly reacted and drew the sabers in their hands. Patty! Lin Fan jumped in directly from the window, and just as he untied the rope on his waist there were 2 knives stabbing directly towards Lin Fan. It was too late to think about it. Lin Fan directly swung the rope he had just untied and jerked it towards the duo, wanting to force them back. However, what he didn't expect was that the duo did not retreat but instead advanced and rushed hard to Lin Fan's body. It's really a masterpiece, but it's still tender. Lin Fan's body fiercely pressed downward, and then slammed towards the backs of the 2, directly slapping them down from the 6th floor. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Fan was too powerful to be able to do this. It was entirely due to the borrowed power plus the opponent's gullibility, coupled with the fact that both of them had increased their speed in order to attack strongly, and Lin Fan was too close to the window. This time it allowed Lin Fan to pick up 2 heads for nothing, As the two corpses fell, the dull tiger downstairs knew that Lin Fan had made his move. So he drew his open sword and shouted charge. At one moment several hundred people rushed inside the Happy Recreation Center at once. The slashing sounds from downstairs reached upstairs, but it didn't affect Lin Fan's confrontation with the other man. Looking at the other party's grip on the knife, it looks like the other party is a ghost. From his waist, he pulled out the fist blade he had borrowed from Dull Tiger to prepare for battle. Ah! The ghost shouted and directly rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged through the opponent's strike with a dodge. Then his left hand drew a graceful arc and directly clenched his fist blade to cut towards the ghost's waist. This ghost reacted quickly. His wrist slid down smoothly and directly blocked Lin Fan's blow with the handle of his sword in a hard way. What the hell? What else can be done for defense? Before Lin Fan could finish lamenting, the ghost had already slashed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan struck out with his right hand, relying on the blade of his fist to forcefully flick away the slash, and then his body violently charged forward, waving both hands at the same time. The ghosts didn't dare to fight hard, and hastily fell back a few steps. Swish swish swish. Just as the ghost stood still, a dozen silver wobbly items suddenly shot out, and the ghost slashed a dozen times to knock them all down. Through the concealed weapon hanging on the blade, he then realized that it was not a concealed weapon. It was clearly a coin. And this thing works as a concealed weapon? Where are you looking? A voice came from behind him, and the ghost realized that the Lin Fan in front of him had long since disappeared. When he was about to turn back to meet the attack, Lin Fan had already possessed his body to be ready to dodge, and had slashed his double blades directly at the ghost's back waist. Ah, Baga! The ghost snarled, gritting his teeth and enduring the severe pain with a direct slash. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan loosened his 10 fingers and directly stabbed at the small abdomen of the ghost with a reverse fist blade. Due to the excessive force of Lin Fan's impulse, the ghost was not even able to store up his strength, and his entire body was also directly toppled by Lin Fan onto the wall 6 or 7 meters back. Lin Fan once again let go of his hand to regain his grip on the fist blade and slashed out a dozen or so slashes in a row, finally ending his opponent's life. Swish! Lin Fan chopped off the rope tying Kong Shasha with one slash, and Kong Shasha's whole body was powerless, and she directly collapsed into Lin Fan's arms. How are you doing? Kong Shasha couldn't help but be a little mesmerized as she looked at Lin Fan's face. Which woman hadn't thought that there would be a Prince Charming-like hero appearing when she was in danger? It was just that Kong Shasha hadn't expected that the one who had saved her would actually be Lin Fan. Kong Shasha's body grew weaker and weaker, and then she directly fainted. Lin Fan hurriedly pointed a few acupoints on Kong Shasha's body, sealing the wounds that were still seeping blood. Luckily I came in time. Otherwise, even if not tortured to death by that fat man, would have bled to death. Right? Bang! The door of the room was directly kicked open and Dull Tiger rushed in covered in blood. When he saw that Lin Fan was fine, then he breathed a sigh of relief. People are settled? Almost. This group of people, although more, but the strength is too poor. That fat Luan invited helpers. 2 fell off and 1 is lying over there. Dull Tiger nodded, and in his heart, he couldn't help but re-examine Lin Fan. Worthy of being Sister Rosa's godson, this strength is really beyond words. By the way, that fat guy I didn't kill, was he the one who tried to move my 5 mothers? According to the information we got, it's exactly this dead fat guy. That's good. You take them away to be disposed of by the 5 mothers. Okay, Lin Xiao. Although Pangluan obese, but Dull Tiger that a block is not for nothing. Almost no effort will be more than 200 pounds of Pangluan to carry up. Lin Fan also picked up Kong Shasha at the same time and headed outside. Just as he arrived at the entrance, a Ferrari sped by, and the license plate Ling A55555 was particularly conspicuous. How is Shasha doing? Kong Yao didn't even have time to open the car door and directly flipped over and jumped out of the car running to Lin Fan's side. It's nothing serious. I've already stopped the bleeding. And with a good bandage and my secret medicine next, I guarantee it won't leave a scar. Only after hearing this did Kong Yao let out a sigh of relief. Thanks a lot, little fan. Then I'll take Shasha to get bandaged up first. 4th mother only has Shasha as a worry. If something really goes wrong, 4th mother won't have to live. The medical team I called should be arriving soon. 4th sister, you should go now. Rose Lee ran over and said. After Kong Yao left, Lin Fan couldn't help but inquire. 5th mom, with your power under normal circumstances no one should dare to touch you, right? Especially since this is still in the country. Does that fat man have any background? Rose Lee sighed. She knew that she couldn't hide this matter, and there was no need to hide it from Lin Fan. This dead fatso naturally doesn't dare to touch me, but he's recognized a master with some skills. Who? Yamada-kun. Yamada's group? Isn't that the #1 underground force in the Demon Kingdom? No wonder 3 ghosts showed up before. So that fat ass became a lackey of the Yamada group to help them develop their power in the country? That's right. I've always been at odds with the Yamada group, and I had wanted to collect some interest before going to war. But I didn't expect something like this to happen. Speaking here, Rosalie couldn't help but glance at Kong Shasha, who was not far away, and worriedly said, "Is Shasha really alright?" "It's okay, I got here just in time." "That's good. Otherwise, if we really implicate Sasha, Fifth Mother will feel guilty for the rest of her life." Speaking of which, Rosalie suddenly realized a problem. This might be the stuffing. After thinking for a moment, Rosalie continued, "Xiaofan, Fifth Mother has decided to go to war with the Yamada group, but Fifth Mother is worried about Xin. I'm going to transfer her back to the country to study. Can you help Fifth Mother protect her?" "No problem, but with so many people under Five Mothers, it doesn't seem like I'm needed to protect one person, right? The ones who stay will only be some of the turf collectors, the masters I'm taking with me. Ordinary punks they'll have no problem dealing with, but I'm worried that the Yamada group will send their masters over." "I see. There's no problem, just relax 100%. Fifth Mother, I'm relieved to have your words. It's getting late, go back and rest." After bidding farewell to Rosalie, Lin Fan returned directly to Zhang Mengqi's home, and at this time, Zhang Mengqi had not been sleeping, and after seeing Lin Fan, he could not help but anxiously go up and ask, "How is it? Is Shasha alright?" "It's nothing serious. A few superficial wounds. 2 days of rest and recuperation will be enough." "That's good." After hearing that Kong Shasha was fine, Zhang Mengqi was finally relieved. "By the way, I'm too tired today, and I have to make medicine that doesn't leave scars tomorrow. So do you think I can move 2 days later?" After hearing this, Zhang Mengqi couldn't help but pout. This Lin Fan was too petty. Why was he still thinking about moving out? "No moving out, and even if you do, at least wait until my mom gets back." "Ha!" After saying that, Zhang Mengqi returned to her room in a huff. Lin Fan scratched his head in bewilderment. It's really a woman's heart under the sea needle but not having to move is good news. At this time, Lin Fan was so exhausted that he didn't even take a bath and directly took off his clothes and fell on the bed. At noon the next day, inside the hospital, Kong Shasha slowly opened her eyes, and Zhang Mengqi hurriedly inquired when she saw Kong Shasha waking up, "Shasha, how do you feel?" However, to Zhang Mengqi's surprise, Kong Shasha not only did not answer her question, but instead asked a question she did not expect. "Where's Lin Fan? He said he'd be over at noon." "Oh, where's my mom? She didn't come? I heard the hospital duty doctor say that Aunt Yao sent you to the hospital and then left in a huff." With Aunt Yao and Aunt Rose's character, it's highly likely that she's preparing the manpower to avenge your death. "Yo, woke up It seems that the body strength is good. Worthy of being a killer origin Lin Fan walked into the hospital room carrying a plastic bag smilingly and said, "Is that the medicine you said you were holding?" "Yeah, just rub this on plus my acupuncture and you're guaranteed not to get a scar." Zhang Mengqi curiously took the bag in Lin Fan's hand, and after taking a look at the white ointment inside, she couldn't help but wonder, "This is it? Does it really work?" Of course, even the scars that have been left behind can fade away with a long-term application. Not to mention that this wound hasn't even scabbed over yet. Applying it now along with acupuncture will basically make it almost better in 3 days. Needle. Acupuncture? That is not to have to undress Kong Shasha asked somewhat shyly. "Definitely Even the strongest medical skills can't do applying needles through clothes." Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. "No, that's absolutely not okay. I thought you said just apply it?" "Then I'll just apply it. You get out," Zhang Mengqi said with extreme resistance. She couldn't cheapen this bad guy Lin Fan. I'm okay with it, and I want to get better quickly," Kong Shasha whispered, and a blush couldn't help but appear on her face. Zhang Mengqi was stunned. Sasha had been raided by Lin Fan? Sasha only came back yesterday. This bad guy is too quick to start, isn't he? Then, that to prevent you from being bad. I'm going to be watching the whole time. Whatever. Anyway, I'm not afraid of you stealing from me. Western medicine and Chinese medicine are two completely different concepts. You're a medical college, probably you can't understand my techniques. With that, Lin Fan placed all the contents of the bag on the counter and made the preliminaries. "What are you waiting for? Help the patient to undress. Do you want me to do it myself?" "Man wolf," Zhang Mengqi muttered in a small voice. Then she retired Kong Shasha's clothes, leaving only her underwear behind. After getting ready, Lin Fan applied the ointment for Kong Shasha and then started to apply the needle, while Kong Shasha was shyly peeking at Lin Fan the whole time, and her eyes also contained secret springiness. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan's treatment was finished, and Lin Fan had just pulled off the last silver needle when he heard Zhang Mengqi's growl, "Turn around." Lin Fan was startled, and the needle in his hand nearly pierced Kong Shasha's body again. Hastily turning his back, Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter, "What for? If I wanted to peek at the medication, wouldn't I have already peeked?" "You." Zhang Mingqi gritted her teeth and was about to say something when Kong Shasha suddenly spoke first. That. You still coming tomorrow? Tomorrow? What for? Therapy. One treatment is all it takes, and you'll be fine in 3 days. Then will there be accidents? Or tomorrow you come back to consolidate it? Kong Shasha blushed. After hearing these words, Lin Fan immediately felt his qi and blood churning, and his nose blood nearly flowed out. After seeing this scene, Zhang Mingqi is sour and annoyed. This bad guy is really hateful. Actually, on the naive Shasha, you want to do it can also find me well. After rising to this thought, Zhang Mingqi was shocked by herself. No. I must have been so angry and tongue-tied that it was useless for him to pursue himself. Even if he did, he wouldn't have agreed to it. Sasha, your idea is too dangerous. After saying that, Zhang Mingqi glared at Lin Fan and said, what are you waiting for? Why don't you leave? Do you want me to treat you to dinner? That. I really haven't eaten. Why don't you treat me to a meal? Lin Fan turned his head and said smilingly. Bang! In the next second, Lin Fan had already been rushed out the door, and at the same time, the door to the room had been shut dead center. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. Gotta figure out how to make do with lunch on your own. A sedan slowly stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Song Qiao looked at the hospital in front of him hesitantly. Dad, does it really have to be here? There's no way. I've already contacted even the central state side in your case, and the famous doctors there also said that they can't do anything about your situation. So for today's solution, we can only try to look at divine Dr. Zhang to see if there's any way out. But Zhang Qiang and that Lin Fan seem to have a relationship as well, and Zhang Mingqi is in this hospital. Song Qiao was a face of embarrassment, and gradually, the look of embarrassment was slowly being outlawed by anger. Song Kongda knew his son's situation. Comforted, the sky is the limit. Not just as Zhang Mingqi. You cured what kind of women cannot get. Let's go. Not long after the father and son got out of the car and walked into the hospital, they saw a man that both father and son remembered well. Lin Fan. Song Qiao said Lin Fan's name through clenched teeth, looking as if she wanted to pounce on Lin Fan and tear him apart. If it isn't Mr. Song, visiting the hospital? For Lin Fan, Song Qiao was nothing more than a small episode in his life. He was naturally not impressed, and at this point, he had even forgotten about Song Qiao's leg being ruined. Yet that sounded like something else to Song Qiao. Sarcasm. It was definitely sarcastic. Song Kongda frowned slightly. This kid Lin Fan was provoking his son? He's trying to get his son to make a scene here so he can cut off his last hope. Thinking of this, Song Kongda hurriedly pulled Song Qiao, then said with enthusiasm on his face, young man, we meet again. Lin Fan glanced at Song Kongda and remembered him after a moment of recollection and smiled. Come to think of it, hello again. Song Kongda couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, thinking that this Lin Fan was quite the pretender. You are at least the city lord of this Lingyun city, the first chair here. Come to think of it, I've heard everything from my son. It's all a misunderstanding. The boy is rather impulsive and was seduced by those punks. Little brother shouldn't mind, right? In fact, Lin Fan really didn't put Song Qiao in his eyes. Despite his father's bullishness, he himself was a stick in the mud and was completely inadequate. I don't care. Ha ha, good. Young people are meant to be this refreshing. With that, Song Kongda patted Lin Fan's shoulder, then extended his hand and said, I'll educate my son properly, and I, as an old man, will shake hands with you in his place. After saying that, Song Kongda didn't wait for Lin Fan to nod his head and directly held Lin Fan's hand while his other hand held Lin Fan's wrist. In this instant, a small black object was directly shoved into Lin Fan's sleeve. After bidding farewell to Lin Fan, Song Qiao's father and son walked into the elevator, and at this time, Song Qiao also finally couldn't help himself and directly asked, Father, are you still really going to shake hands with him? How can it be? But this kid's background is not small, not capable of enemy can only be taken wisely. Just shaking hands when I secretly put a listening device at his cuffs. Something out of the military department. I had a hard time getting it. Originally wanted to clean up my disobedient deputy, but you may need it more. Song Qiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Father, you can. That's right. I've just rehearsed that scene for a long time. Since this kid is so arrogant, there must be quite a few things that are out of line. As long as there's enough evidence, Father will help you bring him down. Song Qiao's heart burst with excitement, finally able to take revenge. At this moment, he even forgot the pain of the injury in the middle of his legs. Sadly, this father and son thought it was easy. It's just a shame they chose the wrong person. The moment the elevator doors closed, Lin Fan removed the eavesdropping device from his sleeve. Once upon a time, he hadn't been able to put it on others, but he didn't think that one day he would actually be put on it himself. Only this maneuver. That's rough. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan walked straight out of the hospital and bought a roll of tinfoil at the supermarket across the street to wrap up the eavesdropping device before taking a taxi to the night sky. Dull Tiger had already been taken away by Rosalie, so at this time, Lingyun City was temporarily managed by Tu Hong. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the employees of Night Sky greeted him. No matter if it was the identity of Big Sister's godson or Lin Fan's performance yesterday, this was a lord that they had to entertain warmly. Is Uncle Baldy here? Yes, Brother Baldy is in his office. I'll take you there. Labor. No trouble, no trouble. This way please. Very quickly, Lin Fan was brought to the door of Tu Hong's office, and at that moment, Baldy was also busy because he had added a lot of new things. Knock knock. Who is it? Don't bother me with nothing important. Brother, Lin Xiao is here. Tohan froze and hurriedly got up and ran to open the door. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Tu Hong's behavior was even more enthusiastic than the day before, and he hurriedly welcomed him in saying, Young Lin is here. Ah, yesterday I heard Dull Tiger say that young Lin was exceptionally valiant. Uncle Baldy is too kind. Busy? It's a bit busy. Tiger was called away by Sister Rose. His work was pushed to me instead, but it's okay. Sister Rose said that the sky falling is not as important as the things that Lin Xiao explained. What are Lin Xiao's orders? Lin Fan looked around to make sure there was no one around before he whispered. Uncle Baldy, do we have that kind of service here in the night sky? What kind? Which one? After glancing at Lin Fan's slightly evil expression at this moment, Tu Hong instantly understood its meaning and opened his mouth. Sister Rose said that that thing is immoral, so we are not touching it, but we are not opposed to seeing eye to eye to play poker here in our place. If Lin young man has the need for me to help you practice? No, I'm not interested in that kind of woman. With that, Lin Fan took out the eavesdropping device wrapped in tinfoil from his pocket and handed it to Tu Hong. Some people aren't honest, but I've always returned the favor, so put it in whichever room is highly used, preferably one of those that can be used 24 hours a day. Tu Hong blinked blankly and after thinking for a moment, he spoke. No problem. I promise to complete young Lin's task. Ha ha, no wonder Fifth Mother appreciates Uncle Baldy so much. Then I'll leave it to you. Uncle. Okay, do you need me to arrange for a car to take you? No, I'll just walk by myself. Besides, I don't have any money in my pocket, so prepare some for me. How much does young Lin want? Lin Fan spoke after thinking for a moment. 500. One moment, please. 10 minutes later, Tu Hong then brought a bank card and handed it to Lin Fan. Young Lin, $5 million has been prepared for you. Lin Fan froze. I want his $500 okay. Together in this side of 500 is not $500 is 5 million? Seeing Lin Fan's expression was not right, Tu Hong thought he had done something wrong and said blankly. Does young Lin think there is something wrong? Or did I just hear it wrong? Not 5 million but $50 million? No problem. I just didn't realize that 5 Mom's side of the cash flow was so rich. $5 million had been taken out. So Lin Fan was embarrassed to say that he only wanted $500 originally. That's good. This is my personal phone number. Shaolin can contact me if he needs anything. Okay, thanks Uncle Baldy. You're welcome. I'll see you off. Carrying $5 million in his arms, Lin Fan had an unreal feeling, recalling the salary that the old man had given himself before. It was simply too deceitful. Assassination $200, bodyguard 50 a day. Is the previous destruction of the silver triangle of a tribe only gave 1,000 only? No, help, you bitch. It's your honor that our boss has taken a liking to you. So stop whining. While Lin Fan was lamenting, a discordant sound could not help but enter his ears. Lin Fan frowned slightly and looked at Tu Hong doubtfully. Didn't you say that we don't have this kind of situation here? This, not night sky is all about you and me. Actually someone really dares to move the earth on the head of the Tai Sui? When Lin Fan saw Tu Hong's expression of shock, Lin Fan did not think much about it and directly walked forward to pull the bullied young girl behind him. The rich kid on the opposite side frowned and arrogantly questioned. Who the fuck are you? Want to heroically save a beauty? Do you have that kind of skill? Lin Xiao can represent my nocturnal sky. Do you think he has the ability to do so? Tu Hong directly walked out and said. The rich second generation naturally knew who Tu Hong was, and although he could be arrogant with others, he didn't have the backbone to be arrogant with Tu Hong. After hesitating for a moment, the rich second generation opened his mouth and said, this woman is someone my boss wants. My boss and big sister Rose know each other. It's best for manager 2 to stay out of this matter. You know Sister Rose? If it was before then Tu Hong might hesitate, but now there is no need at all. What is Lin Fan's identity? He is very clear. This young girl is the person Lin Fan wants to protect. The opposite side of that sensei whoever it is can't be as important as Lin Fan to come. So, get lost, Tu Hong said in a deep voice. A look of dissatisfaction also appeared on the face of the second generation rich man. This Tu Hong didn't even give face to Rosalie? Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his hand. Then spoke. You said your boss knows big sister Rose? Well, scared? Rather not afraid. Why don't you call your oldest over here? Several godmothers were very good to themselves. Lin Fan didn't want to cause trouble for his godmothers because of himself. If the opposite side was really a close friend of the five mothers, then it was necessary to find a way to ease the situation, or at least not to leave trouble for the five mothers. As for this young girl, he was definitely going to bail himself out, no matter who the other party was. Lin Fan disliked this kind of banditry the most. You're arrogant. Just wait for me. Only after the rich second generation left did the young girl breathe a sigh of relief, and with tear stains on her face she gratefully said, Thank you for saving me. By the way, no need to be concerned. After saying that, Lin Fan also stopped paying attention to the young girl and silently waited. Soon enough, the rich second generation folded back, and behind him was an even more arrogant-looking male. Manager 2. This young master has his eyes on this girl. Is it that you also have your eyes on him, or are you not even giving face to big sister Rose? Lin Fan was slightly stunned. This person looked familiar. Isn't this young Master Zhang? Lin Fan asked in surprise as he glanced at the visitor in dismay. This Zhang young named Zhang Hongyuan is in the airport because of plastic surgery female to do to their own rich young master. Originally he was kneeling in the heart of the day is very bored. What a fine plastic surgery female foam vent some but found because of their own a slap. Foam nose actually collapsed. Zhang Hongyuan realized that he really ran into a plastic surgery woman. Think of their own because of a plastic surgery woman offended Su Miaoyun. And even kneeling a whole day, Zhang Hongyuan will be angry. Looking for someone to repair a plastic surgery woman will be looking for a few friends want to come to vent a little. How could he have known that a woman he casually looked at would actually provoke this young master? Looks like you know our boss. In that case, hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Or else. Snap. Zhang Hongyuan returned his hand and slapped the rich second-generation man in the face. Questioning, how are you talking to Lin Xiao? Kneel down and apologize to me. The second-generation rich man covered his face in dismay and looked at Zhang Hongyuan, blankly saying, Boss, you're not mistaken, are you? Get it wrong. Zhang Hongyuan cursed. Then he looked at Lin Fan with a pleasing face and said, Lin Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. This kid can be disposed of any way you want. In addition, I didn't know that this is your woman, so you mustn't mind. If in the past, Zhang Hongyuan is not so afraid, the big deal is to compensate more money is. But even if he is conceded home property, also know that with Su Miaoyun is a world of difference. The world and Su Miaoyun rich only afraid of the country. He's not my woman, but I don't like this behavior of yours. Don't you have a plastic surgeon girl, and forcing someone else? I won't hide it from Lin Xiao. The last time I hit Foamy. Yuck, when I hit that trash I used too much force in my hand and that trash's nose collapsed. So that's why I don't care what you think or how you usually are. If she agrees, so be it. If she doesn't, this behavior of yours is very unpleasant and hard for me to accept. Zhang Hongyuan's legs trembled as he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Lin Xiao, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Just spare me. Lin Fan ignored Zhang Hongyuan and turned his head to the young girl. Girls should know how to love themselves, and pretty girls should know how to protect themselves even more. This isn't a place you should be in. After saying that, Lin Fan directly turned around and left. The sight of the Tu Hong is a face of embarrassment. This little master a bit smashed the meaning of the venue. No beauty. How do we attract guests? It's just a matter of what this young master wants. As Lin Fan left, Tu Hong didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Hongyuan and directly turned around to leave. Zhang Hongyuan was like an amnesty, and he even began to fear beautiful women after having been broken twice in a row at the hands of women. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned home and began to cultivate after boiling the herbs he brought with him. According to what the old man said, this holy Tao Regulus technique that he cultivated was slow in the early stage, and when it reached a certain level the speed would get faster and faster, and before that it was necessary to intensify the cultivation, or else it would go backward without advancing. It had been a few days since the wave, and Lin Fan felt that it was time to make up for what he had left behind before as soon as possible. Inside a mansion in Lingyun City, Song Chao took the headphones and turned on the eavesdropping device. Lin Fan, no matter how arrogant you are, no matter how deep your background is, but as long as you let me catch the handle I will make sure that you will never be able to recover. After putting on the headphones, an extremely ear-piercing sound entered Song Chao's ears. Song Chao gritted his teeth. This was simply great irony and humiliation for him right now. Young master, it's time to eat. The nanny knocked on the door and said, Eat shit. Get out. At this time, Song Chao Chi was already satiated with anger. Where there was still any intention to eat? In the following time, Song Chao was listening carefully, not daring to have the slightest relaxation. However, what he heard was all what he didn't want to hear. By the afternoon of the next day, Song Qiao's face is gloomy and incomparable. Even if he is even more stupid at this time, also know that he has been tricked. Lin Fan has long discovered the eavesdropping device and intentionally used the listening device to listen to these for himself. That's all there is to killing people. Taking the computer, Song Qiao huffed and puffed and came to Song Konda's study, directly throwing the computer in front of Song Konda. What's up with this? Hear that kid scolding you? Song Konda looked at his son in surprise and inquired. I wouldn't even be so angry if that were the case. How did you plant the wiretap? It's been discovered. I've been listening to it all day and all night. And this kid is the equivalent of being sarcastic all day and all night. These words made Song Konda not a little puzzled. And after picking up the headphones, he listened. Immediately afterward, Song Konda changed to hear the ghost language. And for a moment the whole person froze. This is. A trace of consternation flashed across Song Konda's face. This Lin Fan was too lackluster. Wasn't he? You know what your son is going through. And you're deliberately giving him this to listen to? That's totally murderous and heartless. Hear that? I tell you, I hear it all better than you. In at least 20 languages. At this moment, Song Qiao's eyes were scarlet. And it could not be seen if it was because of the 1 day and 1 night of torture or the resentment towards Lin Fan at this moment. How did this kid find out? Forget it, plan A failed. We still have a backhand. This kid, I will help you solve it. Not only do I want him to die, I want to torture him and make him suffer the pain I've endured, both physically and mentally, Song Qiao said viciously through clenched teeth. At this time Lin Fan does not know his own mischief has been Song Qiao's stimulation to collapse. After quitting the cultivation, Lin Fan checked the package, cannot help but sigh. It seems that we have to go out to buy some medicine. Also do not know this point of the pharmacy is closed. Just after opening the door to his room, Lin Fan noticed Zhang Mengqi's small face with dissatisfaction. Lin Fan was a bit stunned. Had he inadvertently offended this person again? Lin Fan was directly interrupted by Zhang Mengqi just as he opened his mouth. Can you not be so petty? You didn't have to lock yourself in your room for a day and a night without inviting you to dinner yesterday. Thanks to which I even bought you a snack yesterday. Lin Fan didn't know what to say for a moment to make it better. Was he going to explain that he had been in his room because he was practicing? So he hadn't even heard Zhang Mengqi's voice? It was better to forget it. It was hard to make Zhang Mengqi's attitude towards herself change for the better. Even with a little bit of guilt, explaining it clearly would be troublesome instead. The only thing to do for today is to change the subject. How's that? Sasha doing? After hearing this, Zhang Mengqi's aggravated little face instantly surfaced with dissatisfaction. How come this Lin Fan and Sasha are both like this? Asking themselves about each other all the time. And that's how they see eye to eye? Zhang Mengqi was not attracted to Lin Fan at this time. But she was jealous because Lin Fan did not pay any attention to her words at all and only thought about Kong Shasha's situation. The feeling was getting to her. At this moment, Zhang Mengqi almost blurted out that she was dead. But thinking that Kong Shasha was her best friend, she stiffly swallowed the words back, and went straight back into the room after giving a cold snort. Lin Fan a burst of speechless. Really a woman's heart under the sea needle ah. Without caring too much, Lin Fan directly headed to the pharmacy to buy some Chinese herbs, although the core materials were not available. But the old man Lin Changshan had helped himself to a lot of preparations. I believe that after buying these auxiliary materials could be used for a period of time. Boss, can it be cheaper? I'm kind of an old customer. Look. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly heard a familiar voice. Wasn't it the young girl he had saved yesterday? This is too much karma. Could it be that God is hinting? I say, little girl, you're a regular customer, so I've always sold them to you at the lowest price. You can't make me lose money, can you? A trace of helplessness surfaced on the pharmacy owner's face. He was a pharmacy here, not a Goodwill haul. But, the young girl gritted her teeth and silently glanced at her purse. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Lin Fan gave a greeting and inadvertently swept a glance at the list of medicines. Then an odd look could not help but appear on his face. Hello again. Thank you so much for yesterday. The young girl said gratefully. If it wasn't for this man in front of me yesterday, I'm only afraid I would have been destroyed. You are welcome, but this medicine of yours. I see that there is no cardiovascular disease in you, Lin Fan said with some surprise. The young girl gave Lin Fan a puzzled look. He still knew Chinese medicine? This is for our dean. I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage, and the dean is like my real mother. The young girl explained. Orphans? Isn't he himself also an orphan? And also similarly met a benefactor who regarded himself as his own flesh and blood. Although he had always called Lin Changshan an old man. If something happened to Lin Changshan, Lin Fan believed that he would definitely go out of his way to save him. Boss, swipe your card. I paid for my medicine along with her share. Lin Fan handed out a bank card and said with great bravado. How can this be? You already did me a favor yesterday. It's okay. I'm an orphan too and was raised by a benefactor. I understand how you feel. The cure is important and it's only a small amount of money. Seeing Lin Fan's friendliness, coupled with the fact that she was indeed broke, after hesitating for a moment the young girl couldn't help but nod her head and said, "Thank you. My name is Su Qingma. Please leave me a contact information. I will definitely return it to you when I have the money. It's just a small amount of money. You don't have to pay it back. Just think of it as God being touched by you and letting you win the lottery once." Looking at Lin Fan's clear and warm eyes, Su Qingma couldn't help but ponder. This person doesn't seem to have any messed up ideas, and the person is also very good. So if he is looking for his help, will he agree? After hesitating for a moment, shyly inquired, "Do you have time in 3 days after that? I would like to ask you to do me a favor." A trace of bewilderment flashed across Lin Fan's face. This chick is quite good at this. After noticing the expression on Lin Fan's face, Su Qingma blushed and hurriedly explained, "If you don't have the time, forget it. It's me being abrupt. Rather nothing important." "What is it?" "It's one of my high school classmates whose family does medicine. He said he could help me cure the dean, but he looked at me with some wrong eyes. 3 days later is our high school reunion. The dean can't put off this disease, so I thought to try it out. But there was no one around me. I was a little scared." A shield? If it was someone else, Lin Fan would probably send the other party a sentence of nerves and then leave directly. But for Su Qingma, Lin Fan wanted to help. For no other reason than Su Qingma's willingness to risk her life for the dean who raised her, to reach out to people she didn't want to reach out to. "Looking for me as a shield? You can. Thank you, but it might be a little late that day. So, in that case, it's a different price if you spend the night," Lin Fan joked. Su Qingma was stunned by being told to ask for money. That's right. Why should they help you for nothing? They also have to take risks, so it makes sense to charge for it. "Oh, I'm just kidding. 3 days from now, right? Leave a number and you'll contact me then." "Aha, thank you." The two of them left their contact information and then directly left the pharmacy. And when Lin Fan returned to his residence, an unfamiliar and beautiful figure appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. "You are." Before Lin Fan could finish his words, a bear hug directly took Lin Fan into his arms. "Little Lin Fan is so handsome. I'm 7 mom. 7 mothers? So this is the king of gamblers' 7 mothers whom he has yet to meet. 7 moms. I'm suffocating. Brat still not happy. This treatment except Lin Changshan, that old undead, only you have experienced." Lin Fan was speechless. Sure enough, this 7th mom was the same as what the 3rd mom said. There was no sense of elders at all. Rather it was like a child who hadn't grown up. How could one not be happy? It's all men's dream to be embraced by a beautiful woman like 7 mothers. "Yo, this oily tongue to curry favor with girls Lin Changshan has taught you well. Has Kiki already been tricked into bed by you? Aunt little man, what are you talking about? Ghost will be fooled by him." "That what? You? Kiki is still so cute when she's shy. Little Fan, aren't you ever moved?" Lin Fan was speechless. At this point he didn't even know what expression he should use in response. But if he lived with the 7th mom for a long time, the 7th mom would definitely be a godly helper on his way to picking up girls. Kiki's sister was born beautiful. A man wouldn't be able to resist. After hearing this, Zhang Mingqi felt much more comfortable in her heart, and the slightest hint of complacency surfaced on her face. "So am I disturbing you young couple by coming? Then this old woman of mine is guilty." Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Lin Fan hurriedly changed the topic and said, 7 mothers aren't old ladies. They're totally sisters if they go out with Sister Chi-Chi." After saying that, Lin Fan then realized that Zhang Mingqi's face was a bit off. It seemed that this remark had aged her. "Of course, if you went out with me no one would even suspect if you said it was my sister. He. I just love your sweet little mouth. Come on, this is a gift for you from your 7th mom. Just because of that 7th mom is late." Lin Fan couldn't help but have a strange look on his face after taking a brief look at the document that Lu Man handed over. "What's wrong? Don't like it? Not 7 moms, you gave me a gambling house?" "Yes, 7 mothers specially won it. You also get used to this aspect of the gambling house. When the time is ripe in the future 7 mothers will transfer all the gambling houses in her name to you." The time is right? Is it the day he became her son-in-law? With a personality like that of the 7th mom, that daughter is definitely a cute porcelain doll like a pistachio as well. That's a big dowry. The bride price can't afford to give it. Snap. Lu Man came directly at Lin Fan's forehead and gagged. "Really no big deal. You're taking advantage of 7 moms? No. Don't you mean that you want me to become your son-in-law and take those as a dowry? 7th mother? Otherwise you should pass these industries to your children," Lin Fan hurriedly explained. At this moment, Lin Fan was also speechless. How could he not have thought that 7 mothers would actually misunderstand his words to such an extent? Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Man's face dissipated and was replaced by a look of sadness and self-reproach. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. Had he said something wrong? After blankly glancing at Zhang Mingqi, the latter helplessly sighed and walked over to Lin Fan's side and whispered, Aunt Xiaoman doesn't have any children. How can that be? I heard third mother say that all 7 godmothers have a daughter. Lin Fan whispered in disbelief. Aunt Little Man's situation was unique in that after giving birth the child was sent to a deputy's home because of an enemy's pursuit. And by the time the matter was resolved it was discovered that Aunt Little Man's deputy was dead and the child was nowhere to be found. Lin Fan came to a realization. So 7 mother's daughter was lost at a very young age? No wonder she had such a look on her face when it came to talking about it. After all these years it was never found? No. The whole country has been searched, and my mom, including several aunts, have helped in the search through their own means, but there are no clues at all. That. 7 Mom. I didn't mean it. Don't be sad, and I'll help think of something. Alright. 7 Mom has actually thought about it. Just feel a little sorry for that sister of yours. Just don't talk about these sad things. How do you feel after coming to Lingyun? There's nothing you're not used to? Do you want to go to 7 Mother's territory to learn about gambling? Ah? A smile reappeared on Lu Man's face, and although it looked like the sadness had passed, Lin Fan knew that the 7th mother was only showing it on purpose, thinking that she was worried that she was blaming herself for what she had just said. It depends. 5th mother said her daughter is coming back in the next 2 days and said she wants me to help protect her. How can I wait until 5th mother and 4th mother are done with their business? Little Xin is coming back? I'll have to stay longer then. Haven't seen that girl in ages. Lumen's thoughts seemed to have been completely diverted in anticipation of meeting Li Xin. Lin Fan secretly passed a look to Zhang Mingqi, then said, 7th mother. There's nothing to do so I'll go back to my room first. My cultivation has been a bit delayed during this period of time. Lu Man glanced at Zhang Mingqi on the side and said with a bad smile, 7th Mom is a person who has been there. She understands. Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. This jump is a bit big. 3 days later, an airplane slowly landed inside the Lingyun City airport. A beautiful young girl wearing sunglasses stepped off the airplane. Even this beautiful women like clouds of airports. Countless looks delicate flight attendants in the sight of the young girl is also a little ashamed of themselves. The young girl is Li Xin. Although I do not understand why the mother must return to China, but from the tone of voice can be heard that there is a big thing to happen, and even left himself a man's phone number. Li Xin couldn't help but laugh. Man? Can a man be trusted? Mom has never relied on a man in her life, and even those men under her command will follow because of their admiration. So at a very young age Li Xin decided that men are unreliable creatures, and that she has to rely on herself for everything. After thinking for a while, Li Xin directly threw the note in her arms that had Lin Fan's cell phone number written down into the trash can. After arriving at the check-in office, Li Xin waited for a long time for her luggage. However, when she picked up her luggage and was ready to leave, she found a hint of something unusual. How did the man know that the one behind his suitcase was his luggage when he hadn't even identified the number? He's had 3 or 4 of those suitcases show up. After thinking for a few moments, Li Xin stopped and picked up her cell phone to dial a number. However, to Li Xin's surprise, the bald uncle actually did not answer his call. Normally he should be the one to pick himself up, yet he didn't show up, so there was only one possibility. There was a situation on his end. Hello, you've arrived. Uncle Baldy. Good. I know. Li Xin quietly swept a glance at the suspicious man while pretending to talk on the phone, only to find that at this moment he also took out the phone there as if he was chatting with someone about something. Sure enough, there's a problem. Not being able to think too much, Li Xin pulled her suitcase and walked directly towards the crowded restroom. This restroom is directly opposite the hall, surrounded by as many as 1,000 people, so I think the other party doesn't dare to make any moves at all, and can only think of taking this opportunity to escape. As for the idea of seeking help from the airport, Li Xin has decided to give up. Even if she seeks help, it's not much use. After all, she has no evidence at all. And since the other party dared to follow like this, I'm only afraid that the airport has already made some arrangements. At the same time, Tu Hong glanced at the time, then spoke. Missy's rebooked flight should be arriving in an hour, right? Let's set off now. That early? We only need half an hour to get to the airport. Tu Hong's driver was surprised. What if there's a traffic jam? Should we make Missy wait? Let's go. Yes. So it's just the 2 of us? Let's just say that Missy doesn't like to flaunt it. Then should we speak to Lin Xiao? It seems to me that Sister Rose intends to set the 2 up. After thinking about it, Tu Hong couldn't help but shake his head and said, Sister Rose didn't make any special arrangements, so let's not do this kind of superfluous thing. After all, Missy isn't a fan of men, so it wouldn't be good in case we upset Missy. I think Sister Rose has already made some arrangements for the things after that. A flash of disappointment flashed across the driver's face, but it was only fleeting. Tu Hong didn't notice this. After all, no one would doubt a brother who had followed him for more than 20 years. It's just a pity that this trust of Tu Hong's made him come close to causing a big trouble. On the other side, Lin Fan took a look in the mirror and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as he looked at his suit-clad self in the mirror. It's true that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Or godmothers have a good eye. This outfit sets off their own handsomeness completely. After arriving downstairs, Lin Fan directly sat on the Lamborghini Big Bull that he borrowed from his third mom, Su Miaoyun, and drove towards the direction where Su Qingma was. 10 minutes later, Su Qingma couldn't help but stare in disbelief when she saw Lin Fan walking down from the Big Bull. She didn't know about the Big Bull, but the Lamborghini and the eye-catching badge were clear to her. "This is your car?" Su Qingma asked incredulously. "Borrowed. How about this? Is this enough to hold up the door for you?" Lin Fan smiled. This is not too good. Will it make people think that I am a woman who only recognizes money?" Su Qingma said with some hesitation. "It's not relevant, okay? Make a hypothetical. If you like someone, do you care that they are poor? Of course I don't mind. As long as I love him, nothing else matters." "Yeah, so is it a sin to be rich? What you like is your boyfriend as a person. As for whether this person is rich or not doesn't matter to you. The difference is that without money you might be looked down upon by your classmates. But with money you certainly won't." Su Qingma nodded blankly, and Lin Fan didn't say anything more, directly opening the door of the car and extremely gentlemanly inviting Su Qingma to sit in the car. Along the way, Su Qingma subconsciously looked at Lin Fan several times. Compared to the luxury car that didn't have any temptation for him, the well-dressed Lin Fan was more of a shock to him. So he's so handsome. Thinking of this, Su Qingma glanced out the car window again. What does people's good looks have to do with them? The person who can casually borrow this kind of car and himself are completely two worlds. This life may be doomed to have no relationship. It didn't take long for the car to stop at the Tianyuan Hotel, the agreed location. After getting off the bus, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, where are your classmates? How come there's no one to be seen? They should all be in there. I purposely spoke 10 minutes late to prevent detection. The party should have started by now. Lin Fan speechless. In that case, then their own this car is not borrowed alone. It seems you're very unsure of me. So don't be surprised by my performance later. Su Qingma froze and couldn't help but feel a little anxious in her heart. You don't act too good. In case later, in any case, just mean it and don't let anyone find out. Lin Fan was once again speechless. So this shield of mine doesn't even have a chance to perform? I'm not trying to take advantage of you. And now that I can't even pretend to be a pussy, I'm just afraid that I'll be the most embarrassing and non-existent blocker in history. Well, I'll just try not to talk when we get inside. When he arrived at the private room, the moment he saw Su Qingma, a man instantly bounced up from his chair and said with a gentlemanly smile on his face, "Qingma, it's really been a long time. You're still as beautiful and touching as ever." This one is? Su Qingma took a step back, reddened her little face and hugged Lin Fan's arm, stuttering a little. He is my boyfriend." Lin Fan was speechless. "You say this with this bottomless look. Do you believe it yourself? What are you shy about? Can't I hold it?" After saying that, Lin Fan stretched out his hand in a rather aristocratic manner and said, "Hello, my name is Lin Fan. I'm Lightning Mo's boyfriend. Nice to meet you." The rich young man on the opposite side frowned slightly. Su Qingma's boyfriend? Why had he never heard that Su Qingma had a boyfriend? Really, brother is very powerful. Actually picking up our schoolgirl. Seems to have some skills. Where? Who's to say about such things as feelings? Come on, he can't even block it. Besides, I've already introduced myself. The rich second generation narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke after a moment of silence. "Duan Hongyi." Lin Fan smiled and nodded, then directly took Su Qingma on his arm and sat down on the empty seat. After taking his seat, Lin Fan inquired in a low voice, "Is that the suitor you said was messing with medicine?" "Well, that's him. His family's background is not small, so be careful. It's best not to offend him." Lin Fan smiled bitterly. He knew that Su Qingma was worried about herself. But hadn't she thought about the fact that she had already offended him as early as when she agreed to be this shield? "Alright Yoki, sit down. This gathering is your treat. If you don't sit down everyone won't dare to move their chopsticks." Lin Fan sniffed and looked over, and after a brief survey he had a position in his mind, thinking that this should also be the class flower level. But unfortunately, with the existence of Su Qingma's such poise, I'm afraid that in her high school days her face value wasn't much eye-catching. Duan Hangyi glanced at Chang Anan who was walking towards him. Originally thought Su Qingmo wouldn't come, so he privately hooked up with Chang Anan instead. But now that Su Qingmo was here, with a big meal in front of him, who would still eat this appetizer of hers? Chang Anan wanted to hold Duan Hongyi's arm, But he didn't expect Duan Hongyi to directly walk through Chang and An's side in diameter. Brother, you're good. You've actually gotten our school beauty? Do you have any experience to pass on? A male student at the side inquired curiously. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance at Su Qingma as if to say, I can't help it. I don't want to talk, but they are pestering me to talk. The experience is not there. After all, I'm also a first love. If I have to say it, then it's that I genuinely like light ink, right? Wow. How enviable. Light MO. You're awesome. Finding a boyfriend who's so handsome and loves you so much. The thing about being handsome is that it basically has little value once you get to college. But at this point these guys are college students and still have a lot of fantasies about handsome guys. Looking at the performance of the crowd, Duan Hongyi's face became a bit gloomy. This was a class reunion organized by himself. The money was all spent by himself. How could he let this goods from nowhere disturb him? When he was annoyed, a small hand couldn't help but hold Duan Hongyi's hand under the table. Duan Hongyi looked down but found that at that moment Chang Anan was trembling with a red face and holding his own hand. Duan Hongyi thought for a moment before speaking in a small voice. You like me, don't you? Well, then go toast the man Su Qingma brought with him and find a way to spill the wine on him to get him to leave. Chang Anan froze. What was this about? I don't like women who are always asking questions. Go! Chang Anan nodded and picked up her wineglass and walked towards Lin Fan. Hesitantly glanced at Duan Hongyi. See Duan Hongyi at this time after a gloomy look. Chang Anan helpless. Had to face a smile and said, Lin Fan right. I am light ink at first, but a good sister. Since you chased her to the hand, then I do the sister's wine you must. Chang Anan tripped on a chair leg by accident. And then the whole person leaned forward. And the wine in the cup was splashed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan could have dodged. But if he did so he was only afraid that the one who would be unlucky would be Su Qingma. After seeing Lin Fan accepting the drink, Chang Anan hurriedly went forward and apologized. I'm sorry. I just accidentally tripped. Lin Fan didn't get angry and said politely, sorry everyone. I'll excuse myself for a moment. With that, Lin Fan directly walked out of the private room and headed in the direction of the restroom. After wiping his clothes, Lin Fan was about to leave when a familiar figure walked out from the single room. Zhang Honyuan? Good performance. I'll talk to the manager about giving you a raise. Thank you, young mister. Zhen, a female waitress came out of the single room and said with great excitement. Well, get out. Before that word bar could be uttered by Zhang Honyuan, he saw someone who made his legs tremble. The waitress covered her face and stole out when she saw someone in the restroom. Lin Xiao, this is what you want. She agreed to it. Zhang Honyuan this a total of Monday ready to pick up two beauties, two also because of Lin Fan's sake and failed. Zhang Honyuan feel that the recent in beauty of the 8 characters collision, then in the hotel to look for a posture is not bad, but cannot be counted as a beauty of the waiter to vent a little bit. But I did not expect to actually meet this master again. You gave her a raise? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Honyuan suspiciously. Yes, this hotel is my father specially opened for me. The source of Tianyuan is that source. I really have no compulsion. That Lin Young is here to eat right. I'll call people to send more things to go. In addition Lin Young to come to us in the future the full amount of free bill. Zhang Honyuan was scared by Lin Fan. And the richest man in the world knows. The big sister's Rose sister and he also has a relationship. This person cannot afford to mess with himself. Money as usual, and more of it. Zhang Honyuan thought that he was going to be beaten. And that the extra money spent was medical expenses, so he was so scared that he almost knelt on the spot. Lin Xiao, I really didn't lie. What are you afraid of? You're not happy about letting you slaughter a fat sheep? Zhang Honyuan was stunned. Slaughtering fat sheep? Is that a good thing? 10 minutes later, when Lin Fan returned to the private room, he found that Duan Hongyi was already sitting in his seat. Lin Fan's face sank, and he knew that this had something to do with this kid. When Su Qingma saw that Lin Fan had returned, she hurriedly got up and said, You're back. Let's go then. Su Qingmo had already made Duan Hongyi's meaning clear, so she thought that there was no point in staying behind, and having already let Lin Fan be humiliated, how could she still have the heart to let Lin Fan continue to stay with her? Don't be in a hurry. We can still sing after eating. I haven't had a good time yet. Waiter, go and adjust a bit. In addition to a few more bottles of good wine, according to your commission to come. Not to mention, Duan Hongyi's this kind of spontaneous consumption is to let many people present secretly said handsome. This is simply not take money as money super tycoon. But, Su Qingma hesitated. She wanted to leave, but she didn't know how to open her mouth as good. There's no rush. It's true that I haven't had fun yet. I have a car. I can send you back at night. Lin Fan smiled, and a wry smile that revenge was about to begin appeared on his face. Duan Hongyi squinted at Lin Fan. Was this kid not convinced? But it's good. At least Su Qingma stayed behind. sees this opportunity to make a move to home plate. Su Qingma is his own. Very quickly, the waiter finished debugging the KTV equipment and then exited the room to prepare the drinks. You come here. The waiter was called over by Zhang Hongyuan just after he walked out of the private room. At this time, the waitress's heart was struggling as much as it could be. She had long heard of Zhang Hongyuan's reputation. This was a philandering young man. Could she be looking at herself? Was she about to encounter her first subterfuge of her life? It's still my first time. Young Zhang, you have to be more gentle. But you mustn't abandon me after you get me. Even if you have another woman, I'll admit it, the waitress shyly said. Zhang Hongyuan was a bit confused for a moment, and then felt deeply humiliated. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look at you, would I? And you don't look at your age. You think you're in good humor, don't you? Zhang Hongyuan questioned with a sullen face. No, the waitress asked blankly. Crap, let me ask you, what did the private room you were in charge of order you to do? They asked for wine and said the wine would just be at my commission. It didn't matter what they drank. The corner of Zhang Hongyuan's mouth was slightly raised, quite arrogant. It seems that it is really a fat sheep. Go get those bottles of wine I have in my office collection. Your office? Are you sure you don't want to put me in your office? You're overthinking it. And, do you believe I'll fire you if you ever slander me like that again? I'm on my way. Soon, a few dozen bottles of red wine that can't be seen on the market were sent over, and the crowd didn't care about it, and directly opened the red wine as if it were a beer and started to drink it. 10 minutes later, Duan Hongyi's mind began to come alive, turning his head to Chang An beside him and saying, go and falsely accuse that Lin Fan. Just say that he took advantage of you. But then my reputation. Want fame or me? Besides, it's just taking advantage. It's not like I'm asking you to go to bed with him. So what's with the reputation? After Chang An got up and walked towards Lin Fan, Duan Hengyi kicked a male classmate beside him, who understood and cleared his throat and spoke. Classmates, do you still remember the love song duet when we first enrolled? That was the beginning of our friendship. How about we reminisce about it? After hearing these words, Su Qingma's body visibly trembled because that song was exactly the one that she and Duan Hengyi had sung. The teacher forced himself on the stage then too. Should he do the same now? Although they are both being driven to the shelves, but the difference is that there is now a Lin Fan by their side. If they go, then won't Lin Fan lose face? He was supposed to be here to help himself, and he could never do that. Sorry, I've forgotten how to sing that song. What we want is not that song. What we want is the memory of youth. When the school flowering Duan Xiao, that is a male talent. That song is also our retroactive youth. It doesn't matter what we sing, what we want is the chorus of the two of you. Everyone says right? Right. Yeah. Schoolgirl, just reward me. We're all out for a good time. Don't be a party pooper. Su Qingma was simply not good at refusing because of her living environment. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked Lin Fan to come over and help. At this moment, Su Qingma didn't know what to do and could only look at Lin Fan for help. Go ahead and sing. It's fine, Lin Fan said with a smile. At this time, Lin Fan had already noticed Chang An slowly walking towards him. If Su Qingmo didn't leave his side, Duan Hongyi's plan was only going to go down the drain. He was curious as to what tactics Duan Hongyi wanted to use against himself. Su Qingma sighed and silently stood up to take the microphone. Classmates, since Light Ink has already forgotten that song from back then, let's change it. Although we are no longer in the same place now, and we will all be going our separate ways next year, I still hope that we can all have a good time. So let's sing a song about having a good time. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. This was really a grand statement. The title of the song was like this, but the lyrics were not that at all. Lin Fan, right. Your girlfriend sang with Mr. Duan. Wouldn't you be jealous? Chang An sat beside Lin Fan and asked in a low voice. Why should I be jealous? It's just a song. Could it be that after singing Duan Hongyi will be on top? Lin Fan said indifferently, then waited for Chang An's next words. Sing a love song to my wife. You've worked so hard for so many years. We've been through the hard and happy times together. Tears and laughter fill our ordinary lives. When it was Su Qingma's turn to sing, Su Qingma really couldn't sing that dear, and ended up standing there holding the microphone rigidly and stupidly. Molestation. Suddenly, Chang An screamed violently, sort of successfully rescuing Su Qingma, and also successfully pushing Lin Fan into the limelight. You actually did this to me. Everyone couldn't help but gather around, and Lin Fan was also a bit stunned at this time. He had thought of many possibilities, but only didn't think that Duan Hongyi would use such a moronic method. That's just pulling down your own IQ. This friend, you're Lightning Mo's boyfriend, and we treat you as one of us, but you're going a bit overboard doing this to our classmate, aren't you? Duan Hongyi questioned with a righteous look. Lin Fan looked up at Duan Hongyi and spoke. Do you think this and what's it looks good or Light Ink? Duan Hongyi was slightly stunned, confused as to what Lin Fan was trying to do here. But he still spoke. Chang'an is very pretty, but Lightning Mo is indeed better than her. After hearing this, Chang'an's head suddenly lowered and a sad expression appeared on her face. Doesn't that tie it up? Does it make sense for me to go and make a move on someone who's worse than my girlfriend? Duan Hongyi didn't know how to answer for a moment, and directly turned his head to look at the student behind him who had requested to sing. Your girlfriend is good looking and you're making a move on someone else. Even more damned. Brothers on. Bang! Lin Fan kicked the coffee table, and for a moment the bottles of wine fell to the ground. Outside the door. Young Zhang. There's movement inside. Zhang Hongyuan, who was even about to fall asleep in his chair at this moment, instantly raised his spirits after hearing the waiter's words and inquired, "Are you sure it's the sound of a broken bottle?" "Okay." Zhang Hongyuan straightened his clothes and it was finally his turn to go on. Inside the room, looking at the drinks scattered on the ground, Duan Hongyi's face couldn't help but gloom as he questioned, "What do you mean by this?" "That's for you to ask. For Lightning Mo's sake I thought I'd just let it go. It seems you're lacking in lessons." "Teach me a lesson?" "That depends on whether you have the skills." "You." Crunch. The door of the private room was directly pushed open, and Zhang Hongyuan directly walked in followed by two waiters. "Excuse me everyone. I'm the owner of this place. Due to a mistake in the work of the waiter, the wines that needed to be paid for first were sent straight over. So please pay for the 17 bottles of red wine that were sent up afterward before continuing with your business." "It's only 17 bottles of red wine. Is this how your Tianyuan hotel entertains its guests?" Duan Hongyi frowned. "It's none of your business how we entertain our guests. If you're checking out please pay up. If not then please shut up." Zhang Hongyuan's words seemed to be polite, but his tone was not polite at all, and there was even some arrogance. Thinking about it, what is the status of Zhang Hongyuan? In terms of the arrogance of the Cockney, Duan Hongyi is only afraid to give him shoes are not worthy. Isn't it just money? Swipe the card. Ding. Balance is low. Duan Hongyi froze and said in dismay, "Insufficient balance? Impossible. I have $2 million in this card. You're telling me the balance is insufficient? How much?" "2 million? Zhang Hongyuan asked with a shocked face. Duan Hongyi got a smug look on his face and spoke. "That's right, 2 million. So your machine is broken. You're an idiot aren't you? Just the wine you're holding was bought by me last year at an auction for $2,700,000. The selling price of this bottle alone is $3 million. $3 million? Everyone couldn't help but look at the bottle of wine in Duan Hongyi's hand. $3 million for a bottle of wine? That's more expensive than gold. You're a shady store. Trying to rip people off are you? Rip off? We are clearly marked here. Bring him the list. Besides, do you need me to show you the auction voucher?" Those 17 bottles of wine together were sold for $27 million. You're telling me you have $2 million, and you still think that's enough to pay? In fact these 17 bottles of wine were indeed expensive, but together they only added up to $3 million, while the bottle in Duan Hongyi's hand was the most expensive and was indeed bought by Zhang Hongyuan for $2,700,000. Other than this one voucher, everything else is a fake. I'll find a way to pay it up. Now get out of here. We've got things to do. Ridiculous. You opened the wine without paying and now you want me to go out? Who do you think I am? Saying that, Zhang Hongyuan's attitude became even more arrogant, looking at the crowd in front of him and saying, "Let me tell you, you'd better hurry up and get the money together, or no one will want to." Lin Xiao? Lin Fan secretly laughed in his heart. This Hongyuan acted quite like that And Zhang Hongyuan's this Lin Xiao also made the crowd present froze. Together this is a big young man. "You young master you did not say earlier. Here play pig-eating tiger for what I you." Lin Xiao you came also did not say a word. "I said the door that big bull how so familiar it. You see you came I also do not entertain a bit. Simply damned By the way, these people are your friends?" Once Zhang Hongyuan said this, everyone looked at Lin Fan with expectant gazes. Now it seemed that as long as Lin Fan nodded his head, the 27 million would not be a problem at all. Friends? If the people who are going to do it to you are also your friends then they count. What? These brats want to make a move against you? I see that each and every one of these are really impatient with life, Zhang Hongyuan said with a gloomy face. Lin Fan saw that the shock was almost over, so he didn't bother to continue acting, and directly opened his mouth. "I didn't think that this hotel was yours. I would have liked to leave directly, but I can't let you lose too much money. Here is a total of 26 people. Right. I'll take an extra million well. Su Qingma and I have a total of 3 million. You swipe your card." Lin Xiao's words are slapping me in the face. "You're giving me face by coming to eat. How can I take your money?" Just when the crowd thought that they could get a free pass, Zhang Hongyuan's next sentence instantly caused a pot of cold water to be snapped on everyone's head. I definitely don't dare to take young Lin's money, but don't try to run away with yours. There's still 24 million left. None of you can leave without paying up. Of course, Mr. Lin, you can leave at any time. Why don't I give you a ride? Well, Lin Fan nodded and was just about to say something when his cell phone rang. Hello, Uncle Baldy, can I help you? Lin Xiao, may I ask if you've picked up Missy? When I arrived at the airport said that Missy had been picked up by a young man. I was a little worried. If it was really you who picked her up, then I'm relieved. Missy? You mean Fifth Mother's daughter? I didn't answer it. I didn't even know she came to Lingyun today. After saying that, Lin Fan and Tu Hong both frowned. It seemed that something had happened. That's not right that Li Xian didn't call you. Now get the airport to pull up the disembarkation footage of that flight right away. I'm on my way. Okay, I'm on it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan turned his head to look at Zhang Hongyuan and said, you send Lightning Mo back. In addition, her benefactor seems to be unwell. Help arrange it. Understood. Go ahead and get busy. Young Lin. The crowd still wanted to ask Lin Fan to help plead for mercy, but when they were about to open their mouths, Lin Fan had already run out of the private room. Within a short time, an engine roar sounded so loud that it could be faintly heard even from inside the booth. It's over. What are we going to do with all this money? Everyone unanimously looked at Su Qingma. Now I'm afraid I can only beg her. Sister-in-law, you go out first. I'll take care of it here first and send you back in a while. Su Qingma wanted to explain her relationship with Lin Fan, but after hesitating for a moment she closed her mouth and obediently left the private room. She knew it was useless for her to stay. She knew very well in her heart that she and Lin Fan had nothing to do with each other at all. So what right did she have to ask Lin Fan to help her solve the matter of more than $20 million? Previously, Lin Fan had already let slip his words. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, he would just let Zhang Hongyuan cause trouble. So he didn't care about this side of the situation. At this time all of his attention was placed on Li Xian's body. Lin Xiao, I've checked the video. There's no Missy at all. I'm checking Missy's flights now. It seems something has really happened. I'm already at the airport. Meet me and talk. Lin Fan hung up the phone and ran directly into the airport. While at that moment two people dressed as workers were carrying a sack outward. Stop! Lin Fan frowned slightly and directly opened his mouth to intercept. After hearing Lin Fan's shout, the other party hurriedly hugged the sack and ran outside. Lin Fan rushed behind the duo with a flash instantly and kicked one of them in the back of the waist. The duo lost their balance and directly fell to the ground. Lin Fan rushed forward and untied the sack. Then a young girl appeared in front of Lin Fan. Luckily, Goma had shown herself a picture before, so it seemed she hadn't saved the wrong one. Lin Fan was about to pick up Li Xian when a murderous aura suddenly came from. Based on Lin Fan's years of experience, this murderous aura was at least 50 meters away. There's the shooter. Lin Fan didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly jumped to the side with Li Xian in his arms. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the airport was in disarray. Lin Fan cursed. What was this airport security for? How could someone actually bring a gun in? Taking advantage of the commotion, Lin Fan hurriedly hugged Li Xian and hid. Now if he took advantage of the commotion to escape, he was only afraid that he would get in the way because of the people around him. Since the other party even brought in guns and dared to shoot inside the airport, it was only feared that there would still be snipers present inside the airport. Buzz. Lin Fan picked up the phone, and Tu Hong's anxious voice came from inside with it. Young Lin, I think I heard gunshots. Are you alright? Not for now. I found Li Xian. You come alone. No one else can be trusted. Tu Hong knew that since the flight had gone wrong and the other party knew that Missy was getting off the plane today, his side had definitely been infiltrated. I know. I'm on my way. Lin Fan hung up the phone directly after saying a location, and then checked all the possible sniping places through the reflection of his sunglasses. 5 minutes later, the stampede in the airport concourse had been particularly bad, and the gunshots were never heard again. Rather, Lin Fan did not dare to act rashly, fearing that what the sniper was waiting for was the moment when he slacked off and showed his head. Lin Xiao, I'm here. As Tu Hong's voice rang out, the airport's security brigade rushed straight in, and 2 security officers with riot shields rushed to Lin Fan's side, protecting him as he left. Bang! As a gunshot rang out, a vigilante instantly fell to the ground, and Lin Fan gave a dark cry and jumped out of the airport quickly with Li Xian in his arms. Bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out, and as several vigilantes fell to the ground, Lin Fan fell back and ran out of the airport in a narrow escape. Are you injured, Lin Xiao? How is the wound? Lin Fan glanced at the wound at his left arm and shook his head. It's not a big problem. By relying on the riot shield to change the trajectory of the ballistics, this is just a superficial wound for me. Heck, the other party was actually able to get armor-piercing bullets. It's good that Lin Xiao is fine. Missy, she is fine. Just fainted. Let's get out of here. The other side is obviously prepared. Just as Lin Fan and his duo were running towards the car not far away, a silver light suddenly swung over. Lin Fan hurriedly pushed Tu Hong away, which avoided the danger of Tu Hong being directly opened. "You go first. I'll break off." Tu Hong gritted his teeth. Although Lin Fan had something he could not afford, but he was also clear that he would only get in the way if he stayed. The other side, even if he was in his heyday, he might not be able to deal with it. Not to mention the half-crippled himself now. "Lin shall be careful. I'll take Miss away first. Don't get attached to the battle." "I know." As he spoke, the other party directly swung his knife towards Lin Fan. And Lin Fan wasn't slow. He directly drew his belt towards the other party's wrist. The other party did not dare to force the enemy, and hastily retreated to dodge. When noticed, the car behind Lin Fan started also no longer in love with the fight, directly to the side of the motorcycle to run. Where would Lin Fan not notice this? Darting forward. When he saw that the other party had mounted a motorcycle, Lin Fan was still a dozen meters away from it. This girl is a fast runner. Without much time to think, Lin Fan directly took out 2 coins from his pocket and hit them towards the front and rear wheels of the motorcycle respectively. Bang! The tire blew out directly the moment it was hit by the coin, and the killer riding on the motorcycle leaned out directly because of the tire blowout. The moment he landed on the ground, the assassin hastily rolled on the ground twice to unload the force, and then immediately stood up to get ready for the fight with Lin Fan. However, the situation at this moment was diametrically opposed to before. Lin Fan's purpose was only to stop this killer's pursuit. Now there wasn't even a bicycle around. The pursuit mission was definitely not finished. In that case, what was he fighting with this bastard for? Just look at the prone posture alone to know that the other side is a ghost. As to who in the end is sent to the heart of the 5 mothers should be very clear. They are not guilty of and the other side to a life and death battle. After flinging his belt, Lin Fan instantly brought it back to his waist, then turned around and ran. This scene dried the assassin out, but then he suddenly remembered that Lin Fan appeared to be one of the targets of the hit. Since this was the case, it seemed that he had no reason to let him escape. "Baga!" The killer shouted and charged directly towards Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan hadn't run far before 2 other katana-wielding ghosts appeared in front of him. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. It seemed that he could only meet the battle. The other side. After driving away for some distance, when he was about to enter the downtown area, Tu Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if the other side of the bold again would not dare to do it in the downtown area, that are careless, not to mention the security forces, even the army may come out, then it is not a personal problem, but the problem between the country. Squeak! As a large truck drifted across, the sound of a dozen tires scraping together gave Tu Hong a brief tinnitus even through the windows. By the time Tu Hong recovered, it was too late to brake and crashed directly on top of the van. The airbag was popped. Tu Hong reluctantly climbed out of the car, and his hand also tightly gripped the pistol prepared in the car. Even if the lady was caught, it had to be after his own death. However, just at this time, a gunshot rang out, and a smile appeared on Tu Hong's face. It seemed that his people had arrived. After the rain of gunfire lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, the gunfire gradually stopped, and instead of relaxing, Tu Hong became more nervous. "Brother Bald, where are you?" "I'm here." Very quickly, Tu Hong's pistol team came running to 2 people, and reported respectfully, "The pistol team has successfully resolved the other side, with 3 brothers dead and 5 seriously injured. Prepare pensions for the dead brothers, and besides, get Missy and I out of here." Tu Hong was glad that he had secretly cultivated such a team, and also glad that he had not transferred these people because the gun license was useless in the ghost country, and now he had saved his own life. Just as the pistol team was about to assist Tu Hong, with a roar of an engine, a Wuling Hongguan was rushing over at an incredible speed. The pistol team stopped their meddling maneuvers and had their waist pistols out again, ready to fight. Squeak! The Wuling Hongguan drifted across the back of Tu Hong's crashed and scrapped car, and then Lin Fan directly jumped out of the car, and the coins appeared in his hands. "Don't even move. Is the visitor Lin Xiao?" Tu Hong tried. "Your people?" Lin Fan inquired, but did not show himself at this time. "It's my men. Don't worry, young Lin." Only then did Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind the car. "It's great that Lin Xiao is fine. Now I've lived up to Sister Rose's trust in me." Tu Hong forced a smile, and at this time, because of the impact of the collision, Tu Hong's internal organs were rolling over, and then he sprayed out a mouthful of old blood and directly fainted. Half an hour later, Lin Fan's trio and a few people from the pistol team arrived at the entrance of the Lingyun City Hospital, and on the way, Lin Fan also had a general understanding of the pistol team. These people were specially trained by Tu Hong just in case, and each of them had a legal license to carry a gun, in order to minimize unnecessary trouble when such a situation arose. The other part of the people who stayed behind were the aftermath forces. In addition to handling the aftermath, they were also responsible for docking with the officials. Basically this matter was handed over to them and that was the end of it. Then, young Lin, we'll take the prisoners you captured back first. Please wait for Brother Baldhead to wake up and have him contact us, the captain of the pistol team said respectfully. Before, Tu Hong had already explained that Lin Fan's identity was extraordinary, and that he had saved Rose Li's life, so everyone must treat him with courtesy upon seeing him. Now that Lin Fan had captured the other party's assassin alive, this group of blood-licking pistol teams naturally admired Lin Fan. Good. After Lin Fan simply responded, he followed the hospital's ambulance bed straight in. When Zhang Mingqi saw the scene, she was also frightened. No wonder Aunt Rose wanted Lin Fan to protect Li Xin. It seemed that the matter was really not small. Is the injury on your arm? Okay, Zhang Mingqi asked with some concern. Lin Fan shook his head. I've already stopped the bleeding by pointing. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a bandage. Go and take a look at the two of them. Here's the key to my office. There's a first aid kit in there. You do the emergency treatment first. I'll come to you once I've arranged for Xin and Uncle Baldy. Emergency bandage for Lin Fan can be said to be the foundation of the foundation. From the small Lin Changshan will have professional training for him. So this small situation for Lin Fan is a piece of cake. After bandaging his wounds, Lin Fan couldn't help but survey Zhang Mingqi's office. When he saw the clothes on the bed that Zhang Mingqi had just changed out of, Lin Fan couldn't help but think about it. The bed plus the faded clothes, plus the association of Zhang Mingqi's delectable appearance. Lin Fan felt that this was completely tempting people to commit a crime. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan folded Zhang Mingqi's clothes neatly and then put them in Zhang Mingqi's closet. While preparing to put the clothes into the bag inside, a set of JK caught Lin Fan's eye. I can't see that this Zhang Mingqi still likes these. That's kind of the same interest as your own path. Crunch. Lin Fan, how are you doing? For a moment, the room fell into a short silence. Both of them were unspeakably embarrassed at this moment. Lin Fan even felt that the next second he would be thrown out of the window by Zhang Mingqi in general. That. The two spoke in unison. And then after glancing at each other, Zhang Mingqi couldn't help but lower her head. I saw your clothes on the bed and thought to help you fold them. I don't have the habit or idea of taking other people's clothes. Don't misunderstand, Lin Fan explained. No, it's fine. That dress was something Sasha insisted on buying me. I don't usually dress like this. After explaining, Zhang Mingqi instantly became even more shy. Why did she have to explain all this? Ahem. So what? How are Uncle Baldy and Li Xin doing? Lin Fan opened his mouth and inquired. And the items in his hand were thrown back into the bag in a smooth manner, as if nothing had happened. After hearing this, Zhang Mingqi recovered from her shyness and hurriedly said, Uncle Baldhead is fine, but Xinshin seems to have been injected with psychotropic drugs. Our hospital doesn't have any antibodies for this type of drug. According to the analysis of the hospital's special team, I'm only afraid that in a few more hours Xinshin's nerves will be completely necrotic due to the drug. Do you have a solution? I'll go take a look. Lin Fan frowned slightly and turned directly out of the office after saying that. There were no words along the way, and the two of them, as if because the embarrassment they had just experienced had not been eliminated, and as if they were worried about Li Xin's safety, vaguely formed a tacit understanding that silence was golden. After waiting for the operating room, Lin Fan simply took Li Xin's pulse. The toxin that Li Xin had been hit by was clear to him. Well, do you have a solution? Zhang Mingqi asked with some worry. Her mom was away and now Lin Fan was waiting to be her last hope. Yes, I've come across this stuff before. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's treatable. That's great. Hurry up and treat Xin. I need silver needles and I also need the patient to take off their clothes. Lin Fan had a premonition that only Zhang Mingqi was going to think he didn't have a good heart again. Prepare the silver needles. Everyone out. Lin Fan froze. Zhang Mingqi's behavior had surprised him a bit. Had she changed her mind about herself? So should he or she continue to complete the task given by Sixth Mother and rip off Zhang Mingqi? Thinking about it, Zhang Mingqi's figure and that black lace slowly overlapped, and Lin Fan's nosebleed couldn't help but flow out. What's wrong? Why do you have a nosebleed? Zhang Mingqi asked worriedly. Lin Fan subconsciously wiped his nosebleed and awkwardly said, It's fine. The previous crash caused a little internal injury. Go back and drink a few tonics and you'll be fine. It's really hard for you. Looking at Xin and Uncle Bald, I'm only afraid that the battle was fierce at that time. Zhang Mingqi wanted to inquire about Lin Fan's body, but the words came out completely unspoken. It's okay, help me undress the patient and I'll do a little prep. Yes. 10 minutes later, Li Xin's body was already filled with silver needles, and beads of sweat had appeared on Lin Fan's forehead. Want to solve this poisoned silver needle is only a guide. Mainly rely on Lin Fan's true qi. As this wave of true qi went down, Lin Fan felt that his closed-door efforts over the past few days had basically hitchhiked as well. When Lin Fan removed the last silver needle, Lin Fan couldn't help but stagger due to overexertion and almost fell directly into Li Xian's arms. Li Xian also slowly opened her eyes because she had successfully detoxified herself and said blankly, "Where am I?" You're awake." Lin Fan sighed in relief, panting a little. Li Xian looked at Lin Fan, who kept gasping for air, and then looked down at herself, then yelled and slapped Lin Fan directly in the face. Snap! This slap was a solid one for Lin Fan, and he fell straight to the ground, feeling the pain coming from his face. Lin Fan had a feeling of wanting to cry. Who am I inviting? Xin, you finally woke up. Great! Zhang Mingqi directly hugged Li Xin excitedly. Kiki, you got caught too? A bewildered Li Xin, who was out of her element, inquired. No la, this is a hospital. You were poisoned. It was Lin Fan who saved you. Lin. Zhang Mingqi saw that Lin Fan had been collapsing on the ground without getting up, and then she remembered what Lin Fan had just said about being injured. Lin Fan, are you alright? It's fine. It's just that the slap just now almost caused me to meet up with the killer I took care of again. This, Xinshin, is the way it is. I'll explain it to you afterward. Can you go out now? I'll try. Lin Fan reluctantly got up and slowly walked towards the outside of the operating room. After Lin Fan left, Li Xian questioned with a blushing face while wearing her clothes. Kiki, who the hell is that scoundrel? He's the mom's godson, called Lin Fan, and he's the one who saved you before. So that's him. Then why did he undress me? I took it off. He wants to save you. Of course there can't be clothing to isolate, but top of the internal injuries to help you treatment. You can't be in the wrong people. Li Xian's face sank as she said in dissatisfaction. Wrongfully accused? Men are no good by nature. I'm only afraid that he just wants to take advantage. Zhang Mingqi didn't say anything else. She knew what kind of character Li Xian was, and it was useless to say more at this time. 10 minutes later, Zhang Mingqi returned to her office. While at that moment, Lin Fan was sitting on her bed somewhat weakly, as if he was cultivating on his knees like a high-ranking person in a martial arts novel. Is there really such a thing as cultivation in true qi? Thinking about it, Zhang Mingqi was more and more curious about Lin Fan. After noticing the sound of the door, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes inquiring, Li Xian is already better? Well, thanks to you. And besides, could you not be mad at Xin? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Mingqi continued to explain. I know that you risking your life to save someone and ending up being wrongly accused makes you very unbalanced, but Xin is just that kind of person. Do you know about extreme feminism? Lin Fan blinked blankly and spoke. I've heard of idyllic feminism. What is extreme feminism? It's a derivative version of idyllic feminism. Extreme feminist women practice the doctrine of the uselessness of men. In the opinion of extreme feminists, men are at best a tool to reproduce the next generation. Women who go to rely on men are pathetic beings. Even their own fathers they despise, so they don't believe that the family name is passed down from their fathers, and that they themselves are the first generation of that family name. Lin Fan drifted off, then inquired. So Li Xian took her mother's last name and felt even more that extreme feminism was right? Well, Lin Fan laughed bitterly. 5 mothers? Are you setting me up with your daughter because you like me or hate me? I'm not blessed with such a person. In fact, not only for this reason, including Sasha and I, we all took our mother's name, and none of us have ever met our real father. In this kind of environment, Xin's character this produced a change. No father? Lin Fan suddenly had a bold guess. The daughters of the several godmothers wouldn't all be born with the old man, right? That's the way things are, so I hope you won't blame Xin. Right now Aunt Rose doesn't know the situation outside, and her enemies will still be on Xin at any time, so don't leave Xin alone because of this matter. Can you? Don't worry. Even without the 5 mothers relationship, based on your words alone, I will definitely protect her. Thank you. Crunch. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a young man walked straight in, with a joyful look on his face. Kiki, I came to tell you good news. That bald head you brought in. Speaking here, the young man had noticed Lin Fan sitting on Zhang Mingqi's bed, and his brows furrowed. Who is this kid? Why is he sitting on your bed, and with no clothes on his upper body? He's my friend. What's wrong with sitting on my bed for a rest? Zhang Mingqi said in dissatisfaction. Of course I have. You're a girl. How can you let unclean men come? How bad would it be to spread the word? And this is a hospital. You have not avoided some use of your status convenience to defy the hospital rules. Zhang Mingqi's small face sank as she questioned. Which rule did I break? If I broke it you can fire me. You. Although the youth is the son of the director of the hospital, but he really did not dare to dismiss Zhang Mingqi, not to mention the identity of Zhang Mingqi's mother. She herself is a medical genius. How many hospitals snatched up? If it is not Zhang Qiang in this hospital, I am afraid that Zhang Mingqi really do not necessarily choose to be here. Li Boqiao, I hope you can understand your own identity. I know that you are the son of a hospital director, but that doesn't mean that you can tell the hospital what to do, and it doesn't mean that you can meddle in my affairs. After seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but be a little shocked at Zhang Mingqi's temper. Originally, he thought that Zhang Mingqi was hostile to him, but now it seemed that her attitude towards him was already considered quite good. Chi-Chi, take tomorrow off and accompany me out. Why are you still here? Li Xian couldn't help but frown when she saw Lin Fan. Li Boqiao saw Li Xian after the two eyes are straight. See Li Xian Li Boqiao know what is called leg play yara. This nearly 1.75 m height than Zhang Mingqi height to be half a head taller. The key is that this height does not appear to be the slightest bit of dull and incongruous. The proportion of that well-proportioned body simply let Li Boqiao want to drool. Is this Zhang Mingqi's best friend? It's true that things come together. If we get into bed together. Xin. Lin Fan has been busy until now to save you. It's not good for you to be like this. Kiki, why are you still speaking for him? Li Xian said with dissatisfaction. I'm just being honest. Ahem. That Li. What did you just say about that bald guy? Wake up? Li Boqiao wanted to say what's it got to do with you, but he couldn't help but nod his head when he saw Lin Fan's somewhat excited appearance. Yeah, waking up, right here in room 406. Lin Fan directly got up and walked out of Zhang Mingqi's office, which made Li Boqiao happy. Sure enough, that bald guy had some relationship with this kid, and now that the person who was in the way was gone, he could have a good time picking up girls. Ahem, I was wrong just now. Kiki, you're going out tomorrow, aren't you? Why don't I drive you and your friends around? No need. That Lin Fan is annoying, and you're even more annoying. With that, Li Xian directly pulled Zhang Mingqi out of the office, leaving behind only a stunned and gloomy Li Boqiao. In Ward 406, Lin Fan listened to Tu Hong's overview of the matter as he cut the fruit. Looking at the fruit knife that was almost being played with between Lin Fan's fingers, Tu Hong's evaluation of Lin Fan in his heart was getting higher and higher. So the captive is dead? Yes, took poison and killed himself. Missy, this matter is also my responsibility. I really did not think that the brother who had followed me for more than 20 years would actually betray me. And the reason? Said that his family was threatened. It doesn't matter. No matter what the reason is, he has violated the rules of the gang. This rule can't be abolished. As for Sister Rosa's side, I will also go to ask for forgiveness. Lin Fan spoke after thinking for a while. You report on the side of the five mothers. The matter of asking for forgiveness will be said later. Now is the period of the great enemy. If the five mothers want to cure you of your offense, you will convey this sentence of mine to the five mothers. Thank you, Lin Xiao. But the rules of the gang. The responsibility wasn't yours. Normally Li Xian should have contacted me. Because of her capriciousness, this matter has taken another turn. So if you are pursued, Li Xian will also have to be pursued. So let's just forget about this matter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan continued. Has the vigilante side been contacted? Contacted. The identity of the other party has been initially investigated. Is preparing to further study, but the matter is relatively large. The security team side also dare not make a decision. Is still in the report. The next enemy calculated to want to be unfavorable to Missy should also not use a gun, but also the kind of airports around the place that not many people would dare to use. Otherwise no one can bear the results. Tu Hong appeared to be reporting back to Lin Fan, but in reality, there was a request. How could Lin Fan not understand Tu Hong's meaning? Only after thinking of Li Xian he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile and said, I do want to fulfill the agreement with the five mothers, but you know what Li Xian's character is, so I can only say that I'll try my best. That's enough. Thank you, Xiao Lin. In the evening, after Lin Fan returned home, the moment Li Xian saw Lin Fan, her brows directly furrowed. What brings you here? Li Xian frowned. Xin, we live together, Zhang Mingqi explained. Live together? Kiki, are you crazy? Letting a man live with you? Li Xian frowned. My mom let him live here, and he's very honest at home, so don't be so hostile to him. Are men any good? Li Xian was a bit anxious. He felt that naive Zhang Mingqi was completely deceived by Lin Fan. Yes, men have no good things. However, today if it wasn't for our group of bad things you'd be dead ass. It's not like you don't have a home of your own. What are you relying on here for? Lin Fan said in dissatisfaction. What the hell do you think I am? A dog licker? I went to all this trouble to save you, and instead of thanking you, you're hostile to me? The locks on my house were changed and I didn't get a new key, or you think I'd be here? I left with Kiki a long time ago. If you can't even get into the house, then you're a stay-at-home like me. So who are you to tell me what to do? You. Lin Fan directly ignored Li Xian and looked at Zhang Mingqi. What extreme feminism, I think she just has a problem in her heart. Maybe it's a lily. Whether I stay away from you first is another story. You'd better stay away from her first. I'll fight you. Li Xin was the daughter of a big sister. When had she ever been subjected to such sarcasm? She directly swung her fist towards Lin Fan. Although Li Xin had been trained by Rosalie, her little stance was simply not enough in front of Lin Fan, and in the blink of an eye, she was pressed down to the ground by Lin Fan. I'm not your licking dog. I'm not obligated to spoil your stinking problems. Even if I want to be a licking dog, Kiki is gentle and cute. Wouldn't it smell good if I licked her? Find your own position. Zhang Mengqi had wanted to open her mouth, and was even ready to accuse Lin Fan out of her mouth, but after hearing his words, the words that came to her mouth were hardened and swallowed back. Yeah, Lin Fan wasn't obligated to accept Li Xin's accusations. And, what did Lin Fan mean by that just now? Zhang Mengqi was even a little happy at this moment, and even she didn't know why she felt happy. Ka chow. The door to the room was opened, and Lumen, who had gone out for a day's shopping, couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. After coughing lightly twice, he couldn't help but appreciate. Not bad, Xiaofan. This character of yours, Seven Mothers likes it very much. It's spontaneous enough and direct enough. Lin Fan, a burst of embarrassment, immediately let go of Li Xin's wrist. At this time, Lu Man also came. Li Xin, even if how dissatisfied, but also will not lose their temper in front of the face of Lu Man, just glared at Lin Fan after a glance and then turned around and sat directly on the sofa. Little Xin, how long has it been since I've seen you? Your auntie man. Come give me a hug. Watching Lu Man walk to the living room, Zhang Mengqi whispered, can't you take it easy? Didn't I tell you about Xin's character before? This kind of character of hers had better give changeover in advance, or else there will be 5 moms to worry about in the future. Besides, I just said the truth too. At the mention of the words just now, Zhang Mengqi's small face instantly reddened as she shyly said, what did you just mean by those words? Lin Fan suddenly realized that something was wrong. At this time, Zhang Mengqi lowered her head. Lin Fan could not see her expression and thought that Zhang Mengqi was a little annoyed. Although Zhang Mengqi was much gentler to herself than Li Xin was to herself, and even gentler than she was to other men as well, she hadn't come out of the blacklist yet in Zhang Mengqi's case either. That irritated her words. I didn't mean anything else. Don't mind it. Oh, Zhang Mengqi's face was instantly covered with a dissatisfied look, and after glaring at Lin Fan she directly sat down next to Li Xin. Lin Fan scratched his head. So Zhang Mengqi was listening to his explanation or not? Whatever. It's good that it didn't get angry anyway. The 3 women chatted. Lin Fan knew that he couldn't intervene, and coupled with Li Xin's attitude towards himself, Lin Fan didn't go and join in the fun, and directly came to the room and began to cultivate. Outside the room, Zhang Mengqi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xin, Lin Fan almost had an accident at the airport today to save you, and then almost fainted in order to detoxify you, so you should be nicer to him. Kiki, why are you helping an outsider? Li Xin pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't you kids see? Sixth sister has let little Fan live in. What kind of outsider is that? I'm only afraid that sixth sister already regards Chi-Chi as Lin Fan's insider. Auntie man, what are you talking about? Zhang Mengqi blankly glanced at Lu Man then lowered her head. Li Xin couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Kiki had already fallen? I don't think so. Fine. Let's not talk about it. Little Xin. You'll sleep with Auntie Man tonight. But I want to sleep with Kiki. Just don't get in the way. Besides, I'm afraid if I don't watch you you'll sneak in at night and slaughter little Fan. Must you know? Seeing Lumen's resolute attitude, Li Xin could only nod silently. Inside a high-class villa, after returning home, Li Buochao returned to his room with a gloomy face. Li Buochao's mother couldn't help but feel a bit strange after seeing her son's appearance and wondered, what's wrong with Xiao Chao? Li Buochao's father, Li Hongyuan, shrugged his shoulders and spoke. He has always been like this when he encounters things that don't go his way, and when he calms down, he will come to us. 10 minutes later, Li Buochao threw the handkerchief in his hand inside the paper basket, and the look on his face became even more gloomy. Zhang Mengqi was her woman. She must have her. As for that Lin Fan, after thinking about Lin Fan, Li Buochao's eyes could not help but turn cold. After walking out of the room, Li Buochao went straight to the dining room and asked irritably, Dad, you're a shareholder of the city hospital, right? Yeah, what's up? You should be able to talk well in that hospital, right? It dawned on Li Hongyuan in his heart that it seemed that his son had suffered a defeat in the hospital. No one would disagree if it was the son who wanted the hospital to treat anyone. After all, the big deal was that it would be deducted from his cut. Thought there was only one possibility, a woman. Who do you see? If you can't, just throw more money at it. Our family isn't short of money anyway. If not from it, we'll open it. I've got my eye on Mengqi Zhang. Don't you dare drive. Li Hongyuan was speechless for a moment. Zhang Mengqi he really did not dare to open. At least there is no legitimate reason he did not dare. Or Zhang Qing also go that the hospital's popularity can be down a lot. And it's not like this mother and daughter are missing out on the job. So there's no point in firing them. So it's her. Son, you have a good eye. That little girl is really pretty. She doesn't get on? It's more than just not being nice. It's just a firecracker. Today I even saw a shirtless man sitting on her bed in her office. If I don't hold on to him a little tighter I'm afraid he'll be abducted. Well, if we can't get through the normal route, we'll try to save the country. Expulsion is one direction. But if we can't get through the road, we have other routes to take. Li Buochao froze slightly, then lowered his head and pondered. If you can't do it in the open, how about a straight-up bullying? Son, the West has made some special drugs that are guaranteed to be unbearable to use. I'll ask a friend to help you with your research, and you'll spend the next 2 days drawing closer. Li Buochao nodded, before the gloom is also swept away. Yes, their own a rich second generation themselves, why to go after others? If you can't get it done with money, you can get it done with something you can get in exchange for money? Prepare 2 for me. Yo, looks like Zhang Mengqi is not the only one. My son can. No problem. I'll prepare a few more for you. I have to say, Li Hangyuan is worthy of the villain character. For the characteristics of the villain is also pinpointed to death. Perhaps also because there is such a father will cultivate Li Buochao such a sonnet. 3 days later, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Through 3 days of cultivation, the true qi is restored quite a lot. But to get to the old man said that kind of point is only afraid that there is still a distance. Jingle bells. Lin Fan glanced at his cell phone and suspiciously picked up the call. Hello, who is it? Boss, it's me. Zhang Hongyuan, sister-in-law's benefactor. I've already arranged for hospitalization. In the past 2 days I've even invited all the famous doctors from Zhongzhou over. But they all said that they can only treat it conservatively. And the only thing I can count on is the divine physician Zhang Qing. But she's not in the country at the moment. So, if Zhang Hongyuan didn't make this call, Lin Fan had already forgotten about Su Qingma. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan spoke. Then let's do this for now. Since conservative treatment is recommended, let's treat it conservatively for now. It was true that Lin Fan could have asked Zhang Qing to attend the clinic, but Lin Fan didn't feel that it was necessary. Lin Fan just had a kind of sympathy for Su Qingma. If there was a need and he was able to do it, then he wouldn't refuse to help. But it was only limited to helping himself. To ask Sixth Mother to make a move for the sake of this relationship, Lin Fan always felt that there was something wrong. Okay, then you can contact me if the boss has any arrangements. This is my private number. It's on 24 hours a day. Well, Lin Fan originally wanted to refuse, but thought it would be good to have such a little brother as Zhang Hongyuan to help him out. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan pushed open the door of his room and prepared to take a shower. However, the moment he had just pushed open the door of his room, an accident that was both embarrassing and yet darkly pleasing to him happened. Lin Fan hurriedly closed the door, then glanced at the time in surprise and said in dismay, how could you be at this hour? Kiki went to work, Xin and Auntie Man went out shopping, and I wanted to go too. But Kiki said I just got out of the hospital and needed to recuperate. Lin Fan secretly then you wash first and just call me afterward, Lin Fan said in a hurry, then prepared to ostrich and hide in his room to diffuse the embarrassment. No, I'm done washing. Soon, Kong Shasha wearing a bathrobe came out. Face still hangs a little red. Just now we're all seen by him? It doesn't matter. It's not the first time I've been seen naked anyway. What's the point of seeing it again? You're done washing? I'll go wash it then. Lin Fan was just about to walk into the restroom when a small hand grabbed his wrist. You saw it all? That just was an accident. And I'm a doctor. Well, in the eyes of a doctor there is no male and female. You could say that the first time. Is it still true this time? Anyway, you've seen me naked. You're responsible. Kong Shasha pouted. Then, how do you want me to be responsible? First of all, you can't hit the face. I'm still very satisfied with this face of mine. If you break it, well, Lin Fan was full of shock. He had actually been sneak attacked by Kong Shasha, but this feels a little too good. A moment later, Kong Shasha landed on her heels with a red face and said shyly, I don't have any experience. It just felt okay, didn't it? Lin Fan didn't say anything, but licked his lips. It was more than okay, it was simply awesome. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Kong Shasha's face surfaced with a loss, and she said aggressively, if you think I'm a random woman then forget it. Why? I didn't mean it like that. So what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? In the face of such a straightforward invitation, Lin Fan wouldn't be a man if he didn't do something. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan directly hugged Kong Shasha and lowered his head. Just when the two of them were on fire, a sound of footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the door. Both of them were battle-hardened killers, and knew what they were about to face after hearing the faint sound. Lin Fan hurriedly ran into the restroom and unlocked the door, while Kong Shasha rushed to the room. Ka Chow. I say you girl really don't know what you're worried about. With little Fan around, how could Sasha be in danger? Lu Man said breathlessly. It's because he's there that it's the most dangerous, Li Xin said anxiously. Lin Fan inside the restroom secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was known that he had eaten Kong Shasha, I was afraid that Li Xin would just cut herself off. I'm not afraid of her, but who knows what this crazy bitch will do. Sasha, where are you? Have you been bullied? Li Xin shouted in a hurry. I'm in my room. Ah, Xin, why are you guys back so early? At this time, Kong Shasha had already changed into her normal clothes. After all, being a killer, she was much faster than normal people in changing clothes. Sasha, that son of a bitch didn't take advantage of you, did he? Kong Shasha couldn't help but lower her head and whispered. What are you talking about? Of course he didn't take advantage of me. In Kong Shasha's opinion, it was only right that she had just taken advantage of Lin Fan in the strictest sense of the word, and after that it could be considered that Lin Fan was going to take advantage of herself. But she was interrupted by Li Xin. At this time, Kong Shasha thought of the previous things simply shy. They will actually be so active. Lin Fan will not misunderstand it. It's good that you're fine. You have to be careful of him. The annoying thing is that he's really good with his hands, or else I would have cut him up for sure. Li Xin gritted her teeth and said, seemingly still annoyed by the fact that she was taken down by Lin Fan 3 days ago without even surviving a single glance. Lu Man did notice the scarlet redness on Kong Shasha's face and thought to herself that this little Fan was really quick at it. Well, since there's nothing else to do, let's continue shopping. I haven't shopped enough yet. You know I'm only on vacation for a few days. So what? You guys aren't willing to accompany me? An old woman? No, an anti-man isn't old. Lin Fan was listening in the restroom. This Li Xin's attitude towards men and women is not a little too different? Let's go then. Let's prepare for the second battle. As for Sasha, it's better for you to recuperate at home. By the way, when Lin Fan comes out give him my regards. Li Xin didn't feel anything. After all, Lin Fan had already been locked up in his room for 3 days, but Lin Fan and Kong Shasha inside the restroom were shocked, secretly saying that this was discovered? Then anti-man, let's go, Buzz. Li Xin glanced at her phone suspiciously, and when she opened the text message she couldn't help but frown, wondering, Kiki actually wants to have dinner with the disgusting man she saw earlier? It also said that the other party is trying to make amends and wants to let me go as well. This isn't Chi-Chi's style, right? Wouldn't you just give a call? Kong Shasha suggested. Li Xin nodded. Yet the answer within the phone was an icy artificial reply. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Sorry, it's off. Forget it, go check it out so that Kiki doesn't suffer. Li Xin sighed and said, I'll follow. Kong Shasha spoke up. I'm going too. In Lu Man's opinion, Zhang Mingqi was recognized as Lin Fan's woman by sixth sister. She would like to see which unknowing son of a bitch dared to rob her godson's woman. Inside the car, Zhang Mingqi looked at her phone and waited silently, knowing that if she just sent a message Li Xin would definitely be suspicious and then called directly to question her. Li Xin was naturally aware of Li Buochao's thoughts about herself, but she didn't like Li Buochao, and even hated him a little, but if she directly said these words out she was a little difficult to say. After all, there was a big gap between her and Li Xin's character, and if Li Xin calls over the phone, will definitely say some sarcastic words about Li Buochao. He can take this opportunity to logically say that he does not like Li Buochao, or even never these words. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, Li Xin did not return the call, and Zhang Mingqi could not help but feel a little anxious. Could it be that Li Xin didn't look at her cell phone? Or that it was dead? Make sure you see it. The sight of Li Buochao could not help but smile. Originally he was still thinking if Zhang Mingqi call results and her girlfriends refused to cause Zhang Mingqi also do not go to the appointment of their own plan to implement it. Now it seems that this Zhang Mingqi is indirectly to help themselves a hand. Just make sure she sends out a text message, and he'll count it as a loss if she gets any of those texts or calls by then. Are your friends coming? Li Buochao asked in a pretentious manner. Of course she's gotten back to me. At this time, Zhang Mingqi did not know whether Li Xin had read the text message or not, but if she did not say so at this time, what if Li Buochao misbehaved with herself? He wasn't like Li Xin or Kong Shasha who had a body that was strong enough to deal with Li Buochao. Li Buochao secretly laughed in his heart. You and the old man's shielding equipment is a setup. After opening an addition to those 3 special numbers, the other you can communicate with any one person counted on me to be ill-prepared. That's good. She and I seem to have a bit of a misunderstanding before, so we can resolve it together now. 10 minutes later, the duo's car slowed to a stop in front of a hotel. After waiting for the box, Zhang Mengqi's cell phone then rang continuously. Missed call, Li Xin. SMS Li Xin, Kiki, how can you be invited to dinner? That man is no good at all at first glance. He's even worse than Lin Fan. SMS Li Xin, how come your cell phone is off? It's really worrying me. I'm going with Shasha and Auntie Man right now. SMS Li Xin, we've already left. Kiki, haven't you charged your phone yet? Shared chargers are everywhere, right? SMS Li Xin, turn on the machine immediately, first care of me. We have almost arrived. Zhang Mengqi was speechless for a while. Why didn't she receive it just now? This shitty cell phone really needs to be replaced. It is true that foreign machines are not reliable. It is better to consider buying a domestic machine. What's wrong? You look like you're a little upset. Nope. Nothing. That's good. I've asked the hotel to sober up the wine. When are your friends arriving? Buzz. SMS Li Xin, we've arrived. Tell me the package room. If you don't reply to me again, that's something wrong. I'm going to turn this shitty hotel upside down. Zhang Mengqi sighed helplessly and dialed the phone directly. Hello, Kiki. Why are you a dead girl just turning on the phone? After the phone was connected, Li Xin's disgruntled tone came straight out. I don't know what's going on. My cell phone has been charged. I just got your message now. Which brand of crappy cell phone? I'll have to make my mom teach them a lesson afterward. Whatever. Just say the room number and we'll go over there. And if that kid dares to be dishonest, we'll just cut him up. The people were already here. So Zhang Mengqi couldn't count on Li Xin to put on an act. So she had to report the room number. When the three women arrived, Li Buochao's eyes instantly straightened. In addition to the last leg play year, there's actually a big one and a small one to give away. The big one looks like he is estimated to be in his 30s. But he is just particularly flavorful. And the small one is, well, not worse than Zhang Mengqi. Are several of you Kiki's friends? Then please come in quickly. I've already arranged the dishes, Li Buochao and his gentleman said. If it was an ordinary person, it would probably be attracted to Li Buochao. But unfortunately, none of the several people present were simple characters. Who cares to eat it? Also, don't think that you are a gentleman if you are well dressed. Old lady, I just came back from Harvard. What kind of aristocrats haven't seen? Li Xin and her nonchalance said. Kong Shasha snickered on the side. This person is really unlucky. Actually, let Li Xin turn against him. To Li Xin's character, this dude is not scolded to cry, counting his heart. Lu Man was appreciatively looking at Li Xin. Worthy of being the daughter of the fifth sister. This little tantrum I like, but if and little Fan became a pair, that baby good son will not be bullied. Looks like I'll have to talk to Sister 5 sometime. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Li Buochao's face as he spoke. This young lady is really quick to speak. You're the lady. You can talk and talk. You can't talk and fuck off. Li Buochao secretly gritted his teeth and thought to himself, let you bark now. Later I want you to beg like a dog. Yes. It's me who said the wrong thing. So what? Let's talk while we eat. For the sake of his grand plan, Li Buochao forced himself to hold back his anger to show a hint of a smile. Not interested, and don't ever pester Kiki again or... Snap. With the sound of a teacup shattering, the few people present couldn't help but sniff and look over, only to find that Zhang Mengqi had already weakly slumped onto the table at this point, her face still flushed with hong luck. Li Buochao was delighted. It seemed that the medicine had taken effect. Chi, what's wrong with you? Li Xin hurriedly ran towards Zhang Mengqi, while Kong Shasha also realized something was wrong and directly dodged in front of Li Buochao, ready to strike at any time. I'm so hot. Could it be that? Li Xin glanced at the teacup on the ground, then roared. You actually tampered with the tea. Hurry up and hand over the antidote. What antidote? I can't understand what you're saying. Li Buochao shrugged his shoulders. Li Xin just wanted to make a move, but her legs couldn't help but soften and she couldn't help but sit on the ground. This time Li Xin can be dumbfounded. He did not drink tea. How can? Xin? What happened to you? Kong Shasha was startled, and was about to step forward when she realized that Lu Man, who was on the side, had also collapsed on the ground, and her own body had also appeared different with it. Ha. Finally. I've waited until all of you have taken effect. Do you really think that I have that much free time to eat with you? Li Buochao laughed maniacally. What did you do? Li Xin had lost all her strength at this point, and had lost her previous arrogance, asking somewhat weakly. Nothing. Do you really think I would add something to my food? After you came in, every breath of air you breathe contains this drug. For this young master, I'm not afraid of even a few of you. With that, Li Buochao slowly walked towards the floor with a bad smile. Bang! At the critical moment, a figure directly kicked open the door and couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene in front of him. Little Fan. There is something inside this air. Lu Man had not yet finished his words, and his whole body's strength seemed to have been drained, and he collapsed weakly on the ground. Lin Fan immediately realized where this sense of dissonance originated from, and hurriedly clicked a few times on his body to stop the suction of air into his body, then violently flashed to Li Buqiao's face and snapped his neck and said in a deep voice, "Take out the antidote. Don't tell me that you're fine because of your special physique." I didn't," said Li Buqiao with extreme difficulty as his neck was held in a death grip. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and his hand on Li Buqiao's neck added a few more points of force. Really, I just have to keep myself awake. The rest doesn't matter." Lin Fan frowned. Looks like Li Buqiao really did not bring other copies. Snap. With a hand chop, Li Buqiao directly fainted on the ground. After opening the window quickly, Lin Fan ran over to inquire about the situation. At this time, the most deeply poisoned Zhang Mengqi had already lost her mind and directly hugged Lin Fan and kept gasping for air. If it was just Zhang Mengqi and Kong Shasha, Lin Fan wouldn't mind doing something that wasn't morally permissible, but he was happy to do. But Li Xian was even better. Or else he wouldn't really cut himself when the time came. And seventh mother has been hit too. Is seventh mother going to solve it that way too? After sighing, Lin Fan directly took out a silver needle and stabbed it above the back of Zhang Mengqi's neck. Zhang Mengqi lost consciousness and slowly went limp. What did you do? Li Xian asked reluctantly. Saving you guys. What else can I do? Lin Fan blankly glanced at Li Xian in a speechless manner. Did she think that she and Li Buqiao were all the way to the top? After hearing this, the first to breathe a sigh of relief is Lu Man. These three children are good. Do you want to talk to Lin Fan? Yourself? That's too much of a stretch. Lin Fan quickly stabbed a needle on the acupoints of the three, and then began to fully concentrate on detoxifying the four. Half an hour later, the four were finally getting better. Li Xian reluctantly stood up. Lin Fan was about to remind her that she hadn't fully recovered yet, when Li Xian directly raised her leg and violently stomped towards Li Buqiao's brother. Lin Fan only felt his scalp numb. This big sister really dared to say and do. After feeling the intense pain, the unconscious Li Buqiao was instantly awakened by the pain, and then could not help but let out a miserable scream. Li Xian had no intention of stopping, and even though she was a bit disengaged, she was still using the last of her entire body's strength to explosively hammer Li Buqiao. Li Buqiao kept screaming miserably, and this sound of misery had attracted the attention of the hotel personnel outside the box. What are you guys doing? After seeing the scene in the room, the lobby manager couldn't help but question with a frown. It's none of your business what to do. Our Lin Xiao doesn't need to explain his business to anyone. A condescending voice came in at once. The lobby manager frowned slightly, secretly saying who was so arrogant. However, when he turned his head and saw the visitor, the annoyance on his face disappeared without a trace. It's boss too. What brings you here? The lobby manager hurriedly said with a pleasing look on his face. For Tu Hong, he had to be well entertained. After all, this was the existence that even his own boss had to be courteous. What wind, typhoon, you can helping a little brat to take advantage of our missy. Does your hotel not want to do it anymore? Tu Hong questioned with a sullen face. The lobby manager was confused. He just heard the boss explain to help Li Buqiao. He did not expect to be implicated so much. This, boss too. I don't know. Those who don't know are not guilty. You see. Tu Hong ignored the lobby manager and walked over to Lin Fan's side in diameter and inquired. Young Lin, what should we do next? Should we directly pull out this hotel owner as well? Lin Fan couldn't help but nod his head after thinking about it. No matter what, the hotel was an accomplice. A lesson should be given. I'll take care of this. How many years has it been? Actually letting a little kid shade me. How many years has it been since anyone dared to touch me? Lu Man stood up with a gloomy face. It was only then that Tu Hong noticed Lu Man's figure and hurriedly said respectfully, Boss Lu is also here. How disrespectful. Lu Man and Li Rose and other 7 people like sisters. Tu Hong naturally met all of them. When Li Rose once proposed to let all the other sisters become the elders of her gang, only because of the inconvenience of various identities, and did not carry out. But the name calling is so staid. Check this kid's background for me. I want everything by tomorrow morning. Yes. At this time, Lu Man has long since lost the feeling of an overgrown child, and exudes the unruly and authoritative atmosphere of a superior person. Seventh mother is fuming. Lin Fan knew that the 7 mothers were going to cast a thunderbolt. Little Fan, take them back first. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Fan nodded, took the car keys handed over by Lu Man, and directly led the 4 women to slowly leave in the Bentley. On the road, the atmosphere in the car was awkward to the extreme. Zhang Mingqi's face felt like it was on fire when she remembered the previous scene where she had taken the initiative to hug Lin Fan and even had to take the initiative to ask for a kiss. The first time he was so humiliated. He was still humiliated in front of Lin Fan. Kong Shasha wasn't much better. Originally her initiative at noon had made her a little embarrassed to see Lin Fan, and she was the only one who couldn't help but make a noise during the treatment, which in turn made her feel even more humiliated. Li Xin was a bit stronger than the two. At this time she was more annoyed than shy. She really couldn't figure out how such disgusting people could exist. At the same time, she did change her opinion of Lin Fan a bit. Of course, there was nothing male-female about this conversion. At best there was some gratitude. And just because she was the ultimate feminist, but just because she couldn't see a man, didn't mean she wasn't even grateful. It was just that she couldn't say the words of thanks to Lin Fan. And unbeknownst to the three women, the most embarrassing wasn't actually in the car. Lu Man wants to personally deal with partly because of annoyance. The other part is that at this time she is also very embarrassed. She is a godmother actually in front of the godson almost caught someone else's way, which is not the godson will be a bit of medicine. I'm afraid that the evening is not guaranteed. It was also for this reason that Lu Man asked Lin Fan to take the three girls back first. She also needed some time to dissolve the embarrassment in her heart before she could do so. There were no words along the way, and when they returned home, the three women returned to their rooms with a tacit understanding, and Lin Fan didn't care about it, and returned to his room as well after taking a shower. Early the next morning, there was a small tremor in Lingyun City. One of the directors of the city's hospital was found out to be a problem and was arrested outright, and the enterprise under his name also suffered a violent attack the moment the stock market opened. Add to that the fact that news of the arrest was sent out early in the morning, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy in just one morning, and the bank has been notified, directly in the form of debt collection in the form of prosecution, although the civil let the criminal. But first Hung Quasi. Li Hengyuan never dreamed that his indulgent son would mess with such a behemoth. After finishing these things, Lu Man left Lingyun directly, and only sent a text message when she was saying goodbye. This matter didn't seem to have caused much of a splash, but it caused quite a shock in high society. Li Hengyuan was after all a big boss with a value of tens of billions of dollars, and it was definitely not normal for this to happen all of a sudden. And when the truth is understood, the crowd cannot help but feel that Li Hengyuan is really a death sentence who is not good to provoke. You provoke Lu Man, that famous witch. At the same time, a question surfaced in everyone's mind. Why did Lu Man come to Lingyun? Some people did get some news through special channels, and when they knew that Lin Fan was Lu Man's godson while being called Young Lin by Tu Hong, a suspicion arose in the hearts of the crowd. Could it be that Lin Fan was that person's heir? 2 days later, Su Miaoyun had finished communicating with the school, and Li Xian's transfer procedures had been completely processed. What Lin Fan did not expect was that Su Miaoyun had brought not just one formality at this time, but three. Chi-Chi, your mother's side has contacted me. She said she wants you to pursue a doctoral degree. As for Xiaofan, I've already helped you apply for a special enrollment for a master's in business administration. You're now a special enrollment at Lingyun University, so when the time comes, you should study well at the school, so that San Mama can rest assured that all of her business will be handed over to you. Going to school? Lin Fan had never really been to school, much less experienced school life. However, the old man but always said that there were many beautiful women in the school, so Lin Fan did not resist and directly nodded his head and agreed. Aunt Rhyme, what about me? Kong Shasha pointed at herself as if she was a forgotten little child. Fourth sister told me. She told you to go back to Dark Island to preside over the situation first. The flight is tonight, and you'll be back after she finishes the matter at hand. Oh, Kong Shasha can't help but be a little disappointed. In which case it would be impossible to meet with Lin Fan. Well, you'll report to school first thing in the morning on time, and you can contact me again if there's anything you need, and I'll help you communicate. This matter was thus shot down, and when Su Miaoyun left, Kong Shasha couldn't help but pull Zhang Mingqi and Li Xian's hands. It's okay, Shasha. It's just temporary. My mom and Auntie Yao will soon be done with their work, so won't you be able to come back then? Li Xian soothed. Well, you guys are going to miss me then. Kong Shasha's words seemed to be speaking to Li Xian and Zhang Mingqi, but in fact, it was even more to Lin Fan. In the evening, Kong Shasha was sent to the airport, and after saying goodbye to the two girls, Kong Shasha pulled Lin Fan aside. After making sure that neither Zhang Mingqi nor Lin Xian could see it, Kong Shasha directly stood on her tiptoes and kissed on Lin Fan's lips. Although it was just a slapdash, it gave Lin Fan a not-so-small shock. I don't know how other people feel about you, but I'm in love with you anyway. So, Kong Shasha pouted after a bit of shyness and continued. So you have to miss me even after I leave. After saying that, Kong Shasha directly covered her face and ran towards the security checkpoint, taking the airplane to leave Lingyun City. What does Shasha want with you? On the road, Zhang Mingqi asked with some curiosity. No, nothing, just giving thanks for today. Kong Shasha did not public respectively, that is, do not want to announce, And if let Li Xin know, maybe this violent girl want to do it. Is school tomorrow? I really don't know what the school is like. Is it as beautiful as the old man said? At this time, Lin Fan did not know that after a day of fermentation, the matter of Su Miaoyun arranging a school for Lin Fan had also finally blown up in a small group of people. It's true. Sure enough, this Lin Fan was that person's heir. If not a son, then at least a disciple or something. Other than that, the problem could be seen in the attitudes of Su Miaoyun, Lu Man, and Li Rose. Some people even learned that both He Menjiang and Mei Qingdou had also come to Lingyun City in recent days, which was enough to show that Lin Fan's identity was not ordinary. Go call little Xian over. There's a big matter to be given to her. Within the Sikong family, an old man directly opened his mouth and commanded, "Yes, father." Very quickly, Sikong Xian was brought over. "Grandfather, father said you were looking for me. What's the matter?" "Big deal. Remember what I told you once? If need be, I need you to get close to someone, and if you can come together all the better." "Remember, did that person show up?" Sikong Xian inquired. "That's right. It appeared. You go and approach him. If you can really become his girlfriend and bring benefits to our Sikong family, I'll agree to Xiao Hao becoming the young master of the Sikong family." Sikong Xian nodded after hesitating for a moment. Sikong Xian knew that she came from a wealthy family, and that her future path was not something she could control. If sacrificing one's own happiness could make one's brother a young householder, it would be a good choice. "I understand, Grandpa. I'll think of something." "Well, you won't have any less competition. Not even worse than you. And it's up to you how you succeed in getting to the top." "Yes, the Shen family. It's true. Now it seems that this Lin Fan is the heir of Great God Lin. Xiao Cheng, it's up to you." "But, no buts. Do you know how many people who wanted to get involved with Great God Lin didn't have a door in the first place? Well, the Wangfu family." "Father, are you sure that this Lin Fan is the Great God Lin's heir?" "Of course. I used my long-cherished wine to get the information from the dean of Lingyun University. It's absolutely correct." Huang Fui nodded and glanced at his two daughters, momentarily falling into a difficult color. "Xiao Yi, what kind of expression is that? Even your daughter is fine with this matter. Are you trying to say you don't agree?" Huang Fu Xiong questioned with dissatisfaction. "That's not true. It's just that my Huangfu family is now in decline. People may not necessarily look at us." Huang Fu Xiong revealed a bad smile and spoke. "This is the benefit of twins. Chow Chow. You two together. You won't blame Grandpa, right?" Huangfu Chao Chao and Huangfu Mumu didn't resist much, obviously having been brainwashed by Huangfu Xiong from a young age. "It's okay. My sister and I have long said that we want to be EU Huang and Ying and be together forever." Huangfu Mumu smiled. "That's good. I'm already making arrangements for your transfer department. It's in the same class as Lin Fan, so you can try to get in touch with Lin Fan at that time." Lin Fan didn't realize that just because of his appearance, there had even been turmoil within Lingyun City. He also could not have thought that the colorful old man who would only molest widows would actually bring such a great impact on himself. If he knew that he was this level of meat and potatoes, at this time, he would probably just leave. At least he would not have to look at Li Xian's face. Of course, although Li Xian didn't give Lin Fan much of a good face, but it had also changed a lot from before. The previous Li Xian was bound to speak sarcastically when she saw Lin Fan. But now, although she was cold-faced, she could at least have some simple communication. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up only to find that he was already left alone at home, and through the note on the table, Lin Fan realized that Zhang Mingqi and Li Xian had already left for the academy first. "That's how you defend yourself? Obviously they want to protect them, okay? How do they feel they even have to find someone to protect them in order to defend themselves? It's just that the ghosts don't dare to play something over the top now anyway, so let them be." Lin Fan went to the breakfast place across the street and asked for a drawer of buns and a bowl of porridge before eating on his own. Squeak! With the ear-piercing sound coming from the wheels rubbing against the ground, Lin Fan couldn't help but look over curiously. It hurts. It hurts." An old man kept rolling on the ground with a pained look on his face, and inside a Porsche 911 in front of the old man came out a beautiful young girl. The young girl's face showed a look of fear. Timidly said, "Old man, are you alright? Do I look okay to you?" "Oh, my elbow. Oops. My Bollinger. Oops. My lumbar protrusion." When Lin Fan heard this, the porridge in his mouth almost didn't spray out. This skit line memorized quite well. Just then, a man inside the porridge store stood up and ran out quickly. Dad, are you okay?" "Damn girl, how dare you hit my dad with your car. This won't end until you get the money. First send the old man to the hospital for a checkup. I will definitely compensate for anything." Sikong Xian hurriedly said. "Compensation? Then you compensate. Don't think I don't know those routines of you rich people. Wait until you get to the hospital and you'll say that it's nothing to do with you. My dad fell on his own. and all the pain in his body is old age. So hurry up and compensate. Si Kongxian bit her teeth. For the sake of it, well then, I'll give you the money. Here is $5,000. This is all the cash I have on me. You see. The man's face sank, gritted his teeth and said, my father was hit by you like this. $5,000 want to settle the matter? How about you send out the beggars? So, how much do you want then? At least $500,000. Not a penny less. The big deal is to find the vigilantes. I'd like to see if there's still a king's law. The man arrogantly said. Don't worry, big brother. I've already called the vigilante. I'm a man who can't look at any evil. No need to thank me. Who called me who a good man with a warm heart? With the sound of a voice, the man directly froze. These days there are still such enthusiastic people? You're really looking for a vigilante? This, little brother. It's still the consultation phase. What are you looking for the vigilante for? You have the right to be afraid of what? There is a security camera here. Just now that scene must be recorded clearly. Who is right and who is wrong can be judged directly. But that camera is broken. The man suddenly realized something was wrong after he finished speaking, and his entire body froze in place. The surveillance is down? You knew that? You've stepped on it many times. Haven't you? Lin Fan laughed contemptuously. Tic-tac-toe. As the voice rang out, the man panicked and flew, running off into the distance. The old man on the ground jumped up and yelled in the direction the man left. You brat! Don't care about the old man? Yo, the old master is great. This getting up is something that ordinary young people can't do, Lin Fan said sarcastically. At this point, it is no longer necessary to say who is right and who is wrong. As the old man left in a panic, Lin Fan casually took out his cell phone and stopped the ringtone on it. You didn't look for a vigilante? Si Kongxian said in dismay. Of course, the vigilantes are very busy, so it's best not to get the vigilante uncles in trouble for the little things. Thank you. My name is Si Kongxian. You really helped me out just now. Looking at the small white hand that reached out, Lin Fan felt a feeling that his beautiful encounter was about to occur, and reached out his hand to politely shake hands. Lin Fan. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm a student at Lingyun University and I don't have an official job yet. If you need money I can ask my father for help. Of course, I think that would be a bit humiliating, so I still think I'd like to repay you in person if I can. Repayment in person. With your body? Lin Fan thought carelessly for a moment before saying, a small matter. Anyone who sees this kind of thing will care. Just as Si Kongxian felt admiration for Lin Fan's justice, Lin Fan's next words almost made Si Kongxian stagger. Beautiful women are a scarce resource. Whoever bullies a beautiful woman, that must be cleaned up. Mister. Lin really knows how to joke. I wonder what kind of repayment Mr. Lin wants? It's just a small thing. If you want to repay me then take me to school. I'm from Lingyun University as well. And I might be late because of this shit. Si Kongxian was suddenly stunned and flustered. Oops, I'm going to be late too. Then Mr. Lin, get in the car and let's hurry to school. Porsche all the way unimpeded. In addition to those bumper stickers, who see this kind of car will basically hide far away. Otherwise a bumper only afraid of their own half a year on the white work. After parking the car, Si Kongxian smiled and said, I'm a senior in the finance department. I wonder which department Mr. Lin is from? Special enrollment in the MBA program. Just reported in today. Oh, that would be senior then. So senior, can we have lunch together at noon? It's also my small repayment. Lin Fan thought about it. Zhang Mingqi will probably be pulled away directly by Li Xin, and it's impossible for him to eat with her. It's not bad for him to have a tour guide when he's not familiar with the place, not to mention that it's still a beautiful woman. That's fine. Then thanks beautiful, I'll go ahead and report then. Si Kongxian silently watched Lin Fan leave, and only after Lin Fan completely disappeared from sight did Si Kongxian silently take out her cell phone. Hello, I've managed to get in touch with Lin Fan. Give those two actors $100,000 and then have them leave Lingyun City. That's right, everything is the plan that Si Kongxian thought of. Directly appearing to find Lin Fan will only make Lin Fan resentment. Since Grandpa said that the competition will be bigger, then it's still this kind of anti-setup is the most appropriate. After hanging up the phone, Si Kongxian cannot help but sigh, and do not know what they do in the end, right or wrong. Lin Fan, if he knows the truth, will not be disgusted with themselves. No matter what, his own lineage has already been crushed by the eldest uncle. If not, I'm afraid that the eldest uncle will drive him to extinction. Now it can only be so. After arriving at the dean's office, the head of the college that is attentive can. After all, this is Su Miaoyun pulled the relationship. At hand is 5 million library. This is a real scattering of wealth. I've already contacted the Master of Business Administration side, so feel free to mention any requests that Mr. Lin has, and if we can do it, we at the university will definitely do our best to fulfill them. This isn't much. At most I may take time off when necessary and more often. That's it? That's not even a question in Dean's mind. Okay? Originally he was wondering how Lin Fan was going to respond if he came straight out with a line about how he was going to press himself for help from the school if he knocked up one of his classmates. But it turned out to be just a leave of absence? There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there are quite a few on campus who are after celebrities and they were exposed to the business world at a very early age. And in our opinion, practice is more important than theoretical knowledge. So we'll license all such cases. Lin Fan knew that this dean was misunderstanding that he was going to go into business with the 5 mothers, but he wasn't prepared to explain. Did he mean that he was going to be a bodyguard? Bodyguard. When he thought of this, Lin Fan did think of Li Xin. He still had to protect this girl at all times. That, and the fact that I might be auditing other classes. Lin Xiao is worthy of being Chairman Su's identified successor. He really is a good learner. This is naturally no problem. We allow auditing here. After that I'll personally run a permit for Lin Xiao. At that time all courses can be audited at any time. There won't be any tutors blocking it. In that case then thank you, Dean. After leaving the office, when Lin Fan was about to walk to the classroom, a young girl ran over in a panic, just in time to collide with Lin Fan. This touch. Not bad. Not bad. I'm sorry, I'm going to be late. That's why. It's okay. I don't think I've seen you before. Are you a spectator? Special enrollment, just reported today. Hello, my name is Lin Fan. Xinqing suddenly realized that he was Lin Fan. Hello, we're classmates then. My name is Xincheng. Well, that's a nice name. So let's get inside. After walking into the classroom, Lin Fan casually found a seat and sat down. And soon after, a small fat man at the front table turned his head and inquired, "Hey brother, I've long heard that there's going to be a special enrollment coming. It's you brother, isn't it?" "It's me. Hello. Under Duan Chang, one of the few civilians in the Master of Business Administration. Just saw brother you and our big school girl Xinqing came together. Took it?" Lin Fan speechless. This section into his chatty. "No, we just happened to meet at the door and come in together. In that case, if there's nothing to do with it I'd advise you brother that you'd better hurry up and clear the air. Several people have already noticed you in that scene just now." Lin Fan froze and was surprised. "The two of us just came in together. As far as that goes? As far as that goes. Who is Xincheng, Ling University's famous master's goddess? The position of the top 10 school flowers hasn't been shaken since enrollment. Don't you think? So I'm going to be watched if I go into class with her? Stare at not so much. Just noticed. After all, you are new to it. I guess after that we'll find you talk." "No way. Who called people are beautiful? The pursuit of the team are lined up outside the school to go it. Are you one of them?" "That's not it. What I like is a schoolgirl. And it's a commoner schoolgirl. I can't even chase after a big miss like Xincheng. The love rival is too strong, not to mention that it's the Xin family that can't look at me. As long as you know, newbie, Xincheng is not something you can get your hands on. Stay away from her in the future. We'll be brothers from now on. I'll cover you if something happens." Right at this moment, a slightly arrogant voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's ears. Upon seeing the visitor, Duan Chang couldn't help but shrink his neck. This subconscious action caused Lin Fan to be curious about the young man sitting next to him. "Are you Xinqing's boyfriend?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. Ha. It will be," the young man said confidently. "So not yet? So it's none of your business if I'm in contact with her or not?" Duan Chang immediately widened his eyes and looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was true that those who could become special enrollment were not ordinary. Hopefully he's a background bullshitter. If he's just a study bullshitter, that's the end of it. "Kid, you're very arrogant." "What? Do you also have your eye on Qinger?" "Qinger? I'm still Xiao Jian. Also, take your hands away. The only people who can ride on my shoulders are my brothers and beautiful women. And it's obvious that you're neither of the two. You, Yang Xuecheng, what are you doing?" Just as the two of them were at swords drawn, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. "Qinger, I'm not here with my new classmates." Before Yang Xuecheng could finish his words, Xincheng's face sank and questioned. "I said I'm not familiar with you, so I'm not allowed to call you so close, right? But that's enough. Please don't harass Mr. Lin Fan." Yang Xuecheng looked at Lin Fan with a gloomy face and spoke. "Kid, you have guts." When Yang Xuecheng left, Xinqing sat directly next to Lin Fan and said with an apologetic look on her face, "I'm sorry, Yang Xuecheng is one of my suitors. I've already clearly told him that I don't like him anymore, but he's always pestering me and causing you trouble." As a matter of fact, Xincheng did always hate Yang Xuecheng, for no other reason than he was too overbearing and self-righteous. However, today was perhaps the first time that Xinqing even felt that Yang Xuecheng was not so worthless. At least he hadn't thought of any good reason to have too much contact with Lin Fan. But after Yang Xuecheng had made such a mess, his appearance wouldn't be the slightest bit peacekeeping. Not only that, she could also sit directly beside Lin Fan on the pretext of protecting her new classmate. She didn't believe that with her beauty she still couldn't make Lin Fan's heart flutter. However, unfortunately, although Lin Fan is like a beautiful woman, but also just have a beautiful woman on the side cannot hold. That first, do not say that the cultivation of Lin Chanshan is not right. Alone in their own living under the same roof with a beautiful woman, Lin Fan feel guilty. Lin Fan just nodded calmly and didn't pay too much attention to Shin Chang. After seeing this scene, Duan Chang in the front row couldn't help but secretly marvel at this new arrival. Not to mention whether his background and knowledge is awesome or not. At least this means of picking up girls is strong. Don't look at just 2 words with Shin Chang. After such a long time, Shin Xing hadn't said more than 10 words to all the boys. Soon, the tutor came, and tutor Lin Fan could not help but brighten his eyes, secretly saying that the old man honestly does not deceive me. After noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Duan Chang leaned back and whispered, Wang Lan, our guiding professor, although only 27 years old, but the only goddess professor within the academy, up to the tutor, down to the students have fallen under her garnet skirt. The same is also one of the top 10 school flowers. It is said to have been confessed to the highest number of times, as high as 9,999 times. Lin Fan was speechless. 999 times? I guess there won't be a more unreliable statistic than that, or else one confession a day for 27 years wouldn't be enough for that. You pay a lot of attention to this stuff. That's true. What kind of man doesn't pay attention to beautiful women? Duan Chang said smugly. There was even a hint of pride on his face. Isn't it a bit for a professor to be called a schoolgirl? Nonetheless, the professor is also a member of the school. There is nothing wrong with the term school flower. Of course, if you're not used to it you can also use another name. Ling University's 10 golden flowers. After the light was finished, Duan Chang noticed Shin Chang's unkind eyes, so he instantly sat up straight and said no more. At noon, Yang Xuexing bumbled over and looked attentively at Shin Chang. Xinger, classmate, do you want to go to dinner together? Shin Chang blankly glanced at Yang Xuexing and looked at Lin Fan. Student Lin Fan, it's your first day at school. Let me take you to dinner. I've got a date. So never mind. Then take me one more. Shin Chang's words vaguely have the meaning of petulance, but people do not feel that there is any problem. Listening to the side of the Duan Chengdu inexplicably some excitement up. I don't really care. So let's get together. Together then. Brother. No, boss, can you bring me along? Duan Chang asked with some anticipation, although he knew that he couldn't chase Shin Chang, but no man would give up any chance to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Sure, come along. Just like that, the 3 of them walked towards the outside of the classroom with a smile and a laugh, leaving behind only Yang Xuexing who had a gloomy face. Kid, you wait. After the 3 of them walked to the door, Duan Chang suddenly pulled Lin Fan's wrist and got excited. Boss, look, it's Si Kong Xian, one of the top 10 school flowers. Lin Fan followed Duan Chang's gaze and then noticed Si Kong Xian who was running towards him. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go eat. Si Kong Xian gasped slightly as she looked at the landscape that rose and fell together, and many of the students around her stopped and watched in fascination. Student Lin, the friend you're meeting is a mess. Si Kong? Shin Chang was puzzled. It was then that Si Kong Xian noticed Shin Xing's presence and said with a slight frown, Eldest Miss Shin is also here. Yeah, I'm going to go to dinner with Lin. That's unfortunate then. Mr. Lin made an appointment with me first. Yeah, but Lin-san agreed to let me come along too. For a moment, there was a hint of gunpowder in the air. Both Si Kong Xian and Shin Chang understood that the other party must have also received orders from home to approach Lin Fan. Who's worse than who? Fight you. Amazingly enough, originally the duo was just trying to fulfill a family mission, but now it had turned into a climbing battle between women without them realizing it. Humph. The 2 coldly grunted at each other, then subconsciously hugged Lin Fan's left and right arms respectively and walked directly towards the cafeteria. Duan Chang at the back was dumbfounded. Lin Fan just came, right? It's only been 1 morning, and the 10 golden flowers that no one can pick have been picked by 2? Not only Duan Chang, other people also similarly stunned look at Lin Fan, thinking this is what kind of fairy? Actually a breath of water to deal with too. People and people compared to how the damage is so big? At this time Lin Fan is also a little confused. Good guys, this at home and in the school treatment difference is also too big, right? Aha! Very large indeed. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the things on his 2 arms. Cafeteria entrance. Huangfu Chaochou and Huangfu Murino couldn't help but frown after seeing the 2 women beside Lin Fan. Sister, it seems that the Shin family and the Sikon family have already made their move. Our plan might be in vain, Huangfu Mumu said with some anxiety. The two originally wanted to have a chance encounter with Lin Fan in the cafeteria, and then take the opportunity to ask him to help get rid of the annoying suitors, but did not expect these two young ladies to be so fast. It's true that it's a bit unexpected, but it doesn't matter. By the looks of them they should be competing with each other. But it didn't work out. We still have a chance. What's it going to take? See what happens. After saying that, Huangfu Chaozhao walked towards Lin Fan with a diameter. Hello, may I ask if you are Lin Fan? My name is Huangfu Chaozhao. My family's business was taken care of before thanks to Chairman Su. Huangfu Chaozhao reached out his hand very naturally. Oh, hello. Lin Fan politely nodded his head and shook his hand. As for whether or not Five Mothers had any business dealings with this Huangfu family, how would he know? The life-snatching twins Chaojiao? Duanchang said in shock. Life-snatching twins? Lin Fan looked at Duanchang in confusion, and for a moment he even forgot to close his hand. If it was in the past, if someone was pulling on Huangfu Chaozhao's hand and not letting go, it was estimated that she might have just flipped out. But for Lin Fan, Huangfu Chaozhao amazingly actually didn't have the slightest bit of antipathy. It couldn't be helped. After all, Lin Fan's eyes were devoid of any stray colors at all, so much so that it made Huangfu Chaozhao even a bit stricken. There is a pair of twins in the 10 golden flowers. Although the ranking is not at the top, the combination of the twins has even been evaluated as surpassing the first and second combinations, so they are called the life-taking twins. Lin Fan is speechless. Now he somewhat understands those network novels. It's not that the authors are imbecilic, it's that there really are these boring humans in the world. Is Mr. Lin interested in my sister? Huangfu Mumu poked her head out and asked curiously. At most, it's a man's appreciation of a beautiful woman. Nothing else. Lin Fan said blankly. Then why do you keep holding my sister's hand? Lin Fan froze, noticing that his hand had yet to be loosened before he hastily withdrew it. At this time, Lin Fan could not wait to give himself a slap. He even pulled the hand for such a long time, actually did not go to feel it in detail. It was too much of a loss. Sorry, Lin Fan said awkwardly. It's fine, if you don't mind. Then let's eat together, Huangfu Chaozhao said in a friendly manner. Seeing Huangfu Chaozhao take such initiative, both Xikong Xian and Xinqing could not help but frown. This Huangfu family is so shameless that they actually came with twins? After the two women glanced at each other, they magically reached a decision to agree on the outside world. As Duanchang said, people are twins. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The benefits cannot let the Huangfu family to take up all. After finding an empty seat, Lin Fan had just sat down when he heard 4 voices say in unison, "What do you want to eat? I'll help you fight." Duan Chengdu on the side was dumbfounded. And the beauty of the meal together should not be to help the beauty of the meal? How come it's the other way around in Lin Fan's case? Not only that, but 4 together. I'll eat whatever I want. I'm not picky. Lin Fan's words were true. After all, when he was doing the quest, it was earthworms that seemed to Lin Fan to be a high-protein nutritious meal. Very quickly, the 4 women directly got up and went to various places, while Duan Cheng glanced at Lin Fan enviously and silently took his meal card to go and get his meal. After all, the privilege belonged only to Lin Fan alone. He didn't have that treatment. And just as Lin Fan was waiting alone, a flash of a figure then noticed Lin Fan, followed by a flash of light in front of his eyes. Light mo. There's not much room here anymore. You'd better come with me to my table, a better-looking boy said attentively. However, Su Qingma simply ignored him, carrying the dinner plate and coming to Lin Fan's side with a diameter. What a coincidence. I didn't think you'd come to our school. Lin Fan also didn't expect to see Su Qingma here. He only knew that Su Qingma was a college student, but he didn't know that Su Qingma was from Ling University. Now that I'm at Ling University too, we're kind of classmates. Like this? Then we can meet often in the future. By the way, thank you for what happened before. Su Qingma said shyly. You said thank you many times. It's just a show of hands. That. Su Qingma had just opened her mouth when she was directly interrupted by a voice. The dishes are here. Let's see if what I chose is to your liking. Xikong Shen said cheerfully as she carried the dinner plate. It seems that she is number 1. This is your girlfriend? Su Qingma glanced at Xikong Shen. The clothes alone on Xikong Shen's body were permeated with an expensive atmosphere. For a moment, Su Qingma felt somewhat inferior. You're not. Before Xikong Shen's words could be uttered, Huangfu Chaozhao ran over with a dinner plate. I've taken into consideration the nutritional balance. How do you feel about it? Su Qingma froze. Another one? Immediately after that, both Xinchang and Huangfu Mumu also walked over with 2 dinner plates. Su Qingma was a bit unable to react for a moment. Did it mean that Lin Fan was in love with 4 girls at the same time? Boss, big news. School forum. Su Qingma, holy shit boss. You won't pick up my goddess too, right? Lin Fan froze and was surprised. The civilian school flower you're talking about. The goddess in your heart is Light Moa, Light Ink? After hearing this name, the four women were all a bit defensive. And it seems that the competitors are far more than just those in front of them. Yeah, just didn't expect you to do it so fast, boss. But it's fine. The academy has two more fully graded goddesses directly rushing to the 6th and 7th place. It's only just begun. They'll definitely be ranked higher when the time is long. A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Fan's face as he said in dismay. You guys are refreshing this ranking so quickly? Does it have any authority or not? Of course I did. But who called these two goddesses so beautiful? Lin Fan was suddenly a bit curious and spoke. Then who are these two? Boss wouldn't even be taking in the newest schoolgirl, right? Duan Chang was surprised. If someone had said they could handle more than two before, Duan Chang would have thought the person was crazy. But after seeing Lin Fan, he realized what it meant that anything was possible. It's only half a day. 5 of them. I'm just curious to ask. What do you take me for? One is Dr. Mingqi Zhang, MD, and the other is. See, I told you he wouldn't be alone. 5 big beauties are eating with him, Li Xin said with some dissatisfaction. Li Xin? Holy shit, boss. You really took in the newest school beauty too? Duan Cheng collapsed. Ling University on the list of a total of only 10. Lin Fan this morning 7? Lin Fan was a bit speechless and said awkwardly. What collection? We are all friends. It's normal to eat together, right? Aren't you also eating with me now? I'm straight. I didn't mean that. What this and that? Lin Fan glanced at Duan Cheng breathlessly, then looked at Zhang Mingqi and the two of them and said, there isn't much room left. Why don't we sit down and eat together? Eating together? Doesn't that bother you? Li Xin said sarcastically. Don't say that nonsense. All of us are very innocent. Of course, although I don't mind a little gossip with the beauties, but the others want their faces. Lin Fan hurriedly opened his mouth. Yeah, how shameless of you. Li Xin glanced at Lin Fan with contempt and continued sarcastically. Although it was still sarcastic, Zhang Mingqi, who was a good friend, knew that Li Xin was already too much softer towards Lin Fan than she was towards other men. That's true. What's the point of having a face? Can a face buy drinks? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Boss, indeed you can buy. Our school has a face swipe function. When the time comes, you can directly go to a certain treasure to pay the bill. Lin Fan looked at Duan Cheng speechlessly and said in dissatisfaction. So you have to refute my face here for you to be happy? Dare not dare not dare. So what? All the sisters-in-law, all the beautiful women are seated. Eat and eat. The male student who followed Su Qingmo from afar couldn't help but have a gloomy look on his face when he saw that Su Qingmo really sat down. Damn it, it's not enough for you to pick up 6 by yourself. Who doesn't know that I've got my eye on Su Qingmo? How dare you get involved? Kid, you're good. You picked up so many beauties in one breath, but Su Qingmo is mine. You'd better not lay your hands on her or don't blame me for not being polite. The male student walked to Lin Fan's side and said in a conspiratorial manner, Pan Xiong, I don't have a relationship with you. Please stop spreading nonsense about my relationship with you to other people. The previous Su Qingmo didn't dare to say what was in her heart. After all, Pan Xiong's family was superior, and she was afraid that she would only have a lot of trouble if she annoyed him. But now it was different. With Lin Fan around, Su Qingmo's bottom line was much stronger. Light Moa, it's not that I'm talking about you. This is something you need to learn from Li Xin. Look at which fly dares to annoy people around her. Flies? Pan Xiong directly grabbed Lin Fan's collar and said in a deep voice. Kid, how dare you call me a fly? Lin Fan glanced at the hand gripping his collar and said indifferently. Let go. Let go? You think you're fucking awesome, don't you? Pan Xiong growled. So much so that the people around him couldn't help but look over. Lin Fan calmly picked up the dinner plate, and then violently snapped at Pan Xiong's face. And before Pan Xiong could react, his fist directly smashed the dinner plate out of shape. The dinner plate deformed, and the sharp edges pierced Pan Xiong's skin directly. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan kicked Pan Xiong 7 or 8 meters away. This scene immediately stunned everyone. Pan Xiong body strong. How to say also have 150-60 pounds. A kick out so far? Lin Fan was calm as can be, directly sat back on the chair and lamented. Luckily I have more lunches, and helped you solve the trouble twice. Which you can't say anything if you don't treat a meal. Thank you, Su Qingmo said gratefully, and at the same time felt a tinge of guilt. Invisibly she had already caused trouble for Lin Fan twice. Duan Chang was watching from the sidelines. The boss is really not an ordinary person. No wonder even Yang Shuicheng dared not give a damn. The heart of the 4 women were equally shocked. This is the legendary heir of that great god Lin. Really strong and terrible. As for Zhang Mingqi and Li Xin, they didn't have any reaction. After all, Lin Fan could even take down Kong Shasha with ease. So dealing with such a foppish rich second generation wasn't a piece of cake? Soon, Pan Xiong was helped to the infirmary. For Lin Fan's ferocious behavior, the surrounding people have no aversion, and even some appreciation. Poor family naturally have been Pan Xiong bullied, that how could have any good impression of him. As for those who have a good family is even more feel that it is not a matter of concern, but also to the next thing that may happen to produce the expectation. It looks like the boring school life is going to stop being boring. Lin Fan was pressurized not to care about what had just happened and ate on his own. Duan Chang has some feelings. It is true that the beauty with the hero but in one breath with 7 or a little too much, and not Wei Xiaobao. But watching 7 beautiful women eat is pleasing enough, so that Duan Chang is constantly sending food to his mouth, but did not taste a trace of flavor. Lin Fan squinted at Duan Chang and said suspiciously, "You're packing it away?" "Ha, what packing?" Duan Chang asked blankly before realizing that something was wrong. What was the burning sensation coming from his legs? Look down. Duan Chang could not help but collapse. Now he finally understood why the food tasteless. Because he simply did not eat into the mouth a mouthful. All the food basically were he fed to his pants. After hastily cleaning up, Duan Chang really didn't have the face to continue sitting here, and awkwardly said goodbye before fleeing and leaving the cafeteria. "Is this your friend? It looks quite interesting." Zhang Mingqi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Maybe the table gave him more of a shock. "What about you?" Zhang Mingqi was curious. "It's big too. Dining with a beautiful woman whets my appetite. This is the second plate. Will you watch what you eat? I feel ashamed for you." Li Xin couldn't help but frown. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders, then continued to eat in large mouthfuls. And at that moment, Lin Fan also noticed a gaze with a hint of killing intent. Yang Xueshan looked at Lin Fan sinisterly from the corner. "You have quite a lot of beautiful women around you. Damn it. I'll show you later." Very quickly, Lin Fan swept up all 3 plates of rice and got up, ready to leave. "I'm done eating. I'll go with you," Si Kong Xian hurriedly said. "I'm better too," Huangfu Chaoxiao said immediately afterward. Just like that, even Li Xin, who was not ready to leave, was pulled up by Zhang Mingqi to follow Lin Fan. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. He had thought to eat quickly and then draw the trouble away, but he didn't think that these guys would take the initiative to follow him. After walking out of the cafeteria, a dozen students then directly surrounded Lin Fan. "Kid, our big brother asked me to give you a message. Don't be too arrogant." Su Qingma's heart tightened. Could it be the people Pan Xiong found? I really did get Lin Fan into trouble again. "Yang Xuesheng called you guys?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "Nonsense. Boss Yang did not call us to." After saying that, the dog-legged man realized that something was wrong and said with a gloomy face, "Get together and teach this brat a good lesson." Zhang Hongyuan looked at the surrounding scenery in a bored manner. He was quite unable to understand why people wanted to be gilded. Wouldn't it be better to let yourself manage the hotel well and inherit the family business? You have to let yourself come to school to get a good diploma. Pops you say you buy one but also have to ask me to. Zhang Hongyuan muttered breathlessly. As soon as his eyes swept everywhere, Zhang Hongyuan noticed the scene of a dozen people trying to surround a single person. Yoo-hoo! This kid is surrounded by so many beautiful women. I guess he's been aroused to public anger. Also, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't dare to pick up a beautiful woman now because of Lin Fan, he would have gotten on it himself. Beautiful women are a rare resource, and this kid actually took up 7 in one breath. Wait, Zhang Hongyuan suddenly felt that the person under siege looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this Lin Fan? Stop it for me, Zhang Hongyuan shouted in a hurry, then flew over. The dozen or so people who were preparing to surround them frowned and looked, only to realize that the visitor was little bully Zhang Hongyuan. What should we do? Zhang Hongyuan can't afford to mess with it himself, but Cheng's side are accounted for. Then one's hands are not Zhang Hongyuan ignored these people and directly ran to Lin Fan's side somewhat curtly. "If it isn't Boss Lin, why are you here?" After saying that, when Zhang Hongyuan noticed Su Qingma behind Lin Fan, Zhang Hongyuan was suddenly enlightened. "I see. Come to see your sister-in-law, right? What sister-in-law or not? I'm single, and also, I'm a student at this school now," Lin Fan said breathlessly. "That's too much of a coincidence, and so am I." After saying that, Zhang Hongyuan frowned at the dozen or so people behind him who were going to make a move on Lin Fan and said in a deep voice, "What? You guys want to make a move on Boss Lin? Are you living too comfortably or are you lacking money lately and want me to send you some? Go!" The person leading the group knew that Zhang Hongyuan was in charge of this matter, and that it was no longer something they could intervene in. "Who sent these little brats?" "Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely help you investigate." "Still need to investigate?" "Yang Xuesheng sent them," Lin Fan said casually. "Yang Xuesheng? This bastard doesn't want to die? I'll go talk to him later. By the way, boss, I'm studying MBA at Ling University. What about you? Same, that's quite a coincidence. Is boss going back to class? Let's go together. Zheng Hongyuan said excitedly. Lin Fan was Su Miaoyuan's godson, and now he had come to study for a master's degree in business administration, the meaning of which was already self-evident. If this is a good relationship, let's see how Pops can say he's not doing his job and playing with things in the future. After all, Su Miaoyuan was how many people wanted to get on the line but couldn't find a doorway, and now he himself had managed to find a doorway. Upon walking into the classroom, Lin Fan and his duo noticed that the people who had surrounded him earlier were reporting in front of Yang Shuesheng. After noticing the Lin Fan duo, Yang Shuesheng, who originally did not believe that Zheng Hongyuan would sing against him, was now unable to believe it even if he did not. Jingle bells. Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang, and after glancing at the phone number, Lin Fan spoke. I'm going to take a call. You go in first. Okay. Zheng Hongyuan's attitude was so good that it even made the crowd think that Zheng Hongyuan had taken the wrong medicine today. Lin Fan walked to the corner and a smile appeared on his face even after he answered the phone. It took you this long to remember to call me. Old man? Bullshit. This is not idle nothing to think of you brats. Usually in Zhang Widow and Li Widow chatting hot I still have time to take care of you? Lin Changshan laughed loudly. Speaking of which, I say old man, that medical skill of yours can actually cause problems with the eyes? My 7 godmothers I am how to look at it all feel much better than those widows in the village. Even those widows in the prime of youth are not as good as half of the godmothers. Yet you, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. As long as he wasn't blind, as long as his head wasn't wrong, he should know how to choose, right? Yes, I'm ashamed of them. So this is not to train you up to go and help me make up for them well. Lin Changshan said casually. Hoping that I'm quite useful, Lin Fan asked with a laugh. That's right, but this is too much of a loss for you, isn't it? In order for me to compensate the 7 godmothers, all these daughters of yours are just given to me? The godmothers have all nurtured me as a son-in-law. Lin Changshan was speechless for a while and spoke. Are you thinking of farts to eat? Even if you're my own disciple, you'll never be able to pick up my daughters. Those aren't even born to me. No, but they all say they've never met their real father. Does that mean? Lin Fan didn't continue, but thought of a possibility. Could it be that a few godmothers were looking for someone to play a sharp everlasting love? Don't get me wrong. The baby was indeed born to your godmothers in October. You always know about IVF. Lin Fan was speechless and said with dissatisfaction. Then I really have to say something about you. The godmothers treat you so well, but you don't come to them. Instead you play so happily with the widows in the village? You kid. Who the hell has been grooming you and treating you like your own son? I can't help it. I worked my ass off to sell my ass off and ended up not getting a few bucks. The godmother's sugarcoating was too strong. For Lin Fan's jokes, Lin Changshan did not care. The two of them had been like this since a long time ago, and had always been like this with no big deal. However, Lin Changshan firmly believed that if something happened to him, Lin Fan would absolutely fight for his life to help him. And being able to do that was enough. We can't talk about us for a while. Anyway, you kid got lucky. When you were a kid didn't you wish you could be Wei Shoubu? When I was a child and there is no such word as dog licking, and inherited the temperament of the 7 godmothers. These 7 sisters, although only 3 of them, but I know it's not good to get on. Lin Changshan was silent for a moment before speaking. Jokes aside, I'm looking for you for business. Lin Fan listened to Lin Changshan finish his narration before hanging up the phone, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. Is the old man so afraid to contact his godmothers? If we say that contacting the 7 mothers said that there was a clue to the child, then it would only be possible to uncover any misunderstandings that had occurred in the past. When we returned to the classroom, a confrontation broke out. Zheng Hongyuan, do you have to go against me because of Lin Fan? Yang Shuecheng glared viciously at Zheng Hongyuan and questioned. That's right, to tell you the truth, Lin Fan is my boss, and his identity is definitely not something you can mess with. If you continue to get away with it your old man's half-life's work will be destroyed in your hands. And I don't mind helping my boss destroy your Yang family. Yang Shuesheng face gloomy terrible. On the family background himself and Zheng Hongyuan is equal. Really want to start a war for a Lin Fan? As for the boss in Zheng Hongyuan's mouth, Yang Shuecheng was directly and automatically ignored it. Looking at the quarreling duo in the classroom, Lin Fan couldn't help but look towards Duan Chang, who was coming towards him in confusion, and said, what's all this bickering about? Boss, convinced, your background is too thick, right? Zheng Hongyuan in Ling University is called the little bully. These years that is arrogant can, actually is your little brother? Duan Chang was shocked. So this is going to warn Yang Shuesheng? Lin Fan froze, not realizing that this Hongyuan was quite towards himself. Yeah, Yang Shuesheng seems to be surprised too. Boss, how did you recover this little bully? It's nothing, Just met a few times and got familiar with each other over time. Not long after returning to his seat, Zhang Hongyuan came to Lin Fan's side and whispered, "Boss, I've already talked to Yang Xuecheng. This kid seems to be a bit unconvinced. Don't worry, I'll be going to talk to him afterward. No need. Let him find trouble if he wants to. I'm not afraid of him." Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Also, Zhang Hongyuan nodded. What kind of status is Lin Fan? Yang Xuecheng's father's family can compete with Su Miayun? Lin student, I seem to have caused you trouble. You. Xikong Xian somewhat apologized and came to Lin Fan's side and said, "It's okay, sit down." Zhang Hongyuan instantly understood Lin Fan's meaning and hurriedly got up. "Please have a seat." "Then boss, I'll withdraw first." It was also the first time for Xikong Xian to see Zhang Hongyuan being so well behaved, so she couldn't help but wonder, "You know him?" "Well, some correspondence." Xikong Xian was slightly surprised. She hadn't heard of the Zhang family evening Su Miayun. Is that some other kind of correspondence? Xikong Xian didn't ask any more questions, and this scene caused Lin Fan to frown. Seeing Xikong Xian sitting beside Lin Fan, Xin Qing's eyebrows frowned slightly and she came directly to Xikong Xian's side and said, "Student Xikong, you don't seem to be a student in this classroom." "Right, you're taking up my seat. Can't I come and sit in?" "You." Snap. A sound directly interrupted Xin Qing's words, and Yang Xuecheng directly slammed his books on the table and left in anger. It can't be helped. Who suffers from the woman they fancy and another woman fighting over a man in front of them? Outside the school, in a Mercedes, a middle-aged man and a young man were sitting in the car as if waiting for something. If Xikong Xian were here she would definitely be surprised, because these two were none other than her eldest uncle Xikong Meitang and brother Xikong Bomai. "Dad, what exactly are we waiting for?" Xikong Bomai wondered. "Wait for a partner." Xikong Meitang laughed mysteriously. "Partner?" Xikong Bomai was a bit puzzled. Now that the second uncle's family had gotten orders from the old man to pull the heir of the great god Lin into the partnership, not to mention how the great god of Lin was, the few women investigated alone were none that his side could deal with right now. Could it be that there was someone else in this tiny Lingda who could fight against these people? "Dad, I don't understand. I haven't heard of great god Lin. I'm not sure how amazing he is, but the only ones related to that heirloom that I know of right now are Su Miayun, Rosely, Zhang Qiang, and the four of them Lu Man. What kind of person can deal with the four of them? You have to think of adaptability in everything. With the residual shade of great god Lin the Xikong family can indeed develop, but that Xikong family doesn't belong to us. So what we have to do now is to let your second uncle fail. Only then will the Xikong family be our Xikong family." It dawned on Xikong Bomai. So Dad was trying to badger Xikong Xian? But is there such a thing as a tiger? Do you think that no one would dare? Firstly, no one knows Lin Fan's true identity. And secondly, it's impossible for Xikong Xian to hitch a ride with Lin Fan in just one day. So this is the opportunity. With that said, the father and son duo then saw a Ferrari sports car approaching at breakneck speed. Xikong Meitang smiled faintly and spoke. "Look, the partners are out." The Mercedes started slowly and went straight for the Ferrari. Squeak! The Ferrari was stopped, and a rich young man walked straight out of the car and said, "Fuck, can you drive? This is not the place to talk. Follow me." Xikong Meitang poked her head out and said before asking the driver to start the car. 5 minutes later, the Mercedes and the Ferrari were already far away from Lingdi, and it was only at this time that both parties got out of the car. "Xian nephew, this fire is not small. Is it that you have heard that my niece and a boy are not clear?" Xikong Meitang asked with a smile. Hanwen Ao looked toward Xikong Meitang in confusion and said in dismay, "You all know about him?" This Hanwen Ao was precisely Xikong Xian's suitor, and was also called by Yang Xuecheng to prepare to help himself against Zhang Hongyuan. "I know. Xiao Xian's contact with Lin Fan is actually the account of our family's old man. It is said that there are some ancestral agreements. Of course, our family's old man's attitude is not that of our father and son. Compared to that, I still hope that Han Xian nephew will be more successful." It dawned on Hanwen Ao that this was Xikong Meitang wanting to cooperate with himself. "Then I wonder what Uncle Xikong wants." "It's very simple. We'll cooperate and help you hold a beautiful woman. This way we will not only be able to secure the succession of the Xikong family, but we will also be able to obtain the friendship of your nephew at the same time." Xikong Meitang smiled. After Hanwen Ao pondered for a moment, he tentatively asked, "What exactly do we need to do? Does Xian nephew mean that cooperation has been reached?" "Of course." Hanwen Ao nodded. In his opinion he didn't have any reason to refuse. "We'll have a concrete plan, and after that my son will hand over to my virtuous nephew. So that's all for now." After the two sides separated, Xikong Bomai couldn't help but frown in disbelief. "Dad, you were too direct just now, weren't you?" "No, directly I'm afraid that Brad Hanwen Ao won't understand." "Don't you understand him?" Xikong Meitang said helplessly. But it was precisely because Hanwon Ao was a stick in the mud that this was why he chose to cooperate with him. Then if something really happens at that time, he told Grandpa that we encouraged him said here. Sikong Bomai couldn't help but shiver. Is there any evidence? The car recorder can only record the picture, but the sound is very small. Just now my voice just couldn't be recorded. This time we came to remind him not to do bad things. After that you crossed paths with him because you were both young people. You just have something in common. It dawned on Sikong Bom, so that's how it is. It's true that Ginger is still a bit of evidence. By the time things had happened, Lin Fan's big tree couldn't be hugged. Could Grandpa still do anything to his master and his wife just because of the words of Hanwon Ao who had spoiled his good deed? Then exactly what are you going to do? Sikong Bomai inquired. We're going to start with. Father and son begin to conspire. In the evening, Lin Fan received a text message right after school. Go to building 7 of the Blue Sea and Blue Sky. The message was from Su Miaoyun, and Lin Fan didn't think much of it, only assuming that it was third mother letting herself get to know the family. Aquamarine is a short walk from Lingnan University, not more than 10 minutes away. As Lin Fan was about to walk into the neighborhood, a discordant voice rang out. Kid, do you know where this place is? You don't look like a resident of this place by the rags you're wearing. Get the hell out of here. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. How the hell is he in rags? I call this plain. Okay? Originally after being specially recruited Lin Fan toward not being too flashy, so he wore his old clothes, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. I'm here to see someone. Building 7. Building 7? Isn't that a villa? Let's not talk about your clothes. How could a guest from Building 7 come on foot? The security guard despised. However it really is. My godmother lives here. Her name is Su Miaoyun. The security guard didn't react to who Su Miaoyun was for a moment, but toward the fact that although the kid was dressed in rustic clothes, he was good looking and his body bones looked fit. Plus the godmother once. Does that mean this kid is on the side of a rich woman? Instead of being arrogant again, the security guard took out his book and inquired about the occupants of the 7th building. Upon seeing the name of the occupant, the guard's brow furrowed again. You kid is pretending like and also promised what godmother? The head of the 7th building is a man called Lin Fan. Are you trying to say that the rich woman your evening will meet you in someone else's house? Keep your mouth clean. And also, if the head of the household in Building 7 is called Lin Fan, that's me. Lin Fan also didn't expect that third mother had actually given herself a house, and it was still a villa. I guess it's toward the fact that the 6th mom's house is a bit far from the school, so she gave herself this house. Still head of household. Are you bluffing a pig? After saying that, the security guard suddenly realized that something was wrong. This is not like calling himself a pig? Thinking of this, the security guard's attitude became even worse, and he directly waved his hand and said, hurry up and disappear, or I'll make a move. Lin Fan frowned. This security guard was too dog-eyed, right? How do you want to do it? Looks like you're going to be a deadbeat, so don't blame me. With that, the security guard rushed towards Lin Fan with his stick. Although the security guards here had gone through some training and were in good physical condition, they were simply not good enough in front of Lin Fan. With a light flash, Lin Fan dodged the person's attack, and then a knee-jerk sent the person flying. Or a practiced one. Someone come. Door number 3. There's a disturbance. The security guard shouted twice into the intercom, and within a short time, a group of security guards rushed over. In 5 minutes. Jingle bells. Hello, third mom. Xiaofan, why haven't you come yet? Have you gotten lost? I'll ask the driver to pick you up, Su Miaoyun said doubtfully. After all, Ling University was very close to here, and it was a bit unreasonable that Lin Fan hadn't come over for such a long time. I'm at door number 3, but something's come up. So, situation? Stand there and don't move. I'm on my way. Soon. The property manager of the Blue Sea and Blue Sky rushed over. Su Miaoyun's godson encountered trouble here, which if pursued their own manager will not have to do. When coming to the third door, this property manager was a bit confused. What is this situation? Only to see a youth dressed in ordinary clothes standing there leisurely, while more than 30 security guards of Behind Blue Sky collapsed on the ground horizontally and vertically. Is this Su Miaoyun's godson? Holy shit. Didn't these ungrateful bastards offend this one and get their asses kicked? Did they? The property manager took a chance. It wouldn't be a bad thing. It would be a good thing if it was someone else who was looking for trouble with this teenager. And then the property security guards came out en masse. What's going on with that? After noticing the property manager, the security guard who had previously been arrogant with Lin Fan instantly shouted, brother-in-law, it's this kid who's causing trouble. No, he's deliberately murdering. The property manager's head buzzed. It was over. This brother-in-law is really not good enough. You mess with who is not good, you mess with Su Miaoyun's godson. Who bullied my godson? As an annoyed voice came out, Su Miaoyun's figure slowly appeared, while she was followed by Zhang Mingqi and Li Xian, who wanted to come and watch the fun. After seeing the security guards that fell across the floor, Su Miaoyun's brows couldn't help but wrinkle as she came to Lin Fan's side and said, "Little Fan, did these people bully you?" The security guard lying on the ground had the urge to cry. "Dozens of us have been beaten up like this. Who is bullying who?" The property manager wiped his sweat, looking at Su Miaoyun's attitude. This teenager dressed in ordinary clothes in front of him was only a master who could not be offended. "This young master, I'm the property manager here. My humble name is Su. May I ask what's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's just that I was stopped when I was about to go in. Then they were about to make a move. So I did it." Lin Fan said it lightly, but Su Miaoyun, who heard it, was furious. "Manager Su, you can. Even my godson dares to move. Does the chairman of Aqua Blue Sky know that your property security guards are so courageous?" "Chairman Su, you don't get excited. This matter I must investigate strictly. Guarantee to give you and the young master an explanation." "You see." Su Miaoyun didn't say anything, but looked at Manager Su with a reasoned look, as if asking rhetorically, "What do you think?" At this time the crowd of security guards also see the situation. People dressed is a little plain, but they are back to their own home. What the fuck kind of disturbance is that? That's a hell of a pit stop. The security guard, who was arrogant before, also realized the problem, and secretly said it was over. Now it seems to have mentioned the iron plate. "I told you to have good clothes and not wear them. Are you happy now?" Li Xian still said as coldly as usual, "I wear this all the time in the countryside. And this outfit isn't dirty. Is it really low?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Mingqi doubtfully and said, "It's not bad. Your temperament sets off the outfit a bit. Except for the security guards who are used to seeing upscale people. You do look a bit." Zhang Mingqi didn't say anymore, but the expression on her face spoke for itself. "Well, go back and I'll change into the clothes that my godmothers bought for me. Originally toward the first day of school. And I'm a special enrollment. Don't be too eye-catching," Lin Fan helplessly said. "Aren't you sticking out today? You're practically going to be a public enemy in the school cafeteria," Li Xian reminded. Ahem. This thing." Lin Fan was a bit embarrassed and could only reluctantly change the topic, but after opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Young master, I'm wrong. I deserve to die. I'm dog-eyed. Please spare me." The arrogant security guard hurriedly knelt down to Lin Fan's side and said with a sniffle and a tear. At this time, which of him still had the slightest hint of arrogance? All he had was endless remorse. "You handle it. If you handle it poorly, don't blame me for being rude," Su Miaoyun said icily to Manager Su, then pulled Lin Fan's wrist and left directly. After waiting inside the villa, Lin Fan not only lamented that this was the extravagance of the rich, right? Not to mention the nearly 1,000 square feet of yard in front of the villa. This villa building alone covers an area of more than 300 square feet. "How's it going, Fan? Does this place look okay to you?" Su Miaoyun inquired. "Third mom, you're giving me this place? It's a bit too expensive, isn't it? Still talking about this with the third mom? As long as you're satisfied. It's all small money. In addition, the garage I prepared 3 cars. A Cullinan, convenient for the 3 of you to go out together. A Ferrari. There is also a big bull. Last time I saw that you quite like it, so also directly all over to you." Lin Fan secretly tongue. "Really 3 mom out of the money can be By the way, little Fan, does this outfit of yours have any special meaning?" Su Miaoyun inquired after hesitating for a moment. "No. Throw it away then. Your size Sanma has memorized. When the night I'll have someone send you dozens of sets of clothes. Your body does tend to make some dog-eyed things look down on you." Lin Fan nodded, then thought of something and hurriedly spoke. "Right, third mother. My master called me today." "Oh, he has nothing to do with me." Su Miaoyun's face suddenly sank, which not only made Lin Fan curious as to how this old man had offended third mother in the first place, so much so that third mother loved him enough to even have this treatment for herself, and hated him enough to have a grim face at the mention of him. That man said that he investigated through his connections and that the daughter of the 7 mothers should be within Lingyun City. "What? This is true?" Su Miaoyun instantly became excited, and even Zhang Mingqi and Li Xian, who were on the side, could not help but become excited. "Well, that's what he said. But I also told him that all the orphanages in Lingyun City have been checked and there's no sign of 7 mom's daughter. And the old man only said that she might not have been adopted by the orphanage, but the person has been confirmed to be in Lingyun. That's great news. I'll contact your 7 moms." After taking out the phone, Su Miaoyun suddenly stopped her hands again. "It's better to wait first. Your 7th mom has been waiting for more than 20 years. It's not bad to wait more for me to investigate clearly. Otherwise your 7th mom got hope and then disappointed. That would be too devastating. Besides, can Sanma get me some medicine?" "Medicine? What medicine?" Su Miaoyun was puzzled. This Lin Fan couldn't see any physical problems either? Medicine for cultivation. Su Miaoyun indistinctly spoke. Back then, I remembered that old undead looking all over the world for various medicines to aid in his cultivation. So make a list for me, preferably with pictures, so that I can also look for some. Good. Then I'll get it and pass it on to the clothes delivery people when they come tonight. Well, then I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Bye-bye Xin and Kiki. Bye Aunt Rhyme. After Su Miaoyun left, Lin Fan was about to go back to his room to prepare his list when Li Xian directly called Lin Fan to stop. What's the matter? Oh, you guys got here first. You've already chosen your rooms, right? I see both doors upstairs are open. I guess you all chose the third floor. I'll just stay on the first floor. It won't be an inconvenience to your life. What does that Aunt Rhyme mean by practicing? Is it cultivating internal energy like in martial arts novels? Or is it cultivating true chi like in web novels? Li Xian hesitated before this inquired. Lin Fan froze and was surprised. You still read novels? Or male frequency? Shouldn't you be reading the female frequency kind of love affairs? Come on. That's for little girls, okay? Having to have a man come out and help with everything, and being pinned down by a man, and even being abused by a man. That kind of stuff I can't watch. Lin Fan laughed bitterly, forgetting that Li Xian was the ultimate feminist. The technique I cultivate should be considered somewhere in between, converting into essence for my own use through internal energy. Then can I learn? After hearing Lin Fan's reply, Li Xian was getting more and more excited. I shouldn't be able to. My gongfu is the extreme yang gongfu, which women are originally unable to cultivate, and the requirements are extremely harsh. Che, I hate this patriarchal look of you men the most. Li Xian's face was covered with a disgruntled look. Come on, this is not a patriarchal issue, alright? Women are in. Practicing extreme yang gongfu will do more harm than good to the body. How about this? I'll ask my master for you to see if there are any females who can learn it. Then it's a deal. No backing out. After saying that, the dissatisfaction on Li Xian's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Lin Fan, this is still the first time to see Li Xian smile to himself. A moment actually have a slight sense of accomplishment. Ahem. I'll go to my room then. After saying that, Lin Fan went straight back into the room. After briefly organizing the list of required medicines, Lin Fan made a call to Lin Changshan. Kid, what happened? Lin Changshan asked with some concern. In response to Lin Changshan's concern, Lin Fan's heart was warmed. Nothing much, just asking. Is there any similar to my Holy Tao Regulus technique that is suitable for female cultivation? There's no such thing. If there was, could I not let your godmothers practice? No. Why do you ask? Do you want your girlfriend to cultivate? Lin Changshan asked with some lewdness. No. Is the daughter of the fifth mom? She said she also wants to cultivate, so I came to ask about it. Lin Changshan came to a realization and spoke. So that's how it is. In fact, if it's your woman, it doesn't need to be specially cultivated. For example, playing poker or something would be fine. Lin Fan was speechless and said in dissatisfaction. I say, little old man, can you be decent? How am I immodest? It's the truth. Otherwise, how come your 7 godmothers look so pretty still has something to do with it? For the next 10 minutes, Lin Changshan kept talking about his glorious deeds back then. It was really as shameless as it could be. Lin Fan really couldn't listen anymore and directly hung up the phone. After sighing helplessly, Lin Fan really didn't know how he was going to explain to Li Xian. Was he going to relay Lin Changshan's words to her? It's time to eat. Zhang Mingqi's voice faintly reached the room. Looking at the dishes there on the table, as well as the sound of the hood that hadn't stopped functioning in the kitchen, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder. You made this? It's Xin. She said that since she begged you for help, she should at least show sincerity. This is Xin's first time cooking. Oh, I haven't even eaten any of her dishes. Lin Fan can't help but be embarrassed. When the time comes, Li Xin will not fight with himself after hearing the results of his inquiry. Here's the dish. Li Xin came into the restaurant with the last dish, then looked at Lin Fan with an expectant smile on her face. Lin Fan didn't know how to open his mouth for a moment, so he could only lower his head and eat his meal in silence. Well, Li Xin asked expectantly. Also, not bad. Well then, since it's not bad, you count my sincerity as seen, right? What about your sincerity? Li Xian asked rhetorically. Lin Fan was embarrassed for a moment and hesitated before saying, cultivating this thing requires a long time to find a suitable technique, so it's hard to make a match. How long is that going to take? Li Xian was straightforward, and as long as it wasn't a long time, she was fine with it. It's hard to say. It could be soon, or it could be a long time, or even a lifetime before we find it. So you're fucking with me? Did you ask or not? Li Xian's face sank, and her tone became much colder. Really asked. But, didn't. Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This hint of hesitation from Lin Fan was keenly captured by her. I suppose you asked, but didn't want to tell me, did you? I hate it when people lie to me. Say, it says that it is possible to directly ferry true chi to you. How do you cross, transmitting power like that? Li Xin was curious. Lin Fan didn't have the heart to continue, and after seeing this embarrassed expression on Lin Fan's face, Li Xin instantly understood what Lin Fan meant. You're tricking me, aren't you? Li Xin questioned with a gloomy face, and the chopsticks in her hand snapped in response. Zhang Mingqi glanced at Lin Fan in surprise. What was going on in this guy's head? That. Xin. Don't get excited. Lin Fan, count your ruthlessness. Thinking of seeking help, you count me as an idiot. Li Xian threw away the chopsticks in her hands and directly returned to her room in a huff. Lin Fan, you've gone too far. You're completely humiliating Xin. Zhang Mingqi said in dissatisfaction. Do not rely on me. I did ask. That old man in our family said. Cultivation techniques which have so much. If there is, those godmothers of mine have long been cultivated, but also not the turn of my help to ask. As for the effect of playing a cultivation, so do that kind of thing. The old man did say that, and I'm just paraphrasing. After saying that, Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed and directly ate by himself with his head down. Eat. You just know how to eat. Ignore you. Zhang Mingqi blankly glanced at Lin Fan, then directly ran upstairs. When she was halfway there, Zhang Mingqi hesitated before speaking. I'll help you explain, and afterward you'll have to explain it properly to Xin. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. If it was Zhang Mingqi, he might still be able to explain the explanation. Li Xin, don't make it hard for yourself. Originally Li Xin was disgusted with men, and now this situation. It would be strange to be able to communicate. After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks before the person Su Miaoyan sent to deliver the clothes arrived. After handing over the list to the other party, Lin Fan went straight back into the room with all the clothes in his arms. The next morning, when Lin Fan woke up, the Ferrari in the garage was already gone. Apparently Li Xin and Zhang Mingqi had driven to school. After Lin Fan smiled bitterly, he walked directly towards the school. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. Si Kongxian couldn't help but wave when she saw Lin Fan. Yeah, what a coincidence. Si Kongxian was a little surprised. After all, the place where Lin Fan lives the family has investigated, in order to avoid too many chance encounters to make people suspicious, so today only changed the route, but did not expect to run into Lin Fan again. Mr. Lin didn't come in the same direction as yesterday. Does he live over here? Squeak. Before Si Kongxian finished her words, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly came at great speed. Lin Fan was startled and subconsciously pushed Si Kongxian away, then violently jumped backwards. When the owner of this Mercedes-Benz car cursed and left, Si Kongxian was surprised to be taken on another Mercedes-Benz car and left. Lin Fan was a bit surprised. Robbing someone like that in broad daylight? Boss? Duan Chang was wondering if there was some kind of hustle and bustle when he heard the sounds over here, but he didn't expect to see Lin Fan. After coming down from the Wuling Hongguang, Duan Chang's ass said, Boss, just now I heard this side of the sound, also thought about what is going on. Just now the boss that longitudinal after the cross is really too handsome. Simply, lend me the car. Lin Fan didn't wait to finish, so he directly opened the driver's door and chased towards the Mercedes, leaving behind a bewildered Duan Chang. Mercedes-Benz and Wuling Hongguang have a world of difference in performance, but Lin Fan is not a vegetarian. Although it is a Wuling Hongguang, but in his hands is not even slower than a sports car. On the side of the road, the traffic sheriff was directing traffic, and just as the light turned red, two Mercedes-Benz cars ran through the red light right in front of him, and that car was going at least 160 mph. Holy shit, going to a funeral, driving that fast in the city. The traffic vigilante cursed, then mounted his motorcycle and prepared to give chase. Swish! Before the traffic vigilante could start his motorcycle, a Wuling Hongguang rushed past at breakneck speed. The traffic policeman froze. Mercedes drove 106 even. Wuling Hongguang? This car can go 1600? Drivers on the road have stepped out of the car, holding a cell phone and keep taking pictures. Good guys, God car reappeared. Wuling Hongguang speed over 106 chasing Mercedes-Benz. The light of the domestic Once these people came together, traffic policing was in chaos, and the traffic policeman had no choice but to report the situation on his walkie-talkie, and then directed the vehicles at the intersection. Head, there's a Wuling Hongguang chasing very closely behind us. What should we do? A kidnapper frowned. What are you afraid of? It's just a 5-liner. Did he drift by inertia or did he drain the corner? Have Laosan lower his speed to crush him. Quickly, a Mercedes slowed down and got in front of the Wuling Honda, forcing it to slow down. Lin Fan glanced ahead. then jerked the steering wheel and directly overtook the car through two inertial drifts. The decelerating Mercedes was dumbfounded. How wide was the road in total? And this thing could actually pass right over it? The Mercedes accelerated fiercely and crashed into the Wuling Hongguang. The Wuling Hongguang was hit and momentarily destabilized, nearly overturning. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. It seemed that he had to settle this one behind him before he could do so. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes slowly stopped in front of a private villa. The unconscious Si Kongxian was carried down from the car, and was brought inside in diameter. Well done. To do things for young master. Naturally, we must do it beautifully. Young master, you see the money. Han Wan-ao smiled faintly, then winked at the back, and two bodyguards instantly appeared to take care of the duo. I'll take care of these two corpses for you. Have a nice day. Si Kong Bomai laughed, and then had his bodyguard carry the two corpses and leave the villa directly. After bringing Si Kongxian to the prepared room, Han Wan-ao took the prepared medication for Si Kongxian, and then hummed a little song as he took a bath. Si Kongxian slowly turned around and woke up. When she saw Han Wan-ao in his bathrobe, she was slightly stunned. Then a sense of fear surged through her heart. Yo, you're awake. Han Wan-ao's face revealed a hint of a bad smile and said wistfully, why are you here? Where is this place? Si Kongxian asked in shock. Here, this is my private quarters. Soon to be our love nest. A love nest? Due to her panic, Si Kongxian hadn't felt anything after coming to her senses, and now as the abnormalities in her body became more and more intense, Si Kongxian finally understood what Han Wan-ao meant. What have you done to me? Si Kongxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. Nothing, just a little bit of medicine. How does it feel? Does it feel like you want to ascend to heaven? You're crazy. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Si Kongxian grudgingly questioned through clenched teeth. No, if it is before, your Si Kong family will definitely fight with our Han family, but now it is different. I have someone in your Si Kong family. You can only obediently accept the fate from me. Of course, if not, we do not still have a video. Anyone? Is it the great-uncle's father and son? The two of them are really crazy. Don't they know what they'll bring to the Si Kong family if they do this? In Si Kongxian's opinion, Han Wan-ao said just the opposite. If it was before, the Si Kong family might put things to rest. After all, although she was favored, she was not an important role in the Si Kong family, and she might only be able to obediently accept her fate from Han Wan-ao. But now it was different. The Si Kong family wanted to befriend Lin Fan so as to get on the side of the great god Lin. And now that Han Wan-ao had intervened, the Si Kong family would definitely fight with the Han family. You're being used. Let me go. Release you? It's all on the line now. And you're asking me to release you? Han Wan-ao laughed as if he had heard a joke that couldn't be more ridiculous. You. Si Kongxian still wanted to continue saying something, but at this time, she was already somewhat unconscious, and her strength had also turned weak. A strong need suddenly surged to her heart. It seems that the medicine is already up. So let's not waste any more time and enjoy it. Bang! Si Kongxian vaguely heard a loud bang, and soon she seemed to be picked up by someone. Si Kongxian wanted to struggle, but she heard a magnetic voice. Don't move. I'll help you dissolve the effects of the medicine. Is it Lin Fan? With a burst of fatigue, Si Kongxian's eyes went dark and she directly fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Si Kongxian slowly opened her eyes and looked blankly at the ceiling in front of her. Awake? You're quite the sleeper. Lin Fan squinted at Si Kongxian before lowering his head and continuing to fiddle with his cell phone. Si Kongxian froze and hurriedly got up to check her clothes, and after determining that there were no traces of having been moved, she couldn't help but feel relieved and at the same time a little disappointed. Although his own innocence was preserved, Lin Fan did not do anything to himself. That brother's sighed. Are you thinking about your brother's position as the head of the family? Lin Fan spoke indifferently. What are you talking about? Also, how was my medication lifted? Si Kongxian didn't dare to take Lin Fan's words and could only reluctantly change the topic. It's just a silver needle. Although I don't mind having something happen with a beautiful woman, I'd be a bit upset if the other party is a snake and scorpion. What does Mr. Lin mean by that? Si Kongxian frowned. The man is dead. Si Kongxian was slightly stunned. The person was dead? Who died? Does that mean it's Han Wan-ao? Did Mr. Lin kill Han Wan-ao by mistake? It doesn't matter. I'll explain this matter to my family. It definitely won't implicate Mr. Lin. I'm saying that bumper sticker duo died when we first met. Lin Fan corrected. How could they die? Si Kongxian was surprised. Why wouldn't they? If they really do bumper cars for a living, it seems normal to have an accident and get run over, right? Si Kongxian cursed herself for being confused, but now she had just woken up. Her brain was drowsy, and without much thinking ability she could only be led by Lin Fan. It's okay to hire two people to get close to me for this, but why kill someone? Just because you're afraid of secrets leaking out and you want to silence them? I really can't tell that you're hiding such a dark side under this pretty exterior. No, I didn't kill them. I gave them $100,000 to leave Lingyan City. I really didn't. If it's not you, then it's your Seekong family. Approaching me in a set way, I really don't have any so-called. I even feel that it's not bad to have a beautiful woman take the initiative. But too much cruelty is a bit too much for me to accept. Seekong Xian was silent. It was true that she didn't do anything, but it was indeed possible that the Seekong family had done aftercare for themselves. And after so many years in the Seekong family, she did understand her grandfather's style of handling things. When did you realize the problem? Seekong Xian inquired after sighing. Yesterday noon. You were only curious about how Zhang Hongyuan and I met, but you didn't wonder why Zhang Hongyuan listened to me. Even Duan Chang knew Zhang Hongyuan's identity. It's impossible that you don't. So there's only one answer. You've investigated my background and want to reach out to my several godmothers through me. So just such a detail I was exposed? I admit that it was my grandfather who told me to come close to you. Not just me, but who else? I think you guessed. But listening to you, you don't seem to care anymore. Seekong Xian said in a somewhat disheveled manner. Now that Lin Fan should have already investigated all the circumstances, it would be better to be open and honest instead of hiding it. Let's just say it doesn't make much sense to approach me, and I'm not going to bother a couple of my godmothers with my woman. Seekong Xian gave a puzzled look. Could it be that Lin Fan didn't realize that the person behind him was going to be even more terrifying than these godmothers of his? Hanwan Ao has been arrested. Seekong Bomai has been arrested on suspicion of murder. And your brother's position as the young family head is secure. So stop this unlikable action. With that, Lin Fan silently got up and walked towards the door. When he was about to go out, Lin Fan suddenly thought of something and reminded. According to the time calculation, the vigilantes should be coming here soon. Even if Hanwan Ao's matter will be hidden and solved privately, it's still a fact that Seekong Bomai has a murder here. So hurry up and leave when you recover. After saying that, Lin Fan directly closed the door of the room. Seekong Xian bit her lip, then directly cried out loud. Why did her life have to be such a mess? Can't she be like a normal girl? In the afternoon, after Lin Fan returned to the school, just after entering the classroom, Xinqing couldn't help but run over. Are you okay? Lin Fan glanced at Xinqing in surprise and queried. What could have happened to me? It's just that I didn't come in the morning. But Duan Chang said you left in a panic in his car. And at noon the vigilantes showed up and called Duan Chang and Yang Shuechang away. And I'm worried that something happened to you. Lin Fan then remembered that he had driven Duan Chang's car all the way over the speed limit. And that Duan Chang had been arrested to cooperate with the investigation? But what does this have to do with Yang Shuesheng? Could it be that Hanwan Ao is still related to Yang Shuesheng? So they are now. Boss, you're back. Before Lin Fan could finish his words, Duan Chan walked in from outside the classroom excitedly. At this moment, where was there a trace of disheveledness and helplessness in him? He was simply full of excitement. That, your car, use it any time. My Wuling Hongguang has been upgraded to a gold cup, and at the same time I got 20,000 rewarded by the vigilantes. The gas money is guaranteed to be enough. We don't ask for a slow upgrade to a Cullinan, but I'll be satisfied with an upgrade to an Alpha. Looking at Duan Chang's hand-waving appearance, Lin Fan was speechless, taking advantage of more than seen, so blatant or the first time to see. Gold cup? I guess Baldy stepped in to even things out. What about Yang Shuecheng? Have you seen him? Xinqiang was curious. Yang Shuesheng? Oh, he was taken away with me instead. I heard that he seems to be a suspect and will be locked up for 48 hours, but I already saw the lawyer when I came out, so I guess he'll be out soon. Duan Chang recalled. Damn it, it's really related to him. Don't worry, student Lin. I'll talk to my family and ask them to remind Yang Shuesheng. Xinqing spoke up. No need. If he's honest, it's fine. If he's not, I don't mind making him honest. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Lin Fan, come out for a moment. When Wang Lan saw Lin Fan coming, she directly called him out. When she came to the office, Wang Lan sat back in her chair, and the moment her right leg was lifted up and rested on her left leg, Lin Fan even felt that this leg was comparable to evenly Xian's. How come you didn't come in the morning without asking me for leave? Wang Lan opened her mouth and asked. Because of some unforeseen circumstances. Next time I have something, I'll ask for your leave first. Professor. Wang Lan glanced at Lin Fan and couldn't help but sigh after hesitating for a moment. I thought that the person recommended by my idol would be different. But now it seems that there is no difference with the group of gold-plated students. The dean had already reminded himself to give Lin Fan the utmost convenience, and it was pointless for him to hold on to this now. That's just it. That's all. Here's a special license for you from the dean. Take it. Thanks, Professor Wang. Then jingle bells. Right at this moment, Wang Lan's cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Lan couldn't help but frown after glancing at the caller ID, and then sighed helplessly. Hello, Mom, I know. I'm only 27. I don't need a blind date. That's all. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lan then remembered that Lin Fan was still standing beside her. And for a moment, the solemn Professor Wang who was in front of his students suddenly blushed. Seeing the scarlet on Wang Lan's cheeks, Lin Fan couldn't help but lick his lips. Worthy of being a goddess professor. It's really extraordinary. That. Just now I understand. Marriage reminders, we are common in China. But it's not good to be reminded of marriage all the time. I suggest that Prof. Wang had better think of a way to cope with it, or else when the old couple is anxious, they will pretend to be sick and force you to go on a blind date with someone you don't like. How can you do it? Shouldn't be. Wang Lan said this even he was a bit unconvinced. Not to mention, his own parents are really likely to do this kind of thing. So, then do you have any good suggestions? Wang Lan inquired after hesitating for a moment. Well, my personal suggestion is to find someone in disguise. And the conditions of this person are all perfectly in line with the preferences of the aunt and uncle. And this person does not have any non-interested in you. And even you can press him, so that it is into the attack can be retreated and can be defended. After saying that, Lin Fan couldn't help but worry. Wasn't what he said a bit too obvious? In case it was discovered that he wasn't making a suggestion but a furtive one, this Wang Lan wouldn't come after him, would he? Where is there such a person? If there is I would like to try it, said Wang Lan helplessly. There must be. Aren't there many rich kids in our school? Just find one at random. And if he dares not listen or dares to leak things out then he'll directly fail his course. Students, this is too much. I'm a professor. If I'm with a student. But Prof. Wang is also only 27 years old. Not much different from a student. Does it mean that just because Prof. Wang is a genius, he has to find someone older? According to normal, at 27 years old a master's degree has only just graduated. At most it's considered finding a student. Wang Lan couldn't help but nod his head. It seems to be so. But who to find? It's humiliating enough for Lin Fan alone to know about this matter. Letting another person know. Wait. Wang Lan raised her head fiercely to look at Lin Fan. Wasn't this the best choice in front of her? The fact that he could make these offers meant that he shouldn't think much of himself. And he was good looking. And although he had dressed a little rustic the day before, he was completely upper class in this outfit today. Plus he is his own students. And since the office so a thing, that means that in the future to skip class will not be less. Even if he let him fail the course. I'm afraid that the dean cannot say anything. And now that he was the only one who knew about it, it was only fitting that he be approached in order to prevent more people from finding out. That said, would it be unethical to do so? Although he had already decided to use Lin Fan, but Wang Lan was too embarrassed to speak directly, so he tentatively guided. Lin Fan had also long noticed the change in Wang Lan's demeanor just now, and hurriedly said, "This is not an immoral thing to do. In fact, many men would love to be able to help out for a beautiful woman like you, Professor. But won't it be a bit of using power for personal gain?" Wang Lan continued to ask. Where is this considered using power for personal gain? It's just a request for help. As for whether or not the grades are passable, that naturally depends on the grades. But the grades are something that is not decided by the students. Will that be reflected back to the dean? Reflect to go. Goddess professor looking for students to help to cope with the family. Who would believe this? How many professors are available inside the school to pick from? Then Professor Wang, you think about it. I'll take my leave first. Wait, since that's the case, let's have you help me act. Wang Lan spoke directly. Lin Fan's body was stunned, secretly saying that he had taken the bait but his face showed an expression of disbelief. Professor, I'm a strategist, not a military general. I believe you can do both literature and martial arts. Of course, if you're going to fail in martial arts, I might have to consider failing you in literature as well. Saying that, Wang Lan revealed a smug look. This is too immoral, Lin Fan said bitterly. It's not immoral. In fact, a lot of men are dying to do a favor for a beautiful woman like me, aren't they? But, this is using power for personal gain, Lin Fan protested. Where is this considered to be using power for personal gain? Just asking for help. As for the grades to be qualified or not, that naturally depends on the grades, but the grades are something that the students can't decide. I am going to report it to the dean, Lin Fan said with an exasperated look. And Wang Lan looked at it and thought it was a bit cute. Reflections go. How many professors in the school to choose from? The goddess professor to find students to help to deal with the family. Who would believe this word out of the world? You taught me this. Professor, you're too chicken, Lin Fan said helplessly, as if he had already accepted his fate. Nowhere. You're the one who taught me well as a teacher. So it's settled then. Don't schedule anything after school for the next 2 days, and be ready to go with me to deal with my parents at any time. Oh. Lin Fan nodded helplessly and silently walked out of the office. The moment the office door was closed, the aggrieved Embarrassed look on Lin Fan's face suddenly disappeared without a trace. And what was there was only the smugness of having succeeded in his treacherous plan. It doesn't have to actually result in anything, but if something happens in the process, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth indisputably rose. On the other hand, inside the Seekong family, what the hell was that brat thinking? He actually helped Han when Ao to kidnap. If he fails, the two of them will be arrested together. If he succeeds, the Seekong family's plan will go down the drain. Does he want my Seekong family to be ruined? Elder Seekong roared. Dad, calm your anger. Bomei probably doesn't even know about Lin Fan's existence. He's just trying to recruit an ally for the Seekong family. Seekong Meitang pacified. At this time, he was also a bit puzzled. How in the world was this plan implemented? This is not a free ride to the second brother's family? If this Lin Fan and Seekong Xian really got along, and Seekong Xian's stomach fought a little more, then his own lineage would be finished. I say, big brother, you can't be this protective even if you're protecting your shortcomings, right? Previously, you wanted to let your son manage the family business, saying that it was to fight for the Seekong family's glory. Now it seems that this light fight is quite shaky. Seekong Xian's father, Seekong Maisaku, said with contempt. Don't you get all shifty there? It's your daughter who's losing out now. You still know that this way to suffer is my daughter. What does your son take my daughter for? Seekong Maisaku directly shot up, angrily looking at Seekong Meitang questioned. I'm back. Seekong Xian's voice came in from outside, and upon seeing Seekong Xian, the three people present couldn't help but stand up. How is it, Xiao Shen? This matter is now being intervened by Tu Hong. Did Lin Fan save you? Did you guys have a good time? Elder Seekong Pound asked expectantly. Seeing this expression on her grandfather's face, Seekong Xian couldn't help but lower her head. More than whether they have suffered a loss, the family values whether they have had any substantial development with Lin Fan? No. AI. It's a pity. If there were any substantial developments, I could have saved Hiromi. After all, that would have been a credit to him. But since it didn't work out, so it doesn't matter how I am at all, does it? Seekong Xian didn't pay any attention to Seekong Pound's later words and asked with some despair on her face. This is a home of its own. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Your result is important. If you succeed, the Seekong family will rise. Enough. You guys want to know the result, right? The result is a failure. There is no chance at all. Those two actors, just let them leave. Why did you kill them? Seekong Xian questioned. That's because their existence would threaten the great things of the Seekong family. Does that mean Lin Fan knows about it? Did you explain? Did he accept it? Seekong Pounds inquired nervously. Explain? If people can find out about this, does Grandpa still think they're just your average dude rich kid? I'm going to my room. After saying that, Seekong Xian went straight back to her room and locked the door. 10 minutes later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sis, are you in your room? You're not thinking about it, are you? Click. The door to the room was opened, and Seekong Xian's younger brother, Seekong Hao, made sure that Seekong Xian didn't do anything overly aggressive before he breathed a sigh of relief. Sis, don't be too upset. This is actually a good thing. After this time, the Seekong family might not force you to do anything anymore. Seekong Hao comforted. Won't push yourself anymore. Even if you can't get on Lin Fan's line, I'm afraid that when the time comes, you'll force yourself to marry someone else to strengthen the Seekong family. How? Sister wants to be alone for a while. Seekong Hao nodded and left the room silently with the spare key that Seekong Xian had left for him. After school, Lin Fan was about to go home when a text message made him frown. We have Su Qingma. If you don't want anything to happen to him, come alone XXX. Lin Fan frowned. Su Qingma was arrested? But why would the other person contact him or her? Look at this situation should be to deal with themselves to catch Su Qingma. But people who have a grudge against themselves should not put the target on Su Qingma. Why are you sad? Boss, right. Do you want me to send you back? Duan Cheng saw Lin Fan frowning tightly outside the academy with his cell phone and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Lend me the car. After saying that, Lin Fan didn't care about Duan Cheng's reply and directly pulled Duan Cheng out of the car and drove away. Duan Cheng was a bit confused for a moment. Secretly still coming? After Lin Fan drove his car to the designated location, a large group of people came out directly from all sides, surrounding Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I can't imagine that you're so sentimental, but today I'm going to take care of your sentimentality from the root, Yang Xuecheng said arrogantly. It's you? Lin Fan frowned. Yang Xuecheng had only known himself for a day. He shouldn't have been able to find out that he and Su Qingma knew each other. Was it just because Su Qingma had lunch with him? What? You seem surprised. Why did you arrest Su Qingma? Where is she? Her? She should be in the clouds with my cousin right now. My cousin said he took a pretty big loss at your place, and he's kind of double whammy today. Cousin? A silhouette flashed through Lin Fan's mind, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Your cousin's surname is Duan? Lin Fan asked tentatively. Looks like you're not stupid. That's right. Duan Hongyi is indeed my cousin. Yang Shuesheng nodded his head. You'd better pray that your trashy cousin doesn't do anything to Su Qingma, Lin Fan said grimly, then walked towards the villa as if he didn't even see the people around him. Kid, you're still arrogant at this hour. Together. As soon as Yang Shuesheng's words fell, dozens of people swarmed towards Lin Fan, and the sticks and electric batons in their hands flew towards Lin Fan's body. Inside the room, Duan Hongyi gently stroked Su Qingma's face, an evil light flickering on his face. Although there was some deviation from what he had imagined, he was finally able to obtain Su Qingma today, and that Lin Fan who had made a fool of himself would be beaten half to death by his cousin downstairs. Feeling someone caressing her cheek, Su Qingma subconsciously went to pull the other person's hand under the effect of the drug. Duan Hongyi was delighted and was about to kiss up when the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Lin Fan? Duan Hongyi was stunned. How did Lin Fan get in? Where's cousin? Lin Fan's face couldn't help but be gloomy after seeing Su Qingma, who had a different look. Duan Hongyi gritted his teeth and directly took out a dagger from the side of the bed and pressed it against Su Qingma's heart. Although he didn't know how Lin Fan appeared, based on the kick that he had just given to the door alone, Duan Hongyi knew that he was not Lin Fan's opponent. Now that Su Qingma's medication has just come up, wouldn't it be cheaper for Lin Fan if he were to be taken down? Don't come over or I'll kill her with a knife, Duan Hongyi yelled. Don't you like her? Then what is your behavior now? Lin Fan frowned. At least it can't be cheap. Don't think I don't know that you and her haven't made a substantial breakthrough yet. I'm not going to do it for others. What I can't get no one else can. Duan Hongyi was getting more and more agitated as he directly swung his dagger towards Su Qingmo. Lin Fan was startled and rushed forward to kick Duan Hongyi away, while Duan Hongyi's dagger also stabbed Su Qingmo at her chest. It was too late to pay attention to Duan Hongyi. Lin Fan quickly checked Su Qingmo's condition, only to find that Su Qingmo's bleeding was very small, and the dagger seemed to be hanging on Su Qingmo's body. That was a good one? Lin Fan ripped open Su Qingma's blouse before he breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the fact that Su Qingma was wearing a pendant which happened to block the knife that had just been cut, it also stabbed into the body, but the wound was very shallow and not life-threatening. It's so hot. I'm so hot. Su Qingma gasped, and her hands also hugged Lin Fan to death. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. Why did he always end up with this poison again recently? Did he study medicine to do this? Su Qingma had injuries on her body. Even if Lin Fan was more of an asshole, he couldn't possibly have something to do with Su Qingma with her injuries, so he could only use the silver needle to temporarily stop the bleeding for Su Qingma, and then use the silver needle to dissolve the toxins in Su Qingma's body. What made Lin Fan miscalculate was that because of the effect of the drug, Su Qingma's blood flowed extremely fast, and even though he had blocked it with silver needles, there was still a trace of blood flowing out. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan had finally resolved the medicinal properties on Su Qingma's body, and a group of people had appeared outside the room. Lin Xiao, Tu Hong respectfully bowed in greeting. Did you guys clean up the people outside when you came in? Lin Fan spoke. Tu Hong froze slightly and shook his head. There was no one outside when we came. Lin Fan glanced at Duan Hongyi, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Was this guy abandoned by Yang Shuesheng? Take this one away, Lin Fan said indifferently, then walked out of the room with Su Qingma in his arms. After speeding all the way, Lin Fan's car slowly stopped at the entrance of Lingyun City Hospital. There was Zhang Qing's explanation. Plus the people in the hospital vaguely knew that the Li family's father and son's accident was related to Lin Fan. So at this time, they didn't even need Lin Fan to arrange anything. The people in the hospital quickly helped Lin Fan deal with the wounds for Su Qingma. Su Qingma's body is already weak, coupled with the dissolution of the medicinal properties as well as the knife wound. I'm afraid that I will have to recuperate in the hospital for a week before I can do so. By the time he left the hospital it was already dark, and when Lin Fan had just walked to the car he had asked for from Tu Hong, 2 law enforcement cars slowly stopped beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan, is it? One of the vigilantes who got out of the car inquired. I am. There's been a report that you're suspected of brawling and breaking and entering. Please cooperate with our investigation. Lin Fan frowned slightly. This Yang Shuesheng was quick to strike. Looks like this Yang family is living too comfortably. No problem. I'll cooperate with the investigation and allow me to call my lawyer before I leave. Yes, that's your right, but not out of our sight. The vigilante spoke. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and casually dialed a number. Soon after the call was connected, Su Miaoyun's loving voice came from inside. What's the matter, Fan? What's the matter with looking for third mother? Hello, Lawyer Su. There are a few vigilantes who say I'm brawling and trespassing to ask me to cooperate with the investigation. Please come here. Su Miaoyun frowned, puzzled. Little Fan, is something wrong on your side? I'll send someone over right now. Lawyer Su wants to come in person. That's a real pain in the ass. Afterwards, Lin Fan hung up the phone directly after saying the branch to which this wave of vigilantes belonged. Su Miaoyun's brows tightened. Her son wanted to go himself? That means the person who's going to touch him is not an ordinary person, right? Fine. I'd like to see who dares to touch my godson. Su Miaoyun. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan sat quietly in the interrogation room. Name: Lin Fan. Address: Aquamarine 7. The interrogation of the female police flower slightly stunned. The blue sea and blue sky? The residents there are all non-rich or noble especially the single building are villas. It seems that the front this is a rich second generation If it is the rich second generation fights and assaults, then it is somewhat reasonable. After all, there are some rich second generation is to rely on the remaining shade of the elders arrogant and domineering used to. For a moment, the policewoman's face sank a few notches as she questioned. Tell me, why did you fight? And why did you break into the house? Breaking and entering? Whose house did I break into? The person you beat up has already said you're going to break into someone's villa. Is that even a lie? So are these people the owners of this villa? If not, instead of suspecting me of trespassing here, this beautiful policewoman should think about what a group of people who aren't the head of the household are doing gathering at someone else's residence. We'll look into this. Then why did you beat up someone? The policewoman continued to pursue the question. Lin Fan smiled faintly and asked back. When did I hit anyone? The female police flower's face was suddenly gloomy. Was this the arrogant nature of the rich second generation? All those people have already identified you, and you're still trying to weasel out of it? It's not sophistry. It's just recounting a fact. I was just acting in self-defense, not hitting someone. Hitting someone is against the law. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Justifiable defense? Would you break someone's arms and legs in self-defense? Even if they started it, you're still in self-defense, the policewoman accused. We have a lot of talents in this security team. I'm curious if your hands can rank up here? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course. I'm telling you, 3 or 5 guys can't even get close to me. So don't think you're the only one who can fight, and if you know what's good for you, you'll confess. Plead guilty? Why should I plead guilty? You just said 3 or 5, but I'm facing 30 to 50 of them, all with weapons in their hands, and I'd like to ask if my personal safety isn't threatened in this situation? I have unlimited rights of defense, alright? Weapons? The policewoman frowned slightly. This was something she had never heard of. It seems like that side isn't telling the truth either. That's just it. Even if there are no weapons, dozens of people surrounding one person, isn't that enough to cause a threat to life? I'm not guilty, why should I confess? This. Knock knock. See you. Come out for a moment. The policewoman nodded and glared at Lin Fan before turning around and walking out of the interrogation room. What? Release people? Female policewoman Chen Siyu frowned her eyebrows in puzzlement as she looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. That's right. There are only testimonies now, but they don't hold up to scrutiny, and the other side has already hired a lawyer to bail them out, so the tops mean to release them. But this rich kid's words can't be trusted, Chen Siyu said anxiously. As a vigilante for so many years, I never take anyone's word for anything. I only believe in evidence, and based on the evidence available, there's something wrong here. And if that's the case, then what gives you the right to not release them? But Master, I know that incident is hard for you to forget, but don't bring in emotions just because of the other person's identity. You think he's guilty just because he's a rich second generation. Then let me ask you, the one who reported the case is also a rich second generation. Which one do you believe? Chen Siyu was momentarily speechless, so she silently lowered her head. Let go. After being brought out by Chen Siyu, Lin Fan saw Su Miaoyun, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the bureau. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Su Miaoyun hurriedly ran over and inquired. Little Fan, are you alright? Ahem. This lady, we don't have the kind of bad customs like on TV here, so you can rest assured. The middle-aged man who had just talked to Chen Siyu spoke up. That's good, or I'll see if I can sue you. Su Miaoyun glared at the middle-aged man before pulling Lin Fan's hand and walking out. When she arrived outside, Su Miaoyun whispered, Little Fan, this time the one who wants to move you is the Yang family. It would have been a good solution, but Song Kongda didn't know because of what suddenly mixed afoot, and intentionally favored the help. In the end, I still let your big mom step in before Song Kongda was suppressed. Song Kong Tak? Lin Fan had already forgotten about this father and son, but he didn't expect them to pop up. Your big mom asked me to ask you if you need her to step in. What are you going to do? Su Miaoyun continued to ask. No, I can take care of it. I'll be bothering third mother tonight. You brat. You're still being polite with third mother, since you want to solve it on your own. After saying goodbye to Su Miaoyun, Lin Fan strolled around the street for a while before he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It didn't take long for the phone to be picked up, and an impatient voice came out at once. Who? Me. There was silence on the other side for a full 5 seconds before this resumed. It's boss sleepy. Boss is looking for me this late, is there any arrangement? Zhang Hongyuan inquired somewhat curtly. Does your family have business dealings with Yang Shuecheng and his family? Zhang Hongyuan shook his head after thinking for a while. I didn't hear my dad say that. Is the boss trying to deal with the Yang family? Yeah, come on. He gave me a great gift. It's not my style not to give it back. Boss, you command. More dare not say. Dozens of people I still call out, Zhang Hongyuan said with bravado. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm going to kill the Yang family directly? Zhang Hongyuan was slightly stunned. Wasn't it? There are many ways to get rid of someone. Violence is the least of them. Let's meet in the morning and take me to meet your father. Okay, then I'll pick you up tomorrow, boss. No, you'll text me an address later and I'll go there myself. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan directly stopped a car and rushed towards the night sky. Since the Yang family is ready to settle, then this Duan Hengyi's Duan family is also settled by hand. After arriving at the night sky, Lin Fan was directly brought to Tu Hong's office. At this time in the office, in addition to Tu Hong and a few juniors, there was also Duan Hengyi who was kneeling on the ground trembling. After seeing Lin Fan, Duan Hengyi asked with some fear. You actually know the people of the undying sky? Who exactly are you? It doesn't matter who I am anymore, if you have to ask. I'm someone who has already been enraged by you guys, Lin Fan said with a gloomy face. You don't move me, or my dad won't let you go. And neither will my aunt, Duan Hengyi said in a hurry, but the fear in his tone was already self-evident. Don't worry, I won't move you. After all, I don't have that particular fetish. After saying that, Lin Fan then turned his head to look at Tu Hong and spoke. There are many underlings of the 5 mothers, and there should be not a few people with some special fetishes, right? Tu Hong was slightly stunned before reacting to Lin Fan's meaning. Yes, how many? The more the merrier. Doesn't this young master Duan like to play? How can we let him have a good time? Right? Lin Fan said smilingly, but his appearance was like a devil who crawled out of hell. You can't do this. You're committing a crime, Duan Hengyi roared in a hurry. Commit a crime? My ass. That's against a woman's will. When did you cut yourself up? After saying that, Lin Fan once again looked at Tu Hong and said indifferently, make the arrangements properly. The aim is to play to the death as long as you can't die. Understood. Those rabbits are probably suffocating because of my order. Let them relax this time. Tu Hong laughed out loud. Tu Hong couldn't help but feel that it is true that hooligans are not scary, but they are afraid of hooligans with culture. In the past, he used to fight with his hands, but now he was fighting with his brain, and it was the first time that Tu Hong tried to teach a person a lesson without breaking the law. In the morning, Lin Fan directly drove the Nissan NV200 that Tu Hong had prepared to the place where Zhang Hongyuan had sent it, and this car was also a replacement for Duan Cheng's gold cup that had been smashed. After arriving at the place, when Zhang Hongyuan saw Lin Fan's car, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. As Su Miaoyun's godson, Lin Fan drives an NV200? It's too low, isn't it? Boss, is this your car? I still have a TT there. Why don't I drive the TT and you drive my Ferrari? Zhang Hongyuan proposed. No, this is the car I'm going to pay for someone else's car. I usually hardly ever drive at home. Enough about that. Where's your dad? Lin Fan inquired. Oh, my old man. My father is inside. Boss, please. After the two of them walked into the villa, when Zhang Hongyuan's dad Zhang Tian saw Lin Fan, he couldn't help but freeze and looked at Zhang Hongyuan with dismay. Brat, is this the guest you mentioned? The one who specially asked me to wake up at 4 o'clock to clean up? I fucking thought that you had finally gathered your heart and brought your daughter-in-law and in-laws over. Zhang Hongyuan was speechless. What was this old man thinking about every day? Che, that's because you don't know who my boss is. If I told you last night, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep all night. With that, Zhang Hongyuan pulled Zhang Tian aside. After not saying 2 sentences, Lin Fan heard Zhang Tian's shocked voice. Really? Don't lie to me. You kid. Keep your voice down. It's too embarrassing. Chairman Su, I saw it with my own eyes. I was even punished for kneeling for a day. Can I recognize the wrong person? Zhang Hongyuan whispered. This time, Zhang Tian finally knew what kind of person his son had brought back, and the expression on his face changed instantly. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Mr. Lin, have you had breakfast yet? Zhang Tian asked in succession, and a pleasing expression was written all over his face. No need to be so troublesome. I came here because I want to do some business with Dongjiang. Lin Fan waved his hand. Oh, what business? Zhang Tian immediately looked forward to it. Since Lin Fan was Su Miaoyun's godson, did that mean it was Su Miaoyun who wanted to do business with him? A big business. I wonder how much liquidity Zhang Dong's company has. Zhang Tian was a bit unresponsive. Su Miaoyun's godson would open his mouth and ask for money directly? Thinking about it, Zhang Tian could only think of two possibilities. One was that the person in front of him was a liar, and the second was that this brat of his own family had messed with others, and they had come to ask for compensation. Brat, what's the situation? Did you mess with young Lin? Zhang Tian asked in a low voice. No, I've messed with him before, but he's my boss now. Zhang Tian was slightly surprised and looked at Lin Fan in puzzlement. This specific, I still have to find the financial accounting. I don't know how much Lin Xiao is prepared to ask for. What kind of business do you want to do? Money, the more the better. As for business, Yang family messed with me, but this is due to my personal cause. I do not want to bother my godmothers. Think of Zhang Hongyuan is still enough for me. Just think of this money to let you earn. The Yangs? Yang Tianping's Yang family? His ability is not inferior to mine. Is it enough to rely only on my company's working capital? Zhang Tian hesitated. That's why the more the merrier. But of course, less is fine. It's just a matter of time. Zhang Tian nodded his head after agonizing for a while. Since this one in front of him was Su Miaoyun's godson, it was worthwhile for him to fight with one of them. If you fail, the big deal is to lose some. But you can get Su Miaoyun's goodwill. And if you succeed, the tens of billions of assets of the Yang family will be in your hands. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. I'll get in touch. Young Lin, please wait a moment. Very quickly, feedback came from the financial side. There was still $2 billion of existing liquidity on Zhang's side. That is only $2 billion? Does Lin Xiao think it's enough? Pretty much. Try it out. Transfer the money into the big board and get moving when it opens. The three of them arrived at Zhang's headquarters, and as soon as 9:30 arrived, Lin Fan sat down in front of the computer and started operating it. Looking at Lin Fan's flowing operation, Zhang Tian did feel a little excited. Since he was Su Miaoyun's godson, he might really be able to show himself a miracle with a small amount of money. However, what Zhang Tian didn't expect was that just in the 2 hours of the morning's opening, Lin Fan had lost a full $300 million, which caused sweat to appear on Zhang Tian's forehead. $300 million in 2 hours. Really worthy of being Su Miaoyun's godson. That's even more of a loser than that brat in my own family. A loss is a loss. After all, there's still the afternoon. Waiting for the afternoon. Lin Fan operation is even more godlike. Only used an hour to lose 500 million. Hard to make Yang stock up. Zhang Tian kept wiping his sweat, and asked somewhat sheepishly, Lin Xiao, if we operate like this, I'm afraid that 2 billion won't be enough. That's why the more the merrier. But it's okay. It's a little less. But it's enough. The more the merrier. Indeed, the less simply isn't enough for you to lose. In the evening, the TV station began to report up the information about Yang's, and Yang's is also very good at operation, and directly took this opportunity to publicize a lot, preparing for the next day to usher in the next wave of stops. By early the next morning, news about Yang was all over the place. However, and Yang Tianpeng thought is not the same. All the news are negative, especially the previous day's stop, was found out to be a secret operation, relying on 800 million cash flow to make a growth trend induced the shareholders crazy to buy. Everyone's heart is very clear. This is to want to circle the money, only to rise a few days after Yang's to cut leaks. And the most unexpected thing for Yang was that the news from the day before had instead become a way of lifting a stone and making sure that they were on this line. The next day after the opening of the market, Yang's stock like a crazy decline. Yang had no choice but to use the cash flow to maintain, but neither limited funds, coupled with too many people selling, but also just to maintain an hour and then fell off. At this point, Zhang Tian finally understood Lin Fan's operation the day before, so it was this hand that he played. But is Yang's collapse, this remaining 1.2 billion is simply not enough to acquire Yang's. Zhang Tian is beginning to look forward to Lin Fan's next plan. And at this time, Lin Fan has been completely unable to care about the stock market war. Wearing a handsome suit sitting in the big bull waiting for the appearance of the beauty. It didn't take long for Wang Lan to slowly walk out, and when she saw Lin Fan's Lamborghini, she couldn't help but stare, and then lowered her head and got into the car. Why are you driving this kind of car? It's too flashy. Or what? I'm going to fail the class in case I don't perform well. How about this outfit? Which was also specially chosen. Wang Lan glanced at Lin Fan. At this time Lin Fan cannot pick any faults. Successful people, and handsome a batch. Let's go. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. It was true that a shy beauty was good looking, and a shy beautiful professor had more flavor. On the way, Wang Lan was explaining her parents' preferences all the way. She was afraid that Lin Fan would accidentally touch his parents' bottom line, and then he would really force himself to go on a blind date. I'm fine with all that, but what about the title? It's not good to be called professor, is it? Wang Lan couldn't help but nod. This was a problem. Erasure then. That's what my parents call her, so it shouldn't be a problem. That won't do. That's too disrespectful to the professor. Lin Fan resisted. What's not to like? Get used to it now. Just deal with my parents or I'll fail you. Wang Lan didn't care. His mind kept thinking about other details that needed attention. But he didn't notice that the corner of Lin Fan's mouth slightly rose out of an arc. The car slowly stopped in an upscale neighborhood, and Wang Lan walked directly into the home with Lin Fan on her arm. The moment they opened the door, Wang Lan's parents appeared in front of the duo. Wang Lan could not help but lower her head a little embarrassed by the dress of these two old. Not to mention Wang Lan, even Lin Fan couldn't help but stare. Those who knew were meeting their son-in-law. Those who didn't thought it was New Year's Eve. But from this, it could also be seen how anxious these two old men were about Wang Lan's marriage. Hello aunts and uncles, a little token of appreciation, Lin Fan politely said as he held the good wine and tea he had scrounged from Zhang Tian and Tu Hong. What are you polite this child People come is better than anything. You this is Romane Conti? Wang Lan's father Wang Shui asked in surprise. I don't know what to send. I heard Lan Lan say that uncle likes to sip red wine to cultivate his feelings, so I got 2 bottles. In addition, I only got half a caddy of the great red robe in here. I hope that uncle won't mind it. Big red robe. Half a caddy? Wang Shui is aware of the price of this big red robe. I am afraid that this half a caddy of big red robe is more expensive than these 2 bottles of Romane Conti. Have a heart. Child, you have a heart, Wang Shui said excitedly. You old man, can you not be so humiliated in front of the child? Yi Lu, Wang Lan's mother, accused with some embarrassment. It's okay auntie, uncle is so happy but it makes me feel relieved. At least it's not a wrong gift. Besides, this is for auntie. This is the palace secret recipe that I found a friend who had a hard time getting. It is said that back in the day the imperial concubines were using this to maintain. The effect kills all the luxuries. Yi Lu naturally heard of this thing sent by Lin Fan. It is said that just a small box sold more than 100,000 sky price, and also in short supply. Want to buy or not necessarily buy it. Good boy, Yi Lu rejoiced. His appearance at this time was completely no less than that of Wang Shui just now. Come, son-in-law quickly enter the house. What's wrong with being at the door all the time? Wang Shui patted Lin Fan's shoulder. At this time he had basically decided that Lin Fan was his son-in-law. Thanks, uncle. What do you call uncle I have called you son-in-law. Not call dad, you call father-in-law can always, right? Wang Shui was dissatisfied. Thank you father-in-law. Ha ha ha, I like this kid. Lan, you found a good boyfriend. No, you found a good husband. Wang Lan is blushing. What are these parents doing? How could they be bought off with just a few gifts? And this Lin Fan too. You know it's an act. Why are you acting so well? You dropped so much money on gifts alone. Crazy. Thinking of this, Wang Lan couldn't help but glare at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was unconcerned, as if he didn't even notice, and followed Wang Shui and his wife into the room. The family is rather small. Don't mind it, Wang Shui said politely. I think it's great. 3 people living in a small duplex, I think it's just fine. About 150 square feet won't look empty. Unlike my house, I've even joked before that you need to have a walkie-talkie ready at all times when you live in that kind of house. Son-in-law, this idea of yours and your father is exactly the same. He also felt that too big a house seemed cold at first. You should have quite a few common topics. Yi Lu was now the mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him the better she looked. Even the name was directly changed. Mom, it hasn't come to that yet. Wang Lan hastily pulled Yi Lu's sleeve and said, go to one side. How old are you? With a husband like Xiaofan you don't hurry to marry, what are you waiting for Xiaofan, if the in-laws side is convenient, let's make an appointment to see one side? Yi Lu probed. Wang Lan froze. Why did she feel like she had sold herself short? In an instant, Wang Lan's threatening eyes swept towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan had been wondering how he was going to answer this question, and now with Wang Lan being so cooperative, it was only natural for Lin Fan to refuse. I haven't gotten this degree yet, and Erishur is my mentor, so this is a bad influence on Erishur. So, by the way, how did you and Erishur meet? Was it at school? Wang Shui was curious. I've known each other before. After all, it's been less than a week since I went to Ling University. It's been less than a week, so that means, son-in-law, you didn't go for a master's degree in business administration for the sake of our Lan, did you? Wang Shui said expectantly. Yes. Lin Fan said a little shyly. The coyness on his face added a few points of truth to the matter. Wang Lan gritted his teeth on the sidelines. You kid is quite good at acting How can I round it up if you go away? Old man this child is growing on me, Yi Lu said happily. The smile on her face was even thicker than winning the lottery. In fact, the chances of finding such a wonderful son-in-law are indeed lower than winning the lottery. After the 4 of them were seated, Lin Fan directly pulled Wang Lan's hand. Wang Lan wanted to resist, but thinking that her parents were sitting here, she could only obediently give in, her eyes glaring up at Lin Fan once again. Watching the two lovey-dovey little looks, the old couple is happy as can be, stating that the two are going to cook and let the youngsters do as they please. When the two of them reached the kitchen, Wang Lan directly drew back her hand and glared at Lin Fan in dissatisfaction, questioning, "What are you doing? What for? Acting out? Wasn't it you yourself who asked me to help? Erasure? You are overacting then. Also, it's not like there's anyone right now. Call me Professor Wang. That won't do. When I came here it was Lan Yu who wanted me to call it that, and said that I can't reveal it. What if I call it wrong or my in-laws hear it?" Lin Fan said smugly. "What in-laws? You're in too deep, aren't you? The two of us are fake, okay?" Wang Lan frowned. "I know, but the second elder told me to call it that. It's okay, we'll talk about each other." Wang Lan was speechless. Can this stuff still be discussed on its own? After taking 2 deep breaths, Wang Lan spoke. "Later on, you'll excuse yourself and leave. Don't stay in my house for much longer. Do you hear me? Why my in-laws are so nice. I still want to spend more time with them." Lin Fan said with some regret. "Where's the why? And that's my parents. My company is enough. Then I'll keep you company while you're away." Wang Lan's face sank as she questioned. "Lin Fan, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Have you been setting me up for a long time?" Lin Fan immediately revealed an aggrieved look and defended, wrongfully accused. "It was Lan you insisted me to come, but I resisted for a long time. And in the end I compromised because of the problem of flunking the course." "You still call me Lan?" Wang Lan frowned. "You told me to call it that, and said I couldn't be exposed. You told me not to give it away. You, son-in-law, there is no understanding of calligraphy and painting. Your father-in-law I have nothing to do in the past 2 days to get a. Your mother-in-law Nan said that I write poorly. The painting is also bad. You come to see?" Wang Shuyi smilingly walked over. "Yes, father-in-law. I'll go to the study to fetch it." Wang Shuyi smiled and ran directly toward the study. "My dad is a man who has the best face, and has never admitted that his work is poor, so wait a moment, you'll just belittle as much as you can and leave," Wang Lan ordered. "Ha, it's not. Status is just right. Why would I want to die? And if I fail you're not going on a blind date? Or what? Do you want me to marry you? Nice try. I'm just asking you to deal with my parents to make them think that the boyfriend position is already taken. Not for you to come on board." "Oh." Lin Fan nodded helplessly, still thinking that something might happen. Now it seems hopeless. "Coming, son-in-law. Come and see how it looks." With that, Wang Shuyi took the scroll out of the box. "Not good. Very bad." Wang Shuyi froze. "I have not yet opened it. You are also too early to comment on this, right?" "No, it's not the painting that's being talked about. It's the paper. Connoisseur, I'm not casually get it. So the drawing paper and scroll are randomly get it. I would have liked to get it right. But your mother-in-law does not agree. Lin Fan froze and turned his head to look at Wang Lan and shrugged his shoulders, as if to say that this can't be blamed on me. Wang Lan winked, imploring Lin Fan to continue. She just didn't believe that Lin Fan could continue to blindly catfight. "I heard you talking about me all the way. I agree that you use good ones when you draw well. I don't agree when you draw so badly," Yi Lu said in dissatisfaction while walking. "No more talking to you. Come, son-in-law, take a look." After saying that, Wang Shuyi directly exhibited the painting. It must be said that Wang Shuyi still has some painting skills, although this work cannot be said to be a masterpiece, but it is still remarkable. But it can't be helped. He was threatened by Wang Lan, so he can only pity Wang Shuyi. It's terrible. The light, the ink color, the dribbling problems, Lin Fan said most of the day in a row, until he criticized all the criticizable ones before closing his mouth. And at this time this family of 3 were all shocked and speechless. Wang Lan was the first to reflect, secretly laughing that Lin Fan was still listening, then frowned. "Lin Fan, how do you talk? You, shut up," Wang Shuyi said in a deep voice. Look at you pissing off my dad. "You, I told you to shut up." Wang Shuyi glared at Wang Lan, then a smile appeared on his face once again, and there was something else hidden in that smile. Is it admiration? Wang Lan was dumbfounded. Was this still the same dad who could not be criticized at all? Good boy, you've got a keen eye for this. In fact, this is much worse than my level. But why do I need a good framing? It's because it's a monumental painting. Gee, commemorative significance? Lin Fan was also a bit confused. What kind of game is Wang Shuyi playing? Yes, I'm not exasperated by my disobedient daughter. She's 27 years old. No one will want her if she doesn't hold on tightly. Yet for 27 years this girl hasn't been in love. How can you say I'm not in a hurry? So much so that my drawing is poor. After saying that, Wang Shuyi then looked directly at Yi Lu, desperately winking and making eyes. Yi Lu knew that the time has come. Help voice, I said. If you are this level, how can I see? But now it does not matter. Our girl has found a good son-in-law. Obedient, honest, no more. The most critical, and you have a common language. Yes, this painting is no longer important. With that, Wang Shuyi directly threw the painting aside. After seeing this scene, Wang Lan finally understood what his dad was up to. It was simply painted on purpose to force a marriage. If it was his favorite work or had any special significance, it was his own daughter who couldn't even look at it freely. So how could it be casually thrown aside by him? If the person who comes is satisfied, take out this painting and go along with the idea to promote marriage. If not, then drive the person away, then use this painting to promote marriage along with the idea. As for Lin Fan's review is actually not important at all. After all, Dad took out the painting in the moment Mom came over. The couple a meal down the double read. The other is still important? The kitchen dishes were left alone. And who would believe it when they said they hadn't been purposely arranged? Wang Lan helplessly glanced at Lin Fan. But let this kid earn. Did not think that the random sarcasm is said in the heart of the dad. I'm just afraid that instead of subtracting points from the meal's evaluation, it has added points. At this time, Lin Fan also roughly guessed the situation, holding back his smile and looking at Wang Lan, as if to say that this is you forcing me to curse, but you can't rely on me. Son-in-law, come with me to the study. As your old husband, I can't be so ashamed to show you my works in collection. Wang Shuyi spoke. Wang Lan was torn for a moment, secretly saying that he couldn't let Lin Fan brush his favor anymore, or he would really be sold out by himself. Dad, it's getting late. Lin Fan has things to do tomorrow. Why don't we just let him? Go ahead? Yi Lu directly interrupted Wang Lan's words and said in dissatisfaction. What time is it? You're letting people go before they've even eaten? You girl, go to the kitchen with me. Oh. Lin Fan stifled his laughter, never imagining that the high and stern Wang Lan at Ling University would actually look like this at home. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Yi Lu's face sank as she questioned. What's wrong with you? What? What Wang Lan immediately tensed up. Could it be that her mom found out that Lin Fan was a fake? What do you say? Don't think I didn't see your intimidating look before. He, Lin Fan, went to school for you to study. What more do you want? Wang Lan wanted to cry. What's this all about? No, I have to say something bad to pull down Lin Fan's image a bit. Mom, actually Lin Fan is not as good as you think. He doesn't love cleanliness. Sometimes he doesn't take a bath for a month. Yi Lu froze, and instead of making Yi Lu go and dislike Lin Fan, this comment made Yi Lu smile. Mom, what are you laughing at? Wang Lan wondered. Laughing at you. Living together? So you're still hiding it? Don't worry. Mom and Dad aren't unenlightened people, but they're not married yet. So you need to be protected. What to live together? Wang Lan was speechless. Where did that come from? How could you possibly know he doesn't shower for a month if you don't live together? Speaking here, Yi Lu suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth. Actually, it's fine if you don't do protective measures. I see that Xiaofan's family is quite rich, so even if you quit your job, you won't run out of money to spend. And it's quite a good choice to hasten to give me and your father a grandchild. No, that's what he told me, Wang Lan defended. He told you that? Who would tell such a shameful thing? You're lying to your mom. Wang Lan collapsed, lifting a stone to smash his own feet even if, but also cannot keep smashing. Their own this whole day have smashed 3 times. Inside the study. Xiaofan, how does it feel to see these? Wang Shuyi said expectantly. Without Wang Lan around, Lin Fan was able to speak the truth. Very good. The handwriting is majestic. The landscape is delicately outlined. Father-in-law's skills are 30 years old, right? Good eyesight. This year is exactly 30 years. Little Fan has studied these? Wang Shuyi asked curiously. Some research. There is an elder in the family who likes these, although I don't want to admit it, but I have to admit that his skills are profound. Some of the famous paintings he copied can't even be seen as problematic even for me when I look at the details alone. Oh, what kind of paintings are there? Lin Fan thought for a moment before speaking. For example, Tang Yin's 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix, like Wang Shiji's Lu Theory, etc. What? You're telling the truth? But I've heard that all these things are owned by the state. Wang Shuyi was surprised. Indeed, but it seems that because he made some outstanding contributions, he was specially gifted by the state. Of course, these things will still have to be returned to the state when he's 100 years old, and can only be considered as something he kept on his behalf. Then can you let me take a look? Older brother. Not right. Son-in-law, help me to introduce. Daughter gave you. You casually. Let me see how the real artwork? Wang Shuyi was a bit incoherent, and only after he finished did he realize how wrong it was. But I guess the daughter and son-in-law thing is pretty much settled, so I don't think the speech impediment is much of a problem. He lives deep in the mountains. I can talk for you. but I'm not too sure if it will work. It's okay, just show me. Before I could only watch it from afar outside the display case. I couldn't feel the shock. Okay, I'll try. Dinner is served. Yi Lu's voice came in, interrupting Lin Fan's duo. Let's go. Eat first. Before I was worried that this girl would not be wanted. I did not expect to not only bring my son-in-law back, but also a son-in-law that is so good. Wang Shuyi lamented. In his opinion, for Lin Fan to be able to send that kind of meet and greet gift meant that the family was well off. Yet in this case Lin Fan didn't have the slightest hint of a Cockney vibe, so he thought that all of this family must be very well educated. Not only that, Lin Fan also understands poetry and painting. In this fickle world, all the young people are running around for money, so the point of knowing poetry and painting can be quite rare. Definitely a plus. I'm also young and handsome in person, and the key is that I'm good to my daughter. At this point I guess even if Lin Fan wants to break up, Wang Shuyi will have to let his daughter go to the compound. After walking to the restaurant, the four of them took their seats. Wang Shuyi and Yi Lu were the ones who kept on giving food to Lin Fan, but they automatically ignored Wang Lan, who was their own daughter. Lan, why do you know how to eat by yourself? Give Xiaofan some food. Yi Lu was dissatisfied. With you guys pinching the food, where is the need for me? Wang Lan ate the flavor. You child, if you were to give Xiaofan food, would your mom and I need to be so? This is your husband. Ahem. Wang Lan immediately choked on her rice. Husband? What the hell did Lin Fan give dad in the study? Little Fan, our family Lan is more of a cleaner person. You won't feel uncomfortable living with her, right? Yi Lu enthusiastically inquired. Ahem. This time it was Lin Fan's turn to choke. Living together? What did Wang Lan say in the kitchen? Why did it feel like she wanted to finalize the relationship more than she did? Mom, I've already said we don't live together. Wang Lan hurriedly explained. So you spouted off to me that Van doesn't bathe? If you don't live together, how do you know? Yelio asked rhetorically. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lan in dismay. Although my intentions are not right, I am still helping you, right? As for rumors about me like this? Wang Lan's small face reddened, and she immediately had the feeling of being caught red-handed on the spot stealing something. Xiaofan doesn't take a bath? That's impossible. We literati are very particular about this, especially when we're creating. Wang Shuyi frowned. After feeling his parents' questioning eyes, Wang Lan momentarily didn't know what to say. What Lan is talking about should be that time I went to the countryside. Before I went to the countryside to investigate the market, the water resources there are scarce. The water that I drank is not even affluent yet. Where would I be good enough to waste water? Lin Fan explained. Going to the countryside? This word has caused Wang Shuyi and Yi Lu to recall when they also went to the countryside after graduating from university and felt the warmth of the townspeople. Lan, this is your fault. This is clearly an advantage, but it turned out to be hard for you to call it a disadvantage. You almost made your father and I misunderstand Xiaofan, Yi Lu said with dissatisfaction. Wang Lan helplessly listened to the lesson and her small hand reached directly under the table to pinch Lin Fan's waist. Lin Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, then looked at Wang Lan in surprise. You're ruining my image there. I can't even explain? Wang Lan glared at Lin Fan as if to say again, who told you to cause me to be told off? This is the punishment for you. Since you guys are living together then you don't have to leave at night Xiaofan. Just stay. Your mom and I aren't unenlightened people, Wang Shuyi proposed. Lin Fan froze, secretly saying that this could be there. Wang Lan, on the other hand, was full of resistance. Is this not a fake drama? No way. Wang Lan hastily refused. What's the problem? Is there no problem there for you? Xiaofan? Wang Shuyi inquired. Jingle bells. Lin Fan was just about to say something when the phone rang. Hello? Young Lin? Yang's applied for stock closure. Song Kongda has intervened. We can't handle this matter well. Tu Han's voice came over the phone. Lin Fan frowned. It's Song Kongda again. This girl is living too comfortably, isn't she? I know. I'll be there in a moment. After saying that, Lin Fan directly hung up the phone. What's wrong, little Fan? Is there something important? Yi Lu inquired. Yeah, there's a situation over at the company. I have to make a trip over to formulate a plan to deal with it before I can do so. Lin Fan apologized. In that case, then you should go quickly. Business is important. Although he felt it was a pity, Wang Shuyi had no choice but to let Lin Fan go and get busy first. Without knowing the situation, Wang Lan thought that this was Lin Fan's temporary idea of excusing himself, and in his heart he couldn't help but praise Lin Fan for being quite understanding. After leaving the Wang family, Lin Fan directly drove to Within the Night Sky. What's the situation now? Has the stock market agreed to the suspension request? Lin Fan inquired. It's a shame that the application has already been agreed upon, or else it must have definitely been possible to make Yan collapse. Tu Hong regretted. Has it stopped? There are ways to stop, put people out there to protest the decision of the stock market, saying that it is influencing the stock market wins, and that it is suspected of encouraging shorting of stocks and condoning crime, among other things. Tuhan froze. This operation. This doesn't really fit our image, does it? What image? The image of decency? There are not so many decent people in the world. Against evil people. I like to fight evil with evil. Song Kongda's status is a convenience. So let's make him lose his position. I know. I'll make the arrangements. The next morning, after the stock market opened, the stockholders found that Yang's shares could not be sold, so they kept calling the stock market. And this side of the practice is also very direct. All do not answer. This inaction has helped Tu Hong. With just a little bit of publicity, Tu Hong's people incited a large group of people to protest at the stock market, and the scene was hilarious. At this time, Lin Fan did not pay attention to these, and brought some nutrients to visit Su Qingma inside the hospital. Just after walking into the ward, Lin Fan saw the middle-aged woman looking at herself blankly. Lin Fan smiled and nodded to him as a sign of politeness before looking at Su Qingma and inquiring, "How does the body feel?" When Su Qingma saw that Lin Fan had arrived, her little face suddenly blushed and she directly lowered her head. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "What is this girl's situation with this performance? Light mo. This young man is talking to you. Do you know each other?" The middle-aged woman inquired. "Well, he's the Lin Fan who helped me several times and sent me to the hospital to save my life. Dean, your condition is under control is also because he asked his friend to arrange it for you," Su Qingma said without a voice not much bigger than a mosquito. Shyly said. The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Fan, then politely said, "So it is like this. Thank you, young man. Lin Xiao. Thank you, Lin Xiao. My name is Su Yen. Light ink is what I brought up from childhood." Just as Su Yen said, Su Qingma was brought up by her, and she knew Su Qingma's character too well. Su Qingma's character is relatively strong, and in terms of men and women always swing very light. If you can accept a man's many times to help, it means that the relationship between the two is very close. However, Su Qingma's blush had also proved that Su Qingma's senses towards Lin Fan were no longer that of a close friend, but rather that her heart was in love. Only this performance can also be seen at present may just be Su Qingma's unrequited love. Or this rich second generation is also interesting. Only Su Qingma feel that the gap between the two is too large and will suppress the feelings. "Hello, so you're the benefactor Dean that Lightning Mo talked about. Are you feeling better?" "It's better. It's all thanks to Shaolin's help," Su Yan said gratefully. "Should be. Light Ink and my encounter is very similar. Both were adopted by kind people since childhood alone. From her body I even see my own shadow. If I do not help, only afraid that my conscience cannot be at ease." Su Yan was stunned. Lin Fan was also an orphan? But let's not talk about anything else. Just getting a separate ward in this hospital would cost quite a bit of money, and Lin Fan doesn't look very big. Is the access irregular? Seeing that Su Yan didn't speak anymore, Lin Fan didn't care and placed the tonic on the bedside cabinet, directly pulling up Su Qingma's hand to probe her pulse. Su Yan was also startled when she saw Lin Fan directly pulling Su Qingma's hand, secretly saying that young people were so unrestrained. When he saw that Lin Fan was only taking his pulse, this was a relief. And at the same time he became a little curious. Young Lin is studying medicine? The people who adopted me taught me some of that. I didn't really study much myself. Lin Fan explained before looking at Su Qingma and said, "The body is recovering quite well. In a few more days you will be able to leave the hospital." "Thank you. There's no need to thank me. In fact, if it wasn't for me you probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing. If you want to thank me, thank Dean Su. After all, if it wasn't for the pendant she bought you, that cut might have been the one that I couldn't do anything about back in time." "Pendant?" Su Yan looked blankly at Su Qingma, secretly saying, "When did she buy a pendant? That one wasn't bought by Dean Su. I brought it with me since I was a child. Think of it as my own lucky charm. Even though my parents abandoned me, they gave birth to me after all." Actually, don't be too pessimistic. It doesn't have to be abandonment, like what happened to my seventh mom, who was separated from her own children for some reason, but she never stopped looking for them for the past 20 years. "Thank you for your comfort." "Nothing. I'm just..." Jingle bells. Before Lin Fan could finish his words, the phone rang. "Hello? What are third mother's orders?" Lin Fan was curious. "Command no. 2 things. The first is that I heard Chi-Chi say that you haven't been home for several days. Where have you been?" Su Miaoyun asked in a slightly stern voice. For this severity, Lin Fan likes it very much. This is what it feels like to have a mom. "Recently, I've been busy with the young family outside, so this is just a little bit easier today," Lin Fan explained. "So it's like this. This child is really outgoing. What a deal with the young family. You look for your third mommy. Small young family. I'm still not easy to solve. It's not that third mother has a lot of work to do day in and day out. I don't want to disturb third mother. so I'll go back tonight. Right. What's the second thing? Lin Fan said with bravado. It's that unreliable Lin Changshan. I've already investigated all the orphanages in Lingyun City, and as a result, I haven't found any that match the criteria at all. So your seventh mother's daughter isn't in Lingyun. Lin Fan frowned slightly, although she also admitted that Lin Changshan was unreliable. But it was only right that he wouldn't take unreliable news for himself to relay in this kind of matter. Isn't it true that it wasn't in an orphanage, but was adopted by an individual? Lin Fan asked tentatively. Su Miaoyun couldn't help but nod. This idea is some possibility. Only in that case it would be troublesome to find Hey, your seventh mom is also a poor person. Really do not know when the child can find. In fact, it's not difficult. After all, already know in Lingyun, as long as through the vigilante's household registration, all the registered household within a year after the accident of the 7 mothers will be investigated all over. And then through the 6 mothers this side to contact all the hospitals in Lingyun to pull out the birth certificates one by one to compare. We'll surely be able to find it. Su Miaoyun bitter smile. Said simple, but this operation how difficult but this may be the only way. The 7th sister has been waiting for so many years. She doesn't care to wait 1 or 2 more years. What you said makes some sense. I'll go make some arrangements. We can't let go of even the slightest chance. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan had been completely confused by Lin Fan. 3rd mom? 7 moms? How many mothers does this Lin Fan have? And by the sound of it, they're very close. So it's true that the aristocratic circle is messy. Is it that elder you just said is looking for a child? Su Qingma was curious. Yes, just now it was my 3rd mom who called, saying that Lingyun's orphanage had searched all over and hadn't seen my 7th mom's daughter's silhouette, and that this matter should be known to Dean Su as well. Lin Fan thought to himself that since all the orphanages had searched, Su Yan's orphanage must have cooperated in the search as well. However, to Lin Fan's surprise, Su Yan shook her head with a blank expression. Dean Su doesn't know? That's impossible. Lin Fan was surprised. 3rd mother was quite meticulous in her work, and since this matter was about 7th mother's daughter, how could she have missed any orphanage? Maybe it's because my orphanage is not a formal orphanage. My ability is limited. I simply can't apply for a normal orphanage. So the few children I have there are my nominal adopted sons and daughters. The funds in addition to my income, and then it's just the help of the neighbors. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. There was still such a situation? I don't think Sama knew that such an orphanage existed. So the orphanage line is still open? I wonder if Dean Su could help contact an orphanage like yours. My 7th mother has been searching for her daughter for many years, and I would love to be able to help her. This is naturally no problem. I'll naturally do everything I can if young Lin helps us out so much. After receiving Su Yan's affirmative reply, Lin Fan then directly called back Su Miaoyun's phone number. What's wrong, little Fan? Su Miaoyun was puzzled. This had just hung up the phone. How come Lin Fan called back again? Good news. Sort of. 3rd mother, the orphanage trail is still open. I have a friend who was hospitalized who is an orphan, but not in the traditional sense of the word. Friend? Girlfriend? Su Miaoyun inquired. Not. Lin Fan was speechless. 3rd mother's focus seemed a bit off. What are you afraid of? This point you and Lin Changshan, that old undead, is really far away. Besides, your condition is much better than his. A few more girlfriends 3 moms don't mind. As a matter of fact, don't all of our 7 sisters want to introduce their daughters to you? What we want is not competition. It's a win-win situation. Cough cough. This is another story. Another story? The situation over here is like this. Then, Lin Fan put the this side of the situation over again. After hearing this, Su Miaoyun couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. I really didn't expect such a situation to exist in Lingyun. Let the Dean Su gather all the good people in such a situation. They don't have the ability to open an orphanage. I do. Consider it as a blessing for your 7 mothers. As expected of a 3rd mom, a woman of honor. Virtuous, right. Just like Lin Changshan. His shamelessness you less learn. I'm going to the hospital now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan relayed Su Miaoyun's words to Su Yan as they were. And Su Yan was overjoyed to hear them. If someone funds the orphanage, then the pressure on them people is reduced, not to mention that the children will be able to get a better upbringing. I'll make the call. This is a great thing. Thank you, young Master Lin. Dean Su was polite. 20 minutes later, people who were in the same situation as Su Qing came into the ward one after another. And one after another. They were all excited. Yanzi, are you telling the truth? A middle-aged man asked excitedly as he took Su Yan's hand. Yes, this is Lin Xiao. His relatives heard about this incident by chance when they were looking for the child, so they were prepared to offer a helping hand. Su Yan introduced this young master. Thank you so much. Young master looks like he's friends with Lightning Mo. For this love alone, I don't think Lightning Mo has seen the wrong person. There's no need for you to say that. This child, Lightning Mo, has been provincial since she was a child, and I didn't expect to find a boyfriend to be so provincial as well. Su Qingma blushed slightly. What boyfriend? Ah, yourself. I don't deserve him at all. It didn't take long for Su Miaoyun to finally arrive, and after understanding the situation, Su Miaoyun directly contacted her secretary to look for a site that could be used as an orphanage, and had the finances transfer a portion of the money first as a backup. According to all of you, the children may not be less than 100, which is more than I expected. The site first use a temporary. I happen to have a piece of land there. Originally thought of doing down the real estate. Why don't we use it directly as the construction of the orphanage? We can rest assured. At most, 2 or 3 months can be built. And the decoration is absolutely harmless. After hearing Su Miaoyun's words, the crowd was even more excited. These children finally had a good life. But I would also like to ask for your help. In fact, my 7th sister was lost with her child in the early years because of the enemy. I hope you can through the relationship or carefully recall the possibility. Su Miaoyun was explaining the situation to the many well-wishers, but Lin Fan was fine, and after glancing at Tu Hong's text message, he quietly exited the ward to make a phone call. Lin Xiao, it's working well. The top seems to be intervening, Tu Hong reported. Continue to keep an eye on it. Notify me when Yang stock is unblocked. In addition, follow up on the matter regarding Song Kanda, and if necessary, contact the top to get in touch with them. I understand. Don't worry, young Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little melancholy thinking about going home at night. I don't know what's going on with Li Xin. Child, finally found you. Su Miaoyun's voice suddenly came out from within the hospital room. Lin Fan froze. Found it so quickly? And when Lin Fan returned to the ward, he saw a crying Su Miaoyun and a stunned Su Qingma. Lin Fan was a little confused. In fact, he really hadn't thought about the possibility of Su Qingma being the daughter of the 7th mother at all. Thinking back carefully, Kong Shasha was as daring as 4th mother. Li Xin was as straightforward as 5th mother. And even Zhang Mingqi and 6th mother were extremely similar in personality. But 7 moms, in Lin Fan's impression, Lu Man was completely like a child who hadn't grown up. And her personality was also on the cute side, which didn't match at all with the intellectual Su Qingma. Moreover, Lin Fan even felt that in terms of mental age, Su Qingma was the one who was more like a mom. It would be strange that Lin Fan would be suspicious of 2 people who were so next to each other. 3rd mother, are you sure that the daughter of the 7th mother is a light ink? Of course, that pendant of light inks is an amulet that your 7 mothers begged for back in the day. And light ink has a red mole on her backside. And light ink has a red mole at the root of her leg. Su Qingma's face blushed with shame at being spoken to. If she continued to speak like this, her body's secrets would be known by Lin Fan. Aunt Rhyme, you don't say. It was only then that Su Miaoyun reacted to the fact that she was so excited that she forgot that Su Qingma was a girl. Wouldn't it be better to wait for Lin Fan to personally confirm these things himself? Why bother saying it outright yourself? Fine. I won't say anymore. In short, Xiao Fan, Lightning Mo is indeed your 7 mother's long-lost daughter. You've made a great achievement, Su Miaoyun said excitedly. Said here, Su Miaoyun suddenly thought of something. Hastily said, right Xiao Fan. I asked Light Ink and Su Dean said she still have to stay in the hospital for a week to recuperate before. You 7 mom, if you see Light Ink so emaciated, I'm afraid that she will be the sky to set off. You cannot step up the treatment a little bit? This conditioning stuff can't be done overnight. It can be sped up a bit at most. In that case, I'll give you 1 day. Your 7 moms will be there tomorrow night. Try to do everything you can to condition Light Mo. You're the heir to that old bastard Lin Changshan. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. And don't go home tonight. You've been out there waving for a few days anyway. Lin Fan was speechless. What do you mean wave for several days? I am busy with business. Hearing that Lin Fan was going to live here, Su Qingma's little face couldn't help but blush, and her heart flustered a little. Right, let Chi-Chi come over at night as well. After all, Light Mo has a small face. There are some things you can let Chi-Chi help with. So call Chi-Chi. Su Miaoyun opened her mouth. Call Zhang Mingqi. It's still better for Sama to fight. Su Miaoyun slightly frowned. Before in the villa when he felt Zhang Mingqi and Li Xin heard Lin Fan's expression is a little strange. It seems to be a little trouble. You're a big man. If there's really any conflict you'll take it up for me too. You fight. Oh, Lin Fan had no choice but to call Zhang Mingqi. Zhang Mingqi had originally helped Lin Fan persuade Li Xin, thinking that if Lin Fan admitted another mistake, even if the relationship was still poor, it wouldn't be so awkward. But she didn't expect Lin Fan to simply not come back after that. After a few days in a row, Zhang Mingqi even felt like she was being nosy, and a hint of resentment towards Lin Fan arose. So much so that after receiving Lin Fan's call, Zhang Mingqi didn't have a good attitude until Lin Fan said that Lu Man's daughter had been found. Then Zhang Mingqi's attitude changed. You said Ant-Man's daughter is in the hospital? Did something happen to her? After Lin Fan briefly talked about Lu Man's situation, Zhang Mingqi said that she would be there right away and then hung up the phone. By the time Zhang Mingqi arrived it was already half an hour later, and she was accompanied by Li Xin, who still had a disgruntled look on her face. You guys are here? This is Seven Mother's daughter, Su Qingmo, who I've seen before during dinner. Zhang Mingqi was stunned the moment she saw Su Qingmo. How could she not expect that she had actually seen the daughter of the seventh mother? Are you sure? Zhang Mingqi said incredulously. I had a similar expression to yours at first. It was third mother who was sure. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. What about Aunt Rhyme? Zhang Mingqi continued to ask. Third mom and a large group of orphanage directors are looking into opening a large orphanage. That. Humph. Lin Fan glanced at Li Xin and was just about to say something when he was directly interrupted by a cold snort from Li Xin. Su Qingma is also a puzzled look at Lin Fan 3. Did not expect the three actually familiar? Looks like both Zhang Mingqi or Li Xin family situation is very superior. Under the care of Lin Fan and the two daughters, Su Qingmo's body recovered very quickly, and by noon of the next day, after drinking countless soups and tonics, Su Qingmo was able to go through the discharge procedure. When Lin Fan returned to the room again with the ticket he saw an unexpected person. Didn't third mother say seventh mother wouldn't be back until tonight? How come she's here now? Who did this? Actually dared to hurt my mother's daughter. My mother will definitely skin him, Lu Man said with a gloomy face. Auntie Man, don't get excited. You should be spending time with Lightning Mo right now, Zhang Mingqi hurriedly pacified. No, my daughter was actually bullied like this. I must get justice for my daughter. Zhang Mingqi's face showed a look of difficulty. When she noticed that Lin Fan had returned she hurriedly said, Lin Fan, you came just in time. Quickly persuade Auntie Man. Seven Mom. This matter can be left to me. I've already set out to deal with the young family. Although there is a Song Kongda in the middle of it. But within 3 days I guarantee to solve the problem. Young family. Song Kongda. Or Xiao Fan Fan is good. No to tell me the key information. Just you are too soft. Deal with this group of goods still use 3 days? After saying that, Lu Man's face appeared kindly. Gently stroked Su Qingma's cheek and said, Don't worry daughter, with mom here, no one in this world will dare to bully you anymore. You go to little Fan Fan and their house first, and in the evening, mom will bring delicious food to see you. Seeing Lu Man leave, a trace of helplessness flashed across Zhang Mingqi's face as she questioned. I'm asking you to persuade, not to share information, okay? I didn't say anything, that is to say that it's a little difficult now, but I can get it done in 3 days, Lin Fan said innocently. That's because you don't know Auntie Man. Auntie Man is one of the most protective, especially if it's still Lightning Mo being bullied. Do you think Auntie Man will still take her time waiting for you? Zhang Mingqi rubbed her forehead, then hurriedly dialed a phone number to Su Miaoyun to explain the situation. When Lin Fan brought the 3 girls back inside the villa, Su Qingma's little face was one of shock written all over it. It was the first time she had seen such a large house. However, immediately after, Su Qingma realized another problem and said in shock, You guys are living together? Would you live with the son of a bitch? Lightning Mo. Stay away from this man-wolf in the future. After saying that, Li Xian pulled Su Qingma's hand and walked directly towards the upper floor. Evening. Lu Man came inside the villa with a dozen or so dishes in her hands, a smile on her face as she said, Children, come and eat. Su Miaoyun, on the other hand, followed behind Lu Man with a helpless look on her face. Auntie Man, Lightning Mo has been found. So you're treating us to takeout? Li Xian asked playfully, completely different from her attitude towards Lin Fan. It's not all of us yet. Auntie Man will treat you to a big meal when all of us are here. After saying that, Lu Man then looked at Su Qingmo. At this moment she wanted to get closer, but she didn't know how to be a good mother. For a moment, Lu Man couldn't help but cast a look at Lin Fan for help. Eat first. I'm starving. After Lin Fan said this, he smoothly pulled Su Qingma beside him and sat beside Lu Man. Lu Man was so happy. She couldn't wait to hug Lin Fan and kiss him directly. This kid is so insightful. Here, boy, eat this. This one is good too. Lu Man had searched for his daughter for 20 years, and now he only wanted to make it up to his daughter. So much so that in the blink of an eye, the dishes in Su Qingma's bowl had fallen into a small mountain. Su Qingma was really shocked by this stance and couldn't help but look at Lin Fan for help. Although he had chatted with Zhang Mingqi and Li Xian for an afternoon, the gap between his childhood living environment had caused Su Qingma to create a certain gap with the duo. Compared to them, Lin Fan, who came from a similar background as herself, had become her best support. Cough cough. 7 Mom, you're too biased. I can't clip those dishes either. Clip some for me too. Lu Man froze. And when she saw Lin Fan's imploring look, this was when she realized that she had acted a little too aggressively. He hurriedly gave Lin Fan's trio many more dishes, but he was still worried that he would scare Su Qingma. So he couldn't help but look at Su Miaoyun. His eyes filled with a gaze of help. Su Miaoyun speechless. Now Lu Man is more like a child. Ah, little Fan. How did you and Lightning Mo meet? Su Miaoyun opened her mouth to inquire. At this moment, Su Miaoyun felt it was better to digress and let Su Qingma relax. As of right now, Su Qingma seemed to be relying more on Lin Fan. So that was a breakthrough point. This is nothing really, it's just that I saw her being bullied when I was at the Undying Sky, so I helped out a little bit. And after that at the drugstore, Lin Fan briefly recounted his experience with Su Qingma. And when he heard that Su Qingma was almost gotten by Duan Hengyi, the chopsticks in Lu Man's hand snapped in response. Little Fan, why did you never tell me about this matter? Which son of a bitch is Duan Hengyi? Dare to touch my daughter? I'll have to cut him up, Lu Man said in annoyance. This is not necessary. Duan Hengyi I have already punished. Now he is probably more painful for him than cutting him. After hearing this, the few people present couldn't help but be curious. Little Fan, how did you help your sister get revenge? Quickly tell 7 mothers. It's not much. It's just a matter of doing the same thing to the other guy. Ha, how is that a punishment? Wouldn't that be cheap for this kid? Lumen frowned. I'm looking for men. Male? What else? So, then is his life in danger? Su Qingma was a little worried. Lin Fan was helping himself after all. If anything happened to Duan Hengyi, wouldn't Lin Fan be in trouble too? No. I heard Uncle Baldy say that he seems to have discovered a new continent, and now it seems like his preferences have changed a bit. By the way, how is it going over at the Yang family? Lin Fan said with bravado. Settled. What kind of a thing is that song something? How dare you want to favor favorites? Old lady directly solved him. Lin Fan froze. Solved? Su Miaoyun sighed helplessly and spoke. Your 7th mother knew that Light Ink was bullied after that Song Kanda favored help, then contacted your big mother in Dongao side to apply direct pressure. The province also found Song Kanda's situation after the investigation, so now it's being jerked to the end. Lin Fan froze, secretly saying that this was really efficient. What about the Yangs? Yang family a small family. I haven't had the chance to do anything yet. Go and settle them tomorrow, Lu Man casually said, as if he was talking about something as rare as eating and sleeping. Lin Fan thought for a moment before opening his mouth to ask Lu Man to leave Yang to himself, for which Lu Man didn't think much of it and only thought that it was Lin Fan wanting to do something for Su Qingmo. Naturally, Lu Man would not object. After all, she wanted Lin Fan to be her son-in-law. It was because of the shame that she felt for her daughter that Lu Man preferred her daughter to have a good home, and she believed that Lin Fan was definitely the best among the young people. 10 minutes later, Li Xian directly put down her chopsticks, said I'm done eating and then directly returned to her room. Looking at this scene, Su Miaoyun couldn't help but look at Lin Fan suspiciously. You guys haven't made up yet? The situation is a bit complicated. I'll study it. Slowly, Lin Fan said with some embarrassment. Su Miaoyun nodded and didn't say anything else. Since Lin Fan had it in his heart, there was no need for him to bother. The next morning, Lin Fan came to Zhang's early, and when he saw the extra cash flow of more than 3 billion, Lin Fan was also stunned. Didn't Lin Xiao say the more the merrier? I've taken out a loan. Do you think it's enough? Zhang Tian said politely. Originally when he took out the new subsidiary for the loan, Zhang Tian was still a bit hesitant, wondering if the money should be handed over to Lin Fan, but when he heard that Song Kanda had been jerked to the bottom, Zhang Tian knew that this was definitely an opportunity for him. Almost. The next Yangs will be down one after another. Just take out 500 million for acquisition every day when it's down, and talk about the rest afterward. With enough money now, Lin Fan had saved himself a lot of work and didn't even need to keep staring at the stock market anymore. After coming to the school, when Lin Fan handed Duan Chang the keys to the car of the NV200, Duan Chang was thrilled. Sure enough, it was upgraded again. Used Wuling then first-hand Jinbei, and now to NV200. The price has gone up several times already. Boss, still need to use the car? Take it if you need it. I heard that GL8 seems to have a discount now, Duan Chang said extremely shamelessly. Stay to the side. Be my money-scattering boy, Lin Fan said without any good humor. You're here, Mr. Lin. You, Lin Fan. Did you do what happened to my young family? Xin Chang's words were interrupted. Yang Xueshan walked to Lin Fan's face grimly and questioned. What's the problem? Lin Fan asked back with a smile. You wait for me, Yang Xuecheng said viciously before directly turning around and leaving. Xin Ching had naturally heard about Yang's recent situation, and now she finally understood why her family had let her get close to Lin Fan. Student Xin, do you want to join us at noon? Lin Fan, come to my office. Xin Cheng's words were once again interrupted, only to see Wang Lan standing at the door with a somewhat unpleasant expression. After noticing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. revealing an expression of your deepest sympathy.
Wang Lan had experienced all sorts of fancy marriage reminders in the days after she brought Lin Fan back home to meet her parents.
Suggestive categories such as what distant cousin is getting married and wants her to be a bridesmaid, or the next door neighbor is showing off her little grandchildren, or whatever.
Wang Lan has not even heard of such a cousin.
After listening to the relationship is even more surprised. This kinship 8 rods are not necessarily not be able to hit. The parents can actually find. Not only that, but the phone calls from my parents have become more frequent. Almost every hour or two between them. Something about not knowing how to use the cosmetics given by Lin Fan. Something about the red wine given by Lin Fan needing a high-grade red wine glass to taste it. Or something like that. Although he hadn't seen Lin Fan's name hadn't stopped on Wang Lan's side in the past few days. So much so that Wang Lan's attitude towards the students in the past few days was as bad as it could be. Which made the crowd think that Lin Fan was named only because he was taken as a typical example for not coming to class in the past few days. When Lin Fan followed Wang Lan to the office, Wang Lan sat back in her chair as she had done before, her legs showing her beauty, but the gloom on her face gave no time to appreciate it. Now I'm being pushed by my parents every day to get married. You're happy with that, aren't you? Father-in-law and mother-in-law are so anxious?
Lin Fan was surprised.
Could it be that his performance last time was so excellent? How many times have I told you? That's my parents, Wang Lan said in a deep voice. Yeah, each to their own. You call them mom and dad. I call them in-laws. Snap. You think you're in a good humor, don't you? Wang Lan directly slapped the table and stood up. This time it attracted the gazes of the others in the office. Wang Lan was a bit embarrassed, then whispered, think of something. Originally forcing me to go on a blind date, but now forcing me to get married. Not only is the behavior worse, but even the frequency of urging is worse. What can I do? There's no way.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and said with a look that had nothing to do with me.
Do you? You believe I'll fail you? It doesn't matter. I'm not concerned about diplomas either. You? Then I'm going to report you to the dean. Report me for what? Is it not coming to school or our teacher-student relationship? Lin Fan asked back with a smile. Teacher-student love. You say? Do you think the dean will believe it? Wang Lan frowned. I don't believe you, so it's just as well if you say so. Sure, the dean still won't believe it. Wang Lan gritted her teeth. How did she find such a scoundrel to help? What exactly do you want? Wang Lan sighed helplessly. And in the end, she could only still choose to compromise. This is the attitude of begging. I help you solve the in-laws. Call a good brother on the line.
Wang Lan finally realized how shameless Lin Fan was and said in a deep voice.
How old are you? Not bad for a brother? Stinky brother is more like it. Well, that makes sense. A stinky brother can't solve a good sister's problems. So I'll go first. You. Wait.
Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Lan triumphantly.
Good brother.
Lin Fan suddenly understood why Wei Xiaobao was so happy in the first place just because of Mu Jianpei's sentence of good brother.
This is a beautiful woman effect, but also the nature of men. The old gentleman honestly do not deceive me. That's a good boy. Then I'll go with you to meet the in-laws tonight. Stop calling your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Aren't you getting too into it? Wang Lan whispered through clenched teeth. I can't help it. They asked me to call it that, and I'm a person who can't refuse the reasonable requests of my elders, so I'll just have to accept it. Wang Lan still wanted to say something, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to speak, so he could only sit back in his chair disheveled. Although he hadn't thought about the future, teasing this beautiful professor in his spare time had become Lin Fan's greatest pleasure at the moment. After returning to the classroom, when the crowd saw that Lin Fan was not only fine, but even had a smile on his face, each and every one of them dropped their jaws, secretly saying that this was unreasonable. Once he returned to his seat, Duan Chang whispered, "What's the situation? Did Professor Wang not give the boss a hard time?" "It's hard. Why? Professor Wang is very nice to me." Duan Chang was speechless. "Is there any justice in this?" Xin Chang, who was on the side, silently glanced at Lin Fan and couldn't help but feel a little nervous in her heart. Could it be that Lin Fan had put the primary target of the raid on Prof. Wang's body? It wasn't long before Wang Lan came inside the classroom with an annoyed look still on her face. "Those two in the middle. Are you here to sleep? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep it off. I can check you out of school right now." "Professor, Lin Fan is also sleeping. Don't you care?" Yang Shuesheng opened his mouth. Wang Lan glanced at Lin Fan. How could she dare to care about Lin Fan right now? I guess he's too tired. Let him get some sleep. I wipe. This difference in treatment left everyone present speechless. A large double standard scene. Of course, aside from the fact that most people can't be bothered to understand it, there is that small percentage of people who are hardwired to brainstorm a plausible explanation. What do you mean? Too tired? Is it too tired somewhere? So is Lin Fan and Wang Lan related?
Lin Fan didn't know that he could attract so many reveries even if he just slept. He was indeed a bit tired at this time after being busy for several days in a row, and he only thought of making up for a good night's sleep. The day passed in the blink of an eye, and after Lin Fan returned home to fetch the car, he took Wang Lan and drove towards the Wang family. I say, have you already made this series of plans, to the extent that you even dare to count on me? Wang Lan said in an unkind tone. Which is not. This is not Lan Lan you. Professor Wang, you asked me to help. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. To Wang Lan's eyes that were like killing, Lin Fan was very sensible and chose to change his words. I heard you drove a van to school. How come it's a sports car now? Home is close to Ling University. Want to go to my house as a guest? Lin Fan smiled. Humph. When he arrived at the place, Lin Fan directly removed the gifts from the front trunk and walked towards the building. So the gifts were all conjured up by you? Wang Lan frowned. Randomly prepared at home. Let's go. Wang Lan sighed and didn't know whether it was right or wrong to ask Lin Fan for help. When they entered the house, Wang Shuyi and Yilu directly ignored Wang Lan and took the gift in Lin Fan's hand and welcomed them inside the living room. I say, Xiao Fan, we are all family members. Why do you think you brought so many things here? Wang Shuyi asked in a disgruntled tone. But his face broke into a smile. I should. After all, I'm marrying off both of your daughters. The old couple was overjoyed. Lin Fan was proposing? Sure enough, the hyping is working. Wang Lan, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. Lin Fan actually didn't keep his word? Child, just waiting for your words. The 10th of next month is an auspicious day. How about getting married on the 10th of next month? Wang Shuyi asked expectantly. Lin Fan was caught off guard by the question. I've heard of hyping up a marriage, but I've never heard of hyping it up like this. No wonder Wang Lan was so devastated. Lin Fan understood somewhat. Father-in-law would be wrong about me. I do want to marry Lan Lan, but my family doesn't allow me to marry at will. To put it bluntly, without a certain level of achievement, my marriage has to be arranged by my family. Wang Shuyi was immediately disappointed, but he also understood. From Lin Fan's gift it is not difficult to see Lin Fan's family situation. This kind of family situation is obviously not possible on the freedom of casual marriage. I think Lin Fan will need to fight his family for a long time before he can do so. I understand that, but the two of you have to understand the two of us as well, right? Lan Lan is 27. If she doesn't get married then she'll really become a leftover woman. Yi Lu thought for the sake of it. So I have to work hard to be able to do so. I have now set up a small company in partnership with a friend. As long as the company reaches a certain size within a year's time it will be able to realize the freedom of marriage. In order to be able to marry Lan Lan in style, I hope that you two will be able to understand. What Lin Fan said was justified, so the two of them couldn't say anything else and could only nod helplessly. Looking at the firm and sincere expression on Lin Fan's face, Wang Lan even got a little bit into the movie, and a thought of I'm willing to wait all the way suddenly sprang up. Alright, then you sit down first, we'll go to the kitchen and get busy. Lan Lan, you take care of Fan. After saying that, Yi Lu pulled Wang Shuyi to the kitchen. After the duo left, the firmness and sincerity on Lin Fan's face disappeared and he smiled as he looked at Wang Lan and said, well, it's settled. Wang Lan jumped out of the scene immediately after seeing this touching smile of Lin Fan. Thinking of what she had just thought couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. How about what? A year? What about after a year? Wang Lan questioned with a frown. A year later? After a year of course you'll bring your real boyfriend. Do I have to act for the rest of my life? Lin Fan spread his hands. Then aren't you still pushing me to go on a blind date in disguise? What if I don't find a boyfriend in a year? Do you really want to marry me? I wouldn't mind. After saying that, Lin Fan then noticed the gloomy expression on Wang Lan's face and lightly coughed twice. Cough cough. That. Can't find it, just can't find it. Then say that I failed and was dragged away by my family to get married to another woman. And my father-in-law and mother-in-law won't force you to do it, right? That's fine. At least I'll be clean for a year. Wang Lan nodded. As for Lin Fan still called mom and dad father-in-law and mother-in-law, Wang Lan was lazy to correct. Anyway, Lin Fan was not listening to what he said. What could he do? In the kitchen. I said, wife, why did you drag me here? Understanding is understanding. But can't we settle down first? Or can't we get a license or something first? I'd like to, but it's the first day you've met your daughter. It'd be weird if she'd agree to it. Why don't we look into making it work? But aren't they already living together? Wang Shuyi was surprised. Xiaofan has talked about the family situation. Do you think they won't do anything to protect them? It's best to take one step at a time this time. I've secretly counted. My daughter is just a few days away. Wang Shuyi immediately widened his eyes, secretly saying that his wife is a wolf extermination. However, Lin Fan he is also the more he looks at the eye. In case you miss it would not be good. The first insurance is not bad. Perhaps also a marriage of a child.
What's to be done? Let's not talk about whether little Fan will stay here or not. My daughter just can't possibly let Lin Fan do anything here, right? How hard can that be for me? A PhD in biology? Try it secretly later. Yi Lu smiled faintly. Then she returned to normal and started to get busy within the kitchen. Half an hour later, the table was full of 16 dishes. Looking at Wang Lan's heart of jealousy, I'm the one who is pro-life. Okay, why I don't have such treatment? Come, little Fan. Try your father-in-law's good dishes. With that, Wang Shuyi chucked a dish into Lin Fan's bowl. Dad, you don't have to be so biased. I'm your daughter. Okay, Wang Lan said in dissatisfaction. Wang Shuyi quietly glanced at Yi Lu and revealed a hint of a smile. Knowing his daughter is like a mother. His wife is great. She really guessed it perfectly. You girl our family what you pick then mom give you clip dishes you always satisfied? Yi Lu laughed helplessly. Then she pinched the dish into Wang Lan's bowl. After finishing her meal, Wang Lan couldn't help but feel that her face was a little hot, and Lin Fan seemed to then become more and more handsome in her eyes. What's going on with me? Wang Lan frowned. Could it be that just because Lin Fan had set himself up, he had fallen into the established trope that men aren't bad and women don't love them? What's this bullshit? Finished eating? Then you youngsters go back to your rooms and rest for a while. Oh. Wang Lan subconsciously nodded her head, and actually ghostly really walked towards her room. And at this time, Lin Fan had just realized the problem. Although he hadn't thought that he could have such an effect by eating some normal dishes, but he was still relatively clear about this kind of reaction. That's a tough old couple. After arriving at the room, Lin Fan casually took out the needle bag from his pocket and placed it on the bed. Although this was a reaction that appeared by the mixing of food and didn't have any side effects on the body, but it wasn't such a big deal to go on like this all the time. What are you doing? Don't put your stuff. Yeah. Wang Lan wanted to go forward, but without taking 2 steps he felt his feet soften and fell directly towards the ground. Lin Fan's hand was quick, reaching out and directly wrapping his hand around Wang Lan's waist, then bringing it towards his body. Wang Lan then directly fell into Lin Fan's arms, feeling the hot breath panting out from Lin Fan. Wang Lan was a bit lost for a moment and directly reached out her hand to hug Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually stabbed a silver needle on the back of Wang Lan's neck and said softly, "Don't move. I'll help you relieve your discomfort now." After 5 minutes, the medicinal properties produced by the food were dissolved by Lin Fan, and Wang Lan finally regained her senses. And thinking of her earlier initiative, her small face couldn't help but blush. What happened? Wang Lan asked in a small voice. Even at the age of 27, she is still an untouched young girl. Even her first kiss is still there. This kind of thing in her it seems to be really humiliating enough. Nothing. It's just that my in-laws played a trick that caught me off guard. I really didn't expect these individual dishes mixed together to have such an effect. Even I didn't taste the problem. Then you also have an abnormal reaction? Wang Lan asked sheepishly. Then her eyes couldn't help but look where they shouldn't. After hearing Wang Lan's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel smug. It's not very effective for me. After all, I'm practiced. Wang Lan glanced at Lin Fan in surprise, then looked at the silver needle in his hand, and curiously said, "So you've practiced just like those martial arts novels? You can read it that way." Lin Fan nodded. After all, true qi was not the same as internal force, but trying to explain true qi to Wang Lan was just too much trouble. Sunflower Treasure Dictionary? Wang Lan asked dully. Lin Fan almost didn't choke on his own saliva. What was this Wang Lan thinking? Let's not talk about whether there is such a thing. Even if there is, what normal man do you think would go and learn it? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Do you think what you just did was the behavior of a normal man? Wang Lan asked rhetorically. Lin Fan was speechless. I don't want to take advantage of you. Is there anything wrong with that? Are you satisfied that I have to follow your parents' wishes? As a matter of fact, Lin Fan really wanted to have a smooth water after water to water. But the problem was that Wang Lan herself was not interested in herself. So I was afraid that Wang Lan would carry a knife and cut herself. In short, it's completely different from what you think. I use silver needles because I grew up learning Chinese medicine. I was able to restrain it because I've used Chinese medicine to boost resistance since I was a child. Got it? Lin Fan said breathlessly. Oh, my parents are really something. I must talk to them before I do that. After saying that, Wang Lan huffed and puffed her way towards the door, but she was stopped by Lin Fan. What are you doing? Wang Lan wondered. Lin Fan was speechless and gave Wang Lan a blank look. Still, what am I doing? I'm going to ask you what you're doing. You don't think about what they are going to do. It's obvious that they are worried that there will be some changes. When I just took your pulse I realized that you seem to be one of these days, right? Wang Lan's small face flushed. How did she feel like there were no secrets left in Lin Fan's soon? Then what do you say? Wang Lan said with a helpless sigh. They're uneasy. So let them be. We'll just act it out. It's closed anyway. Wang Lan's face sank. This was the way Lin Fan said? But on second thought, Wang Lan's little face collapsed. It seemed like the only way to go, otherwise mom and dad wouldn't get a peace of mind. And I was afraid they would make more things happen afterward. This time Lin Fan was a gentleman and held back. What about the next time? Taking a step back. Even if Lin Fan really could endure it every time, it would be too humiliating for him as a teacher to reveal his shameful side in front of his students all the time. Wang Lan nodded and cooperated with Lin Fan and started acting. The old couple couldn't help but get excited as they listened to the voices mixing up in the room. It seemed that this time they might be able to see the third generation in one breath. Honey, you're good, but isn't it a little bit not so good for us to lie down at the door and listen to it? Wang Shuyi couldn't help but get excited when he thought that he was about to become a grandfather and his son-in-law was still such an excellent model as Lin Fan. But the thought that my daughter and son-in-law are busy in their room, and I'm here listening to you still know. Ha, you go aside. I'll just listen. Wang Shuyi could only skim his lips and return to his room in aggravation when Yi Lu said so. After listening to 10 or 20 minutes, Yi Lu also listened to was extremely embarrassed. Think already to this point, there should be no problem, which left to return to the room. Only after noticing that Yi Lu had also left did Lin Fan stop his hand. After seeing this scene, Wang Lan also stopped, and at this time, her voice was a bit dry. My parents left? Saying that, Wang Lan couldn't help but look in the direction of the door, then back at Lin Fan. Don't worry, I've made sure. Father-in-law left as soon as he started and mother-in-law left a minute ago, so you can rest. Wang Lan cannot help but sigh with relief. There is such a mom and dad, they really do not know whether they should be happy or should be despondent. Lin Fan looked down and lightly coughed. Cough cough. While they're all gone, I'll leave first. If you ask tomorrow, just say I'm leaving early in the morning. Wang Lan softly mumbled in a voice almost indistinguishable from that of a mosquito, lowering her head and simply too embarrassed to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't care, and it was true that he was a bit embarrassed in this current state, so he quietly left the Wang family. The next morning, when Lin Fan arrived at the school, two playful figures greeted him. Lin Fan, long time no see. Huangfu Mumu waved her little hand in a very cheerful greeting. Long time no see. Lin Fan nodded politely and walked towards the classroom. Huangfu Chaozhou and Huangfu Mumu didn't care about Lin Fan's coldness and followed him silently towards the classroom. After arriving at the door of the classroom, Lin Fan could not help but be surprised and queried. I say, two of you, are you looking for me for something? What's the matter? Do you want to go to dinner together at noon? Huangfu Mumu inquired. That cheerful smile was making Lin Fan a little hard to refuse. That's fine. I'll see you at noon then. Class time is almost here, so you guys go to your classrooms. Lin Fan coped. This is our classroom. Huangfu Mumu gave a cheeky smile, then directly walked into the classroom. My dear Twilight, it's so lucky that I'm still in the same class as you after switching departments. As a voice so mushy that it wanted to vomit came to mind, a silhouette directly pounced on Huangfu Mumu. Bang! Huangfu Mumu didn't spoil the other party, directly lifted her leg and kicked, then only thought that Lin Fan was right behind her, and hurriedly explained. People are usually very gentle. Don't misunderstand. Lin Fan blinked blankly. Surprised? So you two switched departments? Yeah. Surprised? Surprised? Happy or not? Huangfu Mumu asked with a smile, and some anticipation on her face. Alright Twilight, don't let Lin Fan feel troubled. Huangfu Chaozhou smiled apologetically at Lin Fan. Then he pulled Huangfu Murimu directly towards the empty seats at the back. Lin Fan looked at the back of the twin sisters, and in his heart, he thought a few points higher of Huangfu Chaozhou. Great understanding of scale. Seems like a smart woman. After waiting for Lin Fan to take his seat, Xinqiang smiled sweetly at Lin Fan and then quietly read a book. At this time, Xinqiang already knew about Lin Fan's driving to pick up Wang Lan the day before, so Xinqiang suspected that Lin Fan was into intellectual and cultured beauties, and that's why he changed his persona. Although he didn't know why Xinqiang had suddenly changed, Lin Fan was happy to have a clean slate. After seeing Xinqiang and Lin Fan sitting together, Huangfu Chaozhou and Huangfu Murinu exchanged a glance, then sat directly behind Lin Fan. Wang Lan instinctively stole a glance at Lin Fan after walking into the classroom, and when she saw the three schoolgirls beside Lin Fan, her heart couldn't help but taste a little. There's really no shortage of beautiful women around this guy. Snap! Wang Lan lined up the lesson plan on the table and said with a grim face, "Start the lesson." Wang Lan was not the only one who was upset. A boy in the corner was also extremely upset, his eyes staring at Lin Fan. Who is this person? Chu Xiaoshang asked, frowning and tapping the front table. The front table looked back at Chu Xiaoshang. Although Huangfu Mumu could have kicked him before, but that didn't mean he was easy to bully. On the contrary, Chu Xiaoshang's family is very privileged, and is said to have taken up a lot of connections with the black. Only now it has been cleared. His name is Lin Fan. He's a special enrollment from Ling University. He's been here for a week now. There are a lot of beautiful women around and his background isn't small.
Chu Xiaosheng frowned slightly and said in dissatisfaction.
What do you mean? Are you saying that I can't fight him? I don't know. But Yang Shuesheng didn't fight him.
And Zhang Hongyuan also recognized him as the boss.
The specific background is very mysterious. But to be able to suddenly become a special recruitment, I think the background will not be bad. Chu Xiaosheng hesitated. Since this was the case, it was better not to be a direct enemy if possible.
What he is looking at is Huangfu Mumu. If his target is Huangfu Chao Chao, then not only is he not an enemy,
maybe he can even become an associate.
The morning was spent in Lin Fan's slips,
and when it was noon,
Lin Fan suddenly received a message from Su Miaoyun.
Fan, come to the Tianhua Hotel. To celebrate that lightning MO has been found. Everyone is here. They're all here? Are the godmothers back? Lin Fan, let's go have lunch, Huangfu Mumu said expectantly. Sorry, something came up at the last minute, so I won't eat with you guys for now. Next time there's a chance. After saying that, Lin Fan walked out towards the outside. Sis, did he see the intention? Did I take too much initiative? Huangfu Mumu asked somewhat helplessly. It's not your fault. Maybe he really has something urgent. Well, don't think too much. Saying that, Huangfu Chao Chao then touched Huangfu Mumu's little head. Twilight, do you want to have lunch together? My treat,
Chu Xiaosheng said enthusiastically.
Scram. Who cares about eating with you?
Huangfu Mumu glared at Chu Xiaosheng before pulling Huangfu Chaozhao directly out of the classroom. Chu Xiaosheng frowned slightly. How did it feel as if it was Huangfu Mulamo who wanted to have a little something with Lin Fan,
rather than Lin Fan wanting to have a little something with one of their sisters? At the school entrance,
Lin Fan contacted Su Qingma and learned that Su Qingma had been picked up by Zhang Mengqi before starting the car.
Squeak! A Porsche immediately crossed in front of the Lamborghini's car,
forcing Lin Fan's car to stop.
Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. Here to look for trouble?
Lin Fan stepped out of the car,
and at that moment,
Chu Xiaosheng also stepped out of the Porsche.
Is this your car? Not bad.
Chu Xiaosheng smiled.
Anything?
Lin Fan said suspiciously.
Nothing. Introduce myself. My name is Chu Xiaosheng, and I don't want to really get into anything with you. I just want to say one thing. Huangfu Mumu is the woman I've booked. If you're interested, put your target on Huangfu Chao Chao. Otherwise we can't even be friends anymore.
Lin Fan was speechless.
Who the hell wants to be friends with you? Are you a female?
Lin Fan opened his mouth.
Chu Xiaosheng froze and frowned. You have bad eyes, don't you? I'm a pure fucking man. Then who cares about being friends with you as a guy? Drive the car away. Good dogs don't get in the way. Chu Xiaosheng frowned and questioned. Do you know who you're talking to? Nerve. Are you driving away?
Lin Fan said with dissatisfaction. At this time Lin Fan has been Chu Xiaosheng and so on annoying to no end.
A brain bubble? All that talk about who's the woman. High school kids don't do that anymore. Okay? Duan Hongyi, Yang Shuesheng, Han Wanao, and now Chu Xiaosheng. How dare you scold me? You seek death.
Chu Xiaosheng directly slammed his fist into Lin Fan,
and only heard a loud sound. Chu Xiaosheng's body then directly flew out,
ruthlessly crashing into his Porsche.
Before Chu Xiaosheng could react,
Lin Fan had already gotten back into the car and rushed out with a kick of the gas.
Chu Xiaosheng couldn't think too long and jumped to the side in a hurry, while his Porsche was directly deformed by the collision. Looking at the Lamborghini that went away, Chu Xiaosheng's face was gloomy. This kid is really too arrogant.
Passing people looking at the scene in front of them did not have a dare to join in the fun.
After all, looking at the car of the two know that the identity of the two is not at all their own, cannot afford to mess up. Not far from the NV200 car,
Duan Chang looked at the scene that happened in front of him, could not help but feel some emotion.
If the crash in the Porsche body is not a Lamborghini bull, but this NV200, how good, so that they can change the new car again. The car slowly stopped in front of the Tianhua Hotel. When Zhang Mengqi and Su Qingma were about to enter the hotel, they saw a Lamborghini Dinio whose front face had been smashed. Then after a perfect drift into the garage, Lin Fan directly walked down from the car. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mengqi didn't even know if she should say that Lin Fan was a good or bad driver. Zhang Mengqi opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know what to say to be good. Meta psychopath. No need to care. Go upstairs. Don't keep the godmothers waiting. Well, the two girls nodded obediently, then followed Lin Fan to the elevator. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel some emotion. Compared to Zhang Mengqi and Su Qingma, why was this Li Xin so different? By the way, where's Li Xin? Is Li Xin not with you? She was picked up by Aunt Rose and said she was coming straight this way. Is fifth mom back too? Then fourth mother should be back too. I wonder if Kong Shasha is back yet. Thinking back to the scene outside the restroom earlier, Lin Fan couldn't help but get a little excited. After walking into the box, a figure directly embraced Lin Fan into his arms. Xia Fan I heard from Baldy that you rescued Xin out of a hail of bullets. You can do it, and now you found lightning mo. Fifth mom really wants to give you a kiss, Rosalie said cheerfully. Su Qingma blankly glanced at Rosalie and couldn't help but look at Zhang Mingqi who was on the side. This is Aunt Rose, a good friend of Aunt Man's, and the mothers of our 7 families have always been as close as sisters, so when we heard you were found everyone came from all over. Su Qingma nodded blankly and whispered curiously, then whose child is Lin Fan? Zhang Mingqi opened her mouth, then suddenly realized that she really didn't know where exactly Lin Fan had come from, just showed up out of nowhere and then became the godson of his mom and 6 aunts and lived with himself after that. 5 Mom, you lighten up a little bit. Is everything on the ghost side taken care of? Lin Fan curiously said. A hint of smugness surfaced on Rosalie's face as she spoke. I've already been scared of them. So what can I do about non-local combat? With your 4th mother's help, I still can't solve them? After saying that, Rosalie then looked at Su Qingma and nodded her head in praise. This is Qingma, right? She's really good looking. Just as pretty as the 7th sister. But this character is much more composed than the 7th sister. Perhaps it was because the realization of being a mother had been awakened by finding her daughter. At this moment, there was not a trace of unhappiness in Lumen's heart, but instead, she was very proud. That's right, how could my daughter be worse? Lin Fan greeted his godmothers one by one and then sat directly on the chair. Where's Sasha? Didn't she come? Lin Fan wondered after looking around. Hearing Lin Fan ask the question, Kong Yao couldn't help but feel smug. It seems that it's still her own daughter who was faster at getting down to business. Sasha is still taking care of business on Dark Island, and I'll be back tomorrow to hand over to her, so you don't have to miss her so much. Lin Fan's old face reddened at the remark and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, or Sasha obedient like my baby every day outside the shooting. Simply do not listen to me as a mother. This time also did not come. Second mother Mei Qingdao helplessly said. Not bad. I heard that child won a movie queen again. Also was selected as Asia's 100 beautiful. I am envious of the deaf. Unlike my daughter. All day in the military life, are some manly habits, Auntie He Menjiang said with some despondency. That is the child high cold. No way. Her mother is a high cold goddess As for my family that, now deadlocked on Wall Street. Nan said not to break out of the performance will not return to the country. The domestic so big enterprise is waiting for her. You say she stayed on Wall Street for what? Speaking of this, a trace of dissatisfaction even surfaced on Su Miaoyun's face. At this time, several godmothers do not have a trace of bragging and business mutual admiration. Completely is the feeling that the daughter has grown up, but and their own imagination is a little big difference. Mothers, with the exception of a few cases, just want their children to be happy and live ordinary lives, and then find a good young man like Lin Fan to marry. However, as of now some things are not what they want Listening to the description of a few people, Su Qingma realized how strong these so-called sisters really were, and for a moment she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Although his own posture is good, but after seeing Zhang Mingqi and Li Xin, Su Qingma will know that his posture will not be outstanding in these few, and his own ability is not half a star. After noticing Su Qingma's expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but gently pat Su Qingma's hand under the table as a sign of comfort. While handing over an encouraging look, Lu Man propped his chin with one hand and looked at the scene in front of him with great satisfaction. It seemed that his daughter and Lin Fan had a good feeling about each other. It is a pity that her daughter is a bit shy and inferior. If she was brought up by herself since childhood, it is unlikely that the two of them would have cooked rice by now. It was already mid-afternoon by the end of this welcome banquet, and anyway, Lin Fan and the others had already taken their leave, so they simply didn't go to school. Mom, you're all back. Can't I go home and stay? Li Xin weakly inquired. In Li Xin's opinion, even Zhang Qiang had returned, so Zhang Mingqi should have gone home as well. So why should she live under the same roof as Lin Fan? Rosalie had already noticed that there was some kind of misunderstanding between Lin Fan and her daughter. After thinking about it she spoke. Today is mainly about having fun. The moving matter is not urgent today, but it's fine to let you go home for a night. Xiao Fan, you come too. Try the handiwork of the 5 mothers. Good. It's just that with so many people I'm afraid the 5th mom will have to work hard. After saying that, Lin Fan then realized that none of the godmothers present were picking up on it, and for a moment Lin Fan even felt as if he had been set up by the 5 mothers. The car was taken to be repaired by the person Su Miaoyun had called, so Lin Fan naturally got into Li Rose's car with this mother and daughter and headed directly to Li Rose's home. This was the first time that Lin Fan came to Li Rose's home. The home's decoration and furnishings were simple but atmospheric. The space of about 150 square feet was spacious but not too cold, which was very consistent with Li Rose's character. I'll go buy some food. What do you want to eat? Little Fan? Rosalie inquired. I want to eat steamed sea bass. Before Lin Fan could say anything, Li Xin was the first to raise her hand. Go, I'm asking Fan. What are you hijacking the answer for? Mom, I'm your daughter. Daughters are useless at this time. If it wasn't for Xiaofan, my daughter would be gone, Rosalie said deliberately. She knew her daughter's character too well. She was a person who knew how to be grateful, and now she needed to see what kind of misunderstanding the duo had in order to be most important. Li Xin glanced at Lin Fan and directly returned to her room with a cold snort. This kid, Xiaofan, you don't mind stayed wild abroad. No, it's okay. At this time, Lin Fan is also a little weak. After all, at that time in his place, he would also have a feeling of being fooled. Li Rose could not help but frown. Look at this situation. As if Lin Fan did something to make his daughter unhappy. And this topic is very avoiding people. Rosalie couldn't help but brainstorm. Was it that Lin Fan couldn't help but see his daughter out of the bath? Or did the two of them already have any substantial relationship but got jealous because Lin Fan had too many women around him? Fifth mom? 5 moms. What's wrong? Rosalie's thoughts were pulled back and she looked blankly at Lin Fan and said, I said I'll go with you. Which is too good to persuade to let the 5 mothers come alone. Wait a moment, I also do 2 dishes. Sort of make amends. Rosalie nodded and walked out of the house with Lin Fan. On the way, Rosalie was variously trying to find out about the duo, but Lin Fan did not mention a word about it, which made Rosalie somewhat helpless. After some shopping, Lin Fan and Rosalie returned home and started to get busy within the kitchen. An hour later, Li Xin took a look at a few relatively unfamiliar dishes on the table and couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan in surprise, unable to imagine that he still had this kind of craftsmanship. Let's eat. I said, daughter. Lin Fan has specially made these dishes for you. You should savor them later, Rosalie said smilingly. Oh, Li Xin gave an oh. Then she sat directly opposite Lin Fan and ate by herself. But she didn't move a single bite of what Lin Fan made. Why do you know how to eat by yourself? Give Xiao Fan the food. Rosalie was dissatisfied. It's not like he doesn't have long hands, Li Xin muttered with a pout. You're the one with the long hands, so why don't you give Fan the food? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that this was perhaps the treatment of a flunky stream villain. It felt so damn good. Li Xin couldn't help but feel aggrieved as she was glared at by Rosalie. Tell me about it. I noticed you guys were having problems back at lunch, so what exactly do you have against my future son-in-law? Ahem. Lin Fan choked on a mouthful of rice and coughed violently. So direct? He went back on his word and tried to take advantage of me. It's just lowly, Li Xin said in annoyance. Rosalie glanced at Lin Fan in surprise. The Lin Fan in her impression and her daughter's comments weren't touching. What the hell is going on? Before clearly promised me that he would help me ask about the cultivation method, but as a result, instead of asking for nothing, he also wants me to. Mom, can you see if people can see a little more clearly? Rosalie stared slightly, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Xin was a bit confused and queried. Mom, what are you laughing at? Laughing at you too. You think Lin Fan is taking advantage of you? Rosalie said in a good-natured manner. More than that, it's simply a human face, trying to trick me with a feat. Dream on. So what if I tell you that Lin Fan is telling the truth? Li Xin froze and said in disbelief. How can that be? Mom, don't be biased. But the fact is this. Xiao Fan's gongfu was obtained from that old miscreant Lin Changshan. If Lin Changshan really has a gongfu suitable for women's cultivation, how could your aunts and I not learn it? As a matter of fact, Xiao Fan is telling the truth. You can only rely on this method if you want to cultivate. Li Xin was dumbfounded. It could still be like this? What kind of dirty kung fu is this? If that's the case, then I won't learn, Li Xin said with dissatisfaction. So the misunderstanding is cleared. Give Xiao Fan the food, Rosalie said in a commanding tone. Li Xin was once again stunned. Why does Mom still remember this? Mom, can you stop pushing me? I don't have feelings for him and I'm not ready to marry. Forcing you? You kids are just stupid. You think Xiao Fan is not married to you? There's a line of quality girls who like him waiting. You wouldn't even be competitive if you weren't my daughter. Li Xin opened her mouth and stiffened, not knowing how to retort. How to refute is the same. Mom is determined to help Lin Fan. Everything was fine before. How come everything changed once Lin Fan appeared? Thinking of this, Li Xin couldn't help but glare at Lin Fan, as if to say again, you caused the trouble, you must solve it for me. Don't say that. Fifth mother, Xin and I are still on good terms. Don't believe me. Saying that, Lin Fan then chucked a dish he made into Li Xin's bowl. At this time, Lin Fan revealed a smug smile. Anyway, I helped you. If you don't accept it, then I can't care what your mom will do. But if you eat my food, then it means that the previous things are over. You can see for yourself. Li Xin was helpless inside before putting the dish directly into her mouth. After the aroma of the dish filled her mouth, Lee Xin felt a little surprised. The food is average. Ah, train well in the future. I'll reluctantly give you a test tutor. Lin Fan smiled slightly. It was true that even beautiful women couldn't resist the temptation of food. Although it was clear that this was just Lee Xin taking a step back and wouldn't continue to be such a stalemate, this had already served Lin Fan's purpose. In the evening, Lin Fan looked at the time and then prepared to leave directly. You've come to Fifth Mother's place, not to mention that there's room in the house. Even if there isn't Fifth Mother and Xin can't let you go without a squeeze, Rosalie said with dissatisfaction. Stay? Lin Fan just wanted to nod his head but saw Lee Xin's gloomy eyes, and the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back by him. Nah, haven't been home in a few days. I think the room is going to smell like mold, so I'll go back and clean it up tonight. This way. Well then you drive my car. After Rosalie finished speaking, she was ready to look for her car keys in her coat pocket. No need. It's not bad to take a walk and skate, Lin Fan said in a hurry. Only after hearing Lin Fan's reply did Lee Xin withdraw that icy gaze and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Alright, then Fifth Mother won't see you off. And now that Fifth Mother is back, remember to call Fifth Mother when you encounter anything in the future. Lin Fan nodded and said goodbye to the mother and daughter before leaving directly towards his home. Lingyun City was still very busy at night. However, on this busy street, Lin Fan was hard-pressed to even grab a cab. When he was about to call a car with his cell phone, a voice suddenly called out to Lin Fan. Boss, it's really you. Lin Fan turned his head in confusion, and then he saw Duan Chang running his ass over. Why are you here? Don't you live in school? Lin Fan wondered. Oh, I'm not in Ling University. Opened a small convenience store. Well, today just came to buy some goods. The boss said today to give me 20% discount, but did not negotiate, so do not buy. Duan Chang shrugged his shoulders. After glancing around, Duan Chang suddenly had a happy heart and inquired. Boss, are you not driving? There aren't many cabs here. And a lot of drivers won't drive over if you call for a cab, so why don't you drive my car? But what about your stocking? Do not enter. And the boss talk collapse. Was thinking in the neighborhood to find whether there is a source of imported goods, but the result is to run into the boss. This is the underworld. God wants me to lend the car to the boss. Lin Fan could not help but laugh. This reason is also strange enough. But walking back only afraid of their own have to walk more than 2 hours. Since you cannot call a car, it is better to drive Duan Chang's car. Alright then, let's go. I'll take you back to school first. It's on the way anyway. When Duan Chang heard this, his head immediately shook into a rattle. So eager to borrow Lin Fan car is to hope that their own car to a higher level. That if he sat in the car, that is looking forward to nothing or something. No, I'm going to keep looking for sources in the neighborhood again. And since I'm here anyway, I'll just rest here for the night. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. Nodded and got into Duan Chang's car and drove directly towards Behind Blue Sky. When we were almost at the neighborhood, a van suddenly ran off the side of the road. Lin Fan was startled, hastily killed the steering wheel. At the same time the brake and handbrake in use, a floating slide over, barely stopped next to this speeding van. At this time the distance between the two cars is only less than 5 centimeters. Before Lin Fan could breathe a sigh of relief, another van directly hit the other side of the car with a kick of the gas. And the passenger side completely changed shape. Go on. I'll give $100,000 for unloading this kid's legs. With a voice remembered, the two vans suddenly jumped down a dozen people, each with a guy in his hand directly toward the windshield of the NV200 smashed. Bang! As the two men flew backwards, Lin Fan directly stuck his hand out of the already smashed windshield and clasped the roof of the shed and flipped onto the roof of the car. These two kicks were cloudy, but they shocked the people who surrounded them. For a moment no one dared to come forward. What are you waiting for? Go on, but just can fight a little bit. But Chu Xiao said, waste him everyone together to eat and drink spicy. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Chu Xiao, did Quizzo send you here? That's right, it's exactly Chu Xiao. You kid messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. This life you can only spend it in bed. Be smart in your next life. Go on, waste this kid. Chu Xiao gave me $200,000. I'll give it all to you guys. Brother Meng is bold. Brothers go. Hula hula. As the saying goes, there will be a brave man under the heavy reward. This large group of people heard 200,000 and then have climbed on the roof of the car to rush toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan easily dodged the stick of the person coming in front of him, then grabbed the stick and sent the person under the car with a kick. Without any hesitation, the stick rotated half a week in Lin Fan's hand and violently smashed into the shoulder of the person attacking behind him. It was just a bunch of punks, which was really a head-sending thing for Lin Fan. The one leading the way, Meng, had been dumbfounded in place, secretly saying that this was Bruce Lee possessed? No, we have to pull out. The moment he had just turned around, an icy voice came over. Where are you going?
Meng's body stiffened and he turned his head trembling, only to find that Lin Fan had already knocked down all the dozen or so people he had brought with him and was slowly walking towards him. That. I see that the tall man has fought quite hard for half a day, and thought to buy you a glass of water. Meng, right? Little Meng, just call me Meng. Where did Meng dare to be arrogant at this time? And said with a pleasing look. Lin Fan didn't answer and casually lifted the iron rod in his hand, then slammed his palm on the rod. Bang! The iron rod should be bent. That U-shaped arc so that Meng's legs cannot stop shaking. This if you shoot on their own body. Did you just say I'm stuck in bed for the rest of my life? Puff! Meng hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Big brother, warrior, you spare me. I am also following orders to act Chu Xiao. Chu Xiaoshine gave me a total of 500,000. I give you all. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke. Money? I really don't lack that, but I want you to lack something now. Meng was shocked and was about to get up to escape when Lin Fan kicked Meng's calf. Only a click was heard, and a pig-killing scream rang out. Meng covered his calf and screamed miserably. Lin Fan frowned slightly and his fingers came out straight, directly pointing at Meng's body a few times. The screams ended abruptly, but Meng's pain didn't stop. At this moment, Meng was still screaming miserably. But despite his grim expression, he couldn't shout anything. A few juniors who barely stood up and prepared for a sneak attack had their legs softened after seeing the horrific scene of Meng's silent screams, and at this point, they no longer had the courage to go forward. Go back and tell Chu Xiaosheng that this time was a wake-up call for him, and if there's a next time, he'll be the one with a broken leg. After saying that, Lin Fan stopped paying attention to the crowd and slowly walked towards his home through the moonlight. Young Lin is back. No car? Why don't you use our patrol electric car first? After all, Villa 7 isn't that close. The security guard watching the door at the entrance said with a pleasing face. Before Lin Fan solved dozens of security guards by himself can leave a big shadow to these security guards. Plus the background of the hand and eye. This is definitely a master that cannot be messed with. No, it's nice to take a walk. Young Lin is really different from us losers. We all definitely won't walk more if we can walk less. So please, young Lin. After saying that, the security guard enthusiastically helped Lin Fan open the gate of the neighborhood. 10 minutes later, when Lin Fan opened the door of the villa, a crisp voice rang out. You're back? Lin Fan froze and looked blankly at Zhang Mingqi, wondering, you didn't go back? What for, kicking me out? Zhang Mingqi said in dissatisfaction. No, it's just a surprise. I was under the impression that you didn't seem to think much of me. That was before. At least I've changed my mind about you since then. Auntie Man told me that Lightning Imo will be staying here tomorrow. I've helped her pack up her room. Do you mind accompanying me out for dinner? Lin Fan glanced at his watch in dismay and was surprised. It's 10:30. You haven't had dinner yet? Busy and forgot. Zhang Mingqi scratched her head awkwardly. That little look was cute as hell. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen and took a look at the refrigerator before taking out a few dishes and said, Let me make you some. Be patient and wait in the living room for a while. Aha! Hearing that Lin Fan was going to cook, Zhang Mingqi suddenly became a little expectant. Soon enough, the scent traveled from within the kitchen to the living room, and Zhang Mingqi sniffed her little nose, her cravings immediately being aroused. Looking at Lin Fan skillfully stirring 2 frying pans at the same time, Zhang Mingqi suddenly felt like she had missed out on so many meals. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to walk over with 2 dishes. Looking at the colorful and flavorful dishes in front of her, Zhang Mingqi's little stomach couldn't help but grumble. Zhang Mingqi's small face reddened and quietly glanced at Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't have any reaction, then she was relieved. Come taste my handiwork. Aha! Zhang Mingqi nodded heavily, then picked up a dish and put it into her mouth. Yummy! I can't believe you still have the skill. Why didn't you do it before? Then I'll leave the future dinners to you. Chef Lin. Hee. Good. I'll make them all for you in the future if you like them. Lin Fan said with a smile. Zhang Mingqi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Keep doing it for me in the future. Is this a confession in disguise? Coupled with the fact that at this moment, Lin Fan was wearing an apron and watching himself eat like a house husband, Zhang Mingqi suddenly had a sense of the newlywed couple's fictionalization of having a delicious dinner prepared by her husband after returning home after a busy day. How did you get that idea yourself? Eat slowly. I'll get you a glass of water. This time, Zhang Mingqi's little face turned even redder, and that illusion became more and more intense. This dead Lin Fan. Can you not be so virtuous? However, Zhang Mingqi suddenly felt that if life after marriage was really like this, it would be not bad. Zhang Mingqi was getting more and more ashamed the more she thought about it, and she didn't even dare to look at Lin Fan's eyes. Very quickly, Zhang Mingqi somewhat couldn't stand this ambiguous atmosphere and directly put down her chopsticks and whispered, I'm full. Full? This bowl of rice isn't even finished yet. Lin Fan was surprised. I can't lose weight.
Lose weight? Zhang Mingqi still needs to lose weight with this figure? After sighing, Lin Fan took over Zhang Mingqi's bowl and chopsticks and continued eating. Zhang Mingqi opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say to make it better. It would be a shame to waste it, so go back to your room and rest when you're done. I'll take care of the rest. Looking at Lin Fan eating with a big mouthful, Zhang Mingqi blushed. Is this considered indirect? For a moment, Zhang Mingqi's little heart poofed and ran straight back inside her room. Inside the bar box, Chu Xiaosheng violently shattered the wine glass in his hand and glared at the dozen hostages in front of him and asked, "A dozen of you and you can't even beat one person? So am I raising a bunch of losers here?" Young master, the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. We witnessed him bending the iron rod with one palm. This is it. With that, a junior brother sent the iron rod that Lin Fan had bent to Chu Xiaosheng. Chu Xiaosheng looked down and casually picked it up and slammed it directly at his little brother's face. Shit. Incompetence is incompetence. What's the bullshit with me here? In Chu Xiaosheng's opinion, this was not something a normal person could do at all. Lin Fan was clearly an ordinary person, and it was highly likely that this iron rod was intentionally broken by this group of people for fear of being scolded. Young master, we are telling the truth. Chu Xiaosheng ignored it and said to the bodyguards behind him, one person will have a leg broken. Since they are not doing their job properly, they must be punished. Yes, young master, spare your life. Young master. For a while, the screams in the booth were all over the place. Chu Xiaosheng poured himself a glass of wine and watched as the red wine rolled around in the glass. Chu Xiaosheng's eyes flashed with a hint of ice. He violently poured the wine into his mouth as if he was drinking Lin Fan's blood. Lin Fan, you're lucky this time. I'll definitely waste you tomorrow, Chu Xiaosheng said sinisterly. The next morning, when Zhang Mingqi saw Lin Fan, there was still a hint of redness on her face. Just because of Lin Fan's behavior the night before, Zhang Mingqi was nearly sleepless and had dark circles under her eyes. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Mingqi in surprise and queried, has the quality of sleep been poor lately? Do you want me to take your pulse? I am the doctor. Okay. Zhang Mingqi pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Thinking that you didn't cause me to be like this. Famous doctors don't treat their own illnesses. I'll give you a look. Saying that, Lin Fan body hand to grab Zhang Mingqi's wrist. Zhang Mingqi was startled and hurriedly pulled back a step, then said with a red face, hurry up and go to school. La. You drive. I'll just take a nap in the car. Oh. Lin Fan nodded blankly. Then he and Zhang Mingqi went to the garage and directly started the Ferrari towards the school. Upon noticing that Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi came together and the dark circles under Zhang Mingqi's face, this large group of eaters couldn't help but brainstorm. Going to school together is nothing to sneeze at, but going to school together, that's something to wonder about. And it looks like neither of the duo had afternoon classes the day before. Plus these dark circles and tiredness. Holy shit, this is too fast, isn't it? How long has this Zhang Mingqi been here? And this is taken care of? I've only just finished investigating her preference issues. Student A collapsed. It's useless even if you investigate. After all, you don't even look at your looks. Student B struck out. Hey, the new goddess is broken. Change to the next target, said student C, beating his chest. Looking at the eyes and hidden words around her, Zhang Mingqi instantly became shy and couldn't help but glare at Lin Fan. It's all your fault. Lin Fan froze and was surprised. What does this have to do with me? Anyway, just rely on you, Zhang Mingqi said savagely, then lowered her head and stopped looking at Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan had parked the car, the two of them headed to their respective classrooms. The moment they saw Lin Fan, the eyes of the people in the classroom became different. There was envy, admiration, and appreciation. Boss, awesome. Did you fix Zhang Mingqi last night? Duan Chang asked in a low voice. What are you thinking about? What's the relationship? Lin Fan was speechless. Did this gossip spread so fast? But everyone is talking about it. By the way, boss, today it's in a Ferrari. So my car. Unfortunately, it was scrapped by the crash, Lin Fan said with his hands spread out. Too good. It's too bad. Ahem. Don't mind it, boss. It's just one car. The car will be compensated to you. But can I pose? Please put away your greedy smile, Lin Fan said breathlessly. There was no way. At this time, because of the excitement over the arrival of the new car, Duan Cheng's face was piled with smiles. Borrow Lin Fan car is really too good. This is how long? Their own car is more and more advanced. On their own a little small business can only earn how much? With this then the difference is too far. Okay, I'm not laughing. Although he said that, the smile on Duan Cheng's face didn't retract. Instead, he smiled even more broadly. That, you and Zhang Mingqi are in love? Xin Sheng asked in a small voice after hesitating for a moment. No matter, although I do not mind, but people do not see me. After saying that, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and fiddled with his cell phone.
Huangfu Chaozhao and Huangfu Magu glanced at each other. It seems that the competitors are not as few as they thought. Noticing Huangfu Mumu's somewhat sad eyes, Chu Xiaoxing's anger was uncontrollable. Must waste Lin Fan. On the corridor, Wang Lan stepped on her high heels and walked slowly towards the classroom. At this time she had already avoided her parents urging to get married instead. Originally, Wang Lan didn't care much about it, and just thought of it as a slight discomfort after saving his parents from nagging him. Have you heard? Lin Fan from Industry and Commerce has taken care of Zhang Mingqi, and they came to school together today. I've heard about it. It's rumored that Zhang Mingqi is wearing a dark circle under her eyes, and she's still a bit out of shape. After hearing these words, Wang Lan's brows immediately furrowed. Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi? Zhang Mingqi was a talented girl. Although she had just arrived not long ago, her reputation in the school was not small, and Wang Lan naturally knew about it. Just how could Wang Lan not expect that it had only been so long before Zhang Mingqi had a boyfriend? And it was still Lin Fan. This damn Lin Fan. You have a girlfriend, what are you recruiting me for? The moment this thought came out, Wang Lan was shocked by herself. What did Lin Fan having a girlfriend have to do with her? After shaking his head, Wang Lan then shook those messy thoughts out of his head. When she walked into the classroom and saw Lin Fan, who was still surrounded by the three schoolgirls, Wang Lan's fire immediately sprang up. Lin Fan, did you come to school to study or to fall in love? Lin Fan was slightly stunned, thinking that this Wang Lan was up to something, and he just sent a short message to Tu Hong to ask him to help him buy a GL8. Is that wrong too? I came to study, said Lin Fan dully. Study? Have you studied? I'm going to give you a question. If you can answer it, count me out. If you can't answer it, you'll be standing in future classes. Lin Fan was speechless. Who did I provoke? Not to mention, he did seem to have recruited Wang Lan. Did he say that he was caught acting? So he was furious and wanted to vent his fire on himself? Soon after, Wang Lan spoke out his topic. The few schoolboys present were stunned after hearing it. Although it was changed, wasn't this Wang Lan's research topic? In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Fan unanimously, secretly saying that this was a clear attempt to make things difficult for Lin Fan. Could it be that Lin Fan and Prof. Wang really had something? So Lin Fan moved on to Zhang Mingqi, and Wang Lan came looking for trouble out of sadness? Thinking back to Wang Lan's sentence just now about whether you're here to study or to fall in love, quite a few people did think that this idea was really possible. Lin Fan thought for a moment before slowly getting up and starting to answer. In the beginning, there was still the slightest hint of disdain, ridicule, and watching on the faces of the crowd, but after listening to Lin Fan for a while, the crowd realized that something was wrong. Some people have even taken out their pens and books and started taking notes. Wang Lan couldn't help but frown. Lin Fan really understood? So let me ask you. For talent management, Wang Lan kept looking for trouble, and Lin Fan dealt with it calmly. Gradually, Wang Lan's attitude began to change, so much so that later on, Wang Lan even had some intention of asking for advice, and even talked about all the problems that he could not solve. Half an hour later, there was a roar of applause in the classroom. As for Lin Fan's answers, some people listened with a half understanding, while others did not understand at all. But this did not affect the crowd's admiration for Lin Fan. Wang Lan didn't open her mouth and wisp Lin Fan's answer in her head before speaking. This class is self-study. After saying that, Wang Lan flew out of the classroom, picked up the computer in the office and started to write a paper on the subject. When Wang Lan finished writing the paper, she tangled with the position of signing her name for a long time, before writing Lin Fan's name on it and placing Lin Fan's name in front of her own. Although I do not want to admit it, but without Lin Fan himself cannot be solved at all. But it is their own underestimation of Lin Fan. Scanning the time in the lower left corner, Wang Lan realized that it was already 4:30 p.m. Without much time to think, after saving the file, Wang Lan rushed back to the classroom. Ahem. There were some critical issues on hand that had to be dealt with earlier, and when they're dealt with I'd like to see if you guys have the same heart for learning as Lin Fan. And now I'm going to spot check your self-study. After saying that, Wang Lan couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan on the side. After seeing that Lin Fan was sleeping at that moment, Wang Lan couldn't help but feel relieved. At least she wasn't that humiliated. At the same time, Wang Lan cannot help but be a little dissatisfied. You know everything what you come to Ling University gold plating Spitting was spitting. But at this time, Wang Lan was looking at Lin Fan in a different light. After school, Lin Fan took Duanchang and waited for something at the door. After about 5 minutes, the people Lin Fan wanted to wait for didn't arrive, but a group of uninvited guests appeared instead. Looking at the people gathered around him, Duancheng couldn't help but stand behind Lin Fan with some fear. Boss, what's going on here? Who did you mess with? Duancheng inquired in a low voice. Who can I mess with? It's all a bunch of idiots who nonetheless think that I stole a woman. They've decided to look for trouble from me. Lin Fan said helplessly. Kid, Yesterday you were very arrogant. Not only did you speak out against me, but you also crashed my car. Do you think it's fair to say that you won't compensate a little? Chu Xiaosheng slowly walked out from the crowd and asked with an arrogant look on his face. Lin Fan suddenly nodded after thinking for a while and spoke. You have a point. Chu Xiaosheng didn't expect Lin Fan to be so receptive, and the smile on his face became even more intense. I'm a man who doesn't lack money either. So let's do this. 1 leg counts as the price for the outburst. 1 leg counts as the compensation for the car. And 2 of your own legs will be wasted. Lin Fan nodded and spoke. This price is reasonable. I agree. Duan Chang froze. Is the boss admitting defeat? Then what are you waiting for? Do it. Chu Xiaosheng despised. Yes. Lin Fan grinned, then rushed towards Chu Xiaosheng with a flash. Before Chu Xiaosheng could react, a heartbreaking pain came from his left leg. Consider this left leg your outburst for the past 2 days. After saying that, Lin Fan quickly struck and kicked at Chu Xiaosheng's right leg. This kick is car money. Since you told me to hurry up, I'm sorry to let you just wait. It's really the first time I've seen one who brings so many people to pay off a debt. Lin Fan teasingly laughed. What are you waiting for? Get him killed for me. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Chu Xiaosheng growled. The crowd then reacted and were about to step forward when Lin Fan's body suddenly emitted an icy cold killing intent. So much so that none of the people present hard dared to rush forward. What are you waiting for? If you don't do it and I'll kill you. Do you even know who I am anymore? Chu Xiaosheng roared loudly. It doesn't matter who you are. If you dare to touch young Lin, I guarantee that your family will disappear from this world. As a loud and cold voice rang out, a middle-aged man slowly made his way through the crowd to Lin Fan's side. Tu Han? What's he doing here? Chu Xiaosheng frowned slightly. Although his own old man wasn't afraid of Tu Hong either, he more or less had to give some face. But giving up revenge because of Tu Hong Chu Xiaosheng is not acceptable in any way. The people brought by Chu Xiaosheng also froze when they saw Tu Hong. There is no one who hangs out in Lingyun City who doesn't know Tu Hong. That's Rose Li's right-hand man Lin Xiao, Tu Hong said with a deep bow and his respectful greeting. Just as everyone was wondering why Tu Hong wanted to help Lin Fan, this bow sort of answered their doubts, while at the same time leaving them a little unresponsive. What level of existence must the person who could make Tu Hong bow and curtsy be? Chu Xiaosheng looked at Lin Fan with disbelief. He actually had this kind of status? At this time, Chu Xiaosheng suddenly remembered what his classmate at the front desk had said before. It seems that Lin Fan's background is really not ordinary. No. If there really was such an existence, Pops couldn't possibly not tell himself. So this Tu Hong in front of him was a fake? Good. How dare you impersonate Boss 2? Lin Fan, I think you're really crazy. The people brought by Chu Xiaosheng looked at him blankly. Fake? But this person is exactly like the Tu Han from memory. Don't be fooled. How can Boss 2 go out by himself? This looks like a fake. Let's go together and take care of this fake bald fat guy. When Chu Xiaosheng said this, the crowd reacted and said, right. What kind of person is Tu Hong? Can he go out without a little brother to follow? Tu Hong frowned. This girl lack of heart, but he came to deliver the car. Really did not bring his men. So many people, if they are together they simply cannot cope with at least keep Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Tu Hong's body slowly leaned back and blocked Lin Fan's body. Ha ha ha, Baldy, I never thought that you would have your day. A voice suddenly came over, and after hearing this voice, instead of getting angry, Tu Hong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it's safe for today. Under the crowd's gaze, Dull Tiger slowly walked into the crowd with a dozen or so people, and upon seeing Dull Tiger, the crowd became even more dumbfounded. A Tu Hong might be someone who resembles him. What about Dull Tiger? Is Dull Tiger a fake too? Why did you stupid cat come here? But it's just as well. This if something happens to Lin Xiao beside me, then I really don't have the face to see Sister Rose. Dull Tiger froze, then laughed even louder. I say Baldy, you're overthinking it. With Lin Xiao around, what are these few crooked dates? Oh yeah, you haven't seen Lin Xiao strike either. That's really. Dull Tiger couldn't help but lament for a moment. Then his face sank as he turned his head to look at the crowd and said, what are you guys trying to do to Lin Xiao? Is it because you think your family doesn't have enough money to spend these days and want me to deliver some? The people present did not dare to speak. They wanted to run. But if they ran, Chu Xiaosheng was afraid that he would not be able to spare himself, and for a moment it was neither to move nor not to move nor not to move. Chu Xiaosheng has been completely dumbfounded. A Tu Hong even if, and now a Dull Tiger. To know that the Dull Tiger is a real power Tiger. Tiger uncle. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Who's misunderstanding with you? And, do I know you well? Dull Tiger questioned. Didn't Uncle Tiger say that I would be your nephew from now on? The Dull Tiger recalled for a moment before saying, I do not remember if I said that or not, but regardless of whether I said it or not, from the time you hit on Lin Xiao's idea,
The only relationship that could possibly exist between you and I is that of an enemy. You what you? Apologize to Lin Xiao, Dull Tiger roared in a deep voice. Yes. Sorry. Dull Tiger turned his head to Lin Fan and inquired. Are you still satisfied, Mr. Lin? If not, I'm satisfied. Dull Tiger didn't say anything while his right hand was slightly raised in a neck-wiping gesture. It doesn't matter. Just leave me alone. I know. I'll personally go to the Chu family to say so. In addition, Sister Rose said that Missy is returning to the villa tonight. But there are more things. So I hope you can go and help organize them. I know. Dull Tiger did not have any more nonsense. Grabbed Chu Xiaoxing's collar as if carrying a chicken directly back to the car. This scene Duan Chang was really watching. He had already looked as high as he could at Lin Fan, but he didn't expect to actually underestimate it anyway. Then how big is Lin Fan's background? Uncle Baldy, is the car done? Lin Fan inquired. Well, as you said, GL8, the paperwork is done. Just sign it and I'll arrange for someone to go to the DMV afterward. Lin Fan nodded, then waved to Duan Chang behind him. You got your wish, and actually got you a new car. The boss is joking. Isn't it necessary to use a car to pick up people? This car has a lot of space and loads a lot of things. Boss, you take it and use it. Lin Fan looked at the car keys in front of him, could not help but fall into a deep thought. Every time you drive Duan Chang's car quasi out of something, in the end, is their own trouble too much or Duan Chang and their own 8 incompatible? But since I'm helping with the move, this GL8 is a perfect fit. Thanks a lot then. After saying that, Lin Fan directly drove off in his car. Not far away, several pairs of eyes were silently watching the scene before them. Sister, I seem to have fallen. How can Lin Fan be so handsome? Huangfu Mulamo said with some flamboyance. What's wrong? I thought you didn't like arrogant boys? Cocky is cocky. Powerful is powerful. Lin Fan dared to break Chu Xiaoxing's leg despite being surrounded by dozens of people. This is enough to show that he's not afraid of these dozens of people at all. It's really cool. Looking at his sister's appearance, Huangfu Chaoxiao didn't know what to say for a moment, but Lin Fan's appearance just now was really attractive, and it wasn't surprising that his sister was mesmerized. Just ask your sister not to be sad when the time comes. The two of them were not the only ones whose hearts throbbed because of this scene. Not far away, Shenqing also clearly saw the scene in front of her. She also thought about whether to go and help or not, but by the time she reacted, Lin Fan had already wasted Chu Xiaosheng. After this matter, Lin Fan is only afraid that he will be even more flamboyant within the school. Right. It seems that he also need to seize the time. After Lin Fan arrived at Rose Li's home, he was completely dumbfounded when he saw the sizable package in front of him. Originally, Lin Fan thought that Fifth Mother just wanted to make sure that she and Li Xian had made up, but she didn't expect that there were really so many things to move. It's a good thing I drive a car with plenty of room, or I wouldn't be able to take all this stuff with me. You this. Lin Fan looked at the luggage in front of him for a moment and did not know what to say. What's wrong? This is my luggage over at Harvard. It finally arrived by overseas courier, and there are quite a few gifts from classmates in it. So cut the crap and help me move it quickly. Li Xian opened her mouth. If it came by courier, then why didn't you change the address to Aqua Blue? Can it still be changed? I really don't know about this. It doesn't matter. You, the courier boy, aren't here anyway. Li Xian patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. He really didn't know whether this Li Xian had made up with himself or not. This behavior of hers, Lin Fan always felt that she was deliberately trying to fix herself. After putting all the luggage on the car, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had practiced, or else he was only afraid that he would not be able to leave today. I can't tell you're in good shape. So drive. And by the way, you're cooking tonight. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and said helplessly. Okay, Missy. After saying that, he started the car and drove directly toward the blue sea and blue sky. When the car entered the villa, Lin Fan saw Su Qingma, who was just about to move in and was still a bit uncomfortable in her heart, as well as Zhang Mingqi, who was pinching her waist and looking at the two of them with dissatisfaction. Why are you two back so late? Thanks to me washing the dishes so early, Zhang Mingqi said with dissatisfaction. That's a good question. With that, Lin Fan directly opened the trunk, revealing a trunk full of luggage and cardboard boxes. Zhang Mingqi was slightly stunned and said blankly, You guys went shopping to prepare to welcome Lightning Mo? Where's the time for that? It's a gift from the Harvard alumni cheering on Miss Li. Li Xian frowned slightly and said in dissatisfaction, Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic? How dare you? I'll clean up then and go cook later. Zhang Mingqi hesitated and spoke. You'd better go and cook first. We'll just move it. Oh, looks like Kiki has tasted the handiwork too. So hurry up and cook. Lin Fan froze in disbelief. So you guys are coming to move it? In Lin Fan's opinion, Li Xian is now holding her breath to pit herself. Is it just to be revealed? You think so? We are weak women. You can come back to move it after cooking, Li Xin said smugly.
Lin Fan glanced at Li Xin in dismay and said breathlessly,
Aren't you the ultimate feminist? Then how did you become a weak woman? Right, oh. You know I'm the ultimate feminist.
So finish cooking and then send the luggage inside for this queen.
After Li Xin said in a pretentious manner,
she pulled Zhang Mingqi and Su Qingma's hands directly from the garage into the villa. Lin Fan sighed and walked directly inside the kitchen and started to get busy.
Inside the living room, Su Qingma hesitated before speaking. Why don't I go help Lin Fan?
It's quite hard for him to be busy alone.
Don't worry about him, let him handle the kitchen. Let's chat about us, Li Xin directly spoke. An hour later,
Lin Fan had made 8 dishes, and looking at the delicacies on the table, the 3 women all had their fingers in their mouths and happily ate. Lin Fan was aware of this and left the restaurant directly and got busy inside the garage.
Just after moving down 2 boxes,
a pair of small hands caught the boxes in Lin Fan's hands.
You, don't misunderstand.
It's Chi-Chi and Light Mo who said they would help you finish moving first.
Don't misunderstand, Li Xin hurriedly explained. Zhang Mingqi and Su Qingma snickered on the sidelines, but nodded cooperatively. In fact, Li Xin was officially the first to offer to help,
and Zhang Mingqi was surprised and at the same time very joyful.
Li Xin's extreme feminist thoughts had made her reject men,
and the fact that she could now think about helping Lin Fan showed that her thoughts were already changing little by little.
After dinner,
Lin Fan had just returned to his room when his cell phone rang.
Boss, Yang is dying.
Zhang Hongyuan's excited voice came from the phone.
Lin Fan couldn't help but stare.
If it wasn't for this call from Zhang Hongyuan,
Lin Fan would have even forgotten about Yang. What's the situation now? Lin Fan inquired. Continuous drop. Then our family sweep. $3 billion has been spent.
And Yang's is now on the verge of collapse. I heard that Yang's is going to have a shareholders meeting tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't expect Yang's to be so unforgiving. That's fine. I don't have much time to pay attention to them. How much liquidity does Zhang still have nowadays?
The other side of the phone was silent for a moment before this said.
I just finished asking my dad.
There is still a liquidity of more than 2 billion.
But also to continue to buy?
Sort of.
Tomorrow we'll go to Yang's together and prepare for the acquisition. Don't worry.
I'll let you father and son earn back as much as you Zhang spent in one day.
Okay, boss, so say that I naturally trust unconditionally.
I wait for tomorrow, boss, let my eyes shine.
After hanging up the phone,
Zhang Tian tremblingly lit up a cigarette and said with some concern.
Son, how much money has been smashed? These more than $2 billion are still to be spent? Hua, let's both bet on it. Anyway, I think this Lin Fan is definitely not an idle person. He will definitely be able to do what he says.
After inhaling 2 puffs of smoke, Zhang Tian had calmed down.
Who is Lin Fan? Su Miaoyun's godson. Su Miaoyun specially for its special enrollment in the Master of Business Administration, which in all honesty is to want to pick up their own position when the time comes up. In that case,
Lin Fan should have some ability that he doesn't really know about.
Worthy of being my son, daring to fight and gamble, just as well. I'll play a big game with you. This will all be your money in the future anyway, so let's just let you spend it in advance.
Zhang Hongyuan could not help but think deeply after hearing this, and this appearance made Zhang Tian somewhat curious.
Thinking about what? Dad, are you saying that all this money is mine? Zhang Hongyuan asked uncertainly. Yeah, what's the problem? That means it's my money that's being spent now. Dad, why don't you give me an IOU?
Zhang Tian's face sank and he struck at Zhang Hongyuan's head.
You brat, it's against you, isn't it? Take it easy. Just kidding, just kidding.
Zhang Hongyuan covered his head and directly fled.
The next morning, the 3 girls drove the Cullinan to the school, while Lin Fan drove the Ferrari directly to Yang's entrance. At this time,
the Zhang family's father and son had been waiting at the entrance of Yang's for a long time,
and when they saw Lin Fan coming, the 2 of them hurriedly got out of the car and ran to Lin Fan's car. What time is the shareholders meeting? Lin Fan inquired. It says 9 o'clock, 10 minutes from now. That's just as well. You've got quite a few shares in your hand now, don't you? So go and join straight away. Attend the shareholders meeting? Impeach Yang Tianpeng? Zhang Tian asked with some bewilderment. What was the significance of doing so? What's the point of impeaching him? Right now Yang's is a hot potato. No one dares to take over, and the market value of the stock is sure to fall to a new high. When the time comes, just directly buy all the shares in the hands of the shareholders. Speaking here, Lin Fan suddenly thought of something and reminded. Right. Use Zhang's name for the acquisition. Zhang Tian was a bit confused. Using Zhang's to acquire the nearly bankrupt Yang's? Then wouldn't Zhang's be ruined too? And those shareholders of Zhang's will definitely not let themselves go. Maybe this chairman of the board will be impeached. This, Lin Xiao, what is the significance of doing this? Of course it's to make money.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders.
Make money? I'm afraid you're going to make me lose my ass if you do that. Zhang Tian was now a bit bewildered. Could this Lin Fan do business or not? What exactly did Su Miaoyun see in Lin Fan that she even wanted to train him as a successor? Dad, what are you thinking? Since the boss said so, there must be no problem. Just buy it. Hey, well, Zhang Tian nodded. The big deal is to find Su Miaoyun to cry poor. Just say that he went bankrupt according to Lin Fan's operation. She doesn't believe that Su Miaoyun will not care about this matter. In Yang's conference room, although there were still 10 minutes before the meeting time, all the shareholders had already come together at this time. For some of Yang Tianping's unseen operations plus the negative impact that he and his son have brought to the company, these shareholders hate their teeth itchy. You two can make as much trouble as you like, but don't get Yang on board. You think our money came from the wind, don't you? Although there are still 10 minutes to go, but I see that everyone is here. So let's start straight away. I'll express my thoughts first. Firstly, to remove Yang Tianping's authority as the chairman of the board of directors, and secondly, I feel that for the anomalies of the Yang clan these days, Yang Tianping should give an explanation. A shareholder opened his mouth. Yang Tianping frowned slightly and questioned, "What explanation do you want?" "Nonsense. Does our money come from the wind? I don't care what you and your son do, but you represent Yang's, and now that something's happened, aren't you going to compensate?" "Compensation? Then why don't you say anything about the money I make for you every year?" Yang Tianping asked rhetorically. Is this already started? A shareholder, haven't arrived yet. Yang's kind of looking down on the retail shareholders. Before anyone arrived, Zhang Tian's voice came in from outside the conference room. The people in the conference room looked towards the door of the conference room, and very quickly, 3 figures walked into the office. "Zhang Tian, what are you doing here?" Yang Tianping questioned with a frown. "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here for a meeting. If it wasn't for me these days, your Yang would have collapsed long ago, and I've spent $5 billion to help you maintain the value of Yang's stock." After saying that, Zhang Tian then glanced at Lin Fan, who was on the side. The words themselves were said according to his request. But what was the significance? "I'm just afraid these antiques will laugh at themselves for being idiots." Yang Tianping frowned and spoke. "Leaving aside whether or not what you said is true, what do you mean by bringing 2 people here? Are they also shareholders?" "Not yet, but what if it is? Maybe there are people who want to sell some shares. Then they have the right and obligation to participate in the shareholders meeting as well." Zhang Tian shrugged his shoulders. After hearing this, the shareholders who were still a bit hesitant one by one couldn't sit still. "Dong Zhang, look at this situation. You are interested in Yang stock? How about I take up 8% of the shares and sell them to you at the current market value? Based on the current stock market calculations, Yang's value is around $15 billion. 8% is $12 billion. It looks as if the market value of $2 billion with $2 billion to buy the equity. But to know, Yang's loan amounted to $20 billion. 8% is to assume $6 billion of debt. And because of the stock market rescue during this time, Yang's liquidity has also long been gone. 2 billion. Boss Li is really shrewd. Let me take 2 billion to buy 6 billion of debt? To put it bluntly, I'm sweeping the stock market because I want Yang to go bankrupt quickly." Zhang Tian casually pulled out a chair before sitting down and continued. "It's not impossible if all of you want to sell it to me. I will buy it at 30% of the market price. Otherwise, if you want to carry the debt, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me." 30%? That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Although Yang's backed up on debt, but Yang's has fixed assets. This can't be treated as nothing, right? The debt isn't actually that much, a shareholder reminded. "Yeah, so do you guys want to not earn a penny and spend money together to carry on for the matter of Yang Tianping's father and son? Or sell it to me at 30% of the current market price? You guys decide for yourselves." Those present began to hesitate. 30% was indeed too little. However, Zhang Tian is right. If you go on like this, not only will you not get a penny, you may have to go into debt. Yang's has a lot of mortgages, but also a lot of business loans, which are partly collateral free. The collateral is basically just 60% of the market value, and it's not certain that it will cover the loan it corresponds to. "I agree. 30% is 30%, Boss Li sighed. Then he got up and came to Zhang Tian. "Cool. I'll have the contract typed up as soon as I can. Where are the others?" "It's 30% now. In 5 minutes it'll be 25%. After hearing this, the shareholders no longer hesitated and all signed the provisional agreement with Zhang Tian. Watching all the shareholders transfer their shares, Yang Tianping sighed helplessly. Now Yang's has returned to the sky. Even if he can make a miracle, with the equity that Zhang Tian now owns, as long as he comes with a low-priced sell-off, Yang's will eventually fall down. "Zhang Tian, counting you very much. It's me who lost," Yang Tianping said helplessly. Zhang Tian smiled contemptuously and spoke.
I'm ruthless? Then you don't know who your son has offended. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao saying that he wanted to have some fun on his own, would you Yangs have survived until today? You also don't want to imagine what happened to Song Kanda. Yang Tianping did not speak. Yes, Song Kanda were easily moved down. Perhaps in the first place they should sell their shares as soon as possible to escape to the right. Well, do you want to sell yours as well? Zhang Tian asked smilingly. Sell it. In this way, after the share transfer agreement was drawn up and signed by all the people, Zhang Tian allowed Zhang's finance to pay 30% of the amount first, and the remaining 70% would be settled in 3 days. Yang's entire shareholding had thus far been vested in Zhang's name. At noon, after the three of them had a bite to eat at a nearby hotel, calls came in from Zhang's shareholders. The meaning was surprisingly consistent, both questioning why Zhang Tian had spent so much money to acquire a yuan on the verge of bankruptcy, which was completely adding pressure to all of Zhang's shareholders. At the end of the day, all the shareholders are proposing to hold a general meeting at 1 o'clock this afternoon to study how to stop the losses in time. Looking at the cell phone, Zhang Tian couldn't help but show a trace of contemptuous smile. You even booked the time and told yourself it was a last-minute decision? This calf is really pulling out the stops. Zhang's is going to hold a shareholders meeting at 1 p.m. I guess they want to impeach me. Zhang Tian opened his mouth. So fast? Zhang Honyuan was surprised. This side has just acquired. That side not only got the news, even the time is booked. This is obviously prepared. I guess it's a Yuan operating behind the scenes. This girl has long wanted to impeach me. Now there's such an opportunity, how could he not act? Zhang Tian sighed. His eyes couldn't help but quietly look at Lin Fan, wanting to see Lin Fan's reaction. Good thing. When the shareholders meeting starts, you tell them to keep adding money to get the final payment. And if they don't want to accept the company's decision, you can acquire the shares at market value and collect. But I don't have any money left. Zhang Tian crumbled. It's just money. I'll lend it to you. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Tian was relieved. It wasn't that the money problem was solved, but Lin Fan finally decided to pay out the money, and him paying out the money meant that he would also have to take the risk, even though it was a loan. If something really happened to Zhang, then he wouldn't be able to get the money back. After a simple lunch, the three of them rushed towards Zhang together. As Zhang Tian guessed, everything was operated by He Yuan behind the scenes, and He Yuan had already sat on the chairman's position at this time, as if this position belonged to him now. Old He, it seems that you are getting older. Why can't you find the position? That's the position of the chairman of the board. Zhang Tian opened his mouth. Yes, but it's not that bad. We unanimously decided that you are no longer fit to be the chairman of Zhang's. And you don't think about how much money you've lost to Zhang's these days. He Yuan said arrogantly. It's not just money. I have plenty of money. To tell you the truth, the money transferred to the shareholders of Yang's is just a deposit. This money is already not coming back. I'm making the purchase with Zhang's. You all, as shareholders, I think it's better to come up with the money first. After hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Tian in surprise. This girl was crazy, right? He Yuan couldn't help but frown. Just the deposit? Then how much did Zhang Tian spend? Although he got an opportunity to bring down Zhang Tian with great difficulty, but if this spread is too big, I'm afraid that it's not good for him to spread it out. Zhang Tian smiled and looked at He Yuan. I know that all of you own far more shares in your hands than I do, but I'm still the chairman of the board, and all of my decisions prior to my removal are valid. Zhang Tian, how many confusing things have you done? Are you trying to bring Zhang down? He Yuan questioned. This will not bother you to worry. This is my son's friend. He said he admired my crazy moves, but also thought to come to Zhang's to see if you can point to the shares. If you are worried about losing money, then sell the shares to him. If not worried, then you look for me to do shit? Zhang Tian's words can be said to be blocked at both ends. The shareholders prepared a pile of words for a moment, is to say or not to say or not. Even hearing that a large sum of money would need to be invested at a later stage. The crowd even had the idea of withdrawing. Lin Fan spoke after noticing the change in the faces of the people. The situation you decide for yourselves. Anyway, if you want to sell, then I'll collect according to the market price. I don't care if you don't sell. Anyway, I have money. Where can't I buy some shares to play the game? Buzz. While the crowd was struggling with this, everyone present received a text message, and upon seeing it, sweat couldn't help but run down everyone's foreheads. Zhang's formal acquisition of Yang's. Can Zhang's, already strapped for cash, save the day with Yang's on the brink of bankruptcy? Quickly go into the stock market and take a look. A shareholder shouted. The secretary of the meeting hastily linked the stock market and the big screen. The crowd watched Zhang's stock sliding at a rate visible to the naked eye. One by one, they were about to collapse. If this continues, won't Zhang become the second Yan? This Zhang Tian is simply a son of a bitch. Young master, is it true that you just said that you acquired the shares in our hands? Right.
but you guys are too inked. 90% acquired. After waiting for a while I'll be 80%. You guys look after yourselves, Lin Fan said with a casual face. 90%? It's just that. 90% is 90%. According to the current trend, not more than half an hour to stop. By then the hands of the stock price is not still the same shrinkage of 10%? I agree. Let's sign the contract now. I agree. Most of the shareholders present had made the decision to sell, and He Yuan, who was watching from the sidelines, could only sigh helplessly. Not to mention that impeachment of Zhang Tian is hopeless. Even if there is hope, in the face of such a situation, can he or she save the day? What's the point of trying to save the day? Stopping losses in time is the key, okay? I'm not going to accompany you in your madness. I'm selling my shares as well. He Yuan opened his mouth. In just 10 minutes, Lin Fan had reached an agreement with the crowd. When transferring the money, Lin Fan took his cell phone and fiddled with something over and over again while saying, "You advance it for me first, 20% of the deposit, and then I'll transfer it to you afterward." Zhang Tian was confused. So he ended up spending his own money? But how did he know he still had money? Had he already looked into his secret foreign accounts? This money was prepared by Zhang Tian just in case. In order that if one day the company really had problems the son at least had money to spend and would not be left with nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Tian gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll transfer the money now. After a wave of transactions, Zhang Tian's secret account had also dried up, and a large group of Zhang's people were finally relieved. Or at least not so much that they would have to pay for Zhang Tian's crazy behavior. Just as the crowd was about to leave, they received another text message on their cell phones. This time, all the shareholders present, original shareholders, has completely collapsed. Thinking that the old man in just 10 minutes have done what Su formally decided to cooperate with Zhang's crazy acquisition of the near-bankrupt Yang, but can get the favor of the world's richest man. What is the secret of this? Is Zhang's going to be rich? The world's richest man Su clan. It didn't take much thought to realize that this was none other than Su Miaoyun's company. Could it be that Zhang Tian had already gotten in touch with Su Miaoyun a long time ago? When the crowd looked at Zhang Tian, they realized that at this moment, Zhang Tian's surprise was no less than their own. So says, the crowd looked at Lin Fan, which meant that the culprit was this young man. Who the hell is he to be able to control Su Miaoyun? And at that moment the stock market magically stopped sliding and began to rise rapidly after less than 2 minutes of balanced development. That little young master I'm a little regret, or we discuss. I am in accordance with the market price of 90% of the sale. I am higher than the market price of 30% in the repurchase let alone 30. Even 50% is surely a profit. First of all, but the stock price. Su Miaoyun is what kind of person? Small money she see? I'm afraid that there is a big move this time. Maybe the value of Zhang's shares will double by then, and Yang's side can't be ignored. After all, now that Zhang's is 100% in control of Yang's, then Yang's side has definitely stopped declining and started to grow steadily. Money? Oh, you think I lack money? Old me is just here to play the game. Okay? Lin Fan despised. This shareholder opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say, and could only hate himself for the hasty decision he had just made. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were two people who were skeptical of Zhang Tian's move earlier, and they felt that Zhang Tian might have a way to bring the dead back to life. They both have a small share anyway, so they might as well take a gamble, not realizing that it's really the right one. Zhang Dong is really Zhang Dong. Zhang's just can't do without Zhang Dong, shareholder A said in a horse's ass. That's right. Following Zhang Dong will surely lead to glory. He Yuan stared wide-eyed for a moment before he reacted, staring angrily at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian, you son of a bitch. You actually shorted the stock market to swindle us. You're a fraud. Fraud? First of all, you guys sold it voluntarily. And secondly, how did I short it? The SMS was sent by the business office, not me. And it wasn't me who bought your shares. He Yuan opened his mouth. And for a moment, He Yuan didn't know what to say. Let's just say that he had never expected Su Miaoyun to intervene no matter what. Count on you. After saying that, He Yuan huffed and puffed his way out. Go do a transfer in a while. I'm suddenly not interested in playing with the ticket. Anyway, the money was advanced by you. Just now when I said I'd transfer it to you, I didn't say it was money. Lin Fan suddenly opened his mouth. After hearing this, He Yuan stumbled and almost didn't fall. Zhang Tian also finally understood why Lin Fan said that he could make up for how much he spent, and estimated that after the market fermentation, he would be able to return his capital in less than 3 days. Originally, I couldn't, but now I have a lot of shares in my own hands. Think back carefully. Yang's 100% of the equity, although it is merged into Zhang's, but now Zhang's own and 95%. According to Yang's 150 billion, Zhang's 40 billion calculations, Every day. If they are all up and down, a day is more than 4 billion ah. Of course, daily stops that is idealized, but as long as the Sioux cooperation finalized, the stock price will certainly continue to grow before reaching a certain peak, and it is true that the sun's vision is right. At this moment, Zhang Tian suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Fan in deep thought. Zhang Tian, you've got guts, but don't think you can rest easy just because you got the shares. Besides, 3 days, if the money isn't in place we're still Zhang's shareholders. Speaking of this, He Yuan's face revealed a hint of a bad smile, which was no longer any different from a physical threat. However, these words had absolutely no threatening power for the current Zhang Tian. With Lin Fan covering him, what did he care about He Yuan? The bereaved dog? Don't worry, other people's don't dare to say, I'll transfer yours to you tonight. In addition, it seems that being a shareholder of Zhang's makes you feel that your days are too peaceful. Now you're no longer. Then I'm not responsible for protecting your family. He Yuan's eyes went cold. Then he directly turned around and left. A large group of shareholders looked at Zhang Tian, and ultimately could only follow the departure. The loss of a little money on the loss of it, which if really involved in the dispute between the two, really persecute the family, that would be too much to lose. After waiting for people to leave, Zhang Tian then tried. I remember 3 years ago there was a company worth $100 billion abroad. It was said that it was on the verge of bankruptcy overnight because of offending a Xia person, and then the next day it miraculously recovered. I don't know if Lin Xiao knows about this? I know. At that time, it was our old man they offended and manipulated. But domestic and foreign countries are different, and I don't have so much time to pay attention to your things. Since the money is here, help me deal with Yang Shuesheng. At least I don't want him to call himself a man anymore. Zhang Tian hurriedly nodded his head and spoke. Understood. I'll fulfill Xiao Lin's account today. Did I say anything? Lin Fan asked back with a smile. No, but that Yang Shuesheng and my son don't deal with each other, and I don't like him either. So I just want to clean him up a bit. Zhang Tian hurriedly changed his words. Lin Fan nodded and glanced at the time before saying, it's been busy for a little while, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Fan directly turned around and left Zhang. After the Ferrari slowly stopped at the vegetable market, the people around couldn't help but be a little shocked. When did people who drove Ferraris start to buy their own food as well, and still come to this kind of wholesale market? Although there were better places, in terms of variety, Lin Fan knew there was no place with more variety or finer details than here. Previously when he took Su Qingma's pulse, Lin Fan had already noticed that Su Qingma's physique was weak, so 7th Mother Lu Man had repeatedly requested that he help Su Qingma properly recuperate. Medicine is 3 times poisonous, so it is still the best food supplement, and because of this, Lin Fan will be quick to promise that he can contract the 3 meals at home in the future. Boss, how much is this dish? Little brother wants this dish? I'm ready to put this vegetable away. My wife at home wants to eat it, but if little brother wants it, I'll bear the pain. How about $5 a caddy? Lin Fan slightly stunned. I bought it just to borrow the flavor. The mall only sells $2. You sell $5 here? Sighing, Lin Fan knew that the car he drove was too flashy. So much so that these bosses were ready to take themselves as a tycoon and slaughter them all. Don't take it from me anymore. Save it for your wife. After saying that, Lin Fan walked towards the next stall. The boss was stunned. Do rich people even know the price of food these days? After asking a few stalls in a row and getting prices that were more than double the market price, Lin Fan even somewhat regretted coming over here. Just as he was about to leave, an arrogant voice came over. Damn, didn't you guys say that Lightning Mo would come here to buy food? How come I haven't seen it for so many days? You guys are fooling me. Pan Xiong roared in dissatisfaction. Hesitation exerted too much force, so much so that a sharp pain came from the wound that Lin Fan had struck. Pan Xiong grinned in pain, then viciously waited for the punk beside him. Don't get excited, Mr. Pan. Maybe I bought more before, but I did come to buy food often before. I'll trust you one more time, and if I haven't seen it yet, see what I'll do to you. After hearing the voices of Pan Xiong and the punks, the stall owners couldn't help but lower their heads, secretly praying that they would never be noticed by this group of people. Pan Xiong didn't take 2 steps before he saw a man who made him grit his teeth. Lin Fan. Benny Xiong squeezed out Lin Fan's name through his teeth, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Isn't this? What's it called? Lin Fan suddenly froze, thought for half a day and did not recall Pan Xiong's name, only remembered that he was beaten up by himself in the cafeteria before because of pestering Su Qingma. You dare to humiliate me? Pan Xiong questioned with wide eyes. Humiliate? Don't get me wrong. I really didn't mean that. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Pan Xiong eased up a bit. However, before he could be complacent, Lin Fan's next sentence almost didn't make him lift the stall and do it. You're not qualified to humiliate me enough to even bother with you. The food here has really refreshed my outlook. Let's go. Stop right there.
Pan Xiong directly stopped Lin Fan.
In school, even if it's not enough, here still let Lin Fan press himself? Here to watch the scene can listen to their own. He Lin Fan more powerful, can one fight dozens? Something's wrong?
Lin Fan said indifferently.
You still dare to be arrogant. Do you know where this place is? Old me can make you. Bang!
Lin Fan could not help but directly punch Pan Xiong's nose, and then said with an apologetic face,
I'm sorry, it's mainly because your face is too beat up, plus the gauze on your nose makes you want to do it. You fucking, give it to me. After receiving Pan Xiong's order,
the 5 or 6 people behind him directly rushed towards Lin Fan.
However,
these few people were no match for Lin Fan,
and in a blink of an eye between them, 2 of them flew out backwards. Before the remaining few people could react,
Lin Fan had already flashed in front of a few people and either punched or slapped them.
Wow!
The bodies of several people smashed several stalls around them, and countless dishes fell to the ground. The surrounding punks all flew over when they heard the commotion over here and surrounded Lin Fan directly.
Freeze!
Lin Fan moved his muscles and was about to continue when a crisp voice rang out.
Lin Fan froze. This voice was so familiar. Just how did this crazy girl appear here?
Chen Xiu, according to some gossip, got this vegetable market within a group of people doing unreasonable hooks.
Originally was thinking to ask the team, as long as these people are arrested,
then they can be transferred to the criminal security team to their friends out of anger. But what she didn't expect was that she would even have to wear her mouth out.
And the team actually chose to press on,
and said they had a follow-up plan.
Chen Xiu couldn't go to understand, so she decided to go alone, even if that group was large. So what?
He himself had guys in his hands. And Chen Xiu didn't expect that she had seen that annoying rich second generation the moment she rushed out.
Kid, how dare you fucking find vigilantes to destroy us?
Brothers! Lin Fan also reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged the attacks of the previous few people and violently threw a punch to hit his opponent.
At the same time,
Lin Fan stretched out his other hand to hold the left side of the attack over the shoulders of the person.
Fierce leap kick to the sides. Will be 2 sides of the person kicked after the trend of closing the abdomen. A knee top hit the person's face above.
Looking at Lin Fan, who had solved 4 people in the blink of an eye, Chen Xiu froze a bit for a moment.
This person's body strength was frighteningly strong.
Earlier, he also said that there is some kind of life-threatening.
Fart life-threatening.
Only hundreds of people are not his opponent,
let alone dozens of people.
Very quickly, all the people who had surrounded Lin Fan collapsed to the ground.
And one by one,
they were wailing in pain on the ground. Lin Fan organized his clothes and was about to leave when Chen Xiu's voice rang out again.
Don't move.
Lin Fan was slightly stunned and surprised.
I said you're slow to react, ah? You didn't say anything when they surrounded me. Now that they're all lying on the ground, you're telling them not to move. Can they move? I'm telling you not to move.
This time Lin Fan was even more confused, and after glancing at the man on the ground he said blankly,
You're their protector? Fuck off. I'm not getting involved with these people. So you don't protect me, you protect them? All I saw was a brawl. So behave yourselves, all of you.
Lin Fan rubbed his forehead. There was definitely something wrong with this vigilante chick's head. In response to the issue of brawling was said last time,
right?
I was acting in self-defense.
I didn't say anything last time when you weren't there, but this time you saw it with your own eyes and you're still brawling?
Did you buy your vigilante's license?
You insulted the vigilantes. I now have the right to question your status as a vigilante and the source of your identity. A self-defense on my part and you're telling me this is a brawl?
Lin Fan said breathlessly.
So, then you were defensive. For dozen people beating up one isn't enough to constitute endangering personal safety, is it? You still haven't learned the right of unlimited defense after all this time? Then you broke the stall. Civil compensation should also have if you do not compensate is a rogue behavior. Chen Xiu tangled for half a day, and finally found a reason that was still standing. However,
Chen Xiu was about to be complacent when the next scene made her dumbfounded. No need to pay for compensation. Hold me under the hands of these sons of bitches every day to put up with it. Looking for the vigilantes said that they want to investigate whether there is a bigger force behind them. I wondered whether the vigilantes' original duty is to police or to arrest people.
Young man, you just made a move to let me out of a bad breath. My stall does not need any compensation. So am I. I didn't start it, but I'm happy, and at least the lad got rid of the people who were squeezing us, and I don't have to pay for it. Little brother, didn't you just want this dish?
It's my fault for sitting on the ground and raising the price. You are our benefactor for helping us. You can take this dish for free,
and whatever else you want. Just take it.
The boss who had slaughtered Lin Fan before took the initiative to run over with the dish and said.
Chen Xiu was a bit confused. Shouldn't it be them, the vigilantes, who were admired and loved by the public? How did it turn into a rich kid like Lin Fan? Then you did it too. Go back with me to make a statement. Chen Xiu stubbornly said. So many of us can serve as witnesses to anything. With that,
A large group of stall owners walked out and directly surrounded Lin Fan.
What are you guys doing? He's fighting here and destroying your stalls. And you guys are actually helping him? Are you guys threatened by something? Chen Xiu frowned.
Originally there was a threat and you didn't care when you were approached by you vigilantes.
Now the same people who threatened us threatened this chap. The difference is that he took care of the man. That's right. And fighting? That's called self-defense. You guys. Chen Xiu was a little aggravated. She was obviously here to catch the bad guys. How come she now thought she was the bad guy in general? Sorry everyone. There's some misunderstanding here. Xiu, hurry up and put the gun down, a solemn and magnetic voice said.
Chen Xiu froze and turned her head before saying blankly,
Master, why are you here? Because I'm your master. And I knew you'd come even if I stopped you. What are you doing now, pointing a gun at the populace? Only then did Chen Xiu react and hurriedly put the gun away. Young man, meet again
this matter just now I heard some.
Also probably have some understanding. Since there are so many people for you to testify.
Then you do not go to make a statement can also. But we'll have to bother these bosses. Chen Xiu's master opened his mouth.
Just go. By the way, we have to report this lady vigilante. Why is she indiscriminately trying to arrest people?
And she didn't even let out a fart when this group of villains did it.
And when the villains were cleaned up,
she took a gun to the heroes instead.
Is this how you vigilantes do your job? Before Lin Fan could even open his mouth,
one of the stall owners on the side exploded first. Chen Xiu wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she was glared back by her master's icy cold eyes.
And for a moment, Chen Xiu even had the urge to cry. Young man, my name is Yu Wenhong. Is Xiu this girl's master?
Between the 2 times things have made a misunderstanding, I deeply apologize.
Don't mind if we leave a contact information,
so that in the future there is something can contact me first, but also can avoid a lot of trouble.
Do you think so? Lin Fan glanced at Yu Wenhong and thought of this brain-dead thinking of Chen Xiu. Lin Fan couldn't help but nod his head.
Although these pieces of trash couldn't cause much trouble for himself, the Chen Xiu who was his biggest trouble was the only one who could hold him down.
Sure.
The 2 exchanged contact information and then left with a group of enthusiastic bosses escorting the punks lying on the ground.
Pan Xiong, who had already hidden in the corner, secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
If it were not for this brain-dead female enforcer,
it would not have been easy for him to get away. However, the moment Pan Xiong had just breathed a sigh of relief, an icy voice rang out. I say, Pansy, do you think I've forgotten you as the culprit?
Pan Xiong's legs trembled as he hurriedly looked back, and Lin Fan's cold and sinister eyes surfaced in front of Pan Xiong.
What are you doing? This is on the street,
Pan Xiong said with a trembling voice.
Yeah, it wasn't really easy to do anything to you originally.
Although even if I slaughtered you, my godmothers could have taken care of it for me.
But I didn't want to cause them any trouble, so I spared your life. Pan Xiong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Lin Fan had taken care of dozens of people in one breath.
So hitting himself wasn't like playing?
In fact, he had already taken a beating himself once,
and it really hurt like hell.
So, let's waste both your legs.
Pan Xiong froze, surprised. Didn't you just say, when I said I'd spare your life? When did I say I'd spare you? I want to fight with you for Su Qingma. Let me go.
Pan Xiong was no longer arrogant at this time, and was very timid.
Qingma? Oh, say it as if you're fighting for it. You haven't harmed Qingma.
That's a big reason why I spared your life.
After all,
if you harmed her, my 7 mothers would be in a lot of pain.
Scrapping your legs is just to give you a reminder. Don't.
Before Pan Xiong could finish his words, Lin Fan's feet had already reached above Pan Xiong's legs. Before Pan Xiong could make a sound, Lin Fan's finger pointed at Pan Xiong's body.
Pan Xiong shouted up to the sky, but he couldn't make any sound. At this moment, he realized how terrifying Lin Fan really was. Your acupoints will be automatically lifted in 20 minutes. Also, don't be vindictive. Even though it's easy to stomp you to death, I'd still like to enjoy my city life. So if you're curious, you can ask around about me. Lin Fan smiled evilly, then directly turned around and left. When they returned home,
the 3 girls were all waiting at home by now.
Big purchase. You bought so much. Is today some kind of holiday? It can't be your birthday, right? Li Xian asked in surprise. At these words, Zhang Mengqi and Su Qingma looked at Lin Fan, and their hearts immediately developed meaning guilt. If today is really Lin Fan's birthday, then they seem to be a bit too rude. Not only do they not have a gift, but they also want Lin Fan to personally go buy food.
There's no such thing as a birthday.
I'm an orphan, you forget? So, then you've never had a birthday in all these years? Li Xian was surprised. No,
then I'll go and cook first. The food market encountered something, so the bosses gave me quite a lot of things.
These days I have to do it as soon as possible to be done. Don't blame me if you grow fat,
Lin Fan said with a smile, and then walked directly inside the kitchen carrying several large bags of dishes. The three women looked at each other and then began to mutter in whispers.
Organize the fridge. Wash, chop and cook.
Lin Fan had been working inside the kitchen for more than 2 whole hours before ending the battle.
This is also thanks to Lin Chanshan picky mouth. And every time you want to eat 4 dishes and a soup,
resulting in Lin Fan practiced can control multiple pots and pans before it is done. Or else on these dishes I'm afraid that Lin Fan will have to make it to the night snack time.
Amazingly,
the three women also did not have one to urge Lin Fan, which made Lin Fan could not help but be a little curious. Even if Zhang Mingqi and Su Qingma did not say anything,
Li Xin theoretically should have come to urge herself to come long ago.
By the time the kitchen door was opened, the dining room was pitch black.
Not just the dining room,
but the living room as well.
Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the ghosts were looking for trouble again? Subconsciously, he picked up the kitchen knife and was about to find out what was going on when the birthday song suddenly and slowly drifted over.
Immediately afterward, a cart slowly appeared with a large 3-tiered cake on top.
What are you guys doing?
Lin Fan said blankly, after seeing Lin Fan holding a kitchen knife with a stunned look on his face.
Li Xin became even more bewildered and spoke. What are you doing? I thought something had happened.
Lin Fan said breathlessly.
What could it be? What a fuss, Li Xin said in dissatisfaction.
Lin Fan was speechless, but he was wrong.
Speaking of which, whose birthday is it?
Lin Fan was curious.
We thought of taking today as your birthday since you've never had one before. Of course, if you don't like it you can decide later. But let us be capricious today as a friendly gesture of officially living under the same roof.
Zhang Mingqi smiled sweetly, then sniffed her little nose,
and an intoxicated expression could not help but appear on her face.
It smells so good.
And I'm really getting a little hungry.
Lin Fan smiled and spoke. Good thing I'm doing a lot today. Otherwise my birthday would be too shabby.
Let's go dishes.
Okay, the three women said in unison.
That night, all 4 of them ate happily, and Zhang Mingqi and Li Xin had officially accepted Lin Fan.
Although Li Xin's extreme feminist mindset remained unchanged, Lin Fan was undoubtedly a special one now.
The other side, Pan Xiong was sent to the hospital by the Good Samaritans will be directly fainted.
After some treatment finally saved the legs,
but after the incident can still walk normally is also an unknown. Gradually, Pan Xiong Manchu opened his eyes, and after seeing an anxious face of his parents could not help but ask, Where am I?
This is a hospital.
Son, who really did it? Don't worry, Dad will definitely help you take revenge.
After hearing these words, Pan Xiong was instantly jolted and hurriedly said,
No, don't take revenge.
Pan Zhang was slightly stunned and puzzled.
Why, son, are you being threatened? It's fine. Dad will help you get back even if he puts everything he has into it.
No, nothing, Dad.
Do you know a young man called Lin Fan?
Pan Xiong tried.
Lin Fan? I've never heard of it. Was it this Lin Fan who moved you?
Pan Xiong did not speak. Lin Fan's words when he left he remembered very clearly. It looks like not only in terms of strength, even in terms of power Lin Fan is only afraid that it is also extremely horrible.
It's better to take the time to ask around.
Dad, I'll take care of this, just leave it alone.
But, don't worry Dad, I have my plans. Pan Zhang didn't say anything more and nodded before sitting down. Of course, even if Lin Fan didn't have any terrifying background,
Pan Xiong wasn't prepared to fight Lin Fan to the death. After all, he had seen Lin Fan's methods.
Who would be okay with messing with a devil?
At that time, even if he could clean up Lin Fan, I was afraid that he would also lose a layer of skin. After resting for 2 days, Lin Fan's 4 came to the school, and just as they walked into the school they saw celebratory banners around them, saying that Wang Lan's subject paper had been appreciated from above, and that he had been specially praised. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that the banner actually had his name on it, and it was even placed in front of Wang Lan. The 3 women subconsciously looked at Lin Fan,
and the one who was most surprised was Li Xin. Can't tell. You've become a well-known figure on campus so quickly, Li Xin asked with a smile. Don't say that.
In a sense I was on our first day of lunch. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders.
Virtuous it is. Then we'll go to the classroom first. After saying that, Li Xin waved her hand and separated from Lin Fan. Zhang Mingqi laughed and followed Li Xin and whispered, Xin, it's so amazing. It's the first time I've seen you waving goodbye to a man.
You're not already prepared to go along with Fifth Mother's wish, are you?
Damn Kiki, what are you talking nonsense about? I didn't. It's just the most basic friendliness between friends, okay? Li Xin pouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, whatever you say. Although she said so, at this moment,
Zhang Mingqi's expression was completely equivalent to saying that it would be a hell of a thing to believe you again.
Li Xin didn't bother to explain anything further and said in dissatisfaction, believe it or not, go to class. After saying that, Li Xin walked directly towards the classroom. And speaking of Lin Fan, when he pushed open the door to his room, Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on him. Some people in other departments might think that Wang Lan was a young professor with a weak background, and that Lin Fan had relied on his background to exert pressure to mix in such a gold-plated opportunity. But as the parties who watched Lin Fan's answers, everyone knew that Lin Fan relied on real skills, and one by one, they were also envious. What are all looking at me like that for? Lin Fan was looked at uncomfortably and asked with some embarrassment all. Of course it's envy boss I heard that this time the provincial radio station will also do a special interview. Boss, you're going to be on TV, Duan Chang said excitedly, as if it was him who was going to be on TV. Being on TV? Not interested. When Lin Fan finished speaking, he was about to return to his position when Wang Lan's voice came in through the door. Lin Fan, come with me for a moment. The TV station visits at noon, and the dean asked me to go to his office with you to explain things. Lin Fan sighed and said pitifully, can I not be on TV? How good it is to be on TV. It will help you a lot in the future. Wang Lan spoke up. It's all trivial. The point is that I'm on TV. I'm in trouble, not to mention you'll be in trouble too. Trouble? Wang Lan cannot help but stare. What trouble will he have? Suddenly, Wang Lan reacted to Lin Fan's meaning. Lin Fan now took care of this subject. That means that there has been a not insignificant result, although the so-called agreement was not reached. But relying on this to discuss an early marriage is not a problem. Even an engagement is okay in the eyes of your own mom and dad. Damn, why didn't I think of that? You come out here and you and I will study it. After watching Lin Fan leave the classroom, the crowd was a bit shocked. Shocked that Lin Fan actually had no interest in being on TV. After all, whether they were grassroots or rich kids, everyone here wanted to prove themselves, and the best way to do that was undoubtedly a TV interview. Yet he was surprisingly uninterested in such a great opportunity. Not only that, they were also shocked at Wang Lan's attitude towards Lin Fan. Wang Lan was a famous cold-faced, beautiful professor, and the gentleness that flowed out of her just now when she was conversing with Lin Fan was the first time they had ever seen, even to the point that it was the first time they had ever seen Wang Lan smile. Outside the classroom. Why did you put my name on it too? It's even written in front of you. Lin Fan was speechless. I'm not the kind of person who would hog the fruits of other people's labor. This subject was fixed precisely because of you, and you solved the key part, so of course you should be put in the front. Wang Lan said seriously. Well said. Professor Wang is really upright. But I beg you to consider the consequences before being upright. If you really want to marry me, then I won't even say anything. The problem is that you don't marry, and then you force me to help you think of a way to cope with your parents. Isn't that hard for me? Beautiful thought. Still want me to marry you? Humph. Wang Lan hummed. Very quickly, the two of them walked inside the dean's office, and when the dean saw Lin Fan, he immediately greeted him warmly. I can't imagine that this scattering child is still a gold. If I had known that there is this ability, not to mention donating the library, or their own pockets to invite this to Lingnan University, he is also willing to. Lin Fan student, you really opened my eyes. If it wasn't for Prof. Wang Lan himself, I wouldn't even believe that you have this ability. What are you studying for a master's degree for? Just go straight for a doctorate and then stay at the university and become a professor. Of course, you can come to the special lectures a few times a month. My third mom said to keep a low profile, and he knows what I'm capable of in this area. He just wants me to be a little more grounded in the basics. So, understand. I understand. Dong Su is a man of honor. Surely he thinks completely differently from us. But it won't be good to keep a low profile later on. The dean laughed out loud. It wasn't him who was on TV, but it was Ling Da's achievement. And that was his achievement. So how could he not be happy? That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with the dean. I want to keep a low profile on my side. But once it's on TV, what else is there to keep a low profile on? So can I not be interviewed? The dean was slightly stunned. And then he couldn't help but fall into a difficult look. If Lin Fan's name was behind him, it was fine. But Lin Fan's name was first. And if he didn't take part in the interview, then could the interview continue? I'm afraid this won't work. After all, this will have repercussions for you, and for Lingda. When the time comes, there will be people who will think that it was you who bought Prof. Wang Lan's gold plating. Then you, Prof. Wang Lan, will be affected. And Lingda, who appeared to have made this kind of deal, will also have a great deal of repercussions. Lin Fan sighed. He had guessed such an outcome, and helplessly glanced at Wang Lan. Wang Lan was a bit weak at this time, and directly twisted her head to the side, as if to say, don't look at me. Anyway, it's all the trouble you caused. All of it will be solved by you. I'm sorry, I really can't help you with this one. If it's anything personal to me, it's all good. But this involves Ling Day, and even the interviews afterward are going to be dominated by you. And if it's just a matter of asking a few questions and then calling it quits, then that's going to have an impact as well. Lin Fan nodded.
He understood what the dean had said. Why did he think of teasing this beautiful professor at that time? Now one is in trouble. Wait, trouble? It doesn't seem like it. How do you figure you're not at a disadvantage? Wang Lan sold herself. So why worry about her? After thinking about this, Lin Fan couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he spoke. I understand. Since it's already like this, let's go through the normal process. I'll explain it to my family when the time comes. Thanks for understanding. Wang Lan couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan and couldn't help but sigh in relief after seeing him reveal a smile. It seemed that Lin Fan had figured out a way to deal with it. If she knew what Lin Fan was thinking at this moment, she really didn't know what kind of expression she would show. After leaving the office, Wang Lan, with anticipation written all over her face, curiously said, "Figured out a solution?" Lin Fan smiled and asked rhetorically, "You think there's a solution?" Wang Lan was slightly stunned. So it was not thought out? Then what are you laughing at? So you were just in the office. We can't let the dean see anything, can we? It'll be a bigger problem when we hear that we've both met our parents and something else gets out. Wang Lan opened his mouth. For a moment he didn't know what to say. How could there be so much trouble with one of his upright decisions? Then my parents want to submit? Lin Fan said with a bad smile. Beautiful you. Did you think of all this long ago? So you set me up from the start? Wang Lan frowned and questioned. This is so wrong. How could I have known you would ask me questions about your research topic? And how could I have known you would put my name in front of it? Of course, that counts as a surprise. Lin Fan added silently in his heart. At noon, Lin Fan hadn't even waited to eat when the dean personally came to the classroom to bring him along with Wang Lan to the conference room, which was also filled with cameras. You two are Prof. Wang Lan and Lin Fan, right? I'm really sorry. We actually wanted to come in the morning, only because your subject is too specialized. There are some parts we need to figure out before we can talk to you too, the female reporter said politely. Lin Fan couldn't help but measure the female reporter and secretly realized that the posture was really good. Having lived for more than 20 years, Lin Fan even felt that the beautiful women he had seen in these 20 years were not as many as he had seen within a few months of coming to Lingyun. It's okay, I do admire your professionalism as a reporter friend. Seeing you I finally understand what it means to say that you can obviously rely on your face to eat, but you have to rely on your strength. Wang Lan looked at Lin Fan with contempt on the side. How could she have thought he was a naive child in the first place? I'm afraid this mouth won't be able to harm women less in the future. Lin Fan student is joking. As a reporter I naturally have to do my job well. By the way, my name is Lin Wen-yi. Nice to meet you. No woman would refuse a compliment, especially from a handsome man. And although Lin Wen-yi was only smiling at this moment, she was happy inside. Lin Wen-yi's smile made the cameraman on the side dumbfounded. Lin the reporter would actually show such a smile to the interviewee? Did the sun come out of the west? After glancing at Lin Fan, the camera big brother couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it's still a matter of the face. These days the treatment of good-looking people is different. Let's make this interview quick then. This way you too. After starting the interview, Lin Wen-yi asked a lot of questions that were very unique, and the main direction targeted was Lin Fan. As for Wang Lan it was a bit of a backdrop. Lin Fan quietly glanced at the dean of Ling University. After noticing Lin Fan's eyes, the dean directly turned his head to the side, meaning don't look at me. Even if I could have arranged it I wouldn't have admitted it. The truth was that the biggest effect this interview wanted to bring to Lingde was not an interview with Wang Lan, but an interview with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a student of this Ling University, and although doing so would be a suspicion of Ling University students overpowering the professor in the limelight, why would such a genius choose Ling University? It was intriguing here. In addition, Lin Fan's identity had not yet been made public, and not many people knew about his relationship with Su Miaoyun. And those that did knew were merely suspicions that arose from the cocooning. That Lin Fan had shown enough excellence. Wouldn't those big companies, big groups come to poach people? At that time, although he is only responsible for the introduction, but you do not give Ling to donate some good intention to let me as the dean of the introduction? After half an hour of interview, Lin Wen-yi finally finished asking all the questions, and just as Lin Wen-yi was about to leave, Wang Lan hurriedly said, "Excuse me, is this going to be on TV? What day? What time?" Lin Wen-yi was slightly stunned. As a professor of Ling University, Wang Lan shouldn't be vain enough to want to see herself on TV, right? The exact time for this has yet to be determined. May I ask if it's another request? Lin Wen-yi was curious. Lin Fan smiled, instantly understanding Wang Lan's thoughts, and spoke. Prof. Wang is asking for me. After all, this is my first time on TV, and my family is looking forward to it. Lin Wen-yi nodded and spoke. We'll notify Lin Fan's classmates when we've scheduled a time. So, that we leave a number? Yeah. Lin Fan very enthusiastically took out his cell phone and exchanged contact information with Lin Wen-yi. Looking at the sight of Wang Lan's heart tasted very much. It's true that men are creatures that can't move when they see a beautiful woman. But if you're a beautiful woman, you're a beautiful woman yourself. So why are you flirting with someone else in front of yourself? Nope. Why would one think that? It's not like he can let Lin Fan tease himself. After sending Lin Wen away, Lin Fan just wanted to open his mouth when Wan Lan directly spoke. Don't even think about teasing me. You're dreaming. Ha? Lin Fan gave Wang Lan a dumbfounded look and said suspiciously, how did you summarize this conclusion? I have nothing. Wang Lan also realized that she had lost her temper and lightly coughed twice to hide her embarrassment. Leave your contact information. I'll pass it on to you when I get a notification over there. Whether or not I can avoid my in-laws seeing it at that time is up to you. That's my parents. Change your name. After Wang Lan muttered a dissatisfied sentence, she directly grabbed Lin Fan's cell phone and typed on it. Soon after the contact information was saved, Wang Lan tilted her head and headed straight out. Lin Fan glanced at the address book, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. The most beautiful and lovely Professor Wang. What was this Wang Lan thinking? Actually stored her number in her cell phone so. Student Lin Fan, it's good that you're still here. Explain. I know you want to keep a low profile, but you can't keep things low profile anymore. So why not keep a high profile, right? The dean walked into the conference room. There was even a hint of a pleasing expression on his face. It looks like Dean wants me to keep up the high profile. So tell me, what's this about? It's not much. It's just that there's an exchange seminar. I want you to participate in it as well. It's a good opportunity to raise my Lingyun University. Lin Fan blinked in bewilderment, having heard that medical classes would have medical exchanges, and business administration as well? What kind of seminar? It's nothing. It's just looking forward to the economy. Pioneering the direction of the country's economy. Some of the insights exchanges only. Before Lingnan University in this area is relatively weak. Are going to hit the sauce, but, speaking of which, Dean's face suddenly clouded over. But a few sons of bitches actually said that I, Ling De, can't do it, and now that I have a genius in my hands, I'm afraid of them? With that, a small, terrifying smile appeared on Dean's face. After bidding farewell to the blackened Dean, Lin Fan went to the cafeteria. After seeing the battlefield around him, Lin Fan had somewhat underestimated the strength of contemporary college students. Out of lunch? What a little pathetic. Wan Lan couldn't help but smile sarcastically when she saw Lin Fan's speechless look. And you're still talking smack. It's not because of you. Or else what kind of interview would I need? I see you're rather enjoying yourself. Humph. Wang Lan held her bladder and hummed petulantly. Her appearance at this time was not at all related to the high and cold beauty professor. Who's enjoying themselves? You're the one who needs a phone number and has eyes for that beautiful reporter? Lin Fan was slightly stunned and said with a bad smile, what's wrong? My Lan Lan is jealous? Eat your big head oh. Return your Lan Lan. Believe it or not I'll flunk you? Wang Lan dissatisfied. Don't. Wouldn't that make my old husband angry? You. Starve yourself to death. Wang Lan said. Then thought about walking towards the teacher's cafeteria. Lin Fan smiled and glanced at the time. Going out for lunch at this hour shouldn't delay the afternoon class. Hey, come over here. There's food over here. Wang Lan poked her little head out of the small door between the student cafeteria and the teacher's cafeteria and said with an I'm so upset look on her face. So much for a knife's mouth and a tofu's heart. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lifted as he walked directly towards the teacher's cafeteria. At the end of the afternoon session, Lin Fan had just walked out of the school gate and was about to go home when a Mustang crossed directly in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. Was this another suitor of someone? Damn. You don't have to do so much jumping around, do you? And how the gears are getting lower and lower. Now they're replaced with Mustangs. Lin Fan was just about to get angry when a youth stepped down from the car. Excuse me, are you Lin Fan? Excuse me? Lin Fan was slightly stunned and looked at the person in front of him in surprise. And after determining that he didn't recognize him, he couldn't help but wonder. I am. Who are you? It wouldn't be so polite if they were here for trouble, but there was no reason why a stranger could be polite to them. Hello, my name is Sikong Hao. I'm Sikong Xian's younger brother, a blood brother of the same milk. Sikong Xian? Come to thank yourself? I don't think so. Not to mention the fact that so much time had passed, Sikong Xian definitely wouldn't let Sikong Hao take the initiative to find herself. I've heard of you. You have a good sister. Lin Fan spoke, his tone tinged with sarcasm and recognition. Thanks for the compliment, but my good sister is not so good. Lately, Sikong Hao sighed. So, you didn't come to me just to complain about the water, did you? Of course not. I want you to do me a favor, young family head. Now that Sikong Bomai has been captured, you are the only heir, right? Lin Fan wondered. Shaolin really does have a comprehensive understanding, but this time, this matter has nothing to do with the young family master. And in addition, I didn't get the position of young family master. Lin Fan was a bit curious. Then it seemed like this Sikong Hao had no reason to look for himself, right? I'm here for my sister. I've just said that my sister is having a bad time, and my family is forcing him to get married. Lin Fan blinked blankly. Curious, does this have anything to do with me? I know that our Sikong family is great in the eyes of others, but in your eyes it is nothing. I am not asking for your help in an equal capacity. I am only begging you as a younger brother who doesn't want his sister to continue to suffer.
Sikong Hao said sincerely. So, you want me to marry your sister? I don't deny that your sister is beautiful, but you can't be so lolling speed dating, right? Lin Fan frowned. Of course not. In fact, as long as you step in and say a word, my grandfather won't force my sister. Because of your matter, my sister was forced to arrange other blind dates. I don't want to make my sister so again because of me. The other party is from Lingyun City? I recognize it? Lin Fan inquired. Central States. Probably. Don't recognize it. This time, Lin Fan was completely confused. Could it be that they had all investigated the identity of his big mom? The Sikons are still capable of this? But for the sake of Sikong Xian to let Big Mother to offend the Central States family seems to be a bit unnecessary, right? At this moment, Lin Fan didn't know that compared to these godmothers of his, the old man behind him was even more terrifying. I'm sorry, but your sister isn't my woman either, so I don't seem to be guilty of any of this. But my sister's got a crush on you, and even if you don't like her, it's always okay to go tell her goodbye, right? Lin Fan's footsteps suddenly stopped and he looked at Sikong Hao with some incredulity. Sikong Xian likes herself, just because she saved her life? Then how much the Sikong Xian had to lack love in her life? It wasn't as if the Sikong family had really been using her as a tool, right? I'm telling the truth. Although my sister didn't say it explicitly, I could tell that her face changed every time you were mentioned. Are you sure she didn't change because of guilt? Sikong Hao shook his head and spoke. These two are not contradictory. It's precisely because my sister has fallen in love with you that she feels guilty, isn't it? I know my sister. She never regrets anything for me. For some reason, Lin Fan suddenly had the thought that if he didn't go and take a look at Sikong Xian himself, he wouldn't be worthy of being a human being. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Fan nodded and said, then go and take a look. But let me say this first. I'm just going to go and clear things up with your sister. That's enough then. I don't expect the two of you to actually have anything. So if you don't mind, I'll take you to Situ's house now, Sikong Hao said tentatively. Lin Fan nodded and sat directly on the Mustang's passenger side. 20 minutes later, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of the Sikong family's villa, and when they saw that Sikong Hao had brought Lin Fan back, the people of the Sikong family were all a bit unresponsive. Hello Lin Xiao. I'm offended by what happened before. That child Xiao Xian is also doing this for her younger brother, so I hope you can understand, Elder Sikong said with a smile on his face. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown darkly. This is quite an artful thing to say. Sikong Xian did approach herself for her younger brother, but wasn't it you old man who forced her to do so? Understandable. Where's Sikong Xian? I'm going to meet her. Sick and pound for a moment. CSC I'm afraid. The young master of the Kong family from central China is coming today. It would be bad food if we bumped into him. After hesitating for a moment, Sikong Pound spoke. Little Xian she is not. Today. Before Sikong Pounds could finish his words, Sikong Hao grabbed the opportunity to speak. My sister is in the room. I'll take you there. Young Lin. Sikong Pounds frowned slightly, thinking how could this grandson of his be so accomplished. Lin Fan looked like he wasn't interested in his granddaughter at all, and came to meet God knows what for. If the young master of the Kong family misunderstands me, how will the Sikong family stand in the future? Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to Sikong Pounds and directly followed Sikong Hao. Wait, little Xian went out. She's not at home, Sikong Pounds said in a hurry. No way grandpa. My sister hasn't gone out at all these days. Isn't she always in her room? Sikong Hao was surprised. Didn't you just go out? She went out right after you did. Lin Fan squinted at Sikong Pound and spoke. Then I'll go wait in her room. I'm afraid this. So you're trying to stop me? Lin Fan questioned in a deep voice. Lin Fan was already dissatisfied with all the things that Sikong Pounds had done. So naturally, he would not be the slightest bit polite to him now. I didn't. You please. Sikong Pound was startled. Lin Fan was only in his 20s. How could they be so terrifying? Even his own self, who had seen all sorts of great men, had never seen such a terrifying look in his eyes. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan and Sikong Hao came to Sikong Xian's room. After sighing, Sikong Hao spoke. Then, young Lin, I'll withdraw first. Have a good chat with my sister. Even if I can't change her fate of being forced to marry, at least don't let her stay depressed. After saying that, Sikong Hao directly turned around and went back inside his room. Knock knock. Lin Fan knocked on the door.
yet he did not receive the slightest response.
Knock knock. There is no need to ask me to eat. I don't have an appetite. I will meet the people you have arranged,
came Sikong Xian's haggard voice from inside the room.
It's me. Sikong Xian, who was curled up on the bed in the room, opened her eyes violently. Was it Lin Fan's voice just now?
Lin Fan only heard a thumping sound, and then a gaunt young girl appeared in front of him.
Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Sikong Xian asked in surprise.
Looking at Sikong Xian's haggard appearance,
Lin Fan couldn't help but feel some heartache.
He himself grew up without a father or mother. It was Lin Changshan who brought him up single-handedly, and although he was stern when training himself, if he was injured or sick, Lin Changshan's level of concern was even higher than caring for himself.
And Sikong Xian?
Although he had family and brothers, Lin Fan felt that Sikong Xian was even more pitiful than himself.
Won't you invite me in?
You please.
A bit of a mess.
Lin Fan didn't care and walked directly into the room.
Is Xiao Hao looking for you? I've caused you trouble,
said Sikong Xian somewhat apologetically.
It's okay, although originally I just couldn't stand his stalking and came over to see you. But now, I've changed my mind a bit. What do you mean? Sikong Xian looked at Lin Fan with some uncertainty,
and a trace of hope appeared in her eyes.
If you don't like it, don't marry. Although we can't be a couple, we can be friends.
A trace of disappointment flashed through Sikong Xian's eyes, but it was no longer the despair she felt before. It would be best if young Lin could help.
But how can I be so kind as to bother you? You have to learn to rely on people. Just like why your grandfather had the good sense to labor you. Speaking of which, I heard that your blind date is from Central State. Who is it specifically?
I'll inquire about the identity first,
so at least I won't be caught off guard. He is. Before Sikong Xian's words could be uttered, the two of them heard an arrogant voice coming from outside the door. What's stopping me? Wasn't it your Sikong family that begged us to marry our daughter? Now that I have my eye on her,
and even made a special trip from Central State,
you guys are stopping me? What? Playing us Kong family?
Sikong Pound majestic that call a speechless
I can't wait for you to be able to do it. Okay, the problem is that you come to this is not the time. There's another one in the room right now. What if we bump into him? Thinking of this, Sikong Pound's heart fell even more dissatisfied with Sikong Hao. Luckily, he wasn't allowed to be any young family head, or else the Sikong family would have had to let him ruin it. Bang! Before Lin Fan could react in any way, the door to the room was directly opened. When he saw that there was another Lin Fan in Sikong Xian's room, the Kong family's young master's face suddenly became gloomy. Sikong Pound, you old pipsqueak are really playing with our Kong family. What? Called me here to show me how this rotten woman of your family meets with another man? No. This,
Sikong Pound wanted to explain, but for a moment he did not know how to explain it well.
Watch what you say. Don't be full of shit. Lin Fan frowned. Kid, you're arrogant. Do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me like that? What do I care who you are? You, duh uncle, tear this kid's mouth off for me. Yes, young master.
The middle-aged man behind this Kong family's great young man rushed to Lin Fan's body with a flash and violently slammed his fist into Lin Fan's face. This speed and strength let Sikong Xian and Sikong Pounds are scared to death. This punch in the body of a person is afraid that will break several bones. It. Snap. This Uncle De's speed was fast. Lin Fan's speed was even faster. Just at the moment when Uncle De was about to hit Lin Fan waved his hand and slapped his hand, solidly hitting Uncle De's forehead and face. Uncle T's body lost its balance and fell straight to the ground, and before he could get up, Lin Fan's kick had already mentioned his stomach. Bang! Uncle T's body slid directly against the ground and slammed heavily against the wall before coming to a stop. You dare to touch our Kong family? You're dead. Lin Fan ignored this Kong de Xiao's words and directly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Quickly, the call was answered and a loving voice came from inside. Van, what made you think of calling Big Mom? Auntie, I want to ask, is the Kong family in Central State very powerful? Will it bring you any trouble if I offend them? He Menjiang was silent for a full 5 seconds, and just as Lin Fan pondered what kind of behemoth the Kong family was that could make even He Menjiang feel fear, He Menjiang finally spoke. The background of the Kong family is not quite the same as you imagined, mainly in other aspects, but that's okay. This matter doesn't need Big Mother to make a move either. You only need to say a word. After hearing He Menjiang's words, Lin Fan was puzzled for a moment before speaking. That old man Lin Changshan asked me to send his regards to your Kong family. Lin Changshan? What the fuck, Lin? Before Song Ming finished his words, Uncle Tae, who had collapsed on the ground, was a bit stunned and hurriedly covered Song Ming's mouth. Young master, the following words can't be said. We have to hurry and leave. Lin Fan was a little surprised. Could it be that the old man's reputation was so loud? Looking at Uncle De, who had fled with Kong Ming in his clutches, not only Lin Fan, but also the people of the Sikong family were dumbfounded. Kong Pounds knew that Lin Changshan was terrifying, but he had never heard that Lin Changshan was so terrifying that the Kong clan had to flee at the mere mention of it. It seemed that he still knew too little about Lin Changshan, and he had taken Lin Fan too lightly. Cough cough. Thanks to Lin Xiao to help. This Kong family's Kong Ming Long with a distinguished family wants to rob my granddaughter Xiao Xian for himself. Fortunately Lin Xiao appeared. You this favor we Kong family will never forget. Lin Fan glanced at Kong Pounds in dismay, secretly saying that this old thing was really shameless. Although his own old man is also very shameless, but he at least has principles and lower limits. This Kong Pound thin is really, there are really no limits. So now Kong Xian doesn't have to be forced to marry anyone, right? Lin Fan spoke. Of course, little Xian has the right to choose her own happiness. Lin Fan glanced at the doorway and happened to see Kong Hao, who poked his head out to check the situation. This time it's thanks to Kong Hao. If he hadn't brought me here I really wouldn't have come. Lin Fan continued. It makes sense. Xiao Hao, this child's size I feel smart. Xiao Hao in the future you will be the Kong family's young master. You should also have more contact with the Kong family's industry. Many thanks, Grandpa, Kong Hao hurriedly said. Lin Fan glanced at Kong Xian and said indifferently, I'll see you at school tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Fan pulled Kong Hao while walking outside. Send me back. Originally it only took 10 minutes to walk home, but now it's only going to take 2 hours. Kong Pounds keenly heard Lin Fan's words. The range that can be reached by walking from Ling University is not large. So Lin Fan is living there? Looks like we'll have to find a way to buy a suite for our granddaughter in that neighborhood. After leaving the Kong family, Kong Hao's heart was still agitated. Thanks to Lin Xiao for helping me and my sister. You and my sister. Don't get me wrong. I'm just upset about your no-holds-barred grandfather, and have some sympathy for your poor sister. That's all. In the future, if your grandpa is up to something, just say that I'm against it. So, then we leave a contact. There's no need for that. I have no interest in your sister, and the Kong family has no possibility of cooperation. So there's no need to contact each other in the future. Kong Hao wanted to say something else, but after seeing Lin Fan close his eyes he couldn't help but sigh and obediently shut his mouth. In the evening, when Lin Fan returned home, the 3 girls had already finished eating in advance according to the text message Lin Fan had sent, and were now organizing a large pile of packages within the living room. What's up? Your friends from Harvard gave you another gift? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Li Xian gave Lin Fan a disgruntled blank look and spoke. You can die if you don't satirize me for a day. If you keep talking, believe it or not, I'll destroy all these things. You want to destroy, then you. Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, he saw a medicinal herb in Su Qingma's hand, and then excitedly said, Third mother got everything I asked for? Yes, Aunt Rhyme personally delivered it, but she didn't stay long when she heard that you weren't there, and left after having a bite to eat with us. Zhang Mingqi explained, so I can ruin that if I want to. Ha, Li Xian said smugly. Then please be magnanimous and generous. If you're not happy just hit me twice, but don't get angry at these little things. Saying that, Lin Fan hurriedly moved closer to Li Xian and slowly took back the medicine in her hand. Looking at Lin Fan's appearance, Zhang Mingqi and Su Qingma couldn't help but snicker, while Li Xian was speechless and despised. Where's your hardness? Don't be so bottomless, okay? It can't be helped. These things are more important than the face. The face is worth a few dollars. How much are these worth? At this moment, Lin Fan was completely possessed by Lin Changshan. Face is important, but not so much when compared to certain valuables. After organizing the herbs, Lin Fan couldn't help but get excited. These drugs were enough for him to cultivate for a while. The other side, Song Ming and Uncle De bought a plane ticket for that night and returned to Zhongzhou overnight. Along the way, Song Ming was constantly asking Uncle De why he ran, and why he was afraid of Lin Fan, and who Lin Changshan really is. Unfortunately, Uncle Tak didn't answer any of his questions or even open his mouth to utter a word. Uncle Tae knew very well in his heart that if Lin Fan was really related to Lin Changshan, then I was only afraid that Lin Fan's appearance would have a lot of secrets and involvements, and these were not something that he could deal with, or even participate in anymore. After returning to the Kong family, Uncle Tae didn't care about the time and directly called up the head of the Kong family as well as the old man of the Kong family. Being woken up in the middle of the night, both of these two were very dissatisfied in their hearts, and they were about to get angry when Uncle Tae simply said the 3 words Lin Changshan, and all of their anger was suddenly gone. As an inferior, naturally, one shouldn't disturb the master's rest, but if it was about Lin Changshan, then the matter could be completely changed. So that young man really said that Lin Changshan asked him to send his regards to us? Kong Dayun, the oldest member of the Kong family, said incredulously after listening to Uncle De's explanation. Indeed, and that young man is indeed strong. Kong Fong, the head of the Kong family, couldn't help but frown after hearing this and said in disbelief, Da, If I remember correctly, you just said that Lin Fan made a phone call and called the person on the phone a big mom.
Didn't you? Lin Changshan is a man. How could he be addressed as a big mom? Uncle Tae shook his head after thinking for a while and spoke. I remember, yes. But I'm not sure.
He sent me flying with one move. But I heard him clearly when he said Lin Changshan.
So this teenager is Lin Changshan's heir? What exactly does Lin Changshan want? Is he trying to stir up the silent present world again? Kang Dayun was surprised.
Father, why don't we notify the Vajra sect? If this Lin Fan is really Lin Changshan's heir,
then the situation is serious. There's no way that he would somehow cultivate an heir, much less allow him to appear without any explanation. Kong Fong proposed. Yes, but before figuring out the situation, the Vajra sect is only afraid to be dissatisfied. After all, Lin Changshan is someone the Vajra sect has to pay attention to, using this as a reason to look for them, only to find out that that person isn't Lin Changshan's heir apparent. I'm afraid that my Kong clan won't be able to afford it. Kong de luck, I'm afraid my family can't afford it, said Kong Dayun. Listening to the conversation between the three, Kong Ming on the side had been completely confused. Was that Lin Fan really that terrifying? Even to the point of using the Kong family's biggest card? And listen to this meaning, it seems that the biggest bottom of the Kong family do not dare to put people what in the end they have provoked. Inside the Vajra gate, after receiving a call from the Kong family, the Vajra sect held a general meeting overnight.
Lin Fan was still young.
They didn't really care. The key point was Lin Changshan. What the hell is this old thing doing training in air? I don't think there's much left to study.
I can't think of anything other than revenge for Lin Changshan to train his heir. He previously made a promise with that person not to step out of that small village of his by half a step, but never said that his heir couldn't.
Vajra sect Grand Elder Wu Yongquan spoke.
That's true, but there were other promises made at the time that those he held dear would not be touched. And that's precisely why neither those women of his nor the children they bore were anything to mess with.
That heirloom. Hong Jin Zhong, the gate pillar of the Diamond sect, sighed helplessly. This heir is still untouchable, but if we let it go on,
I'm afraid that the first to suffer will be the Vajra sect.
When dealing with Lin Changshan,
the Vajra sect had played a decisive role.
Father, elders,
I suggest that we let the Grand Elder's son,
Wu Yun, go ahead and test this Lin Fan.
If he's not much of a threat,
then just let it go. And if he is, then we can also make plans earlier. Hong Tieshuan, the young master of the Vajra sect, proposed. For a moment, all eyes fell on Witch Cloud. It's fine. I've long wanted to experience life in a prosperous world.
Witch Cloud fell back with a smile on his face and said with great anticipation. Hong Taizhou laughed in his heart. Although this Wu Yun was highly talented,
it was good that he was an idiot. It would be best if Witch Cloud could die outside.
Then no one would be able to threaten his position.
Taking a step back, if he did anything to Lin Fan,
when the time came to provoke Lin Changshan, that was also his personal matter.
As usual, he could get rid of him.
Wu Yongquan glanced at Wu Yun and inquired after a moment of hesitation.
Little Yun, do you really want to go? Go, why not? Witch Cloud asked rhetorically with a smile. Wu Yongquan momentarily do not know what to say to be good, can only helplessly sigh. Is the son really so stupid? Do not know that this is trying to get rid of him, but what can one say when the words have come to this? Then it's settled. I'll have the Kong family step in to take care of some trivial matters. You'll leave for Lingyun City tomorrow.
Hong Jin Zhong clapped his hands and said. When the news of the Vajra sect reached the Kong clan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, as if this matter finally had nothing to do with them.
Dad, Grandpa, can I ask who that Lin Changshan really is? Why does it feel like you're all like enemies after hearing his name?
Kong Ming was puzzled.
Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It's not for you to find out. In the future, you may not set foot in Lingyun City. Got it? Kong Fong ordered. But, it's not easy for me to look at a woman and just let her go? Coming asked with some regret. Look at you. That's an order. Oh.
Kong Ming is usually not afraid of the sky and the earth, but the most afraid of the old dad and grandpa's orders.
If violated, then he will not get a penny in the future. Lingyun City. Early in the morning,
Lin Fan slowly returned his true chi to his dantian and then moved his muscles. I don't know where Third Mother got her hands on the treasure. The spiritual chi contained inside is actually a few points higher than what the old man planted.
Knock knock. Are you up? If you're up, hurry up and clean up.
Zhang Mingqi's soft voice came from outside the door.
Lin Fan glanced at the bedside table, surprised, opened the door to the room wondering, it's not even 6 o'clock. What are you guys doing at school so early? Who told you to go to school? It's to pick someone up.
Zhang Mingqi's small face was a little red. It was reasonable to say that she had already seen countless men's bodies, so why would she be shy after seeing Lin Fan's upper body? Could it be that Lin Fan was already different from ordinary men in his own eyes?
Kiki, call up no. What are you doing? What are you doing dangling in front of our simple Kiki without clothes early in the morning? Li Xian was dissatisfied.
Lin Fan looked down and then spoke casually.
Cultivation. Wearing clothes has an effect. And I'm wearing pants. What's the problem? Chi-Chi is a doctor. You think they are all as shallow as you? Do you believe that I will burn all those things of yours as firewood when you are not at home? Li Xian threatened. Ahem. Although Xian doesn't care. But after all, there are other people in the house. As a man, I should consider the convenience of the 3 ladies living with me. Don't worry. This will never happen again. Lin Fan spoke in a serious manner. The opposite of what he had just looked like. If Su Miaoyun and the others had seen this scene, they would have cursed Lin Changshan for not teaching the good ones. But instead teaching Lin Fan all his shamelessness. Then hurry up and put your clothes on. Li Xian hugged her bladder and said with a smug look on her face, as if she had already grabbed Lin Fan's soft underbelly. Okay, by the way, just now Kiki said pick up someone? Pick up who? Lin Fan was curious. Pick up Sha. She and Aunt Yao have already done the handover and rushed back on the airplane last night, arriving almost just in time today. Li Xian explained. Is Sasha coming back? Recalling Kong Shasha's initiative earlier and the kiss goodbye that was parting, Lin Fan couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. Hey, do you know that your smile right now is disgusting and punching? Don't hit on Sha. Li Xian glared at Lin Fan, and then pulled Zhang Mingqi along to make preparations for the pickup. Lin Fan didn't care, and after returning to his room and simply cleaning up, he drove to the airport with the 3 girls. Cullinan slowly parked on the side of the road. 4 people got off. Su Qingma could not help but be a little nervous. Quietly pulled Lin Fan's sleeve, whispered, how is that Kong Shasha person? Will she not like me? In Su Qingma's opinion, Kong Shasha and Zhang Mingqi's relationship with the 2 women must be extraordinary, so it would be a bit rude to ask instead. And the 2 are afraid that even if Kong Shasha is not good enough to contact them, they won't say anything. Lin Fan smiled and patted Su Qingma's hand as he spoke. Don't worry, Shasha is very nice. After saying that, Lin Fan stole a glance at Li Xian, who was walking ahead, and whispered, and I think it's much better than Li Xian. What are you talking about? Hurry up and go. Although Li Xian didn't hear Lin Fan's words, it was as if she had sensed it physically and glared at Lin Fan as she continued to walk forward. The 4 of them waited for half a day inside the airport without seeing anyone. And just as Lin Fan was wondering if he had misremembered the time, a pretty figure jumped on him directly from behind. Lin Fan was startled, and only after noticing that it was Kong Shasha did he breathe a sigh of relief. He. Your reaction has become sluggish. Oh, you actually didn't notice my movements, Kong Shasha said with a smile. You're the one who's gotten better. And by the way, you're not going to hang on to me the whole time, are you? So many people are watching. Watch it. It doesn't matter about the others. It's mostly for that psycho who's been harassing me all the way to see it. Lin Fan looked around doubtfully and curiously said, which one are you talking about? That's, just now it was chasing me for contact information. How come it's gone in the blink of an eye? Confused, Kong Shasha jumped down from Lin Fan's body and looked around in surprise. If you want to hug me, just say so. Why are you making up a person? We're all so familiar with each other, aren't we? Lin Fan laughed badly. No, it's not. It's true. Sasha, what are you explaining to him? It's his honor to be your shield, so you're so honored. Aren't you ready to help Sasha with her luggage? Li Xian spoke up. Good. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. He shouldn't have let Li Xian know how important those cultivation herbs were to him in the first place. After the 5 people left, a silhouette quietly looked at Lin Fan. Really did not expect that the beautiful woman he had teased all the way actually knew Lin Fan. And the relationship was not ordinary. It was also fortunate that there were many people here. Plus the duo's overly large move resulted in quite a few people watching. Otherwise just now Lin Fan would have only found himself. Witch Cloud smiled, and it looked like the opportunity to contact Lin Fan was all there. 5 people drove back on the road. Kong Shasha naturally sat in the co-pilot's seat. All the way to look at Lin Fan is more and more handsome. It's true that a man's charm is endless when he's serious. After noticing Kong Shasha's gaze, Li Xian couldn't help but frown. When did Lin Fan lay hands on Shasha? Zhang Mingqi, on the other hand, kept her head down all the way, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. Not long after arriving home, Su Miaoyun came to the villa and asked Kong Shasha if there was anything she needed before handing over the school's enrollment notice to Kong Shasha. Thank you, Aunt Rhyme. Kong Shasha smiled sweetly, completely at odds with an icy cold female assassin. Su Miaoyun smiled and spoke. If you want to thank me, thanks Xiaofan. I just said that I wanted to arrange for someone. The dean of Ling University immediately passed it. There's no way that he's scared that I'll give Lin Fan a transfer if I'm not happy. Kong Shasha looked at Lin Fan curiously. Lin Fan was a bit unnatural by the look and shrugged his shoulders. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. What have you done yet? I can't imagine that you're so learned. Now many schools want to dig you over there.
And that's precisely why the dean of Ling University doesn't dare to go against my wishes. Probably thinking that the more people I arrange on the side of Ling University the more embarrassed you'll be to leave. Su Miaoyun's words made Kong Shasha feel as if she had missed out on a lot of exciting things. And only after inquiring did she learn that Lin Fan was actually going to be on TV. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and was about to say something when his cell phone rang.
Hello, Mr. Lin Fan. I'm Lin Wen-yi, the host of the provincial radio station. Do you remember me? Lin Wen-yi opened her mouth and inquired. Remember? What is it that the beautiful reporter is looking for me for?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
It's nothing important.
I just want to inform you that the TV station has already made arrangements. And that interview will be aired in the prime time slot at 7 o'clock tonight.
7 o'clock at night? That's how long it's been. So efficient. I know. I'll tune in. Well, I'll be in touch later then. After hanging up the phone,
Lin Fan then edited a text message to Wang Lan, telling her that the time for the interview to be aired was set at 7 p.m., so that she could get ready.
The most beautiful and lovely Professor Wang? What a cloying title, Kong Shasha said with a bit of a grin.
Lin Fan was taken aback and said breathlessly,
why are you always acting like a god lately? It's you who's too focused. What? You're tired of looking at our few beauties and now you're thinking of picking up the professor?
Kong Shasha was dissatisfied.
No. How could it be?
Lin Fan laughed awkwardly.
Yeah,
so are there a couple of us you won't get tired of looking at or you won't pick up the professor? Lin Fan opened his mouth.
And for a moment, he didn't know how to answer properly. This Kong Shasha is completely blocked at both ends. Say they will not be tired of being looked at that does not become their own really want to pick up the professor?
Saying that he wouldn't pick up the professor would make them a few he was tired of seeing.
You're blocking both ends. How do you expect me to answer?
Lin Fan was speechless.
However, when he finished speaking, Su Miaoyun and the four girls couldn't help but look at Lin Fan in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that?
Lin Fan scratched his head in bewilderment.
Had he said something wrong? Wouldn't it be better if you said none of it? Su Qingmo reminded.
Lin Fan collapsed,
secretly saying that he was really stupid. So you really want to pick up the professor? You're a starving ghost. You want to eat beautiful women when you see them, Li Xin said contemptuously. Well, you guys are quite a handful. You're completely set. But to celebrate Sasha's return, I'm going to go make you some good food. What do you want to eat? It's order time. I'll have the crispy pancetta. Li Xin raised her hand in a hurry. I eat anything good. Su Qingma is the most considerate one.
Of course, in Su Qingma's opinion it's actually all pretty much the same.
Anyway, Lin Fan's dishes are all very delicious. Then I'll choose the one from the day before yesterday. Zhang Mingqi spoke after thinking about it. You guys are so kind.
This bad guy let us not chase actually chasing the professor.
I want to punish you. You just make me a lampshade beef.
Lin Fan immediately stared with wide eyes.
I let you order food, not let you make a reservation.
This is going to be done which is still eating lunch.
Dinner is almost the same. Not for doing? Kong Shasha pouted in dissatisfaction. For other people it was fine, but for Kong Shasha,
Lin Fan was simply unable to refuse.
Well, go get some rest, and I'll let you all eat for lunch.
Looking at Lin Fan being so obedient,
Kong Shasha couldn't help but feel a little smug.
It seemed that Lin Fan really already had himself in his heart. At noon Lin Fan walked out of the kitchen with rather a few dishes. Looking at the luscious dishes,
even Su Miaoyun was a bit shocked. Are you all this sumptuous every day?
It's just that you guys are young.
If it were me,
I'm afraid my body would be out of shape in half a month.
Su Miaoyun lamented.
The main thing is that lampshade beef is too much of a waste of time.
And it's idle. So I made something else by hand. So, Lin Fan shrugged. Kong Shasha's face sank as she grabbed Lin Fan's collar and said, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm wrong?
Lin Fan froze. This was not the kind of behavior that Kong Shasha would appear to be right. Just as Lin Fan was puzzled, Kong Shasha then proceeded to quietly whisper in Lin Fan's ear from the convenience of her position.
If people are wrong, how about making amends to you at night? Gobble.
Lin Fan swallowed heavily,
secretly saying that this Kong Shasha was really a little demon.
Cough. Of course, it's actually still just me wanting to welcome Sasha back. So everyone eat more later. Lin Fan lightly coughed twice before saying in a serious manner.
However, by the time the night came, Li Xian was saying whatever she could to drag Kong Shasha in her room all night long. So much so that it ended up being 4 women in one room.
Lin Fan laughed bitterly.
It would be fine if Li Xian was the only one. With all 4 of them together, how could Kong Shasha sneak away quietly? Kong Shasha, on the other hand, shrugged at Lin Fan, but with a hint of a smile on his face. Lin Fan knew that he had been tricked. The other side. Within the Wang family, Wang Lan returned to her parents' house after work, her eyes constantly focused on the time. I mean,
Sure. What's so special about your watch? I see you've looked at it more than 10 times in the past half hour. Wang Shuyi was puzzled. Right. I was trying to say that one of my co-workers told me that there is a meteor shower tonight at 7 o'clock. I don't want us to watch it together. In case of delay we won't be able to see the first meteor, Wang Lan explained. The old couple glanced at each other, then looked at Wang Lan oddly. Mom and Dad, why are you guys looking at me like that? Wang Lan was puzzled. What do you say? It's summer now. It's not even dark in Lingyun City at 7 o'clock. Are you sure you can see the meteor shower? Wang Shuyi was surprised. Then, what if? Mom, don't you especially like romance? How about our family watching a meteor shower together? Wang Lan hugged Yi Lu's arm and pampered her. That's fine. Then why don't you call Lin Fan over? We'll watch it together as a family of 4. Yi Lu couldn't help but nod after thinking about it. Wang Lan was speechless. What's all this? How come it's just a family of 4? He is busy now. I cannot be good to find him is not it. He has to try to fulfill the requirements of the family before this is not what you two expect? Yelio hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. She wants her daughter and son-in-law to be friendly. And even more so, she wants her son-in-law to marry her daughter honorably. Well then, let's leave him alone for now. Wang Lan sighed with relief. This can always dodge the time. However, the reality hit Wang Lan heavily. When at 6:55, the family was ready to positively go to see the meteor shower that was not there. Wang Shuyi's words completely dumbfounded Wang Lan. I say, sure, where's the telescope? What? Wang Lan said blankly. Astronomical telescope otherwise the 3 of us will rely on the naked eye to see Wang Shuyi was surprised. Wang Lan was speechless. Her knowledge of meteor showers was still stuck in TV dramas. How did she know that this thing needed an astronomical telescope? No. Wang Lan said awkwardly. You child, how can you see without equipment? Really don't know what you think. You think meteor showers are all that kind of scene where the stars and flowers fall from the sky? Wang Shuyi said speechlessly. Wang Lan laughed bitterly in her heart. She really did think that way. Seeing this expression on Wang Lan's face, Wang Shuyi didn't bother to wait any longer, and while walking back, he said, alright, I'd better go to the living room to watch some TV. I'm sure I won't be able to watch this meteor shower. Don't, Dad. Let's just use our naked eyes. Mom, what do you think? Wang Lan hurriedly pulled Wang Shuyi's arm and said, are you kids alright? What's the point of staring at the sky? The meteor shower may have passed and we didn't even see it. Yi Lu at this time is completely supportive of Wang Shuyi's proposal, directly turned around and followed along to the living room. Wang Lan on the balcony was in a hurry. It seems that Plan A is out of the question. Only Plan B can be implemented. It's so upsetting not to see a meteor shower. Right. Let's find a TV show with meteor showers to watch, so at least we don't have any regrets. Wang Shuyi and Yi Lu glanced at each other. There seems to be something wrong with his daughter today. Sure. When did you become so obsessed with meteor showers? Yi Lu was puzzled. Just think it's romantic. So I'll go get it. Wang Lan took advantage of these few minutes before the program was broadcast to operate on the fly, and finally found the TV series stored in the TV and played the episode with meteor shower. The old couple didn't mind. How long has it been since their daughter has been pampered? Since she wants to, then they will accompany her. Wang Lan was secretly relieved, sitting on the sofa and hadn't even looked at it for a few minutes when the light suddenly dimmed. Along with all the electrical appliances, the power was cut off. After about 2 seconds of darkness, the lights came back on and the various appliances worked again. Wait, reboot? Wang Lan was shocked and hurriedly prepared to adjust the TV, but at this point it was over. May I ask Mr. Lin Fan, what are your views on the practical role and future evolution of this subject? Wife, I think I heard the word Lin Fan. Wang Shuyi was surprised. More than that, look at the TV. Isn't that our son-in-law? Yi Lu quickly pointed at the TV and said. In the picture, Lin Fan was sitting in the center. The female reporter was asking questions on his left-hand side, while Wang Lan was sitting right on Lin Fan's right-hand side. At this moment, the old couple's gazes couldn't help but fall on Wang Lan's body. Watching a meteor shower? I'm just afraid I don't want the 2 of them to watch this interview. My daughter was one of the interviewees, so naturally she knew the time. So, oh daughter, shouldn't you explain? Wang Shuyi looked at Wang Lan and said in a deep voice. Me. Right. It's because I don't wear makeup when I'm on camera. So, Wang Lan, do you think your father and I are fools? Yi Lu yelled lowly, frightening Wang Lan into closing her mouth in a hurry. Tell me, why don't you let us see it? This kid Xiaofan helped you break through the subject. This is like creating a miracle in business. You can even take this capital and discuss it with your parents. Why did you hide such a good thing from me and your mom? Wang Shuyi sat back in his chair and looked at Wang Lan with a somewhat unkind tone.
Wan Lan was there half a day, hard, and didn't say a word. Daughter, you're not having a falling out with little Fan, are you? Other than that, the fact that he can squeeze in time for you to study the subject is enough to show his dedication to you. Why are you child still having trouble with him? Yi Lu frowned. After hearing these words, Wang Shuyi's heart tightened for no reason, and he said worriedly, Lan Lan, you're not breaking up with Lin Fan, are you? What? Is it true what your dad said? Yelio questioned. No, we're very affectionate. He's the one who told me not to show you too. Really? Then why don't you have Fan come over to the house tomorrow? Didn't you guys not break up? I'll personally ask the questions then, Wang Shuyi said indifferently. Wang Lan panicked. Call Lin Fan again? He hasn't come to class all day. Who knows where he's been hanging out? Dad, Lin Fan is going to be busy with his career in time. Not bad for one day. Why don't your mom and I personally go to Ling University to talk to Lin Fan? Wang Lan's head instantly shook into a rattledrum. If mom and dad really went there, then wouldn't her affair with Lin Fan be exposed? It was a fake, but this mess has become real. I'll get in touch with him and get back to you tomorrow. Get in touch now. It's doubtful we'll be able to reach you by tomorrow. Knowing that a daughter is like a mother, Yi Lu understood Wang Lan's small mind too well and directly ordered. Wang Lan had no choice but to call Lin Fan, and unfortunately, at this time, Lin Fan happened to be practicing, and his cell phone was off. Wang Lan thought to herself, in the state that her parents were in now, if she told them that Lin Fan's cell phone was turned off, then they could really go to school tomorrow. Hello, Lin Fan, can you come to my house tomorrow? My parents miss you. I know you're busy, but you've moved away and people miss you. Aha, then you try to squeeze it in tomorrow and wait for you. Oh, bye. Wang Lan self-directed hung up the phone. Looks as if it has completed the task, but in fact, inside is a batch of panic. Xiaofan moved out? Wang Shuyi wondered. Right. That's why I'm going home today. It's a bit boring living there by myself. In order to make things more real, Wang Lan had to set it up as a situation where the two were really living together at this point. Alright then, just wait for tomorrow. Well, you do what you need to do now. Don't bother me watching my son-in-law on TV. Yi Lu waved her hand in disgust. Then she sat in front of the TV and watched it proudly. Wang Lan was a bit tasty. Now she was really confused as to whether she was the biological one or Lin Fan was the biological one. The next day, when Lin Fan arrived at school, Wang Lan found Lin Fan and pulled him inside the office. What's wrong, Erasure? Professor Wang? Lin Fan originally wanted to call Lan Lan, but after seeing Wang Lan's gloomy eyes he couldn't help but change his title. My parents saw it after all, Wang Lan said helplessly. Lin Fan wasn't too surprised about this and spoke. If you're found out, you're found out. Let's just say that this is just the first step. Fool around and get over it. But my parents want you to come to my house tonight. They suspect we broke up. Lin Fan was stunned. How did Wang Lan do this? How hard can something that could have been handled casually get to this point? After thinking about it for a while, the corner of Lin Fan's mouth couldn't help but raise as he asked rhetorically. So are the two of us in the relationship stage now? You are at this time you still take advantage of me? Wang Lan said in dissatisfaction. Okay, let's make a trip tonight. I understand. That's good. By the way, to show the truth, so I'm purposely talking about you moving out of my house. So don't say you missed it then. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Lan in surprise, secretly saying that this was the so-called high IQ and low EQ. Lin Fan even felt that if Wang Lan was looking for someone other than herself, then she could have sold herself. Can I interview you about what you think? The idea of cohabitation is still false, but now that you've put it into practice, how am I supposed to answer if I'm asked how many moles you have on your body? You think my parents have no lower limits like you? Remember to come with me tonight. Okay, you're out. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, Wang Lan hesitated and suddenly called out to Lin Fan. Wait, what else? At this moment, Lin Fan's tone more or less carried a hint of ice-coldness. He wasn't a licking dog. How would he like to be called out by Wang Lan like this? I just have a red mole on my backside. Lin Fan froze and subconsciously looked at Wang Lan's waist. Red? What are you looking at? Get out. Oh who? Lin Fan subconsciously nodded and waited out before realizing that he appeared to have been kicked out. But the backside. Lin Fan couldn't help but think about it. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Witch Cloud arrogantly sat on the sofa with an impatient look on his face and said, Isn't it done yet? It's done, but now that you're here, you have to keep your job as a student, don't. For Wu Yun's arrogance, the dean was naturally dissatisfied. So the privileges that Lin Fan enjoyed he was completely unprepared to give Wu Yun the opportunity to enjoy any of them. Alright, I say, are you too old? Why are you so rambling? Wu Yun was dissatisfied. The dean was infuriated. He really had never seen such an arrogant student before. Knock knock. Just when Dean was so angry that he didn't know what to say, a knock came on the door. Enter.
Dean barely held back his anger as he said,
Hello Dean. I'm here to report.
Kong Shasha said politely. Since her entry into Lingda had something to do with Lin Fan,
she represented Lin Fan in a sense.
So Kong Shasha was determined to at least leave a good impression on Lingda's.
Hello again.
Beautiful.
Witch Cloud jumped up at once and said hello with a blush. Kong Shasha glanced at Wu Yun. Her brows couldn't help but wrinkle.
She had been pestered by this guy all the way on the airplane before.
How come this guy appeared again? Do you remember me? Beautiful? We met on the plane. It must have been special karma to go all the way and become family. Stop. You really don't have a good singing voice, and also I don't want to talk to you. After saying that, Kong Shasha handed her notice to the dean.
After determining that the young girl in front of him was the one Su Miaoyun had explained herself to, the dissatisfaction on the dean's face was instead directly replaced by a smile.
Your MS. Kong Shasha. Architecture, town and country planning, right? I've already taken care of your enrollment procedures. I'll take you there.
As soon as Witch Cloud heard this, he was instantly energized.
Town and country planning? What a coincidence. Pretty girl, we're both the same. Maybe we're in the same class. After hearing this, the dean frowned. Before, for the sake of convenience. So really put the two in a class. Now that I think about it, it was really a wrong thing to do. How can it be cheaper for this arrogant kid? No. How could one agree to enroll such a piece of shit? The town and country planning was arranged by Kong Yao,
thinking that if Kong Shasha learns something she can also help herself plan the Dark Knight Island.
However, Kong Yao didn't realize that Kong Shasha didn't even think about going back again, let alone planning anything. Dean, may I ask if I can go to other departments to observe?
Kong Shasha asked with some anticipation.
For Kong Shasha's question, the dean didn't think too much about it.
Lin Fan had asked himself the same thing at first,
yet people were really competitive as well. Kong Shasha and Lin Fan knew each other,
so maybe they were also such talents.
Of course you can.
I'll give you a special permit afterward that's the same as Lin Fan's classmates. At that time you can sit in on any subject at any time,
even any grade, and your test scores will give you proper preference as well. Thanks, Dean. And this thing? Get me one too.
Witch Cloud spoke directly. The dean squinted at Wu Yun and said contemptuously,
You stay honestly in your classroom. Witch Cloud froze and frowned. Do you know who you're talking to? I'm sorry, I don't really know. All I know is that you and I are the dean of this Ling University, and I have the right to make any decision about Ling University. You can drop out if you're not satisfied. Damn it, this dead old man. Let you off the hook for now. I'll call the Kong family in a while and tell them to clean you up. When they got to the classroom, the crowd was thrilled to see that the boring town and country planning had actually come to such a beautiful woman. Ling University's urban and rural planning of the serious imbalance between men and women in the country is famous. This year is even more. One did not get recruited, so now came a female student, or fairy-level beauty. How can the crowd not be excited? These two are new students. Familiarize yourselves. The dean and the tutor gave an explanation and then directly turned around and left. Where are you from, pretty girl?
I'm the class president.
You can always call me if you need anything. I'm at your beck and call. Does the pretty girl live on campus? Which dormitory? You're so pretty you'll surely be targeted by messy people. How about I send you to your dorm room every day? For the enthusiasm of the students,
Kong Shasha did not have the slightest response,
quietly sitting there to do a quiet girl. When the crowd saw that Kong Shasha didn't want to speak, they didn't continue to come up. After all, this was a hard-won duty. It would be a loss if they were scared away. At noon, all the students of the entire urban and rural planning had invited Kong Shasha to dine with them. The lineup was simply a big lady with dozens of bodyguards in general. What do you want to eat? Pretty girl? My treat. Pull back. What can you afford with that little money of yours? Beauty. I'll do it. Kong Shasha ignored everyone's attentiveness, and after sweeping her gaze around she quickly spotted her target and ran over joyfully. Shasha, come on. We've ordered for you. Li Xin beckoned after noticing Kong Shasha. After Kong Shasha took her seat, she couldn't help but look at the three women sitting beside Lin Fan in front of her and wondered. These are? Lin Fan's classmate. Often eat together. Su Qingma introduced. Oh, Kong Shasha cannot help but frown.
This Lin Fan is also quite flamboyant. What happened to that beautiful professor has not yet been said. And now there are three more beautiful students. Not far away. When the people from town and country planning saw Kong Shasha sitting with Lin Fan, they all had a feeling of lightspeed love loss for a moment. Why is it this Lin Fan again? Damn it, he's got all the pretty girls. It's true that people are more angry than people. I was thinking that I could finally get off the hook, but I really fucking overthink it. Witch Cloud glanced curiously at the crowd behind him and spoke. This Lin Fan is very flamboyant, but it's not a show-off. The school has a total of 10 golden flowers. Kong Shasha has just been promoted. and now she's also been picked.
Counting this, Lin Fan has picked 8 of them. 9 duo.
I heard earlier that Lin Fan was having lunch with Professor Wang, and someone had also seen Lin Fan driving Professor Wang away.
Is this girl going to bag the 10 golden flowers? Witch Cloud's eyes turned and spoke. If that's the case, then I can't stand it anymore. Are you guys willing to watch the only beauty in our class be snatched away by Lin Fan just like that? Of course we don't want to, but what can we do?
This Lin Fan has a strong background and has practiced. We can't afford to mess with him.
Who said we have to do it? Let's do it this way. Witch Cloud laughed and said his plan.
At the same time also put forward Lin Fan's all sorts of crimes. Hard to put the urban and rural planning of the crowd to say that the people of urban and rural planning are said to be filled with righteous indignation. It was as if they were sorry for their parents sending them to college if they didn't give Lin Fan some trouble.
In the afternoon,
Kong Shasha was also too lazy to be harassed in going to her own classroom, so she directly went with this Lin Fan to the classroom inside the Master of Business Administration. When Duan Chang saw Kong Shasha appear, his eyes suddenly stared. Surprised.
Boss, Kong Shasha just enrolled in school today. You not only took care of it, but also abducted over? Go! What's all this nonsense? Also, how did you know what her name was? Lin Fan frowned. The newest school beauty. I can't help but know.
Although she's only been enrolled for half a day, she's already managed to get to 9th. I reckon she'll be a batch of dark horses.
Stop chatting there and get ready for class, Wang Lan said as she walked into the classroom with her textbook. Kong Shasha quietly glanced at Wang Lan, then whispered, "She's the most beautiful and lovely Professor Wang." Ha! After vaguely hearing the slightest hint of jealousy from Kong Shasha, Lin Fan couldn't help but lightly cough twice in embarrassment. Look at you like that. Ha! Kong Shasha gave a petulant grunt, and then she twisted her head to the side. Don't be angry, most beautiful and lovely Kong Shasha. Kong Shasha snorted and gave Lin Fan a blank look before pouting in a small voice. You're just a womanizer. After Wang Lan noticed Kong Shasha, who was talking and laughing with Lin Fan, her eyebrows slightly frowned. This Lin Fan was really womanizing everywhere. Thinking about it, Wang Lan's face began to look gloomy as well. Knock knock. Hello Professor Wang.
I'm from the Department of Architecture's Urban and Rural Planning.
My name is Li De. We would like to have a friendly basketball match with your class. The time is after school. This is our challenge. You see, pick what battles. Studying is too boring, isn't it? If it's boring, I can ask your tutors to give you more homework. Wang Lan was already upset, and now another one somehow popped up. Still after school. I still have to drag Lin Fan to deal with mom and dad after school. How can I have time for you kids? Li Dis scratched his head in bewilderment. He had heard that Wang Lan was an iceberg beauty, but he hadn't heard of such a bad temper. Could it be that he had rushed at the wrong time? Just on the days when women were not feeling well. We just want to fight for who belongs to us, so we demand that this challenge must have Lin Fan. You have no problem. Basketball game, I do not agree, but also must Lin Fan. Wait, Lin Fan? Wang Lan looked at Lin Fan in surprise, thinking, how did this kid mess with the architecture department? Lin Fan, Kong Shashai is our class flower as well as the department flower. You don't want to snatch her away from our department. If you're a man, come and accept the challenge. The male student who sent the challenge pointed at Lin Fan and yelled. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. So this was for Kong Shasha? He did not have time to pay attention to these kids and spoke. There is no time. And Professor Wang also said that this challenge. I agree. Wang Lan suddenly spoke. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lan in surprise, secretly saying what was she thinking? Wang Lan's gaze landed on Lin Fan's body, vaguely revealing a gloating expression. Professor Wang has agreed. A man must accept the challenge. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. And just when he wanted to speak, Duan Chang in front of him directly stood up and said, do you guys have a bubble in your head? Even if sister-in-law Shasha goes back to your classroom, what's the point? Looking at a beautiful woman can be pleasing to the eyes, can't it? Lida asked rhetorically, and his comment caused the other students in the MBA to take offense. What are you talking about? You're the only ones who are allowed to look at us, not us? That's right. Our class Lin Fan is just bullish. He just abducted your goddess. So what the hell? Are you guys short of goddesses in your class? How we lack Lida roared angrily, and this roar was mixed with too much helplessness and even aggression. To each his own stuff. Why are you guys acting pathetic? You want to play ball? I'll play with you to the end. Count me in to abuse them. I'm here to give Lin Fan a letter of challenge. What are you guys getting excited about? Lida was a bit scared at this time. How could he be provoked into public anger when he was just sending a friendly challenge? Lin Fan was so flamboyant, it was reasonable to say that even his fellow classmates should be dissatisfied with him. What? You still want to fight in a wheelchair? Do you city and countryside construction people have any shame? In fact, Lida really guessed wrong. Lin Fan did flirt, but he also did make the class more and more beautiful.
Plus Lin Fan has a strong background but does not cause trouble.
Now which rich second generation want to bully MBA students have to first consider whether they are better than Lin Fan. Thinking about all of this, who would still bother to be dissatisfied with Lin Fan? Hey, they're going to rob people or in front of you. Don't you show it? Kong Shasha asked in a small voice. What about you? Don't show it to me? Otherwise I feel like the master has no name.
Lin Fan said with a bad smile.
Che, people are directly challenging. You are nameless. What nameless? After dwelling on it for a while, Kong Shasha continued. If you win, I'll give you a kiss. Snap.
Lin Fan directly sprang up from his chair, slammed the table and shouted.
I accept the challenge.
Looking at this Lin Fan's appearance,
Kong Shasha couldn't help but laugh out. Unexpectedly Lin Fan was quite cute. Wang Lan just wants to tease Lin Fan, but time-wise, there aren't any more major classes in the afternoon. After all, the new subject hasn't been finalized yet, so let's do it this way. Gather in the gymnasium in half an hour. Wang Lan spoke. Ha, Professor Wang.
But this is class time.
Our instructor That's your business. You place a challenge and we have to follow your time? Isn't it too much of a disregard for our business administration? Wang Lan was dissatisfied.
Lida had no choice but to nod.
No matter what, the purpose of coming is considered to have been achieved. Half an hour later,
the two classes came inside the stadium and both sides warmed up. Kong Shasha looked at the scene where Lin Fan was sitting directly on the chair without even warming up. Instead he was chatting with the three big beauties, but in his heart,
he couldn't help but be dissatisfied. Hey, you don't warm up, do you? So confident?
Kong Shasha was dissatisfied.
It's just a bunch of kids. Besides, isn't it just a matter of winning? You.
Kong Shasha gritted her teeth and directly said in a loud voice. Between the two sides fighting because of me.
And I like strong people. So the MVP of this match I decided to give him a kiss as a reward. Lin Fan froze. Was it necessary for Kong Shasha to finish so big? It's impossible not to be serious now. I'm putting words in my mouth.
So you're going to have to work hard. After Kong Shasha reminded her, she suddenly realized a very serious problem.
Could Lin Fan play basketball?
The known situation is that Lin Fan's hands are stronger than his own.
Even against his mom. No less.
In addition to a hand of medical skills that even Zhang Koying has praised.
So he still has time to play basketball? Realize the problem now? Lin Fan laughed. You won't, right?
Then why don't you say it earlier?
And accept the challenge. Kong Shasha was suddenly anxious. She didn't want to kiss someone else.
She was just dissatisfied that Lin Fan was so uninterested in facing her fight. Now it seems as if she has played a big game.
Don't worry. I've played a few times before when I was abroad. Kong Shasha breathed a sigh of relief. Then inquired. So what's the battle record? Did you finish off your opponent?
Well, the first one-on-one was 11-4 and I lost.
The second one didn't go to the end due to some mishaps and the final score was 6-5. Still my loss.
Kong Shasha panicked and instantly grabbed Lin Fan's collar and said,
I don't care. My old lady doesn't want to kiss anyone else. In any case, you have to win.
Kong Shasha didn't know that her behavior had stimulated the people of urban and rural construction.
And one by one, they were all pumped up. And even if they lost the game, they had to crush Lin Fan. All players enter the field and prepare for the game.
The teacher from the physical education department came straight to the center of the field and blew his whistle. Lin Fan patted Kong Shasha's small hand and whispered,
Don't worry. You can only kiss me in this life. Kong Shasha's small face reddened and she gently nodded. Quickly, 10 players took the field. On the jump ball, the business administration side was clearly at a disadvantage, and the ball was directly grabbed by town and country planning. Both sides spread out. Business management rushed back to defense. After successfully grabbing the ball, Lin Fan quickly wanted to rush to the basket of town and country planning. Swish! The ball flew into Lin Fan's hands, and Lin Fan made a leap and directly dunked the ball toward the basket. Just when everyone thought that the business management could take the open door, a silhouette suddenly appeared from in front of Lin Fan's body, and a cap knocked Lin Fan's ball out of the air. A beautiful woman's kiss is something I want too. Which Cloud laughed. Then his expression suddenly became serious. Flashed directly behind Lin Fan, copied the ball and charged back. After all, Wu Yun had practiced. Both speed and reaction were not comparable to these students. Even without using internal force, the physical quality exceeded that of the students in the sports department. So the interception of business administration did not have an effect at all. At the crucial moment, Lin Fan appeared and stopped Wu Yun's attack with the same cap. Seeing that the shot failed, Wu Yun hurriedly prepared to go back on defense. However, when he ran to the end court, he found that Lin Fan was still under his own basket. Just as Wu Yun was puzzled, Lin Fan jumped violently, and the basketball came out of his hand and flew toward the basket of town and country planning. Swish! Goal scoring!
No one expected the first shot of the opener to be this kind of three-pointer that spans the entire court.
The female students didn't understand basketball. They just thought that Lin Fan's shot was very cool, while the male students knew very well that just this kind of shot across the whole court. That is, there were not several times in the NBA. Looks like Lin Fan is much harder to deal with than expected. You want a kiss from a beautiful woman too? Unfortunately, you can't get it.
Lin Fan looked at Wu Yun and said handsomely.
Try it then. Wu Yun received the ball, flew to the basket of business administration.
Both sides were also inspired by these two people.
Playing is more and more hot blood.
Both sides of the score also climbed up quickly.
Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already at the 99-100 match point. The business administration side had basically played out their stamina, but Lin Fan didn't expect to play any match with them.
What he wanted wasn't a win.
It was MVP.
Lin Fan held the ball and flew at town and country planning. Lin Fan used his right and left hands together and passed the first man directly with a very dazzling dribble.
The second man made an interception, and the first man, who was shaken by Lin Fan, quickly turned to grab the ball. As the two felt that Lin Fan had been pinned to death, Lin Fan's body pressed down, and the ball went directly over the second man's lower plate. As the second man tried to save the ball, the first man had lost his brakes and collided with the second man. The third man learned from the second term's experience and hurriedly pressed down, but unexpectedly Lin Fan slammed the basketball, which flew directly to more than 3 meters high and crossed over the third man's head. By the time Lin Fan managed to sway past the fourth man, he had already made it to the basket, and just as Lin Fan was dunking, Wu Yun appeared in front of Lin Fan once again. The bodies of both sides collided, and just as Lin Fan was about to use his brute force to overpower Witch Cloud, a wave of internal force directly rammed into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan was stunned. This Witch Cloud actually had internal power. Who the hell is he? If it was usual, Lin Fan might pretend to be undefeated and then secretly probe this Wu Yun, but not now. If he wasn't careful, Kong Shasha would have to kiss someone else. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but clench his teeth and run his own true chi to forcefully bounce back the internal force that Wu Yun had struck him with. Witch Cloud was stunned. He had struck first, but Lin Fan was actually able to knock back his own internal force? And this chi of Lin Fan is this internal power? Snap! The basketball went into the net and the referee blew his whistle at once. Goal scored. Extra point. Looks like you're hopeless. Lin Fan picked up the ball and shot at will, the basketball running through the net in a beautiful arc. 102-100. Business administration managed to take a 1-goal lead over town and country planning, and there are only 3 seconds left on the clock, which is simply not enough to sustain another round of offense. Business administration cheered at once, but Wu Yun did not give up, and after the companion free throws then jumped straight up ready to shoot. Don't think you're the only one who knows all the threes. After hearing this, the business administration side has been stunned. This if the 3 points scored will not let the town and country planning back to win? 3 seconds isn't enough to stop a drive, but throwing a pressure shot is. In an instant, the basketball shot out, and just as everyone's heart lifted, Lin Fan suddenly flashed out and slapped the body of the ball violently. The direction of the basketball was reversed and it flew directly toward the town and country planning basket. Knock! The whistle blows. The ball is whistled, and it is ruled valid. 104-100. A victory for business administration. After this ball, Wu Yun had basically decided that Lin Fan's cultivation was above his own, and that his internal force was very pure, so pure that one would think that it was not internal force, but something of a higher level than internal force. I won. I don't think I need to tell you who the MVP is, right? Lin Fan walked up to Kong Shasha and said with a smile, You actually lied to me and said that you don't know how to play basketball, and also said that you lost both one-on-one fights. Kong Shasha said in dissatisfaction. I didn't lie to you. I didn't say I wouldn't. And as for those 2 one-on-ones, I did lose both of them. Who can beat you? Kong Shasha said with a little I don't believe it look on her face. But it's true. The first game was against Kobe, and he really couldn't beat him. And the second game was against Shark, and it was 5-4 when he yanked the basket. So the game was over. After hearing Lin Fan's words, one by one, the students who originally wanted to run over and cheer for Lin Fan stopped in their tracks, and then turned around and weren't going to pay attention to Lin Fan. It's too fucking Versailles. None of that matters anymore. The winner's reward should be going to me, right? What are you going to do with all the people I have? After that, Lin Fan wasn't going to wait and picked up Kong Shasha's waist and kissed her. Well, Kong Shasha was startled by Lin Fan's domineering and sudden behavior, but did not push Lin Fan away. After 5 seconds had passed, Lin Fan let go of Kong Shasha and laughed. I'm not waiting for cantaloupe-flavored lipstick? It tastes good. Kong Shasha's little face blushed at the comment, and a shy and happy smile appeared on her face. Well, you've pried someone's departmental flower away. and you want to humiliate it in front of your face. Killing and executing people isn't something you'd do.
Wang Lan blankly glanced at Lin Fan, then looked at the surrounding students and said,
"This matter stops here. No one should mention it again. No one should spread it out.
Or don't blame me for turning the tables."
After saying that, Wang Lan walked directly towards the outside of the gymnasium. "Boss, why did Prof. Wang react so much after seeing you kiss your sister-in-law?
You wouldn't have fixed Professor Wang as well,
right?" Duan Chang asked in a low voice.
Lin Fan shook his head. Wang Lan was probably worried about this matter spreading out after being known by her parents. Of course Lin Fan could have waited afterward in all the rewards he wanted, but he didn't want to wait, and there was no need to wait for Wang Lan.
At night,
Lin Fan drove away with Wang Lan.
On the way, Wang Lan's face had been grim, his dissatisfaction overflowing. "Say whatever you want to say, even though I won't listen, but don't hold your breath,"
Lin Fan said with a smile.
"What were you thinking? You just kissed me? What if my parents find out? Do you know my dad knows the dean? So, I can't have a relationship just to help you deal with your parents? That's not very bossy, is it?" Wang Lan opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to retort.
The point is that the reasons she gives are only a small part of the story, and a large part of the upset is because of something even she doesn't know.
"Anyway, you keep your head down." Yes, the most beautiful and lovely Professor Wang.
When they arrived at the Wang family, Wang Shuyi and Yi Lu were relieved to see that Lin Fan had really come.
"Little Fan is here. Come on. When Lan Lan called you yesterday I was worried if she was lying to us."
Lin Fan froze slightly and looked blankly at Wang Lan.
Had he called yesterday?
After noticing Lin Fan unnaturally looking at Wang Lan,
Wang Shuyi couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong, Little Fan? Could it be that her phone call yesterday in front of us was a fake?"
It's true. It's just that I didn't expect it to be hit in front of my father and mother-in-law."
"You guys, I'm a little shy."
Lin Fan scratched his head awkwardly and explained. Wang Shuyi did not have much doubt. After all, what his daughter said yesterday really should not be said in front of his old couple.
After walking to the living room,
Lin Fan couldn't help but whisper,
"What exactly happened yesterday? Why didn't you tell me about it on the way? I was so angry. I didn't think of that. Anyway, I'll deal with my parents."
Lin Fan smiled bitterly.
"Is this a request or an order?"
"Xia Fan, I see that both you and Lan Lan have been interviewed by the provincial radio station.
So haven't you talked to your family about this?" After taking his seat,
Wang Shuyi was the first to inquire.
"Mentioned it, but in my family's opinion it's nothing.
The subject is just a subject after all.
We are all practical people in my family. We think that the interview including the content is all on paper. We still need performance," Lin Fan explained. Wang Shuyi nodded. There was not much disappointment on his face. After all, he had already guessed this result. "That's a shame, but the in-laws are right. Some actual accomplishments are better and more convenient for the future. By the way, I heard you moved out."
Yes,
but it's not that we don't have a good relationship.
It's that being busy with work is sometimes too late and it interferes with Arashi's rest."
"Not a single emotional problem?"
Wang Shuyi asked,
not daring to be sure.
"No, we're very close. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for me to come here just because of a call from Arashir."
"Would it? You child. See what you're saying. So you came to see our old couple just for Lan Lan?"
Yi Lu walked out from the kitchen and said as if complaining,
"Of course not. It's just that I think you two are elders, and it would be a bit rude of me to come without properly preparing. You're quite a talker. Come and eat. In order for you to get well, your mom and I have made you a tonic soup. Come on." "Thank you, mother-in-law."
Lin Fan smiled politely,
then got up and walked to the table. However, when Lin Fan saw the soup Yi Lu had made, he momentarily revealed a stunned expression. "Come and taste it. This is my specially boiled black chicken and sea cucumber soup. There is also shawu old duck soup and the pot will be ready in a while. By the way,
I've also prepared dudong pigeon soup for you to take back and drink.
This soup, did this Yi Lu get the concept of body tonic wrong? If I drank all of it, my nostrils would bleed from the tonic." "Mom, what are you doing?" Wang Lan frowned. "Of course it's for Little Fan to replenish his body. Little Fan should often stay up late, right? Staying up late will make the kidneys weak. So naturally, we should start with the kidneys to replenish them." With that, Yi Lu picked up Lin Fan's soup bowl and said, "Come, Mom will serve you soup." Lin Fan couldn't refuse for a moment, so he could only silently look at Wang Lan. However, at this moment,
Wang Lan showed a look that it was none of my business and picked up her own food.
Lin Fan rubbed the corners of his eyes. It was scary to have a mother-in-law who studied biology, and what was even scarier was that this biology mother-in-law was also a cooking connoisseur. After eating for a while, Yi Lu looked at Wang Lan eating there by herself. She was furious and directly knocked Wang Lan's hand with her chopsticks, saying in dissatisfaction, What's the matter with you, child? Don't you know how to give Xiao Fan the food? Saying that, Yi Lu also looked at Lin Fan apologetically and smiled. This daughter of our family. Ah, she's too stupid. But a woman who's a little bit stupid is also quite cute, isn't she? Mother-in-law is joking. Erasure isn't stupid at all. Forget it, I don't know about my daughter. Don't look at all the claims that she is a genius. I don't see that she has a high IQ. Yi Lu shook her head. No, the red mole on Arashi's tailbone represents a symbol of wisdom. And this mole represents a strong body, superior talent, ability to write and fight, and unique vision. The dish Wang Lan was holding fell directly onto the table, and she looked at Lin Fan in surprise. What are you doing talking about this at this time? Hearing Lin Fan say this, Wang Shuyi froze slightly and inquired in a low voice. Wife, does our daughter have this on her? Yi Lu glared at Wang Shou, then said smilingly, it's hard to see that you, little Fan, know a lot as a child. After saying that, Yi Lu's face suddenly sank as she said in dissatisfaction. Lan Lan, you're such a big man. How come you don't even know how to use chopsticks? Look at what you've done. If you marry Xiaofan in the future you'll still be ridiculed by your in-laws. Stubborn, aren't you? Yi Lu's eyes slightly glared. Wang Lan immediately closed her mouth, and then looked at Lin Fan with dissatisfaction. While at this moment, Lin Fan was just like the Wang Lan just now who revealed a look of none of my business, and picked up the dishes by herself. Wang Lan was so angry that she couldn't wait to take a bite on Lin Fan's arm right now. After dinner, Wang Shuyi and Yi Lu pulled Lin Fan to chat within the living room. But Wang Lan, who was her own daughter, could only brush the dishes in the kitchen under the double pressure of her parents. By what right? I'm the biological one. Right, Wang Lan muttered as she brushed the bowl. No one is questioning your blood. And besides, it's a little hurtful to say that to an orphan. Wang Lan was startled and the plate in her hand slipped right out of her hand. Lin Fan's hand was quick and caught the plate in one swift step, while his other hand wrapped around Wang Lan who almost fell. The moment she was hugged, Wang Lan's heartbeat grew faster and faster, and when she stood still, she directly pushed Lin Fan away, then turned around and forced herself to calm down. Why did you run over here? I was just thinking that if I really just let you clean up in the kitchen you'd greet me from the bottom of my ancestors. So I came to remind you that I'm an orphan. Wang Lan looked at Lin Fan in confusion and said, aren't you a relative of the world's richest man? Su Miaoyun? Sort of. She's the ex-girlfriend of the old man who adopted me and was nice enough to take me in as a foster child. With that, Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves and began to continue scrubbing. Yes. Sorry for saying unpleasant things. It's okay, even though I'm an orphan. I'm living a happy life. This was Lin Fan's sincere words, at least in his opinion. He didn't have anything painful to do, and compared to Si Kong Xian's life, he felt happy. After bidding farewell to Wang Lan's three mouths, Lin Fan drove off in his car, and about 10 minutes later, Lin Fan's car stopped in a sparsely populated alley. Come out. You've been following me since school. What do you want from me? Lin Fan inquired as he looked at the car behind him. In an instant, more than a dozen people ran out from the van behind them, and then directly surrounded Lin Fan. Lin Fan moved his wrists. He had just eaten a bit too much and supplemented a bit hard. Just in time to digest and digest. Don't waste time. Get it together. Go. If you kill this kid, Kong will reward you with $500,000. Kong Xiao, coming? Just as Lin Fan was thinking, the two men had already rushed to Lin Fan's proximity. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Lin Fan directly clasped the wrists of the two men, and with the force of his 10 fingers, he twisted the wrists of the two men in a hard way. Go, all of you. In 5 minutes, Lin Fan threw the unconscious last person into the van and was about to drive away when a murderous intent suddenly came over. With no time to think, Lin Fan hastily dodged backward, barely escaping the powerful punch. Bang! This punch slammed into the van next to him. What shocked Lin Fan was that a van plus a dozen strong men were inside the van. This punch even made the van move more than 2 inches sideways. What a strong external kung fu. Nope. Noticing that there was no more damage on the car door other than a clear fist mark, Lin Fan knew that the man in front of him was a connoisseur both inside and out. There's two of you. Who are you, a ghost? Lin Fan just wanted to say that he was overthinking it. After all, no one on the ghost side would be practicing hard family kung fu that was both internal and external, but he didn't expect the opposite side to shout a hard baka. Looks like the other side is intentionally trying to hide their identity. Interesting. I'd like to see who you really are. Lin Fan fiercely rushed forward, gathering his true chi on top of his fist, and hard received the opponent's fist. Bang! After one round, the masked man took several steps back in disbelief. Could this Lin Fan have also practiced external martial arts? No, it was his fists that were wrapped in internal energy. But was that really something a person could do? Before the other party could think about it, Lin Fan had already rushed forward again and fiercely slapped a palm towards the masked man's heart.
The masked man took a good horse stance. The center of his body sank down. Then his hands quickly snapped towards Lin Fan's wrist. The palm managed to be dislodged most of its power thanks to the masked man's efforts, but about 30% of it hit the masked man as well. The masked man only felt his heart flutter, and the slightest bit of sweetness welled up from his throat. He had utilized his iron cloth shirt to block, and had removed most of the power from his hands, but he was still spitting blood? Without much time to think, the masked man pressed down on Lin Fan's wrist. His body leapt up, and his legs kicked directly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible force shook off the masked man's hands, then leaned back, grabbed the masked man's ankle, and threw him directly onto the van. The masked man only felt a wave of dizziness, and when his sight returned again he realized that Lin Fan was standing in front of him with a smile on his face, holding his veil in his hand. So it's Witch Cloud's classmate, robbing women so persistently? Witch Cloud's brain raced, then shouted, Lousy is here to rob women. Beautiful women are a scarce resource. What makes you have it all to yourself? Okay, stop acting. Your target is me, right? Tell me, who the hell are you? Witch Cloud frowned slightly and said in surprise, Then you just asked me if I was robbing women? Robbing a woman should be like this in the car, not like you. With that, Lin Fan pointed to the van on the side. When did you start suspecting me? Witch Cloud asked curiously. I knew something was wrong with you during lunch. Sasha said you were pestering him on the plane, but when you were at the airport you disappeared, which doesn't fit the image of a playboy rich kid, unless there's an agenda and you don't want me to know about it. Lin Fan smiled and continued. Then there was today within the school when Sasha said that you were the one on the plane. I suspected that you were trying to target me. Originally I thought that you were just a son of a bitch that Kong Ming had found, but after realizing that you had internal power, I knew that things weren't that simple. Interesting, really interesting, worthy of being trained by Lin Changshan. Wu Yun applauded. You know our old man? I know, and there's not a single one of us from the hidden sects that doesn't know about him. Of course the specifics are only known to the previous generation. So are you really the one he's groomed to stir up this already stabilized situation? What does that mean? Lin Fan wondered. It's simple. Lin Changshan has an agreement. As long as he doesn't violate his bottom line he will never come down from the mountain. So you are the breakthrough for him to come down from the mountain. Lin Fan frowned. He hadn't really thought about why the old man wanted him to come down the mountain to this bustling city. Could it be that it was just as Wu Yun said? Is that why the godmothers are so nice to the old man because they don't resent him for his behavior and sympathize with themselves? But it's not right. If that's true then he should be very dangerous. How could they raise him as their son-in-law? Lin Fan felt more and more disorganized. Perhaps he should give the old man a call. Looks like you know a lot of things. I don't know much, but by the look on your face just now, it seems like I know more than you. Want to cooperate with me? Wu Yun inquired. Cooperation? That's right. You've been noticed by our Vajra sect now. There's no guarantee that the Vajra sect won't notify other forces to deal with you. Even if you're strong, it's still a two-fisted fight. I'll be your insider. And you, help me get the Vajra sect. Wu Yun nodded his head. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he did figure something out. Did you find these people? Lin Fan tried. That's right. I asked Kong Ming to look for it. Originally towards testing your stance and your strange internal power. How did I know that you didn't use the slightest bit of it at all, and completely relied on your skills to destroy these people? Wu Yun said helplessly. Is that why you came out to test me yourself? Kind of interesting. Lin Fan smiled. So what? Want to cooperate? I can tell you everything I know too. Lin Fan paid attention to the expression on Wu Yun's face. At this moment, there was only a look of anticipation on Wu Yun's face. There was no fear or fluke. Cooperation? Yes. Then let's cooperate. Wise choice. Witch Cloud bared his teeth. After the two of them said their goodbyes, Lin Fan sat back in the car and dialed a number after dwelling on it for a while. Brat, what are you calling at night? Don't you know that old man I like to go to bed early? Lin Changshan's disgruntled voice came from the phone. Old man, did you train me and have me come to the city so that I could break this balance? Lin Changshan sank for a full dozen seconds before he continued to speak. You saw them? Lin Fan secretly said really? For this matter, Lin Fan did not have any grievances. Without the old man's upbringing there would be no present self. It could be said that this life of his was all given by him, and his medical skills and hands were all taught by him. Lin Fan would not hold any grudges against Lin Changshan, but felt a bit speechless. If there was such a meaning couldn't he just say it? I met a person from the Vajra sect today. He's the son of the Vajra sect's grand elder. We've reached a cooperation. What do you need me to do? Vajra gate? Lin Changshan's tone had a hint of doubt in it, and it took him half a day of thinking before he remembered what the Vajra sect was. Although the Vajra sect thought that they had played a decisive role in Lin Changshan's defeat, in Lin Changshan's view, they were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. To put it bluntly, their level wasn't even qualified for Lin Changshan to waste his brain cells to memorize.
A Vajra sect pops up after such a long time? I say brat, you've been too honest this whole time, haven't you?
Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head.
What did that mean?
Brat, I did have an ulterior motive in letting you go down the mountain, but it wasn't to use you to stir up the situation, or just to make them think so. I can't say more about the specifics, except to say that I'll tell you all the truth when you can really access that level.
The truth? With Lin Fan's understanding of Lin Changshan,
this truth was definitely not just his purpose, only that there were more and bigger secrets.
What truth?
You're not going to tell me that I'm actually not an orphan and that I have parents, right? Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Ha ha ha, it's not guaranteed. Slowly mix it up.
I'll tell you when we get to that level.
And also, pick up more girls in your spare time. That's something important for you too. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. The latter words he had automatically ignored. But what did guaranteed mean? Old man, could it be that you know my origins? Toot toot. After hearing the busy tone,
Lin Fan hurriedly called back, only to find that Lin Changshan had turned off his phone.
Shit.
Lin Fan could not help but curse.
Since the old man does not want to tell himself now, then wait until later. However, as of now, cooperating with Witch Cloud was the right choice, or at least the right direction. As for what comes after, we'll talk about it later. When they returned home, Li Xian and the three of them were already resting,
while Kong Shasha was sitting on the sofa waiting with some dissatisfaction.
Still not sleeping?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
What time is it? Why are you just coming back?
Kong Shasha said in dissatisfaction. That looked like a newlywed daughter-in-law dissatisfied with her husband leaving her at home.
There's something going on here. Because of that most beautiful and lovely Professor Wang?
Kong Shasha was about to make an accusation when she suddenly realized that Lin Fan's clothes had an extra button, an opening that had obviously been cut by a sharp blade.
You were ambushed? Who was it? I'm going to kill him, Kong Shasha asked with a gloomy face. Calm down, calm down.
I encountered a bit of a situation, but I don't even understand the specific problem.
Besides,
where do I want you to fight for your life? Lin Fan said as he hugged Kong Shasha's waist.
You just know how to say something nice. Kong Shasha's small face reddened and said with a grudge. Why don't I make some good-looking ones? Last time, I said that I would make up for it at night.
And before that at Six Mom's place it didn't work out because of an accident.
So why don't we?
Lin Fan's face showed a hint of a bad smile.
Bugger you. Everyone's here. Kong Shasha blankly glanced at Lin Fan and directly pushed him away.
After hesitating for a moment she kissed Lin Fan on the cheek and then directly ran back inside her room, always looking out for herself.
Occasionally a little naughty, but cute as a button.
Lin Fan couldn't help but touch his chin and couldn't help but start to look forward to it. The other side. Witch Cloud spoke to Vajra Gate on the phone after returning home.
Hello, father, it's me. I've managed to get into the school and even played a ball game with Lin Fan. For what ball game?
Wu Yongquan was not interested at all, and directly inquired.
Did you try anything? Not too sure.
It feels as if this Lin Fan doesn't have much, just a brute force.
It was like that in the basketball game.
And afterward when I had come and find a bunch of people to surround him.
Oh, just brute strength?
Wu Yongquan was a bit puzzled.
Could it be that Lin Changshan didn't cultivate Lin Fan? Or was this Lin Fan not an heir to Lin Changshan at all? What else has been detected? No more for now. But seriously, is he really that what's his name Lin Changshan's heir? It feels like there's a bit of a gap between it and the sect's internal rumors. We'll look into this matter. Probe again on your side. If you should personally strike, to test out if he really is just empty brute strength or if he has something to hide. Hong Jinzhong opened his mouth.
The corners of Witch Cloud's mouth lifted,
secretly saying that it was fortunate that he didn't tell the truth. Originally, Wu Yan just thought that Hong Jinzhong would be toward eavesdropping on the call, but he didn't expect that the bastard was directly staring at the cell phone. I understand, Sect Master. I'll work hard. Well, besides, don't always call if there's nothing going on. Just say it when there's critical news, Hong Jinzhong commanded. He did tap the phone, and although he didn't realize that Wu Yun had been pretending to be crazy, he did know that Wu Yun did have some cultivation talent and was not a small threat to his son's position. Hell knows if Wu Yongquan will arrange any secret missions for this stupid son of his. If Witch Cloud called home every day to report his safety, would he be able to listen in? Oh, I know. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yun directly threw the phone aside. Let the Hong family be arrogant for a while first. Sooner or later, the Vajra sect will be his own. Early the next morning, Lin Fan's few people went to the school together. When he just walked into the classroom, Lin Fan saw the dean chatting with Wang Lan inside the classroom. After noticing Lin Fan's arrival, the dean directly got up to welcome him. Student Lin Fan, you're here, the dean said with a smile. But looking at this level of attentiveness, Lin Fan knew that there was nothing good. He wanted to directly ignore it,
but not giving face to the dean in front of so many people was more or less untenable.
Here we go. Then I'm ready for class. It's not that bad, and now we haven't even decided on the topic. Go to my office. I have some da hong pao. Try it?
Lin Fan nodded helplessly and came inside the office with the dean,
attentively pouring tea for Lin Fan.
When Lin Fan had just brought the tea to his mouth, the dean spoke directly.
Lin Fan,
as the saying goes, raising an army for 1,000 days is a good thing.
It's finally time for you to bring glory to the academy.
Lin Fan hurriedly tried to spit it out, but the dean directly covered his mouth.
You drank my tea, but you can't refuse. Lin Fan breathlessly swallowed the tea and spoke.
I came to Ling University only for a month. There is no such thing as 1,000 days.
I'm a small person, and Ling University's light doesn't need me to earn it. I'll give you the tea money, that's it.
Don't.
Didn't you promise me to go to the exchange before? When did I promise? Lin Fan asked with a surprised face.
Then not also did not refuse it.
That is the default. This time is really quite important. You as public expense travel. In the central state to take a good stroll is not also good? Central states? Before listening to the meaning of the witch cloud. As if the core location of the old man's outbreak in the first place is the central state. This is also an opportunity. Okay, but I'm just stopping by.
So don't point at me for everything when the time comes.
No problem. You can follow on the line. There you are. We are losing is just humility. After all, the interview is there,
Dean said smilingly.
Of course. Saying so is just saying so.
Now for him the most crucial thing is to fool Lin Fan over.
As for Lin Fan to help or not, to fight or not to fight for the glory, that is the problem after going.
As long as Lin Fan went, he couldn't believe that Lin Fan was good enough to be a spectator the entire time. Then I'll book your flight on my side.
Don't shake me.
The dean pulled Lin Fan's wrist and said. The appearance was a bit like a small child who had gotten a promise from an adult to buy snacks and had been told 1,000 times.
After leaving the office,
Lin Fan had just closed the door when he saw a young girl standing in front of him.
Here to see the dean?
Lin Fan asked with a polite smile.
Well, some time ago my family applied for me to be suspended from school, and now I'm back and need to find the dean to sign. Sikong Xian opened her mouth,
but her eyes were somewhat deliberately dodging, not daring to look directly at Lin Fan at all.
Oh, he's inside. After saying that,
Lin Fan was ready to leave.
Thank you. It's a lot of trouble for you, isn't it? It's just a small thing, and in a sense, I have you to thank for it. In Lin Fan's opinion,
if it wasn't for the fact that he had mentioned the 3 words Lin Chanshan in front of Kongming,
the Vajra sect wouldn't have appeared.
And then he wouldn't have learned that the old man had asked him to come down to the mountain for any other purpose.
Of course, these things Sikong Xian does not know.
Heard Lin Fan said thank you.
Sikong Xian but feel some sarcasm. Go away.
Lin Fan waved his hand, then slowly walked towards the classroom.
After sighing,
Sikong Xian no longer dwelled on it and directly knocked on the door and said,
Dean, I'm here to revoke the application for suspension. After returning to the classroom,
Lin Fan had just taken his seat when Duan Cheng turned his head and inquired,
Boss, is the dean here to find you for the seminar?
Lin Fan nodded and said with a helpless face,
Yeah, I don't know why this old man is so obsessed with making me go. So is the boss going? He can let me back if I don't go?
Lin Fan laughed bitterly. Duan Cheng tried after dwelling on it for a while.
Then does the boss have any connections in Central State?
Lin Fan was slightly stunned and queried.
What's wrong? You're going to venture to the Central State? No, actually, forget it, I won't hide it from the boss. In fact, my family is still very good. It's just a pity that my family doesn't treat me as a family at all. Duan Chang was originally from the Duan family in Central State,
and the status of the Duan family was no worse than the Kong family.
Duan Cost should have been a sight to behold, yet there was a reason why he grew up with a life out of sight. He's a bastard. His father, dissatisfied with his family's arrangements,
had joined his mother outside the home before marriage, and he was the product of a pure accident. After this matter was known to the main wife, the Duan family directly stepped in to kill Duan Cheng and his mother.
As for this matter, Duan Cheng's father did not have any objections and did not even show up that day.
Just when Duan Cheng's mother and son thought that they would surely die,
Duan Cheng's brother-in-law, who was responsible for coming to deal with the two,
instead turned against Duan Cheng's mother. After forcing Duan Cheng's mother to let him go, he demanded that the two of them should not set foot in the Central State in their lives, or else he would kill them with his own hands without waiting for the Duan family to give the word. Duan Cheng mother and son came within the city of Lingyun, relying on his mother to work odd jobs to barely survive.
Originally,
Duan Cheng thought of graduating from college and going to work to honor his mother. But when Duan Cheng succeeded in his senior year of college and was accepted by a large local company,
Duan Cheng's mother couldn't withstand the attack of the disease and passed away.
His mother's dying wish was for him to continue his studies so that Duan Chengkai would go on to pursue his master's degree.
This is my life now. Isn't it a bit of a novel protagonist? But unfortunately, I don't have a protagonist halo. You first another. Your mother's life is a bit like the heroine of the female frequency sand sculpture novel. Ha ha, yeah.
My mom and I are the ones who didn't have the life of a protagonist, but experienced the oppression and exploitation that a protagonist has to endure.
Boss, I know it's shameless of me to say this, but if you have the background, can you help me take revenge? Duan Chang changed his address from you to you,
and Lin Fan even suspected that Duan Chang had once fantasized that he was a protagonist, where the protagonist would need to use honorifics to anyone, and then managed to paralyze himself with this.
Now this change of address is also a change in his psychology. He does not want to continue this self-hypnosis. He wants to face the reality, and more than anything, he wants to get justice for his mother. I'm not sure. After all, I don't know what class this Duan family is, so are you going to go to the seminar too? That depends on the boss. Boss, if you help me then of course I'll go, but if you don't help then what's the point of me going?
Duan Chang said with a smile, but there was no smile in his eyes.
There was all expectation and begging. I'll talk to the dean, and you'll go along then.
With Lin Fan's words,
Duan Chang was instantly relieved.
With these words, that basically meant that Lin Fan agreed and was willing to help himself.
At noon,
Lin Fan was about to go to the cafeteria when a text message was sent over.
We're going to the mall to get some intimate apparel, and we'll be eating out afterward,
so we won't be joining you for lunch.
So take it easy,
but don't let the fact that we're all gone make you have no limits for the ones around you. This text message filled with Li Xian style made Lin Fan cry and laugh a little, and he was about to leave with the three of them.
Xin Chang,
when he realized that the three of them had also left by now.
Boss, by the look on your face, your sisters-in-law are all in trouble? Then let me treat boss to dinner, Duan Chang said attentively.
Walk. The duo had just walked out of the classroom when a youth waved at Duan Chang.
Duan Chang, student right. I'm the new internship tutor. I heard that you have information here. Sell me a copy.
Lin Fan glanced at Duan Chang suspiciously.
What? This kid is still an intelligence peddler? Oh, no problem. Let's go to my dorm room then. Boss, why don't we delay a bit before we go to dinner? Lin Fan nodded.
He was a little bit interested in Duan Chang as an intelligence peddler.
When he got to his dorm room,
Lin Fan couldn't help but have a new concept of college dorm rooms.
In his opinion,
college dormitories were all 4 to 8 people to a room,
with each person having a bed.
Of course, this was in fact true,
except that Duan Chang's side was completely free from the constraints of college dormitories. You're turning your dorm room into a kiosk? Your roommate doesn't object?
Lin Fan curiously said.
I'm the only one in the dormitory.
When the resources are done right.
These are minor problems. After saying that, Duan Chang took out a file bag from a nearby cabinet.
As the most circulated information of the Ling University within the bag of tricks, I naturally know the new intern tutor of the Department of Chemistry,
Tutor Wu Feng. Here is the Ling University within the network of relations.
With him you are the same as having a talisman of protection, which contains the Ling University within the dean down to the intern tutor and so on several hundred people's information and network of relations.
Only for $200.
Lin Fan was stunned.
There was such an operation? 200 isn't expensive. I'll take it. Wu Feng was very excited to receive the file bag. What was the most important thing when arriving in a new place? Of course it was relationships. Buying this is like knowing all the connections. It's only $200. Absolute chump change. Don't be anxious. This also has a Ling de Rich second generation list, which lists all the rich second generation whose family is worth more than $100 million. Now this society rich people can't be messed with.
Good luck to become friends with these people can struggle less for 20 years.
Just $500. Buy it. Wu Feng nodded his head in a hurry. And this is a retention strategy one put together by learning about the experiences and practices of more than 24 internship mentors who have successfully stayed in school. And this is my killer. $1. 000 no discount. $1,000. It's a little pricey, but does it matter if you get to stay in school? College teaching isn't one of the most lucrative careers, but it's definitely one of the easiest and most comfortable. There is no pressure to go to school. There are winter and summer vacations every year, and there is no need to worry about the students' grades, except that the $1,000 spent is just to buy experience, but there is no guarantee that it will be retained in school. Really, can't we discuss it again? After all, it's just experience, and he's not guaranteed. Wu Feng asked with some difficulty. There is you can buy the second program, my side to retain the school, $10,000. This information free gift. If not retain the school if the information destroyed, $10,000 I return the full amount. Wu Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. This was feasible. I'll take this one then. By the way, I've heard that you're also selling the personal details of the Academy's 10 golden flowers here. This one you see. Oh, I won't do this business, after all.
Now that 9 of Ling Da's 10 golden flowers have been taken care of by my boss,
Me selling this information again isn't tantamount to selling my sister-in-law.
Wu Feng glanced at Lin Fan in surprise. He had heard Duan Cheng call Lin Fan his boss.
9 in one breath?
It's a real crowd pleaser. If that's the case, then forget it.
A total of 10,700. How do I pay? Wu Feng inquired.
A certain letter and a certain treasure can directly scan the code to pay.
Support a certain East White Bar installment. Just pay directly.
Wu Feng swept the code and then transferred the money.
Then turned around and left the dormitory with the document bag.
Lin Fan all looked a little silly.
Surprised, you do this business quite open. Can you even guarantee a pass? Who can guarantee? Even if you can, $10,000 is not enough to dredge the relationship. This thing is to buy a peace of mind. Anyway,
Ling University every year to recruit a certain number of people.
Successful they do not know, and I have no relationship. Did not succeed. That is,
I did not dredge the right.
The money I am also the full amount of the return. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel some emotion.
This segment Chang was really a fucking talent.
Sang is here. Give me a life pacemaker and 3 more life preservers. Okay, scan the code.
Lin Fan looked at the things in Duan Chang's hands, not only surprised.
These 2 things have such a high-end name? After noticing Lin Fan's expression, Duan Chang opened his mouth and explained.
Life pacemaker is of course to allow to help new life to succeed. Life protector that naturally prevents the creation of new life.
That's what we call it here.
Said here. Duan Chang suddenly thought of something, opened his mouth and said,
from the boss basketball game alone,
you can see that the body is very strong.
The life pacemaker is not necessary, but in order to prevent the sisters-in-law from having accidents, the life preserver needs some. Not. I have enough stock here. The boss to get free.
Lin Fan opened his mouth,
and for a moment, he didn't know what to say to make it better.
You're making quite a bit of money a year with this,
aren't you? Not bad.
Mainly because the venue is cheap. Plus the purchase of goods also give me a great discount.
About 200,000 yuan a year.
A student with a salary of $200,000
a year? It's a talent. Key school allows you to do business like this is even more rare.
Lin Fan lamented.
This is the relationship dredging well.
Those teachers who stayed in school, most of them thought it was my good relations, who suspected that I was not a little relationship with the dean.
Naturally, will not be how to care about me. What about the student council? The student union has a dividend. Of course, we call it a student voluntary donation.
Every year I donate about $200,000 to the student union,
so as to ensure that I am the only one in Lingnan University. This is called business connections. Saying this,
Duan Chang suddenly realized that Lin Fan was the one who made the provincial radio station interview him, so he couldn't help but scratch his head and said,
of course, in front of the boss I'm not insignificant at all.
Lin Fan thought for a moment,
then spoke.
Just now you seem to have sold that Wu Feng a Ling de Fu air ranking.
Did you put me in there as well?
Of course, boss, you are the character who ascended to the top in 3 days.
Only the information I can't find out anyway,
so I can only write it as the person who can't be messed with the most in Ling University.
Hasn't the boss noticed that all the teachers and students within Ling University have been more polite to you recently? Well, himself was really written in. Give me a copy. Let's see. No problem.
Lin Fan swept a glance at himself. Although the writing was a bit exaggerated, but it did save him a lot of trouble. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that the second in the ranking was actually Zhang Hongyuan, and the information was outrageously detailed.
How did you learn about this?
Lin Fan was surprised.
Vanity. Rich people want to be famous,
and it's more convenient for them to get girls, so most of the people in here are exposing themselves to their own profiles. And Zhang Hongyuan became the first on the list a year ago,
and the reason why is because he gave me $50,000
to brush up the list. Lin Fan's eyes widened at once.
It could still be like this? So his title of little bully is sort of bought in a sense?
Lin Fan asked in surprise.
He got it by being really arrogant.
Speaking here, Duan Chang suddenly thought of something and spoke.
Boss, why don't I get you a nickname too? How awesome.
Lin Fan is speechless.
But also nicknames. No, I don't like. How about the amorous prince? After all, 9 out of 10 golden flowers fall in love with each other.
Before Lin Fan finished his words, Duan Chang had already thought of the name.
No, I said. Yeah, this one doesn't show off the boss's dominance. What about little Yanghua? Yanghua is surrounded by beautiful women, and he's also a famous Western maniac. It quite matches. Speaking here, Duan Chang couldn't help but shake his head. The temperament is in line, but it sounds worse. There's no little bastard kind of fait accompli. I said, do you listen to people? I'm not interested,
Lin Fan said in dissatisfaction.
Boss, you don't get excited. Don't like it, then I'm sorry. Go. I'll take you to a good place to have a good meal. said Duan Chang, then pulled Lin Fan to leave the dormitory building. After walking out of Ling University, Duan Chang pulled Lin Fan around for a distance before arriving at a snack street. So this is what you're inviting me to? Lin Fan asked in surprise. Yes and no. Eat here, but the one I went to, that's the one with the best reviews. Not only the taste is beautiful, but the people are beautiful too. With that, a somewhat disgusting smile appeared on Duan Chang's face. Very quickly, the duo arrived in front of a barbecue stall, and looking at the level of fullness, Lin Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. I can't see how such an unassuming little store could be so popular. That's for sure. Boss, look over there. That's the only golden flower that missed the net. The current 10th ranked schoolmate Cheng Xiaoxiao. Lin Fan followed Duan Cheng's gaze and a dimpled young girl appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. Although it was beautiful, but since there were too many beautiful women around, Lin Fan didn't have any other thoughts at this time. So you came to see a beautiful woman? Lin Fan was surprised. One of the bar is actually like to see if the boss has any eyes for Cheng Xiaoxiao. If so, then I'll give up. If not, then I think I still have hope. If there's hope, you can go after it. I'm too lazy to leave. So here it is. With that, Lin Fan directly sat down on an empty seat. After noticing this behavior of Lin Fan, there were quite a few people around who looked at Lin Fan in surprise, as if to say again, which one of these who didn't know how to die had the guts to be so big? Why are they all looking at us, trying to grab a spot? Lin Fan was surprised. You don't know, boss? Oh yes. It's your first time here. You must not know the rules of this seat. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Lin Fan got a little impatient. When did this segment Cheng start being motherly? This seat has been booked for a long time, so no one dares to sit there. See over there? That's all lined up. This restaurant always sells into the night because Chang Xiaoxiao is there. Usually those who come here to eat are those who don't have classes in the afternoon. Booked? Lin Fan slowly got up and said, since people spend money to bag this place all year round, let's just eat somewhere else. Spend what money? Just threw down a sentence. This position is his. Who dares to sit to break the legs of who just is considered to be forced to occupy it? Duan Chang despised. Oh, that's all the more reason to change places. Why would I fight someone for a meal? I'm not an arrogant cockney. After hearing this, Duan Chang suddenly brightened up and spoke. Boss, how about the name Arrogant Noble Duke? Fuck off. Hey, boss, you sit down. I know you don't mean anything to Cheng Xiaoxiao, but this place is really nice, and Du Hong may not come today. You don't want to see Cheng Xiaoxiao? I do. Isn't your goddess Light Ink? Duan Chang sighed helplessly and spoke. Look, they're all called Light Mo. Do I still dare to treat her as a goddess? But I don't think Cheng Xiaoxiao is any worse than Su Qingma. Su Qingma has now found her real mother and has instantly become Snow White. But Cheng Xiaoxiao is the Cinderella for me. Lin Fan smiled helplessly and sat back in his chair. Very quickly, Cheng Xiaoxiao ran over with the menu, and Cheng Xiaoxiao, who was still relatively enthusiastic, turned away with a cold face after waiting for Duan Chang to finish ordering. Boss, Cheng Xiaoxiao doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Did I not order enough to make her feel unhappy? Duan Chang said suspiciously. Enough for a few more people. As for not being happy, just the way you looked when you just ordered. Not to mention her. I looked at you and wanted to give you a two-eyed cannon. Duan Chang blinked blankly, only then realizing that he hadn't taken his eyes off Cheng Xiaoxiao when he ordered just now. As if he had been a bit too rude. Boss, so do I still have a chance? There is. The white swan often just can't stand the stalking of a toad like you. And maybe you'll actually get your hands on a beauty. Ha ha, then let's borrow the boss's auspicious words. Duan Chang couldn't help but freeze as he looked behind Lin Fan, and his voice trembled a little. Lin Fan turned his head to look, only to find 7 or 8 people walking towards this side with angry faces. Kid, who told you to sit here? Don't you know that this place is our Du Xiao's exclusive seat? A little brother ran over and slapped the table and asked arrogantly. Duan Chang was a bit timid at the sight and even had the idea of leaving, but thinking that Lin Fan was there, he also had the courage to continue sitting there. Do I need to know? Lin Fan asked rhetorically, innocence on his face, but with an undeniable certainty in his tone. You, kid, you're arrogant. Lingda, haven't you heard of me? Du Hong? You're not a beautiful woman. Do I have to go hear about you? Lin Fan said contemptuously, then feeling the vibration of his cell phone, he tapped on it, and then saw a picture of a blood-spattering dress. SMS con Sasa, how's it going? Is it good? Lin Fan smiled and hurriedly replied, looking good is good, but I just don't know if it's something I'm going to buy to wear for me. Du Hong on the side felt humiliated to the point that, heck, this girl actually flirted with the girl in front of herself? Kid, you fucking, telecom Kong Shasha, you dead Lin Fan. If I don't wear it for you, who else can I wear it for? After noticing the word Lin Fan on the message, Du Heng's hand couldn't help but stop. Lin Fan?
Is this the Lin fan in front of him who has recently stepped on several rich kids in a row in Lingnan University?
And even the little bully Zhang Honyuan has become his little brother?
Lin fan turned his head to look at Du Hong,
whose fist was still stopped in midair, and asked with a smile, "Are you trying to make a move?" "Ahem. No. You can have this table. I don't really like the lighting at this table anyway." With that, Du Hong walked over to the other tables and forcibly took over the seats, and fellow Du Hong's juniors are dumbfounded. Does it mean that the kid in front of him is bullish to the extent that even Du Hong has to be careful to cope with it?
When Duan Chang saw Du Hong shriveled up, his heart was relieved.
Sure enough, following Lin Fan over was the right thing to do.
Very quickly, the various skewers and 2 servings of spicy hot pot ordered by Duan Chang were served on the table. "Boss, you try the spicy hot pot here.
Don't look at the main sale as barbecue, but the spicy hot pot here is also a masterpiece," Duan Chang recommended,
and even had the feeling that this spicy hot pot was made by him. Lin Fan couldn't help but nod his head after tasting 2 mouthfuls.
Not to mention, the flavor of the spicy hot pot here was really good.
After eating for a short while, a quarrel caught the attention of Lin Fan and Duan Chang.
"I say, Bossly, you're not quite right, are you? Look at this snack street.
All the guests are attracted by you guys here.
Not only are you taking all our guests, you are also taking away the business we are doing. You don't want us to continue to work here,"
a middle-aged man said with dissatisfaction.
No, I don't mean that. Don't misunderstand a few of you. I'm just looking towards expanding my business a bit. I definitely don't have the idea of stealing business.
Chang Xiaoxiao's mother,
Li Chunmei,
hurriedly explained.
"Do you believe yourself when you say that? You've taken away all our business. So where are we going to drink the northwest wind?
Either you give us 60% of what you earn to subsidize us in the future,
or you don't work here anymore."
Facing the aggressiveness of several bosses,
Li Chunmei was a bit overwhelmed for a while. "What do you want? Are you guys trying to rob or extort?"
Cheng Xiaoxia hurriedly stopped in front of her mother and questioned.
"Hey, either you say that Boss Li is powerful, gave birth to a beautiful daughter, this business is doing smoothly, or you let your daughter to compensate us is also okay." Duan Chang couldn't help but frown and spoke. "Boss, Chang Xiaoxiao is being bullied. What should we do?" "What about what to do? You can't be bullied. Can't you see that this is an act?"
Lin Fan said as he took a bite of the grilled fishball.
"Acting?"
Duan Chang looked back at the bullied Cheng Xiaoxiao mother and daughter.
"How can this not be seen as an act? And what's the point of Chang Xiaoxiao acting?" "Boss, that's a bit wrong, isn't it? What's the point of Chang Xiaoxiao acting out this bitter drama? Is it to get more customers? It seems like they don't even need to do that, right?" Lin Fan froze.
He somewhat could not figure out what was going on with Duan Chang's brain circuit.
"Who said Cheng Xiaoxiao acted? Are you out of your mind?
I mean, those bullies are acting.
Can't you see them intentionally peeking at that Duwachamacalat every time before they speak?" Only after being reminded by Lin Fan did Duan Chang realize the problem.
And when he turned his head again he realized that Du Hong had already made his move.
"Stop it all. I thought I was evil enough, but I didn't expect you guys to be even more underhanded. I'll put the word out today. Whoever dares to touch Xiao Xiao in this store, I'll make it impossible for him to even mix in Lingyun City." Du Hong said this with righteous indignation, and his face even carried so much righteousness, which could make Duan Chang angry. "Damn it, don't even look at what he looks like. Boss, are we just going to watch him set off on a journey to Xiaoxia?" Lin Fan didn't say anything,
but took a meat skewer and watched the play to himself.
Isn't this Du Xiao? We didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand." Yeah, we're just here for a joke. Cut the crap. Didn't you guys say that you can't even eat here anymore?
So stop doing it and give up your stalls for Xiaoxia and her family to open a branch,
Du Hong said forcefully. "Don't. We're just talking. What? You still want to continue? That's fine.
In a moment I'll tell the people who collect protection fees over here that your protection fees for these families are double."
For a moment, a few people's faces became unsightly, but they didn't dare to refute Du Hong and could only leave helplessly. There are still people collecting protection money these days? Lin Fan wondered.
"There's a group of unorthodox punks who do collect protection money here,
and they seem to be quite familiar with Du Hong." Speaking here, Duan Chang suddenly realized where the problem lies, and opened his mouth to say, "I see. This is It's doubled. In fact, as long as these people say that, no one knows whether it's true or not. Auntie Li is kind-hearted, and will definitely let Xiao Xiao plead for mercy at that time." So damn insidious. Duan Chang was able to see the problem,
but naive Chang Xiaoxiao didn't find the problem,
and in her heart, she slightly changed her opinion of Du Hong and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping us out." "Where should?" Du Hong said in a very atmospheric manner, but with so much righteousness and theft. "Yeah, you got the guy. You shouldn't have, Duan Chang said in an unkind manner from the side. Du Hong frowned and spoke. I say this, brother. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. You're accusing me falsely. I framed you? Then you explain why those guys looked at you before they spoke. And also, could they not have seen you when they came over? Duan Chang asked back. Because I usually sit in that seat of yours. Isn't it normal that they don't see me? Duan Chang didn't know what to say for a moment, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed. In the end, still have to manage this mess since you're the only one sitting here, and there's a sudden change of people today, there's no way they won't realize that there's a problem, and instead, they'll pay more attention to whether you're here or not, Lin Fan said indifferently. Right, that's how it is, so you don't pretend to be a good person there, and don't think I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the protection fee collectors here, but also doubling it, who would believe it? When the time comes, do you expect those people to beg Auntie Li? And then Auntie Li lets Xiaoxia take the initiative to ask for leniency from you? Chang Xiaoxiao frowned and subconsciously took a step back to distance herself from Du Hong. I told you to talk more. Du Hong directly rushed towards Duan Chang and slammed his fist into Duan Chang's face. Duan Chang was startled, and his entire body directly froze there. Just at the moment when Du Hong was about to hit Duan Chang, a hand directly clasped Du Hong's wrist. Du Hong only felt his body lighten up, and after a moment of heavenly rotation, he had already collapsed on the ground. Who gave you the guts to touch my people? Lin Fan looked down at this Du Hong who had fallen to the ground and questioned in a deep voice. You, surnamed Lin, don't think I'm really afraid of you. All said you stepped on several rich second generation. Do you think I really believe it? Don't give face to face. Du Hong gritted his teeth and said, you're the one who's shameless. You're lucky my boss didn't waste you. You want to fight? I will accompany you. Zhang Hongyuan slowly walked over, his face as arrogant as his nickname Little Bully. Du Hong glanced at Zhang Hongyuan in surprise. According to how did this guy come here? What's going to happen now? Zhang Hongyuan came to Lin Fan's side and called out his boss with extreme respect. Have a seat. There's more than enough stuff to order, and in the spirit of not wasting anything I'll let you sweep in as well. I just didn't think you'd come alone. In Lin Fan's opinion, in terms of Zhang Hongyuan's image, it wouldn't be him if he didn't have a few minions around him. That's to see others. How can I bring my little brother to see the boss? In case they kiss their asses better than I do, won't I lose my position as the number one little brother? There were quite a few teachers and students from Ling University on this snack street. They might not know who Lin Fan was, but no one didn't know who Zhang Hongyuan was. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Zhang Hongyuan would go so far as to stoop so low as to curry favor with someone. Du Hong is also a bit dumbfounded. This Lin Fan seems to be even more terrifying than the rumors. Zhang Hongyuan glanced down at Du Hong and spoke. So you're thinking that you're bullish and can pretend to be a bully with my boss, right? No. Don't dare. Is there anything you don't fucking dare to do? Zhang Hongyuan kicked Du Hong in the stomach. And Du Hong, who had just been arrogant and unbeatable, didn't even have the courage to retort at this moment. Lin Fan cannot help but feel some emotion. Rich second generation of this circle is really a thing of the world. After fighting for a while, Chang Xiaoxiao was worried that something would go wrong and rushed over. Stop fighting. You guys want to play arrogantly, go play elsewhere. Zhang Hongyuan glanced at Cheng Xiaoxiao in surprise, thinking that there were actually peers who dared to talk to him like this around Lingnan University. Upon noticing Cheng Xiaoxiao's delicate face for a moment there was some hesitation, and blankly tried. Sister-in-law? Who's your sister-in-law? What are you shouting blindly for? Cheng Xiaoxiao was dissatisfied. Because of her beauty plus her family's bad situation, Cheng Xiaoxiao's side from childhood was full of some self-righteous rich second generation, which made her hostile to the rich second generation. So at this time, she naturally would not have a good impression of Zhang Hongyuan. Along with that, Lin Fan was also seen by her as a bad person who was plotting against her. Zhang Hongyuan glanced at Lin Fan, waiting for Lin Fan's final answer. She has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan spread his hands. Nothing to do with how dare you. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Let's talk it out. Duan Cheng hurriedly stopped in front of Zhang Hongyuan. He knew that Zhang Hongyuan was not a good man. What if he really did something to Cheng Xiaoxiao? Who are you again? Zhang Hongyuan was surprised. He's Duan Chang, one of our own. Sort of your brother, Lin Fan introduced. Brothers? So he's the boss's little brother too? That's not a good way to make a scene. Zhang Hongyuan nodded, then sat directly on the chair, not intending to pay any attention to Du Hong and Cheng Xiaoxiao. It was true that Cheng Xiaoxiao was pretty. If it was the previous Zhang Hongyuan would definitely have some thoughts about her. But after seeing Lin Fan, his thoughts began to change and he began to feel that the prettier the woman was, the more terrifying she was. Seeing Zhang Hongyuan make a move, Duan Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
and then revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said, "Don't worry Xiaoxia, the matter has already been resolved. It'll be fine." Chang Xiaoxiao squinted at Duan Chang, and without even paying attention to him, she directly turned around and returned to her mother's side. "Xiao Xiao, why did you come back? Say thank you to your friends. After all, people helped us discover the scam." Li Chunmei frowned. Who knows if they're conspiring in private? "Mom, anyway, just ignore them. You child, forget it, you watch the stall here. I go to say thank you to people go." "Mom!" Chang Xiaoxia wanted to stop Li Chunmei, but at this moment, Li Chunmei had already walked towards Lin Fan's table. "3 students, thank you for just now. If it wasn't for you we'd still be treating the bad guys as good guys. I'll give 20% off this meal," Li Chunmei politely said. "Don't. This meal is my treat for my boss. Spending less is not that. Normal price is fine." Zhang Hongyuan opened his mouth. "Don't. This meal is for me to treat the boss." Duan Cheng froze and quickly opened his mouth. "Then you'll do it next time." "Next time I don't know if I have money in my hand or not. It's better for me to treat it." Duan Cheng discussed. "This well, since it is the first time to meet, I give you this face. But do not spend money is not my style This way, I'm here to deposit 10,000 first, after the boss to come directly to the account, saving $10,000 at a food stand?" Lin Fan feels that this 10,000 is his 3 meals a day to eat are enough to eat 3 months of. Li Chunmei felt happy, really should come over to thank. Otherwise where is the good thing about this deposit? No problem. I'll get a ledger to make an extra entry for this 10,000 later. Li Chunmei was smiling like a flower, and looking at Lin Fan was becoming more and more fond of him. The sight of the Duanchang surprised to look at Li Chunmei. Secretly a bit wrong is their own face to break down the Du Hong? And now also because of their own stimulation of Zhang Hongyuan deposited 10,000 yuan. How to feel Li Chunmei instead of feeling that this is Lin Fan's credit? After noticing Duan Chang's look, Zhang Hongyuan moved his chair and whispered, "Are you eyeing that chick?" "Yes, although the boss doesn't admit it. But Professor Wang has only had much contact with the boss. 10 golden flowers are now this one left. Not only me, but everyone else is also staring at it Duan Chang said rightfully. "Brothers, listen to my advice. As long as the boss is there, what beautiful women do not touch, may not be which will become the sister-in-law. On this, I feel that 80% cannot run. Learn from me, to find the kind of slightly better looking on the line, and better to hold." Duan Chang opened his mouth, but realized that he seemed unable to refute this theory of Zhang Hongyuan's. After the meal, due to Zhang Hongyuan's bravado, so much so that Duan Chang was embarrassed to spend normally, directly threw down $200 and said, $200? No need to find. How can this be a good idea? Why don't we keep the rest of the money on the books too? Li Chunmei said smilingly. If there were a few more customers like this, the money for my partner's treatment would have come together in no time. Don't care about that money anymore. Do you, boss? Boss? Duan Chang couldn't help but call out again when he saw that Lin Fan didn't respond. Lin Fan looked up at Duan Chang and spoke. Lend me the car. I'll go pick up someone. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to borrow a car, Duan Chang was so excited that he hurriedly pulled out the car keys. However, while he was fast, Zhang Hongyuan was even faster. Boss, take mine. My Ferrari just got a full tank of gas. I say, Mr. Zhang, you're driving a Ferrari. There's not much room for upward mobility. Let the boss drive mine. I want to drive a luxury car too, Duan Chang said pitifully. Zhang Hongyuan froze. Could it be that borrowing Lin Fan to drive the car could still upgrade it? Lin Fan took Duan Chang's car keys and spoke. There are more people to pick up. A Ferrari is not appropriate. After saying that, Lin Fan directly got up and walked towards Lingde. What do you mean? What does borrowing the boss car have to do with driving a luxury car? When Lin Fan left, Zhang Hongyuan couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not like you. I got a small business at school, driving a second-hand wooling to get goods in. Since I borrowed the boss car, my car has been promoted all the way. Now it's a GL8. I guess the car and crashed or smashed once I'll be able to drive my long-dreamed of Alpha. Zhang Hongyuan opened his mouth, and for a moment did not know what to say, and did not know whether Lin Fan had affected Duan Chang's chi or Duan Chang had affected Lin Fan's chi. Small businesses for schools. Are schools still in business? Suddenly, Zhang Hongyuan remembered something and was surprised. Your Lingda's data peddler? The one that I asked to spend $50,000 for you to write me up in a bullish way? Yeah, but it's already dropped to second a month ago. The boss has to be first. Duan Chang spread his hands and said, That's true. Let's go, brother. Since you're also the boss's little brother, today we're considered to be officially acquainted. Your brother Yuan treats you to a dragon to go. One dragon. This was something that Duan Chang had heard about a long time ago but had never had the chance to try it. To this day, Duan Chang has yet to give away his first time. Will he finally say goodbye to his past self today? That's how it's good. Although he said so on his mouth, Duan Chang's face didn't have the slightest idea of embarrassment, and even pulled Zhang Honyuan's arm to reveal an expectant smile. Never experienced it? Then your life is too boring. Come on, I'll take you for a taste. Chang Xiaoxiao, who was not far away, looked at the duo's appearance, and an even more contemptuous look appeared on her face. And speaking of Lin Fan, after Lin Fan arrived at the mall, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Kong Xiaoxia. I'm here. Where are you? You're here? Then go to the lingerie store and wait for us. After saying that, Kong Xiaoxia directly hung up the phone. When they arrived at the place, before Lin Fan could say anything, Li Xian's thief-proof gaze changed to lock onto Lin Fan. What are you looking at me like that for? Lin Fan asked with some embarrassment. Of course I'm going to keep an eye on you. Well, Sasha, go try on your clothes. Well, then please xin. Saying that, Kong Xiaoxia even gave Lin Fan a smug look. Lin Fan was speechless. This little goblin definitely did it on purpose. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan's ordeal was finally over, and he took the big bag and started loading the car. What's wrong? Not happy? Kong Xiaoxia asked in a small voice beside Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan spread his hands and spoke. No, I should have thought of this result long ago. Who told you to look forward to it blindly? But if you're really looking forward to it so much, how about I give you some rewards at night? Kong Xiaoxia playfully inquired. Yet it did not provoke the slightest ripple in Lin Fan's inner heart. No need. You've shaken me too many times to look forward to it. Lin Fan said breathlessly. This time it's for real. Really? Lin Fan couldn't help but gulp, smiling expectantly. Then I'm serious. Kong Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lin Fan smile. Although it was a bit lewd, it looked quite cute. Coincidentally, this smile happened to be seen by a woman who made Lin Fan feel a headache. Chen Xiyu finally got a day off after her shift, and originally thought of coming for a nice stroll around the mall. But she happened to see Lin Fan and his unusual smile at the door who had just closed the trunk. That's disgusting. Chen Xiyu's voice was not loud, but due to the close proximity of both sides, Lin Fan was able to hear it. Chen Xiyu? How come I run into this troublesome chick here? Kong Xiaoxia also noticed Chen Xiyu's words and said suspiciously. What? Even the vigilantes you've gone down on? No, and I wouldn't dare. It's just a pain in the ass. Whoever marries it will have bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Lin Fan said with some fear. You just have bad luck in 8 lifetimes, you don't even have a chance. Chen Xiyu glared at Lin Fan, then walked towards the mall on her own. What are you two doing? Why are you still chatting outside the car? Li Xian asked suspiciously as she got out of the car. At this time, not only Li Xian, Zhang Mingqi and Su Qingma also followed and got out of the car to inquire about the situation. Nothing, go home. Everyone, be careful. Lin Fan suddenly noticed the 2 vans with unusual speeds in front of him, and after shouting out he hurriedly grabbed Zhang Mingqi and Su Qingma and jumped backwards. Bang! The GL8 was hit squarely, with deep dents in the driver's side in front. Before Lin Fan could ask about the situation of the 2 girls in his arms, more than 20 people poured out of the 2 vans, each holding a weapon and looking menacingly at Lin Fan and the others. Kong Xiaoxia and Li Xian knew that the visitors were not good and were about to step forward when Lin Fan grabbed their wrists. The 2 women looked at Lin Fan in confusion. What are you stopping us for when people are fighting over? Lin Fan took a deep breath, then shouted. Policewoman Chen, help. Chen Xiyu, who was just about to leave, froze in her entire being. What was she calling herself for at this time? If you're not on duty today, are you going to face 24 bandits with your bare hands? After hearing the 3 words, Police Flower Chen, these 20 or so people were also stunned and looked at each other blankly. Did they mean that there were still vigilantes here? Policewoman Chen, these people are holding control props and they even crashed my car. You have to protect me. Lin Fan ran to Chen Xiyu's side and begged for help. Aren't you a very capable fighter? What are you dragging me down for? Chen Xiyu gritted her teeth and questioned. I'm afraid I'll solve them and be found guilty of suspected self-defense. If you're in trouble, call the vigilantes. Lin Fan spread his hands as if to say again, see how obedient I am. Didn't you not let me just do it? Then you do it. You. Chen Xiyu gritted her teeth. Is this considered lifting a stone and stoning her own feet? Take care of the vigilantes first, then deal with Lin Fan, the leader from the opposite side said. And then the 24 people turned slowly leaned towards Chen Xiyu and the others. Chen Xiyu sighed. It seems that it can only go out. But it didn't matter. After all, he had a Lin Fan by his side, whose hands he had seen before. People are clearly coming after him, so they can't just hand it all over to themselves, can they? Go for it. Policewoman Chen. Lin Fan pulled the 4 women back several meters and then shouted. Chen Xiyu froze,
Surprised? You're not going on? No on. Fighting is illegal. I've been invited to tea twice in self-defense. It's better to hand it over to the vigilantes,
Lin Fan said with a deadpan expression.
You are now a police cooperation. You also give me on. Chen Siyu blared at Lin Fan and said through gritted teeth. Legitimate?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Legal.
Lin Fan moved his muscles and waited for these words. The people on the opposite side stopped babbling.
One of them directly rushed towards Chen Siyu,
and the knife in his hand slashed at Chen Siyu in the same direction.
Chen Siyu hastily stepped back to dodge,
while the attacker, seeing that he missed with one blow, swung his sword and slashed at Chen Siyu again, only to see Chen Siyu press down with both hands, blocking the opponent's wrist, followed by 10 fingers clenching and clasping the opponent's wrist. The opponent's wrist was in pain,
and the knife fell to the ground in the process. Chen Siyu clasped the other party's pulse, then pulled back.
The other party lost her balance and fell directly towards her.
Bang! Chen Siyu's right palm violently pushed forward, and after hitting the opponent's neck, the opponent lost his ability to fight.
Ruffling her slightly messy hair, Chen Siyu looked at Lin Fan smugly, as if saying again, if you dare to be dishonest, this is what you'll end up with.
Slap!
Lin Fan applauded and said appreciatively.
Worthy of being a vigilante. Your hands are really outstanding.
Chen Siyu stared blankly at Lin Fan and the two women behind him who were sitting on top of the two fallen and unconscious bandits.
The three of them had taken care of 20 or so people by the time they took care of one themselves. You guys aren't in any danger at all. What are you pulling me into the water for? Chen Siyu questioned with dissatisfaction. I'm afraid of being arrested. I don't want to go to the police station to drink tea again.
Lin Fan spread his hands and said,
You're going to drink this tea.
Even if you didn't break the law, you're still a party to it.
Come with me to cooperate with the investigation. Chen Siyu is getting more and more dissatisfied with Lin Fan. Still want to run? No way. You still have a lot of red faces. The reward for the night is cancelled.
Kong Shasha gave Lin Fan a blank look, and with a dissatisfied look on her small face she opened the trunk and started to fetch something. Lin Fan cursed this in the end who was the person who sent, after knowing that he must want him to look good.
I fought for a reward, is it easy for me? 10 minutes later.
The Vigilantes convoy and Dull Tiger's convoy arrived at the entrance of the mall at the same time,
and the four women directly followed Dull Tiger to leave, while Lin Fan sat aggrieved in the Vigilantes' car under the custody of Chen Siyu,
and together they went to the Vigilantes' precinct.
When Yuan Hong saw Lin Fan being brought in by Chen Siyu,
his entire body directly stayed in place, secretly saying how his disciple had such a deep bond with this young man.
Siyu, when you said that a group of bandits surrounded a villain, this villain refers to Lin Fan? Yuan Hong was surprised. That's right. This evil man can obviously handle it himself, but he ended up having to drag me into the water. Bad. Chen Siyu looked at Lin Fan and gritted her teeth. If you say that, then I really have nothing to say.
This group of people armed with knives.
I resisted and said I was fighting. I looked for the vigilantes to solve the problem,
and now they say that I pulled the vigilantes down.
So the vigilantes are the ones who protect the bad guys? You. Chen Siyu just wanted to open her mouth, but she was blared back by Yuan Hong. What's wrong with you? You got a problem again? Chen Siyu couldn't help but lower her head, aggression written all over her face. You go take statements from those people. I'll do it on Lin Fan's side.
Yuan Hong appeared to be accusing Chen Siyu, but actually had the intention of protecting her. He knew this silly disciple of his too well.
If he let her take Lin Fan's statement again, he was only afraid that Lin Fan would be unhappy and report her. After coming to the interrogation room,
Yuan Hong sat down opposite Lin Fan with a pen and book. While this place Lin Fan was sort of familiar with, and sat down very spontaneously.
Tell me, what is it that happened again today? Lin Fan didn't reply, but glanced at the wall next to him and spoke. This is one-way visual glass, right? Yuan Hong froze, then explained. Yes, this is an interrogation room. Of course, I didn't take you as a prisoner. It's just that the place is limited, so you can treat it as if you're borrowing a venue to record a statement here.
Lin Fan waved his hand and spoke.
Don't get me wrong.
I just think that policewoman Chen should be right across the street. She really should be allowed to learn the ropes.
That's what I call professionalism.
Chen Siyu in the next room looked at Lin Fan's beaten appearance, angry as itchy teeth.
You say who is not professional? Oh, I admit she's a little less professional, so I've been bringing her along.
Regardless of that, tell us exactly what happened and how it happened. Lin Fan nodded and began to narrate what had happened today.
Any suspects? After all, there aren't many people who can find more than 20 people to commit atrocities in the street, and you should have even less contact, right? Yuan Hong inquired. Sorry, this I really cannot say. After all, this kind of thing I really experienced quite a few times.
Do not have this capital seems to have no qualification to have a grudge against me.
Yuan Hong froze, then couldn't help but laugh.
So tell us who you suspect.
After all,
We can't be sure of the masterminds entirely on the basis of their confessions,
and it's highly likely that they won't say anything.
Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head after thinking about it.
As of now it seemed like only Du Hong had this possibility.
But Du Hong had already been scared by Zhang Hongyuan. He shouldn't have the guts to do this. And he shouldn't have been able to find himself so quickly.
Can't figure it out? That's okay. We'll let you know if we find out anything on our end. Saying that,
Yuan Hong waved his hand to the side before he got up and came to Lin Fan's side and said,
"There's no recording now. It's kind of a private chat.
Siyu's friend has been hurt by a rich second generation in the past, so she's a bit hostile towards them. Please don't mind her unfriendliness towards you before.
As long as she doesn't bother me again I'll be satisfied."
Oh,
thanks for understanding that. Team U. They're not saying anything over there.
We've brought the lead cell phone over.
Should we show it to the person in question?
A vigilante ran to inquire.
Also, Mr. Lin, come and take a look. No, those enemies of mine, I don't know their numbers. Dodo.
As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, Yuan Hong had already taken his cell phone and dialed a number.
Quickly, the other party picked up, and a young man's expectant voice came from inside. "Well, did you get it?" Hearing this voice, Lin Fan's body visibly trembled. The owner of this voice he really knew. Yuan Hong pressed the hang-up button and spoke. "This one says boss. It should be this person. Looking at your reaction just now, do you know who he is?"
Lin Fan nodded and spoke. "Those few who committed the murder, you should deal with how you want to deal with it. As for the person behind the scenes, I'll deal with it myself.
This person's identity is not ordinary. You guys are only afraid that you won't be able to find out anything, but instead, you'll get into trouble." Yuan Hong nodded. After all, this was a pro se case and Lin Fan had the right to do so.
"Okay, then,
this thing."
Before he could finish his words, Yuan Hong suddenly had a black eye and collapsed directly towards Lin Fan.
Lin Fan was taken aback. This was bumper sticker? Not really. There's still bumper stickers in the sheriff's department? "Master, are you okay?" "Master?" Chen Siyu hurriedly ran in,
then searched for Yuan Hong's body.
"What's going on here?" Lin Fan wondered. "My master You care?"
Chen Siyu was about to explain before she reacted that she didn't need to explain with Lin Fan and glared at Lin Fan before continuing her search.
"My master doesn't have any medicine on him. Quickly go to his office and take a look," Chen Siyu hurriedly said.
Lin Fan squatted down, and after simply consuming his pulse he directly clicked a few times on Yuan Hong's body.
"What are you doing?"
Chen Siyu directly pulled out a gun and put it on Lin Fan's head. Her eyes were also filled with killing intent.
"What for? Can't you see that you're trying to save someone's life? I really don't know what you're thinking. The person is unconscious. What's the use even if you find the medicine?" Chen Siyu froze. She hadn't thought of this, but her face was still full of suspicion and she didn't dare to be sure. "You were really saving my master just now? Nonsense. Do I have to kill vigilantes at the security bureau?"
Lin Fan said breathlessly.
"Ahem." Just then,
Yuan Hong suddenly coughed twice, then slowly opened his eyes.
"Master, how are you?" "Master?"
Chen Siyu hurriedly squatted on the ground and inquired.
"It's okay. There's still some discomfort, but at least I don't have to go to the hospital. Speaking of which, what are you doing with the gun?"
Yuan Hong was puzzled. Chen Siyu hurriedly put her gun behind her back and looked at Lin Fan in confusion.
"He still knew medical skills? You must have had a hidden disease before, hurting your spine, which caused you to faint this time, and if I'm not mistaken,
the previous flare-ups were only once every few months, but now it's reached once every few days." Yuan Hong immediately widened his eyes and said in surprise,
"How did you know that?" "I've just briefly checked your pulse. It's not hard to understand this.
Treat it as soon as possible, or you'll only have less than 2.5 years to live."
"Hey, I've thought about treatment,
but there's nothing the hospital can do at all but."
Speaking here,
Yuan Hong suddenly realized a problem. The hospital but checked a long time to check out.
Lin Fan only pulse know so much, then he is not a way to be able to cure? Can you heal? After Lin Fan thought about it, he stretched out a finger. "A million? I'm an ordinary vigilante. I can't afford to cure it,"
Yuan Hong said with a bitter smile.
"Hey, isn't it a doctor's duty to save lives and heal people? Then why do you need so much money?" Chen Siyu was dissatisfied. "Who told you I'm a doctor? Besides,
catching bad guys is still your duty as vigilantes.
So what are you always arresting me for?"
That 1 million is also too much.
We are proper vigilantes. Where do we have that much money?" said Chen Siyu with some aggression. "Captain, I'll go and tell everyone to get together and try it. After all, we've all seen what's wrong with you, and we don't want you to stay like this,"
applied the vigilante who had delivered the cell phone.
"No need. It's not easy for you guys to make money. You're getting married soon and you need a lot of money too. How can I take your money for myself?" Yuan Hong refused. "But, no buts. In any case I'll never take your money." Cough cough. Interrupt. I didn't say I want money. What kind of bitter drama are you guys playing here with me?
Lin Fan coughed lightly twice before speaking.
No money. But didn't you just say $1 million? Chen Xiu was puzzled. When I said that it can be cured in an hour. When did I say that this is money? Lin Fan asked back. Really? You can cure my master in an hour? If you really did it, I won't despise you anymore. Lin Fan glanced at Chen Xiu breathlessly. Isn't this what you should be doing? Let's find a place with a bed. Need to apply needles to do that. I have it in my office. So it can be cured now? Expectation was written all over Yuan Hong's face. Yes, but the needle bag is in your possession. I'll go get it right away, Chen Xiu said, and then darted out. After arriving at the office, Lin Fan demanded absolute silence and drove all the onlookers out. Even Chen Xiu, who had expressed her intention to play a hand, was also driven out by Lin Fan on the basis of no treatment if she didn't go out. Inside the office, watching Lin Fan slowly cleaning the silver needles, Yuan Hong couldn't help but say gratefully, "Thank you, you've given me hope. Look at what you're saying. I definitely hope you live a long life. Otherwise who will I tell that tigress Chen Xiu when she messes with me in the future?" Lin Fan joked. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. But although Xiu sometimes shafts a bit, she's still a good person. Especially her cooking skills are also very good. Let her do some in the future if you have the chance. Let's have a good drink. No, I'm afraid he'll poison it. You're joking again. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head and spoke. Just now it was a joke. But this one I'm serious. Just now it was unblocking 2 of your acupoints. This tigress actually pointed a gun at me. How did she pass the vigilante exam being so emotional? Yuan Hong sighed and explained. Actually, Xiu wasn't like this before. It's just that because a friend who she played with since childhood and was as close as a sister passed away because of a rich second generation. Xiu always wanted to check up on this rich second generation, so she always wanted to become a criminal vigilante. And after a long period of time, she pushed herself to the point where she wasn't like that anymore. Lin Fan took the needle bag and began to apply the needles, flicking the silver needles as he said. So she doesn't realize now that she's getting more and more things against her will? I've told her many times and she's changed a lot now. She's just a little out of control whenever you're involved for some reason. Saying that, Yuan Hong couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. As if to say again, the two of you won't have any stories, right? Why are you looking at me like that? You think I've failed her? Not to mention the courage to fail her. I don't even have the courage to chase her. Ha ha ha, then you should raise your courage. Maybe the situation will change when you chase her. I am her master and a veteran vigilante. I believe, if you can chase her, you will feel absolute tenderness and meekness. Don't scare me. I could easily get the wrong needle if it's that scary again. Yuan Hong no longer speak. The recommendation has been pushed almost. And continue to say it is estimated that it will also be counterproductive. So he closed his eyes and slowly accepted Lin Fan's treatment. An hour later. Why isn't it out yet? Why is it so slow? Chen Xiu muttered as she paced. I said I said the treatment would take an hour. You're shaking me up with all this back and forth. Since Lao Yu chose to believe in Lin Fan, he'll be fine. The two of us have worked together for so many years. I trust his vision. Sheriff Young, the boss of the security branch, spoke up. I also believe in Master's vision. But I don't quite trust that Lin Fan. What are you asking me to treat if you don't believe me? Lin Fan opened the door to the room and said with some exasperation. How did you come out? Chen Xiu was surprised. Nonsense. It naturally came out after the treatment. Just now you asked why it didn't come out yet. Now you ask me how it came out instead? What's wrong with you? Finished with the treatment? Chen Xiu's face revealed a happy color, and at this time did not care about Lin Fan's sarcasm, and hurriedly followed the brigade rushed into the office. Lin Fan was staggered by the group of people and almost fell down on the occasion. Sheriff Young hurriedly supported Lin Fan. They're all Lao Yu's people, and one by one, they're all too concerned about Lao Yu. Don't mind it, Law and Order Yang explained. Lin Fan glanced at Sheriff Yang's shoulder badge and spoke. You're the boss here, aren't you? Waiting here all this time? It seems like Yuan Hong is your right-hand man. Ha ha ha, it's a brother. When we were criminal vigilantes together before it was a relationship where we could give our backs to each other. Old Yu's injuries at that time were also fought for me. And his hidden disease has been cured? Pretty much. With a little tonic. After saying that, Lin Fan sat aside and closed his eyes as he began to operate his mind techniques to reduce the exhaustion brought about by the excessive consumption of his true qi. It didn't take long before Chen Xiu ran out and spoke excitedly. You really cured my master. How did you do it? Seeing that Lin Fan kept his eyes closed and didn't reply, Chen Xiu couldn't help but aggravate. You won't be so petty, right? I apologized for being unfriendly to you before, and I apologized for pointing a gun at you. After saying that, Chen Xiu bowed deeply, then quietly raised her eyes to Lin Fan.
Seeing that Lin Fan was still as motionless as ever, Chen Siyu's brows couldn't help but wrinkle up as she said in dissatisfaction, "How can you be so careful as a big man? I've apologized. What more do you want? Speak up." Sheriff Young, who had just made sure that his old buddy was fine, just happened to walk out, and when he saw Chen Siyu excitedly trying to push Lin Fan, he quickly reached out and stopped Chen Siyu. "What are you doing, Mr. Yang? What am I doing? What are you doing? He was able to cure your master in an hour. You think that's ordinary medical skill? Now he needs to recuperate." Only then did Chen Siyu realize that she had almost done the wrong thing, so she sat down and waited silently. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Chen Siyu beside him, he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. When Chen Siyu saw that Lin Fan had opened his eyes, she couldn't help but say excitedly, "You're awake? Well, you've been waiting around? Well, I almost disturbed your recuperation just now, and was stopped by Yang too, and I thought it wouldn't be good in case someone else got as excited as I did, so I watched for you from the sidelines." After hearing these words, Lin Fan's forehead couldn't help but have tiny beads of sweat appear. He was thinking that those who could be vigilantes were people with some brains, and it should be safe for them to undergo a simple recovery in the Vigilance Bureau, but with 1,000 calculations, he had overlooked such a tigress as Chen Siyu. If Yang hadn't stopped her just now, he would have been in the hospital by now. "How did you cure my master?" Yang too said that your techniques are extraordinary, and it's possible that you have practiced internal martial arts. So in conjunction with this internal martial arts, isn't it possible to cure any disease? Pretty much, but it depends on what the disease is exactly. When the words came to this point, Lin Fan suddenly realized that something was wrong and was surprised. "Who are you trying to get me to treat again? Do you know how much I've consumed this time?" "I don't know, but I know you'll step in and help because you're a good person." Because you're a good person. Lin Fan had the feeling that he had somehow been issued a good guy card. "I'm a good guy? I don't know which tigress said I don't look like a good person at first glance before," Lin Fan said without any good humor. That tigress begged you well. If you have consumption, you can dietary supplement tigress cook for you." Chen Siyu pulled Lin Fan's arm and pampered him. Lin Fan looked at Chen Siyu with some surprise. "Was this what you Wonhong called absolute tenderness and meekness? Your master, that is a special disease. The hospital may not have the ability to treat me before I step in, although I don't know who you're going to ask me to treat. Wouldn't it be better if you asked him to go to the hospital? Go to the city hospital. Mention my name, so that you can enjoy a 20% discount. The hospital has a way we definitely went The problem is that the hospital cannot be cured, can only use drugs to maintain. Then I'm even less likely to go. I'm only afraid that my cultivation will slip if I cure another one." Lin Fan refused. Chen Siyu gritted her teeth and put up a fight for her friend. "Good man, please, if you help, little tigress will serve you tea and water every day so that you can recuperate." Lin Fan blinked dully and couldn't help but look behind Chen Siyu. After following Lin Fan's gaze and turning her head to look, Chen Siyu saw a dozen or so of her fellow officers there looking at her with smiles and laughter. Swish! In an instant, Chen Siyu's face directly reddened to the root of her neck. This was too shameful. "That, we are seeing and hearing nothing. You guys go on. Go on Hearing this, Chen Siyu became even more embarrassed, and couldn't help but look at Lin Fan in a sly manner, as if she was questioning what exactly Lin Fan had let herself say. Lin Fan was innocent. "What does what you said yourself have to do with me?" However, Chen Siyu had already lowered her voice to this point, and with another public scandal, Lin Fan was too embarrassed to refuse. "I can go with you to see. First of all, I can't necessarily cure it. That is, it will have to wait until after I recover." Chen Siyu was delighted. Having these words was enough. "Thank you." Chen Siyu directly hugged Lin Fan with excitement. Through this contact, Lin Fan couldn't help but secretly wonder. Under this vigilante's clothes, Chen Siyu's figure was really good. "Ahem. Isn't it a bad time for me to come out?" Yuan Han lightly coughed after seeing this scene at the door. "Master, you can get up already? That's wonderful," Chen Siyu said excitedly. "How old are you? Still acting like a child." Yuan Han laughed lovingly. He. Then Lin Fan, today we're going to have a meal with Master to celebrate. I'll contact you tomorrow, so don't stand me up." Lin Fan smiled and inquired, "Who did I promise just now?" Chen Siyu frowned. "You just clearly promised me. Why are you still not keeping your word?" After noticing Lin Fan's smile, Chen Siyu finally understood what Lin Fan meant. After biting her teeth, Chen Siyu in its embarrassment said, "Then tomorrow, the little tigress contacted you. Good talk." Lin Fan smiled and then broadcast a call to Tu Hong. On one hand to ask him to arrange for someone to pick him up, and on the other hand to ask him to buy an alpha to compensate Duan Chang. Thinking of Duan Chang, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did he feel as if nothing good could happen as long as he drove his car? 10 minutes later, Tu Hong personally drove inside the precinct to pick up Lin Fan and send him back home. When she returned home, Kong Shasha was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw Lin Fan come back, Kong Shasha showed a disgruntled expression as if to say, "I'm very angry right now. If you don't cajole me, I won't make up with you," kind of thing. Ahem. Watching TV? Ah, where are the others? They went out to buy dinner. After all, you have to talk about your life with the beautiful vigilante. Who knows what time you'll be back? Kong Shasha pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. My Sasha is so adorable even when she's mad. Give her a kiss. You come less. Why are you back so late? You can't really talk about life and ideals, right? Kong Shasha asked with some jealousy. No, just helped a friend there who had a hidden disease. So I helped cure it just a bit, and I'm still a bit weak. Once Kong Shasha heard this, she couldn't care less about being jealous and asked worriedly, "Then how do you feel now? Do you need any tonic? I'll call Aunt Rhyme here." The tonic is needed. But this tonic can't be solved by third mother. Lin Fan pressed Kong Shasha's hand that was about to dial the cell phone and said, "Even Auntie Rhyme can't handle it? Then what kind of tonic do you want? Our Dark Knight Island might be able to have it." Kong Shasha became even more worried, and her anxious little hand couldn't help but grab Lin Fan. "This tonic, that picture you posted today. Did you buy that one?" Kong Shasha froze, remembering the colorful dress, and couldn't help but give Lin Fan a blank look. "So that's what you want? Ha, big bad. Hey, why don't you put it on and show me while they're all out of the house?" "You think so? This is the reward that was originally prepared to give you. It has been cancelled." Kong Shasha hugged her bladder and twisted her little head to the side. The slightly raised head in turn made people feel that Kong Shasha was even more adorable. Lin Fan hugged Kong Shasha's waist from behind her and whispered beside Kong Shasha's ear, "Didn't you buy it to show me? Good girl." Kong Shasha's small face reddened and she gently nodded. Buzz. Just as Kong Shasha was about to get up, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Who? Kong Shasha wondered. Just the vigilante today. And I don't know what he wants with me. With that, Lin Fan tapped on the voice bar. "Lin Fan, you were great today. Oh, I hope you can be so great tomorrow. Come on, little tigress is looking forward to it." Lin Fan immediately stared with wide eyes. Saying that she was a tigress, she was really a tiger to herself, was she? That. You let me explain. Kong Shasha smiled faintly and said lightly, "There's no need to explain. I'll send you the model number of that one later, so you can ask your little tigress to wear it for you tomorrow." Although Kong Shasha was smiling, Lin Fan felt unusually terrified. "It's not what you think. We're back." You're back too? Why didn't you inform us since you were able to come back early? Li Xian was dissatisfied. "He doesn't have time. Let's eat our food and ignore him." Kong Shasha glared at Lin Fan, and then pulled the three girls directly towards the kitchen. Lin Fan looked at his cell phone. He really couldn't figure out what Chen Siyu was thinking. At this moment, he was even more surprised that Chen Siyu was still relieved after sending this voice, thinking that tomorrow's problems would all be solved because of this voice. For the next half an hour, Lin Fan was sitting in the restaurant with a deadpan face, trying to coax Kong Shasha but not daring to do so blatantly, so he could only keep hinting. It wasn't until the evening that Lin Fan was able to coax Kong Shasha into being happy, but unfortunately, the reward was completely out of the question. After returning to his room, Lin Fan made a call to Wu Yun. When Wu Yun saw Lin Fan's caller's face was written with doubt. "Why are you calling me all of a sudden? There hasn't been much going on over at Cryptic lately. Those are another story first. You asked Kong Ming to find someone to deal with me?" Lin Fan inquired. Which Cloud froze. "Where did that come from? It's not like I don't know your strength, and I'm looking for Kong Ming to deal with you? Why do I feel like my intelligence is being insulted?" "Wait, why are you asking that? I was surrounded by people today, and even though it was a bunch of losers, they almost hurt the people around me," Lin Fan said with a somewhat gloomy face. "Cumming did this? How are you sure?" The ringleader's cell phone had a boss stored on it, and when the vigilante called back it was Cumming's voice, and he asked if it had worked. Which Cloud was silent for a moment before speaking. "I will teach Cumming a lesson. No need. In a few days I will follow Lingdi to Zhongzhou. At that time I will personally deal with him. Since this matter has nothing to do with you, then I will not make it difficult for you. But Kong Ming, I say big brother, don't be impulsive. I've reported that you don't have any cultivation. When the time comes for you to make a big fuss in Central State, how can I go back and explain?" Wu Yun was a bit speechless, and at the same time, he became more and more dissatisfied with Kong Ming. "It's not like I'm brainless. What good does making a fuss in the Central State do me?" Which Cloud secretly sighed in relief and spoke. "Since that's the case, feel free to do as you please. I'll warn Cumming in a moment, and in the meantime, help you scout out the location where he'll appear." Well, that's it. After saying that, Lin Fan directly hung up the phone.
After letting out a long breath,
Lin Fan prepared the medicinal herbs for cultivation and began to cultivate silently.
Early the next morning,
Lin Fan had just finished his cultivation and was about to take a shower when Chen Siyu's phone call came over.
"Hello, Lin Fan, come out. I'm already at your door."
Lin Fan was slightly stunned and surprised.
"You came to my house? What for? Didn't you promise me yesterday that you promised little tigress to help me look at someone?"
Chen Siyu said in dissatisfaction.
"I remember. But did you have to come early in the morning? It's more urgent. Come on out."
When Lin Fan walked out of the house, his entire body froze.
Only Chen Siyu, dressed as a vigilante, leaned against a vigilante car and waited valiantly. You want me to leave as a vigilante car?"
Lin Fan was surprised,
and in his heart, he kept spitting out what this tigress was thinking. Chen Siyu nodded.
Very seriously,
said, "Yes, the morning traffic jam well, the law and order car will not be blocked." Lin Fan speechless. "You really give me answers, ah. The problem is that you can't answer the right question. How did you drive in?"
"I told you I was coming to see you and the security guard let me through." Lin Fan breathlessly rubbed his forehead. This tigress was really capable of doing anything tigerish.
Jingle bells.
Lin Fan glanced at his cell phone and helplessly tapped the connect button.
"Hey, third mom. Fan. I heard someone from the property tell me that some vigilantes went looking for you. What happened? Do you need me to step in?" "It's just a misunderstanding. This is my friend. She's just looking for me to help," Lin Fan explained. "Oh, you scared the hell out of Sama. I'm glad it's okay. Then you and your friend go about your business." After hanging up the phone,
Lin Fan took a breathless look at the security car behind Chen Siyu,
and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Have your colleague come and pick up the car, and drive my car in a while. Why? It's easier to police the car. No one will think about not parking or grabbing the road. No one will be in my car either. So don't take up public resources. And I've had enough of your police cars,"
Lin Fan added silently in his heart.
Upon seeing Chen Siyu, Kong Shasha's little face instantly became disgruntled and glared at Lin Fan before getting into the Cullinan and heading off directly. Lin Fan sighed. What kind of sin did he create? After taking out the big bull in the garage,
Lin Fan drove his car directly towards the place that Chen Siyu had mentioned.
Along the way, Chen Siyu was looking at everything at the co-pilot's side. "The ground is so low, it feels like you're sitting on the ground. Where's the shifter gear on this car? Why don't I even see it? Why are they all so far away from us?"
Lin Fan listened to Chen Siyu's incessant questions,
and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "You've never been in this type of car?"
"No. Other than cabs and sheriff's cars,
that's the only time I've ever been in my master's Polaroid." "It shouldn't be, right? There should be quite a lot of people chasing you. Aren't there any rich second generation?" "Oh, you are very hostile to the rich second generation. Naturally you won't sit in their car."
Lin Fan then remembered the root of the problem.
"Yeah, in my opinion rich kids are no good." Saying that,
Chen Siyu suddenly remembered that the one sitting next to her was also a rich second generation, and hurriedly explained,
"Of course, you are accepted, but I really didn't expect this early in the morning to be unimpeded. So amazing." "Amazing what? Do you think someone would take years of their own paycheck to replace a bumper for me?" Chen Siyu was speechless for a while.
This Lin Fan was quite Versailles. It didn't take long for Lin Fan's car to stop in front of a bungalow in the shantytown.
"This is it?" "Yes, this is the home of one of my hairdressers. We grew up together. Her father was paralyzed all over his body because of an accident. He could only rely on medication to maintain his life. Even though she and her mother worked hard to earn money, they were somewhat unable to carry the medical expenses of $20,000 to $30,000 per month." Lin Fan nodded,
sort of roughly understanding the condition.
When the two walked into the courtyard, they saw a young girl waiting anxiously, and the moment the young girl saw Lin Fan, her eyebrows instantly condensed into a pimple as she questioned, "Why are you chasing me to my house? What exactly do you want?"
Lin Fan was also a little surprised.
"Surprised? The hairy little you said is Chang. Chang what came? Chang Xiao Xiao. If you are trying to get my attention in this way, then I advise you not to be delusional,"
Chang Xiao Xiao said with hostility. Lin Fan rubbed the corners of his eyes.
"This Chang Xiao Xiao than Chen Siyu even more Xiao Xiao, don't misunderstand me. He is the high-ranking person that I invited. My master's hidden disease cannot be cured by all the major hospitals, and he solved it in just 1 hour," Chen Siyu hurriedly explained. Although he didn't know what happened between the two of them, but now his uncle's situation could only count on Lin Fan. If he was pissed off, then his uncle would really have no chance of healing. Chang Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned, pointing at Lin Fan with disbelief. "Just him? A dude rich second generation? Go! What rich dude? Don't talk if you can't talk. You girl!"
Li Chunmei walked out from the house and glared at Chang Xiaoxiao before continuing.
You are Lin Xiao, right? Welcome to our home. It's a bit simple. Please don't mind. So is there still a need for me to look? Lin Fan opened his mouth. Of course I need it. Yesterday people, little tigress have begged you so much, and even sent a text message to remind you. You can't just ignore it. Chen Xiu pulled Lin Fan's hand and pampered him. Do not mention that text message, okay? This mention Lin Fan suddenly feels some heartache. Mother, the old man's reward. Sister Xiu, can he really cure diseases? At this moment, Cheng Xiaoxiao still had some disbelief. In his opinion, the second generation of rich people are a bunch of useless and love to play with people's feelings of garbage. How could he be able to cure the disease? Of course it's true. You don't believe anyone else but me? After saying that, Chen Xiu then looked at Lin Fan once again and urged, then let's hurry up and go to the doctor. Lin Fan inquired after thinking for a moment. You said that you two are hairdressers? Do you live here too? A trace of bewilderment flashed across Chen Xiu's face, but she still nodded honestly. On the other hand, hostility surfaced on Chang Xiaoxiao's face once again. This bad guy wouldn't be trying to bully Sister Xiu, right? What are you doing asking if Sis Xiu lives here? What are you going to do to her? Lin Fan ignored Cheng Xiaoxiao and looked at Chen Xiu with the slightest hint of a commanding tone. You go outside and watch the car for me. Look at the car? Didn't you lock the car doors? And we don't have any thieves here. I'm really not afraid of losing. Through the performance of you and Chang Xiaoxiao, I found that you guys are very hateful to the rich here. You said that after I come out in a while and my car is smashed. Am I letting you guys to a company or not letting you guys to a company? Chen Xiu still wanted to say something, but when he thought of Lin Fan's deathly expensive price for this car, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back by him. I still give you to watch a little bit of it. You said that if you drive a law and order car to where there is so much trouble. Chen Xiu beamed her small mouth dissatisfied. How dare you? You asked me to do a job and you let me ride in a sheriff's car? Are you out of your mind? Seeing that Lin Fan was unhappy, Chen Xiu didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly ran out. Let's go. Let's go check on the patient. With that, Lin Fan walked towards the house. After arriving at the inner room, Lin Fan saw Changde who was paralyzed on the bed, and after a simple pulse check, Lin Fan's brows couldn't help but frown. This scene startled Li Chunmei and she hurriedly said, Lin Xiao, how is my old man? Is there any chance of a cure? Lin Fan didn't reply, but directly pulled out the needle from Chengde's hand. What are you doing? Are you trying to save lives or hurt people? You. Cheng Xiaoxiao's words were directly glared back by Lin Fan before she could finish. You go and replace Chen Xiu. Why should I listen to you? Cheng Xiaoxiao stubbornly said. Then go on with your healing. It's none of my business if people die. After saying that, Lin Fan got up and prepared to leave. Don't get excited. Mr. Lin Xiaoxiao. Go quickly. Li Chunmei glared at Cheng Xiaoxiao and said. Cheng Xiaoxiao was a little aggravated, but she obediently nodded her head. Chen Xiu had question marks written all over her face when she saw Cheng Xiaoxiao come out, and she rushed in after getting Cheng Xiaoxiao's answer. Looking at Chen Xiu's appearance, Cheng Xiaoxiao could not figure out what kind of spell this Lin Fan had cast. How come his closest people were willing to believe in him? His eyes retracted, and upon seeing the Lamborghini in front of him, Cheng Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but reveal a hint of a bad smile. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chen Xiu hurriedly ran in to inquire. Chen Xiu's behavior sometimes was a bit tigerish, but she was not stupid. Since Lin Fan wanted to come in by himself, he was only afraid that there was something wrong with Chengde's condition. Take this bottle of medicine and go back to your lab section and have it looked at. It's not right. The medicine isn't right? No way. This medicine is bought by Auntie May. It shouldn't be. Saying this, Chen Xiu suddenly realized the problem and said in surprise, are you saying that someone wants to harm Uncle Chang? But why? There are different kinds of accidents. Some are natural disasters and some are man-made. After hearing this, a trace of icy coldness flashed across Chen Xiu's face. If Chengde's accident was really caused by human beings, she would definitely not let go of the black hand behind the scene. After carefully bagging the drops, Chen Xiu called her co-workers to come get the evidence. When the arrangements were finished, anxiety once again surfaced on Chen Xiu's face as she inquired. Then, Uncle Chang, can you treat it? Originally I could, but now I'm only afraid I can't. All the cells of my body have been crippled by the drug. The most I can do now is to keep him awake. The rest I don't have that ability yet. After hearing this, Li Chuanmei's hands trembled with excitement. Being able to make the old man come to his senses? How many years had it been? The old man had been in a coma, and how she wished she could talk to him. Then you can help. Little tigress begs you. Chen Xiu pouted. It's not like I'm saying I won't treat it. I'm just determining what the family thinks. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Please Lin Xiao help. I don't want to be watching my old man continue to be like this. Although our family can't give any money, I can go and be a nanny for Lin Xiao. Or let Xiaoxia be a nanny as well.
Li Chunmei said excitedly.
Chang Xiaoxia went to babysit for herself? Forget it, this chick is poisoning herself again. That won't be necessary.
Just make sure she understands that it's this tigress pestering me for help and has nothing to do with her.
Go to the car and bring me my silver needles. Chen Xiu nodded.
The smile on her face was even so much more accomplished. It seemed that Lin Fan was still good to himself.
When Chen Xiu walked out the door,
she saw Chang Xiaoxia busy in front of Lin Fan's car, and was a bit confused for a moment.
What are you doing? Chen Xiu was surprised. Sister Xiu, you scared me. I'm teaching that bad guy bullying you and me not to mention, but also pulling out my father's life-saving medicine. It's just bad.
So I deflated his car tires.
I'll see what he'll do. Chen Xiu had a headache.
There was a time when she felt that she was very childish.
However, after listening to Cheng Xiaoxiao's explanation,
Chen Xiu realized what it meant to be truly childish. Lin Fan is trying to save Uncle.
Someone is trying to harm Uncle. There's something wrong inside the drip. I've already gotten our colleagues from the laboratory section to come and get it. Then he is not a bad guy?
Chang Xiaoxiao asked dully.
Of course, if it's a bad guy, why would I bring it here? He even promised to let Uncle wake up. You quickly think of a way to fix his tires. Or else what if he gets upset and doesn't save Uncle?
Chang Xiaoxiao suddenly some regret.
What have you done? I'll get help right away. Get on it. Chen Xiu sighed.
And then she removed the needle bag from the car and ran back.
After some needle application, Chang De's eyelids fluttered slightly.
And then he slowly came to his senses.
Old man, you're finally awake.
Li Chuanmei's voice choked with excitement when she saw Chang De awake, and tears kept slipping out of her eyes.
The child's mother. Why are you crying? I feel like I've been sleeping for a long time. When Chang De wanted to get up, he realized that his body was completely out of control and was surprised. What's going on? Why can't I feel the existence of my body? Paralyzed all over. I was barely able to bring you back to consciousness, even though I said it was an accident. I felt an unusual aura in your body. What's going on?
Lin Fan was puzzled.
Originally,
Lin Fan thought that it was caused by the medicine,
but after Lin Fan's true qi entered Cheng De's body, he realized that the medicine only played a catalytic role, and what really destroyed Cheng De's cells was the evil qi in Cheng De's body.
Cheng De spoke after recalling.
I'm not too sure. It's just that the boss up there let me enter a cave, and when I came out I felt faint, and then I didn't know anymore. Did that boss poison you? Damn it! Chen Xiu gritted her teeth. Can't be sure yet. There is an evil gas in the patient's body. This evil gas is the key to the coma. The healing drug would be fatal. Only by luck.
The drug was absorbed by the evil gas. From death to full body paralysis.
Uncle Chang, right? Can you tell us the specifics of that cave?
Chang De began to narrate after recalling a bit, and to Lin Fan's surprise, the cave was actually in the vicinity of the central state.
There's actually such an amazing place around Zhengzhou that hasn't been discovered?
Lin Fan believed that there must be something else going on here,
or else there was no way to explain the origin of this evil aura.
It seems that his trip to the central state was quite fulfilling.
After refusing Li Chuanmei's enthusiasm to stay for dinner,
Lin Fan turned around and left the place,
and when he walked out,
he saw that the left front tire of his car had gone flat.
At the same time,
there were two other people on the side of the car who were holding a pump and kept filling the tires with air.
A luxury car is different. This tire can't even get air in it.
A young man wiped his sweat and said,
what does it have to do with the limo? The opening in the tire is too big for the tape to get on it.
Another young man explained. Lin Fan frowned slightly.
His car was fine. Why was it leaking?
Followed out of the Chen Xiu slapped his forehead violently, secretly focusing on the matter of Uncle Chang, but forgot about the problem of Lin Fan's car tire. Just as Lin Fan was puzzled, Chang Xiaoxiao then pulled a middle-aged man and ran over quickly, while the middle-aged man was still holding a bicycle tire in his hand. When the middle-aged man saw the Lamborghini's already dried-out tires, and then looked at the bicycle tires in his hands, he said blankly, "Girl, are you mistaken about my type of work? How can I fix this? It's all about the tires. Uncle Li, you help. If the car owner knows that I deflated his tires, he will not help my father's treatment." Chang Xiaoxiao said anxiously.
You gave the gas? Lin Fan queried.
Yikes! Chang Xiaoxiao was startled, and only then did she realize that both Lin Fan and Chen Xiu had already come out.
Now it has been discovered by Lin Fan. What if he sees death to save Thinking about it, Chang Xiaoxiao cried out directly in anxiety. I was wrong.
I shouldn't have played small.
Please cure my father. You can beat me and scold me all you want. Chang Xiaoxiao pulled Lin Fan's hand and said anxiously while sobbing. Your father has woken up, but I can't solve the physical problems for the time being. I've already tried my best. As for the tire problem, I have a spare tire on my car.
Lin Fan said breathlessly.
What? Lao Chang is awake? I have to go and take a look. Uncle Li directly threw the bicycle tire aside and flew towards the yard. Chang Xiaoxia wanted to go in and take a look, but because of Lin Fan's tire problem it was neither right nor wrong to go. Count me out. Go in and see your dad. Thank you.
Chang Xiaoxiao came with a 90-degree bow,
then ran back home.
Lin Fan took out the tripod and spare tire. When watching Lin Fan easily lifting the tire with one hand, Chen Xiyu couldn't help but widen her eyes. This guy really wasn't an ordinary person. When Lin Fan supported the tripod, Chen Xiyu's co-workers rushed over. Since Lin Fan had treated Yu Wenhong the day before, the group of vigilantes all had a very good impression of Lin Fan, and they enthusiastically helped to change the tires in a very timely manner. It's been hard on you today. It's noon. Why don't I cook something for you to eat? Chen Xiyu tried after hesitating for a moment. Of course, Chen Xiyu wasn't testing the waters just to try and keep Lin Fan, but she remembered the day before when she said she would serve him tea and water. And God knows if Lin Fan still remembers this. Lin Fan smiled. How could he not know Chen Xiyu's little thoughts and spoke? Forget about serving tea and water as a servant. You'd better continue to be your tigress. If someone else had said this, I'm afraid that Chen Xiyu would have blown up on the spot, but having Lin Fan say it made Chen Xiyu relieved. Watching this harmonious atmosphere between the two, a few fellow vigilantes fell back on being active wingmen. Lin Fan saved the captain yesterday. We haven't even properly thanked him, so today you'll show off your handiwork, as a way of showing our gratitude to the whole bureau. That's right. You've taken half a day's vacation anyway. It won't be bad for one more. Let's go talk to the captain in Yang too. Chen Xiyu still wanted to say something, but these few enthusiastic colleagues had already gotten into a car and left directly. Chen Xiyu was speechless for a while. Usually I don't see you guys so enthusiastic. Now you guys are enthusiastic for what? I'm sending you to the sheriff's office? I know you just tried nothing more than to test me and cook something. You just don't even have any food, do you? Chen Xiyu's little face was reddened by what was said, but it also aroused her unconvincing mentality, and she hurriedly said, Isn't it just a dish? You wait for me. Subsequently, under Lin Fan's gaze, Chen Xiyu knocked on the doors of several neighbors consecutively and managed to put together quite a few dishes, then looked at Lin Fan triumphantly. Oh, is that how you grew up eating 100 meals? I eat, Chen Xiyu pouted, then walked towards her house. Chen Xiyu's home was not big, perhaps because she had been used to living alone, coupled with a long period of time as a vigilante. Both the furnishings and the furniture in the room were extraordinarily simple. It's a little sketchy, and no match for you great lords, so it's good that you don't mind. It's quite nice, and perhaps you wouldn't believe it, but I was living in a place like this 2 months ago. After recalling a bit, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile and continued. Nope, it's going to be a lot dirtier than here. That old man in our house that's not a general slob. The garbage footprint is bigger than the furniture footprint. It's been 2 months and I don't know if this old man is making his home a garbage heap. Chen Xiyu glanced at Lin Fan in confusion and said in surprise, The old man you said is your father? You call your father that? I'm an orphan. He's sort of the guardian who adopted me. And honestly, I just can't figure out what my godmothers think of him. Chen Xiyu's face was full of questions. Wasn't Lin Fan a rich second generation? How did he become an orphan again? Curious about my story? Idle anyway. Let's talk. With that, Lin Fan casually picked up a kitchen knife on the side and told his story while cutting vegetables. Chen Xiyu was listening in wonder. Lin Fan had such a skill and medical skill, then the one he was talking about had to be really good? What was even more amazing was that each of these ex-girlfriends had a terrifyingly large background. And wasn't there one that made this old-timer want to stay together for the rest of his life? The thing that people can't go to understand is that all these ex-girlfriends have a lot of grievances against Lin Changshan. So why would they be so nice to Lin Fan? A woman's mouth is not what it seems? Wait, you said that master of yours is more powerful, so will he be able to cure Uncle Chang? Chen Xiyu asked expectantly. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. Theoretically it's not a problem. I've seen the old man use his true chi to directly make a wilted leaf instantly thrive, but I've never seen him save a life, so this matter is basically a no-brainer. Chen Xiyu's little head couldn't help but droop. It seemed like she was still thinking naively. Alright, the dishes are all cut. Do you need any more help from me? Lin Fan inquired. Hearing this, Chen Xiyu realized that Lin Fan had already cut all the dishes. You cut it all so quickly? You've got this knife skill. You cook a lot? Lin Fan laughed and asked rhetorically. By what I just described, you think that old man would cook by himself? Also, what about when you were a kid? That was really growing up on 100 meals, and it wasn't until after I was 5 that I started to learn how to cook and ended that humiliating routine. Is Lin Xiao in your place? I prepared a little bit of small food. Li Chunmei walked in from outside the house, and when she saw the duo in front of the stove, Li Chunmei even had the feeling of seeing a newly married young couple. Something wrong with these two kids? Does the daughter not stand a chance? You're here.
Aunt May, how is Uncle's situation? Chen Xiu enthusiastically inquired.
It's okay, although my body can't move anymore. I can at least talk. I came to bring some snacks to young Lin.
And by the way, I asked if I still need to treat your Uncle Cheng's condition with medication next, Li Chunmei explained.
Lin Fan thought for a moment before speaking.
Keep using the medicine, but don't use the previous source. Go to the city hospital and buy it. Mention my name and they'll give the biggest discount. In that case, thank you Shaolin. You can eat these skewers first, then I'll leave first. Li Chunmei has nothing against the rich second generation.
Especially Lin Fan is so helpful to the family.
Now the more she sees, the more she likes. When Li Chunmei left, Chen Xiu couldn't help but wonder. You have cooperation with the city hospital? No. Even if that's the case, the city hospital shouldn't be able to change the price of the medication. Lin Fan didn't answer Chen Xiu's question,
but took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Hello? 6th Mom.
Please tell the city hospital that if someone goes there to buy medicine and mentions my name, they'll be given a 50% discount on the sale.
I know. I'll make up the other money.
After chatting with Zhang Qing for a few more words, Lin Fan then hung up the phone, and was about to ask Chen Xiu if she wanted to play other hands herself when she realized that Chen Xiu's mouth was open enough to put down an egg.
What are you looking at me like that for? Lin Fan wondered. You can't be looking at Xiaoxia, that's why you're so attentive, right? Chen Xiu asked somewhat defensively. Thinking too much.
I just felt that I could properly do some favors because I got some useful information from Uncle Chang.
I'm not short of money anyway.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders.
Chen Xiu very much wanted to refute Lin Fan's Versailles, but realized that there was no way to refute it. After all, people really do not lack money. After lunch,
Chen Xiu was not going to go back to work, since she had already been given special permission for one day.
What was she still running for? After saying goodbye to Chen Xiu,
Lin Fan returned to Cheng Xiaoxiao's door to get his car, and just after unlocking the door Li Chunmei ran out.
Young Lin is leaving? Is it to school? What's wrong? Lin Fan wondered. If you go to school, can you bring Xiao Xiao along on the way? This girl has classes in the afternoon. Lin Fan nodded. Although he wasn't prepared to go to school, but going home and going to school were on the same road, so it was fine to drop him off on the way. Along the way, Chang Xiao Xiao hadn't opened her mouth.
Thinking about how unfriendly she had been to Lin Fan the day before and the wrongdoing she had done today, Chang Xiaoxiao was really embarrassed to pretend that nothing had happened to make small talk with Lin Fan. When they arrived at the school, when some people saw Chang Xiaoxiao walking down from Lin Fan's car, each one of them was staring with wide eyes.
Lin Fan had taken care of another one? Why are you down here too? Didn't you say you were going home to rest?
Chang Xiaoxiao said suspiciously, and there was still a small hint of nervousness in her heart.
I'm here all right, so I'll stop by and talk to Dean about something.
Oh,
thanks for the ride to school. I'll go back to class then. After the two of them separated, Lin Fan came directly inside the dean's office. Yo, if it isn't Mr. Lin Fan, have a seat. I'll make you some tea. For a treasure student like Lin Fan, the dean was very fond of him, and his treatment was completely different from the others. Dean is polite. I've come to ask when we're going to leave for the Central State.
Early morning flight in 3 days.
The airfare is already being gotten. It seems like you're jumping at the chance. Are you ready to earn a spotlight for Lingdi? The dean asked expectantly. Not really interested,
mainly because there's something I have to do in Central State.
Like the dean said, a public trip with some personal business on the side. Dean speechless. You what family You still need to take advantage of this airfare to our school? By the way, I wish to add one more person. Duan Chang from our class. Is that okay? This is not quite right. Right. The number of people are set down. Temporarily add a will inevitably squeeze down a. Go or to our Ling University to compete in the light of the talent. And now let's to go to a. Which is contrary to the principle of a. With that, Dean gave a difficult expression. I'll step in if necessary. I'm calling.
Lin Fan was speechless for a while and inquired.
What about your principles? For Ling Day, I can do without something as insignificant as principles. Lin Fan froze. This kind of shameless spirit is quite similar to the old man, and I don't know what the old man is doing. Chewy. Lin Changshan suddenly sneezed. After rubbing his nose, Lin Changshan muttered. Is that brat thinking of me? Thinking of this?
Lin Changshan shook his head violently.
Better not. If I choose to have someone who wants me, it had better be a beautiful woman. And those teachers of the ghosts will do. Inside the classroom, when Duan Chang saw the forum he couldn't help but yell out a holy shit. You startled me. What is it? Zhang Hongyuan, who was sleeping, sat up violently and looked blankly at Duan Changdao. The old boss really took care of Chang Xiaoxiao. It's only one day came to school as soon as the afternoon. So last night,
Zhang Hongyuan glanced at the cell phone, then patted Duan Chang's shoulder and said,
I said it, beautiful women will automatically ignore it. No chance which one will become a sister-in-law. Now believe it? Duan Chang nodded in dismay. It was just that Lin Fan had started too quickly, right? But think Lin Fan, but the first day to take care of 7 this may also just count normal play it. When Lin Fan walked into the classroom, everyone couldn't help but cast envious gazes. Why are they all looking at me like that? Lin Fan came to Duan Chang and Zhang Hongyuan's side and inquired. It's not as if the boss has finally taken care of all 10 golden flowers. With that, Duan Chang handed his cell phone to Lin Fan. Shocked, the mysterious and unpredictable Lin Fan, who was the first person on the rich second-generation list of Lingde, had managed to pick up another golden flower. How could one envy it? Looking at the breathless headline and the following picture of Cheng Xiaoxiao coming down from his car, Lin Fan didn't know what to say for a moment. Are all college students so idle? Boring. I just went to Cheng Xiaoxiao's house to do a favor and then dropped her off at school on the way. And this can be spread like this? After hearing this, Duan Chang and Zhang Hongyuan both looked at Lin Fan with disbelief. From someone's house? Who'd believe you when you say you're going to help? Why are you looking at me like that? I did in fact go to help. Seeing that the two of them still had an expression of believing in you to hell, Lin Fan didn't bother to explain more and opened his mouth. I've already spoken to the dean, and 3 days later you'll also follow us to the central state. Many thanks, boss. Duan Chang instantly became excited after hearing this. It's finally time for revenge. After looking around the classroom, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, why are there 3 people missing? The 3 people in Lin Fan's mouth were naturally Xin Chang and the Huangfu sisters, although he didn't have any thoughts about the 3 of them. The fact that none of the 3 had come made Lin Fan a little curious. Something happened at home? Have you heard any news? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Hongyuan and asked. I haven't heard about it. The point is that if there's anything my old man won't mention it to me. Zhang Hongyuan spread his hands and said. It's also, okay, I've brought the words, so that's it for now. I'll withdraw first. Just as Lin Fan turned around, Wang Lan happened to walk in through the door. Are you leaving? You're going to leave when you see me coming? Wang Lan asked with some dissatisfaction. Ahem. No, this is not thinking of picking up Professor Wang Yu. Then I'll go back to my seat. For Wang Lan, Lin Fan was still giving face. After all, the two of them had pushed the bed together. Seeing that Lin Fan was giving face, Wang Lan didn't make things difficult. After all, I'm afraid that in the future, there would be quite a few places to use this bad guy. Class. 3 days later, Lin Fan and the others directly boarded a plane to Central State. What made Lin Fan a little surprised was that Cheng Xiaoxiao was also part of this exchange team. From this, it seems that Cheng Xiaoxiao didn't fall behind on her homework even when she was helping her mother with her business. What a coincidence. Cheng Xiaoxiao politely said hello, and then became a bit overwhelmed. Duan Chang immediately understood. He quickly said, please sit down, sister-in-law. Which, I'm not. We don't have that kind of relationship. Cheng Xiaoxiao whispered with a red face. Is that you explaining to the air? Lin Fan joked. Cheng Xiaoxiao froze, only to realize that Duan Chang had already run to the back and sat in his seat. It wasn't good to be letting Duan Chang come back now. After hesitating for a while, Cheng Xiaoxiao sat down on the seat next to Lin Fan. After seeing this scene, the crowd who had originally thought that what was posted on the campus website was not necessarily true had to admit this fact at this time. Cheng Xiaoxiao felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. After dwelling on it until the plane took off, Cheng Xiaoxiao then gathered her courage and was about to open her mouth when she realized that Lin Fan had already fallen asleep. Cheng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, while feeling some pity in her heart. A few hours later, the airplane slowly landed inside the Central State Airport. Lin Fan also opened his eyes at the right time. In fact, he hadn't slept at all, and although he couldn't absorb true qi on the airplane, he was able to run his mind to refine his true qi concentration. Arrived? Lin Fan inquired. Well, here it is. You woke up at a really good time. Cheng Xiaoxiao laughed. After getting off the plane, a discordant voice came over as the crowd was picking up their checked bags. Yo, isn't this old Meng? You're going to take the kids for a few minutes this time? Lin Fan glanced at the visitor, then inquired in a low voice. Who is old Meng? Cheng Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Fan in surprise. Did he not know? Old Meng should be talking about the dean. The dean's surname is Meng Jie, and that person over there seems to be the dean of Northwest University. Chang Hong. Meng Jie. It was really the first time Lin Fan knew the dean's name. Meng Jie glanced at Chang Hong. If he was his usual self, he would only be annoyed. But this time was different. He had a killer weapon. You can't really ask me about this. In the past, I wanted to go through the motions and just casually deal with it. But this year is different. We have a student who said that he wanted to see the strength of the national colleges and universities and said that he wanted to seriously compete in everything. So I, the dean, Can't do anything about it. Yo 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 yo. Look at you blowing it off. I don't know who was blowing off steam last year as they were leaving. That's sorry look I remember now, Chang Hong said sarcastically. Acting? Naturally we have to act like it. Lin Fan. Come and meet Dean Chang Hong. Northwest University was very powerful last year. It was a top 16 college. Lin Fan froze. The top 16? Weren't there only 32 colleges participating in total? So the other side just won one round. Ha! The corners of Chang Hong's mouth twitched out twice as he said grimly. That's still better than you. I go through the motions. Do I really go for the title? Oh, you guys want to get it, right? Xia Fan ah. If we meet Northwest University remember to let go of the water. After all, they really want to get a ranking. You. Chang Hong wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Looks like this kid is a killer for Mingjie. Then let's start with this kid. Isn't he that business genius who was on TV earlier? My uncle even praised him for his unique vision in business. Cham Hong was just about to open his mouth when the voice of a trainee behind him entered his ears. Cham Hong frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice to the professor beside him. This student is very powerful? Not sure. But at least what was said in the middle of the interview was so unique that I didn't even get it the first time until later, when I slowly realized how amazing it was. So the possibility of it being a forgery also exists? Chang Hong continued to inquire. It exists, but the probability I dare not say. After all, it has never been touched. Chang Hong smiled slightly. That was enough. Been on TV before, right? You have the nerve to say this kind of thing. Old Meng, we have more students who have been on TV over here. But our Northwest universities can all rely on real talent. You this one can't say. Meng Jia glanced at Chang Hong in surprise and spoke. When did I mention him being on TV? You took it for granted yourself. Didn't you? Also, do you have anything else to do? Good dogs don't get in the way. Lin Fan looked at the duo with some curiosity. These two now did not look like the deans of two renowned universities in terms of both temperament and speech. What's the situation? These two have a grudge? Lin Fan inquired in a low voice. Chang Xiaoxia shook her head. She wasn't a gossipy person. She really didn't know much about this matter. Boss, ask me about this kind of thing. Forget that I'm an intelligence peddler? These two used to be classmates and were said to be love rivals. Then Dean Meng managed to marry the dean's wife and stayed on as a professor, while Chang Hong stayed on after he went to Northwest University to repeat his doctorate. You know all this? Of course. Don't underestimate my information network, Duan Chang said smugly. Humph. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. When the time comes I'll see how you cry. Let's go. Chang Hong glared at Meng Jia in annoyance, then led the students to leave directly. Look at that demeanor. Obviously running over here to spew shit, but instead making it look like I'm the one who came to start the fight. After Meng Jia muttered, he directly turned around and pulled Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan if you meet the Northwest University this time, give me a death blow. It's best to make them lose confidence in business, so that one by one they all cry back. Lin Fan was speechless. What do I care if you fight with your love rival? After walking out of the airport, Meng Jia found the bus that had come to pick up Lingde, and was about to command the car when a few of the military defenders drove up. After slowly coming to a stop, a pretty young girl dressed in the clothes of a defender slowly walked out, sweeping a glance at Ling Da's bus before inquiring, May I ask which one of you is Lin Fan? In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Fan, thinking to themselves, what has this Lin Fan committed? Just after getting off the plane, people from the defenders came to kill him? I am, please, coming to get you. Come to pick me up? We don't seem to know each other. Do we? Lin Fan was surprised. My mom sent me. The young girl had been cold since the beginning, which reminded Lin Fan of someone. Your big mama's daughter? Aha. So this is the aunt's daughter. Lin Fan spoke to Meng Jie, indicating that he would go to the seminar when the time came, and then directly followed into the defender's car and sailed away. I have gone. Boss is the boss. Just came to the central state, and went with an iceberg beauty. Duan Chang sighed with emotion before remembering that Cheng Xiaoxiao was right beside him, and hurriedly spoke up. Don't get me wrong. Sister-in-law. The oldest called that beautiful woman's mother Big Mother. So I guess there's some kind of kinship. We don't have that kind of relationship. Cheng Xiaoxiao said faintly, and then she directly got on the bus. And in the moment of getting on the car, Cheng Xiaoxiao also did not forget to look at the direction of the fleet of cars leaving. The heart cannot help but produce a strange feeling. The other side. Lin Fan leaned against the car door and looked up and down at He Menjing's daughter. He had long heard the aunt say that this one was an iceberg beauty, and now it seemed to be true. What's the name? Pretty girl? Lin Fan asked with a smile. How old are you? Are you calling me brother or younger? Lin Fan was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that she had spoken to herself before, Lin Fan even suspected that this was a mute. There were no words along the way,
And when he waited until he reached the place, Lin Fan saw Big Mother He Menjing standing at the entrance of the office building.
Auntie,
Lin Fan got out of the car and waved with a smile.
My little Fan, you've finally come. You've missed Big Mom to death.
He Menjing directly hugged Lin Fan into her arms. The happy smile on her face made everyone present a little confused. That's the Phantom of the Army. The proud, cold Rose. Who's ever seen her smile? Not to mention them, even He Menjing's daughter. She felt surprised.
As far as I can remember,
it seems like the last time I saw my mother smile was when I succeeded in entering the special forces.
Thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. That's my mom.
Why does this guy from nowhere look more like my mom's son?
Take it easy, Auntie. Everyone's watching. What's wrong with watching? I'm happy to see my son here, aren't I?
With that, He Menjing looked at the few people in front of him. Although Lin Fan is my righteous son,
he can represent me. Understand? Got it. Worthy of being a defender.
The neatness with which they answered gave Lin Fan even the feeling that they had rehearsed.
Sissy, you're coming in with me. The rest of you are dismissed. Yes. After the three of them arrived at He Menjing's office,
He Menjing directly pulled Lin Fan's hand and sat on the sofa, but left she directly hanging out to the side. Big Mom was so happy when she received your call that you were coming.
How long can I stay this time? He Menjing said expectantly.
When the seminar is over.
And there's quite a bit of personal business in the meantime. I'm guessing it'll be at least half a month. In that case,
then this half month will live in Big Mother's house, the Central State inch of land. It is the 3-star hotel is just that.
After hearing this,
she couldn't take it anymore and quickly said,
Mom, how can you let him live in our house? He what him? You kids don't even listen to me now? But, no buts, and I'm not afraid to tell you, Lin Fan is not only my righteous son, but also my recognized son-in-law.
Take advantage of this half month for you guys to get in touch more, He Menjing said almost in a commanding tone. She wanted to retort, but after seeing He Menjing's irrefutable gaze, she couldn't help but bite her teeth and obediently shut her mouth.
Lin Fan didn't care.
Instead he felt it was better to be the villain comfortably.
Thinking back to the novels I've read, which protagonist wasn't spurned by his mother-in-law while the villain was loved by her? At this time,
Lin Fan finally understands the words of a well-known star.
Playing the villain is comfortable, and I never want to play the villain if I can play the villain. Mom,
if you're doing this, I'm going to find my dad.
Go find it. You'll see if he cares. After hearing this conversation, Lin Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Big Mother got married? That's not right. Didn't the old man say that all of these people had IVF? Is Big Mom an exception? After noticing Lin Fan's gaze, He Menjing explained, I'm not in the same situation as the others, but the nature is pretty much the same. That man is nothing more than a tool to provide IVF.
There aren't many in this world that are worthy of your Big Mom.
Lin Fan laughed bitterly. So that bad old man who was usually unkempt and liked to play with widows could be good enough for Big Mother? What would be the look on the face of the toolman in Big Mama's mouth if he knew? Mom, how can you say that about Dad? Am I wrong?
He's mentally clear about this matter as well,
He Menjing asked rhetorically.
She glared at Lin Fan and huffed as she walked towards the outside.
Hey, this daughter of mine is spoiled. Really disobedient.
Spoiled? Lin Fan glanced at He Menjing in surprise,
thinking to himself, does Big Mom have some misunderstanding about spoiling children? Then, Big Mom, that father, that she talked about, am I going to call Big Dad? He's also worthy?
Your Big Mom, I'm just looking for someone with sort of better genes and an okay family because I want to. He didn't even touch me and divorced him after I managed to get pregnant. And if it wasn't for the talkative people from the military ministry plus the fact that their Song family is always in front of Shishi, I wouldn't have let Shishi know of his existence.
Saying that,
He Menjing thought of something and explained.
You also know Big Mother. Too many toads Big Mother can't look at. So it's always been a cold face. See, this child has always treated Big Mother as an idol. And after a long time, she has become like this as well. You know about the crabs, don't you?
I know. Lin Fan looked at He Menjing in confusion, unable to figure out how the Big Mom could suddenly bring up crabs. This side of Central State wasn't rich in crabs either.
Was it? Sissy is like a crab. The shell is hard, but when you peel back the shell, you are able to savor the delicious crab meat. Picking apart, eat up. Lin Fan couldn't help but get a little carried away. Noticing Lin Fan's eyes, He Menjing didn't say anything,
but just covered her mouth and snickered.
Ahem. Auntie, you do not laugh. Normal men will certainly think of it wrongly. Well, I know. Big Mom understands you.
That girl Cece must have gone to look for that useless dead father of hers. I'll go and bring her back at night.
By the way, here's the document you asked for. Are you sure you don't want to use Big Mom's hand?
Lin Fan shook his head and explained.
It's just a family. If I need Big Mom's help, then I'm too useless.
Our Xiao Fan is just awesome.
so Big Mom won't get involved. But if there's any trouble be sure to tell Big Mom about it, okay? Lin Fan nodded.
As the saying goes, a child with a mother is like a treasure. And with 7 moms,
this feels like it's going to heaven. Upon leaving the office building,
a stocky man had been waiting at the door for quite some time.
Hello Lin Xiao. I've been assigned to drive and escort you. My name is Li Dakue. Hello, get in the car. Li Dakue was slightly stunned, secretly saying that this one wasn't quite the same as the other eunuchs. In the past, they have seen the male son that can be very arrogant, can return a HM even give face. After getting into the car, Lin Fan explained that he was going to Liangma Hotel, and then he read the documents inside the car. Li Dakue was feeling more and more curious the more he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's various behaviors had already broken his perception of a male son. Lin Xiao, I'm on the same team as she. Well,
Lin Fan nodded indifferently and continued to look through the information in this hand.
Is there nothing you want to ask?
Even though we know our daughters as well as our mothers,
we usually have more contact with Hushi.
Lin Fan glanced at Li Dakue suspiciously and asked rhetorically.
So what do you want me to ask?
It's not like I came here to pick her up.
Li Dakue scratched his head. Due to past experience,
he had already prepared the lines for playing Tai Chi, which was still the result of a squad of them working together. But it turned out to be hard to use a single line.
That said, there is a problem.
After hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Dakue secretly said that it was true and opened his mouth.
What does young Lin want to ask? But I'm a bit stupid, so I might not be able to answer.
But that's exactly why I was arranged to come over as a driver.
Lin Fan is speechless. This official answer. Isn't there a mountain about 100 kilometers to the west outside of Zhengzhou? Have you been to the caves there?
Li Dakue once again froze. Together with half a day is to ask this? After recalling it for a moment, Li Daqu then gave his answer. What made Lin Fan a little surprised was that Li Dakue really knew this place,
and could even be said to be familiar with it.
The location was a mountain range where their team often stretched.
Mountains were plentiful,
but he hadn't seen any caves.
Hearing this,
Lin Fan was instead convinced for a few moments. If he had really been discovered, something would probably have gone wrong there a long time ago.
How long does it take to get there? More than 2 hours is enough.
Just what is Lin Xiao doing over there?
Li Dakue said doubtfully. There are some personal matters, but there's no hurry.
It's not too late to finish the matter at hand first.
After saying that,
Lin Fan continued to read the information in his hands. When they arrived at the hotel and heard that Lin Fan was going to take away his luggage to stay somewhere else,
Meng Jia was the first to quit. Dude, you're really traveling on public funds, aren't you? Lin Fan, we can't unload on you. You see that I agreed to what you asked for without hesitation, right? You should at least help me.
Meng Jia pulled Lin Fan's wrist and whispered.
I didn't say I wouldn't help, but I also have my own things to do. Otherwise I wouldn't have come to Central State.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders.
Well, the first game is against Qing University.
Qing University we can deal with.
But the second game you must come. That is against Northwest University.
We have agreed to help me make them cry. Meng Jia also knew that forcing him to stay would only backfire, so he had to compromise. Lin Fan glanced at Meng Jia in confusion and was surprised.
When did I promise you? I'll take that as a yes. If you don't agree, I'll be a rascal as an old man.
Lin Fan laughed bitterly.
If he didn't know that the old man didn't have any relatives, he would have doubted if the one in front of him was the old man's biological brother. The shamelessness is real. Alright, count me as scared of you.
Lin Fan laughed bitterly.
Then it's a deal. The second one is 3 days later. You must come. Meng Jie grinned.
This appearance fully embodies what is called the old child little child. After loading all the luggage into the car, Li Dakue directly drove away with Lin Fan.
After glancing at the time, Lin Fan inquired. It's noon. Is there anything you want to eat? My treat? Want to eat? That can be too much. I don't know what preference Lin Xiao has.
Lin Fan thought for a moment before saying,
let's just find one in the west of the city. And after that I want to go see the mountain range you mentioned. Li Dakue nodded and then drove inside a snack street. Here we are. This is the famous snack street in the west of the city. You can buy anything. Oh, then this is it. Recommend me a few specialties when the time comes. With that,
Lin Fan directly got out of the car.
Li Dakue was a bit confused. According to the captain's analysis, shouldn't Lin Fan dislike this place for being dirty and messy? And then his own sentence that she liked to eat over here so that he could smack himself in the mouth? After shaking his head, Li Dakue no longer thought much about it and followed down the car to start introducing Lin Fan. After ordering 2 bowls of fried noodles and 2 roast ducks, the duo found an empty seat and ate. Li Dakue took a big bite of the fried noodles. At this time his mind had already imagined Lin Fan as a pussy, like counting the noodles one by one. However, the moment Li Dakue looked up, his eyes suddenly opened to new heights. At this time, Lin Fan is not eating one by one? This hates to build one bowl by one bowl. Ah. Lin Xiao, didn't he eat breakfast? Li Dakue was surprised after barely swallowing the noodles in his mouth. I had a little bit on the airplane. Don't say. The fried noodles still have to be eaten in Zhengzhou.
Other places really don't have this flavor.
Eat? Tell me if it's not enough. I'll pay for it. Li Dakue barred his mouth twice. His own eating was already okay enough.
He didn't expect Lin Fan to eat even more miserably. At this time, Li Dakue was already ready to put the team's account of the task still in the back of his mind. This kind of true nature of the man, if he can be a pair with their one flower, he would not have any complaints. In one meal, the two of them ate 2 bowls of fried noodles and 6 roast ducks, and when they returned to the car, they were both satisfied.
Ah, Lin Xiao, I like you.
Lin Fan froze and hastily pulled his body back.
Surprised? What are you doing? Lousy is straight.
Li Dakue froze and scratched his head in bewilderment.
I didn't mean anything else. I'm just saying that I like Lin Xiao's character. Brash and unassuming. It fits with the character of our defenders.
Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief and said breathlessly,
your words are too ambiguous. If this wasn't in the car, I would have just made a move. Ha ha ha. Then let's go to the mountain range?
Li Dakue nervously scratched his head and smiled,
then inquired. Walk. After an hour or so, the duo arrived at this mountain range.
Lin Fan then walked to a large mountain based on Chengde's description.
Is young Lin trying to practice his footwork?
This mountain big is quite big,
but it's not high enough.
I suggest that young Lin go to the one where we long train.
Bang! Without waiting for Li Dakue to finish speaking,
Lin Fan kicked the mountain wall, the powerful force causing cracks to appear on the mountain.
Wow!
The stone wall collapsed, countless pieces of debris fell, and a one-person high cave appeared in front of the duo.
Li Dakue was completely dumbfounded. There really is a cave. What shocked Li Dakue even more was that Lin Fan's kick directly shattered the rock blocking the cave.
The thickness of this rock was only 30 centimeters.
A kick?
That's not even something their first captain could do. You should know that the first captain had practiced. That inner strength was very strong.
So that meant Lin Fan's cultivation was higher? What's wrong? After noticing Li Dakue's surprised appearance,
Lin Fan could not help but wonder.
Lin Xiao, this kick. You are a Huanjing de Chang? I apologize for having offended you more just now. Huanjing de Chang?
Li Dakue was mentally surprised when he saw Lin Fan's puzzled face.
Did he say his cultivation was low? What is Huanjing de Chang? Lin Fan inquired. Li Dakue stumbled on his feet. Don't you know what strength you are yourself? Don't look at me like that. I don't practice the same ancient martial arts as normal, so I don't know much about them. I see. Huanjing de Chang is a very strong rank.
Li Dakue then described in detail the division of martial artists that the senior captain had once told them about.
Martial artists are categorized into 3 basic levels: body training, chi training, and hua jin, and on top of that,
there is the Zongshi, master. Above the sovereign masters there were also great sovereigns,
astral sovereigns, and so on. In the ancient martial arts differentiation weight, each rank is divided into 3 small stages, which are beginner, minor, as well as major. Huanjing de Chang was equivalent to being only 1 step away from a grandmaster.
There existed hidden families and clans in the world, and the power holders of these forces were all at the grandmaster realm, and no one was sure about the ones at the top. As for the strengths under the Zongshi, there were also counterparts.
Body training de Chang could break bricks with a single punch.
Chi training de Chang could break steel bars with his bare hands.
And Huanjing de Chang could directly kick mountains and rocks with a single kick.
Lin Fan analyzed this level correspondence, the nature of which was probably somewhat similar to his own cultivation levels. The 3 levels of great accomplishment of body training, chi training, and harmonization roughly corresponded to the first, second, and third levels of chi condensation.
What about you?
Lin Fan was curious.
I can't compare to Lin Xiao. I'm only at the beginning of chi practicing right now.
But she is very powerful.
She's on the verge of great chi practicing now.
Lin Fan's face couldn't help but flash through a trace of doubt.
Chi practicing great achievement?
That meant that Big Mother and she both had cultivation methods.
So why did Li Xin still have to look for the cultivation technique she wanted in the first place? How do you all cultivate?
Lin Fan was curious. Practicing the body, that goes without saying,
is to constantly strengthen the body. To practice chi to prepare. I reached the beginning of chi practice with a full 7 or 8 years of effort. After hearing this,
Lin Fan roughly sort of understood. Only that Li Xin had always been in the stage of practicing the body. Only that no one in her family had told her this in detail.
So she didn't know that she was laying the groundwork for practicing chi. So that's how it is.
Lin Fan glanced at the cave.
This inside, since there is evil chi, that means that there is only a lot of trouble inside.
3 days of their own time may not be able to return in one piece.
Can we get someone to make this place look good? This needs approval from above. After all, This falls under the category of team mobilization now. Lin Fan nodded. He could understand about this matter, and after dwelling on it for a bit he had to give up. Next time, approve a warning sign from above here. It's dangerous in there. If it was before, Li Dakue would have despised Lin Fan's cowardice, but after knowing Lin Fan's strength, he now didn't have any such thoughts at all. A Wanjing De Chang said that there was danger in here, so the danger in here was definitely beyond imagination. I'll explain to the captain. After the conversation, the two drove straight away. And at that moment even Lin Fan didn't realize that an electronic eye not far away had directly captured everything that had just happened. Boss, what to do? Now the place has been spotted. And there's a defenders among them. And the other one might be of a higher status. Nonsense. With the strength just shown, how could the status be low? The boss glared at his underlings before pondering. A moment later, the corners of the boss's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Inside the Song family. What's wrong, baby girl? It looks like you're a little upset. Song Yuan, she's father on the bio angle, came over with a cup of tea and inquired. It's not even my mom. I don't know where she found a righteous son and insisted that I marry him, she said with some dissatisfaction. Song Yuan frowned slightly, secretly saying, what is he Menjiing up to again? You hate that person a lot? Song Yuan was curious. Can't say I hate it, but I don't like it either. No possibility? She looked at Song Yuan with dissatisfaction. And for a moment Song Yuan swallowed his words of persuasion hard. If you don't like it, don't marry. So you're going to tell my mom? Hershey asked rhetorically. This is still up to you, but we can find a way. There are still half a month to go before the military competition starts, so you can say that you want to marry the king of soldiers, so as to match your status. Hershey nodded. Not enough to then get a little worried. And what if the person who gets the title is obnoxious? Hershey inquired. Then let's void the agreement. Surely your mom wouldn't want you to marry someone you don't know well, right? At that time, if your mom is recommending that person, then you will mention that you fulfill the agreement and marry yourself off in a messy way, and your mom will compromise. A smile finally appeared on Hoshi's face as it dawned on her. Cece is here. Grandpa hasn't seen you for a long time. Stay tonight. Your room, your father has been cleaning it every day. Let's talk more between grandparents and grandchildren too. Song family's old man, Song Yuran, spoke. Just as she was about to nod, a voice came directly from the doorway. No, Sissy is coming home with me. After hearing this voice, she was instinctively winced, while Song Yuan laughed out. How long has it been since he saw his famous ex-wife? He Menging slowly walked in, his face still wearing his trademark icy coldness. Come home with me. You have to at least show up for Fan's first visit anyway. He Mengying's tone was light, but there was a meaning in it that could not be refused. She wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare to open her mouth, and could only look at Song Yuan with a gaze of help. It was better not to look, but when she saw Song Yuan's flamboyant smile, she instantly lamented that this old man of hers was unreliable. Mom, I know you want to set the two of us up, but it's not just anyone who wants to be my man. The one who can match me naturally has to be a good match. So I've decided to marry the winner of the military competition. He Menging froze, not daring to be sure. You're saying you're going to marry the winner of the military region competition? That's right. He Menging couldn't help but look at Song Yuan. This way of defiance by she was obviously taking her happiness to gamble on her own decision. It couldn't have been something she came up with on her own, so she thought it could only be Song Yuan, married to the winner of a military regional competition? Thinking of this, He Menging couldn't help but smile. This smile can dad Song Yuan's soul to hook away. She is smiling at himself? Looks like you still have a chance. Are you sure you want to marry the contest winner? He Menging inquired. I'm sure. Before she could finish her words, He Menjiang directly nodded her head and clapped. Okay, I agree to this matter. She was slightly stunned, secretly wondering why her mom seemed to have agreed without hesitation. Could this be a trap? Lin Fan is just an assist. Is mom's real idea to rush the marriage? She quickly shook his head. Mom usually do not allow themselves and boys have too much contact, and has never shown the idea of urging marriage before. That's trying to get Lin Fan to compete and take the title? After thinking about it, she felt that it was even more impossible. The individual championships were not something that could be achieved by a team. As for the possibility that Lin Fan was very strong, she directly ignored it. Some cannot figure out the idea of the old mom, but now has been shot. Then take a step to see. At least these 10 days will not be subject to what is forced. Alright, it's already done as you wished. Can you come with me now? He Menging spoke. There's no rush. You haven't been here for a long time. It's not too late to stay and have a bite to eat before you go. Before that word late could be uttered, Song Yuan was glared back by He Menjiang's ice-cold eyes. I don't eat at other people's houses. And please get this straight. You're only Sissy's father, but not my man. After saying that, He Menjing walked directly toward the outside.
She knew that He Menjing was already somewhat about to get angry at this point, so how could she dare to linger any longer, and hurriedly ran out after her. When the mother and daughter left, Song Yoren's face was as gloomy as could be. This He Menjing is really getting more and more unselfish.
I say, old man, can't you find those old friends of yours to knock them around?
Song Yoren's wife said in dissatisfaction.
How can I find them?
Although Lin Changshan has gone into seclusion for more than 20 years, his reputation is still there, and he put down the word back then that who dares to mess with those women of his.
Speaking here, Song Yuren couldn't help but look at his son with some sympathy.
Son of this connecting dishman are not counted even if it is a borrowed seed can at least be touched.
Right. The results? The two had never even touched hands, let alone that unspeakable behavior.
Because of He Menjing, the Song family's status has been enhanced, but it has also lost a lot of face. However, upon noticing the infatuated smile on his son's face,
Song Yuren was suddenly furious, secretly wondering how his son could be so heroic. People are gone. You're still looking?
Song Yuren said in dissatisfaction.
Dad,
Dream Shadow just smiled at me.
Do you think there's still a possibility for us?
Song Yuren at this time really want to hit a crutch to wake up this stupid son of their own.
There is a possibility?
There's a fart. Look at your unproductive appearance.
I'm too lazy to care about you. Song Yuren snorted coldly and walked directly towards the room. Song Yuan didn't care and sat on the sofa and even began to fantasize about his life after remarriage. Half an hour later,
when mother and daughter He Menjing returned home,
a burst of aroma came out from the room. Auntie, you guys are back?
Lin Fan asked enthusiastically as he carried 2 plates of food.
She looked at Lin Fan's aproned appearance and became even more dissatisfied. Did she have to marry such a home cook? Little Fan, why are you even doing the dishes?
It's only natural that Big Mother should come when you come to her house.
We're all family. It's the same whoever does it. I bought some vegetables on the way back. There's a soup in the pot. It'll be ready in a minute.
He Menjing was more and more satisfied with Lin Fan and nodded.
Good. Then I'll taste your handiwork today.
She was a bit resistant,
but she who hadn't even eaten lunch was indeed a bit hungry at this time.
Plus Lin Fan's dishes were colorful and flavorful. She's cravings were directly hooked up.
3 people seated. The seed Lin Fan and He Menjing is talking and laughing. See, she is jealous and annoyed. By what mother to Lin Fan so important? She is the real daughter. Okay. Thinking about it, she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction, and could only eat her meal silently with her head down. The other side. You're back. Dakue, how was it? Did you ruthlessly humiliate that Lin Fan today? One of Li Dakue's comrades inquired. Humiliated? There's nothing to be humiliated about. And I'm bowled over. Li Dakue's words left the crowd in the room dumbfounded. Convinced? I say, Dakue, what favor did that Lin Fan give you? Why did you fall back? Gave me what? He bought me a meal,
Li Dakue said with great seriousness. The crowd was speechless.
1 meal and you're done? Can't you be a little bit better? What's the food? Bei Jiwen, the leader of the squad to which Li Dakue belonged, inquired. We both had 2 bowls of fried noodles and 6 roast ducks. Fried noodles? Roast duck? That conquered you? A comrade was amazed. Of course not. It's just that through this meal, I realized that Lin Xiao doesn't have any young master nature at all. He's very real and doesn't make any pretense. And that fried noodles tastes better than even I do. The crowd looked at Li Dakue in unison, as if asking, so what? I know you guys don't understand. Let me put it this way. What is the age and what is the strength of our Skywolf battle team's first captain? Dakue, you're not so bad as to even forget this, right? Our captain is 31 years old, and he's a Huanjin minor. Lin Xiao, in his mid-20s, harmonization power achievement. I've seen it with my own eyes. The crowd looked at Li Dakue with disbelief. Huanjing Dichang, that's all he is? Li Dakue knew that everyone didn't believe him, but he didn't videotape it at the time, and he couldn't come up with anything that could prove it at this point. Perhaps, we have all overthought it. What kind of person is the chief captain? Can an ordinary male child enter the chief captain's eyes? I'm only afraid that this Lin Fan is really extraordinary. Bei Jiwen suddenly opened his mouth. Captain, do you really think that's possible? Why is it impossible?
The number 1 person in the 1st district has reached the half-step sec master at only 26 years of age. I can only say that geniuses do exist in this world.
Geniuses aren't scary. It's just afraid that the geniuses will work harder than you are. Bei Jiwen suddenly felt some emotion, and then suddenly figured something out. What do you guys say? Is it possible that this Lin Fan was invited by the chief captain to participate in the competition?
Bei Jiwen's speculation had caused many of the people present to look forward to it. If there was a Huanjing Dichang expert to help out, then the top 3 of the individual competition would basically be guaranteed. If the senior captain puts in the effort, maybe he can get 2 spots in the top 3.
Although the first place was definitely taken by District 1, it was enough for them to be proud of District 3 to get in 2 of the top 3. Tell me more. Rest up. Lin Xiao told me to pick him up early tomorrow morning. I'm going to get some sleep. Saying that, Li Dakue then directly walked to his bed and directly slept without even taking off his clothes. Looking at Li Dakue's godly sleeping appearance, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little envious. That's what's so great about being heartless, isn't it? Early the next morning, Lin Fan came inside a tea house while Li Dakue sat on an empty seat not far away. I don't know how long it took, but a middle-aged man hurriedly walked in and then sat down in front of Lin Fan. That's you? How much do you really know? The middle-aged man questioned grimly. Knowing not less. Sun Feng, Duan's group deputy general manager. Still single. Had been in love 3 times. The last lover had been Duan's group general manager's secretary. And this general manager's secretary accidentally disappeared. Until now has not been found. Sun Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the other party was not simple. Actually finding out so many things. Don't be nervous. I'm just saying this to tell you that I'm not prepared to go deeper into the matter of you embezzling the company's money. I just think that it would be easier for you to come out to see me with this reason. Lin Fan smiled. What do you want? It's simple. I know that you hate Duan Hongfei, the general manager at the time. In fact, I don't like the Duan family either. So we can work together. Cooperation? With you? Sun Feng was a bit contemptuous. This little kid in front of him was able to deal with the Duan family? By me or by the information in my hand? What I need now is not your questioning, but your answer. Lin Fan's body slightly leaned back. At this time his face was full of confidence, as if he had already eaten Sun Feng. Although I don't know where you got that information from, but now that the holes have been plugged, nothing at all will be found out. And this is my territory, Sun Feng said in a deep voice. Yeah, if there's no problem, why did you come? As for whose turf, well, I am not sure how many tables you have arranged for your people here before you came, but look over there. With that, Lin Fan pointed to Li Dakue, who was sitting on the side quietly sipping his pour. You're from the military department? Sun Feng was surprised. It doesn't matter who I am. Do you think your people can take care of him? Even if they could. A defender gets beaten here. What do you think happens after that? Sun Feng gritted his teeth and finally sighed helplessly. You win. Tell me, what do you want me to do? It's simple. Settle the Duan clan with me and I'll give you 10% of the Duan clan's shares after it's done. Lin Fan said calmly after taking a sip of tea. After solving the Duan clan, then the Duan clan has already collapsed. What's the point even if you give it all to me? Sun Feng frowned. He felt as if Lin Fan was teasing him. I can solve Duan's. So naturally I have a way to bring Duan's back from the dead again. And your goal isn't this 10% of shares. It's to avenge your ex-girlfriend, isn't it? After contemplating for a moment, Sun Feng felt as if he had no reason to refuse at all. So he opened his mouth and inquired. What exactly do I have to do? I need. Lin Fan briefly talked about his plan. And Sun Feng just kept nodding his head as if he had completely agreed to hand over the lead to Lin Fan. After the conversation ended, Sun Feng directly got up and left. At the same time, half of the people in the tea house followed suit, and it looked like there were as many as 30 to 40 people. Lin Fan smiled. This Sun Feng was really careful enough, but it's not like you have to worry about being held back when working with someone like that. Young Lin, the chief captain just informed me that he wants me to take you there. Li Dakue came to Lin Fan's side and reported in a whisper. Lin Fan froze. Why was the big mom suddenly looking for herself? Say anything yet? No. Let's go. There's nothing extra to arrange afterward anyway. Go see what Big Mama wants with me. The two of them drove away. And 20 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived inside He Menjiang's office, which was still occupied by 2 old men as well as 2 young men standing in the center. This is your righteous son? An old man asked smilingly after sizing up Lin Fan. That's right. His name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin? You said that his name is Lin Fan. Then he. The old man immediately widened his eyes and looked at He Menjiang with disbelief. That old undead let Lin Fan enjoy the city life, and it just so happens that he came to Central State, so I want him to lead the team in the competition. What do you two think? He Menjiang rested her head on the back of her hand, looking both beautiful and imposing. If it's his heir, then what else can we say? This time we might be able to give a bit of color to the first district, another old man said excitedly. Chief Captain, you're not joking with us, although I don't know who he is. I don't see any internal force fluctuations on him. You're going to let someone like that lead the team? The Skywolf battle team's Grand Captain Chi and Tai spoke directly. I have the same idea as old Chi. Chief Captain, the 2 secretaries of department. This is a major event that concerns our 3 districts. We can't afford to be sloppy. Wild Tiger battle team's Grand Captain Ma Jingrui agreed. What? Are you 2 getting your wings hardened now that you dare to question the decisions of the 3 of us? He Mengying's face sank as she glared at the 2 of them and questioned.
The two felt the icy aura emanating from Himenjiying's body, and both of them dared not look at each other and lowered their heads. That, Lin Fan, who had been out of state, suddenly raised his hand. I would like to ask, can you all say something I can understand? Lin Fan said with a bitter smile. Chapter 101, The Duel. Chi Hutai frowned and glanced at Lin Fan, questioning, Kid, do you know what kind of competition you're participating in? It's not something that a young master soldier like you can participate in. That's right. It's hard enough for us to compete for the rankings, but we don't have time to take care of a young master soldier like you. Ma Jingrui chimed in immediately afterward. Ha ha ha, young man, the two of them seem to be displeased with you. Aren't you going to show it? Qian Kaigua, the division manager of the 3rd district, laughed out loud. Oh, not prepared. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. His words caused Qian Kaigua's laughter to come to an abrupt end, and he said in surprise, you'll be able to participate in the tournament after defeating them, and all sorts of honors will be waiting for you at that time. So, why would I enter this contest? I'm busy. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders, then revealed an expression that said if you guys have anything else to do, I'll leave if there's nothing. Qian Kaigua opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Tangled half a day. Can only not help but feel worthy of that person's heir. Really do not follow the rules. Fan, our military division's competition is about to start. The 3rd district where your big mom is from has been stable in the top 3 of the group battle for the past few years. It looks good, but as you know, Big Mom is a woman, and a lot of the military districts don't think Big Mom can do it. So Big Mom needs a number 1. Before Himenjiying finished speaking, the few people present all coincidentally looked at Himenjiying. Think you're no good? If anyone really dares to show the slightest dissatisfaction with you, how can he still be in the military? As if she didn't see the expressions of several people, Himenjiying continued. Little Fan, Big Mother needs your help. Are you willing to help me? Auntie's business is my business. I'm naturally obliged to help if Auntie needs my help, Lin Fan said boldly, a far cry from his just now appearance of being unconcerned. But the tournament is not just about individual battles. There are also team battles. I want you to be the captain leading the team. Only these 2 captain candidates don't convince you. Can you show it? Forget it. It's not good to hurt them since they're band leader candidates. Lin Fan was acting out of good intentions, but the words fell on Chi Hetai and Ma Jingrui's ears as sarcastic as they could be. Kid, how much are you looking down on me? Chi and Tai frowned. Li Dakue, who was behind Lin Fan, finally reacted at this time from the shock of seeing the 2 division managers, and seeing that the scene was a bit awkward. He could not help but quietly waved his hand behind Lin Fan's back, signaling Chi and Tai not to be impulsive. Although the first captain had the strength of a Huanjing minority, the difference between a Huanjing minority and a Huanjing majority wasn't half a star. Li Dakue, what are you gesticulating about back there? Do you think I'll lose? I'm going to fight this cut today. Young Master Lin, is it? If you have the guts to come with me to the drill ground, I'm going to let you know what it means to have strength. Chi Hutai said in dissatisfaction. Then I'll go ask the people below to take a tour, to see how strong our young master soldier really is, Ma Jingrui said with a bad smile. No, don't! Himenjiying and Li Dakue shouted out at almost the same time. The latter was worried that the 2 great captains would lose face, and that would have too great an impact on unity. As for Himenjiying, of course she didn't want this matter to spread, otherwise it would be bad if her daughter knew about it and made any more mistakes. She and Tai and Ma Jingrui's faces flashed with a hint of surprise. Together this young master is quite good at pulling people together. Himenjiying was the chief captain, so they didn't dare to show anything, but Li Dakue was just a soldier under them, so they didn't have any scruples. Li Dakue, what kind of favor are you getting here? When did our Skywolf battle team get bought off with a little favor? Chi and Tai questioned. Captain, I'm doing you a favor. What help? I'm going to fight today. Li Dakue rubbed his forehead and whispered in Lin Fan's ear. Young Lin, be careful. Though his voice was small, this office was this big and the people present were well trained, so how could his words go unheard? Li Dakue, you've really been bribed, Chi Hutai said with a frown. What? Do they have any more killer tricks? Well then, I'll be careful and fight with all my might. Lin Fan opened his mouth. In his thought, since he could become a great captain, there must be some kind of killer card in his hand. It was just a pity that Lin Fan's social experience was still a bit lacking. How can there be so many undercurrents of the killer? Not to mention the others, even Witch Cloud, the only son of the Vajra sect's Grand Elder, hadn't mixed up any undercards yet. Li Dakue was even more startled when he heard Lin Fan's words, and hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand me, Lin Xiao. I'm asking you to be more careful with your hands. The match is coming up soon, so you can't hurt the 2 captains. When these words came out, Chi Hutai directly exploded and immediately roared. Li Dakue, when I defeat this young master soldier I'll have to find you to practice with. I'll let you see if I'm as weak as you think. Li Dakue was speechless. I didn't say you were weak, but the problem was that Lin Fan was a Huanjing de Chang. Okay? Big Captain, you misunderstood. Lin Xiaohe. Before Li Dakue could finish his words, Zhou Tong, the deputy superintendent who hadn't said anything, finally spoke up, directly interrupting. Let's just compare and contrast here. How about the three of you on point? No problem. Chi Hatai was trying to clean up Lin Fan as soon as possible at this moment. Otherwise, where would he put his face? See Chi and Tai so excited. Ma Jingrui is helplessly sighed. Since the old Chi are angry, then it seems that this game simply cannot take their turn off. Then let's fight here. The referee I don't think is needed. Both of you can fight until one of you admits defeat. But I would like to add, don't think about what a man's face is dying for. It's now for the honor of the 3rd district. After Qian Kaigua finished speaking, he directly got up and stood behind He Menjiang, followed by Zhou Tong, who also got up and walked over. And He Menjiang was still sitting steadily in her chair at this time, looking like she gave people the feeling that she was the division manager of the 3rd district. Let's get started then. As soon as He Menjiang's words fell, Chi Hatai directly took 2 steps forward and prepared himself for battle. Suddenly, Chi Hatai struck out, and that powerful blow smashed directly into Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan dodged sideways. Chi and Tai seemed like they didn't expect Lin Fan to dodge the blow either, and their fists were somewhat unable to collect themselves as they slammed into the iron closet behind them. Bang! There were dents in the corners of the closet, which is much more frightening than having dents in the doors, and this is enough to show the strength of Chi and Tai. A quick dodge, but you won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fan looked at the deformed closet and turned his head in amazement. Does the military department play so big? Then I won't keep my hands off. Chapter 102 Meng Jie's request for help. Qian Kaigui and Zhou Tong also didn't know Lin Fan's strength and didn't know how to open their mouths at this time. Li Dakue, on the other hand, pulled on Qian Kaigua's coat and desperately shook his head. If Lin Fan really didn't keep his hands off, then the first captain would be in deep trouble. There's no need to leave too much. And of course you don't want to fight to the death. At least not to the point where you can't compete. He Mengying spoke. She knew Lin Fan's medical skills. As long as Lin Fan didn't hit very hard, wouldn't it be fine to injure him and let him heal well again? Understood. Lin Fan smiled. You understand shit. Look at the punch. Chi Hatai roared and rushed towards Lin Fan once again. This time his speed was even faster. His fists rubbed in the air, and even the sound of punches being thrown could be faintly heard. Bang! Chi Hatai's eyes widened at once. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan had actually dodged his punch so easily, and even more so, he couldn't believe that he had been hit without even seeing Lin Fan's move. Strongly enduring the pain coming from his abdomen, Chi Hatai wanted to throw another punch. However, at that moment, Lin Fan's fist had already struck in front of him. Bang! Chi and Tai received a heavy blow to the face, and the entire person's consciousness suddenly became a bit disorganized. Lin Fan didn't stop and threw a dozen punches in a row. And what was even more surprising was that these dozen punches were just in the space of a breath. Bang! Lin Fan sent Chi and Tai flying straight away with an est kick. Chi and Tai's body hit the wall with a heavy thud, and then fell back to the ground by the rebound of the wall. At this moment, besides He Menjiang, even Li Dakue was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin Fan a Huanjing de Chang? That combo just hit. This is definitely hitting the half-step clan master, isn't it? Half-step Zongsher? Ma Jingrui widened his eyes, incredulously looked at Lin Fan. Now he finally understood why he couldn't feel Lin Fan's inner fluctuation. Not that Lin Fan was too weak, but so strong that he didn't show himself and simply couldn't detect it. You're next? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Ma Jingrui inquiring. I admit defeat. Ma Jingrui hastily raised his hands in surrender and said, he himself is only a Huanjing Xiao Chang. What can he take to fight someone else who is a half-step grandmaster? It's okay to seek abuse, but you can't seek death, right? Lin Xiao. Didn't you say that you would take it easy? Our captain Li Dakue asked sympathetically as he looked at the fallen Chi and Tai. I didn't beat him to death either. Don't worry, it's only a few broken ribs at most. I can fix it now. Saying that, Lin Fan directly pulled out a needle bag from his waist and casually stuck a few needles in Chi and Tai's blouse after tearing it open. Just as Li Dakue and Ma Jingrui were curious about how Lin Fan would still have time to learn the medical arts with such a strong body, Lin Fan violently slapped Chi Hatai's chest. Chi and Tai sat straight up and looked around blankly. After pulling out the silver needles, Lin Fan reminded, I've connected all the ribs for you. Don't do any strenuous exercise within 3 days. Recuperate, and drink some tonic. You'll have no problem competing directly after 3 days. At this moment, Chi Hatai realized how terrifying Lin Fan's strength was, together with the fact that the sarcasm that he thought he was being sarcastic just now wasn't sarcasm at all. It was completely to protect himself. I just apologized for making you laugh. It's okay,
I beat you up anyway. Turn the page. But that being said, you throw a stiff punch, which is fine for an equal level, but for an expert, you're simply chicken. This. Please also ask Lin Xiao to clarify. She and Tai were a bit unsure. Shouldn't punches be stiff? You punch with a lot of strength, but do not know to restrain. That wind-breaking sound can be completely heard from which your punch track and force. This will be your absolute failure. Punches should be restrained. Will be all inside the other party to hit the right. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, excluding He Menjing, the few people present could not help but look at Lin Fan in surprise. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Lin Fan said blankly. Young Lin is right. We know this too. But doesn't it take at least a half-step Zongshi to be able to do it internally? I'm only of Wanjing Shaochang. Shi He Tai said awkwardly. It's still related to the realm? I've been able to do it since I started cultivating. Lin Fan said blankly. You can do it when you start practicing? So Lin Fan was able to do the internal chi retraction and release during the period of chi practice? What kind of monster is this? Shi He Tai was even a little alarmed. Fortunately it was a cut and thrust or else he would have been killed if he had offended such a monster? Your cultivation method was formulated by that old man Lin Changshan. It's naturally different from the others. And it's only you and Lin Changshan that can do it at the moment. It has to do with both physique and talent. He Menging explained. Lin Fan nodded indistinctly. So it was like this. Alright, now do you two have any complaints about Lin Fan leading the team? I can let Lin Fan continue sparring with you guys if you have. He Menging continued. After hearing this, Chi Hatai and Ma Jingrui were both startled. Cutting is cutting and seeking abuse is seeking abuse. Can the two be the same? No. The chief captain chooses people with a discerning eye. We have no complaints. Ma Jingrui hurriedly said. That's good. By the way, don't even say anything about this cut today. At least not until after the tournament starts. Understand? Although he didn't really understand what He Menjing meant. But since she had said it, then he would just follow the order. Understood. He Menjing smiled. She was still thinking about how to get her daughter to accept Lin Fan, but she didn't expect Song Yuan to come with a divine assist. Now we just have to wait until the game starts, and then our daughter won't be able to deny it even if she wants to. After confirming his participation in the competition, Lin Fan was originally prepared to savor the specialties in the military area, but before he even waited for the lunch spot, Meng Jie's phone call came over. Lin Fan, where are you now? The military district. Sounds like something happened? Lin Fan wondered. Out, and it's a big deal. Northwestern University played rogue. They removed a professor of business administration, and then turned into a Northwestern University postdoctoral. Postdoctoral also belongs to the doctoral, or student category. We are not a rival. Lin Fan was stunned. There was such an operation? This Northwestern University isn't afraid to lose face. Oh, I know. Isn't there still 2 days left? I'll do my best then. Lin Fan pacified. There's no time. Due to the process being too fast, the second round of seminar competition will start this afternoon. Come back quickly. I just don't want to lose to Chang Hong even if I lose. Okay, I'll go back now and send me the guidelines for the topics we've been studying, and I'll take a look at them on the way. After getting Lin Fan's reply, Meng Jia was finally relieved. There was no need to be afraid with Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was a super genius who couldn't even compare to Wang Lan. A genius. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked apologetically at the few people in the office. Sorry everyone. Lunch won't be possible. There's something going on over at the business and industry seminar. I'll have to go and help out a bit before I can do so. Apart from understanding Lin Fan and He Menjing, the other few people were shocked once again. Martial arts geniuses, medical experts, and now how did an industrial and commercial seminar pop up? How can you be so versatile? Chapter 103 Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. After Lin Fan and Li Dakue left, Xian Kaigwa couldn't help but curiously inquire. Lin Fan still knows about business? Normal. That old undead Lin Changshan was the same in the beginning. How could his heir not be an all-round talent? He Menging asked rhetorically. Xian Kaigwei cannot help but laugh bitterly. This saying is not wrong. In addition, the entire military region dares to call Lin Changshan old immortal only fear He Menjing one person it. Half an hour later, Lin Fan finally arrived at Liangma Hotel, and at that moment, Meng Jia had been pacing back and forth in front of the door for who knows how long. After seeing Lin Fan appear, Meng Jia hurriedly ran over and pulled Lin Fan's hand and said excitedly, "How is it? Are you good at this seminar topic? I heard that the postdoctoral fellow from Northwest University formulated this topic in the first place. It's definitely very profound and thorough. That's about it. I didn't learn much about business back in the day, so I'm not even very good at it, but I'll do my best." What Lin Fan said was also the truth. In Lin Changshan's place Lin Fan studied the most is the cultivation and medical arts. Even the culinary arts are more profound than the business study.
So business is really not a good category for these specialties of his. Of course, this is also subject to circumstances.
Under the guidance of Lin Changshan, even if he is not good at it, he is still a lot better than the average academic expert. Not to mention,
if Su Miaoyun was able to become the richest man in the world, Lin Changshan's business model played a decisive role.
Meng Jia naturally does not know these.
See Lin Fan so say also not good to give too much pressure.
Can only comfort, you do your best is good, more I do not say more. The big deal is that the old man to give up his old face to report to go. Calm down, we don't have to lose. Let's see. At noon,
Lin Fan simply ate at the hotel restaurant before heading to the seminar location with the people from Ling University.
Yo, old Meng, you've got your baby back, haven't you? It's not embarrassing for you to just admit defeat.
But if this precious genius of yours loses to us,
where will your old face go? And that interview, can you explain it?
Chang Hong laughed sarcastically. Lin Fan is a student.
Naturally he has the right to participate in the seminar. He doesn't want you. And get a postdoctorate. Meng Jia despised. Aren't postdocs students? Don't you, a dean of a university, know that a postdoc is a type of doctorate?
Our Su Jia is now a doctorate in waiting and is now researching a topic with Professor Hara at our Northwestern University. He was a professor before.
Okay, wasn't that a regular job? Do you want to be ashamed of yourself when you give someone a removal and then say it's a postdoc? Meng Jia was annoyed. Whatever you say, Sojie is the postdoc anyway. Meng Jia angry want to bite.
If it is not Lin Fan pulling only fear that at this time have become too school melee.
Calm down. A postdoc is a postdoc. We're not bound to lose. Meng Jia froze. His face showed joy. Could it be that Lin Fan was also enraged by Chang Hong and was ready to take care of Northwest University? Are you sure you can win? I don't know. After all, I don't know the strength of the other side. Take a step and see what happens. Losing the game is trivial. Losing the temperament is a disgrace. Meng Jia nodded. It was Lin Fan who had thought it through. After straightening his clothes, Meng Jia directly ignored Chang Hong and sat in the audience seat that Ling De belonged to. Soon after, the host stepped out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 26th Economic Development Symposium. The theme of this meeting is lending chickens to lay eggs. And the discussants are Northwestern University and Lingyun University. And I would like to invite Su Jia, the holder of the doctoral degree from Northwestern University, to the stage. Su Jia slowly walked up to the speaker's podium, bowed deeply and then opened his mouth. This subject is very interesting. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs. What is borrowing chickens to lay eggs? As the name suggests, it is to use other people's enterprises to make money for oneself, which earlier appeared in the form of investment. And now through the development of enterprises such as takeaways and travels, borrowing chickens to lay eggs has also appeared in a new situation. Su Jia on the stage talking at length. Meng Jia is more and more panicked. Hands are a little cold. Nervous. How is it? Do you have a chance of winning? Lin Fan thought for a moment before saying, it looks like it's well prepared. Very different from me. A contestant who received the subject temporarily and was unprepared. Sure to lose? Meng Jia asked as he broke down. Pretty much. Lin Fan spoke after thinking about it. Meng Jia sighed long and hard. It seems that he is still too naive. Lin Fan is not a god. He also has weaknesses. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs is a very capable of stimulating the economic development of business. But there are 3 points that must be concerned about. First, the enterprise's own value. If it is not able to benefit the people, that is not a qualified enterprise. And the natural thing to do for the benefit of the people is to keep the price down and become a common man's industry. The second point, the popular way of business operation, which is also the most critical. Just like the original Hungry Group War, both sides are just burning money, completely disrupting the market behavior, which is absolutely not desirable. The third point, that is, the most important point, the problem of the store is big and bully customers. This problem is also the most concerned about the matter of all people. A lot of enterprises because of the big and form a hegemony. This is absolutely not desirable. Taken from the people for the people. As an investor can't just blindly focus on the immediate fly in the ointment. Make an assumption. If it's true that the enterprise has a problem, we compensate. And 10% higher than the market price. What is this called? It's called a pattern. A business with a pattern can go longer. This is the end of my speech. Thank you for listening. With a round of applause, the host took the stage again. Please welcome Lin Fan, a master's degree student at Lingyun University, to the stage. Lin Fan got up and was about to go on stage when Meng Jia sighed helplessly and spoke. Just go for it. Don't lose too badly. Didn't you say you were going to make the Northwest cry? What's with the need to show me mercy? Meng Jia froze and was surprised. Didn't you say you were sure to lose? I mean, they're going to lose. It's just something on paper. I wasn't adequately prepared for it. But by his speech, I've got something to talk about for the last 20 minutes. Meng Jia was overjoyed, expecting Lin Fan to create a miracle.
Lin Fan walked up to the stage, first adjusted the microphone height to allude to Su Jia's height of only 1 meter 6, and this scene made many viewers laugh.
Good afternoon everyone. It's an honor to be part of this colloquium, and as the presenter said, I'm just a master's student in progress, no match for the one who just had a PhD.
Lin Fan deliberately bit down on the word classmate and once again satirized Northwest University. I came here with the intention of learning, but to my dismay, NWU's realm is probably about as low-end as it is tall. When these words came out, the people from Northwestern University were instantly annoyed, and there were even people who were already cursing from the stage. Chapter 104, Really Crying. Lin Fan was unusually calm and collected in regards to the tirades from the stage.
I only have 20 minutes.
And if the students of Northwestern University want to encroach on my speaking time by hurling invective, then I would say that what I just said was an understatement. Silence. Personal attacks should not exist in this sacred seminar. Student Lin Fan, please begin your speech. The few judges at the judging table naturally couldn't allow this seminar to be so ridiculous, and at this point, they could only warn Northwest University. I originally had my own speech as well, but in order to avoid the negative economic impact of NWU's speech, I'm going to forego my speech and start by bringing up a couple of fatal problems with NWU's point of view. First of all, just now Sue said that borrowing chickens to lay eggs is a business method that can very much stimulate economic development. This I have no problem with, but the business of benefiting the people, which boss is doing business with the purpose of charity? After a lifetime of hard work, wealth is for others? Perhaps some people say that my point of view is not right. It is nitpicking, but I would like to say that we have to understand that what is being discussed is a business issue. The core of borrowing chickens and laying eggs is to use other people's businesses to make money for themselves. If we say that we are saving the source for the people's side, then it is inevitable that we will have to withhold from the businessmen. And the businessmen, in order not to lose money, will end up withholding from the people. So in this way, this borrowed chicken to lay eggs enterprise not only did not lose money, but also squeezed the various small and medium-sized enterprises. And in the end, it will be praised by the people, which is not pawn and establish again. What should really be done is to raise the profits of the partners. In this way, with the support of having enough profits, competition will be formed. Just like the Hungry Group War just mentioned, although the market is in disarray, the people really profited from that war. As for the second point, the Hungry Group War is not desirable because they are a complete waste of money, not disruptive to the market. Disruptive to the market is to raise prices. You lose money that is called disruptive to the market? And the Hungry Group War is because the two major corporations behind them are engaged in a money-burning war to nibble on this piece of cake, which by its nature shouldn't even be placed among this subject. As for the third point, the store bully does exist. I also spit on this problem. But that what pattern theory? I would like to ask Sue students, are you studying business administration or success, and also pattern? What does it mean that my country can be said to be the progenitor of scheming? And that all kinds of scheming started to appear thousands of years ago? It means that our people can seize any opportunity to make themselves profitable. And it is true that there exists a small portion of our people with low morals. If your hypothesis holds, this is not a benefit to the people. This is a benefit to the vigilantes, because the bumper sticker army will move on to the market. And of course, it would make sense for you to say that this is a benefit to the people. Ha ha ha. The audience on stage laughed out loud. Su Jia, on the other hand, was frowning closer and closer. This is a fucking seminar, not a debate. What are you doing catching me in a few speech defects? In my opinion, what is borrowing from the chicken? It's resource consolidation. And resource consolidation allows a lot of small businesses to get the opportunity to go and showcase on a bigger stage. And it's a great way to stimulate the economy. And in this case, small businesses will get more profits. After that, how to compete for more customers is their key point. Because with a bigger platform, they can completely sell more at a thin profit, which will not only stimulate the market economy, but also benefit the people. So, if you set out directly to benefit the people, it will only be counterproductive, and you have to know how to do it in reverse so that you can succeed in achieving your goal. This concludes my speech. Thank you all for listening. Lin Fan's speech was over, and the several judges were completely dumbfounded. Did Lin Fan speak? No doubt for 20 minutes he was not a second behind. But did he say anything useful? Seems like it's mostly nitpicking, although a small number of my own views have been put forward. It's not really easy to arbitrarily make a judgment on whether or not this viewpoint can be sustained. However, as of now, there was no doubt that Lingyun University had one. First of all, regardless of whether or not Lin Fan's point of view was able to stand, but Northwestern University's was definitely not able to stand. This seminar, Lingyun University wins. One of the judges got right up and spoke. Northwestern University completely collapsed. If people are to come up with what shocking remarks to their side of the speech mute also even if, this kind of loss method they really some cannot accept. Not only that, but now Northwestern is kind of being demeaned instead. After all, this side's gushing speech was thoroughly refuted. Some of the female students couldn't stand the whispers of the audience around them and literally cried out. This time, Meng Jia was so happy. At that time, it was just a casual remark. But I didn't expect Lin Fan to really talk about the Northwest University to cry. I say Lao Chang there is no high or low in academics. We are only seminars. Why are your students still crying? Meng Jia said smugly. I'm in. Oh, you want some tissues to wipe your tears, right? Go. Friendship first, competition second. Winning or losing is not important. Now that the students of Northwest University are crying, shouldn't you guys go and buy some tissues to wipe their tears? Meng Jia looked at the Ling University students and said in dissatisfaction, although the tone was disgruntled. At this time, Meng Jia's face was smiling, a look that made Chang Hom look even more annoyed. I say, isn't it time to add a line? At this rate later on the second one up just has to find a way to refute the first one up, and then the game is won. Then is this still a seminar? A judge whispered. That becomes a debate. Although this way is also possible. But a seminar is a seminar. It can't be in the form of a debate. Lingdi even if he drills a hole. Reorganize the rules of the tournament tonight. And absolutely can't let this kind of thing happen again. At this time, Lin Fan didn't know that just because of one of his own speculations, the rules of the seminar competition, which had never changed in 26 years, had been overturned and reformulated. Successfully suppressed the Northwest University. Meng Jia is happy. Directly out of his own pocket to organize a celebration banquet. That look is simply more exaggerated than won the championship. Lin Fan you really gave us a long face this time. Although the method is a bit peculiar, but they were the ones who played tricks and exploited the loopholes first, so we're treating them the same way they treated us. Ha ha ha, Meng Jia laughed out loud. Dean Meng. Just now the jury side sent a notice that tomorrow's competition has been temporarily postponed, with the morning competition being delayed to the afternoon, saying that the rules need to be reorganized. The person from the competition side ran to inform. For this point, Meng Jia also had a premonition. After all, this small seminar in one breath out of 2 bugs. Do not hurry to change the rules of that seminar also do not have to do. Chapter 105 Abolishing Kongming. After the celebration, Lin Fan didn't stay at the hotel. After watching Lin Fan and Li Dakui leave together, Cheng Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly had an indescribable feeling. Sister-in-law, that soldier brother is a guy. The boss won't have anything with a guy anymore. Duan Chang explained from the side. I didn't say that, and we. Oh, I see. Originally I wanted to come out and have a good time with the boss, but it turned out that I didn't have the chance right. This I will help my sister-in-law tell the boss. Don't call me sister-in-law. We really can't break up the boss is actually to help me. So, Cheng Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and looked at Duan Chang with cold eyes and questioned. Can you listen to someone to finish their sentence? I said we don't have that relationship. Well. No. Duan Chang thought. There is no strange. On this temper and this word they are the second time to experience. Lin Fan last time and this time is simply the same. This tacit understanding does not matter who believe However, Duan Chang didn't realize that it would be strange if the other party didn't respond to this kind of crazy interrupting behavior of his. Half an hour later, Lin Fan's car slowly stopped in front of an entertainment center. Young Lin, what are we doing here? Li Dakui said suspiciously. Find someone. Looking for someone? Does Mr. Lin still know any of the girls here? I don't think so. Even if the girls here were more beautiful, they'd still be as beautiful as Hershey. Stay in the car. I'll just go in by myself. 10 minutes if it's fast. An hour or 2 if it's slow. Saying that, Lin Fan opened the car door and prepared to get out. That. I won't tell the chief captain and she. But Lin Xiaoa, the girl in here is not clean. You still. Lin Fan glanced at Li Dakui in surprise, then couldn't help but look at himself in the reverse mirror. Did he look so unlike a good person? Think what? I'm looking for a man. Li Dakui froze and looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Could it be that? Stop it for me. What kind of thinking are you doing? I'm here to take revenge. Okay? Lin Fan said in dissatisfaction. Revenge? Revenge? Yeah, there's a cub who got punks to block me twice in a row, and now it's time to teach him a lesson. Li Dakui wanted to block it, but on second thought, Lin Fan wasn't a member of the military region now, and wasn't bound by those regulations. In addition, although a half-step sect master was not a sect master, in a sense it was also able to jump out of some rule circles. I know. I'll wait for you. After Lin Fan got out of the car, he directly walked into the door of the entertainment center. Welcome,
May I ask if sir has a reservation? The attendant at the door asked politely. I'm here to see someone. Is Cummins here yet? It's already here. But Kong Xiao didn't say that a friend was coming? The waiter was puzzled. So you feel the need for the guests to tell you who else they invited?
Lin Fan questioned with a sullen face.
The waiter did not dare to say anything. After all,
the identity of those who can come here to spend money are not ordinary.
In case of offending and unaffordable can be miserable.
Lin Fan ignored this waiter and directly headed towards the information he had gotten from Witch Cloud and headed towards private room 307. This 307 was one of the private rooms that Cumming had always chartered for the sole reason that it was the same as his birthday.
So it was quite memorable. Inside private room 307, Cumming was busy with a young girl when a knock came at the door. Knock knock. Who? Cumming questioned, disgruntled. Knock knock. What responded to Cumming was still a knock on the door.
And Cumming's brow furrowed as he directly draped on a side of his yukata and walked to the door in dissatisfaction.
What the fuck are you knocking for? Don't know I'm busy.
The moment the door to the room was opened, Cumming's voice came to a screeching halt.
Bang!
Lin Fan closed the door to the room and lifted Cumming inside the room with one hand around his neck.
Ah!
The young girl who had just rained on Cumming's parade was so shocked that she screamed out. So much so that she even forgot to cover up the important parts of her body. Lin Fan's eyes looked over with icy coldness.
And for a moment,
the young girl felt as if she had fallen into an ice hole. And at this moment, she even forgot to scream. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the young girl's performance. So he no longer paid attention to her and directly bodily nudged Kong Ming twice on his chest, throwing him to the ground.
Regaining his new life in general, Kong Ming breathed heavily, and then viciously looked at Lin Fan ready to start cursing. However, when Kong Ming opened his mouth he realized that he couldn't make a sound at all. For a moment Kong Ming couldn't help but look at Lin Fan in horror. Could it be that Lin Fan had become mute after just pointing so twice? Young Mr. Kong, it's been a long time. Isn't it great to stab in the back?
Lin Fan said with a gloomy face.
The icy tone made Kong Ming's legs stop trembling. Kong Ming wanted to explain,
but he couldn't make any sound and could only keep shaking his head to pray that Lin Fan would let himself go.
Want me to let you go? You're overthinking it, aren't you? If it's just me then forget it. The second time you sent someone but you almost even implicated the people around me. If I don't teach you a lesson I'm afraid that you won't learn from your mistakes. After saying that,
Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold as he violently raised his foot and lifted it over.
A synesthesia like suffering an electric shock passed through, and Kong Ming's eyes opened wide. Then he directly fainted.
Lin Fan didn't stop and raised his foot before stepping on Cumming's left leg again.
Click! With a crunching sound, Cumming's kneecap was completely shattered,
and the intense pain brought Cumming out of his stupor.
Click!
Lin Fan's third foot went down.
Kong Ming's right knee was also crushed. Thus, Kong Ming's legs were all ruined by Lin Fan. But at this time, Kong Ming could not even send out a scream. This is just a lesson. You can take revenge if you want to, but you better weigh the capital of your Kong family. I don't mind directly exterminating your Kong family. After saying that, Lin Fan straightened his back and directly turned around to leave the private room. The young girl even forgot to scream at this point, staring blankly at the scene before her. After returning to the car, Li Dakue couldn't help but glance at his watch and said in surprise, "It settled so quickly? Then how long will it take?" Lin Fan asked rhetorically with a smile. He is just going to deal with a waste. If it takes too long then he will become a waste instead, right? Li Dakue momentarily do not know what to say. Good. This may be the confidence of the strong. Do you need me to speak to the chief captain so she can make early arrangements? No need. The little conkers don't have the guts to do anything to me. Just drive. Li Dakue nodded and directly started the car and took off. 2 hours later, inside the hospital. Who is it? Who in the end is the one who laid such a black hand? Poor my son he. Kong Fong gritted his teeth and looked at Uncle De and asked, "It's Lin Fan." After receiving Uncle De's answer, Kong Feng's entire body stiffened and questioned, "Isn't Lin Fan in Ling Yun? Are you sure it's him?" Chapter 106, Arrest Warrant. Uncle Tae nodded. He had already identified the visitor through the surveillance. Lin Fan had no intention of hiding it at all. And to put it bluntly, not only was he not afraid of being seen by the Kong family, but he even somewhat intentionally showed it to the Kong family.
Guess this is Lin Fan's revenge. My son merely had some quarrels with him in Ling Yun.
And he actually came to the central state to vilify my son? Is there any justice left? Kong Fong asked through gritted teeth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kong Feng's cell phone rang. Kong Fong wanted to hang up, but after seeing the caller's number, Kong Fong didn't dare to slack off and could only silently pick up the phone. Hello? Kong Fong? What exactly is your son up to?
I just asked him to find someone to test Lin Fan.
Who told him to strike once again? Do you realize that not only is Lin Fan there the second time, but also the daughters of those women? If you invite Lin Changshan over, don't drag our Vedra sect down with you. After saying that,
which Cloud simply hung up the phone.
Kong Fong was dumbfounded. His son had actually done this kind of thing in the dark? What a stupid kid.
Now it was not clear whether Lin Fan's appearance was his personal intention or Lin Qingshan's.
If it's the former, fine. If it's the latter, I'm afraid that something big is really going to happen to the Kong family. At this time, the Kong family could really only choose to hold their breath.
If it was Lin Fan who suddenly came looking for trouble, it would be fine. At that time, Lin Qingshan might not be good enough to really come out.
But now it was different.
It was the Kong family that took the initiative to provoke. And it wasn't just Lin Fan. If Lin Qingshan really showed up, then without even needing Lin Qingshan or Lin Fan to make a move, many people would be the first to cripple the Kong family. Lin Fan naturally had already guessed all of this.
Of course, even if the Kong family didn't have this realization, solving a Kong family wasn't much of a problem for him. At this moment,
he didn't bother about the Kong family's reaction at all.
And instead, he kept cultivating within his room. After this month of various treatments,
although Lin Fan's true qi was constantly depleting, it surprised Lin Fan to find that he was absorbing the medicinal power much smoother than before.
This may be the breakthrough.
Lin Fan kept hitting the barriers between the third and fourth level of qi condensation. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan violently opened his eyes, and the true qi in his body returned directly to the Dantian. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. The breakthrough has failed in the end. However, it is not completely without gain. Now, although it did not reach the fourth layer of qi condensation, but also broke through the barrier of the third layer of qi condensation, is considered a half step of the fourth layer of qi condensation. I believe that it won't be long before I can officially cross the threshold of the fourth level of qi condensation. Buzz. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth was slightly the same after glancing at the text message. Then he directly dialed Zhang Tian's phone. Lin Xiao, what are your orders? Get ready for action. Understood. As soon as 9:30 hit, Duan's stock suddenly faltered, and in less than 5 minutes, Duan realized that someone had attacked Duan. Sun Feng was ordered to return fire in the face of danger, but it didn't stop the other side's attack, smashing in $300 million in one morning, not to mention making Duan's stock slide even more. General Manager Duan Hongfei was furious and even took an ashtray and directly smashed it on Sun Feng's forehead. Sun Feng covered his wounds and pulled out an envelope from his arms and spoke. My ability is limited. I know that, Mr. Duan is disappointed in me. I request to resign. Duan Hongfei grimaced and questioned in a cold voice. Sun Feng, you're trying to take a handful of me. You're overthinking it. My Duans can function normally without anyone. Do you really think you're an onion? After saying that, Duan Hongfei snatched Sun Feng's resignation letter and wrote his name on it with a dragon's flourish. Duan Hongfei slammed his resignation letter directly on Sun Feng's face and arrogantly said, Take your resignation letter and get out of here. Sun Feng did not say anything, squatted on the ground and picked up the resignation letter. And Duan Hongfei did not notice that at this time, Sun Feng was wearing a smile on his face. At noon, after Duan Hongfei ate lunch, he was about to study how to snipe the people who attacked Duan, when a message went crazy all over the internet. Shocker, Duan's stock is under attack, and Duan Group's GM actually beats up the VP to take out his anger. You can't imagine how much dirt there really is on a well-known company. Collusion between government and business, bullying men and women. Do you still dare to buy stock in a company with criminals like this? A variety of headlines pointing directly to Duan's group. More so that Duan Hongfei cannot imagine. The content of this is really all true. Only one or two took out the evidence. It's a small thing, but at this moment in time, it's not the two small things that this evidence identifies. It's the fact that it makes everyone think that all the stories on the news are true. Who the hell is fucking me? Duan Hongfei said grimly. General Manager, there are people outside looking for, said the secretary weakly at the door. Out of sight. Let all the comers get out of here. Duan Hongfei roared. Mr. Duan is so imposing. What? Do you think that we vigilantes are in existence that you can call around? A few vigilantes walked in from within the doorway, looking at Duan Hongfei questioningly with a gloomy face. What are you guys doing here? Is it an investigation into something? Duan Hongfei heart some surprise. They have just reported the case. So soon the vigilante came? We haven't investigated anything yet, the vigilante said indifferently, but a faint anger had surfaced on his face. Never having seen such arrogance. Didn't find out what you're doing here? Come to investigate. Here's a warrant for your arrest. Please come with us. Duan Hongfei looked incredulously at the arrest warrant in front of him and said in annoyance. I'm reporting a crime. What are you arresting me for? I don't know if you reported it or not, but in the morning we received a report that there were many wrongdoings in Duan's, and after studying it from above, we decided to arrest you to cooperate with the investigation. Who are you to arrest me? With the arrest warrant in my hand, take it away. The vigilante didn't spoil Duan Hongfei. I don't care how awesome you were before.
Now you're just a suspect. Duan Hongfei was arrested. This scene was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic citizens to take pictures and transmitted to the internet. There is no doubt that when the stock opens in the afternoon, Duan's managed to fall in just 5 minutes. And there are even a lot of people who are there regretting how they were slow to get started. For Duan's side of the situation, Duan Chang was always concerned. And when he saw that Duan's negative news was all over the place, and that the stock market had already dropped, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Lin Fan, who was giving a speech on the stage. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He's with the right guy. My speech is over. Thank you all for listening. Wow. A roaring applause rang out from the stage. If yesterday's speech made people feel that Lin Fan was very refined and could find another way to win, then today everyone had seen Lin Fan's God and his accuracy in business control. Chapter 107, Coming to the Door. Lin Fan's brilliant speech and novel business ideas managed to convince all the judges, and Ling De finally set a new record and made it to the final four. Even the rival Jinkai University was impressed by Lin Fan, and they all lamented Lin Fan's acumen for business and his ability to capture meticulous changes. So much so that after the seminar, Jinkai University took the initiative to approach Meng Jia, hoping that when the seminar was over there would be an exchange of exchange students so that both sides could make progress together. At this time, Meng Jia was already happy. For this kind of small thing he did not have the slightest intention of refusing, and directly nodded his head and agreed. Boss, I see that Duan's stock has dropped today and there's been a lot of negative news. Thanks for your help, boss. Duan Chang greeted Lin Fan, who had just stepped down from the stage, and said gratefully. That's exciting? That's just how far this has come. Don't worry. No matter how much Duan's loses now, half a month later Duan's will still be restored to its original state. And at that time the helmsman of Duan's will be you. Duan Chang. Duan Chang's hands trembled a little. He would become the helmsman of Duan's? Duan's value is hundreds of billions of dollars. Can you really do it yourself? Seeing Duan Chang's excitement and worry, Lin Fan patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. I've already arranged the follow-up. Zhang has long wanted to enter the central state. When the time comes, they'll take advantage of Duan's success to move in and help you manage Duan's. Thanks, boss. What's the chatter? Go away. I've asked my wife to apply for a sum of money today. So if you want to eat anything, I'll treat you, Meng Jia said excitedly. Another treat from the dean? How much did you apply for? Duan Chang asked with a smile. If it was in the past, Meng Jia just wouldn't even pay attention to Duan Chang, but now it's different. Due to the happiness, plus Duan Chang and Lin Fan have a good relationship. Meng Jia at this time to Duan Chang is also very easygoing, laughed loudly and said, 10,000 yuan. Although it's not much, but this 10,000 I don't have any intention to keep it. After a large group of people happily finished dinner, Meng Jia's side also received new news. 3 days later there will be a quarterfinals. Different from the past, this time the top 4 will be held at the same time the topic of the seminar, and there will be a full broadcast of the economic channel in the central state. After Meng Jia relayed the message, everyone looked at Lin Fan in unison. Is it going to be on TV again? It's really enviable. And at this time, Lin Fan resisted. Can now come to the central state is best not too high profile. Good economic channel or something, or forget it. After thinking about it, Lin Fan's gaze inadvertently landed on Chang Xiaoxiao on the side. Perhaps it would be a good idea to have Chang Xiaoxiao give a speech on his behalf. As for Duan Chang, he was about to become the chairman of Duan's board of directors, so this gold plating really didn't mean much to him. For the next few days, Lin Fan was writing speeches during the day and practicing at night to consolidate. He Menjiang had directly moved to the military area in order to be able to create an opportunity for Lin Fan and she to be alone. And naturally, she guessed her mom's idea. And despite the fact that it was now a vacation period, she similarly moved to the military area to rest. Although there was a bit of a turtle dove perspective, Lin Fan was happy to live by himself. Compared to Lin Fan's joy, Duan was busy these days. The press conference was held. All kinds of announcements and lawyers' letters were sent out. And the stock market also invested a lot of money. But we just don't see any turnaround in the stock. The 3 consecutive days of losses have already cost Duan as much as $30 billion. And the fact that Duan Hongfei hadn't been brought out of the security bureau yet made the Duan family realize that Sunphone definitely wasn't the only one who messed up this time. Someone is attacking Duan through Sunphone. Dad, our people are basically out of contact now. I learned from some sources that this time it seems like someone is determined to clean up second brother. The security bureau side has already investigated a dozen or so charges against second brother. Duan Chang's father, Duan Hongping, spoke. Simply ridiculous. Don't you understand the rule of one case, one prosecution? Duan Tianya, the oldest son of the Duan family, said in a cold voice. Duan Hongping didn't know how to speak. This stuff is normal. But now it's obvious that someone is trying to mess with the Duan family. There's nothing wrong with one case, so people can't be looking for someone to report it to? Use all your connections to find out who that person is targeting the Duan family. I'll make sure to make him look good. Keep the change. We're here. Duan Hongping's father and son looked directly, only to find that two teenagers had walked into their house at an unknown time. Who are you guys? How did you get in here? Security. The security guards are asleep. You were the ones who wanted us. What? Now you're kicking us out? Lin Fan asked with a smile. You guys? You two kids? Believe it or not, I'll report it to the police right now and have the vigilantes arrest you? Duan Tianya despised. Vigilantes? What are you suing us for? Is it burglary? Or willful wounding? Duan Tianya's face is gloomy. Home invasion robbery that needs to have a loss. Even if it constitutes an attempted crime cannot do anything. Throw some money to give bailout. As for willful wounding, the fact that people dared to do it was enough to show that they were not afraid at all. Even a little kid will grow up one day. Do you guys remember him? Lin Fan pointed at Duan Chang beside him. Duan Tianya and Duan Hongping carefully sized up Duan Chang, and then both revealed a puzzled expression. Who is this girl? After noticing that his blood father and grandfather hadn't paid any attention to him at all, the only fluke in Duan Chang's heart dissipated into thin air. I'm Lu Shui's son Duan. Ryu. Willow Snow's son? Duan Hongping was slightly stunned. Wasn't that his own son? You little bastard. How dare you link up with outsiders to deal with your old man? Old son? Watch how you speak. When have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a father? Duan Chang questioned in a deep voice. Of course he has fulfilled his duty as a father, but not to you. And don't you think what kind of a person you are that you dare to come here and seek your father's love? Just then, a snarky voice suddenly came from upstairs. Duan Hongping's wife, Li Fian, walked down, her face still wearing a spiteful look. Seek father's love? Ridiculous. I've never treated him as my father. What is fatherly love? I've come to avenge my mother's death. Especially you. It was you who encouraged Duan Hongfei to deal with us mother and son in the first place. Right. I won't let you and your son have a good time, Duan Chang said grimly. You little brat born of a mother and not raised by a mother. What right do you have to yell and scream in front of me? Do you know who I am? Snap. Before Li Fian could finish her words, a crunching sound echoed throughout the living room. Duan Chang glared at Li Fian with icy eyes and said in a deep voice, I'll kill you if you insult my mother again. How dare you hit me? Someone come, Li Fian shouted at once. Chapter 108, Seminar Finals. Duan Chang looked at Li Fian with contempt, then looked at Duan Hongping and said, You just abandoned my mom because of such a two-bit woman? If you think she's important, what did you recruit my mom for in the first place? I don't need to explain to you, Duan Hongping said with a sullen face. Well, then I don't need to explain to you guys about my extermination of the Duan family. Within half a month, I want the Duan family to be annihilated. Duan family destroyed. 4 words is almost Duan Chang from the teeth squeeze out the general. At this time Duan Chang not only to the Duan family disappointment, even with the hatred is also more and more intense. What do you think you are? Isn't it just a loss of money? I'll call my home right now. I'll tell you, the capital you think you have is nothing at all in my eyes, Li Fian yelled as she glared at Duan Chang. We'll see then. Honestly, I really feel a bit bored with the Duan family being destroyed just like that. After saying that, Lin Fan pulled Duan Chang and turned to leave. Stop right there. Who told you to leave? Do you think this is a place where you can come when you want and leave when you want? Bang! Lin Fan fiercely slammed his fist on the shelf of the entrance hall, and countless cracks appeared on the shelf the moment it was hit, and then it collapsed in pieces. Any more crap from you and the next punch will be to your obnoxious mouth. Lin Fan glanced icily at Li Fian, then directly turned around and left. After returning to the car, Duan Chang was a bit ashamed and said awkwardly, I'm sorry boss, just now I was impulsive and said something about letting the Duan family be overthrown in half a month, so I've caused you trouble. Trouble? I don't really feel that. Besides, what do you think I brought you here for? Lin Fan asked back with a smile. This is to let me see the Duan family? Duan Chang asked with uncertainty. On the one hand, on the other hand, it's just to come to a downward spiral. Don't worry. Originally I was also prepared to solve it within half a month, but now it seems that it won't take half a month. Duan Chang scratched his head blankly. What did Lin Fan mean by that? However, after thinking of Lin Fan's amazing business ability, Duan Chang didn't bother to think about it anymore. Since Lin Fan had said so, then he must have enough backing. The next morning, Duan's stock still plummeted, sliding by a full 5% in just 3 minutes. Yet in the 4th minute, Duan's stock began to slide slowly, waiting until the 7th minute to equalize. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This Li Fian was quite efficient. Jingle bells. Lin Fan had just pressed the connect button when Zhang Tian's worried voice came from inside. Young Lin,
Duan's stock has leveled off. It seems that the other party has initiated a large amount of capital.
So are we still going to continue with the acquisition? There's no need for that. You should be able to have a 10% share in your hand now, right?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Not too far off. So my side just stops? Zhang Tian did not dare to ask with certainty.
You should know that Duan's stock has been falling all this time, and now it is able to maintain the balance only to invest tens of billions of dollars.
Today is fine. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow?
Unless the other side has taken out another 20 billion or so to recover all the loose shares in the stock market.
Would anyone really go out of their way to spend so much to save a faltering Duan's? Even if there really is, then I'm afraid that Duan's is also very difficult to return to the previous glory. Then their hands of this 10% of the shares according to all aspects of the calculation is equivalent to a loss of more than 2 billion Although it wouldn't be ungrateful for Zhang Tian to spend money on Lin Fan, it was a bit of a shame for the money to be gone just like that. Wasn't it? 10% will do. And besides, are you thinking you're losing money? In response to Lin Fan's question,
Zhang Tian was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer.
Did you lose money? You don't have to ask. I'm sure it's a loss. But what if Lin Fan gets upset if he says that directly?
Lin Xiao helped me make tens of billions in one breath. How can a few billion be considered a loss?
After thinking about it for half a day,
Zhang Tian had no choice but to excuse himself with a scene.
Don't worry, Central State Duan's will be the same as Yang's.
All you need to do is wait for your stock to increase in value.
And just to remind you, I'm not looking for your help. I just want to help you make a small fortune. What Shaolin said. So what should I do next? Zhang Tian inquired. At this moment, Zhang Tian had both fear and surprise. Fear because he was worried if Lin Fan would be angry with his call, and joy because Lin Fan had made it clear that he could get rich with this operation. There is no need to deliberately prepare anything next. Hard to say.
Prepare a team coming to the Central State.
Zhang Tian froze, which meant that Lin Fan was ready to let Duan close down? But hasn't Duan already pulled in a huge investment? Did Lin Fan pay for it? But that doesn't make sense. About how long will it take to travel to the Central State? Zhang Tian tried again. Just this month too. I'll let you know when. A month or so? Looks like this capital injection was totally expected by Lin Fan. Thinking of Lin Fan's once glorious record,
Zhang Tian had nothing to worry about and hung up the phone directly after expressing his understanding.
I say you're really calm. You're even on the phone. You're that confident in your manuscript? The moment Lin Fan put away his cell phone,
Meng Jie nervously grabbed Lin Fan's wrist and said,
"Calm down. At least as of now I don't think we're going to lose. But we don't necessarily win. Really should let you on. Although Cheng Xiaoxiao's performance is good, but in the targeting performance is still a little bit worse. Wait a moment of the question session is very likely to have a big accident. At this time, Meng Jie couldn't figure out why Lin Fan was so reluctant to go on TV. This is a matter of great desire for many scholars, but for Lin Fan, it has become a matter of avoidance. Lin Fan also has no way. He has no feeling about being on TV and such things, but now in the Central State there is no need to be too high profile. Even if it is a military region competition, that is limited to the military region, and it will not be proclaimed. And there is another important point. If he is in the limelight, when the time comes, Wang Shudi and Yi Lu will not directly kill to the school to urge the marriage. Don't worry. Since I chose Cheng Xiaoxiao it means I have confidence in her. Besides, this targeting, you really think it's because she's overly nervous that she's like this? Meng Jie froze. Could it be that this was Lin Fan's plan? It didn't take long for Meng Jie's suspicions to be confirmed. And originally Cheng Xiaoxia's questions that were still a bit ambiguous when she spoke were now answered correctly. And she was a complete different person from before. On the contrary, when it came to questioning others, Cheng Xiaoxiao's questions were what was called to the point. Rather like the style of Lin Fan when dealing with Northwest University. You came up with that, and deliberately seized on the new rules of this seminar and made the questioning session into a debate session? Meng Jie asked in surprise. Chapter 109, Cummings' Disappearance. Lin Fan sent a shrug as an answer to Meng Jie. Boy. Originally thought that you were out there blindly waving. I did not expect to be so attached to the seminar. Meng Jie said excitedly. So I'm not putting you at ease? By the way, celebratory banners and celebratory dinners are on the agenda, I think. Meng Jie grinned. This Lin Fan's personality and his own were really compatible. At noon, the seminar ended, and in order to prevent the possibility of cheating, the judges of the competition stayed in the hotel, and the schools also stayed in the hotel to wait for the final results. Lin Fan had little interest in waiting for the results and left the hotel directly after speaking with Meng Jie. The other side, inside the hospital, Cumming finally came to his senses, and even though his legs weren't amputated, they had left him completely unconscious from the waist down. After Kong Ming realized all this, at this moment, he didn't care who Lin Fan was or what kind of background he had behind him. He wanted to take revenge. Son, are you awake? How do you feel? Kong Feng ran to Kong Ming's bed and asked with concern. Dad, I want revenge.
I want Lin Fan to die in front of me, Kong Ming said excitedly.
Son, forget it.
Kong Feng hesitated before speaking.
Kong Ming looked at Kong Feng with disbelief and was surprised. Dad, what did you just say? I say forget it.
The person behind Lin Fan we can't afford to mess with.
If we retaliate against Lin Fan now, the involvement is just too big. Kong Feng is very helpless. Why would he not want to avenge his son? But at this time he can only choose to put things to rest. No, I resolutely disagree.
I want Lin Fan to die. I must want Lin Fan to die,
Kong Ming roared,
his eyes scarlet, as if he was a beast that had been starving for more than 10 days. Kong Feng couldn't bear to look directly at his son at this moment, and could only silently close his eyes and wave at the doctor behind him.
Quickly, 2 doctors pressed coming to the bed,
and a nurse took out a shot of tranquilizer and slowly walked over.
What are you doing? You guys get off me.
The tranquilizer was pumped into Cummings' body. A feeling of powerlessness and lethargy hit him, and Cummings slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Prepare more tranquilizers, until Xiao Ming he really calms down,
Kong Feng said helplessly. Understood. We'll have more on hand. The doctor nodded. After glancing at Kong Ming, Kong Feng sighed and directly turned around to leave the hospital. After an unknown amount of time,
Cummings slowly opened his eyes while in front of him stood someone he didn't recognize at all.
Who are you? Cummings questioned with a frown. The other party didn't reply, but checked Cummings' legs and spoke. Do you want revenge? Cummings frowned tightly and did not reply,
filled with a sense of defense towards the visitor.
We can heal your legs and give you the power to get your revenge, but the risks are high. So do you want revenge? Kong Ming's heart stirred and he said excitedly, you can cure my leg?
Seeing what Kong Ming was thinking, the other party couldn't help but despise.
Are you overthinking it? What I said can be cured is these 2 legs of yours. As for the rest we have no way to do so, and even if we did, we wouldn't give it to you. Do you think that power is gained for nothing? Without paying something you are able to become stronger? Cummings was silent, and after a few moments of agonizing, he nodded and said, as long as I can get my revenge, that's enough. So what's the harm even if I sell my soul to you? In Cummings' opinion,
this stranger was his only hope at the moment, and even his dad wasn't prepared to help him,
so who else would be willing to help him? Wise decision. After saying that,
the stranger lifted Cummings' body and jumped straight out of the window. When the nurse came to check on Cummings' condition but found the bed empty at that moment,
could a person who was paralyzed in the lower half of his body still leave on his own? The nurse exclaimed,
then rushed to contact the head of the department. It did not take long for Kong Feng to arrive at the news.
After learning of his son's inexplicable disappearance,
he stormed out of the hospital and notified his own people to look for his son with all his might.
It's just a pity that Cummings was like vaporized. Even the surveillance didn't capture how he left. 2 days later, Duan family stock has stabilized, and even began to slowly warm up, and Li Fian, who pulled in the money,
was simply being offered as a living ancestor within the Duan family at this time.
Your Duan family is really a loser as well, actually being made almost bankrupt by 2 little kids, Li Fian despised. What my daughter-in-law said is true, we are indeed too humiliated.
It's fortunate that Hongping abandoned the darkness and chose you in the first place, or else the Kong family would have been finished,
Duan Tianya hurriedly said in a horse's ass. That's, Ling. A doorbell interrupted Li Fian's words. Li Fian couldn't help but frown and said in dissatisfaction, who's in such a hurry? I'll go and take a look. Maybe it's Hongfei coming back.
Duan Hongping said in a hurry and then ran out towards the outside.
Very quickly,
a large group of vigilantes flooded inside the Duan family,
and the vigilante in the lead directly took out an arrest warrant. What is the meaning of this? What gives you guys the right to break into my home? Li Fian questioned with a frown.
The vigilante stared,
thinking, are you blind? Can't you read the 3 words of this arrest warrant? According to the report, you are suspected of multiple offenses. Please come back with us for investigation. The vigilante spoke. Arrest me? Do you know who I am? No, Li Fian. Well, the Li family's daughter, but that was also before. Most of the Li family were arrested. Now is left a few idle position. Of course, if things involve them then they cannot run. Impossible. How could something happen to my Li family? My grandfather is. It's no use who it is. The position is so high, but he can come up with so much money. You say if you don't check you guys, who do you check? Take away. Li Fian is a face of disbelief. Injecting money into the Duan family cannot be found to be problematic, right? Does that mean it's those 2 stinky little kids? Thinking of this,
Li Fian immediately rushed towards Duan Hongping,
yelling while hitting, it's all you. It's all your son who fooled around outside, who ruined our family and ate tens of billions of dollars from our Li family. You son of a bitch.
The vigilante in charge smiled. If only all the people he arrested were so cooperative. The suspect Li Fian's words were all recorded just now, right? It's the first time you've arrested someone so smoothly. Take them away. After both the Duan family and the Li family were investigated, Duan's popularity received another blow, and Duan's partners one by one also preferred to pay the liquidated damages to cancel their cooperation, completely giving the shaky Duans a heavy blow. And just at this time, a teenager with the Dawn appeared, said willing to buy all the shareholders' shares, which can be the shareholders were happy. But when they heard the purchase price, this large group of people and cannot help but some despair. Young master, can we discuss this price? Duan's is a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Even if the stock slumped these days, it's still worth 70 to 80 billion. This is valued at 10 billion. This is not enough for fixed assets, a shareholder discussed. Duan Chang was instead arrogantly sitting at the top of the board of directors, putting his confidence and persistence to good use according to Lin Fan's request. $10 billion is quite a lot. Duan's total assets of $12 billion, $420 billion in liabilities. The previous stock market has dropped by more than $30 billion. Do you think that I want to make an acquisition of you at $50 billion? Duan Chang asked rhetorically. Shouldn't we? Anything has his own value. Below that we naturally have the right not to sell, a director said directly. In his opinion, Duan Chang was just a brat, and it wasn't hard to hold him. Unfortunately, Duan Chang himself was extraordinary, and with Lin Fan's guidance, he really wasn't an opponent. That's good. A week later I'll see if the shares in your hands are waste paper. Now that the Duan and Li families are in trouble, is there any possibility of Duan's coming back from the dead? All kinds of negative impacts. You guys wouldn't have let me come if you could manage it. Don't really think that the shares in your hands are worth much. Now only I'm not afraid of death to dare to acquire your shares. If you don't want to buy, I naturally won't force myself, so I'll go? With that, Duan Chang directly got up and prepared to walk outside. Don't worry, don't be so hasty, $10 billion is indeed a little less. Do you think you can add some more? Duan Chang squinted at this shareholder and mocked. It's like this now. What about a week from now? What if Duan's really collapses by then? You think it's less, but I still think it's more. How about I lower the price? The people looked at each other and finally all sighed helplessly. Now they really hate the Duan family, these few mouths. You hold those gray things when you cannot after a clean point? If something happens to you, it's going to happen to all of us. Just like that, Duan Chang managed to buy all the shares of all the shareholders for $2 billion. After returning to the car, Duan Chang will be all the share transfer agreement to Lin Fan. Then asked, boss, on the count of Zhang's hands of 10%, which is only 42%, the rest of the stock market shares are collected by the Li family. The remaining that 52%. What's the rush? Now isn't the time to go and ask for shares, Lin Fan said with a smile. Duan Chang froze. Want shares? But aren't all the people arrested? You're going inside to get them? Will that work? What's not allowed? Yesterday it wasn't allowed, but today it is. Saying that, Lin Fan shook the documents in his hand. After all, has decided to participate in the race. That identity is naturally to have. As long as there is this document, the vigilante more or less to give some face, just to see a person. Not a problem at all. Duan Chang looked at the documents in Lin Fan's hand. For a moment he was a bit unable to react. When did the boss become a member of the military region again? But think about it, even the driver of the car is a military region. The boss mixed a military region documents is not something that cannot go to understand. Very quickly, the car drove to the security bureau inside. Lin Fan showed his documents. The security bureau side is very enthusiastic hospitality. After all, the two sides have a lot of cooperation. And Lin Fan this time to come to the above also greeted. Without much obstruction, the two of them, Lin Fan and Duan Chang, came directly to the detention room. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the two of them, Li Fian's eyes were scarlet as she looked viciously at Lin Fan and Duan Chang. You two little brats. You shall not die. How is this a mouth that stinks on the outside and a mouth that stinks on the inside? You have to look at reality clearly. The current you are all prisoners, and the only one who can save you is my boss. Duan Chang arrogantly looked at Li Fei Yen. His eyes even flashed with madness. He was finally able to avenge his mother's death. You. Before Li Fian's words could be uttered, Duan Hongping hurriedly opened his mouth. Son, I'm your father. Blood is thicker than water. You must save me. Save you? Have you done what you should have done as a father? Duan Chang asked rhetorically. I will make it up to you, Duan Hongping hurriedly said. In his opinion, as long as he wasn't sentenced, then everything still had a chance. Make amends? Yes. Give me all of the Duan family shares in the Duan clan. Duan Chang directly spoke. Duan Hongping's body stiffened. The shares were all given to Duan Chang? How will you live when you're out?
What? You don't want to pay? Do you really think Duan's is worth anything?
Now Duan's not even worth $10 billion.
The bank is constantly calling for payment. In less than half a month, Duan's will surely go bankrupt.
Duan Chang turned around and prepared to leave after saying something contemptuously.
Wait, I'll give.
Including your grandfathers and your second uncle's share, I'll fight for you.
As long as you're willing to spare us and not let us in, it's all good. Duan Hongping hurriedly said. You guys take your time to talk. I'll go out and wait for you first. Lin Fan patted Duan Chang's shoulder,
then walked out directly.
20 minutes later,
Duan Chang walked out with a bunch of documents and briefly explained the situation. The 22% of the shares controlled by the Duan family were already in hand, but Li Fian was dead set on not compromising.
After hesitating for a moment, Duan Chang inquired, Boss, are you really prepared to release them? You're not going to release it?
Lin Fan was curious.
Sure, it's better if they die in there.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and explained.
You're thinking pretty good. Duan Tianya and Duan Hongping didn't commit any substantial problems. Even if they did, they've already passed the prosecution years. They can't be retained at all. At most, they can only deduct Duan Hongfei for a willful wounding. What's the point? Duan Chang froze and was surprised. No, isn't there still the Li family? The Li family's matter can be completely held against Li Fian. There's no point.
It wouldn't have been able to lock up the Duan family for long.
Then why are they so scared?
Duan Chang scratched his head.
Because of the malicious false accusation thing, they didn't do much. Now they are prisoners. What do you think they will think? Anyway, the one in your hand belongs to the inheritance. They can't pick any faults. Feel free to take it. Duan Chang nodded blankly. So all of this the boss had already thought of it long ago? So let's now waiting for the Li family assets to be settled. I've already entrusted someone to expedite the process. Probably tomorrow.
By then you'll shoot the stock over.
And Duan's will be completely yours. That Duan isn't worth much. What am I going to do after that? Duan Chang inquired. You think I'd let you hold a pile of scrap paper?
Within 3 days, I'll bring Duan back from the dead.
As for the Duan family, well, outside you better revenge. Saying that,
Lin Fan couldn't help but have a devious smile appear on his face.
Early the next morning, Duan Chang went to the auction. Due to Duan's current market,
the auction was also afraid that this thing would go unsold.
Together with Lin Fan's punching bag,
the Duan shares owned by the Li family were hardened to start the auction from 100 million.
Spara thought, this stock is still unavailable.
You know that Duan's stock market has been suspended.
Now Get also cannot be sold.
Only in the hands of slowly become worthless scrap. Just when the auctioneer thought it was still genre after all,
Duan Chang finally raised his hand. Everyone looked at Duan Chang with curiosity,
thinking which family's loser this is,
actually taking 100 million for no reason at all.
Despite the crowd's doubts, it didn't affect Duan Chang's success in bidding at the low price of $100 million.
And with that speech, all of Duan Clan's shares finally came into Duan Chang's hands. When Lin Fan received Duan Chang's text message, he just smiled. Meanwhile, the winner of the seminar was finally born. Chang Xiaoxiao successfully took the title for Ling University. And for the reporter's interview,
Chang Xiaoxiao just answered all the questions with one sentence, I'm just a student.
At the dinner party,
Chang Xiaoxiao silently came to Lin Fan's side and hesitated for a moment before this softly said,
Thank you. You're welcome. You just deserve it. But I could never have gotten this honor if it wasn't for you. This should be an honor you get.
Lin Fan laughed and joked.
Then if you're embarrassed, why don't you wait until you graduate and work for me? Aha!
Seeing Chang Xiaoxiao nodding firmly, Lin Fan was a bit unable to react for a moment.
I was just kidding. Why did you take it so seriously?
Student Chang Xiaoxiao, that theory of yours really took my breath away.
I wonder if you're interested in coming to Central State University to further your studies? The Dean of Central State University sincerely invited. After hesitating for a moment,
Chang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake her head and spoke.
I still have my parents at home. They can't leave me, so I can only express my deep regret for your invitation. Like this? In fact,
our Central State University has a lot of concessions for geniuses like you. Also please believe in our Central State University's connections. We will bring your father and your hall to Central State and pay the entire rent.
Even if it's a matter of medical treatment, we will also give great concessions from our side. Chang Xiaoxiao was a bit torn. This was really a rare opportunity for her, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Fan on the side. Lin Fan student is also here. Your performance earlier also brightened my eyes. The two of you standing together are really handsome and beautiful. I wonder if Lin Fan student wants to come to my Central State University for further study? The Dean of Central State University said. Genius wasn't just at Ling University.
Other schools naturally attached great importance to it as well. If they could scoop up both Lin Fan and Chang Xiaoxiao in one breath, that would be fine even if they had to sacrifice a little bit of interest.
Sorry, I won't be needing that. You two talk. After saying that,
Lin Fan left directly, and the dean of the Beijing University didn't care. Since Lin Fan wasn't interested, it wasn't good for him to force himself.
And wasn't there still one left here? Evening. Since the seminar ended early, the return date was moved up. When the cadets heard the news that they would be going back tomorrow, a look of disappointment and supplication appeared on each of their faces. Don't all look at me like that. The tickets haven't been changed yet. I'll give leave if you want to stay and play. But the hotel is only until noon tomorrow, so I have no objections if you want to spend your own money on a place to stay. After hearing Meng Jie's words, all of them could not help but beat a retreat. They were all students, and it was precisely because their families were poor that they had studied hard to the point of arriving here. Zhengzhou, this inch of land in the place. Casually stay for a night is several hundred, plus play spending. Which money? I won't need it. Also my airfare is refunded.
I still have some things to do in Central State.
Lin Fan opened his mouth. I'm the same. Let's return my airfare as well. After all, it's hard to say when I'll go back. Duan Chang said immediately afterward. Meng Jie didn't say anything and nodded before saying, then the remaining 18 go back, yes?
Lin Fan sneaked a glance at Cheng Xiaoxiao, and after seeing that Cheng Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, he couldn't help but whisper,
you didn't accept the invitation from Beijing University?
Cheng Xiaoxiao shook her head and explained, although the dean of the capital university speaks beautifully, that would be too constrained.
Of course, there was a more important issue,
which was that Cheng Xiaoxiao felt that she would never see Lin Fan again in that case, although she didn't know why she cared so much about Lin Fan. But when she was sure that Lin Fan wouldn't stay at the capital university, she directly rejected the invitation from the capital university as well.
The next morning, everyone from Ling University traveled to the airport in a bus, while Lin Fan and Duan Chang had an appointment with Sun Feng. As promised by Lin Fan before,
he handed him 10% of the equity and appointed Sun Feng as the general manager of Duan's.
It's useless to give me a general manager now. Duan has already returned to the sky.
Sun Feng said helplessly.
This is simple.
I've already arranged for someone to start dealing with it.
It won't take long. How the original Duan clan was now how the current Duan clan will be as well, or even stronger.
Lin Fan said confidently.
What about the Duan family?
Sun Feng continued to inquire.
Do what you want, there's only one criterion. Screw them to death, but don't screw them to death. After receiving this answer from Lin Fan,
Sun Feng was relieved. Just taking the Duan clan for himself wasn't enough for Sun Feng to avenge his lover's death. What he wanted was for the Duan family to live as if they were dead, especially Duan Hongfei. In the evening, Zhang Tian also brought his team to the Central State, and Lin Fan left the Duan clan's affairs completely in the hands of the three of them, and returned home to start practicing.
Time flew by, and soon, it was the day of the military region competition, and when Lin Fan appeared in the 3rd region's participating team and was in the captain position, He's face was written with doubts. How come this Lin Fan is competing? My mom would actually allow him to gild the lily in such a big competition, and in the capacity of a captain? She inquired in a low voice.
Ma Jingrui slightly smiled, spoke, this you do not know.
Lin Fan's hands, that is quite good. As for what strength in the end, well, wait until then you will know. She's heart panicked. His most worried thing finally appeared? But we mustn't let Lin Fan win the championship. Otherwise wouldn't we really have to get married? Yo, the 3rd district, this is a new face. What? Old money, you are planning to give up on yourself? The pipe of the 2nd district smilingly walked over and said.
Qian Kaigwa squinted at Li Shang,
the division manager of District 2,
and said contemptuously,
disrupting our morale before the match. Do you dare to be a little more earthy?
Li Shang didn't care in the slightest and asked rhetorically.
As long as it works well, why don't I use it? In addition, it's not reasonable to ask for foreign aid. It's not foreign aid.
Lin Fan is our chief captain, he's righteous son, and now he's also a member of our 3rd district.
Do I need to show you my credentials?
Li Shang frowned slightly.
He Meng Ying's righteous son, surname Lin? After thinking about it,
Li Shang couldn't help but shake his head,
thinking that he must be overthinking it.
Lin Changshan and he Menjing shouldn't have much to cross paths with, and Lin Fan should just happen to have the surname Lin.
No need. I like to make small moves, but I don't like to play dirty. Since you're so confident, old money, I'm looking forward to it. After saying that,
Li Shang returned directly to where the team from Region 2 was, and the first thing he said when he returned was to have his people keep an eye on Lin Fan. Even if Lin Fan had no relationship with Lin Changshan, the fact that Qian Kaigwa could let him be the lead counterpart this time, and that he Menjian could accept him as his righteous son was enough to show that Lin Fan was definitely not ordinary.
Soon enough, the program for the team competition was decided. Cross-country jungle battle, all the teams into the jungle for 7 days of competition. Kill a person scores a point, kill the captain scores 5 points. After that, according to the survivors, continue to score.
The ranking of the team competition will be based on the ranking of the score. Each team has 12 players, which means that the initial number of points for each team is 16. If you can ensure that the hide is intact, then the final score is 16 points. But of course, that 16-point lane may not even be enough in the end. The key to this game is the captain's 5 points. A total of 13 teams? 13 captains' life and death has an absolute impact on the whole game. For the sake of the fairness of this competition, the location was chosen to avoid the western mountains, which were often used for training in the 3rd district, and instead chose a jungle within 100 kilometers away in the northern part of Central State. As soon as the crowd arrived at the location, the division superintendents of the districts handed out guns to the participants. Qian Kaigwei encouraged while firing his gun. I don't ask you guys to definitely win the championship this time, but you must fight the battle beautifully and show the spirit of our 3rd district. Besides, if you think of hiding the road to the end, then you can leave our 3rd district in the future. Got it? Understood. Ha ha ha, Qian Sifu. You're giving up the only chance you have to secure points for your 3 districts. Boys, you mustn't listen to Qian Kaigwei's nonsense. You must hide well when you get inside, or else our 7 districts will only let you all be wiped out in half an hour. Lin Fan curiously glanced at the visitor and inquired in a low voice. Who is this person? Jiang Wuda, the division manager of the 7th district, a member of the Jiang family, is said to be a bad person, likes to show off, and likes to step on others. Speaking here, Chi Hutai carefully glanced to the left and right, and mysteriously whispered. It is said that he had pursued the chief captain in the beginning, but was directly beaten into the hospital by the chief captain, so he is very hostile to the 3rd district, but he doesn't dare to deal with the chief captain. Lin Fan looked at this Jiang Wuda speechlessly. It seems that this person also this is not a general characterless motherfucker, full of shit. Not a single one of the 7th district will be left behind if you have the chance. Qian Kaigwa spoke to Lin Fan and the others after despising Jiang Wuda, who was already far away. When Lin Fan took over the gun, the first thing he did was to open the magazine. The real guy he did not play a lot, but the empty shells he was the first time to see. Looking at the small things in the magazine cannot help but some curiosity. Can you stop being so embarrassing? Don't tell me you don't know how to use this thing, she said with dissatisfaction. Originally there was some resistance to Lin Fan, and now that she found out that she had been set up by her mom again, it would be strange if she didn't find fault with Lin Fan at this time. Lin Fan didn't care, quickly and standardly reloaded and loaded the gun, and fired a shot straight away almost without aiming. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet directly hit the hat on top of Jiang Wuda's head 100 meters away. Jiang Wuda stumbled, then yelled with glaring eyes, "Who the hell fired that shot?" "Sorry, it went off." The crowd looked at Lin Fan in surprise. The guts were really not ordinary. Not only that, this is also another absolute confidence in marksmanship. At least in the case of not aiming, they do not dare to 100 meters away to hit a division manager's hat. Why are you so careless? You brat, hurry up and open the safety latch. Don't you know that Mr. Jiang is timid? You're scaring the piss out of people again. Qian Kaigwa would not let go of this opportunity and ruthlessly satirized Jiang Wuda, which made Jiang Wuda jump straight to his feet. Grandma, when we go in, give me an all-out firefight in the 3rd district. Kill one of you and I'll give you guys a 1-level promotion. Kill the one who puts up a cold shoulder and I'll give you 3 consecutive 3-level promotions. Jiang Wuda said grimly. Looking at Jiang Wuda's appearance, Qian Kaigwei was happy, and then whispered, "You guys wait and give me a good time to extinguish the flames of the 7th district, and then I'll take out my collection of good wine and treat you to a drink." Saying that, Qian Kaigwa suddenly thought of something and reminded, "By the way, Xiaofan, even though it's an empty shell, it's still lethal within 5 meters, so you must pay attention." Understood. Lin Fan nodded. In fact, through that shot just now he had pretty much analyzed the principle of this empty cannonball. Well, I'll see how good you are when the time comes. Half an hour later, 13 squads walked inside the forest from different directions. Lin Fan's squad gathered together, and after analyzing the situation, Chi and Tai then spoke. Since this competition is a point system and uses this wrist guard for time registration, although it reduces the situation of someone taking advantage of the situation, there is the possibility of someone putting a cold shot behind their back. That's why I think we should find a good hand to stand tall, in order to make it easier to kill our opponents to gain points without being attacked, and also, make sure not to act alone. Chan-san, you're the calmest and best shot among us. You do it. Speaking of this, Chi Hatai then remembered that Lin Fan was the captain leading the team this time, and embarrassedly scratched his head and inquired, "Captain Lin, do you think this arrangement is okay for me?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded in approval. "It's settled then. Chan-san, go find a suitable place to hide. As for the others, try not to fight the enemy. The ammunition will only be resupplied once on the 4th day. It's uncertain if we can grab it by then." This doesn't matter. You guys just fight as much as you want. I'll take care of the ammunition. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Chi and Tai froze. Lin Fan was strong, but could he still be strong enough to change ammunition? Hey, I said, do you understand? Don't command blindly if you don't. She was dissatisfied. Good thing too. The command is temporarily handed over to Chi and Tai. You guys follow your routines first. I'll leave for a while. After saying that, Lin Fan directly turned around and left. At this point, not to mention the others, even Chi Hatai and Ma Jingrui were a bit puzzled. Isn't Lin Fan acting against the wind? He had 5 points in his hand. Forget it, let's just do ours. Bang! Just as Ma Jingrui's words were finished, a gunshot came over. The crowd rushed to look, only to find that Chen San, who had just broken away from the group, had already been killed, with blue smoke still coming from his helmet. Damn it, who did it so fast? Breathless, Chen San threw his gun on the ground and disgruntledly pulled out the sign of death and battle from his arms and hung it on his chest. Take cover, Chi and Tai shouted in a hurry, then rolled to the side behind a tree to get ready for battle. Tada! Tada! The other side shot and strafed, and the crowd on Chi and Tai's side couldn't even risk their heads. Chi and Tai pressed the walkie-talkie and hastily said, Monkey, Old Bull, you two go around. The others cover fire. Understood. Upon receiving the response, Chi and Tai took the lead and flashed out from behind the tree, sweeping wildly across the room. The rest of them were not slow, almost appearing at the same time as Chi and Tai, and their powerful firepower made hard to overwhelm the opposite side. 1 minute later, Team Chi, there's no one on this side. Chi and Tai froze. No one? Could it be that? Bang bang! 2 snatches rang out. The helmets of the 2 men immediately emitted white smoke. Chi and Tai knew that he had been tricked. He quickly turned to meet the attack. Relying on many years of experience and the addition of force, this rain of gunfire really allowed him to kill the other party. Monkey, Old Bull, you two check if there are any other enemies around. The others take care to stay hidden and never show their heads until it's safe to do so. Yes. Bang! Bang bang! Upon hearing the gunshot, Chi and Tai hurriedly inquired, What's the situation? Monkey, Old Bull, here back. Captain, the Old Bull was killed. I just killed the sniper of the other side. Now we have finished identifying the battlefield. It's safe. Chi and Tai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood out from behind the tree. Speaking, which team are you 2 brothers from? And only 2 of you dared to attack an entire squad of us? A district. But I did not expect you 3 districts are so powerful. It is our brother too who lost. The person on the opposite side opened his mouth. The corners of Chi and Tai's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. We died 4 times to finish you 2 off. And you're saying you lost? An extremely strong feeling of humiliation surged through his mind. Alright, 2 for 4 of us and you're still talking smack? Chi and Tai said in dissatisfaction. As a matter of fact, that's the case. We were thinking to deal with your captain for a while. Who knew he wasn't in the team? So we thought that he would show up after we wiped you out. Who knew that only 4 of them died? Chi Hatai clenched his teeth and spoke. Our rule is to give preferential treatment to prisoners. We didn't say anything about giving preferential treatment to corpses. Right, motherfucker? I want to flog the corpse. Old Chi, you calm down. Don't get excited. The 2 of you should stop talking nonsense there and hurry up to hand in your points and withdraw. Ma Jingrui hurriedly discouraged. After both sides handed over points to each other, the 6 people headed directly outside. Alas, 4 are gone at once, and the captain is still nowhere to be found. The 7 of us must be careful. Monkey, the burden on your shoulders is a bit heavier, but you can only rely on you now that you've managed to occupy the high ground. Ma Jingrui said helplessly. Understood. Really? I really don't know what Lin Fan came for. He left right after the opening. So that 4 comrades died without command. She was dissatisfied. Don't say that. The captain had already handed over the squad to me to command before disengaging. It's my responsibility. And the other party only has 2 people. We have an absolute numerical advantage. So we can't blame the captain at all. Chi and Tai blamed themselves. The crowd in District 3 couldn't help but lower their heads, their usual pride letting all of District 1 beat them down. Ma Jingrui frowned slightly. Morale was already low. This was not a good thing. It's really unlucky to think that. How come I met someone from District 1 directly? If we meet another district we might be able to rely on a sparring match to increase morale. It's only the first day and it's like this. What can we do from now on? Why are all the heads drooping? After hearing this voice, everyone looked over in unison. She also knows not to wrong Lin Fan, but compared to his comrades, only Lin Fan is a kind of outsider. At this time the fire is not sent on him on who? I said, what have you been doing? You irresponsible captain. Do you realize we've sacrificed 4 comrades? I'm going to replenish my ammo. I mean, why are you guys wearing out so fast? How many waves of enemies did you encounter? Lin Fan's words made the crowd even more ashamed.
And a few waves of, just 2 good ones. No, Captain.
It's because I made a mistake in command, letting the 2 men from District 1 have their way and harming 4 comrades.
Please punish me, Chi Hatai said with his head lowered. Ma Jingrui is speechless. Why is this old Chi so axial?
Now if Lin Fan chastisement will not only reduce the war power, but also will make the already not gathered heart even more disorganized. That ain't called the real lawsuit. Let's wait for everything to be over after the match.
And don't mind if I do. Captain, by the way, what are these 2 big bags you're carrying? Ma Jingrui inquired. Ammunition. Ah,
just now since the war started.
Hurry up and replenish the consumed ones. Ma Jingrui froze. This is only the first day. Where is the ammunition not given? However, at the moment of opening the backpack, Ma Jingrui's entire body was dumbfounded. This big bag was full of magazines, enough for a small team. The other backpack was filled with guns that had been disintegrated. This time Ma Jingli was completely bewildered. Was Lin Fan traveling back from 4 days later? What's the matter, old horse?
I go.
Captain, where did this get? She and Tai was surprised.
Oh, I just saw the violation of the flight of the birds and beasts. I knew that there was an enemy approaching, so I went to settle it. I didn't expect that it happened to be from the 7th district, so I didn't have to be polite. I seized all their guys.
You guys can use it first. If it's not enough, I'll go to the other team to get it again. Take? So in Lin Fan's mind there's no difference between solving the enemy and rooting to get something, is there? This turns out to be able to play like this, Ma Jingrui exclaimed. Couldn't we? Isn't seizing enemy weapons a normal operation?
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders.
The crowd laughed bitterly. Theoretically, but in order to compete for points, how could there be time to care about weapons? After all, 1 more point of exposure was 1 more point of danger. Wait, Captain, you just said that these are from the 7th district and you wiped them out by yourself? Li Dakue said in shock.
Li Dakue himself was not qualified to participate in the competition,
but seeing his envy,
Lin Fan helped apply for it, which really allowed Li Dakue to get what he wanted.
Well, the strength of the 7th district is really not good.
It seems that they are only the division manager is more capable of blowing,
and their men are just spilling water.
The crowd was speechless. They were still clear about what strength the 7th district had. Although the whole was weaker than them, it was impossible to annihilate the collective hedge without a single casualty. One can only say that Lin Fan's strength is too terrifying.
Outside,
looking at the point rankings on the big list, Zhang Wuda instantly laughed when the points fluctuated in both District 3 and District 1.
Yo, it looks like District 1 and District 3 are fighting here. Give it a shot for District 3. It's too dead. Qian Kaigua's face sank as he glared at Zhang Wuda,
who was being sarcastic there.
No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. So what are you bouncing around blindly for? Your 7th district is almost there. Che, don't talk about me. Look, there's something going on in your 3rd district there again. 4 killed in action. 2 kills? How is it that you're trying to fully realize the numerical superiority of the Great Summer Kingdom? This is not how you play this stuff, Zhang Wuda said sarcastically. Qian Kaigua was furious, wanting to retort but did not know what to say. Is it normal to say that District 1 would have been the defending champion with this mortality rate? That's just a way to get rid of others' ambition, isn't it? Qian Kaigua's face turned blue,
and when he was gritting his teeth, a person suddenly patted his shoulder.
Look, old money, our score is up.
Qian Kaigua froze and hurriedly looked up, only to find that the points of the 3rd district were growing rapidly,
raising to the top position in a single breath. The score for District 7, on the other hand, cleared straight to 0, landing at the bottom and turning red.
The red delegates were all but wiped out, a situation for which all district division managers had been prepared. They just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. What is even more speechless is that there are actually 0 points to withdraw.
You know that even if you die, you kill to get points will continue to accumulate. This also means that not a single person from District 7 had a kill and was eliminated outright. Seeing this, Qian Kaigua immediately let out a loud laugh.
Ha ha, I told you, how could these boys be so watery? It looks like it's the 4 fallen ones who got into a fight with District 1.
Don't be angry, Mr. Jiang.
I'll scold them when they come back.
What were they thinking? 8 people together to beat the 7th district. This is not bullying?
For the sake of face, you should at least let the 7th district take a point, right?
Qian Kaigua was so proud.
That smile on his face was simply brighter than when he got married.
In contrast, Zhang Wuda's face was so gloomy. No surprise, this time, I'm afraid that the team competition will be their 7 districts as 0 points. Even if there were more, they were the first to go all in, and the bottom of the pile didn't run. For fuck's sake, don't be cocky, Qian. This is only temporary for you. I'm waiting for you 3 districts to come down and accompany us. Accompany you to accompany you. Now not just accompany you. You see you down first. We are first. The first combination. Brother Qian Kaigui sarcastic more direct. We have capital we are afraid of what? Who's a brother to you? District 1. District 3 but settled for 2 of you. Aren't you going to fight back? John Wuda was annoyed. Are you sick in the head? Let alone the fact that I can't notify. Even if I could. Why would I directly target the 3rd district? Hua Hongyun, the division head of District 1, scorned. When these words came out, the other division managers present couldn't help but laugh. Originally it was just John Wuda who was a joke, but now it's good. Under his leadership, the entire 7th district has become a laughingstock. Inside the jungle. Oh Captain, how did you take care of Sector 7? 12 people, and all of them were solved in that short amount of time? Chi and Tai asked curiously. Just shoot and solve it Lin Fan shrugged and said casually. Chi and Tai opened their mouths, not knowing what to say for a moment. I didn't realize you solved it with a gun? How did you solve the problem? This competition only has firearms. There are no mines and other equipment at all. Due to empty artillery shells, it cannot be converted into a simple grenade. It is reasonable to say that Lin Fan cannot do it Lin Fan's succinct answer caused everyone present to stifle their laughter. Only 2 people laughed outright. One was Ma Jingrui who was as close as a brother to Chi Hatai, and the other was the naive Li Dakue. Chi Hatai was not in a good position to say anything to Ma Jingrui, but Li Dakue was a man under his hand. What are you laughing at you brat? Is it funny? Chi Hatai shone a kick at Li Dakue's leg, a disgruntled look on his face. No, it's not funny. Li Dakue instantly goaded, not daring to laugh at it. You kid, it's just a race. Otherwise I'd make you run 30 kilometers with weights. After glaring at Li Dakue, Chi Hatai continued, Captain, which direction are we heading next? Not going anywhere, just lying here, Lin Fan said leisurely as he leaned against the tree trunk. We have to hide until the end? Then the points are definitely at the bottom Moreover, the division manager has said that we absolutely can't hide all the time. We have to fight out the essence. You see, Chi and Tai anxiously said. Fight the essence? How do you fight? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Of course it's just to shoot the enemy and win the game in the sand. The enemy is there? Lin Fan continued. Chi and Tai don't know how to answer. Or he knows where the enemy is I already noticed the direction of the 13 squads when we came in. Sector 1 isn't too far away from us. And I heard from Daikyu that Sector 1 is very strong. Which isn't good for us. After hearing Lin Fan's words, she couldn't help but frown and questioned. You mean you're afraid of District 1? Why are you so gutless? If I didn't have the balls, why would Auntie want to set me up with you? Click. She's fists clenched, and a clicking sound instantly resounded beside the crowd's ears. Good lord. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to make a joke about Hershey. Take it easy. We're teammates in the same trench. Now is not the time for internal quarrels, Ma Jingrui hurriedly said. Humph. She snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Lin Fan. Captain, according to this, that sector should be hitting soon. So why are we hiding? Shouldn't we be preparing to meet the attack? Chi and Tai reminded. Who said anything about hiding? District 1 is very famous and strong. After the war starts other districts will definitely try to avoid fighting against District 1 in order to get enough points. District 1 knows this, so they have to look around. After all, even if they're strong, without points they'll only be the bottom of the heap. Chi and Tai were a bit confused. What did this have to do with waiting here all the time? According to Lin Fan's thoughts, wouldn't that be all the more reason to grab the enemy? Is the captain trying to get the people from District 1 to stir up the entire battlefield? Ma Jingrui asked uncertainly. Right or wrong? Stirring things up is a must, but what I want is for them to gather together. I don't like to go around looking for prey with headless flies. And, I really don't know what you think. When more than 100 people gather together, they will allow you to put cold shots in the corner? She despised. Lin Fan squinted at she and said suspiciously. Has Big Mother never instructed you in this area? She didn't know what Lin Fan was trying to do by asking this, but still answered honestly. No, my mom treats us all equally. When she said this, she was a bit disgruntled and continued. But you are an example. I'm only afraid that this example of yours will ruin us. Alas, I understand when you say that. No wonder this brain of yours is so underutilized. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed bitterly. What did you say? She's beautiful eyes glared at Lin Fan with a deadly glare. With the look that if you say it again, I'll crash you. I said you don't have enough brains. If you put cold shots, then not everyone will turn their guns against you. When hundreds of people shoot at the same time, that firepower you can carry? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Isn't that what you just said? Hershey frowned. What I want is for them to hold each other back and consume ammunition, and then when it's time to resupply, we'll take down all the resupply resources in one fell swoop.
In which case we'll have set up a live target, and they'll have no choice but to look for us if they want to resupply.
And then we're going to wipe them out one by one? I see.
There's really no need to look for enemies because they'll come to us on their own.
Then, what if they have an alliance?
Wouldn't District 1 not work at all?
And your plan wouldn't hold up, she continued. How unreliable are alliances? You can get points for killing one person. What if your accomplice makes a cold shot, taking a step back? Even if this is not possible, 2 teams or more teams combine their efforts to defeat District 1. If it were you guys, would you be able to accept such a victory?
Lin Fan asked rhetorically. The crowd fell silent. It was indeed a bit hard to accept that victory could be achieved by relying on numbers to harden a district. They are all the best in their districts and have their own pride. They can play tricks, but winning by wheeling and dealing is really a bit unacceptable.
Captain's right. So we're just going to wait it out for the rest of the day?
Just wait.
You should eat and drink in the next few days. Adjust yourself well, and give me a fight to snatch back the supplies when they come.
Understood. The next 2 days were just as Lin Fan had predicted, due to the fact that District 1 kept searching for prey, so much so that the entire battlefield was all in disarray. The 100 or so people within the jungle now didn't care who was who. As long as they weren't their own people, they would just go to war when they encountered them. After 2 days of exertion, all the teams had been depleted, not only in terms of personnel, but also in terms of ammunition and food. Finally, the sun rose on the 4th day, and the roar of the airplanes sounded. Lin Fan smiled faintly and directly called up the team to get ready for work. Soon enough, the rest of the team rushed over. Yet just when everyone thought they finally had supplies, they were forced back by a powerful burst of fire.
What the fuck? What team is this? Is this ammo for free? The captain of the 6th district frowned. Captain, what should we do? We're running out of bullets.
Hide. There's too much firepower on the other side. Wait for the others to charge.
Yes, 11 teams tried to rush into the supply station,
but they were hardened by one team that couldn't get in,
and even sacrificed several as a result.
This kind of fight really confused and broke down these 11 teams.
Damn, it's been 3 days.
Where did the other side get so many bullets?
That's not so much even if you don't fire a single shot, is it?
At this point these 11 teams all felt as if there were more bullets on the opposite side than on this side combined.
Soon, the supplies landed.
Lin Fan and the others swallowed all the dozen boxes of supplies in one breath and pulled all of them away by relying on a simple cart made of roundwood.
Captain, at effective range, Monkey spoke over the intercom. Hit me. Bang, bang, bang.
The 3 snipers hiding in the shadows began to fire wildly.
Together with the cover of fire from Ma Jingrui and Chi and Tai,
the 11 teams hardly dared to make a hard charge,
and could only hide behind cover and secretly agonize.
It's not that they don't dare to rush out.
If so many people rush out,
even if the other side has snipers,
they can still engage in a wave of countercharge. The problem is that none of the ones on this side are friends now either. They're all enemies. Damn.
It looks like they let the 3rd district count. They just expected that the mutual distrust on this side would form a mutual hold.
Listening to the sound of gunshots fading away,
the crowd was anxious when a figure suddenly walked out slowly.
Don't be nervous, and don't be a jerk either. I'm here to collect points,
Lin Fan shouted.
All of us stumbled, so the supplies let you guys take a clean. Not to mention the points you also did not forget. I
have let our sniper ceasefire. Dead hurry over to hand over points.
In addition,
now this situation, if you guys put a cold shot, I have no tactics. But over really want to see if there really is such a shameless people. After watching Lin Fan recover the points one by one and watching him leave,
the anger of these 11 teams was completely ignited. Why do I feel a sense of humiliation? District 6 spoke up. So have I. Motherfucker, Sector 3 is a bit of a killjoy, isn't it?
District 9 spoke up.
Extremely hurtful and insulting, District 11 stated. After a brief discussion, it was unanimously decided to teach Zone 3 a lesson. You guys go ahead. We'll stay out of it in District 1. Han Li, the leading captain of District 1, spoke up. Captain, why? There's a deception here. Don't fall into the trap rashly, Han Li explained. Even though the people from District 1 wanted to make a move,
they had no choice but to give up this great opportunity since the captain had given the word.
20 minutes later,
the 10 squads negotiated and then dispersed in all directions.
This scene, on the other hand, was clearly seen through the scope by the monkey hidden in the shadows. Captain, they've dispersed. Please give instructions on what to do next. Over. This took the bait?
Lin Fan was slightly stunned,
not realizing that the effect of his walk was actually so good. The captain is also absolutely brilliant. How did he think of that? I guess I wouldn't be able to stand this if it were me, Li Dakue lamented.
The battlefield tests not only the hands, but also the psychology. Psychological warfare is very important.
No more nonsense. Take your positions. When the time comes, you don't need to feel bad about the ammo. Fight me as hard as you can, Lin Fan directly ordered. Yes. It wasn't long before shots rang out and a gruesome battle was fought. Although the 10 squads were allied, there was no overall commander, and the 10 teams were on their own, which saved the 3 districts a lot of trouble. After a few hours of fighting enough, the allied forces are dead, walking, fleeing, wounded. Lin Fan and others have also begun to clean up the battlefield. Just as Lin Fan was entering his points, a cold aura suddenly struck him. Without being able to think too much, Lin Fan hurriedly flashed to the side. Bang! And at that very instant, gunshots followed. The moment his sleeve was cut, Lin Fan did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately turned back and started sweeping up. Ta-da-da-da. Both sides kept exchanging fire, and Lin Fan's heart was secretly a little shocked. Although it was not moralistic, the other party's cultivation was not low, and this ghost-like body position was really difficult to capture. Hey, can you guys protect the body? Do you think I'm hiding or not? The captain of the 2nd district asked, half joking and half annoyed. What can I do? Hell, I don't know where such an unethical one came out, Lin Fan said breathlessly. As he was talking, a figure jumped down from the tree. The dagger in his hand waved and slashed directly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan crossed his spear to block. Then his right hand smoothly pulled out a dagger and directly wiped a knife at the opponent's neck. Bear! The opponent's helmet spewed out white smoke, and Lin Fan retrieved his dagger and returned to the captain of the 2nd district, saying, come on, spin the points. Zhang Yi had thought of sneaking up on the captain of the 3rd district so that he could impress his family, but he was actually killed by the other party in seconds. He couldn't accept such a fact. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of icy coldness. Then he directly stabbed towards Lin Fan's back waist. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the dagger in Zhang Yi's hand was struck, and the attack's trajectory was deflected. Lin Fan noticed and hastily sidestepped, directly dodging Zhang Yi's slash. Snap! The dagger stabbed directly into the top of the tree he was leaning against the 2nd district captain's face. So much so that the 2nd district captain's cheeks also bled out with the slightest bit of blood. Nima! Rubber daggers piercing through trees. This is really moving to kill. Bang! Lin Fan's hand was quick, and before Zhang Yi drew his dagger, he made a hand cut to the back of his neck, and Zhang Yi's body fell limply to the ground. Fainting. Is everything alright? Lin Fan looked at Wei Ming, the captain of the 2nd district. No. It's fine. Wei Ming almost brushed shoulders with the god of death, and at this time, his heart was still poofing. Subsequently, as the more you think the more angry. Directly removed Zhang Yi's headset, yelled, you a district cannot fucking play? Dead can still do something. But also fucking almost really hang, old man. You a dead man don't talk. Han Li, the captain of the 1st district, spoke up. He also knows that this matter is not justified, and for a moment he really does not know how to retort as good. Fuck you. Just now it was a dead man who almost poked a hole in my face. How can a dead man in your District 1 still swindle? That's how you guys win back-to-back championships in District 1, isn't it? That's between us and District 3 too. It's none of your business. You and District 3 discuss your own business. What I'm talking about now is your District 1's laying down the law in the middle of the drill. This goes against the purpose of the drill. I'll sue you for this. Wei Ming was furious at this time, and his voice was close to a growl. Captain, what should we do? It's true that it was Zhang Yi's fault just now. If it wasn't for the shot I just took, the captain of the 3rd district would have died. And if the 1st and 3rd districts sued together, not to mention the results of the competition, all of us would have been penalized. Han Li sighed. He told him not to bring young master soldiers. Now it's fine. The men disobeyed and all of them will be punished. Zhang Yi is what you're in, he is still very clear. Even if all the punishment, he will not have a bit of guilt. This son is so selfish and self-serving. After hesitating for a moment, Han Li spoke. Let's talk about it. District 2 and 3. 20 minutes later, the 3 parties had sort of reached an agreement, with Han Li giving his treasured silver pistol to Wei Ming as compensation, and District 1, because it was considered a violation of the law, directly handing over points to District 3 to admit defeat. Han Li also said that when he went back, he would definitely punish Zhang Yi severely, and only hoped that they would not reflect to the top that Zhang Yi was at fault, and that he himself was at fault for improper command, but that the others were innocent. Lin Fan and Wei Ming were not unreasonable people and directly agreed to Han Li's proposal. However, Wei Ming also made it clear that if Zhang Yi wasn't severely punished when he said he was back, then he would never rest. The exercise, which was originally expected to last 7 days, ended early on the 4th day at sunset because there was only one team left in the competition. 2 hours later, all of them exited the drill site, and after this battle, the 3rd district was sitting firmly in first place. 11 captains from the 12 teams on the enemy side had contributed points to them, and that was enough for Lin Fan to shake off second place by quite a bit. The final points were announced.
and District 3 was a distant second with 124 points, while second place District 1 had only 73 points. Naturally, District 1 was somewhat unable to accept this result. It wasn't that District 1 couldn't afford to lose, but it was because of Zhang Yi, the culprit. Everything was just as Han Li had guessed. Lin Fan had set traps for the other districts, and all he had to do next was to slowly encircle the 3 districts to death. At that time, instead of getting 14 points from your side, the 3rd district will at the same time get 12 points from your side. The final result should be a close 99-point victory for District 1 over 98 points for District 3. Of course, this was an idealized result. No matter what, District 1 had finally lost, and District 3 had finally won the team competition of the military district competition once again after 24 years. Qian Kaigwa smiled with relief. It is true that the achievements of Lin Chanshan can only be broken by the heirs of Lin Chanshan. That night, the 3rd district directly held a celebration banquet, and for this distant 3 digits, the 3rd district almost mythologized Lin Fan. Captain, how did you take care of the people in District 1? Ma Jingrui asked curiously. Can't count on me settling it, I guess. They surrendered. Lin Fan then gave a general overview of the situation. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. She was the first one who couldn't take it anymore and directly questioned. What are you doing? Our 3rd district was already winning. But you're playing some kind of secret deal. You're disgracing the honor of the 3rd district. The others didn't say anything, but the expressions were all there. Or what? Reflect the matter up and the whole team will be punished? I've gotten to know Zhang Yi. He's a mallet in his own right, relying on his family's connections to blend in. Do we want to ruin the future of everyone in District 1 because of one mallet? Right is right. Wrong is wrong. He should naturally be punished for being wrong, she said in dissatisfaction. That's true. But what did the others in District 1 do? They couldn't care less about Zhang Yi. If it wasn't for that shot in the dark in District 1, I might even be in danger right now. It's one person who's in the wrong, and you're going to make a whole bunch of innocent people pay for his mistake together. And that's the right thing to do? The crowd could not help but be silent. This rule of being punished together is to play a restraining role, while being able to be more cohesive. Except that this initial intention is useful to Zhang Yi? Alright, what's the point of arguing about this when you're happy? Besides, Lin Fan is only giving District 1 a step up. Is this a deal? Could it be that Lin Fan can't solve District 1? Qian Kaigwa's words caused the crowd to drift off. Yes, what kind of existence was Lin Fan? He needed to trade? Being a half-step patriarch, but being able to consider the feelings of others. For a moment, the crowd's admiration for Lin Fan increased. She is a puzzled face. Does it mean that there is something that he does not know? A resting place in the 1st district. Snap. On what grounds should I be penalized? Zhang Yi yelled. Because you did break the rules. You have to. Before Han Li could finish his words, Zhang Yi slammed his fist into Han Li's abdomen. Han Li suffered pain, but didn't make any resistance. Not for any other reason. Because Zhang Yi's brother had saved himself. Comfortable? If you're not comfortable, just throw a few more punches. But your disciplinary action is a sure thing. Han Li gritted his teeth. Zhang Yi was furious and directly swung his fist at Han Li. Bang! Just as Zhang Yi was about to hit Han Li in the face, the door to the room was directly kicked open, and a man with a cold expression walked straight in. Upon seeing the visitor, both Zhang Yi and Han Li did not even dare to breathe. Brother! Zhang Yi timidly called out, yet the response was a slap in the face. Snap! Zhang Yi was directly slapped and sent flying. Zheng Chang looked at Zhang Yi with contempt and spoke. Look at your wasteful appearance. What face do you have to call me brother? The always arrogant Zhang Yi was outrageously obedient after seeing Zheng Chang, and lowered his head not daring to say anything. Captain! Zheng Chang turned his head to look at Han Li and spoke. Han Li, right? Suppress Zhang Yi's disciplinary action for me. We Zhang family members can't have any stains, but the captains of the 2nd and 3rd districts saw this thing with their own eyes. Which? Then just kill both of them. Even if someone knows, the parties involved are gone. Could anyone make any waves? Zheng Chang asked rhetorically. But, Zheng Chang's eyes turned cold as he directly snapped Han Li's neck and said, You think I'm discussing with you? Han Li's legs even began to tremble as he felt the killing intent emanating from Zheng Chang's body. Don't think that because I saved your life in the first place that you're mine. Saving you was merely a way to make my success shine more brightly. And you, I don't give a damn about. Zheng Chang let go of his hand, and Han Li fell straight to the ground, constantly breathing in fresh air. Brother, you're going to compete? Zhang Yi said excitedly. Zheng Chang coldly glanced at Zhang Yi, scaring the latter so much that he almost sat directly on the ground. District 1 is the foundation of the Zhang family. The first must be firmly in control. I'll help you solve the trouble. Besides, you punk have no right to call me brother. After saying that, Zheng Chang simply turned around and left. Zheng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. And then after seeing Han Li sitting on the ground he couldn't help but be furious and directly yelled. What are you still doing here? Get the hell out! Han Li silently got up and left, but his heart felt a bit guilty. Should we really let two innocent people be killed by Young Sung because of Young Yi? After resting for a day, on the morning of the third day, the 13 districts led their teams inside the martial arts arena. Due to the previous battle, many people were injured, so after the tournament's discussion and analysis, it was finally decided that each district would send 4 people, totaling 52 for the elimination round. There was no doubt in the 3 districts that Lin Fan, Shi and Tai, and Ma Jingrui were naturally going to compete. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that the 4th slot was actually He Shi. This made Lin Fan curious about He Shi. Could it be that He Shi was actually very strong? What are you looking at me like that for? Do you think I'm weak? He Shi questioned with dissatisfaction. No, it's that I finally get to see you in your prime, Lin Fan joked. Hershey raised her little head in triumph and made her way back to her position to wait for the match to begin. Soon enough, the first round was lined up. First match, District 3 Chi and Tai vs District 7 Yang Fei. Both sides take their positions. Lin Fan yawned, then closed his eyes and began to recuperate. Why are you still getting ready to sleep? This is a fight between our people. Aren't you worried at all? He Shi frowned. Worry about what? I've fought the people from the 7th district. They're not Chi and Tai's opponents. There's not much suspense in this match at all. Quickly, Chi and Tai punched their opponent out of the ring to pick up their first win. See? I told you there's nothing to worry about. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Che, count on it. What about my opponent? Seems like he's also from District 7, and he's a captain too. So this is using me as cannon fodder? Seeing He Shi's disgruntled look, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and whispered. Want to win? Of course. So you'll hit it like this later. Match 3, District 3 He Shi vs District 7 Du Ping. Are you sure I can win if I do that? Hershey wondered. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm only talking about the method. Whether you can win or not depends on your prowess. Go for it. Hershey didn't say anything more and walked straight to the ring. Upon seeing He Shi on the stage, there were quite a few newcomers present who cast greedy gazes, secretly saying that the people of the 3rd district were really lucky. A chief captain who was as beautiful as the heavens was enough to be envied. And now there was a team member who was as beautiful as a country. How come we're not so blessed? Go captain, strive to conquer her and make her the daughter-in-law of our 7th district. After hearing this, He Shi's face sank, and Lin Fan clearly felt Chi Hatai and Ma Jingli trembling at his side. What's wrong? Lin Fan wondered. Someone is going to suffer. Before in other team maneuvers as someone said similar words, the result of He Shi a person to beat that person did not come down to bed for 3 days, said Chi and Tai could not help but close his eyes. Really think of that scene or feeling horrible awe. Lin Fan did understand somewhat. Based on all of He Shi's behavior, she should have hated being treated like a vase. Game on, little beauty. Let us not fight and kill. You marry to our 7. Bang! Before Du Ping could finish his words, He Shi had already killed in front of Du Ping and punched Du Ping straight in the face. Du Ping's reaction was also fast, reaching out to block He Shi's fist, and at that moment He Shi had already prepared for the next blow, a whip leg kick directly to Du Ping's waist. Depan secretly said that this little bitch was really violent. With no time to hesitate, Depan's other hand hastily blocked He Shi's left leg. He Shi seized the opportunity and clasped Du Ping's wrist with a flip of her palm, then kicked her right leg directly at Du Ping's abdomen. This kick Depan received a solid one and took 2 big steps back before stabilizing his stance. He Shi, on the other hand, re-landed in midair with a backflip, and then rushed towards Depan once again. Beautiful and strong posture. It looks like you haven't practiced much, Lin Fan lamented. That's true. Although He Shi isn't the strongest on our team, she's definitely the most serious. Chi and Tai agreed. Du Ping on the field put away his contempt. The one in front of him is not a delicate flower, but a proper overlord flower. He Shi rushed forward again, and her right swing fist instantly smashed into Depan's solar plexus. Depan lifts his hands up to block, then snaps off a little takedown into Hushi's right hand. He Shi's left elbow lashed out, running towards Depan's waist. Depan blocked and tackled again, and just when everyone thought that He Shi had been taken down by Depan, He Shi suddenly slid her body down, and then raised her right leg and kicked Depan directly in the head behind her. Beautiful. This kick is comparable to a textbook. Chi and Tai appreciated. He Shi seems to know that it's hopeless to fight Depan on the bottom, so she's been attacking the middle and upper road. Is this something the captain taught her? Ma Jingrui wondered. Lin Fan nodded. His eyes did not leave the ring, but his mind floated up just He Shi's kick. If it is wearing high heels kick that may be more beautiful. Du Ping's forehead was in pain, covering his head. He took a few steps back, and when he was about to step forward, He Shi had already rushed over and lifted his leg and kicked Du Ping's waist. Seeing He Shi's leg kicking over,
Du Ping couldn't care about anything else at this moment and kicked He-Shi's leg away with a side kick.
Just when Du Ping thought that He-Shi had lost her center of gravity and his chance had come, He-Shi's other leg was raised violently and kicked Du Ping's head directly in the suspended state. Buzz! Du Ping only felt a blackness before his eyes and nearly fell straight to the ground. Lin Fan under the stage is a bright spot.
This flexibility is simply absolute. This if. What pose not out
He-Shi on the stage,
seeing that a blow had struck,
hastily reached out to support the ground to maintain her balance,
and then rushed forward again, throwing a dozen consecutive solid punches at Du Ping's body. After a roundhouse kick,
Pan flew straight out of the ring and fainted.
Match 3, District 3 He-Shi wins.
At this point in time, there was no longer anyone on the stage who dared to belittle He-Shi because she was a woman. And even though there was an element of gullibility on Pan's part, defeating a Huanjing Xiao Chang with a beginner's Huanjing was enough to make people respect him. Listening to the applause from the stage, a smile finally appeared on He-Shi's face. She had finally proved herself. After stepping out of the ring, a sharp pain came from He-Shi's calf, and her body leaned forward uncontrollably. Just at the moment when He-Shi thought she was going to fall, a firm chest caught her directly.
"You're really desperate,"
Lin Fan said with a smile. Then he helped He-Shi sit on his own chair, then squatted down and placed He-Shi's left leg in front of his body.
"What are you doing?"
He-Shi hurriedly tried to retract her leg,
but in that instant,
a drilling pain came out from her calf.
"What are you doing?"
"Just now Du Ping in order to force away your whip leg. That side kick did not take the force. You in order to be able to kick actually hard to catch.
Legs do not want to?"
Looking at Lin Fan frowning and speaking about himself in an almost reprimanding tone, He-Shi miraculously realized that she actually didn't get angry much, and even enjoyed herself so much. Of course, Hershey knew it wasn't like, it was just that the lack of this kind of care since she was a child had momentarily made Hershey happy. Lin Fan pulled out the needle bag from his pocket and stabbed straight down after pulling up He-Shi's pants leg. Looking at Lin Fan massaging He-Shi's leg while twisting the silver needles, there were quite a few people in the 3rd district who showed envious gazes.
"Chien, let's add a medical course afterward. This is too enviable."
"Yes, steward. In the past days we could get close to Hoshi's legs all the time when we were kicked.
We want to touch them openly and honestly too." "Ahem. You guys think I'm dead?" He Meng Ying's voice faintly transmitted.
This large group of people suddenly did not dare to say anything, have sat on the chair as if nothing happened.
"It's almost done. Recuperate for 3 days and you'll be fine. Don't exercise to burden the leg in these 3 days."
Lin Fan opened his mouth after putting away the silver needles. Although Lin Fan spoke calmly, what he had just touched was that dark pleasure.
"You mean I can't participate in the competition after that?"
He-Shi frowned. "Of course. Your legs can't take the load you put on them when you're competing.
Get some rest. You've proved yourself."
What do you know?" He-Shi said with dissatisfaction, then lowered her head in secret disappointment. "I know you're strong on the outside but fragile on the inside, and I know you don't actually like being so cold, but if you're not you'll have a large group of clusters around you, which makes you feel like you have to rely on other people for everything.
And I also know that."
"Forget it." Lin Fan's point that said to He-Shi's heart, but not so much to make her annoyed.
At this time, He-Shi even feel as if she met a soulmate. Wasn't he a little too cold to him before? Match 4, District 8 Yan Mo wins. Match 5,
District 1 Zhang Chang vs District 2 Wei Ming.
Upon hearing Zhang Chang's name, the crowd couldn't help but frown. After noticing the crowd's surprise, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? What's wrong with this Zhang Chang?
Yes, this Zhang Chang is the genius of the Zhang family,
and the number 1 person in District 1, and even the number 1 person of the younger generation in the central state. At only 26 years of age he reached the half-step Zongshi, and it is rumored that he has already reached the Zongshi realm now. So logically he shouldn't be participating in the competition. Chi Hutai frowned.
Lin Fan looked at him suspiciously, but found that at this moment, Zhang Chang was standing calmly in the ring, and spare a thought. Wei Ming also looked as if he was on the verge of an attack.
"Kid, you want to touch Zhang Yi? Although he's nothing,
he's a member of my Zhang family, so you have to die."
After saying that,
Zhang Chang's eyes turned cold as he directly dodged and rushed towards Wei Ming.
Before Wei Ming could react,
Zhang Chang had already arrived in front of him.
Bang! Wei Ming's feet left the ground,
and his entire body was directly sent flying due to this punch to the abdomen, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Zhang Chang didn't stop and directly reached out and clasped Wei Ming's head, smashing it to the ground with a death grip. Click! The powerful impact caused the ground to show some cracks, yet Zhang Chang did not stop and violently stepped on Wei Ming's leg. Wei Ming let out a miserable scream, and it was clear to everyone present that this leg was more than likely ruined. Zhang Chang raised his foot again, sending Wei Ming flying over 2 meters away, then moved his shoulders to prepare for the final blow to Wei Ming. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Zhang Chang was forced to stop.
Hua Hongyun frowned and directly got up and questioned. District 2s, what do you mean by this? I have to fucking ask you guys what you mean. This is a fucking match. It's a sparring match. It's not a killing. You District 1s take us guys as dead men. Ha! Li Sheng held up his pistol in a cold voice. Along with his words, the people in the 2nd District stood up at this time, with an appearance of being on the verge of an enemy. At this point it had gotten to this point. The referee couldn't pretend not to see it, and could only directly declare Zheng Cheng the winner. By the time Wei Ming was carried down he was already out of breath and out of breath. Just as the people from the 2nd District were about to carry Wei Ming away, Lin Fan directly blocked the way of the crowd and then inserted a dozen or so needles into Wei Ming's body consecutively before he opened his mouth. The medical facilities within the military district can't treat him, so we'll send him directly to the hospital. I've already hanged his chi and broken tendons. Thanks a lot, lad. Quickly send Wei Ming to the hospital, Li Shang shouted. However, right at this moment, Wei Ming suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Lin Fan's wrist, saying weakly, "He is here for Zhang Yi, be careful." After saying that, Wei Ming fainted. "You're Lin Fan? There's no need to rush. You'll only end up worse than him tomorrow," Zheng Chang said arrogantly on the stage. "Yeah, then you also remember what he looks like now. Tomorrow you will be twice as miserable as him," Lin Fan said without budging. Wei Ming was able to pull himself up and tell himself to be careful when his life was at stake, and at this point equated to having harvested Lin Fan's friendship, adding to the fact that Zhang Cheng had made it clear that he wanted to deal with himself. How could Lin Fan be polite to him at this point? "What are you doing? What's wrong with you guys? Say what you have to say in the ring or I'll disqualify both of you." The referee opened his mouth. Lin Fan and Zhang Cheng glanced at each other, then stopped paying attention to each other and directly walked towards their respective teams. "Captain, you're also too impulsive. Although we all have our grievances as well, there's no need to directly provoke Zhang Cheng," Shi and Tai hurriedly said. Yes. For the performance just now, Zheng Cheng has clearly entered the Zhongshe realm. "I know you're powerful, but there's no need," Ma Jingrui said immediately after. "No difference. Just now Wei Ming said that this girl is here looking for trouble over Zhang Yi's matter. Besides, what can a Zhong master do? I can beat a Zhong master," Lin Fan said in a deep voice. The crowd does not know what to say. Lin Fan at this time obviously determined, but do not look at the half-step master also with the word master. This difference can be quite a lot of awe. Game 6. Area 3 Lin Fan vs Area 2 Qian Chang. "I'll abstain. Captain Lin, I hope you can avenge our captain." Qian Chang from the 2nd district stood in place and saluted in a standard manner before darting outside. Lin Fan wins in the 6th match, and in the 7th match. "See, so don't persuade me." Lin Fan opened his mouth. She had just seen it for real, and couldn't help but walk over to Yimenjing's side and whisper, "Mom, why don't you persuade Lin Fan?" "What? Are you starting to worry about him?" Yimenging asked with a smile. "It's not. It's, Mom, something will happen to Lin Fan. Isn't he your righteous son?" Yimenging didn't answer, but instead turned her head to Lin Fan and inquired, "Are you playing in tomorrow's match?" It's a succinct statement, but it says a lot. If Lin Fan wanted to fight, Yimenjing would support him unconditionally, and if Lin Fan chose not to fight, Yimenjing also had a way to make Lin Fan withdraw from the match in a sensible and reasonable manner. "Fight." Seeing Lin Fan's firm attitude, Yimenjing didn't say anything else and just nodded before continuing to watch the battle in the ring. She was a bit confused. Lin Fan didn't know the horror of a Zhongshe. Did Mom not know it either? Lin Fan versus a patriarch. There was still a chance that he would be alive? In the blink of an eye, the first day's 26 contests were all over, and all 4 of the participants from the 3rd district advanced, which was reasonably a very happy thing. Yet at this moment, the 3rd district was a bit too happy to be happy. Although they were confident in Lin Fan, they were not so confident that Lin Fan could harden himself against a Zhong master. Lin Fan, who was worried, was eating well and looked as if he didn't care at all. This left many people speechless, lamenting that Lin Fan was really heartless enough as well. In the evening, after Lin Fan returned to his room, he was about to lounge when a knock sounded on the door. The moment the door was opened, Lin Fan's entire body froze. He was not expecting He to actually take the initiative to find himself. "What's wrong? Is the leg uncomfortable again?" Lin Fan wondered. "There's something I want to talk to you about." After saying that, She walked directly inside Lin Fan's room. When Lin Fan sat down, she opened her mouth and inquired, "Do you think I can compete tomorrow?" Lin Fan frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "Didn't I say you can't compete? If you do compete your legs might be ruined. You've already proven yourself. Why would you go and gamble with your body? You seem to know a lot about it, so why are you still competing? You've already proved yourself too, so why gamble with your life?" Lin Fan was dumbfounded for a full 5 seconds before he queried, "You're worried about me? Hell worry about you. I just don't want my mom to be sad. Looking at He-She's stubborn appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you're worried about me, worry about me. We know each other so well. You are good. I'm worried about you. Can you not compete tomorrow? He-She compromised. I can't. I'm not like you. You compete to prove yourself and that's not what I'm competing for. And I've never wanted to prove myself. So what are you in for? Lin Fan suddenly grinned after thinking for a moment and inquired. I heard Auntie say that you're going to marry the winner of the contest? You are lazy. He-She let out a cry, then left Lin Fan's room with a huff. When He-She returned to her room, this was when she carefully thought about Lin Fan's words. Is he really taking for himself to have to play with young Sun? Or is it just a way to use it as an excuse to try to piss yourself off? He-She couldn't help but sigh. How come she was thinking about Lin Fan more and more now? After crumbling and scratching her head, He-She directly collapsed on the bed, not ready to think about it anymore. But after closing her eyes, Lin Fan's appearance of seriously treating her leg then surfaced. This night He-She is considered insomnia. Compared to He-She, Lin Fan rested very well, basically fell asleep on the pillow. Until early the next morning when Shen Kaigwa came to knock on the door. He this in getting up. By the time we got to the track, there was a special security check session up there this time because of the District 2 division shooting the day before. Because of this, the people in the 3rd district were sweating even more for Lin Fan. This is if Zheng Chang really wants to kill in the field. There is really no one who can stop him. However, this was better for Lin Fan. At least no one could get in his way either. Just after the search, the 1st district followed suit. Zheng Chang squinted at Lin Fan and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. You're really here. I hope your hands are as hard as your mouth. That punk yesterday didn't even warm up enough. I hope you can warm me up, Zheng Chang said sarcastically. As he was talking, a murderous aura came over. Wei Ming has lost, but the match in Zone 2 is not over yet. At this moment, hearing Zheng Chang being so sarcastic about Wei Ming, this large group of people couldn't wait to eat Zheng Chang alive right now. After noticing the killing intent, Zheng Chang turned his head and said contemptuously, Am I wrong? Your captain is a piece of trash. And so is the Lin Fan you're counting on. So trash, go back to the trash heap. After saying that, Zheng Chang took the lead and headed inside. The crowd from District 1 followed. Han Li hesitated as he walked to Lin Fan's side, then spoke. Zheng Chang is really motivated to kill. If he can't hold back, he'll jump out of the ring. He wouldn't dare to blatantly kill someone even after determining the winner. Thanks for the reminder. But no need. Han Li frowned, secretly saying that Lin Fan was shafting what? Han Li, are you trying to join the 3rd district? Zheng Chang suddenly stopped in his tracks and questioned with a gloomy face. No. Han Li didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly ran over. It didn't take long for the next day's competition to begin. Shi and Tai were very competitive and easily took down their opponents. And because of Lin Fan's instructions, He-She directly chose to forfeit. The much anticipated 3rd game then kicked off. The two of them, Lin Fan and Zheng Chang, walked up to the ring one after another. Match 3, Area 3 Lin Fan vs Area 1 Zheng Chang. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes widened, not ready to let go of any details. However, the duo on the field did not make the slightest move. Zheng Chang had his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Fan indifferently, while Lin Fan had his hands in his pants pockets with a calm face. A full minute passed, and the duo stiffly didn't even move. Captain, what's going on here? Are they fighting or not? A team member inquired in a low voice. His captain was also a bit puzzled at this point. After thinking for a while, he came to a sudden realization and spoke. I see. This is a case of no move being better than a move. Both of them waited for the other to make a move and then broke it. I think they should be that neither of them has enough certainty to solve the other. So Zheng Chang becoming a grandmaster is just a rumor. Not to mention, it's a little off the wall, but it's the only answer that seems to answer the current situation. Just when everyone thought that was the reason, Zheng Chang finally spoke. Are you sure you don't want to fight over? This could possibly be your only chance to strike. What a coincidence. I've been waiting for you to make a move because I was afraid you'd hang up if I did. The captain who just spoke stumbled. It is really an analysis as fierce as a tiger. Published the answer 255. Hopefully, they hadn't been secretly competing, but they were all too lazy to take a shot at each other. Since you're so arrogant, then you'll pay for your arrogance. After saying that, Zheng Chang directly rushed towards Lin Fan. His speed had already exceeded the speed of the previous day's attack on Wei Ming. Bang! This punch hit Lin Fan solidly. The crowd on the stage cannot help but close their eyes. Lin Fan, this is not even reacted. It seems that the victory has been divided. Humph. The mouth is tough, but the strength is weak as can be. Zheng Chang said contemptuously and was about to close his fist when Lin Fan's mouth lifted slightly and asked rhetorically, Are you talking about yourself? Zheng Chang was stunned. Such a solid punch. Lin Fan was actually fine? Did it mean that he had already reached the realm of a grandmaster?
Just as Zheng Chang froze, Lin Fan violently threw a punch and hit Zheng Chang's cheek. Zheng Chang retreated a few steps and then his whole body froze there.
He was actually beaten? In an instant, a hideous rage surfaced on Zheng Chang's face. You seek death. Looking at the incoming fist, Lin Fan clenched his 5 fingers and fiercely met Zheng Chang's fist. Bang! The fists of the two people clashed together solidly. This punch the two people fought a tie. Who did not have the upper hand? Lin Fan is a patriarch? She said in shock. We don't know. The last time we beat me up we only exerted the strength of a half-step sect master. Could it be that we have broken through in the past few days? Chi Hatai said dully. She glanced blankly at Chi Hatai. Lin Fan had actually beaten up Chi Hatai? It seems that everyone is really hiding something from themselves. And it seems that Lin Fan dared to answer the battle because he managed to break through to the sect master realm, which gives him the backbone to fight, right? Zhong Shi, the captain of the 3rd district, is also a zoner. Go Captain Lin. What the crowd didn't expect was that the first ones to cheer on Lin Fan weren't from the 3rd district, but from the 2nd district. They saw hope to avenge their captain's death. Zheng Chang frowned. This kid was actually at the Zhong Shi realm as well? The young cleric is enough on his own. Kid, you will die. Zheng Chang struck again, throwing a dozen punches in a row. Punches with internal energy, making it clear that he wanted to move the killer. However, there might not be anyone under a Zhong Shi who could receive it, but at this moment, Lin Fan's cultivation was perfectly comparable to that of a Zhong Shi. Only to see Lin Fan make the same consecutive moves, defusing all of Zheng Chang's attacks. Zheng Chang fiercely grabbed Lin Fan's wrist, and his left hand turned into a fist and violently slammed into Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not panic in the slightest. The wrist that was grabbed flipped over and counter-grabbed Zheng Chang's wrist with the 2,000-pound force of Tai Chi, bringing Zheng Chang towards his body. Zheng Chang immediately lost his balance and the attack with his left hand had to stop. Lin Fan did not stop and fiercely stepped forward. A borrowed force directly knocked Zheng Chang out. Zheng Chang ran his internal force around his body and fiercely stepped on the ring, and several tiny cracks appeared on the ground all of a sudden. After stabilizing his stance, Zheng Chang once again rushed towards Lin Fan, watching Lin Fan gain the upper hand. The people in the 2nd district were simply overjoyed. Go Captain Lin! Captain Lin, finish him off! Team Lin, mighty! Team Lin, definitely win! The people from the 3rd district looked dumbfounded at the people from the 2nd district, thinking to themselves, are you guys getting your positioning wrong? Lin Fan is the captain of our 3rd district. Okay? Shit. The captain of our 3 districts is fighting. How come the cheering from other districts is louder than ours? Go Team Lin! Li Dakue shouted at the top of his voice. This loud voice of his woke up the shocked crowd of the 3rd district, and for a moment they began to yell out cheers. The sound of refueling reached Zheng Chang's ears, making him more and more grumpy inside, and the chapters in his hands became a bit messy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan delivered a roundhouse kick that directly hit Zheng Chang, who reached the edge of the ring before barely stabilizing himself. Just a junior sect master. How dare you hurt me? I want you to die. Zheng Chang roared and charged at Lin Fan once again. This time Lin Fan didn't dare to be slacking off. Zheng Chang's aura had changed, becoming even stronger than before. Lin Fan threw his fist with all his might to meet Zheng Chang's punch, but he was literally retreated a dozen steps. The audience under the stage also froze when they saw this scene, and the silence around them was terrifying. I don't know how long it took before Mangarecaps slowly said, Zhongshi Shao Chang, Sovereign Master? Has Zheng Chang already reached Zhongshi Shao Chang? He's only 30 years old, right? Damn. What kind of demonic talent is this? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. The difference between a first-time Zhongshi and a Zhongshi Shao Chang wasn't half a star. Did Lin Fan have the ability to deal with it? Lin Fan also did not expect Zheng Chang to hide his strength, and for a moment the pressure increased. The corners of Zheng Chang's mouth rose as he said triumphantly, Kid, weren't you arrogant just now? When I waste you I'll see how arrogant you can still be. After saying that, Zheng Chang rushed towards Lin Fan once again. Looking at the incoming fist in front of him, Lin Fan, who had already been forced to the edge of the ring, could not avoid it at all, and could only protect his head with both hands, and received Zheng Chang's punch hard. Zheng Chang's other hand fiercely threw a punch that hit Lin Fan's abdomen. Lin Fan was in pain, and the slightest bit of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yet Zheng Chang didn't stop attacking. Only Zheng Chang violently grabbed Lin Fan's collar and directly slammed him down to the center of the ring. Before Lin Fan could care about the pain, Zheng Chang had already attacked. Lin Fan hastily rolled to the side to avoid it, then got up quickly. The moment Lin Fan stood up, Zheng Chang's fist had struck Lin Fan's body. Click! Lin Fan's left shoulder bone shattered in response, and the pain that drilled through his heart made Lin Fan almost scream out. Immediately after that,
Zheng Cheng fiercely clasped Lin Fan's neck and fell to the ground. At this moment, Zheng Cheng was with scarlet eyes, as if he would kill Lin Fan at any time. Kid, bounce, you're jumping. With that, Zheng Chen stomped on Lin Fan's chest. Pust. Lin Fan sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, and immediately afterward, a warm current surged from his dantian into his tendons and veins, and the threshold of the 4th level of qi condensation was finally loosened. Zheng Cheng, don't go too far. This is just a sparring match. Xian Kaigua fiercely got up and yelled, just cut and run? I just want to kill him, what can you do? I'm only stepping on a mole cricket. Is there anything wrong with that? You, cut the crap. Lin Fan must die today. Even Hades can't save him. With that, Zheng Cheng raised his foot and directly stepped on Lin Fan's head. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Fan's head would be stomped on as an afterthought, a hand suddenly grabbed Zheng Cheng's ankle. Zheng Cheng was stunned. Lin Fan actually had the strength to fight back, and he was actually able to force his attack to stop? Griffin, is it? Who's the mole? You or I? Lin Fan's voice was flat, but everyone felt killing intent in it. You actually still have the power to resist, but it's no use. I told you, you will die. Saying that, Zheng Cheng broke free of Lin Fan's hand and fiercely launched himself to step towards Lin Fan again. Lin Fan's eyes flinched as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and then he swung out a punch that hardened and sent Zheng Cheng flying. After landing, Zheng Cheng covered his left leg and screamed loudly, and blood had flowed out along the bones that had pierced his skin. Lin Fan slapped the ground with one hand and directly stood up, his true qi entwined around his body, and that terrifying aura shivered even the crowd on the audience platform. Sovereign minor accomplishment. Is that impressive? Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold as he violently raised his foot and kicked Zheng Cheng in the stomach with a downward chop, and immediately afterward, countless cracks appeared in the ring, nearly collapsing directly. I must die? Even Hades can't save me? Who gave you that confidence? Lin Fan stepped on Zheng Cheng's head and said grimly, the Zong Master De Chang. Captain is a Zong Master De Chang. Ma Jingrui was the first to reflect and cheered loudly. That's a Zong Sure De Chang. Sure enough, the captain is just awesome. Captain Mighty. Captain fuck him. The people in the 3rd district completely boiled over, and each one of them was screaming desperately, their excitement overflowing. Lin Fan slowly raised his leg and then stepped on Zheng Cheng's left arm. With a slight force, a click was heard, followed by Zheng Cheng's scream. Lin Fan raised his foot and continued to step on Zheng Cheng's right leg, and with a crunching sound, Zheng Cheng's right leg was also completely ruined by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Hua Hongyun directly stood up and yelled loudly. What? I'm stepping on mole crickets? What's the problem? Lin Fan asked back. Enough, the patriarch cannot be insulted, don't you know? Hua Hongyun questioned with cold eyes. Ha ha ha, a patriarch cannot be insulted? This one under my feet is a patriarch? What about me? Saying that, Lin Fan's laughter disappeared and his face was covered in ice. When he insulted me, did you guys ever say that a patriarch cannot be insulted? So what? In my eyes, a grandmaster is as low as a dog. After saying that, Lin Fan lifted his foot once again and crushed Zheng Cheng's left arm as well. So far, all of Zheng Cheng's limbs had been wasted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's words lingered in Hishi's ears, and for a moment, Hishi's teenage heart was completely awakened. So cool. Lin Fan's appearance was so handsome and strong. No wonder mom would want Lin Fan to be her son-in-law. Also cooks and has a great personality. You really don't see many men like this. In this instant, Hishi's heart was moved, and she even had a hint of gratitude. I'm glad I said I was going to marry the contest winner in the first place. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Is the Zheng family something you can mess with? Hua Hongyun yelled. Joke, the Zheng family is bullish. Bullish than great god Lin? Xian Kaigua slowly got up and looked at Hua Hongyun with a smug expression. God of the forest? The warriors present didn't know about Dishin Lin, but the division managers present knew exactly who this Dishin Lin was. Lin Fan, Lin Changshan. Are they related? That's right, other than Lin Changshan. Who could produce such a young Zong Shi De Chang? Finished arguing? Lin Fan squinted at Hua Hongyun, then stepped directly on Zheng Cheng's head. Snap! Zheng Cheng's head plunged into the ground. Hua Hongyun couldn't afford to worry about anything else, not to mention whether Lin Fan and Lin Changshan had any relationship. If Zheng Cheng really died in front of him, what face would he have to face the Zheng family? District 1's give me a go and snatch Zheng Cheng back, Hua Hongyun ordered. I'm afraid of you. The 3rd district's give me a go. Whoever dares to influence Lin Fan will beat me to death. Xian Kaigua didn't back down in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, the people of the 3rd district rushed out at once. Everyone in District 2, listen to the order. Fuck the ones in District 1. Li Shang also spoke up. He had long wanted to teach the ones in District 1 a lesson. Now that the opportunity had come, how could he not cherish it? Districts 1, 2, and 3 were immediately disorganized, and the other 10 districts were a bit overwhelmed for a moment.
Mr. Secretary, they're fighting? Should we move or not? Move my ass. 1, 2, and 3 are the main fucking zones. There are many experts. We're not getting beat up if we go there, are we? Besides, who do you think will help?
The lead captain scratched his head,
as if he really couldn't make a move at this time. Bang! As a gunshot rang out, the 3 parties in the melee couldn't help but stop their hands.
The guns were surrendered.
Who fired them? What are you doing? You're having fun, aren't you? You guys are not putting me in your eyes anymore, are you?
An old man slowly walked over. Although older, but the body of that not angry and powerful aura is very strong.
Even Lin Fan on the stage also feel very clear.
If he moves his hand, I'm afraid that he has no power of resistance.
Chief Steward, Xian Kaigwa saluted the 3 of them, and then sighed uncontrollably.
Xian Kaigwa and Li Shang knew that the chief superintendent had stepped in,
and this could not go on,
while Hua Hongyun sighed because he was relieved.
The chief superintendent appeared.
That meant Zhang Chang had at least saved a life. Chief Superintendent Pei Hongsheng glanced at Lin Fan in the ring as well as Zhang Chang, who had been stepped on by him, and there was a seeming smile on his face.
Kid, good fight, but let's be forgiving. Zhang Chang has already been wasted by you. Forget it, there's no rule that you can kill your opponent in a sparring match.
Lin Fan slowly raised his foot and spoke faintly.
That's a reasonable statement.
But this person has been trying to put me to death before. Pei Hongsheng slightly stunned,
and then laughed out loud. Secretly, this kid is really interesting.
Is this the air that Lin Changshan cultivated?
I know.
That's why if it was you laying on the ground right now, I'd do it too. Or do you suspect I can't do it?
After saying that,
Pei Hongsheng released his aura to lock Lin Fan, and that terrifying aura made Lin Fan's heart tremble.
Grand Master? Or the Big Dipper?
Lin Fan noticed that in addition to himself, and no one noticed the breath of Pei Hongsheng, this strength is really strong, terrible awe. Very quickly, Pei Hongsheng withdrew his breath and said soothingly,
there's no need to compete in your next match. The Grandmaster Cheng has come out, and I'd like to call you the number 1 in the younger generation. Upon hearing this, the crowd of people from the 3rd district who were still a bit angry cheered, shouting loudly for the first person under their breath. Only Lin Fan knows, this is completely a slap and then give a sweet date ah. It's just that the lesson has been taught anyway, so it's pointless to kill Zhang Chang or not.
Lin Fan nodded slightly at Pei Hongsheng before walking down the ring.
Little Fan, you, He Manging hurriedly got up,
yet before she could finish her sentence, she ran to Lin Fan's body.
How are you doing? Is your arm okay? It's fine. I've just recovered. Saying that,
Lin Fan also made a point to move his left shoulder that had just been shattered. She breathed a sigh of relief, then her small face sank as she said in dissatisfaction, why didn't you exert your strength from the start if you had such a strong strength?
Do you realize it all scared my daughter?
He Manging covered her mouth and laughed.
Mom!
She blankly glanced at He Menjing, and her small face suddenly reddened.
Lin Fan come over here. I have something to say to you.
Pei Hongsheng suddenly spoke. Lin Fan was slightly stunned.
Secretly saying what was Pei Hongsheng looking for himself for? About that cave. Are you sure you don't want to hear about it? Caves. Worthy of being the chief superintendent. This intelligence network is extraordinary. Auntie, then I'll excuse myself for dinner tonight. Go on.
After watching Lin Fan follow Pei Hongsheng away,
He Menjing couldn't help but laugh. How was it? Your mom, I didn't screw you over. Did I? She didn't say anything.
There was shyness and loss in her heart. Lin Fan doesn't seem to mean anything to himself. Was he too unfriendly to him before? If you had obeyed your mom before, would things have been different? The other side. After Lin Fan followed Pei Hongsheng to the car, Pei Hongsheng then spoke. Do you know what that cave you found is?
Lin Fan shook his head, then silently looked at Pei Hongsheng. You don't know? Never mind. You'll understand when you get inside. Lin Fan frowned. Could it be that Pei Hongsheng really knew something?
After noticing Lin Fan's eyes, Pei Hongsheng smiled and spoke. I don't know much about that cave either,
but there is a very important piece of information I have to tell you now. That cave has been exposed. Exposed?
Lin Fan looked at Pei Hongsheng in confusion.
Hadn't that cave been taken over? Could it be that? Don't look at me like that.
It wasn't me who said that. And the other party sent the message directly to the hidden world. The hidden world sects and clans are all a little bit dumbfounded.
According to the information I got,
there are already 2 sects of people who have come to the central state, and quite a few other forces are rushing over right now.
Who is the other party?
Lin Fan was surprised.
I'm not sure,
but since I know the existence of the hidden world, it means that the other party is definitely not an ordinary person.
Tomorrow you lead the team to go in and explore.
I'm declaring the champion partly because you do have the strength,
and partly because I want to check out this cave.
Lin Fan pondered for a moment before speaking.
I'll enter by myself. There's evil chi inside this cave.
I'm only afraid that everyone else except me will be eroded by the evil chi.
Pei Hongqing didn't object and drove off directly after a brief chat with Lin Fan. After thinking about it,
Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Wu Yun's number.
The phone was connected,
and before Lin Fan could open his mouth,
Wu Yun directly said, "I was just about to look for you. Are you in Central State right now?"
Lin Fan was slightly stunned and inquired uncertainly.
"The Vajra sect also knows about that cave? You know about it too?" "Vajra sect contacted me today and asked me if you were in Lingyun. I said I needed to clarify and was about to call you. So that Yun sect master who is competing with you for power will also come?"
Lin Fan was curious.
"Will, if you can, just help me finish him off.
But I suggest you'd better not expose it. The one in your family was quite rude to the hidden world in the first place. If you're identified, there might be some big problems."
"I know.
I'll fix him." After hanging up the phone, the people from the districts had also walked out of the drill hall. After all, the ring had all been almost collapsed by Lin Fan. And after this one champion of Lin Fan appeared, all the matches afterward had to be adjusted. So the later matches were all pushed back. The third district. In order to thank Lin Fan for getting both individual and team championships for the third district, not only raised Lin Fan's level, but also didn't need him to stay in the third district for training. It could be said that it was almost like giving Lin Fan an identity for nothing. That night, the three districts were partying all night long, but as the saying goes, several families are happy and several families are sad.
At this time, the Zhang family's crowd was horribly gloomy. "The thing is this,
said Hua Hongyun timidly.
Lin Fan? I want this Lin Fan to die without a burial place."
Zhang Dezi, the old master of the Zhang family,
said with a gloomy face. "But according to Qian Kaigua, behind this Lin Fan is most likely Lin Changshan. Zhang Disher's face sank and his tone was icy.
"Lin Changshan has disappeared for more than 20 years,
so it's not likely that he died long ago. Besides, what's the point of killing a Lin Fan in a proper way?"
Hua Hanyun didn't dare to open his mouth and lowered his head there waiting for the Zhang family's order.
Sang, what's wrong with you?"
A woman ran over and looked at Zheng Chang, who was wrapped up like a mummy inside the glass window, and lost her voice and cried,
"Let me in. I want to see my son."
The woman yelled as she grabbed the doctor by the collar.
"Calm down, ma'am.
The bones in young Zhang's entire body are now showing signs of shattering. He absolutely cannot be touched or his life will be in danger. We will do our best to save young Zhang's life."
The doctor quickly calmed down. "All-out efforts to save it? That means Xiao Chang's life is not yet out of danger? What are you guys doing? Hurry up and save him." "Xiao Yun, what do you look like now?"
Zheng Dis looked at Ku Yun with a sullen face and said,
"Dad,
why did Xiao Chang become like this?"
"Who in the world did this to him?" Ku Yun asked with a sob. "You don't have to care who it is. In any case, I won't make it easy for him is all." Saying that, a hint of sinister intent appeared on Zhang Desi's company. The next morning,
Lin Fan then drove his car to the cave that he had found before, and at this time, there were already 5 or 6 cars parked around the area. So it seemed that someone had already entered the cave. Lin Fan got off the bus and was about to head to the cave to find out what was going on when several figures came out from all directions.
"There's some personal business to be done here. If there's nothing else, hurry up and get out."
A youth spoke directly. Lin Fan didn't care about this person's words at all and walked towards the cave on his own.
"Ha ha,
there's a time when our young Master Li was ignored like this."
The young master of the Yellow Crane sect immediately laughed out loud.
"You?" Li Zhe gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to directly clash with the Yellow Crane sect, but Lin Fan was nothing but a person.
Didn't he have the guts to deal with Lin Fan?
Suddenly, Li Zhe directly rushed towards Lin Fan, and then fiercely blasted his fist towards Lin Fan's back heart.
Bang! The punch was a solid one.
And just as the others present took pity on Lin Fan,
a scream rang out.
No one expected that the person who let out a miserable scream would be Li Zhe.
And for a moment everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. Li Zhe is good to the beginning of the Huanjin.
Such a solid punch.
It is the average rock will also be broken off. However,
after hitting the youth in front of him, Li Zhe was actually injured. So there was only one answer. The strength of this youth was too much higher than Li Zhe.
"Patriarch, Huang Yan,"
the young master of the Yellow Crane sect, exclaimed. Such a young sect master.
Could it be from the 8 powers? Li Zhe didn't think about that much.
At this moment he was a full interpretation of what is called a mallet.
Directly shouted, "All give me on. Fuck him to death." The Li clan's crowd didn't dare to disobey and rushed towards Lin Fan.
"Get out!" Lin Fan had only uttered a single word, but the powerful force contained therein shook the besiegers' chi and blood, and a few of the weak ones even directly sprayed out blood.
Immediately afterward,
Lin Fan looked at Huang Yan and the others and spoke.
"You guys want to stop me too? Don't get me wrong. I'm just here to hit the sauce." Huang Yan hastily raised his hands and said.
Lin Fan didn't say anything more as he directly stepped inside the cave.
Huang Yan and the others were instantly relieved, and then they couldn't help but distance themselves quite a bit from the Lee family. Good guys, this mallet in a sense is bull. Not looking for soft tomatoes to pinch. Picking the iron plate to kick and it won't kick. Don't let this one get you down too. Inside the cave,
Lin Fan's body became a bit heavy after he walked out for some distance according to Chengde.
At this moment, although the evil aura around him could not erode Lin Fan,
it could cause him to feel tired. I think those hermit people have a lot of treasures in their hands that can resist the evil chi here.
Lin Fan not only really have a background is not the same After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, a commotion came from across the street.
Lin Fan frowned slightly and was curious as to what had happened when 3 people,
a man and 2 women, flew over to Lin Fan's side.
And not far behind them was a one-man tall wolf, with scarlet eyes and a bloody mouth that seemed like it could easily swallow a person. The 3 people on the opposite side were relieved when they saw Lin Fan, and the man even threw the ruby in his hand into Lin Fan's hand. Before Lin Fan could react, the 3 of them had already passed through Lin Fan, and the vicious wolf also crossed over, then stopped and looked at Lin Fan menacingly.
This time Lin Fan finally understood. It looked like those 3 people just looked at the ruby as a treasure, so they got greedy. And after getting the ruby they woke up this monster. Now only fear that if you discard this ruby, this evil wolf will not let go of yourself. It can only be fought. Lin Fan pulled back and prepared for battle. The vicious wolf lunged at Lin Fan, its huge claws seeming as if it wanted to tear Lin Fan apart. Lin Fan also did not back down, running his surrounding true chi to directly embrace the vicious wolf's paw, and then violently slammed it behind him. When Lin Fan noticed that the vicious wolf had been thrown 7 or 8 meters away by himself and was rolling around on the ground twice before getting up, Lin Fan's brows couldn't help but frown. This bad wolf. Why does it feel like the strength and aura don't match at all? The vicious wolf shook its head and growled at Lin Fan, and the strength contained in the sound was even more terrifying than when it had just attacked itself. It was also because of this roar that Lin Fan finally realized the problem with this. This bad wolf is very strong? Are you kidding me? If you were so strong, would you be able to fly out in one fall? It was only because it had been surviving in this cave for years and was able to become one with the evil aura around it. So the evil aura around it mobilized when it roared, making people feel a huge intimidating force. After determining the situation, Lin Fan didn't panic and slowly walked towards the vicious wolf. The vicious wolf obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to not be scared away. Instead he even took the initiative to walk towards his side, and for a moment he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Lin Fan was not talking nonsense and directly rushed towards the evil wolf, blasting his fist hard on the face of the evil wolf. That punch really blindsided bad wolf. Lin Fan, however, did not stay idle and raised his leg and kicked the vicious wolf in the jaw, followed by a roundhouse kick that sent the vicious wolf flying. The vicious wolf flew a dozen meters away in a single breath, then fiercely stood up and growled, directly charging towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan moved his shoulders and was about to give this vicious wolf a fatal blow when he saw the vicious wolf directly bend its front legs and glide in front of Lin Fan. That's a knee? Lin Fan looked at the evil, meek coyote in front of him with dismay, and for a moment he even reacted a little. The coyote grinned, his eyes glittering, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had seen his vicious appearance just now, Lin Fan would have even thought that this was a mention of a large-sized husky. Not fighting? Lin Fan inquired. The coyote nodded in a hurry, looking like he was indeed scared by the beating. Lin Fan glanced at the ruby in his hand, and vaguely even detected the slightest hint of aura on it. You've been using this to cultivate? Lin Fan continued to ask. The coyote cocked his head in an I don't get it look. Never mind. Just show me where this gem is. The coyote nodded, then lay down on the ground and waited for Lin Fan to write it. After Lin Fan rolled over onto the wolf, the coyote then slowly walked directly towards the front. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan was brought to a cave, which was filled with countless red gemstones in addition to a grass nest. And unlike outside, this place was surrounded by aura, and there was no evil aura encroaching on this place. Lin Fan glanced at the coyote. No wonder such a terrifying evil aura had not caused him to lose himself, but instead he still had a spirit. This is your home? The coyote nodded, then once again looked pitifully at Lin Fan, as if to say you can take it if you like, but leave some for me. Although these individual rubies were amazing, Lin Fan was not prepared to keep them for himself. First of all, although this ruby had aura on it, it was very thin, and unless all of it was taken away, it really wouldn't be of much help to himself right now. Secondly, Lin Fan didn't come here for these this time. Since there was evil chi in the cave, it meant that there must be a lot of secrets here, and this place must not count for anything. Don't worry, I don't want it. The coyote instantly became excited and opened its front legs to pounce on Lin Fan. Looking at the huge body coming towards him, Lin Fan didn't hesitate for a second and kicked the coyote out. After getting up pitifully, the coyote flopped down on the ground and looked at Lin Fan aggressively. It's not my fault. You don't even look at your size. Can I take this pounce? Let me ask you. Besides this cave, is there another place deeper here? The coyote couldn't help but nod after a moment's recollection. Take me there. The coyote was startled, its huge head shaking like a rattle as if it was hell. Are you sure? After Lin Fan moved his muscles, the little wolf didn't dare to disobey this time, so he had to lead Lin Fan towards the deeper depths. After having a guide like Little Wolf, Lin Fan had saved a lot of effort. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to arrive in front of a stone gate, while in front of him stood two solemn stone statues. The long thatch that stood in front of them gave a sense of the vicissitudes of history. When he walked to about 10 meters away from the stone statue, the coyote suddenly stopped, saying that he didn't dare to take half a step forward anymore. Helplessly, Lin Fan had no choice but to roll over and get off the wolf, heading towards the stone door in front of him. Swish! The moment Lin Fan approached, the eyes of the two stone statues flashed with red light and directly swung the spears in their hands to charge towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan hastily dodged, then grabbed the opponent's spear and was about to attack when the other stone statue had already arrived close. Lin Fan had no choice but to withdraw his feet and retreat, which barely managed to dodge the blow. However, as Lin Fan returned to the little wolf, the two stone statues did not pursue, but returned to their original positions in their original poses. Lin Fan glanced at the coyote beside him in surprise and said in disbelief, "You know that they will attack after crossing this line?" After seeing the coyote nod, Lin Fan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle as he questioned, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Bewildered, the coyote stretched out his front paws and scratched his head, then wailed. Lin Fan slapped his head, secretly saying that he was stupid to the point of actually expecting a wolf to tell him that there was danger here. "Well, no offense. So did you ever go in there to the inside?" The coyote shook its head, then glanced in the direction it had come from, a look of supplication on its face. "You can go back if you want. I'll figure it out here." The coyote's face was delighted and it rubbed against Lin Fan's leg twice before running straight back. Lin Fan looked at the two stone statues in front of him. These two stone statues were not strong individually, but the two worked together seamlessly. Definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan suddenly had a sudden thought. Standing outside the circle is safe. So what if you stand outside the circle and attack? After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan picked up two stones from the ground and directly catapulted them towards the two stone statues. Snap! The two crosses hit the stone statue with unerring precision. Lin Fan was delighted. It seemed that he had succeeded in getting stuck in the bug. After taking out his pistol from his backpack, Lin Fan aimed at the two stone statues and directly fired several shots. Originally Lin Fan also felt that there was little point in holding this thing. He could not use the gun if he could beat it, and the gun he could not beat could not help the other party. But he did not expect to actually come to a windfall. After successfully resolving the two stone statues, Lin Fan easily arrived at the door and pushed it open. Swish swish swish. The moment Lin Fan pushed open the door, 7 or 8 gazes locked onto Lin Fan. Lin Fan also didn't expect that behind this door was actually a huge cave like a lobby, with 4 gates on each of the 4 sides. Counting his own, this one had already been opened 3 times. So the one next to it is the entrance to the deeper part? Who are you? An old man stepped forward to question. After feeling the other party's aura of a great master, Lin Fan knew that he was not an opponent at all, and was not capable of defeating. "And who are you?" Lin Fan asked back without being humble. "I am Pang Bin, a senior of the Pang family. I am Yutong, an elder of the Rainfall sect." Good guys, they are all elders. No wonder one of them is a great master. Lin Fan of the Lin family. The Lin family? Not to mention the disciples of these two families. Even these two elders were stunned. Was there a Lin family in the hidden world? Old Pang, have you ever heard of the Lin family? Yutong inquired in a low voice. No, could it be some and its inconspicuous small clans? Pang Bin wondered. How can it be? Looking at this appearance, it should not be more than 30 years old. Such a young Zongshi de Chang is only found in the 8 great families. If it was some small family it would have been famous long ago, Yutong denied. Speaking of which, the duo suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this Lin family was a higher level family? Although they weren't sure, the two of them, as elders, did hear this rumor that there were even more mysterious forces above the hidden world, and that the gap between the people of these forces and the hidden world was just like the gap between the hidden world and the urban masses. So this person is really from a higher plane? The two glanced at each other, both seeing the other's puzzled and surprised look. It seemed that this was not a small possibility, and for a place like this, people at that level might be too lazy to care. So a small family sent a little guy to check out the situation here. This also explained where the non-Big 8 had gotten such a young sect master, and why the other party had only one person come. Coupled with the fact that Lin Fan still maintained his condescending demeanor after seeing the two of them were feeling more and more that this was a big possibility.
and their attitudes changed quite a bit for a moment, from the hostility they had before to something a bit more pleasing.
I said, where are you from? The Lin family? I hear all. Snap.
Yutong hurriedly gave this talkative disciple a slap on the face, followed by a pleasing smile on his face. The people of the Rainfall sect were momentarily confused,
secretly saying that Elder you had hit the wrong person, right? This kid is obviously alone. Why are you afraid of him? Does it mean that the other person is not an ordinary person? So it's someone from the Lin family. Hello there, are you here to explore the treasure as well? Look at this Yutong, that look and speak tone.
The disciples of the Rainfall sect are more sure of their own measurements only to think. But Lin Fan cannot help but be a little puzzled. Could it be that the Lin family was a very powerful family? So powerful that this Yutong had to curry favor? Whatever. Why would he risk his life to fight these two hard if he could solve it by pretending? That's right. My Lin family heard about this and ordered me to come personally to check out the situation.
And since I couldn't see anything extraordinary here, I didn't look for anyone to follow.
Yutong and Pang Bin, two people, hard a burst of contempt, but also follow, only afraid that you are the kind of existence to follow others. Although the duo despised it in their hearts, they did not show a trace of it on the surface, and still had a pleasing look on their faces as they said, then you alone can take away the treasures in here? Our Lin family lacks treasures? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. The two were speechless, and come on, they even let people give Versailles a go. But it's good. At least it's clear that this kid isn't here to grab the baby on the line. Is this the only door left? Then let's get going, Lin Fan said indifferently.
Go open the door. Pang Bin didn't talk nonsense at this time and directly ordered the disciple beside him. The disciple flew to the gate, and just as he was about to open the door, the gate was suddenly opened, and immediately afterward, 4 figures, 1 old and 3 young, appeared in front of the crowd. These 4 people were also stunned when they saw the crowd present, and the old man was even more bewildered as he said, why are you here? I was going to ask you, did you get the treasure? Yutong was surprised. Got it, my ass. I just came in just an hour or so ago. You guys got it? The Scorpion Palace elder Lian Shui said doubtfully. Wait, Lian Casting, are you saying that you walked here after coming in from the cave and this is the first door? Pang Bin was surprised. Yeah, what about you guys? What kind of treasure is in there? Pang Bin did not answer Lian Zhou's question. The whole person was completely dumbfounded on the spot. After entering from the main entrance, everyone gathered here. There were only 4 doors in total. Did it mean that everyone was going the wrong way? What's that look on your faces? Don't tell me there's nothing in there. Lian Zhou was surprised. Still inside. We thought you just came out from inside. We also came here through various forks in the road. This is the first door that opened. I thought that was a deeper entrance, but it turned out to be the exit, Yutong said breathlessly. Lian Shui carefully observed Yutong and Pang Bin's expressions, and after seeing that the two did not look like they were lying again, he could not help but be puzzled. So it was all for nothing. There's nothing here? Lin Fan didn't say anything and stood still and kept thinking to himself, could it be that this place was really empty? Or has someone already been here and emptied the place? Nope. If that was the case, it was impossible for the evil aura here to remain for a long time. So this should be the end point, or the starting point to enter a specific space. No, we must have gone astray. With so many passages, it's impossible for there to be no road at all. Lian Zhou shook his head. He didn't believe and couldn't accept this result. Let's organize our route. We must have missed the right route. Yutong followed up. Lin Fan saw that these few people were definitely not ready to leave, and it was not certain what kind of danger there would be afterward. Instead of letting them ambush them at the door after many fruitless attempts, it would be better to just let them give themselves a hand, and let them help solve any dangers. All tell us how long you've been traveling. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Lian Shui frowned slightly. He hadn't even noticed Lin Fan before and thought that he was a disciple of either the Rainfall sect or the Pang clan. Now seeing him come out of the culture so arrogantly, Lian Zhou was instantly dissatisfied. You boy. Before Lian Casting could finish his words, Yutong hurriedly pulled Lian Casting's wrist, then whispered, pay attention. Didn't you see his cultivation clearly? Lian Shui was slightly stunned, and after checking Lin Fan's cultivation level, he wondered, isn't it just a Zhongshu de Chang? Could I have misread it? Yutong was speechless and spoke. Are you stupid? Who else besides the 8 great families can produce such a young Zhongshu de Chang? These words reminded Lian Casting. Yes, who else but the 8 great families could cultivate it? He's from the 8 families? No, Yutong shook his head. Lian Casting was speechless. Hoping you're wasting my expression there? So what kind of crap are you talking to me about? Don't you, hallowed elder of the Scorpion Palace, know that there are even more mysterious existences above the hidden world? He's not from the 8 great families, yet he possesses the strength of a Grandmaster Master at such a young age. And not only that, he actually doesn't have the slightest bit of fear when he sees us. He's still so arrogant. Do you think he's an ordinary person? Lin Shui instantly reacted.
Yes. Before I heard the palace master said that there are still high people above the hidden world.
Could it be that this teenager in front of him came from that legendary place? For a moment,
Lin Shui's attitude also changed.
Smilingly said, I just walked for about an hour or so.
This 7 turns almost go messy.
A total of 3 forks in the road. The young master asked what this thing for.
The 3 disciples of the Scorpion Palace looked at Lien casting in confusion.
Secretly saying what was wrong with Elder Lien?
Lin Fan didn't answer Lien Zhou and looked at the duo of Yutong and Peng Bin.
What about you guys? We're about the same. Also 3 forks in the road. Yutong spoke up. Me too. Peng Bin nodded his head immediately afterward. Lin Fan nodded. Then spoke. I'm about the same. This mountain isn't big, excluding the necessary area needed for support. We should have almost finished the rest of the area. Are you saying that the treasure has been taken? Lien Zhou was surprised. It's not very likely. What if what we're walking on is just a surface layer, and there's another layer underneath this?
Lin Fan pointed at his feet.
There's another layer down there?
Everyone subconsciously looked at their feet.
Could it be that this cave was still a duplex structure? What does it take to get down there? Pang Bin asked expectantly. Look for it. There must be a trap here.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, before he could command, the people from the 3 forces began to start searching within the huge cave.
Half an hour later,
the dozen or so people were all sitting on the ground, with a speechless look still on their faces.
What, there is another layer?
Here, including the stone wall, they have checked the general.
There is no situation at all.
After noticing the trio's puzzled eyes, Lin Fan couldn't help but frown and questioned.
What are you guys looking at me for? This really has a next layer? Lien Zhou asked with uncertainty. That's for you to ask.
Have you checked thoroughly? The 3 Lien casting people were speechless.
Haven't we checked carefully enough? It's very comprehensive. Even the roof of the shed, we briefly checked it through our chi.
If we increase our chi output, only this place will collapse.
Yutong said helplessly.
There is one place you have not noticed. Lin Fan's words caused the crowd to freeze.
There was still room?
Where? Lin Fan turned around and directly closed the door behind him. Just as the crowd was wondering what Lin Fan was up to, a sound of gears turning suddenly came to mind.
Soon enough, the sound stopped, and although there were no changes in the surroundings, everyone had already determined the way to open the organ. It's actually Department 4. If it wasn't for Shaolin, who would have thought? Yutong was shocked. It wasn't really a pat on the back, but everyone wouldn't think that there would be an organ on the way in, and the door was naturally recognized as part of the way in. Without hesitation, the 3 elders got up and closed the door they came through directly. Click here. The sound of gears sounded again, and the crowd only felt a tremor under their feet as the ground began to slide downward as if it were an elevator. I don't know how long it took, but the ground finally stopped, and a hole really did appear in front of the crowd. Sure enough, there is a second level, but people in ancient times knew about the elevator? Lien Zhou was surprised. It's just an organ technique. By the situation just now, the back may not be finished by one person. Temporarily form a team.
Lin Fan looked at the crowd and said indifferently,
with these slight condescension still surfacing on his face.
Lin Fan was able to see that the more he behaved like this, the more they thought that his status was extraordinary.
At this moment, Lin Fan even somewhat enjoyed the feeling of pretending. The crowd didn't have an opinion on this proposal. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Fan, his door only wouldn't have come to this place. It turns out that people at higher levels have more knowledge than they do. When the crowd entered the cave, the elevator that sent them down suddenly rose back up, and the way out of the cave was blocked. After Lin Fan took out the sticks and cloth from his backpack, he was about to make a simple torch when 3 rays of light suddenly shone on Lin Fan's body. Lin Xiao, we have a flashlight, Lien Zhou reminded. Lin Fan for a moment do not know what to say. Good. Technology is really developed. The hidden world side also do not need primitive means. Of course I know there's a flashlight. Can't you guys notice that the evil aura here has gotten even thicker? Who knows if there is oxygen back there? Torches are the safest, Lin Fan said indifferently. I see. So that's what torches are for. Although there was no oxygen, and by relying on their internal strength the crowd could also close their breath for at least half an hour or more. But internally they also had to resist the erosion of the evil chi. So torches were more suitable for them. Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately nothing was found to be wrong. Originally thought that the life of the hidden world was very primitive, so deliberately did not go for a flashlight. For the moment, it seems as if he's thinking too backward about the hidden world. Come to think of it, they're all driving here, and they can't take advantage of a flashlight? It's still Shaolin who is thoughtful. I have the highest cultivation level. Let me scout the way, Yutong proposed. Lin Fan nodded and handed the torch to Yutong, then stood in the middle of the group and slowly walked towards the depths. I don't know how long they had been walking, but the crowd finally saw a bright light.
Once they reached the entrance of the cave, the crowd saw a space like a chamber. Found it. It looks like this is the place where the treasure lies in eternal rest, Lien Zhou said excitedly. This is rich. Go! Pang Bin said excitedly and was about to go forward when he was stopped by Yutong. Old Guai. What are you doing? Let's hurry. Poof. Pang Bin took a solid slap from Yutong in the front, and his entire body flew directly backwards. Yutong, are you crazy? Or do you look like you're taking it all for yourself? Lien Zhou hastily prepared for battle and looked at Yutong with a wary face. Take it all for yourself? What's here was originally mine. Yutong's voice was hoarse and incomparable, with a horrified expression on his face. For a moment, the Rainfall sect's crowd of disciples also became a target, and the disciples of the Scorpion Palace and the Pang clan looked at them with hostility. However, the disciples of the Rainfall sect were also confused, secretly saying that Elder Yu, if you want to make a move, you should also tell us in advance. Something's not right. He's not Yutong. Lin Fan frowned. He. It seems that there is still one with a bit of vision. I am the evil God Emperor. Since you people dared to break into my long sleeping place, you have to be prepared to be eaten by me. Yutong, who had already been possessed by the evil God Emperor, laughed maniacally. How is this possible? Not to mention whether there is any evil God Emperor. Even if there is, this person should have been dead for a long time. How could he still be able to maintain his consciousness, and still possessed? Lien Zhou was surprised. Evil cultivation technique, right? I'm only afraid that it's an evil technique that may revive if it devours all of us here. Lin Fan noticed the blood spat out by Pang Bin as if it was alive and kept swimming in the direction of the tomb. And this conjecture appeared in his heart as well. That's right. So you all die for me. Yutong laughed wildly, then violently rushed towards Lien Zhou. Pang Bin was seriously injured. And now the only person who can get in the way of Yutong is Lien Zhou. And after solving him, I'm afraid that no one will be able to live. Lin Fan didn't want to fight for his life. His eyes swept the chamber in front of him before charging straight out. There seemed to be a lot of treasures here, but Lin Fan believed that they were just some low-end items, and the real treasures should be within the main chamber. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan directly rushed to the front door, running his body's true chi to make his full strength ready to push open the door. However, even though Lin Fan, who was at the 4th level of chi condensation that was comparable to that of a grandmaster, did not even push the gate a single bit. Your own cultivation is too weak? Or is this a dead end? Just as Lin Fan was puzzled, Lin Fan's hand seemed to be stained by the gate, and his own true chi was constantly absorbed by the gate. Very quickly, Lin Fan's true chi was absorbed and Lin Fan even felt like he was in danger of dropping levels. A faint white light appeared on Lin Fan's body, and then his entire body disappeared directly in front of everyone. Cultivator? It's really unexpected that there are still cultivators among your group, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you first before going to deal with him. The corner of Yutong's mouth lifted, and then he once again attacked towards Lien Zhou, and at this time, Lien Casting also began to greet Lin Fan's ancestors in his heart nonstop. You damned well have a way to leave. Actually don't take us with you, so we're just your tools. Ha! Bang! Just as Lien Casting was sputtering, Yutong's fist had already reached Lien Casting's front. Lien Shui barely defended, but he was also struck by the blow, causing his blood to surge. I said, are you ready or not? If we keep dragging this on, none of us are going to live, Lien Zhou yelled. As soon as the words fell, Pang Bin's figure flashed behind Yutong. Well, it's not like I've just recovered enough to come over and help you. Yutong dodged and looked at the two of them with a small smile. Looks like things are going to get a little interesting, so let's have some fun with you guys. The battle outside the main chamber entered a stalemate, and listening to the sounds of the fight outside, Lin Fan felt even more amazing. He was transported inside the main chamber? How does that work? Looking at the main chamber in front of him as well as the iron coffin in the center, Lin Fan didn't bother to think any further and directly walked towards it. These dozens of steps made Lin Fan feel more and more magical. This place seemed to be a magical pure land in general. Instead of having the slightest evil aura, the aura was abundant as it could be. When Lin Fan pushed open the iron coffin, 2 jade bottles appeared in front of him. One of them seemed to be absorbing the surrounding aura, while the other was vaguely exuding it. After Lin Fan curiously picked up one of the jade bottles, his consciousness lapsed violently, and by the time he was reacting he was already in a magical space. Lin Fan looked around in bewilderment, only to realize that the surroundings were white and there was no edge to be seen again. Don't be afraid, young man. I'm the owner of this Zimu heavenly spirit vase, and also the owner of this tomb. An old voice suddenly sounded. Lin Fan looked around. His heart was even more cautious, not to mention the fact that he couldn't see anyone. The owner of this tomb. Isn't that the evil God Emperor? You are the evil God Emperor? Lin Fan frowned. Evil God Emperor? Don't confuse me with that kind of trash. He merely wanted to seize my inheritance but couldn't open the main chamber's door without true chi. That's why he made another tomb within a tomb outside. Lin Fan could not help but sigh in relief. It seems that this is much better than the evil god emperor.
So senior you are?
Lin Fan was curious.
It doesn't matter who I am anymore. I'm about to dissipate.
Before that I'll talk to you about this Sun and Mother Heavenly Spirit bottle of mine.
This treasure is a pair of Sun and Mother. The Sun bottle absorbs the spiritual chi.
The Mother bottle refines and gives it to the host to absorb. This is the key for me to be able to cultivate without any disadvantages.
Nowadays I'm afraid that there are only few people who can absorb the aura.
Right. Handing it over to you will at least not bury this treasure.
I've been in this shithole for I don't know how many years now, and as much as I'd love to talk to you about the outside world, it seems like there's no time for that now.
Lin Fan had a puzzled look on his face,
and before he could ask a question,
his consciousness returned to the main tomb from before.
Bang!
There was a loud noise coming from the main tomb's door.
The evil god emperor was constantly and frantically smashing the door, and the door also appeared to have an exaggerated deformation. From this, it only seemed that Lian Shui and the others had all been taken care of. Not only that, this evil god emperor appeared to have greatly increased in strength after absorbing the essence blood of the crowd. Suddenly,
Lin Fan developed a sense of vertigo, and then his body seemed to be out of control, with only a faint consciousness still alive.
Don't be afraid.
You're also counted as half of the old man's heir, so I'll use this last power to help you leave. The evil god emperor growled after noticing the change in Lin Fan's eyes and roared, "Warrior Sky,
finally I see you. I'm going to kill you. He, after so many years, are you still so unaware of the heights of heaven? Come on then," Lin Fan said faintly before charging directly towards the evil god emperor. Watching the battle between the two, Lin Fan even had a feeling of the gods fighting. Gradually, Lin Fan's consciousness sank more and more,
then slowly disappeared without a trace.
After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan's body trembled and his consciousness instantly returned.
When Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, he realized that he had already arrived in the four-door cave where he had initially met Yutong and the others. At this time, the evil aura around him had disappeared without a trace, and Lin Fan was the only one standing alone in the entire space. Lin Fan looked left and right in bewilderment.
Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? A fantasy created after the evil chi was like a body? Gollum!
Just as Lin Fan turned around and was about to check the situation around him, the jade bottle by his feet was kicked over and rolled to the side.
A vase of the Mother's Spirit of Heaven? So everything that just happened was real? But if it's true, how did one get back here? After thinking about it,
Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head, regardless of whether it was real or unreal just now.
In any case,
the treasure had arrived. Lin Fan pushed open the door he came through and took the Zimu Heavenly Spirit bottle and directly left the cave.
When Lin Fan walked to the entrance of the cave, the sky was already darkening, and before Lin Fan could take a few steps out, dozens of people had already gathered around him. "Kid, since you came out from inside, you should have gotten the treasure, right? Hand it over and I'll spare your life," a black-faced big man directly spoke. "How ridiculous. What qualifications does your sex Forge Villa have to snatch the treasure from my sect? The Vajra sect?"
a young man asked with contempt.
"What did you say?"
"I say you Forge Mountain Villa had better get lost."
As soon as the young man's words fell,
two old men stood out behind him, and both of them had the aura of a Grand Master. So it seemed that this young man should be the young sect master Hong Tieshuan that which Cloud was talking about.
"Hong Taisho, you're arrogant.
I'll clean you up after I get the treasure,"
the black-faced big man said in a deep voice. "Clean me up? You're nothing, kid. Hand over the treasure." Hong Taishuan opened his mouth.
Lin Fan's eyes turned and he looked directly at the black-faced man and said,
"Have you forgotten about me? It's me.
I went in to get the bottle, not to offer it to the Forge Villa.
I'll give it to you." The black-faced man froze, wondering if he knew such a person. However,
Hong Taisho did not give him time to reminisce.
The treasure was about to be taken away. How could he continue to watch?
At the command of the Vajra sect,
"Seize the treasure." With Hong Tieshuan's order,
this large group of people from the Vajra sect directly rushed towards the Forge Mountain Villa crowd. Where did the Forge Villa side know if the young master and Lin Fan had a deal or not? They rushed to meet the attack. The two parties directly mingled. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to flash to Hong Tieshuan's body, and violently slammed his fist into Hong Tieshuan's heart. Even though Hong Tieshuo's external plus kung fu was excellent, it was simply not enough in this disparity of strength.
And with just one punch, Hong Taisho fell to the ground.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Fan quietly weaved his way through the crowd and directly broke away from it. The people on both sides,
on the other hand, were fighting harder and harder, itching to directly destroy each other in general. "All stop fighting. Where's that kid just now?" the big black-faced man shouted. The crowd was slightly stunned, and while they didn't see Lin Fan as they searched through the crowd, they did however see Hong Taishuan, who had fallen to the ground and died. This time the people of the Vajra sect became even more furious. Fuck, you guys really know how to catch a thief first, don't you? Dare to kill our young sect master? Vajra sect members, avenge the young sect master. Avenge the young sect master. After this incident, the Vajra sect and the Forge Villa were considered to have completely formed a deep enmity. After Lin Fan drove back to the 3rd district, he just pushed open the door of his room and saw Pei Hongxing sitting on his bed waiting for him. The chief superintendent knows that I'm back? Lin Fan was surprised. This is Central State. It's not easy to find a friend of the traffic vigilante to do a favor, Pei Hongxing said with a smile. Lin Fan was speechless. He was staring at himself all the time. Pei Hongxing. Is the treasure hunting over? How was it inside? Did you encounter any dangers? Pei Hongxing continuously asked. Dangerous, yes, but it's a surprise. Speaking of which, how's the competition going? Lin Fan was curious. Of course, apart from being curious, Lin Fan was also trying to change the topic. The matter of the treasure was something that Lin Fan was not even prepared to inform other than those he absolutely believed in. Obviously, Pei Hongxing was not among this group. The competition wasn't bad. Your 3 districts kind of showed their faces this time. The people who advanced to the 3rd round were reordered to fight against each other. And the experts from districts 1 and 2 were out of the situation. So the top 3 of the individual tournament this time were all rounded up by your 3 districts. Is it all wrapped up? So Chi and Tai and Ma Jingrui are 2nd and 3rd respectively? That turned out well. So I'm off to celebrate with my big mom. Go on. I should get back too. After saying that, Pei Hongxing directly got up and followed the guards to leave Lin Fan's temporary room. In the car, the guard quietly glanced at Pei Hongxing and inquired, Chief Superintendent, didn't you come to inquire about what Lin Fan had gained inside? Why did you just leave like that? This kid doesn't trust me. So what's the point of asking? The little guy is interesting. Pei Hongxing smiled, then had the driver drive straight out of the 3rd district. Lin Fan's affairs in Central State had basically been dealt with, and Duan's business had stabilized. Without lingering, at noon the next day, Lin Fan and Duan Chang arrived at the airport to prepare to return to Lingyun City. And to Lin Fan's surprise, there was another person he hadn't expected who was traveling with him. Are you going to Lingyun City too? Did Big Mom give you a vacation? Lin Fan asked in surprise. What's wrong? You don't allow people to go out and travel. Ha, it's a rare vacation. I also want to go to Lingyun City to have a look. She opened her mouth. Duan Chang looked at the heroic and beautiful she from the sidelines and thought to himself that he was worthy of being the boss. It was just as Zhang Hongyuan had said. Beautiful women were highly likely to become their sister-in-law whenever they met Lin Fan. I remember when I first came to the Central State as this beautiful woman to pick up the plane. At that time the two of them clearly do not know each other. And now this is all going to follow the boss back. I didn't say that. Anyway, the villa given by Third Mother has a lot of rooms, so you'll live there when the time comes. She nodded faintly, but inwardly, she was a little delighted. It seemed that Lin Fan should still have some interest in himself. Otherwise why would he invite himself to stay at his home? 2 hours later, the plane landed slowly. When Lin Fan's 3 people walked out of the airport, a pretty figure then directly jumped into Lin Fan's arms. I miss you so much. Let me have a good hug while they're not around. Kong Shasha said happily as she snuggled into Lin Fan's arms. Shasha you. She was surprised and looked at Kong Shasha who was snuggled in Lin Fan's arms, and for a moment she didn't know what to say to be good. Kong Shasha froze and looked at she on the side in dismay. Why did she come along too? It's over. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide this now. Sasha, what do you think you're running so fast for? If you don't want Lin Fan to wait for you, just come out earlier, not just. Well, before Li Xin could finish her words, she saw Kong Shasha, who was hugging Lin Fan, and her entire body instantly froze on the spot as well. Very quickly, Zhang Mengqi and Su Qingma also rushed over, and were similarly shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Duan Cheng on the side immediately got up the mentality of watching the show. Boss, this is going to be a harem chaos? Kong Shasha's small face turned red and she quickly loosened her arms, and was about to pull away from Lin Fan when she was hugged into his arms. Lin Fan gently kissed Kong Shasha's forehead and spoke. As you can see, Duan Cheng immediately stared with wide eyes. Secretly the boss Kao. So frankly open the words? When did you do this? Li Xin asked incredulously. It's always been there. It's just that the window paper has never been broken. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. For a moment, apart from Kong Shasha, the remaining 4 women had different looks on their faces, but they were all a bit lost. Was it preempted by Sasha Kong? It seems that it can only be blessed, after all, but also cannot rob their own good sister's mana. Kong Shasha's face was overflowing with happiness. She knew that Lin Fan was excellent, so she didn't even dare to go too far before there was a real development, let alone bring it up. Now that Lin Fan was allowed to take the initiative, was he not also considered a proper lady of the palace? How far have you gotten? You didn't eat all of Sasha, did you? Li Xin frowned. No, it was just that one step. Just that step. The four women thought about that scene just now, and even wished a little that it was they who had just been kissed. She was the first to slow down and spoke. Alright, let's hurry back. How long has it been since we sisters have met? The other three also slowed down and nodded before helping she leave together with her luggage. Watching the drama to see the end of the Duan Chang then realized that he wanted to be ignored from the beginning to the end of the existence of Ah. On the way back, Kong Shasha glanced at Cullinan in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but speak. Is it really okay for you to say it? In fact, I can see that everyone is interested in you. Why don't you wait until the right time to say it? I won't blame you either. Lin Fan touched Kong Shasha's little head and spoke. You're so true to me. Could I still push you away with one hand? But now that it's out in the open, don't you dare think about whetting my appetite. Hanging you, that's a must. But well, a greeting kiss every day is still okay. Kong Shasha tilted her little head and said smugly. After returning home, Lin Fan made lunch for the crowd as usual. However, the atmosphere was awfully quiet during the meal, and only the sound of clashing cutlery could be heard. Lin Fan also noticed the abnormal atmosphere, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Jingle bells. Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang, and at this moment, Lin Fan even felt that this call was simply a savior. Hello, what's wrong? Lin Fan said indifferently. Have you returned, boss? Zhang Hongyuan asked tentatively. Just got home and am having lunch. You're very well informed, Lin Fan said with a smile. Then since boss is back, can you please save my dad? I'll work for you as a cow or a horse from now on. Lin Fan froze. Zhang Hongyuan's father? Isn't Zhang Tian in central China? How many fathers does Zhang Hongyuan have? Your dad? Which one of your dads? Lin Fan said in dismay. That's the only dad I have. Boss, you've met before. Your father had an accident in Central State? A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Fan's face. Did it mean the Zhang family? But it seems that the Zhang family won't know that they have a relationship with Zhang Tiana. Even on Duan's side it has always been Sun Feng who has stepped in. The Duan family wouldn't be so bad as to go to the Zhang family and tell them about themselves, would they? No. My dad returned to Lingyun yesterday. I seem to have gotten into trouble to protect my sister-in-law. So he came back, but it harmed him. My dad is not out of life-threatening danger now. Boss, you have excellent medical skills. Can you cure my dad? I'll go check it out. Where are you guys now? Lin Fan inquired. At the city hospital. Dean Zhang said that my father's injuries were related to internal energy and she couldn't treat them. So it was up to you. I'm on my way. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan briefly spoke to a few women before heading directly inside the city hospital. When he saw Zhang Tian in the intensive care unit, Lin Fan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. What the hell is going on? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Hongyuan in disbelief. What exactly did Zhang Tian come back for and who beat him up like this? This can't be said in 3 or 2 sentences. Boss, why don't you cure my dad first? Zhang Hongyuan pleaded. Lin Fan didn't refuse, nodded and walked inside the intensive care unit with his needle bag. Who are you guys? Who let you in? Get out! Lin Fan had just opened the needle bag when a young male doctor walked in, then looked at the two of them with a dissatisfied face and said, I am Zhang Tian's son. My boss was invited to save my father. Zhang Hongyuan explained. Heal your father? With him? Dean Zhang has already said that it can only be maintained. If anything happens to you like this, our hospital will not be responsible. No one needs you to be responsible. Go out and bring the door with you, Zhang Hongyuan said indifferently, obviously not bothering with this idiot doctor. That also cannot. You treat as you please. How are we going to explain when people die in our hospital? And also, you say you're the patient's son you are. Zhang Hongyuan's brows were furrowed. Where the hell did this psycho come from? You mean I still need to get an account, right? How come you guys didn't have so much shit to do when I paid? Zhang Hongyuan was dissatisfied. Then I don't care. You guys get out right now or I'll call someone. Lin Fan glanced at the young doctor in confusion and was surprised. You don't know me? I'm the righteous son of Dean Zhangqing. Do you need me to call her? I don't care whose son you are. Come on. Someone's causing trouble in the ICU. Come on. Swish. As a silver needle flew out, this doctor's voice came to a screeching halt, and his body directly froze on the spot. It's really noisy. Xiao Yuan, come over and give me a hand, Lin Fan said indifferently. After seeing this amazing hand of Lin Fan, Zhang Hongyuan has more confidence in Lin Fan's medical skills. This should be the legendary pointing. The young doctor was a bit dumbfounded and wondered what this was all about. Why can't I move or make a sound? It felt as if one's soul had gone out of one's body and one's body no longer belonged to one at all. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan had finished applying the needles and was in the process of removing them when the doctors from the hospital finally appeared. When Dean Chaomeng saw this scene in the room, he couldn't help but stare and was surprised. What is this? Xiao Lu. You're not moving at all. Behavioral art?
Luger was on the verge of tears at this point.
Thinking Dean if I could move I would have moved long ago, okay?
Lin Fan raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Gu, slowly stretching out his hand. With a flip of his wrist, a truchi then directly locked onto the silver needle.
In the blink of an eye,
the silver needle flew back into Lin Fan's hand. This scene made the hospital crowd look dumbfounded.
Magic tricks?
Only Chow Meng secretly glanced at Lin Fan.
The higher realm of medical skills is to cooperate within oneself. It seems that this righteous son of Dean Zhang is indeed extraordinary.
Lu Gu instantly regained his mobility after the silver needles were retrieved, and hurriedly pulled on Fuck Meng's arm and said,
Dean, these two people don't know where they came from, and they have to carry out messy treatments on the patients. Ahem.
Right at this moment, Zhang Tian suddenly coughed twice, then slowly regained consciousness.
Luger froze, secretly saying that this kid from nowhere could really be cured? No. Then how will the hospital lose face?
The point is that he had told the dean that these two people were of unknown origin.
And now that he had been cured, wouldn't he be the one with the problem? Fine. You treated the patient to cough.
You'll wait for a complaint from our hospital.
Besides, do you have a license to practice medicine?
If you don't, you're treating illegally.
I'm looking for the vigilante now.
Lin Fan lightly glanced at Lu Gu, then looked at Chow Meng and said,
Are all the doctors in your hospital so brainless? Xiao Lu is new here. He just doesn't know you.
I'll apologize for him, Chow Meng said politely.
Dean, you're kidding, right? You know him? But even if you know him, you can't let him do whatever he wants. He's not a doctor at all. Look at him treating a patient with a cough. The moment Luger said this, everyone looked at Luger in unison. Coughing up the patient? What kind of oddball reason to find fault? People coughing to prove that people woke up, and now the lack of blood cough is not a very normal thing? Chow Meng also frowned slightly and questioned, who recruited him? It's a medical university that bailed him in,
the vice president said awkwardly.
Chow Meng's face was a bit unsightly. He spoke directly. Speak to the medical university. Don't send everyone. We are concerned about medical skills, but we are more concerned about medical ethics. Go and make arrangements. Lu Gu has been expelled. Luger looked at Chow Meng with disbelief and said blankly, What did you just say? Dean? I say you're fired.
Lin Fan is the righteous son of Dean Zhangqing,
and a medical expert that our hospital can't even dig up for $1,000.
You clearly saw that the patient has improved.
But you're making false accusations there. We can't afford to hire a doctor like you in our hospital. Looking at Chow Meng's serious look,
Lu Gu couldn't believe that he had been fired just like that.
Why? After 4 years of medical studies and a 3-year master's degree, was he still no match for such a barefoot doctor from nowhere? I'm not convinced.
It's your business if you're not convinced.
I'm the dean. I'm the boss of the city hospital. Get him out of here. Chow Meng was dissatisfied. No, you can't do this to me. Is it wrong for me to be dedicated to my job? For what?
Luger's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and Lin Fan didn't even care about a small person like Luger.
Well,
Dean Zhang said that the patient's body has a special energy.
The current medical level can't even have an effect on that kind of substance. Only you can deal with it. So now that the patient has woken up, it's solved? Chow Meng asked expectantly. It has been eliminated by me,
but his body is still weak, so I'll leave the rest to your hospital.
After receiving Lin Fan's affirmative reply, Chow Meng was instantly delighted, and then hurriedly said,
Then if such a situation arises again,
I wonder if young Master Lin can come back and help out. If my 6th mom needs me, well,
I'll leave it to you professionals here.
Jen, you come with me.
When Zhang Hongyuan saw that life had appeared on his old man's face at this time,
he didn't say anything else and directly ran out after Lin Fan. Through Zhang Hongyuan's description,
Lin Fan roughly understood the recent situation of the Zhang family. Not long after Lin Fan left, a young male who claimed to be Ming Xiao appeared. While this Gongzi had an expert by his side, who was scary in his own right. This Ming Xiao was a goods who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. Not knowing whether Ming Xiao had a deep background or because the effect of pursuing Lin Fan was too poor, the Xin family and the Huangfu family unanimously decided to give up on letting the 3 daughters continue wasting their time on Lin Fan's side any longer,
and switch to this Ming Xiao,
which was exactly why the 3 daughters hadn't come to the school in the first place. Now that the situation of the 3 girls was unknown, this Ming Xiao had instead landed on Chang Xiaoxiao, who had just returned.
In Zhang Hongyuan's opinion,
Chang Xiaoxiao was already his sister-in-law.
How could he let this Ming Xiao have his way?
So when this Ming Xiao sent people to find Chang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Hongyuan directly brought dozens of people to look for trouble.
And as a result, dozens of bodyguards were not enough to greet people. The next day,
the Zhang family's business was attacked by a joint attack from both the Shen and Huangfu families. Most of the elites were taken away by Zhang Tian, and Zhang Hongyuan himself was clueless in the business world, so he had no choice but to contact his old man Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian also understood that the other party was not to be messed with, but since he was already on Lin Fan's side, he naturally had to support him to the end, so he directly took a plane and rushed back. What no one expected was that on the day Zhang Tian came back, this Ming Xiao sent people to destroy the Zhang family. Zhang Tian was seriously injured and dying, and the family's housekeepers and mediocre people were all staying within the hospital. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. The other party didn't seem to be an ordinary person. Could it be a hidden world? Wait. Lin Fan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Are you saying that Xin Cheng and the Huangfu sisters didn't go to school because of the appearance of that Ming young man? And the family was forced to set them up? So before the seminar this young Ming showed up?" Yes. It showed up so early. So this Ming Xiao is definitely not a member of the Zhang family. Does that mean it's someone else? The same as Vajraman, who was worried that the oldly modest old man at home was going to do something? As he was thinking, Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. "Thank you, Lin Xiao. I've received a call from my old man saying that Hong Taizhou has been killed by the people from the Forge Villa, asking me to go back and take over Hong Tieshou's handiwork and to prepare for vengeance. I know. This is something you're pushing for, right?" Witch Cloud's voice came from the phone, and it could be heard that at this time, Witch Cloud was very happy. "Those are another story. Let me ask you, is there some Ming Xiao from the hidden world who has come to Lingyun?" Lin Fan inquired. "Young Ming?" Wu Yun thought for half a day before he could figure out who young Ming was in Lin Fan's mouth. "Oh, is that waste two fools Ming Jin of the Ming family?" "Right. I heard that he came. As if he came to practice. Why? He messed with you?" "He moved my men. Should I step in and make him apologize, or should you just step in and hang him?" Witch Cloud inquired. "What? This Ming family isn't good?" "Not good. At least it's much worse than our Vajra sect. The Ming family head is only a grandmaster, and it's rumored that the old ancestor has only just broken through to grandmaster. There's nothing more to say then. I'm going to finish him off. Feel free. I'll ask for his location for you if you need it. Besides, I'm leaving tonight. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Hidden World's movements for you when I get back. Thanks a lot." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan explained about Zhang Hongyuan and left the hospital directly, and at this time, Wu Yun had also sent the address of Ming Jin to Lin Fan. At this time, Ming Jin did not know that he had been in great trouble, and was still thinking that he could get on the line of Wu Yun. The matter between the Vajra sect and the Forge Villa was a big deal, and in terms of the current strength of both sides, the Vajra sect was a bit stronger than the Forge Villa, and with Hong Taizhou dead, the only one who could become the young sect master would be Wu Yun. If the Vajra sect swallowed the Forge Villa at that time, then the Vajra sect's rank would definitely increase by a layer. This is a great opportunity. "Young master, I've brought the chick you're eyeing for you. This vigilante is a bit of a hindrance, and I see that she's not bad looking, so I've tied her over as well." An old man spoke. Ming Jin was overjoyed and quickly jumped up from the sofa to open the two silk bags, which were clearly filled with Chang Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiu. Looking at the two sleeping beauties, Ming Jin even got a little excited. However, thinking that later on, Wu Yun might come over, after hesitating for a while, Ming Jin still gave up the idea of directly picking the two girls together. "I don't know which one Witch Cloud will like by then. It's just a matter of waiting for him to get here. Lock them both in the room first. We'll both take our time picking them out later when Witch Xiao arrives," Ming Jin commanded. "Young Witch?" "Young master is talking about that son of the Vajra sect's grand elder, Wu Yun," the old man said excitedly. "Exactly. He happens to be in Lingyun as well. And when he learned that I was over here, he said he wanted to come over to take a look. So I said, what's wrong with flaunting a bit in this mundane world? Now see the unexpected effect, right?" The old man nodded and praised. "It's still the young master who stands tall and sees far. I'm impressed." The duo had expectant smiles on their faces, not realizing that the crisis was getting closer to them. In the afternoon, a Ferrari slowly stopped at the entrance of the villa where Ming Jin lived. Lin Fan got out of the car and rang the doorbell after determining his location. Coming. Quickly, a youth opened the door. "Ming Xiao?" Lin Fan asked uncertainly. "You must be Wu Yun Wu Xiao. Just call me Xiao Ming. Please come in." With that, Ming Jin owed his body and made an invitation gesture. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. He resembled Wu Yun? After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan did figure out what the problem was. Wu Yun was nothing more than the son of the Grand Elder of the Vajra sect, and based on the current understanding of the situation, the Vajra sect was not a large force in the hidden world, so this Ming Jin naturally did not know what Wu Yun looked like, and now that Witch Cloud was about to become the young sect master, of course he had to be well entertained, so he behaved in an unusually polite manner. Lin Fan was here to kill people, not to visit relatives, so naturally he had no intention of going in. "Let us out, or I won't let you go, and neither will my master." Just as Lin Fan was about to make his move, a shout of curses faintly reached Lin Fan's ears. Something about this voice sounds familiar.
Chen Xiu? After noticing Lin Fan's frown,
Ming Jin hurriedly explained. What Xiao Wu just heard were the two little beauties I just captured. I don't have much to entertain Xiao Wu here, so I thought of finding two chicks to let Xiao Wu relax. This way please. This time, Lin Fan wasn't in a position to refuse. Had Chen Xiu been arrested? Very quickly, Lin Fan was brought by Ming Jin to the place where the two girls were being held. And the moment the door was opened, Lin Fan saw Chen Xiu and Chang Xiaoxiao, who were tied up with 5 flowers. The two women were also stunned when they saw Lin Fan. It looked so good that Lin Fan was still the guest of honor. Could it be that Lin Fan was trying to kidnap them? How's it going? Mr. Wu, these two chicks are hot, aren't they? Which one do you want? Of course, it doesn't matter if you want all of them, I still have more. And, Lin Fan frowned, just how many people had this Ming Jin arrested? Yes, but they've all been played with by me, and Elder Pu has also played with them, so naturally this kind of broken flower is not worthy of you. Which young? Bring the men here. I want to see them. Oh, Ming Jin also do not know why Witch Cloud want to see, but this is a cannot be offended lord. Since people want to see, then let him see it. Very quickly, Elder Pu threw the two women at Lin Fan's feet. Although they had already been tortured with distorted expressions, Lin Fan could still tell that these two were none other than Huangfu Chaozhao and Xin Cheng. Huangfu Chaozhao hastily grabbed Lin Fan's feet the moment she saw him and choked. Twilight is unwilling to betray you and has already committed suicide. Help us take revenge. Bang! Ming Jin kicked Huangfu Chaozhao in the stomach. His face grim. What kind of a thing are you to bang Witch Young? You. Ming Jin wanted to fight again, but he was stopped by Lin Fan. How many? Lin Fan said indifferently. Ming Jin was confused by Lin Fan's question and said blankly. Just these two left. What's wrong? I mean, how many people did you bring with you this time? Oh, it's just Elder Pu alone. What's wrong? Ming Jin was puzzled. Bang! Lin Fan fiercely struck out and directly slammed Xiao Ming Jin out of the way. Elder Pu froze, then reacted in a hurry and exclaimed. You're not Witch Cloud. I never said I was, and you're both going to die. Lin Fan's face was icy cold. The aura of the 4th level of chi condensation wrapped around his body, and looking at Elder Pu was constantly falling back. The 4th level of chi condensation. That was a power comparable to a Zhong Shi De Chang. Elder Pu was only a half step to greatness now, and was simply not enough to look at in front of Lin Fan. What are you doing? Let's have a talk. If you let me go, I'll help you take over the Ming clan, Elder Pu said in fear as he backed away. Ming family? I don't care at all about the mere Ming family. You must die. As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan directly slapped his palm on Elder Pu's chest. Elder Pu wanted to struggle, but at that moment, Lin Fan had already killed him. So much so that Elder Pu fell to the ground bleeding from his 7 orifices without even having a chance to escape. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan slammed his foot at Elder Pu's head, and for a moment the ground was littered with red and white dots. Regardless of whether Elder Pu was dead or not, Lin Fan's kick had steadily sent him to the west. After giving Chen Xiu and Shang Xiaoxiao to uncover the ropes on their bodies, Chen Xiu came back to her senses and said in shock. You killed someone? Yeah, I came here to kill them. So are you going to arrest me? Lin Fan said lightly, unable to tell if he was joking or fuming. Chen Xiu glanced at Huangfu Chaozhao and Shen Shang, who were lying on the ground in a miserable state, and after hesitating for a moment, she spoke. Xiaoxia and I were kidnapped, and by the time we woke up, we had already discovered these two corpses, and I don't know anything else. Chang Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Xiu in surprise, although she didn't want Chen Xiu to grab Lin Fan either, but she didn't expect Chen Xiu to pretend that she didn't see anything. This was completely at odds with Chen Xiu's meticulous image. Take them both to the police station. After all, we're kind of friends, and by the way, tell them that I'll take care of the family that made them what they are, both for their sake and for the promise I made to a friend. After saying that, Lin Fan directly turned around and left. Chen Xiu looked at the two women in front of her, her thoughts creating some changes at this point. Once she felt that right was right and wrong was wrong, but now she suddenly felt that wrong sometimes wasn't always really wrong and right wasn't always really right anymore. After simply dressing the two women who were already numb, Chen Xiu took the two of them to the bureau, and when the situation was explained, all the vigilantes in the bureau were all enraged, and one by one swore that they would punish the villains severely. And when the crowd learned from Chen Xiu that the villain had been killed by an unknown person, one by one, they all hesitated a bit. What the other guy did was out of line, but should he really be arrested? Let's build the case first. This is a complicated matter. Let's take our time. Yuan Hong's words immediately reminded the crowd. Yes, it's not that we don't check, but we can't control the speed, right? Meanwhile, inside the royal family, everyone in the Wangfu family huddled at the corner, looking at the teenagers sitting on the sofa and shivering. Forget about the Zhang family,
2 simple girls you actually gave to Ming Jin."
When he said this,
Lin Fan couldn't help but think of Huangfu Chaozhao's words. Did Huangfu Mumu choose to commit suicide for herself? What a silly girl. There is nothing between the two of them in the first place. Why do you need to do it for yourself? Thinking of this,
the killing intent in Lin Fan's eyes became even more intense.
In the evening, Zhang Hongyuan watched TV while peeling fruit inside the hospital.
According to the latest news, the city's famous entrepreneurs Huangfu Xiong and Shen Tian, 2 people at home in an explosion.
No one at home survived. The following link to this reporter relayed detailed reports.
Zhang Hongyuan froze and said in dismay,
"Pops, is this the boss?" "It should be.
It seems that Lin Xiao has already solved everything.
Fortunately we have always been on his side." Zhang Tian could not help but lament. Inside the villa,
Lin Fan and a few women ate dinner together, and the scene was also terribly silent. Apart from the awkwardness of the atmosphere due to Lin Fan and Kong Shasha going public, all the women had also sensed the unusual aura on Lin Fan. Kong Shasha and she were no strangers to this aura. It was the killing aura that had not yet receded after killing someone.
It was hard to imagine that the usually gentle Lin Fan would actually have moments like this. In the evening,
when Lin Fan returned to his room and prepared to cultivate,
a knock on the door sounded.
Lin Fan had just opened the door to his room when Kong Shasha directly jumped into Lin Fan's arms and took the initiative to send her fragrant kiss.
"I don't know what happened, but don't be thinking about it, okay? You're so scary like this. Big deal. Big deal. People will really give you greeting kisses every day from now on."
Looking at Kong Shasha's appearance in his arms, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and lowered his head to kiss.
For a long time, the lips parted.
Lin Fan touched Kong Shasha's little head and said,
"All right, I'm already fine." "Really?" Kong Shasha asked with uncertainty.
"Of course it's true. Even with all the troubles,
I'm only happy to have you around." He. "That's good then. So you cultivate. I'll go back to my room first." "Oh."
Kong Shasha waved her hand at Lin Fan before turning to leave. After having Kong Shasha's otherworldly comfort, Lin Fan's mood was quite a bit better, and he directly took out the Mother Bottle of the Sun and Mother Heavenly Spirit Bottle and began to start cultivating.
At this moment,
the Mother Vase aura was very rich, enough for Lin Fan to cultivate for a while. As for the sub-bottle, Lin Fan had already mailed it to Lin Changshan via courier back at the airport. In Lin Fan's cognizance, if he wanted to say where the aura was the most rich, it would be Xiuhe village.
Sitting back on the bed,
Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the aura in the bottle.
The next day,
after a boring day of classes within the school, Lin Fan took Cheng Xiaoxiao with him to the Cheng family.
In the beginning,
Lin Fan's cultivation was still insufficient to lift the evil qi in Cheng De's body, but now that he had already broken through to the 4th level of qi condensation, he was barely able to solve this trouble.
There were no words along the way,
and when they were almost at the shantytown where Cheng Xiaoxiao lived,
a teenager in a basketball court attracted Cheng Xiaoxiao's attention.
"Can you stop the car? I saw what looked like my brother getting into a fight with someone."
Lin Fan froze. Cheng Xiaoxiao had a younger brother? After pulling over, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, how come I didn't hear that you have a brother? It's not pro-law.
It's the younger brother of a good friend of Sister Siu and I. She sadly passed away.
So the two of us have been treating Xiao Nua as if he's our own brother in general.
The duo got out of the car and hadn't taken more than a few steps before they heard the sounds of an argument on the basketball court.
"We're going to square dance here. Get out of the way,"
an old lady said savagely.
"On what grounds? This is a basketball court, so of course it's a place to play basketball."
The younger brother in Cheng Xiaoxiao's mouth retorted, "I don't give a damn about the basketball court. We're all so old we have to work out for it.
Do you kids know anything about honoring the elderly? And how old are we? We've got a lot of growing up to do. And where are we going to get our exercise if we give you the field? Do you know what it means to love the young? Hey, little brat, do you know I'm 76 years old? If you say that again, do you believe I'll lie down on the ground? I'd like to see if your parents can hold me up."
Cheng Xiaoxiao's younger brother gritted his teeth, and a trace of ice flashed across his face as he said, "Then do you know that I'm not even 12 years old yet?
Do you believe that I will make you really lie down on the ground permanently? I'd like to see what your children can do to me."
After hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became interested in this child. This stubborn little look was quite similar to his own childhood.
"This kid, I don't know who taught him." Cheng Xiaoxiao's face sank as she prepared to go forward and pull the person out.
Lin Fan stopped Cheng Xiaoxiao and spoke. "This child is rebellious, and he's not at fault in this matter.
It'll be counterproductive for you to go and bring him out now."
"What then? I can't just stand by and watch Xiao Nua commit a crime," Cheng Xiaoxiao said anxiously.
"Not so much.
I'll stop it if anything does happen.
By the way, what's the kid's name?" "Kino. What's wrong?" "Nothing."
Lin Fan shook his head and then looked towards the center of the basketball court.
"You little brat. You're trying to kill people, aren't you? You motherless thing. You grow up thinking about crime. You grow up to be a criminal. Jin Nua's face sank and said icily, I'm warning you, if you insult your late mother again, I'll really kill you. Don't put on your old man leaning face. If you want to say again, don't say that it's not a crime for me to kill you, even if it is a crime. I'll kill you as usual. Not to mention, Jinua's sinister look really scared the group of old ladies who were going to square dance. We're all just here to dance and relax with nothing to do, and it would be a bad idea if something really happened. Come on, we can't afford this. There are other places to dance anyway. Yeah, and this place isn't very big, so it may not be possible for all of us to exert ourselves. Under the persuasion of a large group of dance partners, the old lady who had clamored with Jinhua also had a step, coldly grunted and then directly turned around and left, watching the evil forces being driven away. Jinhua was like a hero surrounded by his friends, and Jinhua was embarrassed to stand in the crowd and scratch his head. This kid, he really thinks he's a hero, and he'll die from this in the future, Chang Xiaoxiao said in a disgruntled manner. Then she walked straight up and said in a disgruntled manner, Jinhua, did you think you were very imposing just now? Sister, why are you here? You. Before Jinhua could finish his question, he saw Lin Fan who had walked to Chang Xiaoxiao's side. For a moment, Jinhua's eyes were filled with hostility as he said in dissatisfaction, Who are you? What is your relationship with Sister Xiaoxiao? Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and spoke. It seems like there's no need to explain to you what kind of relationship the two of us have, right? Of course it's necessary. Sister Xiaoxia is my future daughter-in-law. Of course I can't watch her being cheated by rotten people, Jinhua said like a young adult. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this reply, while Chang Xiaoxia rubbed her forehead on the side, secretly saying who the hell taught this little brat all this? What are you laughing at? You're not a good person as soon as I see you. You'd better stay away from Sister Xiaoxia, or else. Or what? Believe it or not, I'll let you go to the bureau to experience the dangers of society. Chen Xiu walked over in dissatisfaction and said, Sister Xiu, why are you here too? Just in time. This person is not a good person at first glance. Quickly arrest him. Jinhua grabbed Chen Xiu's hand and said in a hurry. Snap. Chen Xiu gave Jinhua a blow to the back of his neck, then said in dissatisfaction, Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You say he is a bad guy and he is a bad guy? Let me tell you, the bad guy in your mouth has saved me and your sister Xiaoxia several times. That's more proof that it's the bad guy. Where do you get so many heroes saving the day? Maybe it's all arranged by him, Jinhua said fervently. If it was in the past, Chen Xiu might have been influenced back by Jinhua, but after recalling Lin Fan's help, was killing Ming Jin and the others an act or saving Qing Day an act? That's enough. Lin Fan is going to save Uncle Chang. If you offend him you'll see how I'll punish you. Chen Xiu glared at Jinhua and said, Rescue? Just him? Can he do it? Jinhua said with a disbelieving face. Nonsense. Uncle Chang woke up under his treatment. After hearing Chen Xiu's words, Jinhua was unable to believe it even if he didn't. After hesitating for a moment, Jinhua suddenly walked up to Lin Fan and reached out his hand. Thank you for saving my future old man. My name is Jinhua. We'll all be brothers from now on. Looking at an 11-year-old teenager who was also just up to his chest in height saying so, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. After hearing this laughter, Chang Xiaoxiao was ashamed and angry, and wanted to directly beat up Jinhua. Chen Xiu is even more direct, directly grabbed Jinhua's ear and said, You're not even a hairy little brat but still the old man? Silly. Go back with me. Sister Xiu, you lighten up. Your ear is going to fall off. You're a vigilante. You can't hit people. Jinhua grinned in pain and quickly said in supplication, Then you get the vigilantes to arrest me. Chen Xiu glared at Jinhua, then spoke, Let's get going. Lin Fan, don't mind it. This kid has a problem with his head. I'll apologize to you if I've offended you. It's okay. The little guy is pretty cute. Cute? I'm the head of our school. And you're calling me cute? You also didn't go to the 12th elementary school to inquire about me, Jinhua said in dissatisfaction. What? Are you the legendary golden warrior who punched the Nanshan elderly home and kicked the North Sea kindergarten? Lin Fan suddenly showed a surprised expression and casually glanced at the direction the group of square dancing moms had left and said, Don't tell me. I do believe in the old people's home. After all, it just got a wave of them. You. Jinhua gritted his teeth and secretly said that he must give Lin Fan a good look. Let us go back. My dad. Chen Xiu stopped paying attention to Jinhua and looked at Lin Fan and prayed. Lin Fan nodded and went straight back to the Lamborghini with Chen Xiu. Shit. Is really a rich second generation. Sister Xiu. Rich second generation has no good things, Jinhua reminded to Chen Xiu after despising Lin Fan. Do you need to remind me if he's a good guy or not? Get in the car with me. Jinhua glanced at the security vehicle behind Chen Xiu, and a difficult look could not help but appear on his face. What? Disgusted? Chen Xiu frowned. Kind of. What kind of people ride in the sheriff's car? I'm not a criminal. Why don't I squeeze into that sports car? There's only room for 2 in that car. Get over here. Saying this, Chen Xiu twisted Jean Nua's ear and directly threw Jean Nua to the back seat of the security car, which looked as if she was arresting a criminal. Although Jean Nua felt humiliated, his buddies were envious as can be, and if they could, they would like to have their ears twisted by a beautiful woman. The 2 cars moved forward slowly, and it didn't take long before they stopped at Cheng Xiaoxiao's doorstep. The moment she saw Lin Fan, Cheng's mother, Li Chunmei, was thrilled and hurriedly took Lin Fan's hand and said, "Student Lin Fan, does the fact that you're here mean that our old man's illness can be cured? That should be about right." Lin Fan smiled. "That's really great. Then you heal first. Later Auntie will cook a little more delicious food. Let's eat dinner here. What do you like to eat?" Li Chunmei enthusiastically said. "I want sweet and sour pork." Jinhua raised his hand in a hurry. "Go! Where am I going to get ribs at this hour?" Li Chunmei blankly glanced at Jinhua and said, "Sweet and sour ribs? It's really been a while since I've had them," lamented Lin Fan. "That's fine. I'll go to the grocery store in a while." "Right. What else do you want to eat?" Auntie bought it all together. After seeing that he said Li Chunmei wouldn't give it a go, and after Lin Fan said Li Chunmei would readily agree to it, Jinhua was once again struck. It's over. Even the future old mother-in-law doesn't love herself. Whatever. I'll eat whatever people like. I'm not picky anyway. Lin Fan is telling the truth. When he was on a mission, the bark of the tree he ate it. In terms of eating, he has been trained by Lin Changshan to be invulnerable to all poisons. While this fell on Jean Nua's ears, it completely changed its flavor. Secretly saying that you damned well can pretend. You're a bull driver and you say you're not picky? You just don't bring less picky. What kind of good boy are you pretending to be here? Thinking about it, Jinua's impression of Lin Fan became even worse. Lin Fan didn't care about this and took the needle bag and went directly to Chengde's room. When Chengde saw Lin Fan, he was very excited. Lin Fan had come, which meant that he was expected to return to normal. The young man is here. Is there a cure for this body of mine? After saying that, Chengde's face showed a hint of anticipation. Of course, but after the treatment you still need rehabilitation for a while, and you can't do some physical work until all the muscles have recovered. So you'll have to recuperate for a while before you can do it. Uncle Chang, be contented. At least it's better than me lying around like this. Lin Fan opened the needle bag and started treating. Jean Nua couldn't help, and after agonizing for a while he decided to go grocery shopping with Li Chunmei. Although he was also worried if Lin Fan would do something to Cheng Xiaoxiao. But Cheng De and Chen Xiu were there, so he didn't dare to do anything. Now it seems more important to please your future mother-in-law. After the two arrived at the food market, Jean Nua thought for a moment before speaking. Auntie, there's something I don't know if I should tell you about Sister Xiaoxiao's. Li Chunmei frowned slightly. Her heart couldn't help but tighten as she inquired. What's wrong with Xiaoxia? She might have been cheated. Cheated emotionally by that rich second-generation Lin Fan. When she heard that her daughter had been cheated, Li Chunmei felt her brain empty and almost didn't sit on the floor. But after hearing that she was cheated out of her feelings, and that it was Lin Fan, Li Chunmei instantly laughed out. And there was even so much as a hint of anticipation in this smile. Is Lin Fan the kind of person who cheats on his feelings? Definitely not. So if they do get somewhere, then you've really got yourself a golden son-in-law. Moreover, I heard my daughter say before that Lin Fan helped her win the seminar, which means Lin Fan is very good. And such a good son-in-law can't be found even if he carries a lantern. Nu, where did you learn that? Is it reliable? Li Chunmei asked excitedly as she grabbed Jinua's shoulder. Jinua was a little surprised. How did it feel that Li Chunmei was a little excited to hear that her daughter had been cheated of her feelings instead? Is it not biological? After thinking about it, Jinua decided that Li Chunmei's excitement was only because the male lead was Lin Fan, and for a moment became even more despondent. I just have a feeling. No proof. Harm, you child. What are you telling me about things that have no shadow? Causing me to be happy for nothing, Li Chunmei said in dissatisfaction. Jinner was speechless. You're still happy. It's over. You've lost. When buying groceries, Li Chunmei asked Jinua's opinion, but it made Jinua slowly come out from the loss. When they got home, they saw Chengde, who had already made it out of bed. Old man, you can sit up? Li Chunmei covered her mouth in excitement. Tears could not stop slipping from her eyes. Yes, I sat up on my own. Child's mother. I can sit up. Chengde was also thrilled. He could finally stop lying down like an invalid. Little Fan, is my old man better? Li Chunmei hurriedly inquired, not even bothering to wipe her tears. It's only half good, I guess. I need a good tonic next, and sweet and sour pork is a good dietary supplement. I'm going to do it. Xiao Xiao, you keep little Fan company. If you upset him I'll take you to task. After saying that, Lee Chunmei walked towards the kitchen.
Lin Fan continued to apply needles to Chung Dae, allowing his muscles to be reactivated while stimulating the nerves that were on the verge of necrosis.
After about half an hour,
Lin Fan's clothes were already soaked with sweat,
and the treatment was finally over. Just as Lin Fan was about to get up,
a feeling of powerlessness suddenly struck him. The two women noticed Lin Fan's physical discomfort at the same time and hurriedly ran over to assist him. This scene happened to be watched by Jin Nuo, who Lee Chunmei had sent over to ask Lin Fan about his tastes. Unprecedented feelings of envy suddenly flooded Jin Nuo's heart. It's a real people pleaser.
I'm fine.
I'll just go aside and recover, Lin Fan explained and then slowly walked to a side chair, closed his eyes and began to refine the aura that he had absorbed and not refined the day before.
More than an hour later,
Lin Fan's breath recovered and the aroma of dinner wafted into the room.
Dinner is served. Little Fan, how are you feeling now? Lee Chunmei inquired.
Much better. It smells so good. Auntie is really good with her hands.
Lee Chunmei smiled and opened her mouth.
Xiao Xiao is deeply my true heritage.
She cooks well too. You can also have a good taste in the future.
Lin Fan didn't care and took it all as if Lee Chunmei was joking. But this sentence had irritated Jin Nuo on the side.
You lost your daughter-in-law? After being seated,
Jin Nuo squinted at Lin Fan and spoke. We are all poor people. These bowls and chopsticks are all a little bruised.
You rich people should be jealous. When the crowd looked at Lin Fan,
worrying if the hospitality was not good, they realized that Lin Fan was eating as if he hadn't eaten for a day. Jin Nuo had a moment of contempt,
secretly saying that he could really pretend. Eat slowly.
There are plenty of dishes.
Come and try this one.
When Lee Chunmei was pinching food for Lin Fan, Jin Nuo was a bit devastated. She thought that she bought it for herself because she liked it, but now it seems that it's totally for Lin Fan.
After dinner,
when Lin Fan was ready to go back, Jin Nuo said he wanted to see Lin Fan off. Everyone did not care, so the pair of love rivals left the Chang family one after the other.
Hey, you can't be so unethical.
I met Sister Xiaoxia first. There has to be a first come first served,
right?
Jin Nuo said with dissatisfaction.
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and asked rhetorically.
There's still a first come first served in this thing?
Besides, you're only 11 and Chang Xiaoxia is 22. Are you sure it's possible for the two of you?
As long as there are feelings,
age is not a problem at all. Well, you hurry up,
Jin Nuo said with some booming rush.
There's no rush. Is there any open space around here where there's no one around? I'm going to take the edge off. Jin Nuo frowned, secretly saying that Lin Fan was trying to fight himself one-on-one.
This way, Jin Nuo led Lin Fan to a place that was considered relatively wide,
then inquired, say, how do you want to fight? I'll take them all. You, forget it. I'm not so bad as to bully a hairless brat. All of you come out. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, dozens of people slowly walked out of the darkness. Upon seeing this scene,
Jin Nuo immediately widened his eyes and questioned.
You actually found so many people to deal with me?
You don't speak of martial virtues.
Stay out of the way. Never even thought of dealing with you. Well, you can go home now. After saying that,
Lin Fan moved his muscles and said,
tell me, who arranged for you guys to come here?
Of course it's me. Kid, don't think that I wouldn't dare to touch you just because you know some medical skills and know a vigilante. If it wasn't for the vigilante's car outside, we would have smashed the house long ago. Luger walked out from the crowd with a sinister face. Jin Nuo glanced at Lin Fan in surprise and said in disbelief,
you robbed his woman too? Fuck off.
I never steal another man's woman.
With that,
Lin Fan then looked at Lu Gu and said,
it seems like you were right to be expelled. Someone like you would probably only be a scourge as a doctor. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Let's go. I'll take care of the damage. Looking at this scene,
Jin Nuo couldn't help but feel a little timid and inquired in a low voice,
should I go and call Sister Siyu here? No, it's rather troublesome for her to come.
After moving his muscles and bones, Lin Fan then charged directly towards the dozens of people.
Jin Nuo was dumbfounded, secretly saying that Lin Fan had a bubble in his head? How dare he go up with so many people? Isn't he afraid of being beaten to a pulp? Very quickly, Jin Nuo knew that he thought too much.
This Lin Fan seems to be really not afraid of this group of people. Luge looked at Lin Fan as a god of war is also a bit confused.
He but called to the 30 people, how in front of Lin Fan are like children, do not take a beating. All of you fight.
Break one of his legs and I'll give you another $50,000.
Luger yelled. 50,000? $500,000 won't hit either.
This group of punks knew that they couldn't afford to mess with Lin Fan at all, and it wasn't certain who would break whose leg if the fight continued. Watching the people he had recruited fall away one by one,
Luger couldn't help but sit down on the ground in fear. How about it? Do you want to continue fighting now?
Lin Fan asked with a smile as he bent over and looked at Luge, who was sitting on the ground.
Luger kept stepping backward, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. 30 or so people hadn't even hurt him. If he were to deal with himself,
would he still have a chance of surviving?
Don, you come over. I tell you, I am a man of honor. Do you know who my father is? If he finds out that I'm being bullied, you definitely won't have a good time. Luger threatened. There are many people who threaten me, and you are supposed to be the one with the worst background. So if your father doesn't want his family to die, then let him get back at me. Snap.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Fan directly knocked Luger out with a hand slash,
and then threw Luger to Jin Nua's feet.
At this time Jin Nua was also scared silly.
What did this Lin Fan eat to grow up? This 100-plus-pound man threw himself 10 meters away with one hand? Ridiculous is that he still think in his one-on-one.
If he really do it to himself, I'm afraid that he is not enough to warm up.
You're going to make a move? Sister Siyu and Sister Xiaoxia will definitely not agree with you bullying me.
Jin Nua said somewhat timidly.
Take this one and hide aside. The three of you have come a long way. Aren't you going to show yourself? I'm done warming up. Come out.
Just as Jin Nua was puzzled, a young man and two middle-aged men slowly walked out, each with murderous intent on their faces.
Lin Fan?
One of the young men inquired.
That's right. It's me, Zhang Tao of the Zhang family. I've come to take your life by order of the Zhang family. After Zhang Tao finished speaking, he was ready to fight, and the aura of that grandmaster on his body was on display. I don't think that Zhang Cheng's Zhang family can find a Zhongshu de Chang at your age, right? Hidden world? Lin Fan inquired. That's right. Count on you having some insight.
But you're going to die after all.
Go!
Zhang Tao and the two middle-aged men moved in unison and directly attacked Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly retreated backwards and Zhang Tao's leg caused several cracks to appear in the ground as it smashed into the ground. The two middle-aged men had already rushed to Lin Fan's body at this time.
One on the left and one on the right, clamping down on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan ran his true chi left and right and slapped out a palm toward the two of them. The two responded to Lin Fan's attack with their fists and hard received it. Then they stepped forward and swung their left fists back and forth in unison to attack Lin Fan. Lin Fan leapt more than 2 meters high, then slammed his palm downward.
Heaven-breaking palm.
This move was still something that Lin Fan had coincidentally learned in the Zimu Heavenly Spirit bottle, and now he was sort of relying on the Zhang family to help him feed the move.
In an instant,
the two middle-aged men felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression, and the two of them knelt directly on the ground without any body control, and at the same time, a palm-shaped mark appeared on the lawn on the ground, and not an inch of grass grew under the palm of their hands.
Without stopping,
Lin Fan's hands came straight out and directly slapped on top of the heads of the two,
and for a moment,
the two Zhongshu de Chang were directly harvested.
Zhang Tao, who was not far away,
frowned repeatedly as he watched the scene.
Wasn't Lin Fan a Zhongshu de Chang? Why was the gap so wide? And that move he just made can be used by anyone under a great master? You are a grand master? Zhang Tao asked in shock.
Lin Fan ignored Zhang Tao's question and spoke indifferently.
Go back and tell the Zhang family not to mess with me or die.
Looking at the two corpses that were thrown to his feet, Zhang Tao didn't dare to say anything at this time, and hurriedly turned around and ran away holding the corpses of the two. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That palm just now had consumed almost all of his true chi. If he fought any longer he was afraid that he would really fall over in the gutter.
At this point,
Jin Nua had been dumbfounded.
Was this the kung fu filmed in the TV show? You a warrior? Kino inquired with wide eyes. You can understand it this way. This you bring back to Chen Siyu. Then just explain the matter of him bringing dozens of people to deal with me. As for the 3 people after that, don't mention it. They are not in existence that Chen Siyu can touch. Jin Nua nodded and after thinking for a moment hurriedly ran to Lin Fan's body and knelt on the ground. Warrior, take me as your disciple.
Lin Fan froze and asked with a smile.
Where's your previous hardness, and aren't you disgusted with me? What I resent is the rich second generation and not the warrior, because my sister died at the hands of a rich second generation. Now that I think about it, it's impossible for me to give Sister Xiao Xiao happiness, so let her be my master's wife. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Stop. I'm not ready to take on a disciple. Lin Fan stopped it. Don't master. You are a great warrior. Don't be so stingy. In the future I'll serve you tea and water. How about I whisper the news of the master's wife to you?
Jin Nua proposed. Chang Xiao Xiao and I are not in that kind of relationship.
Don't misunderstand. Jin Nua faintly froze, not sure to inquire. Then, that Sister Siyu is the senior mother? Same. The two of them love me the most. I can get my hands on all kinds of news.
Lin Fan laughed bitterly. Together Jin Nua was thinking that there were only these 2 women in the world.
Right? Don't get any ideas.
We're just friends.
Well, I'm off.
Lin Fan waved his hand, then directly turned around and left. The other side. At the mouth of Little River Village, Lin Shangshan couldn't help but survey the vial in his hand after reading Lin Fan's letter inside. This brat is lucky that such a treasure is in his hands. After saying that, Lin Changshan then looked at the three collapsed great masters in front of him and said, "Are you three still not ready to tell who sent you?" After the three looked at each other, one of them sighed and spoke. "We are from the sanctuary. Our leader is called the boss, and he is the one who sent us here. We don't know anything else." Lin Changshan nodded. "I can't imagine that after so many years, this sanctuary still exists." Jingle bells. The ringing of the cell phone pulled Lin Changshan back from his feelings, and after glancing at the caller ID he directly answered the call. "Hello, I got it." After hanging up, Lin Changshan didn't hesitate to end the lives of the three great masters, then muttered, "The hidden Zhang family? It's really a case of there's no tiger in the mountain and the monkey is the king. It's just a matter of going for a stroll. And in the meantime, we'll also hammer the sanctuary, so we don't let these lunatics get the brat straight to death." After saying that, Lin Changshan took the sub-bottle of the sub-mother heavenly spirit vase and went to a cave in the back of Xiuhua village. If Lin Fan was here he certainly wouldn't be a stranger. As a child he had often practiced in this cave. It could be said that this was the root of Xiuhua village's aura, and the concentration of aura here was 10 times greater than that of the mundane world. Lin Changshan put the sub-bottle away and then hid it for a bit before silently walking out of the cave. "Hey, buy me a plane ticket. I'm going out to do something," Lin Changshan directly ordered after dialing a number. After returning home, Lin Fan went home and took a shower, cleaning the slightest trace of blood that had stained his body. Knock knock. Just as Lin Fan finished his shower and was about to rest, the door to his room was knocked on. After glancing at the visitor, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask with a bad smile, "Wasn't today's greeting kiss given in the morning? Extra surprise today?" Don't joke around la. When you came back I felt the smell of blood. Did you encounter any danger?" Kong Shasha worried. "No, don't worry, I won't be in danger." Lin Fan stroked Kong Shasha's little head to pacify him. Kong Se nodded and went straight for the kiss. "This is the kiss of blessing. No matter what you have to be safe, you know. I don't want anything to happen to you." Lin Fan encircled Kong Shasha's waist, then closed the door before heading towards the bed. "What are you doing?" "I'm just, me." "You what you? If it wasn't for Li Xin we would have already happened before. You've been dragging me around for 2 months now. It's time for us to finish what we didn't finish before." "Don't. You big bad bully. Don't." Although Kong Shasha said this on her lips, her hands around Lin Fan did not drop. Without a doubt, this was an invitation. And how could Lin Fan resist such an invitation? Kong Shasha's voice broke through the silent night. After hearing this voice, the 4 women were a little despondent, and the most frustrated among them were He Shi and Zhang Mengqi. Zhang Mengqi was the earliest to know Lin Fan, but was almost the latest to realize that she had Lin Fan in her heart. Was he so late in the game? That he now realizes it, but it's already meant to be. She also regretted that she should have shown her thoughts about Lin Fan in Central State. But now, not only did the two of them not have the chance, even her thoughts could only be buried deep in her heart. At night, Lin Fan wrapped his arms around the sleeping Kong Shasha and recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Buzz. A vibration of a cell phone pulled Lin Fan back from his reminiscence. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. Who was looking for him in the middle of the night? What's wrong? Is something wrong? Kong Shasha rubbed her eyes and asked sleepily. It's okay. It's just a phone call. Go to sleep. I'll be right back after I take the call. Don't stay busy too late. Then people will go to bed first. Lin Fan touched Kong Shasha's little head. Then he put on his pajamas and took the phone to the balcony. What's wrong with looking for me in the middle of the night? Lin Fan frowned. Sort of. After I returned to the Vajra sect I was all ready to deploy for a full-scale war with the Forged Body Villa. But a video was suddenly sent to the Vajra sect. Witch Cloud spoke. Video? Could it be that his dealings with Witch Cloud had been discovered? I don't think so. After all, I was looking for a place to avoid all the cameras, and there was no one around. So there was no way it would be discovered. What exactly is the video, you tell me? Lin Fan said in dissatisfaction. It's the video of you killing Mogu, the young lord of the Forge Villa, presumably at the cave. Said here, Wu Yan cannot help but pause for a moment. Continued, the picture is very clear and detailed. How you fooled him, Mogu. How to kill Hong Tai Swang and other video shot that is a clear. Even your face are shot extremely clear. How could Lin Fan not expect to get this answer? There was a camera at the entrance of the cave? This is really not found. I think it should be the group of people that Chung De said. Wait, if the other side has a camera, doesn't that mean they all know they've got the baby? However, right now there wasn't anyone but the young family trying to deal with themselves yet. So they had already found out that the treasure had been sent to the old man by himself? That old man. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, secretly saying that his worries were really redundant. Don't you know how scary the old man is? It could be said that when the other party put his idea in the old man's place, the king of hell had already scratched this person out of the life and death book.
Why are you still laughing? Now the Vajra sect and the Forged Body Villa are feeling tricked, and one by one, they all want to find trouble with you. Speaking here, Witch Cloud suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, by the way, I got a bit of gossip that the Zhang family where Zhang Chunyu scrapped in Central State is a vassal of the hidden Zheng family. The Zhang family is one of the 4 great families of the hidden world. Their heritage is very strong. Our Vajra sect plus the Forge Villa are no match. And the reason why Zhang Cheng's cultivation is so high is because he's the disciple of the great elder of the hidden Zheng family. Don't think that it's just an ordinary disciple. I've heard rumors that Zhang Cheng is his illegitimate son. And right now the Zhang family is also looking for you everywhere. Lin Fan smiled and spoke. I know about this. I just solved 2 people from the Zhang family today. The person who led the team was called Zhang Tao. I asked him to bring the body back. Witch Cloud froze. This sentence has a bit too many slots. Lin Fan's strength could have killed the Zhang family? When Zhang Chang was a Zongshi Shao Chang, that sent out at least Zongshi De Chang. Lin Fan killed 2 after now can still talk and laugh with himself? And what's Lin Fan doing letting Zhang Tao go? Killing all 3 would have been safer. But now letting them go. What's the difference between that and letting a tiger return to the mountain? Or is it? You have a deal with Zhang Tao too? He's one of ours now? No. It's just that I didn't have the strength to kill him anymore at that time. So I let him go. Lin Fan explained. Witch Cloud was speechless. Could it still be like this? Can't you make an effort to kill him too? The Zhang family can be different from our Vajra sect. He can be much stronger than us. You, forget it. In any case, you get ready. The next Zhang family will definitely be crazy to hunt you. I see. What about you guys? When will the Vajra sect and the Forged Body Villa come? Lin Fan inquired. After thinking for a moment, Witch Cloud replied, Vajra Dor let Kong family to investigate you to come. Just returned the news. Has made it clear who you are. And now is studying how to solve you quietly. It is estimated that it will not be too long, either. Or you go back to Lin Changshan there to hide it. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and spoke. Forget it, if I go back, that old man can just throw me out again. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Wu Yun hurriedly inquired. So Lin Changshan really isn't dead? He's still alive? It's more alive than you are. That's all for now then. I'll be in touch if anything happens. After saying that, Lin Fan directly hung up the phone. Is Crypto going to make a scene? It was also good. According to the old man, he did have a purpose for letting himself out, but it wasn't the hidden world at all. It was only feared that there was something even more terrifying above the hidden world, and only by solving the hidden world would it be possible to contact that group of people. However, that is also a matter for later. Now Lin Fan knows his own smallness. It seems that in order to the next bitter battle, he has to make some preparations. 2 days later, the hidden. When Zhang Tao came back carrying 2 corpses, the faces of the Zhang family couldn't help but look gloomy. Fuck, this Lin Fan actually dared to kill my Zhang family? Xiao Tao, the 3 of you are no match for him? Zhang Yunshan, the Zhang family's oldest ancestor, frowned. Yes, old ancestor. Based on the strength that Lin Fan displayed when he killed these 2, Lin Fan should have already entered the Grand Master. Zhang Tao explained. Grand Master? Remembering the news coming from the secular Zhang family, this Lin Fan seemed to be only 24 or 25. Right, a Grand Master at this age? What a talent. If it wasn't for the enmity with my Zhang family, I would have wanted to recruit him over. Zhang Yunfei, the second elder of the Zhang family, spoke. Grand Elder Zhang Yunhai frowned and looked towards Zhang Yunfei too. Are you saying that it's my fault? Is it possible that the hallowed Zhang family still has to be bullied by a little brat? In fact, it's also that disciple of yours who goes bullying. Zhang Yunfei shrugged his shoulders. You. Alright, what's all the noise about? Zhang Yunshan directly interrupted Zhang Yunhai's words and glared at the duo in dissatisfaction. Zhang Yunshan had spoken, and the 2 of them didn't dare to say anything at all for a while, regardless of what kind of genius he is. Since he has already killed 2 people from my Zhang family and wasted 1 person from my Zhang family, then he must die. Zhang Yunshan said grimly. I'll go myself. I want to see how many rounds this little brat can last in my hands. Zhang Yunhai opened his mouth, looking as if he must personally avenge Zhang Chang. What's wrong with you going to a mere grandmaster? Grandmasters are just grandmasters. We have plenty of grandmasters in the Zhang clan. As soon as Zhang Yunshan's words fell, a teasing voice came over. Really? Do you want me to help you reduce the number of great masters? The people of the Zhang family were stunned. What kind of person could make the guards of the Zhang family appear at the Zhang family's elders meeting without being able to discover them? Who is here pretending to be a god? Don't come out yet, Zhang Yunshan yelled. You're blind. Isn't Laozi just sitting on the sofa? Lin Changshan leaned on the sofa with a bottle of erguotu and despised it. On the couch? The voice was clearly outside the door just now. How did the man get to the couch behind the conference table? And when Zhang Yunshan and the others saw the visitor clearly, they understood why this person could have such strength. Lin Changshan, You really aren't dead yet. Our Zhang family has no grudges against you. What do you mean by coming here? Zhang Yunshan frowned. It's nothing. I heard that brat of ours is being looked for trouble by your Zhang family. So I drove to see if your Zhang family has forgotten the agreement they made with me in the first place. Lin Changshan said indifferently. Lin Fan is your heir? Even if that's the case, you can't just allow him to hurt my disciple and not allow our Zhang family to touch him, right? Zhang Yunhai was dissatisfied. I won't care about young people settling young people's matters, but the two that died were over 40, right? This seems a bit out of order. Lin Changshan's face didn't have any excessive expression since the beginning. At most there was just a hint of a mocking smile. Lin Changshan, it's been 20 years. No one in our Zhang family has given up on cultivation. If you're going to bully my Zhang family, we'll tell you that my Zhang family isn't a vegetarian. Zhang Yunshan frowned. Oh, let's give it a try then. You few astral masters go together, and save me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Seeing Lin Changshan being so arrogant, Zhang Yunhai was the first to hold back and directly rushed towards Lin Changshan. When he moved, the remaining 11 astral chi masters of the Zhang clan were all driven, and all 12 of them killed towards Lin Changshan in unison. Lin Changshan slowly put down the wine bottle and faced Zhang Yunhai's stabbing sword, pawned it down with just one finger extended. Zhang Yunhai only felt that he had stabbed this one on top of a hard and incomparable steel plate, and his entire arm went numb. Just this? Lin Changshan asked with contempt. Zhang Yunshan was ready at this time, and a sword chi slashed directly at Lin Changshan. Lin Changshan didn't falter in the slightest and casually flicked his hand. The powerful sword chi that had sliced even the sofa into two sections in the process directly smoldered away in the air. The fingers blocking Zhang Yunhai suddenly loosened, and Lin Changshan stretched out two fingers to grab the sword and throw it behind him. Zhang Yunhai felt that his body was out of control, and he stabbed directly at the Zhang family elder behind him with his sword. I was expecting a lot of growth from you guys. What a disappointment. Lin Changshan said indifferently, then directly crushed the wine bottle. The moment the wine was about to drip, Lin Changshan waved his big hand, and the drops were like bullets that flew directly towards the 12 astral chi masters of the Zhang family. Put. In the blink of an eye, none of the 12 experts of the Zhang clan could stand up anymore, all of them carrying more or less wounds on their bodies. Zhang Yunshan had been dumbfounded. Despite already thinking highly of Lin Changshan, he didn't expect Lin Changshan to be so strong. In the face of a siege from the 12 members of the Zhang family, Lin Changshan hadn't even left the sofa. You are an astral yuan sect master? Zhang Yunshan said in disbelief. And this Gang Yuan Zone master was the next level of Gang Chi Zone master. Gang Yuan sect master? I'm not. That kind of trash. Decades ago I abused him like a dog. Originally I just wanted to come and tell you guys. Young people's things, young people to solve. That way I won't be in charge. But since you guys even want to solve me, that. Lin Changshan's face sank as he said in a cold voice. You should have been prepared to be killed when you wanted to kill, right? Saying that, Lin Changshan's hand slowly raised, and the drink scattered on the ground slowly rose with it. No, please don't hurt them. Just as Lin Changshan was about to make his move, a young girl suddenly ran over and then knelt down beside Lin Changshan and prayed. Lin Changshan couldn't help but touch his chin after sizing up the young girl, secretly saying that this looks generically good. Zhang Yunfei hurriedly said after noticing Lin Changshan's expression. Does Great God Lin have a crush on Xiao Qian? Why don't we let Xiao Qian suppress the fire for Great God Lin? Zhang Yunfei, what did you say? Zhang Yunshan glared at Zhang Yunfei and questioned. Zhang Qian was his great-granddaughter, an absolute first cousin. I said big brother, old ancestor, it's good to be alive right now. I just didn't agree to go against Lin Fan. It was you and Zhang Yunhai who had to do it. Now that the Zhang family is like this, you two shouldn't be out for blood. Zhang Yunfei said in dissatisfaction. This is, but, Lin Changshan glanced at the crowd breathlessly and said, alright, how old am I? I don't have any idea about the little girl, but that kid in my house might have. Saying that, Lin Changshan's gaze fell back to Zhang Qian's body and said kindly, Zhang Qian, right, I can bypass them. How about you go to Lingyun City and be a betting maid for my boy? Otherwise, I have no reason to let them go. A maid of honor? The young miss of the hidden Zhang family, where is she not a star-studded existence? Yet now it's to be a betting maid. Zhang Qian couldn't help but nod her head after hesitating for a while. I'm willing, so can you raise your hand? Zhang Qian tried. Sure. After saying that, the liquor suspended in midair suddenly fell to the ground. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Changshan suddenly waved his hand, and 12 pills entered the mouths of these 12 astral chi masters of the Zhang family with precision. The crowd wanted to spit it out, but the elixir melted in their mouths, and even their internal strength couldn't force it out. You are. Zhang Qian was anxious at once. Don't be afraid. It's just medicine for healing, or they won't survive even if they don't die. Zhang Qian was instantly relieved.
But Lin Changshan's next words made her heart lift again.
But this medicine is only half of it. Without the rest of the elixir,
the person taking it will definitely die after 2 months.
This old man of mine is getting old. I forgot how to make the elixir in the back.
But that kid in my house still remembers it.
You can ask him for it. With that, Lin Changshan got up and walked outside. Remember, this elixir isn't for everyone.
If you and that kid don't have a negative 15 centimeters of contact,
there's no way he's going to give it to you, let alone 12 of them. So do what you can to weigh it up for yourself.
Once these words came out, the little trick in Zhang Qian's mind was completely useless.
She had been thinking of putting it off for a while, and hadn't said when it would start anyway.
Now it seemed that not only did it have to be fast, but it also had to be within 2 months for Lin Fan to take out the pills.
When Lin Changshan left, the Zhang family couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
I thought that the Zhang family was already very powerful, but now I realized that in front of Lin Changshan,
the entire Zhang family was not enough to look at. Children, it is Grandpa who harmed you. You,
Zhang Yunshan said here after a moment of not knowing what to say again. Is good.
It's okay, maybe it's fate. Old ancestor, the Forge Villas people came to find. Said, old ancestor, what is happening? A Zhang family disciple was surprised. All asked. Nothing, what are the Forging Villas doing here? Zhang Yunshan asked.
They said that they have the same enemy as the Zhang family, and they want the Zhang family to bring them along when they kill Lin Fan. The faces of the Zhang family members were gloomy.
Still killing Lin Fan?
You fucking want us to die earlier, don't you?
How could they live without Lin Fan's pills? Chop this man up.
Send his head back to the Forge Villa and feed his body to the dogs.
Just say that we don't care about the young man's affairs.
If anyone dares to cross this line to deal with Lin Fan, my Zhang family will kill without pardon, Zhang Yunfei directly ordered.
Ha, this. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. That's right. Who's this kid? How to hose it?
Seeing that this large group of elders had said so, this Zhang family disciple didn't dare to talk nonsense and hurriedly ran out.
At this time,
the Forge Villa was still waiting for news within the Vajra sect.
However, no one from the two forces expected that when they went there was a living human being, and when they came back there was only a head left. What is going on here? Forge Villa Master Motion was shocked. This is the meaning of all the elders of our Zhang family.
The elders, including our old ancestor, said that they don't care about the young people's matters. If anyone dares to cross this line to deal with Lin Fan, my Zhang family will kill without pardon. After hearing these words, both the people from the Vajra sect and the Forged Body Villa were a bit dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Wasn't he on fire to deal with Lin Fan before? How come you've turned into this attitude now? Witch Cloud instead guessed what was going on and was shocked. It seems that Lin Changshan stepped in awe. Just did not expect that the always unbeatable Zhang family would actually be scared like this. The other side. The sanctuary's boss never got a reply from his 3 men, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Where have these 3 sons of bitches been? Why don't they write back now? The boss was disgruntled. Reporting to the boss. We have received the latest news from the hidden world. The Zhang family has compromised and is not going to make a move on Lin Fan and has sent word that the young man is free to do as he pleases. But the rest of them the Zhang family, will be the first to not let go. The boss frowned. What is this? Boss, we found a list of passengers traveling to the hidden world side with Lin Changshan's name on it. Lin Changshan? The boss has figured out a lot of things this time. Lin Fan, Lin Changshan, really didn't realize Lin Fan had such a background. From this, it seemed that the treasure had 80% been handed over to Lin Changshan by Lin Fan, and then the person he had sent there had probably already returned to heaven. After thinking about it, the boss didn't dare to hide this matter. After all, 3 great masters had died, so he could only continue to contact upwards. Quickly, the phone connected and a man's low voice came from it. What's up, baby got here? Reporting to the commander. The mission has failed. The 3 experts are only dead. The commander frowned and questioned. You let the 3 of them go exploring? Are you crazy? No, I was letting them go to capture the treasure, only to run into an expert. The boss hurriedly explained. Who? Lin Changshan. Lin Changshan? The commander was furious and questioned. Are you fucking sick? What are you doing messing with Lin Changshan when you have nothing to do? Do you know that Lin Changshan almost destroyed most of the sanctuary by himself back then? Is Lin Changshan that scary? The boss tried. Nonsense. It's okay for you to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth, but don't you think about what you are. You go to pull teeth from a dinosaur. Are you enough for him to stuff his teeth? The commander questioned. I was wrong, commander. Now the treasure has been sent to the hands of Lin Changshan, and it seems that the Zhang family has been warned by Lin Changshan. Lin Changshan did not hide his whereabouts. I am only afraid that he also wants to warn the sanctuary. The commander rubbed his forehead. The matter involved Lin Changshan, so he could only give up. Don't mess with Lin Changshan anymore. At least not until the sanctuary has accomplished its goal. Yes. Up to this point, Lin Fan did not know that the trouble he had thought to be huge was directly lifted by this casual operation of Lin Changshan, and at this moment, Lin Fan was facing a different trouble.
Kiki, you really want to go Li Xian asked with some reluctance.
Well, I want to study abroad, and this is something my mom has agreed to. As she said that,
Zhang Mingqi's gaze couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan.
It was clear in everyone's hearts that a large reason for Zhang Mingqi's sudden departure was because of Lin Fan. I'm just afraid that Zhang Mingqi has realized her feelings but can't face Lin Fan and Kong Shasha.
At this time,
Lin Fan was the only one outside the state,
and thinking that it would be good to go and study, he inquired, "When are you leaving? We'll come and help you pack."
As soon as these words came out,
several icy eyes directly swept towards Lin Fan.
Lin Fan looked at the crowd in disbelief and was surprised.
"What are you all looking at me like that for? People are leaving and I can't even help pack my bags?"
This is also good for her. Maybe she can have higher achievements in her medical skills. The ladies were speechless.
Was Lin Fan so two-dimensional? "Come over here." Kong Shasha glared at Lin Fan in dissatisfaction,
then walked to the side. Lin Fan followed in bewilderment,
then inquired, "What's wrong? I'm asking you, are you sincere?"
Kong Shasha questioned. A trace of bewilderment flashed across Lin Fan's face as he queried,
"What's sincerity? Kiki's got the hots for you and you're letting her go. Don't tell me you don't see that."
Lin Fan was slightly stunned.
Not to mention, he really didn't see it.
Vaguely he sensed that she had thoughts about him, but never felt that Zhang Mingqi had any thoughts about him.
Come to think of it,
other than the earliest time the two had more contact when they came over here,
the rest of the time they didn't seem to interact much. Did you misunderstand?
I believe you when you say Li Xin likes me.
But Zhang Mingqi, I don't care. You're going to leave Kiki behind anyway, or else you'll be sleeping by yourself from now on. Kong Shasha glared at Lin Fan before leaving in a huff.
Lin Fan didn't really know what to do for a moment.
To retain Zhang Mingqi?
But it always feels weird to do that.
Not to stay? Then I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in this house.
Just as Lin Fan was at a loss for words,
Zhang Mingqi suddenly ran over with the phone. "My mom is looking for you. It's urgent,"
Zhang Mingqi said, all with an anxious face. Lin Fan picked up the phone in confusion.
"Sixth mom, is something wrong?" "Xiaofan a virus has appeared in a place called Tianyun town within the Yunjiang province. I wanted to bring Chi-Chi along to take a look, but I have important matters on my side that I can't get out of. So can you accompany Chi-Chi on a trip?" "It's no problem, but what happened on your end?" "Sixth mom, do you need my help?"
Lin Fan said with concern.
"Sixth mom can fix it.
Since you're willing to accompany Chi-Chi, that's more than fine. Today you get ready.
Tomorrow morning you'll follow the team with Chi-Chi to Tianyun town."
Zhang Qing clapped her hands and said.
After hanging up the phone,
both Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi's faces were slightly embarrassed, and for a moment the atmosphere was suddenly dull.
Then I'll go organize my clothes. I'll go back to my room first." After saying that,
Zhang Mingqi ran back inside her room almost as if she had fled.
Evening, Witch Cloud finally returned to the room,
and after making sure that no one was around quietly took out his cell phone and prepared to explain the situation of the hidden world to Lin Fan. Before Witch Cloud could press the full number, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Witch Cloud was startled and hastily put the cell phone away,
forcing himself to be calm. "Who is it? What is it that you are looking for me at this late hour?" "Little Yun Zhang Qian, the Zhang family's eldest Miss Zhang Qian is here. She said she has something urgent to find you." Wu Yongquan spoke.
Wu Yun frowned slightly.
What was Zhang Qian looking for herself for? "Coming," Witch Cloud responded and then opened the door to the room.
Very quickly, this father and son arrived at the inner hall of the Vajra sect,
and the moment Zhang Qian saw Wu Yun,
her entire body directly bounced up from her chair and flew towards Wu Yun.
Witch Cloud was startled by the situation.
There were only two possibilities for a woman to rush towards a man. One was to throw herself at him and the second was to strangle the man. One has no interaction with Zhang Qian,
so obviously it can't be the first one. So it can only be. Thinking of this, Wu Yun instantly prepared his defense. He didn't dare to make a move on Zhang Qian, but he couldn't even be passively beaten without even doing any internal force protection, right?
Wu Yongquan was also startled, especially when he saw his son running. The moment of internal force is even more scared. His son will not be to do it with Zhang Qian.
Just at the moment when both this father and son thought something was going to happen,
Zhang Qian directly grabbed Wu Yun's collar and questioned.
"I heard that you've been to Lingyun City. Do you know Lin Fan? Where is he?"
Wu Yun was a bit dumbfounded, just Zhang Qian's anxious appearance, saying that Lin Fan was a negative man.
Failing Zhang Qian he even believed.
But the problem was that he could tell from the first meeting between Lin Fan and himself that Lin Fan didn't know about the existence of the hidden world. So how could he possibly cross paths with Lin Fan?
"I'm asking you, hurry up and say it." Zhang Qian violently shook Wu Yun's collar and said, He He is studying for a Master of Business Administration at Lingyan University. What is Miss Zhang looking for him for? Witchcloud asked blankly as his eyes were shaken. After getting this one piece of news, Zheng Qian directly loosened her hand and prepared to leave. However, the moment she walked to the entrance of the inner hall, Zheng Qian suddenly realized a problem, and hurriedly walked back and said, "Give me one of your contact information. If you let me know that you lied to me, you're dead." Wu Yan glanced blankly at Wu Yongquan, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Remember our Vidrasek's phone number." "Our Vidrasek doesn't even have a private cell phone in order to prevent our disciples from contacting each other externally," Wu Yongquan hurriedly explained. "Really? Your Vidrasek isn't so poor, is it? Get him a cell phone and let me know the next time I contact you guys." Zheng Qian looked at Hong Jinzhong, who was on the side, and said. Hong Jinzhong was speechless, thinking to himself that he was at least the head of the Vajra sect. Okay, but it can't be helped. In the face of the Zheng family's big miss, he really doesn't dare to be reckless. "Please don't worry, Ms. Zhang, we'll get him a cell phone tomorrow." After Hong Jinzhong finished speaking, he realized that Zheng Qian had already turned around and left. A somewhat embarrassed Hong Jinzhong couldn't help but look at Wu Yun and frowned. "What is Zheng Qian looking for Lin Fan for, and why is she looking through you?" Wu Yun glanced at Hong Jinzhong dumbfounded, and said with some devastation, "I also want to know. What's the situation? Could it be that Lin Fan and Zheng Qian still have some untold secrets?" Seeing that Witchcloud also had a puzzled look on his face, Hong Jinzhong did not continue to ask. At this moment, Wu Yun didn't know whether to contact Lin Fan or not. Look at Zheng Qian this situation. If you cannot see Lin Fan, only fear will not stop. But if the two really have something, that told Lin Fan words he was running away? Forget it, let's just leave everything to fate. It's better not to tell Lin Fan yet. Lin Fan did not know that the first Miss Hidden World, the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of the Hidden World, was about to send a cannon for him. At this time he was still obediently sitting on the bed to listen to Kong Shasha's teachings. "Do you hear me? All in all, even if you can't stop Chi-Chi from leaving, you have to let her study abroad happily. I don't want her to somehow find a foreigner to heal her injuries and end up harming herself," Kong Shasha said with her hands pinching her waist. In response to Kong Shasha's request, Lin Fan could only nod silently. "Good to hear. Then pack your own bags. And by the way, the greeting kiss is cancelled." Looking at the Kong Shasha who left the room, Lin Fan had a feeling of wanting to cry. What is this with what ah? After sighing helplessly, Lin Fan had no choice but to silently pack his bags. Early the next morning, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the airport with Zhang Mingqi, while the medical team had already assembled. "Dr. Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. My name is Bai Gao, and I'm honored to travel to the disaster area with you." A young doctor politely reached out his hand. Zhang Mingqi looked at Bai Gao, stretched out his hand, some hesitation. "Do not shake hands, appear to be a little high and cold." Shake hands. She really doesn't want to pay much attention to this Bigo. "Hello, Kiki doesn't really like shaking hands with others, so I'll do it for you." Lin Fan extended his hand and said. Bai Gao frowned. "Secretly I want to touch the hand of a beautiful woman." "Who the hell are you?" "You are Lin Fan, also the medical representative accompanying this trip." Lin Fan introduced himself. Bai Gao glanced at Lin Fan's car and couldn't help but feel some contempt on his face. This is clearly a rich kid coming to gild the lily. Bigo withdrew his hand, took out his handkerchief and wiped it off before putting it back in his pants pocket. Lin Fan frowned. This girl is quite arrogant. Without spoiling Bai Gao, Lin Fan took out his own handkerchief and wiped it off before throwing it directly into the trash can, then pulled Zhang Mingqi towards the lead doctor. After seeing this scene, many people present had the idea of watching the show, secretly saying that this would be lively again. Bai Gao's face was gloomy. No one had dared to be arrogant with himself since school. What kind of thing was this Lin Fan? Just because he's rich? "Grandma, when the time comes, I'm definitely going to make you look good." Zhang Mingqi couldn't help but have a smile on her face when she looked at Lin Fan's appearance. She couldn't tell that Lin Fan was quite cute. "The two of you are Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi, right? Prof. Zhang Qing has recommended the two of you with all her might, saying that the two of you together are even more useful than her coming. I'm really looking forward to it." The leader of the team, Wu Tong, said smilingly. "Che, I'm afraid the ratio is 1 to 99. We're going to save lives. What's the point of letting a rich second generation come to gild the lily?" Bai Gao said contemptuously. Lin Fan squinted at Bai Gao and said indifferently. "As a doctor, you can't even take care of your own body, but you still have to take care of patients? What's wrong with you?" "What do you mean?" Bigo frowned. "Literally, what's it all about? I'm afraid you're only going to get up a couple times at night, right?" When Lin Fan said this, a burst of laughter could not help but spread around for a moment. Bai Gao gritted his teeth in death and looked viciously at Lin Fan. And what was even more annoying was that he was right. You make rumors.
Just met you slander colleagues. You and simply not conducive to the overall unity.
Rumor mongering? Wasn't it you who said that about me first?
Lin Fan asked rhetorically.
Is what I said wrong?
We all know in our hearts if what you said is wrong. But what I said is definitely true.
You are truly false.
You, Bigo wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Wu Tong. Okay, what's all the bickering about when we just met? Anyone who gets bored of bickering in the future will all leave the team. Wu Tong had spoken, and Bai Gao had no choice but to obediently shut his mouth.
After giving a vicious look at Lin Fan,
this revenge was something he had memorized. Very quickly, the crowd passed through the security check and directly boarded the airplane to Yunjiang province. A private jet landed slowly moments after the plane took off. With the financial backing of the secular Zheng family, the hidden Zheng family was quite convenient in this regard. Zheng Qian traveled to Ling University after getting off the plane. And with the secular Zhang family's advance arrangements,
Zheng Qian easily met Meng Jie. Meng Jie didn't think much about it. The Zhang family's business was huge.
So Meng Jie directly took it as the Zhang family wanting to dig Lin Fan up.
And in order to show their sincerity,
so they sent the Zhang family's eldest lady only.
Hello Ms. Zhang, I am Meng Jie, the Dean of Ling University.
Meng Jie said politely as he extended his hand. Zheng Qian ignored Meng Jie's outstretched hand and spoke directly.
Hello Mr. Dean.
I'm sure you already know the purpose of my coming here, right? Although Zheng Qian's words were polite, there was always some sense of superiority in her tone.
Meng Jie didn't care and nodded his head. I know, but unfortunately,
Lin Fan took a leave of absence, saying that he had something important to do, and called me early this morning.
Zheng Qian frowned. How could it be such a coincidence? Then where did he go?
Zheng Qian inquired.
I don't know. He didn't say. And Ms.
Zheng knows that Lin Fan is an excellent talent. And for talents, our school gives great policy preference. So even if he didn't say it clearly, I'd still give leave.
Zheng Qian nodded her head and without being nagging, she directly turned around and left the office.
Meng Jie scratched his head in bewilderment.
That's it? If there are a few more like this in the future,
then there will really be no shortage of funding for Lingnan University.
After leaving Ling University,
Zheng Qian directly contacted the Vajra sect, and then pursued Wu Yun about Lin Fan.
Before, perhaps it was because Witch Cloud didn't dare to say much, but now he really didn't know what to say. Where did Lin Fan go? How would he know where Lin Fan had gone? This, Miss Zheng
the dean of Ling University doesn't know where Lin Fan went.
You ask me, I don't know Wu Yun innocently said.
I don't care. Anyway, you find a way to find out for me. Tonight only. If it goes beyond that, beware of my Zheng family's fists.
After saying that, Zheng Qian directly hung up the phone.
Wu Yun was speechless. Why hadn't he heard before that Zheng Qian was such a domineering master?
There is no way out.
So I have to contact Lin Fan. Even if Hong Jinzhong knows about it, he can't do anything about it now.
After all,
his side is covered by the Zheng family.
After returning to his room, Wu Yun directly dialed Lin Fan's number.
I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off.
Sorry.
Which cloud some collapse?
Big brother you cannot be out to engage in what a big mission to go. You have to shut down a 3-day machine. Our diamond door is gone Yunjiang Provincial Airport.
Once the plane slowly landed, the bus arranged by the provincial office building was already parked at the entrance of the airport.
Upon seeing Wu Tong,
a middle-aged man in a suit greeted him warmly.
Hello Dean Wu. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Wu Nan.
Thank you for coming to our site to solve the problems of Tianyun Town. I've already made arrangements for the high-speed train for all of you. I hope that you will be able to get the people out of the disease.
You're welcome. This is our duty. Don't worry.
We're all professional doctors.
Wu Tong also responded politely. And just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Professional is professional. But it seems like we have a not-so-professional person mixed in with this professional team, Bai Gao said conspiratorially from the side.
Wu Nan couldn't help but frown when he heard the words. Although we in Yunjiang province are asking for your help.
You can't fool around, can you, Dean Wu? What does that mean? Wu Nan frowned slightly. It's nothing.
It's just that someone has the self-awareness to know that he's here to mix experience.
Don't worry.
Other than him, we're all professionals. Before Wu Tong could return to his senses, Lin Fan directly grabbed the first smile and said.
Bai Kao frowned and questioned. Who am I talking about? Are you not clear in your heart? I'm talking about you. A rich second generation. Do you know anything about medicine? A rich second generation doesn't know medical skills? What a bullish setup. I'm begging you. Even if you're not professional in medical skills, if your character is not up to par, do you think you're good enough to live in this world?
Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Lin Fan couldn't look at Bai Gao on one hand, but on the other hand, it was also because Bai Gao was showing too much attentiveness to Zhang Mingqi, so much so that it made Lin Fan very upset.
Only at this point even he didn't realize it. You, What are you arguing about? You both want to go back, don't you? Wu Tong directly interrupted Bai Gao and glared at the two of them and spoke. The two were silent, but Wu Nan couldn't pretend that he didn't hear them. Saving lives is not child's play, and even a group of masters can be ruined by one idiot who muddles through. I'm sorry, Dean Wu. I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. This friend. Someone questioned your medical skills. So aren't you going to show them? Not to mention medical awards. At least tell me what research results you have in medicine. Wu Nan said nothing wrong. The attitude is also very polite. If at this time to refute his face is a little excessive. Lin Fan sighed, then slowly extended his hand. Before Wu Nan could even wait to react, his own hand seemed to be lifted up by something. After noticing the stunned expression on Wu Nan's face, Wu Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. He had once learned some pharmacological knowledge from a Chinese medicine practitioner. And that Chinese medicine practitioner had once told him that the highest level of Chinese medicine was to rely on medical skills and divine inner strength to save people. Lin Fan could directly control a person's wrist to rise into the air. Was this the legendary inner strength? When did Lingyun City produce such a tall man? No wonder even Zhang Qiang was praising him. Wu Tong even some emotion. Fortunately he took the task above. Semi-retired he hard from the middle state rushed over. Otherwise really can not see this magical scene it. How do you call it? Lin Fan said indifferently. Wu Nan. Mr. Wu. Your physical fitness is quite good. You can see that you work out every day. But the workout method is a bit wrong. Aerobic exercise is good. Muscle workout will add burden to your spine. Wu Nan froze. How did Lin Fan know that he did muscle workouts? Could he still see through? This can all be seen by taking a pulse? Wu Nan was surprised. Is it hard? Most of your body organs are good. Only the spine is not good. It is obvious that the exercise is running to the muscles. In addition, Mr. Wu's bile is not very good. I guess it is the result of irregular diet. Stomach pills have been taking it. The stomach is okay, but the bile has been damaged. Wu Nan was a little surprised. He just went to the hospital yesterday for a checkup, and even his wife didn't know that he had cholecystitis. Awesome. Today I have finally seen the power of Chinese medicine. I apologize for my rudeness just now. I also ask this divine doctor to take more trouble to save the people of my Tianyun town. Wu Nan was a little embarrassed at this point. He only now noticed that he actually didn't even know what the name of this amazing teenager in front of him was. Naturally, that's what we're here for. Please believe in our medical ethics. Lin Fan smiled. Bai Gao frowned. Could it be that Lin Fan really had some skills? It's not possible. I'm only afraid that he knew Wu Nan or had learned about him a long time ago. After all, it's not easy for a rich kid to find out about this. Wu Nan was greatly impressed with Lin Fan and was about to invite the crowd onto the bus when a man suddenly spoke up. Lin Fan has already demonstrated his medical skills, which were likewise questioned. Bai Gao, aren't you going to show them? Lin Fan sniffed and looked over, remembering that this person seemed to be called Fong Ko, and had been friendly to himself when he arrived. Could it be that this person knew about himself? Bai Gao frowned and asked rhetorically, do I need to prove anything? My medical skills our hospitals can prove. Fong Ko had a look of disdain on his face and spoke. That's really absolute. I even said that I'm the most handsome in the world. My parents can prove it for me. I mean, can't you be a little more practical? Fong Ko's words made the crowd laugh. In terms of looks, Fong Ko could only be considered medium, but no one would doubt that Fong Ko's parents thought that Fong Ko was the most handsome in the world. By the same token, since Bai Gao has become a doctor of Southwest Hospital, how can Southwest Hospital still say that he doesn't know medical skills? Wouldn't that be a bad sign for the hospital? Dr. Fong, I don't seem to have offended you, right? What do you mean by that? Bai Gao frowned. It doesn't mean much, but Dr. Lin doesn't seem to have offended you either. What are you doing all the way around being gloomy, saying that people's medical skills aren't good? Now that they've shown it, shouldn't you show it too? Fong Ke spread his hands and spoke with a casual expression, but a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. It's like saying, you Bigo just can't do it, so if you can't you don't beep. You, Bigo gritted his teeth and spoke. Tell me how to behave. It's not hard. Dr. Lin can see what's going on with Mr. Wu. Just look at me, say the right one and you'll be considered passed. Bilko is baffled. I'm a Western doctor. What can I tell if you ask me to look at it like this? Give me your labs, Bigo said breathlessly. Fong Ko couldn't help but smile and spoke. I can simply show you the diagnostic proof. Forget it, don't talk about it, or else Dean Wu will say I'm not harmonious later. After saying that, Fong Ko walked directly towards the bus. Although Fong Ke's behavior was a bit forceful, it did help Lin Fan regain face. I don't care if you're a Western doctor or a Chinese doctor. They can see what's wrong and you can't. Since you're worse than everyone else, just shut the fuck up. Wu Nan didn't say anything else, but just took a deep look at Bai Gao, and then warmly entertained the crowd to get on the car.
The car slowly started. Lin Fan glanced at Feng Ke, who was sitting on the other side of the aisle, and said,
"Thanks for just standing up for me. Do we know each other?" "I don't know, but I'm Professor Zhang Qing's student."
Back when I was studying with Professor Zhang Qing, Kiki was only 5 or 6 years old. I didn't expect that she'd be so tingling now.
The two of you look like a good match.
Lin Fan smiled.
It seemed like he could get his godmother's light everywhere he went. Zhang Mingqi's small face couldn't help but blush a little after hearing Feng Ke praise the two as a good match. However,
Lin Fan was a bit resistant to this and spoke directly.
"The two of us don't have that kind of relationship. Dr. Feng, don't misunderstand." Zhang Mingqi sighed. Did Lin Fan even have to explain this so much?
In addition to the loss in her heart, Zhang Mingqi even developed a slight dissatisfaction.
"Isn't it? That's a bit of a shame. I think the two of you would be a good match." Dr. Feng is joking.
Lin Fan didn't state that he already had a girlfriend, but yet he wasn't prepared to accept Feng Ke's matchmaking either.
"Getting involved with me makes you resentful, doesn't it?"
Zhang Mingqi asked slyly as she leaned against the car window.
Lin
Fan froze slightly and looked blankly at Zhang Mingqi.
"Nothing,"
Zhang Mingqi said in a dissatisfied manner, and then stopped paying attention to Lin Fan.
Half an hour later,
the bus slowly stopped at the entrance of the train station, and Wu Nan led the crowd directly onto the high-speed train to Tianyun town.
In the afternoon, the crowd finally arrived at Tianyun town. "Let me help you pack."
Lin Fan looked at Zhang Mingqi and proposed in a friendly manner.
"No need."
Zhang Mingqi was still a bit dissatisfied at this time because of Lin Fan skimming off the relationship.
"You want to skim off the relationship, then skim off a bit more thoroughly. I'll help Dr. Zhang then. I don't have much luggage." Bai Gao hurriedly ran up and said, "Well, then I'll trouble you." With that, Zhang Mingqi handed her suitcase to Bai Gao. Lin Fan frowned, and in his heart, he became more and more disgusted with this son of a bitch Bai Gao. Bai Gao also noticed Lin Fan's eyes and then couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. "Let you scream all the way. The goddess is still mine."
Feng Ke noticed the situation over here and moved closer to Lin Fan and asked in a low voice,
"What's wrong? Did you guys have a disagreement?" No, forget it. I can't understand your young people's affairs anyway, but if there's a misunderstanding it's best to clear it up quickly." After saying that,
Feng Ke pulled his luggage and headed to his room.
10 minutes later,
after Lin Fan had organized his place, he then remembered that he hadn't yet reported the piece to Kong Shasha and Sixth Mother. When Lin Fan opened his cell phone, he saw over 100 text messages of missed calls. What surprised Lin Fan was that neither Kong Shasha nor Zhang Qing had contacted him, but it was Witch Cloud who had made more than 100 phone calls to him throughout.
In fact, if you think about it,
you know that Kong Shasha and Zhang Qing have the intention to set up Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi, so how could they disturb Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi's two-person world at this time? Lin Fan didn't think much about it and directly called back.
At this time, Wu Yun is pacing back and forth in the room. "This is more than 4 o'clock. Lin Fan in the end, where has he gone?
And then do not appear Zhang family really want to lay hands on the Vajra door."
Jingle bells. Upon hearing the cell phone ringing, Witch Cloud's heart pounded and he hurriedly picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello? What's with all the calls to me?" When Wu Yun heard Lin Fan's voice on the phone, he was so excited that he almost didn't cry. "Big brother, where have you been? Do you realize that if you don't answer the phone our Vajra sect is going to be wiped out?"
Lin Fan froze and was surprised.
"What does it have to do with whether or not your Vajra sect is exterminated and whether or not I answer the phone?" "There is, and it's a big relationship. Are you related to our hidden world Zheng clan's Zheng Qian? Honestly, have you lost the heart of our hidden world's first goddess?" Wu Yun questioned.
Lin Fan was at a loss.
What was all this? Zheng Qian? Never heard of it. What's going on?
Lin Fan was puzzled.
"No, that would be strange. Last night Zheng Qian of our hidden Zheng family came to me and asked me anxiously where you were. So I said that you were a student of Ling University, and then she left, only to call me again today to say that you were nowhere to be found. Do you know that eldest Miss Zheng has sent word that if we can't find you our Vajra sect will be destroyed by the Zheng family? Do you realize that the time she gave us was limited to tonight only? And how am I supposed to know if she meant 12 o'clock or sundown? You said you'd handle the love debt you owe yourself. I've just become the young sect master. If the Vajra sect is wiped out, where can I justify it?" Witch Cloud was getting more and more agitated as he spoke, and Lin Fan even cried and laughed a little as he listened. All right, take it easy. So what's the situation now? I really don't know any Zhang Qian, and I just slaughtered 2 people from the Zheng family a few days ago." Wu Yun was stunned. Originally he thought that Lin Fan had scared the Zheng family by having Lin Changshan come out, so much so that the Zheng family even had the intention of protecting Lin Fan. But listening to this situation, Lin Fan didn't seem to be looking for Lin Changshan at all. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Here's the situation. Witch Cloud briefly explained what he had learned. The two of them had coincidentally thought of a possibility at this time, and that was that the Zhang family wanted to personally solve Lin Fan,
and Zheng Qian was the representative of the Zheng family.
To gild the lily for Zheng Qian? I say, think of a way.
I have to deal with this Miss Zheng,
Wu Yun said helplessly.
Tell her directly. Just tell her that I'm in a small town called Tianyun Town in Yunjiang province.
There's a virus here. I'm here to save people. It'll take about a month, and I'll return to Lingyun after a month. You can fix it, right? Witch Cloud asked tentatively. This Miss Zheng is a grandmaster?
Lin Fan was curious.
Beginning to be a sovereign, and a far cry from a grand sovereign.
Then what's the point of being afraid of her? I've slaughtered 2 of the Zheng family's sect masters.
Is there a need for me to be afraid of her? A beginner sect master? Wu Yun blinked in bewilderment. Lin Fan could even kill a grandmaster? Good lords, what kind of existence was he trying to test in the first place? Luckily Lin Fan didn't move to kill before,
or else such a Huanjing Di Chang of his own would not even be enough for him to warm up.
Then that's how I'll pass it on. Well, you just sue. Lin Fan, gather up.
Before Lin Fan could finish his words, a man's shout came faintly from outside the room.
That's all for now then. Hang up. After saying that,
Lin Fan directly hung up the phone.
Witch Cloud let out a long breath. No matter what, at least the Vajrasek was saved. Without hesitation,
Wu Yun directly dialed Zheng Qian's phone and relayed what Lin Fan wanted him to say to Zheng Qian.
Zheng Qian frowned. Disaster area? What's Lin Fan doing over there for nothing? After thinking about it,
Zheng Qian did feel that his cultivation of a grandmaster should not be victimized by this whatever virus, and now that time is running out.
Even though he will be back in a month, but who can guarantee it? Besides,
in case Lin Fan ran off to some disaster area again,
those 2 months would be gone.
And no one knows exactly how long it takes to make the late-stage pills in Lin Qianshan's mouth.
After thinking about it,
Zheng Qian suddenly clenched his teeth.
Tianyun Town? Go for it. The moment Zheng Qian got on the airplane,
Zheng Qian herself felt that she was somewhat worthless.
What is this?
How many men are looking forward to with their own a little something? Even holding a hand is afraid to make them happy sleepless.
And Lin Fan?
He took the initiative to offer himself, but as a result,
he couldn't find anyone,
and he had to keep taking airplanes to go on long journeys. So I'm afraid that no one would believe him when he said it. Lin Fan was naturally unaware of the thoughts of Zheng Qian, who was already somewhat about to break down. At this time he was administering needles to stabilize a critically ill patient.
How is it? Wu Tong inquired with some excitement as he saw the patient's pain lessen.
It can only provide temporary relief and reduce the speed of the virus erosion.
I still haven't figured out what's going on yet, so I can't treat it at will.
Lin Fan spread his hands and said helplessly,
Che, to put it bluntly, it can't be cured. Bai Gao despised. If you can heal you come, if you can't don't beat there,
Wu Tong said in dissatisfaction.
On this journey, Bai Gao did not play any role, but his mouth has not been idle. So much so that even Wu Tong was now feeling resentful towards Baiko. Let's draw blood and test it to see what it is.
Lin Fan, just rely on applying needles to suppress the patient's condition and the speed of the virus erosion.
We don't dare to use painkillers casually now that nothing has been clarified, Wu Tong commanded. Lin Fan nodded.
This was not difficult for him. He didn't even need to use his true chi to do it.
In fact, even if he was allowed to treat him right now he could do it, as long as he used his true chi to purify these viral factors. It was just that even if he was at the 4th level of chi condensation, how many people could he save with his own true chi? If you save a few and then don't save the others, then the patients won't just riot? The team started to get busy. Zhang Mingqi wanted to help out beside Lin Fan, but she didn't know those things about Chinese medicine either. Now she has a little regret that she did not listen to her mother's words. Follow Lin Fan to learn more about Chinese medicine. However,
when she thought of Lin Fan's appearance in the car, that he was afraid of having anything to do with herself, Zhang Mingqi's heart became somewhat dissatisfied. People don't want to have anything to do with them anyway, so why should they try to pander to them? I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan finally finished applying needles to all the patients. Although he didn't need true chi, the high level of tension for a long period of time had also exhausted Lin Fan. Together with the protective clothing and the outdoor temperature, Lin Fan was already sweating at this point, and even felt a bit weak. Young man, hard work for you ah. The woman in her 20s in the hospital bed said gratefully.
Where? You're welcome. How do you feel now?
Lin Fan inquired in a very friendly manner.
Much better. No longer as painful as before. Before it really hurt me to death. My stomach was practically about to explode. Saying that, the woman couldn't help but shiver, as if she was afraid to remember that kind of pain. Think of it as feeling the pain of labor in advance, Lin Fan joked, trying to ease the patient's pain a bit in this way. I've already given birth to a baby and it feels different. When I gave birth it was all crashing down to the bottom and it was a stretching pain. And now the top of my stomach hurts too ah. It's like something is gnawing at my flesh and blood. Up there?
Lin Fan frowned slightly and slowly lifted up the woman's clothes. The woman was shocked and was about to open her mouth when Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Next, say where exactly it hurts.
Is it here?
With that, Lin Fan pressed on the woman's stomach. It hurts here. But when it hurts, it's not here that hurts the most.
The left side kills me more.
Left? Here? With that, Lin Fan pressed on the spleen.
Yes. Here is the most painful. And there are other places that are also very painful. The woman showed a painful expression and hurriedly said. After a bit of understanding, Lin Fan realized where it was just the stomach. This internal organs basically had problems.
Everyone,
are you all the same?
Lin Fan inquired as he looked at the others in the ward.
Yes, that too.
Me too. But it's my right side that hurts so bad. Lin Fan quickly walked to this person's side and placed his hand on the spot where his guts were.
Yes. This is it. Is it guts this time?
If it was just the stomach, Lin Fan wasn't sure. But if it was all the internal organs that were damaged, and everyone's condition was slightly different. Lin Fan had seen a similar condition in Lin Qingshan's medical book.
Have you all recently eaten a mushroom that looks somewhat like an apricot mushroom, but is much shorter in length? Lin Fan inquired.
No, haven't had any of that stuff.
Why, lad, do you know what's wrong with us?
A patient inquired expectantly.
Not sure yet. Sure you haven't had one of these?
Lin Fan was a bit puzzled. How did the crowd situation look like it was caused by eating the serious mushroom?
But no one had ever eaten it. Could there be something else that was similar to the serious mushroom?
To eat, most of us have eaten at Old Lou's house.
But we didn't develop the disease at the same time.
And my mother-in-law didn't go to Old Lou's house to eat at the banquet. And she appeared to be in my condition as well.
The woman spoke up.
Eat seat. If there is an animal that ate the serious mushroom and caused a physical illness,
and then was later consumed by humans,
the serious mushroom is so toxic and resilient that it can be said that if one animal eats it, then an entire food chain could be infected. The inability to discover the source and the varying time of onset in all people is what is being treated as a virus.
After thinking for a moment,
Lin Fan directly took off his gloves and clasped his hands on the woman's wrists.
The woman was startled and said anxiously, "Young man, what are you doing? The disease on us is contagious."
It's all right, I have a way. After Lin Fan pacified him, he directly closed his eyes and transmitted his true qi into the woman's body. Soon, the woman felt a warm current enter her body, and the pain in her body disappeared.
Lin Fan,
we found out that there are toxins in the blood.
So you must. What are you doing?
Zhang Mengqi was startled when she saw Lin Fan directly touching the patient,
and ran over after yelling, "It's okay, I think I already know."
Lin Fan stood up, and before he could finish his words, he felt a sense of dizziness and then collapsed into Zhang Mengqi's arms.
Lin Fan, don't scare me,"
Zhang Mengqi exclaimed, unable to stop her tears from flowing out in her anxiety. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, Zhang Mengqi was holding onto Lin Fan's hand in a death grip.
"You awake? How do you feel?" Zhang Mengqi asked excitedly.
"Okay,
where am I?"
Lin Fan asked blankly as he rubbed his fuzzy head.
"Here is the lounge.
Dean Wu deliberately gave you a comprehensive examination
to determine that you do not have an infection after this relief.
You just dehydrated.
You say even if people look good, you cannot get on the
You have
had Sasha." Mentioning Kong Shasha,
Zhang Mengqi suddenly lost her head a bit. After all, he and Lin Fan are destined for each other. Lin Fan was a bit speechless and helplessly explained.
"What are you thinking? I just found out the problem. It's not an infectious virus. It's just poisoning."
"Poisoned?" Zhang Mengqi frowned slightly, wondering,
"Just poisoning? It's impossible. Their concurrency times are different and they haven't eaten the same food. And the water source has been checked by the province. How did they get poisoned? It's the sky wolf mushroom,"
Lin Fan said indifferently.
"Serious mushrooms?"
Zhang Mengqi looked at Lin Fan blankly.
"Was there such a mushroom in the world? You don't know normal.
The serious mushroom is supposed to be extinct. I read it in my old man's old book. The serious mushroom is very toxic and tenacious.
Often one serious mushroom is able to affect an entire food chain."
Zhang Mengqi indistinctly.
"So that is what animal ate the Tian Lang mushroom,
and then was divided by other animals, so that it is equivalent to a toxin infected a group of animals.
At this time, if someone else ate these animals, you're so good. You actually found out the root cause so quickly,"
Zhang Mengqi said excitedly before realizing that she hadn't loosened her grip on Lin Fan's hand.
For a moment, Zhang Mengqi's small face flushed,
and she hurriedly let go of her hand and twisted her head to the side. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward,
Lin Fan couldn't help but joke.
"Worthy of being a doctor, you have a strong hand."
"Bugger you."
Zhang Mengqi blankly glanced at Lin Fan, and her small face couldn't help but become even more flushed.
"Noticed? I don't know what pissed you off to the point that you seem to hate me,"
Lin Fan inquired somewhat despondently. Zhang Mengqi froze and hurriedly explained.
"Who said I hated you?
I didn't. Zhang Mingqi almost blurted out that I like you too much, but after the words reached her mouth, Zhang Mingqi realized that this could not be said casually and hastily closed her mouth. You what? Lin Fan was curious. It's nothing, and it's you who hates me, okay? Zhang Mingqi said with some aggravation, and her little face couldn't help but get frustrated. When did I say that? Is it because I didn't stop you from going abroad? Lin Fan said in surprise. This little thing is too much to think about? That's not it. When Dr. Fong misunderstood us, the two of us, didn't you still try your best to explain it? Since you don't want to get involved with me, then leave it clean. Saying that, Zhang Mingqi couldn't help but toot her small mouth. Wasn't it you who wanted to clear the air with me? Before getting on the plane that Bai Gao or I helped you to stop it. Only later he came to me for trouble. I saw that you didn't say a word, but instead it was Dr. Fong who stepped in. That's why I thought you didn't want to get involved with me. Zhang Mingqi blinked blankly. I do not want to help you just at that time was fascinated by your appearance. Zhang Mingqi bit her lip. How could she say this out loud? So it was a misunderstanding on my part? Then when organizing the room you wouldn't let me touch the luggage also because of a misunderstanding? Lin Fan was puzzled. Well, and it's going to be very tiring later. People want you to not overwork yourself. Zhang Mingqi said with some embarrassment. Lin Fan cannot help but laugh bitterly. It seems to really let Fong Ke said right Bai Cao outside the door but heard it clearly, and the look on his face became more and more gloomy. Grandma, so you're just a tool person, right? Dr. Bai. What are you doing at the gate? Has Lin Fan woken up yet? Wu Tong looked at Bai Gao suspiciously and asked. Oh, awake. Bai Gao nodded his head in a hurry. That's great. This kid managed to cure MS. Jia, we have to hurry and ask him how he did it. After saying that, Wu Tong directly pushed open the door of the room, and then he saw the duo whose atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Each of the doctors who came with Wu Tong also stood at the door, feeling as if they had spoiled the duo's good deed. We wouldn't have come at a bad time, would we? Said Wu Tong, scratching his head in bewilderment. No, you've come at the right time. Lin Fan has found out the cause of the disease, Zhang Mingqi said excitedly. Of course, there's more to that phrase than just the timing. The atmosphere in the room was already peculiar at this point, and Wu Tong interrupted just in time. Otherwise, he was only afraid that he would directly jump into Lin Fan's arms. So how was he going to face Kong Sha? That's good. By the way, Dr. Lin, MS. Jia's condition has improved. I knew you must have found the cause of the disease. What are we going to do, so we can develop a vaccine? Wu Tong inquired. The vaccine is pointless. This isn't an infectious virus. It's a toxin. Everyone ate the serious mushrooms. The current situation is entirely caused by the toxin from the serious mushrooms. Lin Fan shook his head. Nonsense. The onset time and diet are different. And you're saying they were poisoned? Do you understand or not? Bai Gao directly questioned. So do you understand? Dr. Lin had to have one more. Have you cured it? Fong Ke frowned and questioned. It's just that a blind cat ran into a dead rat. Bai Gao despised, clearly saying sour when he couldn't eat. Then you also touch one. This big group of people now cannot even see the shadow of the rat. Lin Fan has already solved a rat. You say he does not understand? I'm just a doctor. If I were a vigilante I'd shoot you. Fong Ke looked at Bai Gao with a streak of dissatisfaction, as if he had never hated someone so much. Bigo was instantly disgruntled. What do you care what I say? You. As soon as Bai Gao had spoken, he heard the other doctors express their displeasure as well. That's right. It's saving lives now. Why is it making a scene like it's child's play? But I can't understand the young people nowadays. Childish bullshit. Go back to study in private. This Tianyun town hundreds of lives are waiting for treatment. The way to save people but because of jealousy and was denied. Bai Gao became a target for a moment, and his resentment towards Lin Fan became even more intense in his heart, while thinking that no matter what, Zhang Mingqi must get it herself, even if it was just sleeping once. Don't even say it. Dr. Lin, can you be sure? After all, according to you, we're going to have a complete change of direction afterward, and that's a big deal. Wu Tong spoke up. I can be sure. Lin Fan nodded very firmly. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Tong directly nodded his head and spoke. Well then, what needs to be done? You'll lead next. In fact, it is not difficult to solve the toxicity of the serious mushroom. The difficulty lies in how to make the toxicity of the serious mushroom will not continue to spread. The toxicity of the serious mushroom can survive in the body of an individual for a whole year. So, Tianyun town may have to be sealed. Wu Tong nodded and spoke. I'll go and explain this to the top. Everyone's condition is not optimistic now. How do you make the antidote? What is needed? I'll ask someone to prepare it here. Everything is born with each other. Where there is a Tianlang mushroom born there must be Tianlang grass born. As long as the Tian Lang grass is crushed and then diluted with a certain proportion of water to take, it will inhibit the toxin, and the poison can be detoxified in 2 to 3 days.
Serious, Herb? What does that thing look like? I'll arrange for someone to search for it now,
Wu Tong said excitedly. After Lin Fan briefly said the shape, Wu Tong then directly instructed people to start searching,
no matter whether it is right or not. In any case, similar to all find back on the right. Anyway,
there is Lin Fan, so that he is sifting through it again is
airplanes, high-speed rail.
Zheng Qian almost didn't have the slightest pause and killed directly to Tianyun town, waiting to arrive at the destination when the sky is already dark. Zheng Qian was thinking of finding a temporary accommodation in Tianyun town to rest for a night first,
but did not expect to hard even Tianyun town did not go in. Despite Zheng Qian's persuasion and even coercion, he was not released. In desperation,
Zheng Qian had to choose to find a hotel in Lingjin to rest.
Early the next morning,
Zheng Qian was studying how to sneak into Tianyun town quietly when a piece of news suddenly made Zheng Qian overjoyed. Tianyun town was recruiting volunteers.
Who cares? As long as one could enter Tianyun town, it would be enough.
Otherwise one might not be able to see Lin Fan.
I want to apply for volunteers,
Zheng Qian shouted as she jumped and waved.
The recruiter glanced at Zheng Qian and couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it, little girl.
Volunteers can be very hard work,
and they have to go up the mountain.
Looking at you I can tell you're a young lady who can't eat hard.
How can you be a volunteer? Who are you looking down on? Who says I can't suffer? Who said I'm inferior to those you found?
Zheng Qian questioned with dissatisfaction.
We're only recruiting men this time, so hurry back. The recruiter impatiently waved his hand and said, You.
Zheng Qian gritted her teeth and directly stepped forward to take down the 2 guards behind the recruiter to the ground,
then looked at the recruiter and asked, Well, these 2 with guns aren't even my opponents yet. Can you still say I can't?
The recruiter glanced blankly at Zheng Qian and laughed bitterly.
You did prove yourself,
but striking out for no reason and being a military defender.
You're proving a bit of a misdirection. After the words were spoken, a dozen guns were immediately aimed at Zheng Qian, with a stance that they were about to shoot at any time. What are you guys doing? Zheng Qian said blankly. Even though she was a clan master, she couldn't fight so many guns. If he directly said that he was a patriarch, I don't know if these people understand the rule that patriarchs cannot be insulted. Moreover, Lin Fan would most likely be alerted, and then it would only be bad to approach. Don't worry, little girl. We know that you have no intention to make an enemy of us, but rules are rules. Rules cannot be broken. How about this? You'll be locked up with us for 2 days to symbolize, then I'll release you. And 2 days in jail? It's fine. Anyway, being locked up in Tianyun town themselves can find a way to find Lin Fan. Although they do not dare to directly just shoot, but quietly sneak away, these people can still find out about themselves? Okay, then you guys get me. The recruiter glanced at Zheng Qian in surprise, thinking to himself, is this girl's brain in trouble? Take it away. Very quickly, Zheng Qian was brought inside the defenders' quarters, and at that moment, Zheng Qian was completely dumbfounded. Where is this? Shouldn't I be locked up in Tianyun town? Zheng Qian was surprised. How can you be locked up in Tianyun town when it's already blocked off and you don't have a protective suit? This is the defenders' quarters. You can rest here now. The recruiter spoke. I want to call.
Zheng Qian had no choice but to choose to contact the Zheng family.
After all,
the Zheng family was very powerful in this area and should be able to order these defenders.
Call? You can't.
The cell towers here have all been blocked to prevent a panic if anyone leaks information about this place. This time Zheng Qian finally know what is called lifting a stone to stone their own feet.
Is really going to be locked up for 2 days?
Looking at that one black hole gun,
Zheng Qian didn't dare to resist, so she could only sigh helplessly. Uncle, then you must let me out as soon as possible. Zheng Qian pitifully prayed. It won't be difficult for you. Stay here with good food and drink.
After the recruiter finished speaking,
he led the selected volunteers towards Tianyun town. These volunteers were all living in the surrounding countryside,
and were very familiar with the terrain, so they were handy in picking this kind of work on the mountain.
And in just 1 day's time, the people picked a whole lot of messy things back according to Lin Fan's words. After some sorting out by Lin Fan,
there was a full basket of serious grass that had been successfully found.
How about it, Dr. Lin? Are these the Tian Lang grass? Is it enough?
Wu Tong looked at Lin Fan and asked expectantly.
Enough? A quarter is actually enough to treat the entire Tianyun town. Dry and grind these Tian Lang grasses.
Use 100 grams of water for each gram of Tian Lang powder to slowly decoct over a low fire.
When it is boiled down to about 50 grams, it can be taken. Quickly go to the operation. Gather everywhere and borrow all of the folks' casseroles, Wu Tong directly ordered. After watching the crowd take away the Tian Lang grass, Wu Tong continued to ask, what about the dosage? 1 bowl at a time, twice a day. 2 days the medicine will get rid of the disease.
If you are worried you can drink it for one more day. But you can't drink it more than that or it will be counterproductive.
Lin Fan couldn't help but exhort after finishing.
Wu Tong nodded, patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "Good boy.
This time you can make a big achievement. After I go back, I will definitely report truthfully to the above.
You just wait for the reward from the above. At that time there will surely be TV stations that will give you special interviews." After hearing this, Lin Fan's head immediately shook like a rattle.
If Wang Lan's parents see this, will he still be okay? No need to report it. I like to keep a low profile. Let's just say it's the result of a concerted effort.
The crowd froze, and although everyone knew these were false names, there was no one who didn't like them.
Yet Lin Fan actually didn't want it? Dr. Lin, think about it. It's a supreme honor, and it'll help you a lot in your future employment. Wu Tong reminded.
I've thought about it. I wasn't prepared to go down the path of medicine. Even now I don't even have a license to practice medicine yet. I'm only here to do my sixth mom a favor. Lin Fan spread his hands and said,
"Not going the medical route? That would be a shame."
But this was nothing. After going back and having a good chat with Zhang Qing, maybe we could talk it out. Wu Tong turned his head to look at the doctors behind him and spoke.
"See, this is the model of a doctor. Saving lives and helping the injured is the duty. Fame is not the goal. Know what I'm going to say later? Knowing that making yourself happy and joyful is called meaningful."
A young doctor shouted. Wu Tong frowned and said in dissatisfaction,
"What about my lyrics to your song? I'm saying that you all should learn from me. As a healer, you must not be impatient.
And you must not be greedy for false fame. This is something that Lin Fan has already achieved a height that you can hardly reach. Since Lin Fan doesn't want to flaunt it, I'll just report it as a joint effort between the medical team and the volunteers as well as the defenders.
Well, since we already know how to treat it, let's leave the rest to us. Dr. Zhang, you take a break and rest as well. Even though I'm an old man, I understand you young people." With that,
Wu Tong passed the duo a look that you guys are free to do as you please. After seeing Wu Tong leave with all the doctors, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat unusual. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Zhang Mingqi was too embarrassed to stay in Lin Fan's room and ran out directly with a red face. Looking at Zhang Mingqi's appearance,
Lin Fan had a new perception of Zhang Mingqi's cuteness. Evening.
Zhang Mingqi was about to rest when a knock on the door came.
After opening the door to her room, Zhang Mingqi's brows couldn't help but wrinkle when she saw the visitor. "Something wrong?"
Zhang Mingqi asked with some disgust.
"Yes, this was prepared by Dean Wu.
He's worried that we'll also be affected by that what's-her-name skywolf mushroom. So he wants us all to drink a bowl of medicine boiled by this skywolf grass as well."
Bai Gao smiled. Zhang Mingqi didn't have much suspicion.
Wu Tong was a relatively meticulous person, and having such considerations was very much in line with his character.
After receiving the bowl,
Zhang Mingqi gulped it straight down and then asked,
"Is there anything else?
Please go back if there's nothing." Not to mention the fact that Bai Gao had been hostile to Lin Fan. The misunderstanding that the two of them had because of him was enough to make Zhang Mingqi resent and even loathe him.
"Yes, I wonder if I could come into the room and talk to you if I wanted to," Bi Gao offered.
"Can't." Zhang Mingqi and her resisted. "But this matter concerns Lin Fan."
"About Lin Fan?"
It had to be said that Bai Gao was still very smart. He knew that Zhang Mingqi wouldn't reject himself after mentioning Lin Fan. In fact, it was indeed as he had guessed.
And after seeing Zhang Mingqi's worried expression, the fire in Bai Gao's heart grew even hotter. After walking into Zhang Mingqi's room, Bai Gao casually closed the door. "What are you doing? What are you closing the door for? You?" Zhang Mingqi was a bit annoyed.
Yet before she could say a few words, her body began to heat up and her strength seemed to be drained away.
This feeling is so familiar.
When Li Buochao pit himself when he is this feeling.
Is it? What? Did you give me to drink?
Zhang Mingqi asked as she sat paralyzed and weak.
Is that even a question? Something that will make us all very happy. Of course, Bi Gao laughed evilly. "You, son of a bitch, I won't let you go," Zhang Mingqi grudgingly said through clenched teeth. "Not letting me off the hook? Are you going to make a big deal out of it? You and your mom are well-known people. Are you going to make a big deal out of it? And do you think I'll prepare nothing? Be a good boy and enjoy yourself with me." With that, Bi Gao set up the camera in front of the bed. Zhang Mingqi tried to escape, but was pulled back by Bai Gao halfway up the ladder. Bi Gao hastily took off his shirt and was about to do whatever he wanted when a knock came at the door. This startled Bai Gao, and he hurriedly covered Zhang Mingqi's mouth and cautiously looked at the door of the room. The first batch of medicine boiled by the Tian Langgrass had already been given to the patients to drink, and the condition of all the people had improved definitively. Fang Ku had gotten the order from Wu Tong to come and inform Lin Fan that he could return tomorrow. Lin Fan thought of coming to help Zhang Mingqi pack her bags, so he came with Fang Ku. Dr. Zhang isn't here, probably out for a walk, and everyone is much more relaxed after determining that it's not a contagious virus. Fang Ku spoke up. there's someone inside. And it's two. Lin Fan frowned. Fong Ke froze. Someone? Then why didn't Zhang Mingqi open the door? Even if you were changing, you would have answered the door, right? Are you sure? How did you see it? Fong Ke was surprised, wondering if Lin Fan had misunderstood something. Lin Fan did not reply, but directly pulled Fong Ke aside, then violently kicked the door of the room open. Bang! Upon seeing the scene in the room, Lin Fan's face sank as he directly rushed forward and grabbed Bai Gao's hair, then violently punched him and sent him flying. Snap! Bai Gao didn't react at all. He only felt that his hair was grabbed the moment he saw Lin Fan, and then his whole body directly hit the camera's frame. How are you doing, Kiki? Lin Fan rushed forward and asked. I'm so hot. Zhang Mingqi gasped for air. Not to mention Lin Fan, even a person who didn't know anything about medicine knew what was wrong with Zhang Mingqi at this time. I'll take the medicine off you now. With that, Lin Fan touched his waist. However, it was at this moment that Lin Fan remembered that his needle bag was still on his bedside table. Unable to do anything else, Lin Fan had to choose to use his true qi to lift the medicinal properties for Zhang Mingqi. And the moment Lin Fan ran his true qi, Zhang Mingqi directly embraced Lin Fan and kissed him. Lin Fan's brain was empty. The true qi in his body was almost out of control, and Lin Fan directly experienced the precursor of going off the deep end. Fong Ke, who had successfully taken down Bai Gao, saw that the two of them had reached this point, and with Lin Fan having just said that he had lifted the medication for Zhang Mingqi, he instinctively thought of things in a skewed way. I'll take Bigo to Dean Wu's place. You guys take your time. After saying that, Fong Ke dragged Bai Gao with one hand and ran towards the outside with the camera in the other. Kiki, calm down. I don't want to calm down. I like you, but we can't be together anymore. At least let me give myself to you before I go. Tears slowly slipped out of the corners of Zhang Mingqi's eyes, and after seeing this scene, Lin Fan's bottom line was immediately washed away by these tears. Fuck it, just die. Lin Fan no longer resisted and catered on the active Zhang Mingqi. When Wu Tong saw Bai Gao, who was about to misbehave with Zhang Mingqi in the camera, everyone noticed the faint killing intent emanating from Wu Tong's body. Snap! Wu Tong waved his hand to a slap and yelled, "What I can't stand is people like you, let alone medical ethics. You don't even fucking deserve to be a human being." Bai Gao was stunned by Wu Tong's stance of wanting to eat people, backing up while saying, "Uncle, you can only have one sister like my mom. You have loved me since I was a child. I was wrong. Don't let anyone arrest me." The people present were stunned. No wonder Bai Gao has always been so arrogant. It's a coincidence that Bai Gao is Wu Tong's nephew. Don't talk about your mom. Your mom and dad have unshirkable responsibility for what you've become. I'm telling you, no matter who comes to plead for leniency in today's matter, it won't work. You must be severely punished. Wu Tong growled before turning his head to look at a few young doctors on the side and said, "Go inform the defenders. Arrest him and send him straight in when we get back." Who did not expect Wu Tong to start a fire actually so terrible? Each and every one of them did not dare to say anything, hastily nodded their heads and then escorted Bai Gao towards the camp of the defenders. After letting out a long breath, Wu Tong forced down his anger and inquired, "How is Dr. Zhang now?" "The medicine in her body. Dr. Lin is treating her. Dean Wu. We actually know what kind of relationship the two of them have, so let's just stay out of it." Fong Ke spoke up. Wu Tong nodded, really did not think that Bai Gao So Calf also indirectly helped the small couple A. Inside Zhang Mingqi's room, Lin Fan lay on the bed and took a deep breath. Looking toward Zhang Mingqi in his arms, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Let's." Zhang Mingqi covered Lin Fan's mouth and softly said, "Don't say this, okay? I won't pester you in the future. Just pretend that nothing has happened today. But today, please let me properly immerse myself in this tenderness." Lin Fan moved away Zhang Mingqi's hand and gently kissed Zhang Mingqi's forehead and said, "Silly girl, if it didn't happen then forget it. Now that it's come to this, how can you let me pretend that nothing has happened?" "But, what about Sha Sha?" Zhang Mingqi asked, somewhat torn. "Do whatever you want. You're mine now anyway. Don't try to deny it," Lin Fan said in an extremely domineering manner. After feeling Lin Fan's dominance, Zhang Mingqi was happy in her heart. There was something wrong with the process, but the ending was exactly what she wanted. "Well, promise me one thing." Zhang Mingqi opened her mouth after hesitating for a moment. "What?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Mingqi in his arms and wondered. "Don't tell Sasha about this yet. I'll tell her myself when I'm ready." Lin Fan nodded after hesitating for a moment, then inquired, "Then our matter is sort of settled. Are you still going to study abroad?" "Well, I still decided to go to study abroad, but at first I just wanted a change of environment to forget about you. Now I won't. No matter where I go people won't forget about you." Zhang Mingqi's expression was serious and her eyes were full of tenderness towards Lin Fan. "Actually, you don't have to go. I want to go study and refine my medical skills.
or I'll feel like I don't deserve you. Speaking of this, Zhang Mengqi's face couldn't help but reveal a look of inferiority. Lin Fan hadn't realized before that Zhang Mengqi was such a treasure girl. This cute look makes Lin Fan even a little bit in love. If this is your decision, then I respect it, but as you said before, today, please let us indulge in this tenderness. Lin Fan touched Zhang Mengqi's smiling face lovingly. Zhang Mengqi's small face reddened as she silently nodded. Early the next morning, Lin Fan transferred his true qi to Zhang Mengqi to alleviate the abnormalities in her body. And to Lin Fan's surprise, what the old man had told himself earlier was actually true. While ferrying the true qi, Lin Fan suddenly realized that Zhang Mengqi's body already had a true qi that originally belonged to her. Although it was still very weak, but I'm only afraid that no one below the practicing body stage would be Zhang Mengqi's opponent anymore. Really didn't think that old immodest old man would really have such an old immodest cultivation method. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter with a bitter smile. Zhang Mengqi glanced at Lin Fan suspiciously. Then she thought of the cultivation method that Lin Fan had talked to Li Xian about back then. You mean I can cultivate like you? Zhang Mengqi was a little excited. So she could also want to be like Lin Fan and use that mysterious true qi to save people? Not yet. You can't cultivate without the heart technique, but the true qi in your body can autonomously help you absorb the meager aura. What's the use of that? Zhang Mengqi wondered. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then spoke. At least if it's the current you who runs into the kind of situation you were in yesterday, you can beat up Bigo first. I'm already this strong? Zhang Mengqi said excitedly, so she wouldn't have to drag Lin Fan behind her in the future? In terms of physical fitness, yes, but I'm not sure exactly how. I won't know until I try it. Don't worry. With me, you probably won't even have to try it one day. It's all with me. Zhang Mengqi blankly glanced at Lin Fan. There was shyness on her face and a happy smile. Get up. It's already dawn. I'm afraid everyone will laugh at me. Zhang Mengqi punched the following Lin Fan's chest, then hurriedly put on her clothes. When the duo reappeared in front of the crowd, they couldn't help but laugh after seeing Zhang Mengqi's obvious change. I didn't realize that a mistake has made you too successful. Wu Tong, who was looking at the newspaper, couldn't help but snicker after noticing the duo. Zhang Mengqi was shy, then pouted and looked at Lin Fan as if to say, you made trouble. You fix it. Dean Wu's body looks good, but it's only relative to people of his age. Why don't I give Dean Wu a formula to take advantage of this merit and go on a honeymoon with the dean's wife? What are you kids talking nonsense about? How old am I? Do I have to? Wu Tong gave Lin Fan a dissatisfied look, but in his heart, he was curious about Lin Fan's formula. Lin, Dean Wu doesn't want it. Why don't you give it to me? Don't get me wrong. I'm just preparing for the future. Fong Ke hurriedly opened his mouth. Give me one too. I'm not vain. I just want to be stronger. Give me one too. My man's health is so poor. I want to make up for him. With a female doctor opening her mouth. This time everyone was not restrained and took the initiative to ask Lin Fan to give them medicine. Especially those over 40 men. The tigress of the family, if not served comfortably, may at any time will go on the rampage. For the sake of family harmony. For the sake of living a happy life. For the sake of going to work without having to carry injuries on one's body. What is there to be ashamed of? Right now Lin Fan's herbs were the most important. Wu Tong glanced at the crowd and said in dissatisfaction, what's going on? You're not even going to eat breakfast. That medicine, also give me a copy of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm asking for it for my son. I'm anxious to hold my grandson. Although the words were said that way, everyone knew what was going on after seeing that expression on Wu Tong's face. It's hard to see that Wu Tong is so old and the couple's relationship is still so loving. I'll give you all the prescription later. Right. How is that Bai Gao doing? Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder after looking around. Hearing Bai Gao, Wu Tong's face suddenly sank, and he spoke. Being locked up by me. When I go back, I will hand it over to the top, and I will never tolerate it. In addition, sorry. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. Sorry? Was Wu Tong thinking that he was the captain leading the team and that he was to blame for something like this? When he was about to relieve Wu Tong, Lin Fan was stopped by Fong Ke, who was at the side. Stop it. Bigo is Dean Wu's nephew. It's good to be able to make it this far. Bigo's nephew Wu Tong? That's quite an unexpected situation. Lin Fan nodded without saying anything else and pulled Zhang Mengqi's hand and directly sat down to eat breakfast. The next afternoon, was locked up for 3 days and 2 nights of Zheng Qian is finally released. The first thing she did when she got out was to ask for the location of the medical team. She didn't want to keep putting it off now that it had been delayed for days. The medical team? They left on a bus this morning. Counting the time. They should all be on a plane back by now. The previous recruiter replied after thinking for a moment. Gone? Didn't you come here to be cured? Zheng Qian was surprised. Cured? Don't say. The team this time is really powerful. It's only been a few days, the defender exclaimed. After hearing this answer from the defender, Zheng Qian was a little broken for a moment.
So what in the world was she doing here in this Tianyun town?
Within the hidden world.
After 2 days of cultivation, Wu Yun's strength had now increased significantly.
After moving his muscles and bones, Witch Cloud was ready to treat himself with a good meal.
However, before Wu Yun could walk out of the room, the cell phone that Vidra Gate had assigned to him rang. For a moment,
Witch Cloud's good mood was all but gone,
and he helplessly picked up the phone. Wu Yun, you are limited to finding out Lin Fan's location for me by tomorrow morning,
or else the Zhang family will make a direct move against your Vidra sect.
So you're on your own. Wu Yun was speechless. At this moment,
she even had the urge to directly give Lin Fan's contact information to Zheng Qian.
Can't you two leave me out of this? Is it easy for me to become the young master? Just after becoming the young sect master, the Vajra sect was inexplicably threatened with extinction. Who did I recruit and who did I piss off?
After sighing helplessly, Wu Yun's good mood for the whole day disappeared without a trace, and could only silently take out his private cell phone to dial Lin Fan.
I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is off. Sorry, Wu Yun is a little broken. What is Lin Fan doing lately? Day after day, always shutting down the phone. Only one night, Lin Fan, you cannot pit me. At this time,
Lin Fan had just stepped off the plane, and before he could take out his cell phone, he saw several beautiful women who were waving not far away.
Lin Fan, this way, Kong Shasha beckoned. They've all come to pick me up. What an honor, Lin Fan joked. Who's here to pick you up? We're here to pick up Mingqi. Where is she? Li Xin inquired after giving Lin Fan a blank look. Studying abroad.
The four women were stunned.
This is leaving? Doesn't she even come back for a visit? This girl is really something,
she said with some dissatisfaction.
Did she say where she was going? Confessor inquired. To the ugly country. Now should be on the plane.
Chi-Chi said is to wait for that side of the place to lift to get done will contact us.
Count the time. Should be the middle of the night to that side. Jet lag problem that side should be at noon. An afternoon of time to organize the room. It should be tomorrow morning will be contacted us. Kong Shasha carefully looked at Lin Fan.
Looking at this situation should be the relationship has eased.
It's just a matter of waiting until tomorrow to see what happens.
Really, if I had known it was just you,
I might as well have gotten my nails done, Li Xin muttered in dissatisfaction. Li Xin's character and its strong character.
Even if she wanted to come and pick up Lin Fan she would definitely not admit it. Lin Fan was also well aware of Li Xin's character, so he didn't care.
Other than that,
this reason was enough to explain the problem.
What time is it? Getting her nails done? Where is she going to get them done? Then it seems like I've really sinned. Why don't I see if I can make up for my mistake with a late night snack?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Li Xin couldn't help but bar her little mouth twice, revealing an expectant expression. It's not like I can't forgive you if there's a lion's head in the midnight snack,
Li Xin said with her little head tilted up and a stifled smile on her face.
No problem. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll treat you all well tonight.
Lin Fan smiled, and then brought the four girls back to the residence together.
After having a dinner with talking and laughing,
although he didn't succeed in having another passionate burning time with Kong Shasha, it was nevertheless pleasurable. As the saying goes,
some people are happy and some people are sad. Lin Fan's side was very happy,
but Wu Yun's side was in a hurry and his scalp was scratching.
At 5 in the morning,
the moment the cell phone ringtone came to mind, Wu Yun felt like he had heard the most beautiful music in the world.
After hastily picking up the phone, Witch Cloud immediately broke down and said, Big Brother Lin, I'm begging you not to always turn off your phone, okay?
Lin Fan scratched his head in bewilderment and was surprised.
What's your situation? As for looking for me in such a hurry, this has just been turned on.
The text message beeps are ringing like a bombardment.
I've been receiving text messages for 5 minutes alone. To what extent? Do you know that if you don't come to the phone, my Vajra sect will be exterminated? At this moment, Witch Cloud even carried a hint of a crying voice. Lin Fan froze. Exterminate the door? What's with the extermination again? What happened again? Who did you Vajra sect provoke?
Lin Fan was surprised.
Who else could it be? Provoke you? You and Zhang family's big miss in the Manhwa last night called me to order me a nighttime to find you, or else King Kong door extinguished. You tell me the truth. You are not failing Zhang Qian. People are now so crazy like looking for you? In Wu Yun's opinion,
if Lin Fan and Zhang Qian didn't have anything going on,
Zhang Qian couldn't have gone crazy looking for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan is also speechless. I don't even know who Zhang Qian is.
I'm failing my ass on me. Other than that, where are you now? Give a stable location, okay? Witch Cloud prayed. I've gone back to Lingyun City. That's fine. Then I'll give you direct feedback. You're not leaving, right? Also, why don't I give her your contact information? This day after day of threatening with the Vajra Gate, my little heart can't take it. Buzz.
Lin Fan glanced at the app reminder and hurriedly said, I should be staying in Lingyun for a while next. I won't talk to you. I still have things on my side. What can be more important than the survival of my Vajra sect? You. Toot toot. Witch Cloud was speechless. This phone hangs up really fast. Lin Fan, who hung up the phone, hurriedly tapped on his communication device and then connected the video call that Zhang Mingqi had made. Why are you just picking up? What are you doing? Thanks to the fact that people just got busy and rushed to call you. Zhang Mingqi asked, slightly jealous. Then I'm really guilty. Why don't I make it up to you when you come back? Lin Fan said with a bad smile. Zhang Mingqi's little face suddenly turned red and she gave Lin Fan a glance. You're bad, you. Luckily they didn't hear it. Otherwise how do you want me to meet people? After putting away his smile, Lin Fan glanced at the scene behind Zhang Mingqi and inquired, have you gotten all the places to live? Well, after organizing all afternoon, it's already almost. Not right. Almost let you change the topic. Say, just now is not chatting with which beauty so did not notice me ah? Zhang Mingqi questioned with a pretense of an unhappy face. Come on. It's 5:04 summertime. Who isn't sleeping except for you? The exotic little beauty. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He, count yourself as having passed. Zhang Mingqi laughed sweetly. Lin Fan, who are you talking to? I think I heard a woman's voice. Did you bring back random women for the night? Li Xian's voice startled Zhang Mingqi, who whispered, didn't you bring headphones? I received your video call directly after the connection. Headphones that thing old man to listen to the ghost country imported music. Let's just count the music. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Click. After the door of the room was directly pushed open by Li Xian. Even Li Xian who opened the door did not expect Lin Fan to actually not lock the door. Who were you just talking to? Li Xian quickly slowed down from her surprise, then questioned with a frown. And her. With that, Lin Fan turned his cell phone screen to Li Xian. After seeing Zhang Mingqi on the screen, a smile immediately appeared on Li Xian's face. Kiki, have you settled down over there already? Which continent are you on? Sisters, get up. Kiki called. After saying that, Li Xian suddenly realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but say in dissatisfaction. Kiki, why did you play the video for Lin Fan? You actually contacted him first. This isn't a time difference. I thought that you guys were going to sleep to nourish your face. I don't know if you got up yet. So I looked for Lin Fan. Li Xian didn't suspect anything and nodded deeply. Well done. There's no need for this guy to sleep more. In the future, if something happens on your side, just instruct him. Don't care about the time. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. Why did he feel that his status was so low? But this was good. It gave himself a reason to contact Zhang Mingqi anytime, anywhere. At this time, the three girls who heard Li Xian's call also rushed over, greeting them while also asking why they had contacted Lin Fan instead of them. As for Zhang Mingqi's answer, the others weren't really surprised. Only Kong Shasha glanced at Lin Fan suspiciously. Hey, don't you think you're interfering with us sisters saying some whispers here? Li Xian gave Lin Fan a dissatisfied look and said. Lin Fan froze and looked around blankly before saying, this seems to be my room, right? Commandeered. Go make breakfast, Kong Shasha ordered. Lin Fan laughed bitterly, then couldn't help but glance at Zhang Mingqi on the phone. Zhang Mingqi also wanted to talk to Lin Fan more at this time, but she couldn't say so explicitly, and her face couldn't help but show the slightest expression of reluctance. Lin Fan laughed and gave out a slight gag of the word evening before getting up and leaving the room. Evening? Zhang Mingqi instantly became somewhat expectant. An hour later, Lin Fan finished cooking breakfast, and at this time, the ladies had finished their idle chit-chat, and came directly to the dining room and began to savor Lin Fan's food. On the other hand, Zheng Qian was finally relieved after contacting Wu Yun and getting the exact news about Lin Fan, while secretly glad that she had made a wise move by going back to Lingyun City. Now all that was missing was a chance to make contact with Lin Fan. After thinking for a while, Zheng Qian came up with a perfect plan, and then directly took out her cell phone to contact the secular Zheng family. At 7:30, Lin Fan's four had arrived at the entrance of Ling University by now. Since they had eaten a bit too much in the morning, the girls had been deciding to walk to school and digest it on the way. And along the way, Li Xian's mouth almost didn't stop, and kept complaining that Lin Fan had made the breakfast so delicious as well, and that he would have to pay the absolute responsibility if he got fat. Do you hear me? You have to be responsible. Li Xian frowned. This way you have said 13 times that you want me to be responsible for it. You'll say it when you're fat. Lin Fan said speechlessly. It'll be too late when you get fat. Li Xian said with dissatisfaction. How would that make Lin Fan responsible? How about marrying you? Kong Shasha joked. Li Xian I half a day did not out of the ladder, but was unconsciously giggling. Dead Shasha. Stop talking nonsense there. You like him?
I don't. Li Xin whitened Kong Shasha with dissatisfaction. And in her heart, she was somewhat looking forward to it. Help! Just moments before the trio was about to enter the school, a cry for help came through. Little beauty. Looks good. Want to go with a few brothers to have fun? A bald man said with a bad smile. Not to mention the dress. But you can tell by looking at that bald face that it's not a good person. Li Xin frowned and instantly rolled up her sleeves in dissatisfaction. Dare to engage in this in front of Auntie. I'll go and make them regret coming to this world. After saying that, Li Xin walked directly in the direction of the young girl. Wait. Lin Fan directly took Li Xin's hand and shook his head at her. Li Xin was a bit bewildered. Lin Fan didn't want to do it himself? Is he the one who's going to be on it? Or is there something wrong if you do it yourself? What's wrong? Li Xin wondered. There's something wrong with this woman. Li Xin looked at it for half a day, but she hardly did not see any problem at all. What's wrong with it? At this time, even Li Xin herself didn't notice her changed opinion of Lin Fan. If it was in the past, Li Xin would only have cursed Lin Fan's inhumanity. And now that Lin Fan had stopped her from striking, she subconsciously assumed that there was a problem on the opposite side, which meant that she had unconsciously trusted Lin Fan unconditionally. I don't see what the problem is. What's wrong with this woman? She has the strength of a grandmaster, so she can be surrounded by a few punks? Patriarch? It was the first time Li Xin had heard this name, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Fan in confusion. An ancient martial art of a power level. Let's put it this way. She plus Sasha together are not her opponents. Li Xin froze. This woman was so strong? Do you want me to ask my mom to check this guy out? Li Xin asked in a small voice. There's no need. If it's nothing to do with us, that's all. If she's after us, I'll take care of her. After saying that, Lin Fan walked directly towards the school grounds. Zhang Qian, who had originally noticed that Lin Fan had already looked over, was still very happy, thinking that this scene of the hero rescuing the beauty was definitely a done deal. With this reason he could not only get acquainted with Lin Fan, but also take some initiative with this reason. Afterwards, after pretending to know nothing and complaining at him, Zhang Qian did not believe that Lin Fan would not obediently hand over the medicine. This was Zhang Qian's perfect plan. However, what she didn't expect was that her plan died at the first stage. What are you looking at? Little beauty? Talking to you. The plan failed. Get lost, Zhang Qian said in dissatisfaction. The bald man on the opposite side froze, and his face got a little bit ugly for a moment. I say, stinky girl, it's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. How dare you talk to me like that? With that, the bald man reached out his hand to grab Zhang Qian's hair. Zhang Qian's eyes were cold as she directly clasped the bald man's wrist and threw him out. Fuck it. Give it to me. The bald guy who was thrown out felt like his bones were going to fall apart. After being over here for so long, where he could accept such a disgrace, Zhang Qian did not polite. The failure of the plan, she would have been upset to the extreme. At this time these people have become her venting tool. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 punks were knocked to the ground. How do these idiots of the secular Zhang family do their work? Finding you crooked people to get in my way, Zhang Qian said in dissatisfaction. Ms. Zhang? On the side came 6 or 7 gangster-like youths, looking at Zhang Qian and the punks on the ground for a moment a little confused. Are you guys with them? Zhang Qian frowned. We were called by Boss Zhang, and these people are? Zhang Qian froze. Together these people are really a bunch of punks. The morning passed in a hurry, and Lin Fan stretched his back before walking towards the cafeteria. Lin Fan, just a few steps out of the school building, a voice called out to Lin Fan. What's all this panic? Something happened to Uncle Chang's condition? Lin Fan was surprised. Qingtak's illness doesn't seem to be a problem. No, it's Jean Nua. This kid doesn't know what to think. He gave someone a beating at school. Sister Siyu has a case she can't get away from right now. Can you send me to Xiao Nua's school? Chang Xiao prayed. It's okay, but I didn't drive here. Go pick up the car and come back then. That doesn't seem as fast as taking a taxi. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, a silhouette darted over, suddenly sinking around 2 meters away from Lin Fan, and then gliding to Lin Fan's heels with one knee down. Boss, use my car. Duan Chang held the keys to the Alpha's car in both hands and said with a pious face. Lin Fan glanced at Duan Chang in surprise and said breathlessly, you are now at least the person in charge of a company with a market capitalization of $100 billion. And you are still thinking about me helping you to upgrade your car? Alpha is not enough for you to drive. Hey, it would be best if I could. I'm all about doing more with less. Preferably spending other people's money on my own affairs. Of course, borrowing a car is the main thing. Boss and sister-in-law aren't going to be busy here. Chang Xiaoxiao small face read. Sister-in-law. I am not. Chang Xiaoxiao weakly explained. That weak voice, not to mention Duan Chang. Even Lin Fan did not hear. Forget it, I don't get along with you. Every time I drive your car, something happens. I'm scared.
Lin Fan shook his head.
Boss, you're breaking my heart. How could we not get along? It was an accident. And even if it was an accident, didn't we both suffer?
Lin Fan opened his mouth.
And for a moment, he didn't even know what to say.
This Sung's cheek is a match for his own.
Yo, Xiao Chengzi, which play are you playing with the boss?
Zhang Hongyuan happened to see the scene in front of him as he wobbled over,
and couldn't help but ask in a snide manner. Jen, drove here to school, right? Zhang Hongyuan didn't understand what Lin Fan was asking for,
but he nodded his head obediently.
Lend me the car. Oh.
Zhang Hongyuan took out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Lin Fan, while saying with some embarrassment, my old man said that I was too flashy on weekdays, so he confiscated the Ferrari,
and now I can only drive the Mustang. Boss, the Mustang isn't as good as my Alpha. It's better to drive mine, Duan Chang said in a hurry. Stay to the side. You really expect me to change your Cullinan for you?
Lin Fan glanced at Duan Chang breathlessly,
took Zhang Hongyuan's car keys and headed directly towards the parking lot. 20 minutes later, the Mustang slowly pulled up in front of Kino's school.
Looking at Cheng Xiaoxiao's anxious appearance,
Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh after thinking about it. It's just that people are here anyway, so why don't we just help them to the end?
After thinking about that little brat who nonetheless said Cheng Xiaoxiao was his future wife earlier, Lin Fan was a little curious as to what this Jinhua had gotten himself into.
Inside the office, Sister Xiao Xiao, what brings you here? Where's Sister Siyu? Jinhua asked suspiciously. Your Sister Siyu has something going on. Can't you just stay out of trouble?
Cheng Xiaoxiao frowned in dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man on the opposite side of the sofa couldn't help but touch his chin after glancing at Cheng Xiaoxiao,
secretly saying that this girl looks good. Jinhua's parents. Right.
Jinhua and Mo Xiaofei's classmates had a bit of a falling out and broke the child.
Not to mention Mr. Mo. Even I can't stand to look at him a bit. What's the grudge? Chen Shuyi, Jinhua's homeroom teacher, said in dissatisfaction. Sister Xiao Xiao. I'm right. But the teacher clearly thinks that Mo Xiaofei's family has money to favor. It's better to call Sister Siyu. I'm afraid that you'll suffer, Jinhua whispered. You're the parent of this whatnot, your child beat up my child. Let's see how this matter is resolved.
Mo Xiaofei's father spoke directly.
I'm sorry.
Jinhua, this child is in a special situation.
I apologize for the trouble caused to all of you. Please be generous.
Cheng Xiaoxia hurriedly apologized.
So you want me to just let it go? Do you think that's possible?
Of course. It's not like I can't understand if Jinhua's situation is really special.
Why don't this young lady and I go to dinner together and let's talk about it?
Cheng Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. This greedy look was too familiar to her.
If it was usual,
Cheng Xiaoxiao would have already slapped her across the face.
But it was just a pity that now Jinhua had made a mistake. So she had to endure it. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo. Xiaonua's parents died early. He was brought up by us neighbors. We apologize for your son's injuries. What do you need vigilantes for if apologizing works? I'm not an unreasonable person either. Don't you think? With that,
Mo Lin reached out his hand towards Cheng Xiaoxiao's hand.
Cheng Xiaoxia wanted to dodge, but seeing that the other party was obviously rich and powerful, what if Jinhua was sent to the correctional center? After biting her teeth,
Cheng Xiaoxiao slowly closed her eyes. Let him take advantage of a little.
Maureen was ecstatic. It looked like something was up. However,
the moment Mo Lin was about to touch Cheng Xiaoxiao, a silhouette instantly pulled Cheng Xiaoxiao into his arms.
What are you doing? Move your hands, and
wipe that harumph off your face.
Cheng Xiaoxiao was stunned. Why was Lin Fan here? Kid, who are you? It's parents talking about their kids fighting now. What do you care? Maureen questioned. He's my brother-in-law.
Jinhua was straightforward and straightened up to introduce himself.
He had seen Lin Fan's skill with his own eyes, and with Lin Fan around, this piggy would only be nothing. Maureen frowned. After all this time this chick has a man.
The pocket also deliberately revealed the Mustang's car keys.
A Mustang is just what you pretend to pretend. For a moment, Maureen lost interest and sat back down on the sofa and said, it doesn't matter who comes. Now that my child has been beaten, you guys hurry up and give a solution. Cheng Xiaoxiao pulled Lin Fan's sleeve, a difficult look on her face. Lin Fan patted Cheng Xiaoxiao's hand, signaling to leave this matter to himself. Xiao Nua, what's going on? Why did you hit him? Lin Fan inquired. Because he owes a beating. He bullied Li Susu. Not only did he make a move on Li Susu, but he also forced a kiss. I couldn't stand it, so I beat him up.
Lin Fan glanced at the homeroom teacher,
Chen Shuyi, and said indifferently, this doesn't seem to be something you can blame on Jinhua, does it? If you say you don't complain, then you don't complain? My son is under 12. Even if he did something, he didn't break the law. Besides, even if he broke the law, What does he care? Mo Lin arrogantly said. That's right. And he should have told the teacher that he shouldn't have done it directly, regardless of whether Mo Xiaofei was at fault or not. Doing it was his fault, Chen Shuyi said helpfully. Lin Fan nodded, then violently slapped Chen Shuyi. That crunching sound made all the teachers in the office freeze. Secretly, where did this come from? Pure parents. Chen Shuyi froze for half a day before reacting, and just when he wanted to open his mouth, Lin Fan spoke directly. See, you learn from your teacher. In the face of my unjustified violence, did your teacher make a move or verbally abuse me? This is teaching by example. You learn from it. Lin Fan glared at Jinhua and said. Jinhua was forcibly holding back his laughter, secretly saying that this brother-in-law was bullish, beating people up and still making sense. Chen Shuyi to the edge of the mouth, words hard to be heard swallowed back, which if they grasp not to let go is not the same as agreeing with Jinhua before hands is understandable. After biting her teeth, Chen Shuyi spoke. I hope that this parent doesn't just think about educating their child. If you educated them, if it was useful, then this wouldn't have happened. If this matter can't satisfy Mr. Mo, then I can only expel Jinhua. Chang Xiaoxiao immediately panicked. This matter had not known how to solve it. Lin Fan and the teacher to get angry. Then Jinhua is not sure to be expelled? Don't worry. This Mr. Mo will definitely not make things difficult for Jinhua. Don't you think so? Lin Fan said as he looked at Mo Lin. Who says it won't? My son was beaten up. The medical bills, the mental damages, the inner trauma, and the lost wages for me coming here. None of it can be less. I'm a big boss, earning millions a year. Mo Lin despised Lin Fan before speaking. I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? $100,000. This matter is settled. $100,000? You want $100,000 for beating your son? Lin Fan asked incredulously. What? Is there a problem? Then you wait to be fired. At the same time, I'll also reserve the right to pursue the various expenses I mentioned above. Mo Lin arrogantly said. No, $100,000 isn't much. Lin Fan smiled faintly, then glanced at Jinhua and inquired. How does the body feel? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable? Jinhua didn't understand Lin Fan's question for a moment and shook his head blankly. That's good. With that, Lin Fan took out a check from his pocket and wrote the amount of $200,000 on it. Here is $200,000. Keep it. Lin Fan pushed the check directly in front of Mo Lin and said. Cheng Xiaoxia was a bit confused. That was $200,000. How can I pay it back later? And what was Lin Fan thinking? $100,000 he thought was too much. Why did he give back $200,000? Mo Lin couldn't help but measure Lin Fan, secretly saying that this kid was quite understanding. After receiving the check, Maureen took a close look at it to make sure it was correct before speaking. Count on your good sense. I'll take this check, but don't make it a blank check. Don't worry, I never give that stuff. Besides, you just said you took it, right? Lin Fan once again made sure. Yeah, I'll take it. That's good then. Jinhua, go and beat that kid up for me again. Lin Fan directly ordered. What did you say? Try touching my son. Mo Lin glared at Lin Fan and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't move your son. I'm letting Jinhua do it. You also said that beating your son once is $100,000. You also said that you accepted the check for $200,000. This is not already acquiescing to your son to be beaten up once more. Jinhua do it. Jinhua was delighted, secretly saying that this brother-in-law was really too good for his taste. Alright, I promise to beat him so much that he won't even recognize his parents. Jinhua rolled up his sleeves and said excitedly. Jinhua's parent, don't go too far. This is a school. Chen Shuyi shouted angrily as she glared at Lin Fan. I know but you said this matter to us to talk we talked about it $200,000. Beat this kid twice. What is the relationship between our parents and you? Lin Fan glanced at Chen Shuyi dissatisfied. You. Snap. Mo Lin directly slapped the coffee table and stood up, looking at Lin Fan angrily. You kid dare to fool me? Fine. Then I'll see if you have the skills. Do I need to certify with you if I have the skills? Also, you said you're in the tens of millions a year? Really? Lin Fan mocked. Of course. Have you heard of Jianbei Chicken Farm? My business. Go ask around and find out how much money I flow in a year. Mo Lin said smugly. Lin Fan ignored Mo Lin, but directly took out the phone and said, hear that? Jianbei Chicken Farm. I don't care who's behind him. In short, I want him to go bankrupt. You decide the method. The faster the better. After saying that, Lin Fan hung up the phone. Kid, can you brag a little? And want me to go bankrupt? Who do you think you are? Mo Lin said contemptuously, and a teasing expression appeared on his face. That's right. This man is a madman. I'll call security now, Chen Shuyi hurriedly said, as if she was afraid of missing this opportunity to kiss ass. You have no right to call security. You're fired, Lin Fan said indifferently. Ridiculous. What are you? Who are you to fire me? Chen Shai questioned.
Lin Fan ignored her and directly dialed a number.
Hello, third mom, how's the orphanage coming along? Oh, that's good. But it's also a bit difficult for the children to go to elementary school in the future. Let's just buy an elementary school. Let's make it Lingyun Road Primary School. And fire a teacher by the way. Su Miaoyun understood what Lin Fan wanted to do after hearing that he wanted to fire a teacher, and immediately dropped everything to get in touch with the education department. Buy our school? You're ridiculous. Our school is not a key elementary school, but it's not a private school either. So you're buying it just because you say so? Who do you think you are?
Chen Shai sarcastically said. I will soon be the school manager of this school. Lin Fan shrugged and said casually.
Also school manager? But if you eat 2 peanuts you won't have to drink like this.
Chen Shuyi was even a little lazy to pay attention to Lin Fan at this time,
and directly looked at Chung Xiao, as if to say whether you care about this psychopath or not. Quite angry,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
What does this have to do with temperament? It's that you're too arrogant and ridiculous, Mo Lin said in dissatisfaction. Who's talking to you?
Lin Fan despised Morin,
then looked at Jin Nua and said, how's it going? Cool. Kino nodded happily.
It was only at this time that Mo Lin and Chen Shuyi remembered that Jin Nua had just tried to beat up Mo Xiufei.
It was only that Mo Xiufei hadn't said anything, and with his attention always on Lin Fan, he thought that Jin Nua didn't dare to make a move. Why don't you say anything, kid? Maureen frowned. He covered my mouth. Dad, it hurts, Mo Xiufei complained. You're dead. You're dead. Before Maureen's threatening waters could be uttered,
his cell phone rang. Mo Lin glanced at the caller number and glared at Lin Fan before picking up the phone.
Hello, is there something wrong with Governor Su? What? You're calling in the payments? But the loan just came down. I've spent it all here, and I haven't even waited to earn it yet. The other party was not prepared to give Maureen an explanation at all, and directly hung up the phone. Before Maureen could react, a second call came in. Hello, Old Lee, I'm here at school. There's something you'll wait for. What? You said the chickens are running away? Are you kidding me? Who opened the cage? First in, how much is left? All gone? Get it back for me or you don't have to do your job.
The 2 phone calls left Maureen a little unresponsive.
Could it be that the kid in front of her was behind this? Did you do this? What's it got to do with me? I just like to prophesy. I predict that within today you'll be bankrupt and in a lot of debt.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders.
You think there's nothing I can do, do you? Maureen took out her phone again and dialed a number. Brother Long I want to borrow some money. You see, I've offended someone I can't afford to offend? What? You want to deal with me too? No. Toot toot. This time Mo Lin is really dumbfounded. Long is a famous big brother in Jiangbei district. See, the other party's meaning is completely afraid. Could it be that? Big brother. I was wrong. Please spare me. Mo Lin said in frustration. That's no good. I'm a man of my word. Besides, the school takeover should be almost done. After hearing this, Chen Shai's body suddenly softened. Could it be that this was the real big brother? Gentlemen, there was something wrong with me just now. You see,
Chen Shai wanted to ease up with Lin Fan, but realized that she didn't even know what Lin Fan's last name was yet. With a sound of footsteps, the principal of Lingyun Road Primary School rushed over and inquired after glancing around.
Which one is Mr. Lin Fan Lin? It's me. You're the principal? Lin Fan inquired. Yes, it's exactly me. Hello, school manager Lin. I've received the order from above.
Lingyun Road Primary School has been officially purchased by the Myriad Rhymes Group,
and there's going to be an addition to the teaching building.
On behalf of all the teachers and students of Lingyun Road Primary School,
I would like to thank Mr. Lin for his generosity. The Myriad Group?
After hearing those 4 big words, Mo Lin and Chen Shuyi realized what they had messed with.
That's the richest man in the world. What's funny is that both of them think Lin Fan is nothing but a poor man. What kind of Mustang do you think you're driving? The son of the richest man in the world? And you purposely left it out. If Lin Fan knows what the two think, will certainly be extremely speechless. This really is not his intention to reveal. Just the key in the pocket of their own scurry up. Just. You're welcome, principal. The main reason is that we have an orphanage, and it will be a bit troublesome for our children to go to school. So we thought of buying an elementary school. By the way, it seems that some of the teachers in our school don't have any teachers' morals. The principal frowned and inquired. Who is it? Lindon's elementary school can't have this kind of tumor. Well, that's right. This kind of tumor can't exist. Just this teacher. What's her name? I don't know. Anyway, just fire her. Lin Fan pointed at Chen Shuyi and said, Understood, Mr. Chen. From today onwards, you are no longer a teacher at Lingyun Road Primary School. The principal directly clapped his hands. Chen Shuyi was in a trance. Her job was just gone. Lin Xiao. Lin Dong, please. Don't fire me. As long as you keep me, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Chen Shuyi prayed.
Lin Fan glanced blankly at Chen Shai,
then couldn't help but laugh. Being able to say that means you really aren't suitable to be a teacher. Besides,
Lin Fan didn't continue, but reached out his hand and directly piggybacked on Chang Xiaoxiao's shoulder,
as if to say again, old me don't want such a good resource. I want you?
Chen Shuyi lowered his head in despair. The rich man he had always flattered was now a debt-ridden pauper, and the one he had always satirized was the real big shot.
Life is pretty ironic. Brother-in-law, it's been such a mess today. Why don't I go back this afternoon and come back tomorrow? Ji Nua tried. Snap.
Chang Xiaoxiao gave Ji Nua's head a smack and said in dissatisfaction,
what are you blindly screaming about you? Sooner or later. Don't you think so, brother-in-law? Ji Nua curtly said.
Lin Fan ignored Ji Nua and turned his head to look at the principal and inquired,
has the school cafeteria opened? What are we eating today? It's already finished. Why don't I treat Don Lin to a meal?
The principal said somewhat curtly.
No, we'll just go eat on our own.
You've got quite a bit of work ahead of you, I guess.
How's it going, Xiao Xiao? Has Xiao Nua's matter been dealt with?
Right at this moment, Chen Siyu, who had hurriedly handed over the work at hand, walked in with quick steps, and froze slightly when she saw the situation in the office.
What is this situation? All settled. Have you eaten? Lin Fan inquired. Chen Siyu shook her head in bewilderment,
then looked at Chang Xiaoxia,
wanting to inquire about the situation here. What about you?
It's not like you're going to be pulled over here before lunch,
is it?
Lin Fan looked at Jinhua and said,
finished eating I only realized that Mo Xiufei bullied people after I finished eating. Beating him up is also a way to kill my food. Jinhua said smugly,
now that his brother-in-law is a school manager, even his words are much harder,
and he doesn't even care that the principal is still here. Oh, then don't follow me. Have a good class. By the way, principal, this kid is in your hands. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him play any dude that way. Double punishment for mistakes or I'll punish you.
Jinhua immediately widened his eyes,
secretly saying brother-in-law I'm your brother-in-law although not pro. Understood. Please Lindong. I'll see you off.
The principal owed his body and said respectfully,
brother-in-law, you can't be like this. Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law.
Jinhua said pitifully,
what's with the blind yelling? Besides, you're allowed to come to school so you can cause trouble? It's right to control you.
Chang Xiaoxiao said in dissatisfaction.
Oh, brother-in-law? Which sister did you call brother-in-law according to?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Jinhua glanced at Chang Xiaoxiao and then at Chen Siyu, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, there is a difference
I'm just afraid that no matter from which cis theory you're a brother-in-law,
the brother-in-law now wants the privilege. Privilege, huh?
So today the beautiful vigilante sisters are giving you a special lesson.
You two go ahead and order your food. Text me later to let me know which one it is. I'm going to move around a bit before I eat. With that, Chen Siyu moved her wrist, and those cackling fingers made the Jinhua take 2 steps back. Be gentle with your hands, Chang Xiaoxiao reminded.
Just as Jinhua was lamenting that it was still Sister Xiaoxiao who was gentle,
Chang Xiaoxiao's next sentence almost didn't make Jinhua faint straight away. He's got a class this afternoon,
and if he goes in for bandages it'll interfere with his afternoon classes.
Jinhua trembled and moved his feet backward, timidly looking at the smiling Chen Siyu. What did I do wrong by calling out to my brother-in-law? Is it wrong for me to think this way when you guys can be so friendly with your brother-in-law based on his status as a rich kid alone? Brother-in-law, save me, Yu Nua prayed. Then we'll go order first. Don't get tired.
Lin Fan looked at Chen Siyu and smiled. Jinhua was even more speechless. At least Sister Xiaoxiao was letting Sister Siyu to go easy on her, which was also considered heartbreaking.
Lin Fan this. So you're the one who got beaten up, but it's the one who beat you who's working hard? Half an hour later, Chen Siyu finally arrived inside the hotel. Lin Fan,
this arm of mine is a bit stretched.
Help me heal it?
Chen Siyu said while moving her shoulder.
Click it.
Lin Fan casually twisted Chen Siyu's arm twice, and with this crunching sound,
Chen Siyu's expression instantly changed from pain to relief. Awesome.
Worthy of being a famous doctor.
I haven't felt this soreness for a long time,
Chen Siyu said as she moved her shoulders, looking at Chen Siyu's face of hard labor.
Lin Fan couldn't help but mourn for Jin Nua for 3 minutes in his heart. Lunch ended hastily,
and Lin Fan and Chen Siyu each drove away.
After arriving at the school,
Lin Fan had just parked his car when a text message was sent over. Li Xin short message, this woman is now in our hands.
Do not call the police. Come directly to the 3rd floor of the Happy Mansion. Lin Fan frowned and hurriedly dialed Li Xin, only to find that Li Xin's phone already showed that it was not in the service area. What's wrong?
Chang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion when she saw Lin Fan's frown.
It's nothing. Why don't you go back to class? I've got something else I need to get out of here. Chen Siyu nodded,
and then stepped out of the car in a well-behaved manner.
Buzz! With a roar of the engine, the Mustang scurried right out. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan finally arrived at his destination. Lin Fan didn't immediately head to the third building,
but instead observed the surroundings. Since the other party had captured Li Xin, it was highly likely that the other party was the enemy of the five mothers, and the other party might have some kind of heavy firearms. After making sure that there wasn't even a single fart around, Lin Fan then headed to the third building and quietly tumbled through the window into the villa. What made Lin Fan a little puzzled was that there wasn't even a ghostly figure in this villa,
and there was a faint aroma faintly lingering in the air. After checking the situation inside the villa with his true chi outwardly, Lin Fan quickly discovered Li Xin's location. Li Xin is the only one in the villa, and there's no ambush outside?
Lin Fan's heart hung in the air.
Li Xin's body wouldn't be strapped with a bomb, would it? Without being able to think too much,
Lin Fan rushed to the room where Li Xin was.
However, when Lin Fan opened the room, his entire body was dumbfounded on the spot. Where's Li Xin? Who's this bitch on the bed? After noticing Lin Fan's appearance,
Zheng Qian gasped and crawled towards Lin Fan, rubbing herself against Lin Fan's body non-stop.
Lin Fan frowned. Wasn't this girl the female patriarch that he had seen in the morning? This inner strength of yours is so stable. What are you pretending to be hit by? You? This is not to blame Zheng Qian stupid. After all,
internal force and true chi are two different things.
Internal force cannot do to check the body situation. Just as Lin Fan was impatiently preparing to take down Zheng Qian to ask about Li Xin, his cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID, Lin Fan didn't have the slightest hesitation, and with a single hand slash, he directly knocked Zheng Qian out.
Hello, are you okay?
Lin Fan wondered. You're the one who's not okay. Let me ask you. I heard you dragged your cute schoolmate Cheng Xiaoxiao away. Why haven't you come back yet? Where did you go wild? I'm asking on behalf of Xiaoxiao. Don't get me wrong. Li Xin's arrogant voice came from the phone. Did you lend your cell phone to someone else today? Lin Fan inquired. I've borrowed it. I think it was a schoolgirl.
She said she lost her cell phone and wanted to call home about her living expenses.
What's wrong? This person has a problem? Li Xin frowned.
The fact that Lin Fan asked this meant that something had come up, and at this moment, she also put away her petty emotions and inquired very seriously.
Is Sasha next to you?
Yes.
You're looking for her? Give her your cell phone. There should be a virus planted in your phone.
After hearing Lin Fan's words,
Li Xin's head was empty for a full 3 seconds before she exclaimed. What kind of virus? It can't be a Trojan horse, right?
Then my photos.
Don't say any more. Sha.
My cell phone has been hit by a Trojan horse.
Quickly check it for me. And also, my photos absolutely can't flow out. Toot toot. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. What kind of photos did this Li Xin store in her cell phone? After hanging up the phone,
Lin Fan glanced at Zheng Qian at his feet and took a picture of her face before heading straight outside. As the sky grew dark, Zheng Qian slowly opened her eyes. After rubbing her somewhat aching neck and glancing at herself still lying on the ground, Zheng Qian's heart could not help but feel aggrieved. She was at least the first goddess of the hidden world,
and she had taken such an initiative that Lin Fan would actually be unmoved?
Zheng Qian had thought to use Li Xin and other people's cell phones to coax Lin Fan over,
after which she pretended to be hit by the initiative.
Then Lin Fan would definitely be unable to resist.
When it was all done,
after making Lin Fan think that someone had made a mistake in kidnapping the target, everything was done, and he himself had managed to take down Lin Fan. But, Zheng Qian vaguely remembered before fainting Lin Fan, look at their eyes.
The eyes clear. Even let Zheng Qian doubt Lin Fan in the end is not a man anymore. Plan 2 also failed. Really don't know what it will take to reach Lin Fan.
The other side. When Wu Yun saw the photo sent by Lin Fan, he was sure that this person was Zheng Qian.
I said, you knocked Zheng Qian out? You did not do anything right?
That's the little princess of the Zheng family.
If you really do something to her, the Zheng family won't send out someone to hunt you down. Ah?
Wu Yun was surprised.
I'm the one who knocked the person out. Who told her to rub up against me? I got tired of her, so I knocked her out. So this person is really Zheng Qian? At this point, Witch Cloud had completely ignored Lin Fan's question. Rubbing it in? Are you saying that our hidden world's #1 goddess took the initiative on you? Yet you disliked her and knocked her out? Holy shit. You're too much of a waste, aren't you? Witch Cloud was speechless. So what? I still have to pack her up and send her to you by courier so that you can continue, right? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. I wouldn't mind. But seriously, you and Zheng Qian really don't know each other. Ha, then why is she so active towards you? Even if she read your profile and fell in love with you at first sight, she wouldn't be so proactive, right? At this time, Wu Yun realized that it seemed as if the truth was not at all the same thing as what he thought. Rather than saying that Zheng Qian was going to find Lin Fan, it would be better to say that she was going to offer herself.
Hell if I know what the bitch thinks, but it would be nice to identify her. Wu Yun was startled and quickly said, "What are you going to do? I can remind you, although Zhang Qian is a daughter, her status in the Zhang family can be higher than the young master. If you really do anything to her, the Zhang family will really go crazy." Lin Fan, is dinner ready? We're all hungry. Before Lin Fan could open his mouth, Li Xian's voice came over. And at this time, Wu Yun also finally understood why Lin Fan could be unmoved at Zhang Qian's. Hoping that this guy is guarding a nest of beauties. But Lin Fan, with that body, would actually be a home cook? No more. In chatting for a while the dishes are all mushy. That's it. If that Zhang Qian looks for you again, help me try to find out what this bitch is up to. After saying that, Lin Fan directly hung up the phone. The four women had been waiting with their cutlery for quite some time when they walked out with their dinner. After opening the meal, Lin Fan suddenly thought of Li Xian's cell phone problem and inquired, "How is it? Has the virus on your cell phone been solved?" "There's no virus. I had Sha and also Cici both check it for me, and made sure that it was just a cell phone mess, and it doesn't have any effect now," Li Xian replied as she ate her food. "So what kind of pictures are stored in the cell phone that you can actually be so nervous?" Lin Fan was curious. Ahem. Li Xian instantly coughed violently. Then both of her colors turned slightly red and glared at Lin Fan. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Kong Shasha hit her mouth and snickered, whispering, "It's not that I won't tell you but I'm worried that you'll get a nosebleed after hearing it." "Dead Shasha. You actually betrayed me." I told you to betray me." Li Xian was instantly dissatisfied and made a scene at Kong Shasha's waist. That's called betrayal. Ha, it's not like I showed Lin Fan the photos I backed up. So how can that be called betrayal? Kong Shasha asked with a smile. "And you backed it up?" "No. You delete it." Speaking here, Li Xian suddenly thought of she also checking her cell phone, and hurriedly said, You wouldn't have backed up too, would you?" "Oh, backed it up by the way. I wouldn't have had to waste so much time if I had known that Sasha had backed it up too." Quickly delete it. Light Mo, you come and help me. I'll give you my game number if you help me." Li Xian broke down and screamed, watching the four women make a mess. Lin Fan thought that this kind of day is very good, but it's a pity that Zhang Mingqi is not in. After returning to his room, Lin Fan purposely put on his headphones. This is when he contacted Zhang Mingqi. At this moment, the two of them were like a young couple who had just gotten married and were in two places. Until late at night, Zhang Mingqi's side had to report to the school, and only then did Zhang Mingqi reluctantly hang up the phone. In the next 2 days, everything was calm. Zhang Qian's side did not make any trouble. Lin Fan enjoyed 2 days of calm. Early morning 2 days later, after the few Lin Fan finished their breakfast, Lin Fan took Su Qingma and rushed in the direction of the orphanage. For the new orphanage, Su Qingma was also looking forward to it. Her younger siblings would finally be able to live a life without food and clothing. When they arrived at the venue, Su Qingma hadn't even opened her mouth when she in the backseat lamented, "What a big orphanage. Auntie Rhyme is really generous this time. Third mom has always been so generous. Besides, why did you suddenly think of coming along? Didn't you say you were going to enjoy your vacation?" Lin Fan inquired. "Come here and enjoy your vacation too. Mostly it's a vacation where you are," she added silently in her mind. Although she knew that she was most likely not destined to be with Lin Fan, but knowing was knowing and accepting was accepting. She still had Lin Fan's shadow in her heart, even more so than before. She wanted to spend more time with Lin Fan, even if it was just sitting together without even talking. But unfortunately, Lin Fan had been running around all day, and when he returned home he couldn't clamor for attention himself, so he could only sit silently in the corner and watch Lin Fan and Kong Shasha love each other. Now that she could pester Lin Fan for a little while, how could she possibly give up this opportunity? At this moment, Su Miaoyun was in the process of finalizing the final details with the reporter, and when she saw Lin Fan's trio, she couldn't help but wave happily. Lin Wenyi curiously followed Su Miaoyun's gaze. Who on earth could make this business legend so? And when Lin Wenyi noticed Lin Fan, she became more and more curious about him. "Reporter Lin, we meet again," Lin Fan said politely. "Yes, student Lin Fan. I didn't realize that student Lin Fan still knew Dong Su." Su Miaoyun glanced at the duo curiously and inquired, "You guys know each other?" "Recognize." Before student Lin Fan broke through a business problem, I was the one who interviewed him. I really didn't expect that student Lin Fan still knew Dong Su, Lin Wenyi explained. Yes. I told you that my godson is excellent, but unfortunately my daughter is not impressed. I really don't know what to say. Lin Wenyi glanced at the two curiously. Could it be that the two were not just godparents? But Su Miaoyun also had the intention of adopting Lin Fan as her son-in-law? By the way, Xiaofan, the orphanage in Lingyun Road Primary School, I have changed the name to become Mo Lin. You are one of the shareholders?
When the time comes you can go up to the stage and speak. You come and Lin record the right questions. On TV again?
Lin Fan resisted and shook his head.
Third mom.
I'm really uncomfortable with things like being on TV.
Mo Lin. So Light Mo is also a shareholder, right? Then let Light Mo go on stage. Su Miaoyun didn't care. Lin Chanshan was also more resistant to appearing on TV back then, saying something about how appearing on TV would affect his ability to act tough later.
Although Su Miaoyun didn't think that Lin Fan was also because of this. She felt that Lin Fan had been brought up by Lin Changshan,
so perhaps there would be some influence. Alright then, you do it then. Qingma. Su Miaoyun nodded before looking at Su Qingma and said, Me, Aunt Rhyme. I've never been on TV. Will I be able to do it? Su Qingma said nervously. Fear not. There are clips anyway, so you just can't say the wrong thing and nothing will happen. Afterward, Su Miaoyun chatted with He for a few more moments before running off to arrange other matters. Can't see that you are so low profile? You were high profile when you stormed Zhengcheng before. You feed. Lin Fan's thoughts were called back by He, and he looked at He blankly. He followed Lin Fan's gaze and soon locked onto a young girl, and her heart was instantly dissatisfied. I say, are you unable to walk when you see a beautiful woman? He was dissatisfied. Of course, this was secondary. The more important thing was that Lin Fan, such a big beauty herself, did not have this performance, which made He have a very hurt feeling. Thinking too much. Can't you see anything wrong with that woman? Lin Fan asked with a smile. What's the problem? Hershey queried. It's her again. She's not here to cause trouble, is she? Su Qingma worried. She had seen Zhang Qian and knew that Lin Fan said that she had a problem. At this time, after seeing Zhang Qian, Su Qingma couldn't help but be a little worried. What's wrong with her? She looked at Zhang Qian for half a day but didn't see anything wrong. She's a sect master. Even though she's only a beginner, she can't be ignored. That's just it. I'll go and see what she wants. After saying that, Lin Fan wanted to walk towards Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian at this time all the plans have fizzled out. She is also lazy to continue to play tactics. And then learned that Lin Fan is going to come to this side of the press conference, then directly rushed over. When she noticed that Lin Fan was looking towards her, Zhang Qian even had a little bit of joy. At least it proved that Lin Fan was impressed with her and could find herself even in this cluttered crowd. Come with me. Lin Fan came to Zhang Qian's side and said, then thought of walking inside the orphanage. 5 minutes later, the two of them arrived in a room, and looking at the cribs around them, Zhang Qian suddenly became a little shy. So you're also so anxious, but this crib seems to be unable to exert it. Lin Fan's face sank as he looked coldly at Zhang Qian and said, this is fun, isn't it? Big miss of the hidden Zhang family. Zhang Qian froze. Lin Fan knew his identity so quickly? Lin Fan didn't bother to continue looking at the stammering Zhang Qian and said in a cold voice, this is the last time. If you let me know again that you're approaching me with ulterior motives, no matter who you are, I'll just kill you. Lin Fan threw down such a sentence and was about to leave when Zhang Qian suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's hand and directly knelt on the ground. Since you know who I am, and I'm sure you've already learned about my Zhang family's situation from that person's mouth, please save my Zhang family. Zhang Qian's words made Lin Fan a bit puzzled. Which one was that one? Also, isn't the Zhang family one of the 8 hidden powers? Is there anyone who can threaten the Zhang family? We don't know each other well. And is it possible that I can solve a problem that even your Zhang family can't solve? Lin Fan said indifferently. Yes, I can. Great God, Lin has already said that only you can give me the rest of the medicine. I'll accept his offer and willingly be your betting maid. Please save our Zhang family. Zhang Qian wiped her tears before hastily saying, God of the forest? It wouldn't be the old man from the house, would it? No matter what, the force must not be lost now, or else there would only be more trouble. Yeah, that old man in our house hasn't really told me about these things. Tell me, what has he done? Saying that, Lin Fan sat down on a side chair. Although Zhang Qian was puzzled as to how Lin Fan was able to know her identity without knowing about the Zhang family, but at this time she couldn't think much about this, and hurriedly repeated what happened at that time and all of Lin Changshan's words. After hearing this, Lin Fan was smiling bitterly, secretly saying that this old man Lin Fan suddenly remembered Lin Changshan that nothing more bubble girls, this is the right thing to do words. Even if he wants himself to do so cannot play so Did it say what kind of medicine it was? Lin Fan wondered. Regarding Lin Changshan's medical skills, Lin Fan thought that he was untouchable in front of him. Could he really cure the poison that old man had put down? Great God, Lin didn't say that. He just said that this medicine will explode and die if you don't take the back of it within 2 months. And he also said that he doesn't remember the back of its production method. And that you're the only one in the whole world who knows about it. You're the only one in the whole world who knows. After thinking about it, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he was in Xiaoha village, there was a village bully who bullied people in the village.
and the then Lin Changshan was displeased with him and directly gave him a pill. Moments after taking it, the person was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and it looked scary as hell. And Lin Changshan had said this when the village bully was begging for medicine. When Lin Fan inquired afterwards, Lin Changshan's answer could be described as quite simple. It was just a 10-fold pill, although the effect was magnified tenfold. From then on, the two had an agreement that if there was a need in the future, Lin Changshan would use this reason again and would completely hand over the power of life and death of this person to Lin Fan. As for the back of the medicine, that is even more false. In fact, before taking the pressure of no toxicity, what can happen? The hidden Zhang family? Kind of interesting. I roughly know what kind of medicine it is. I just didn't realize that you guys actually let that old man use this medicine. What exactly did you guys do? Lin Fan frowned in a pretentious manner. We should not take action against you. We know it is wrong. I promise. But whenever anyone in the hidden world wants to take action against you in the future, it is to cross the line with our Zhang family. I beg you to give medicine. Zheng Qian prayed. It's not impossible to save people, but it's difficult to refine 12 pieces, said Lin Fan with a difficult look on his face. The Zhang family is a big family, so it's a good time not to make a fortune. However, Zheng Qian completely misunderstood Lin Fan's meaning. In her opinion, Lin Fan had such a super backer in Lin Changshan. What could the Zhang family have that he could look at? Come to think of it, it's only the male/female bit. As long as you are willing, you don't need to pity my, said Zheng Qian, then closed her eyes and slowly unbuttoned her dress. Lin Fan froze. What is this girl thinking? In the end he said something to make people misunderstand, or he looks so obscene. Lin Fan, are you over here? I want to ask. Before Su Qingma could finish her words, she saw Lin Fan sitting on a chair as well as Zheng Qian, who was kneeling on the ground with her clothes open. Is that how Lin Fan said he'd handle it? I didn't see anything. Excuse me, lightning mo. Lin Fan hurriedly called out, but at this moment, Su Qingma had already fled. Lin Fan rubbed his forehead breathlessly. What was this called? You tell me otherwise. My request is for the Zheng family to submit to me on what you just said. I don't think your Zheng family will object. Come to me 3 days later to get the antidote. But this medicine can only last for half a year. The rest you can see for yourselves. After saying that, Lin Fan stopped paying attention to Zheng Qian and directly chased out towards the outside. Only after running out a certain distance did Su Qingma stop, thinking about the scene she had just seen. Su Qingma even felt that her perception of Lin Fan had collapsed a little. Is it true that all men are like that? But if that's the case, there's also at home. If Lin Fan wants to do something to himself, he won't refuse. 7 mothers still say that you are weak. This running is quite fast. Drink some water. Su Qingma nodded and took the water before realizing that something was wrong. When Su Qingma looked up, she saw Lin Fan's face with a hint of helplessness. I really didn't see anything. You don't have to explain, Su Qingma said in a hurry. Lin Fan was a bit speechless. There was nothing in the first place for Su Qingma to say so, but instead it seemed like there was really something going on. Wouldn't it be a bit too wrong of you if you were wrongly accused? Of course you didn't see anything, because there was nothing in the first place. Our old man was playing with them. So this chick showed up a few times thinking that the only way to save her family was to offer her body. And in any case it's settled. Su Qingmo nodded blankly. After thinking about the misunderstanding and her own inexplicable thoughts just now, Su Qingmo's little face directly reddened to the root of her neck. 20 minutes later, Su Qingmo slowly walked up to the lectern and began the speech that belonged to her. Dong Lin, is this our other shareholder? The two of you are really a couple. The principal came over to Lin Fan's side and praised him. Lin Fan originally wanted to explain that the two did not have that aspect of their relationship, but unexpectedly Su Yan, who was raising Su Qingma, suddenly spoke up. That's true. Our family Qingma and Mr. Lin are definitely a match made in heaven. By the way, I'm the dean of this Inkwood orphanage. Su Yan. Hello. My humble self Wei Shang, the principal of Niren Elementary School. So it's Principal Wei. I'm not going to hide it from Principal Wei. This child Qingma was very bitter as a child. She was separated from her family. It was me who raised her. Originally she and I didn't think we would be able to find her real mother. But sometimes some things are just so coincidental. It was Mr. Lin who helped to find it. And Mr. Lin is very close to Qingma's birth mother. After hearing Su Yan's words, Wei Sheng immediately became interested and spoke. This is too metaphysical. It feels like a romance novel. Right. We all feel the same way. Mr. Lin. This child Qingma grew up to be rather unsure of himself. So you can take the initiative, or the relationship might not move forward, Su Yan admonished. Lin Fan was speechless. Originally he still wanted to explain. Now this situation he still explains shit? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Su Yan to explain?
It will even cause Wei Shang to have any thoughts about Su Qingma because of Su Yan. After sighing, Lin Fan could only nod with a smile in return. In the evening,
Lin Fan drove Cheng Xiaoxiao along with him to the Cheng family for Cheng De's follow-up consultation.
After briefly checking Cheng De's recovery,
Lin Fan applied needles to speed up the activation of Cheng De's muscle production. Almost there.
After Uncle Chang runs every day. After half a month, you just go down to the ground and work with no problem to come. Cheng De's face was overjoyed and he said excitedly, "Really? Then thank you so much. It's nothing. I am friends with Xiao Xiao and see you. Besides, that route you said before Uncle Chang can help me a lot. This little thing is not enough to worry about. Aunt May. After that, Uncle Chang still needs to eat some more."
Lin Fan turned his head and prepared to explain to Li Chunmei, but he realized that at this moment, there was no one left in the room except for the two of them, himself and Cheng De.
"Perhaps you are too absorbed in your treatment, little divine doctor. My family's Nikuzi and Xiao Xiao and Siyu all went out just now, probably because they were afraid of disturbing you," Chang De explained.
"Oh." Lin Fan nodded and was about to say something when the sound of a faint quarrel came from outside.
"Get out of my house. What kind of face do you have showing up here? Get out of my house."
Lin Fan slightly stunned. This voice is Cheng Xiaoxiao's, right? It was hard to imagine that Cheng Xiaoxiao would actually have this kind of outburst.
"I'll go out and take a look. Uncle Chang, you rest first,"
Lin Fan said politely, then pushed open the door of the room and walked out.
Just as he stepped out of the room,
Lin Fan saw Cheng Xiaoxiao several people looking at a youth with extreme hostility.
"Don't say that. Xiao Xiao. And I were just a farce.
She took the initiative.
I actually don't have her in my heart."
The youth spread his hands and said,
"Without her you don't touch her. As a result, not only the cheap are taken by you. When your family came to pick you up you actually let them kill the people. At that time was pregnant." Chen Siyu glared at the youth and said, "Siyu, don't be so excited. Weren't we on good terms back then?
And you did say that you have a crush on me as well.
The way you're acting now is not the way you should act towards someone you like."
The youth shrugged his shoulders, and on his face was no look of guilt at all.
Yuck, that's because I was blind. Just wait. When I become a criminal vigilante, I will definitely file a case on Yi's matter, and neither you nor the person who killed Yi will be able to escape." Chen Siyu roared.
The youth rubbed his forehead and lamented.
"The two of you
I didn't come here to quarrel with the two of you. It was my family who agreed that I should find a concubine outside. I came to look for you.
Do you see how much I think about you? Get lost, you little bastard. You still want to marry my daughter? You dream on. For your information, I already have a son-in-law," Li Chunmei yelled. "Cheng Xiaoxia is just my concubine. Do you think you're qualified to lecture me as a mother-in-law?"
The youth frowned and directly thought of Li Chunmei as he slapped out a poem. After noticing the youth's aura of entering and exiting the sect master, Lin Fan hurriedly dodged forward to block the poem. The youth was directly shaken by Lin Fan,
and after getting up with difficulty, he questioned, "Who is he?"
"He is my son-in-law Lin Fan."
"Yan Xingyun, stop thinking about my daughter or I'll let my son-in-law beat you to death,"
Li Chunmei said smugly. Yan Xingyun gritted his teeth and spoke directly.
"Get this brat killed for me." In an instant,
a middle-aged man rushed in at once outside the door. After noticing the other party's cultivation level of a Grand Master, Lin Fan did not dare to be slow and hurriedly prepared for battle.
Bang!
The two of them launched a palm in unison, and in the face of the suppression of cultivation, Lin Fan retreated 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing himself.
"Grand Master,
it's not easy for you to cultivate from this at your age.
It's just a pity that our young master can't be insulted."
The middle-aged man roared and charged at Lin Fan once again. Lin Fan knew that he wasn't an opponent,
but he couldn't run away, so now he could only take a gamble.
Revolving his true chi around his body, Lin Fan's eyes flashed as he directly met the middle-aged man with an attack.
Heaven-breaking palm. Bang! The middle-aged man only felt that his entire body's internal energy was tumbling and agitated, and a mouthful of old blood nearly spurted out. Is this really the sovereign realm? Why was he able to do the outward release of internal force that he, a Grand Master of Access, was unable to do? The middle-aged man was shaken back, and at this time, he could not think too much, and hurriedly grabbed Yin Xingyun to escape toward the distance. "What are you doing? What are you running for? Fuck him to death for me," Yin Xingyun yelled. The middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to it, while running even faster, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the crowd. After seeing that he had managed to scare the other party away, Lin Fan was finally relieved, and his body tilted, nearly falling directly onto the ground. "Lin Fan, are you alright?" Cheng Xiaoxia hurriedly helped Lin Fan, an anxious look on her face. "How are you feeling? Is your body uncomfortable?" Chen Siyu asked with the same nervousness. "It's fine. It's just that slap consumed a bit too much. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." Although Lin Fan said it easily, but at this moment, Lin Fan's face was a little white. and tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. So how could the two women believe that Lin Fan was really fine? Don't just worry about it. You too. Hurry up and help Lin Xiao to his room. Only after Li Chuanmei's reminder did the two women react and hurriedly assisted Lin Fan into the room. When Cheng De saw Lin Fan in this state, he was also stunned and was surprised. What's going on? That brat Yan Xingyun is back. When Cheng De was in a coma, Yan Xingyun hadn't appeared yet. At this time, she was a bit confused when she heard Li Chunmei say this and said, "Who is Yan Xingyun?" Li Chunmei sighed and turned her head to look at Cheng Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiu, not knowing for a moment whether to say yes or no. Tell me about this Yan Xingyun. I'm also curious about what kind of situation he's in. Lin Fan opened his mouth. The two women glanced at each other, and after hesitating for a moment, Cheng Xiaoxiao then spoke. He used to be our friend and the boyfriend of our good girlfriend, Jean Yi Kim, Kino's sister? Lin Fan didn't say anything and silently listened to Cheng Xiaoxiao narrate. Yan Xingyun appeared 7 years ago. At that time it was said that there was some kind of situation in the family, so it was borrowed over here. When the Yan Xingyun Cheng Xiaoxiao 3 help a lot. In the bullied time is also most of the Yan Xingyun intervene to solve. At that time the three women are the age of love. Gradually have some good feelings for the Yan Xingyun. And one of the most obsessed with Yan Xingyun is Jean Yi. Because of the relationship between the parents are dead. Jean Yi 12 years old and as a sister and mother to take care of Jean Nuo. Although there are neighbors to help. But everyone has their own things. It is impossible to take care of everything. And in the Yan Xingyun here to feel the love and care has been missing since childhood. Jean Yi even Yan Xingyun than their own life is more important. After discovering their best friend's fondness for Yan Xingyun that was like an obsession, Cheng Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiu both chose to withdraw. Soon enough, the two had negative exchanges and were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. But the good times didn't last long. And in just 1 month, at the age of 17, Yui Kim was tested and found to be pregnant. At that time, Jean Yi was still in high school. Both Chen Xiu and Cheng Xiaoxiao advised her to abort the child. But Jean Yi insisted on giving birth to the child, because it was the crystallization of her love with Yan Xingyun. However, when Jean Yi happily took the diagnosis to Yan Xingyun was leaving, and when he learned that Jean Yi has a child in her stomach, the old man who came to pick up Yan Xingyun to leave was worried that Jean Yi would affect Yan Xingyun. After asking for instructions, Yan Xingyun decided to settle the child in Jean Yi's stomach and left in a desperate manner. And with just one punch, that old man reaped the life that was only a month old, as well as Jean Yi's life. At that time, Cheng Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiu reported the case everywhere, but they couldn't trace Yan Xingyun and the old man he accompanied at all. Chen Xiu also decided to become a vigilante precisely because of Yan Xingyun. Unfortunately, ordinary vigilantes cannot find Yan Xingyun, so Chen Xiu thought that as long as you can become a criminal vigilante will be able to find out more information, which may have Yan Xingyun's news. It was also at this time that both of them decided that the second generation of rich people were not good people, which was why they had so many misunderstandings with Lin Fan. After listening to the slightly cheesy and sad story, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since Yan Xingyun is a patriarch, he is only afraid that he is not an ordinary rich second generation at all. Maybe he is a person of the hidden world. What's wrong? What's that look on your face? You don't believe us? Chen Xiu was puzzled. That's not true. I just want to say that it's useless even if you become a criminal vigilante. Yan Xingyun is only not that level of person that a vigilante can check. How? The information network of the vigilantes is covering all the people of Xia. Chen Xiu asked in surprise. There are some people who are from the Xia kingdom but are not bound by some of the Xia kingdom's regulations, and he is most likely that kind of person. Lin Fan explained. Chen Xiu was silent. In fact, when Lin Fan killed Ming Jin at that time, Chen Xiu felt that this world might not be as simple as she thought. What about you? Are you in that category as well? Chen Xiu inquired curiously. I should count it. Don't worry. Yan Xingyun's matter is left to me to deal with. I will think of a way to deal with him. I don't know why. After Lin Fan said these words, both Chen Xiu and Cheng Xiaoxiao had a feeling that they had finally chosen the right person this time. Will you be in danger then? Cheng Xiaoxiao worried. Danger should be there, but it doesn't matter. I don't know how many times I've experienced danger since I grew up. Lin Fan shrugged. When the old man was not polite to himself, at the age of 7 he fought a brown bear alone. At the age of 9 he fought a tiger. At the age of 10 he was thrown directly into a wolf's den to survive. And at the age of 11 he started to do missions in various dangerous zones in the international arena. After taking a break, Lin Fan drove back home. On the way, Lin Fan called Wu Yun to inquire about Yan Xingyun's situation. There was no doubt that Yan Xingyun was indeed a reclusive person, and his identity was also and it's unusual. The Yan family, where Yan Xingyun was from, was the first of the 4 great families of the hidden world, and his father was the current head of the Yan family. while the Zhang family could only be ranked second. Not only was his father's identity unusual,
Yan Xingyun's mother was the head of the Seven Stars sect, the first of the four great sects of the hidden world.
According to Wu Yun's understanding,
Yan Xingyun did go out to hide for a period of time in the first place, for the very reason that his parents were trying to take power.
After Yan Xingyun was picked up, Yan Xingyun became a well-deserved hidden first brother, and there were even rumors that the Tong family, which ranked fourth among the four great families, had already married Yan Xingyun. It can be said that Yan Xingyun alone can pull 3 of the 8 great families of the hidden world, and 2 of them are deservedly the first. Lin Fan did not expect Yan Xingyun's background to be so big, and for a moment he really did not know where to start. How big is the gap between the Zhang family and the Yan family? And how big is the gap between your Vajra sect and the Seven Star sect? Lin Fan inquired. Zhang family and Yan family is actually not much difference.
Yan family originally and Zhang family is not equal to each other. The 2 families have been competing for the first, and then the Yan family and the Seven Star clan marriage, which successfully took the first big family status. As for the Vajra door, Wu Yun smiled bitterly and continued. Our Vajra sect and the Seven Star sect are just one heaven and one earth. From Zhang Qian's calling out to me coupled with people casually threatening the life and death of my Vajra sect.
Can't you see that? Then what else is lacking if we want the Vajra sect to become one of the 4 great sects?
Lin Fan was curious.
Which Cloud froze, then burst out laughing. I say brother, don't joke around, okay? Our Vajra sect is too far away from the 4 great sects.
It's the Cloud Sword sect, the worst of the 4 sects, that still has 6 astral chi masters.
Our Vajra sect only has 1 astral chi master, and that's only in and out of astral chi. The difference is not small, so as long as you have more than 6 astral chi masters you can top the Cloud Sword sect?
Lin Fan was curious.
Theoretically, but it's not realistic.
Not to mention how difficult it is to become a Big Dipper.
Our Vajra sect only has a total of 5 Big Dipper adults counting my father and the patriarch, and even if they all break through, the Big Dipper is only even. And it's rumored that the Cloud Sword sect's grand elders are already Big Dippers. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. I will look into it.
I'll just ask.
If I can make you the 4 great sects and let you deal with the 7 Star sect, do you dare?
Wu Yun thought that Lin Fan was joking and immediately spoke.
If you can do it, our old ancestor will probably be able to give you his life. Well, let's not talk about this meaningless thing. Besides, even if we become a success, we plus the Zhang family can't deal with they have a Tong family as in-laws. Lin Fan sighed.
This was a very true statement.
But sooner or later, the 8 people themselves will have to be contacted. And sooner or later, Yan Xingyun will have to be resolved. I know.
I say brother, you're not going to fuck with Yan Xingyun, are you? If you're going to use the power of the hidden world, I guess you won't be able to shake them at all. The Zhang family I don't think will help you over this matter either.
Wu Yun reminded. The Young family will. So that's all for now. After saying that,
Lin Fan directly hung up the phone.
Immediately after, Lin Fan also gave Zhang Qian a phone call. The content is very simple. Himself and Yan Xingyun just got on.
Let the Zhang family to study how to solve the Yan Xingyun behind the 3 forces.
After the matter is accomplished, he will give the Zhang family a complete antidote to poison.
Zhang Qian still wanted to continue inquiring when Lin Fan's side had already hung up the phone.
In desperation,
Zhang Qian had to report the situation to the Zhang family. When Zhang Yunshan heard that Lin Fan wanted to solve the forces behind Yan Xingyun, he was a bit scratchy for a moment.
Couldn't this Lin Fan settle down a bit? What did he say about solving it? Zhang Yunshan inquired.
He didn't say. He just said to bring the solution to him in exchange for a half-year's worth of antidote. And when it's all over he'll grant a lifetime of antidote and return the Zhang family's freedom. Zhang Yunshan sighed. Lin Fan was really pressing the bull's head strongly to drink water. It's just that.
Anyway,
the Zhang family side had originally thought about how to suppress the development of the Yan family.
Only in advance. I see. We'll look into it. You keep it on at all times and we'll let you know if anything happens. Aha. Also, Lin Fan really didn't touch you? Zhang Yunshan tried. No, he didn't seem to have any interest in me.
He just said that he wanted the Zhang family to submit, and that he was going to pick up the medicine in 3 days.
Speaking of which,
Zhang Qian was even a little frustrated. She was at least the first goddess of the hidden world,
and people actually didn't even look at themselves squarely. Then let's do this first. Wait for the order. Let's study it first. Zhang Yunshan didn't say anything more and casually gave an explanation. Yes. After hanging up the phone,
Zhang Yunshan then directly called all the remaining 11 astral chi masters over and directly relayed Zhang Qian's words.
After hearing this, all the people were a bit speechless, secretly saying, what kind of thing is this? Forcibly pressing a bull's head to drink water? I say, do we have to be so controlled by others?
Then if by then Lin Fan doesn't give that kind of medicine and instead continues to control us for half a year and half a year,
Our Zhang family will be treated as puppets? Zhang Yunhai frowned. So what do you mean? Zhang Yunfei queried. What else can it mean? Agree on the surface and then use the power of the secular Zhang family to find a way to crack this antidote. Zhang Yunhai's words immediately resonated with many people, but after thinking about it for a while, the crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. Could Lin Fan still make one more antidote for you to study? Lin Fan wasn't an idiot, and if it was operated that way it was inevitable that one person wouldn't be able to take the antidote, which meant that one person would probably die in a month and a half. Good idea. Then don't eat your share. Take it to the secular Zhang family to study. Don't worry. Your name will be engraved on the Zhang family hero cup. Zhang Yunfei despised. What do you mean? Zhang Yunhai frowned. Literally, get the medicine after 3 days. Plus so many days have passed now. After that, send it to the secular Zhang family. Do you think the secular Zhang family's technology has become a god? It would be strange if there is enough time. Zhang Yunfei is more and more dissatisfied with Zhang Yunhai. You take other people's lives to gamble. How can you be so good? That. Have you guys ever thought of a possibility? Right at this moment, Zhang Yunmao, the lowest ranked of the 12 old ancestors, weakly raised his hand. What business do you have here? Shut up first. Zhang Yunhai and Zhang Yunfei accused in unison, scaring Zhang Yunmao so much that he didn't dare to open his mouth. It's being explored. We're all sitting here on the same line. Who can't talk? Zhang Yunshan glanced at the duo in dissatisfaction, then looked at Zhang Yunmao and said, What's wrong, Mao? What do you have in mind? This Zhang Yunmao was his Zhang Yunshan's little brother in the beginning, and it could be said that Zhang Yunmao was able to reach the astral chi master, but Zhang Yunshan had played a small role. The first younger brother had ideas but couldn't speak them, so naturally he, who was the older brother, couldn't just sit back and do nothing. There was another point, and that was that this Zhang Yunmao had always been Zhang Yunshan's dog-headed military advisor, and he had relied on Zhang Yunmao to solve a lot of things. For Zhang Yunmao's mind as well as smoothness, Zhang Yunshan had felt confidence. The 12 of us all know in our hearts that the Zhang family has actually wanted to deal with the Yin family for a long time, only that it's been a planning period. Zhang Yunmao spoke. That's the case, but it's not the right time yet. Our power reserves haven't reached that point yet. Zhang Yunshan said indifferently. Yes, but Lin Fan wants us to go against the Yin family now. Does he know that our Zhang family has long wanted to deal with the Yin family? There won't be any of his people within our Zhang family, right? When Zhang Yunmao's words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Yes, this hypothesis is very possible. So now it comes along with the possibility that the medicine Lin Fan told Zhang Qian to pick up 3 days later wasn't really the antidote, but to see if the Zhang family followed orders. If they really followed Zhang Yunhai's method, then Lin Fan would only know about it in the first place, and the real antidote would be out of the question. Mao, you are reminding us. This possibility is not small. Zhang Yunshan frowned. If the Zhang family really had Lin Changshan's person long ago, then that person could naturally be controlled by Lin Fan as well. I think Mao's idea is quite possible. What do you guys think? Zhang Yunfei inquired. All the old ancestors nodded their heads, and Zhang Yunhai stopped speaking at this point, resting his chin against his chin in deep thought there. Alright, regardless of whether this idea is true or false, the key point now is how to give a proposal that Lin Fan is satisfied with. Everyone speak up. The Zhang family's side began to discuss intensely, fearing that Lin Fan would feel that they were not selling out and put their hands on the antidote, while at this time Lin Fan was sitting quietly in front of the sofa, fearing that Kong Shasha would be upset. It's 11 o'clock. Is Master Lin going to have another girlfriend? Kong Shasha said in dissatisfaction. No, it's just that I helped Cheng Xiaoxia her father heal his body, and there was just some accident afterward. An accident? At this time, the dissatisfied look on Kong Shasha's face suddenly disappeared without a trace, and she asked with some concern. What happened? Did you have any problems? Fortunately, I sort of pushed the enemy back, but my true chi was empty, so I recovered at Cheng's house. Who is it? I'll call the people from Dark Knight Island to assassinate him, Kong Shasha said with an icy cold little face. Looking at Kong Shasha's annoyed little look, Lin Fan's heart was so warm. It's okay, I'm fine. I just think it would be better to supplement at night. Then go and cultivate quickly. Don't let any hidden diseases appear if time drags on, Kong Shasha hurriedly said. Lin Fan swept Kong Shasha into his arms and said with a bad smile, supplementing and checking your body can be done without delay. You're bad you. Still thinking about these messy things at a time like this, Kong Shasha said shyly. Is this a messy thing? It's a very enjoyable thing to do. And besides, just in case you're worried, I've decided it's better to turn in my homework. After saying that, Lin Fan hugged Kong Shasha and returned to his room, starting an all-night battle. Early the next morning, when Lin Fan was making breakfast, Zhang Mingqi, who had been studying all day, made a video call, and in the call was pouring out all the pain of longing.
Lin Fan did not expect Zhang Mingqi to be so clingy, and the degree of clinginess was just right, giving Lin Fan a feeling of great enjoyment. For the next 2 days, life went on as usual, and on the afternoon of the third day, Zheng Qian found Lin Fan and informed him of the Zheng family's plan in its entirety. Lin Fan did not expect the Zheng family has long had the idea of dealing with the Yin family. Nodded his head to express his appreciation will be a bottle of antidote and an envelope to Zheng Qian.
Is this the antidote? Zheng Qian asked excitedly.
That's right.
13 in all.
Zheng Qian was slightly stunned.
13 pieces? Didn't he ask for 12? Why would Lin Fan give himself 13? Your Zheng family wants to go crack this antidote, right? In order to prevent the Zheng family, which is my battle force, from dying an expert, I'll give you one more to go and crack it. And in this envelope are the ingredients that you can crack out, so when the time comes, you can let them try to see if it's a flavor.
Zheng Qian didn't say anything and nodded before directly saying goodbye. And when the Zheng family got the relay from Zheng Qian, they were also stunned.
Lin Fan actually knew what they were thinking? Wasn't the idea known only to the 12 people in the meeting? Could it be that Lin Fan's people were among these 12?
Originally thought that it was not an important role. I did not expect that all the top levels of our Zheng family have been infiltrated.
Who in the world is it? Zheng Yunhai frowned. Does it still matter who it is?
Since Lin Fan dares to do so, it means that he is not afraid of being cracked at all. And the secular Zheng family can't crack it at all.
So let's hurry up and do something after Zhang Qian sends the antidote back.
Zhang Yinshan said helplessly.
Why don't we let the secular Zhang family try it out? Lin Fan has said it so generously. It won't matter if we test it. I even think Lin Fan gave an extra antidote just for us to try it.
Zhang Yunfei proposed.
Regarding this proposal, Zhang Yunshan did not object and nodded his head as agreeing to the proposal. As a matter of fact, Lin Fan gave this extra antidote just for the Zhang family to test. However,
he didn't know that the Zhang family thought he had already arranged eyes in the Zhang family. Lin Fan knew that the Zhang family wouldn't just willingly become his vassals,
and might be prepared to sacrifice someone to assay the antidote he had prepared. Then when we wait 2 months to find out that the person is fine, won't we be exposed?
There was a good chance that he would have to face one more enemy by then, and instead of that, he would let them test it. And in each of these antidotes Lin Fan had injected a trace of aura, something that even the world's best equipment would never be able to assay. At the same time, because of this trace of aura, the entire taste of the pill would change qualitatively. As for what the labs came up with, if the Zhang family dared to eat it, Lin Fan admired them as warriors. Meanwhile, Yan Xingyun and the accompanying elder Puda had finally stabilized the injuries on their bodies. After learning that his son had recovered from his injuries,
Yan Yangchen, the head of the Yan family, was finally relieved. Son, how are you feeling? Yan Yangduan came to Yan Xingyun's side and inquired.
I'm okay, but I must take this revenge,
Yan Xingyun said viciously. Son, how are you doing, son? Just at this time, the doorway suddenly ran in a woman. After seeing Yan Xingyun's body is no longer a big problem, this is relieved. How did you become a father?
You said in the Yan family son cannot be a little bit of aggression. I agreed to let my son in the Yan family.
And now, my son is injured and I'm actually the last to know?
Yan Xingyun's mother,
Yang Li, glared at Yan Yangduan and questioned. Why are you arguing with me? How has Nebula ever suffered half a bit of aggression in the Yan family?
Yan Yangduan said in dissatisfaction.
Not aggrieved? Then this is the son's own beating, isn't it? Are you farting with me? Yang Li questioned in a deep voice,
and her eyes also flashed with hidden anger. This is an injury sustained in the world. If you must say, why didn't you arrange for protection when the child left the Yan family?
Now that my son is injured, you've come to shirk your responsibility with me.
Yan Yang does see Yang Li pick a fight, then directly unreasonable up. The expression on the face is more like say again there is a problem is also you this when the mother of the problem. I this when the father of the problem is not at all.
Regarding the quarrel between the two, both the Yan family and the 7-star sex people were already not surprised. The two were usually still good, but as long as things involved Yan Xingyun,
there was no time when the two didn't quarrel, and it was for this reason that the two had separated when they were before they became the head of the family and the patriarch.
So you're blaming me now, are you? Fine.
Then son, come back to the 7-star sect with me and I'll show you what protection means.
Have you two had enough of arguing? Both of your sons are now being beaten up, Yan Xingyun said with dissatisfaction. Once these words came out, neither Yan Yangchen nor Yang Li paid any attention to each other and looked at Yan Xingyun with concern. From this we could see what kind of treatment the usual Yan Xingyun was enjoying. It could be said that this pair of parents almost treated Yan Xingyun as an ancestor. It's all because your father argued with me, causing me to not even pay attention to my precious son in the first place. Son, how are you doing now? Mom here has the finest blood Dudan. You have one to make up for it? Yang Li asked dotingly. I'm arguing with you? It was clearly you who came in and chopped my head off,
Yan Yangchen said in dissatisfaction.
Are you blaming me? Yang Li's face sank, her voice icy and questioning. Alright, I need to take revenge now, or else 100 blood dew pills won't help, Yan Xingyun said in dissatisfaction. Good son. Who hurt you? Your father. I'll send someone to kill him, Yan Yangchen said in a hurry. I only know his name is Lin Fan. I'm not sure about the rest. He seems to know Chang Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiu, who I met in the secular world back then. Understood. I'll arrest them and torture them severely. Yan Yangduan opened his mouth. No. How can I show how powerful I am in that case? I want them to realize that their reliance has been decimated by me when they are holding out hope, and then serve me full of despair, Yan Xingyun said with a hideous expression. The capital. The Zhang family. Zheng family's old man Zheng Dezi looked at the lab sheet in his hand that had been obtained through 3 days of hard work for a long time. The Zheng family's researcher was also shivering. He wasn't sure if he was really wrong about the assay or if Zheng Dezi was testing them. This is the result of your efforts for 3 days? Zheng Dezi frowned. Yes. Those are our lab results. You see. Snap. Are you shitting me? Look at all the shit you measured. Zheng Dezi growled. We have confirmed that this is indeed the thing. Zheng Dezi frowned. Could it be that the medicine Lin Fan gave was fake? He had to listen to the orders of the hidden Zheng family. At this point he had already given up on taking revenge on Lin Fan. But if the things given by Lin Fan were really made of these things, then it wouldn't be on his own. It would be Lin Fan who had made a death wish. Are you sure it's okay? Zheng Dezi asked with uncertainty. Okay, besides, what do you want us to assay this for? The researcher asked tentatively. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You guys get out. Once everyone had left, Zheng Dezi called the hidden Zheng family. It's Dezi. How's it going? Zhang Yunshan said faintly. That has been detected. But this ingredient. Zhang Yunshan did not reply. And after turning his cell phone on speakerphone he took out the envelope from his arms. Then opened it together surrounded by the remaining 11 Zheng family astral chi masters. And upon seeing the content on it, all 12 people present were dumbfounded. Nima. What the hell have we been eating? When Zhang Dezi saw that the opposite party did not speak, he thought that he was being asked to read the lab results. After coughing lightly, Zheng Desher began to read. Laboratory results. Cow manure content of 27%, pig manure content of 18%, chicken manure content of 13%, and dog manure content of 5.5%. Originally thought Lin Fan is to give them a joke of the crowd at this time some stomach. Zheng Dezi's side of the results of the laboratory is really in this list is exactly the same only that there is no content ratio on it. So the antidote that everyone is taking is actually nothing more than a feast of shit? Old ancestor. This is the result of the laboratory test. I made sure several times. Are you sure? Sure that Lin Fan is not fooling us? Zheng Dezi inquired. Take pictures of the labs and send them over. For now. After saying that, Zhang Yunshan directly hung up the phone. I said, are we eating? Wretch. Zhang Yunfei suddenly felt a wave of nausea and almost didn't throw up. This Lin Fan has bullied people too much. Actually making us eat. Fuck, Zhang Yunhai yelled, the veins on his face bursting. That. Lin Fan said that the test can only measure these he wrote. This should be that he is sure that the recipe will not be leaked. In fact, everyone tasted that flavor when they ate it at that time? Zheng Yunmao inquired. When these words came out, the crowd was as if they had been enlightened. Yeah, it's detected, but if it's really a feast of shit, wouldn't they be able to feel the off flavors when they're in their mouths? In fact at the time it was eaten instead of having an off flavor. It had such a silky sweetness to it. Follow these things to make one, Zhang Yunshan directly ordered. Soon, a disciple of the Zheng family made the stuff, and the ratio was strictly according to the ratio table, which can be said to be a high degree of reduction of Lin Fan's antidote. But after seeing this unknown thing, the 12 people of the Zheng family all felt that it wasn't like that at all. Not to mention eating it, the smell alone could give you the urge to vomit. Who will taste it? Zhang Yunshan inquired. In an instant, all of them took a step back unanimously. Whoever likes to eat this thing, they definitely won't touch it anyway. Old ancestor, the emissary from the Forge Villa has come, saying that as long as the Zheng family is willing to spare the Forge Villa, the Forge Villa is willing to become a vassal of our Zheng family. A disciple hurriedly ran in from outside and reported. In an instant, the 12 people present in front of their eyes suddenly lit up. Secretly said test poison has come. Let him in. Zheng Yunshan waved his big hand, then leaned back in his chair and waited for the actual poisoner to arrive. Soon after, Mo Zifeng, the Grand Elder of the Forge Villa, walked in, then directly knelt on the ground and said, I implore the Zheng family to spare my life in the Forge Villa. We are willing to recognize the Zheng family as our masters, and we only beg you to spare us. Get up. The Forge Mountain Villa we, the Zheng family, can do without, but the Forge Mountain Villa must show sincerity to do so. Zheng Yunmao spoke directly. Forge Villa. am sincere, so if you all have any requests, feel free to command, Mo Zifeng said excitedly. This was really an unexpected pleasure. Zhang Yunmao glanced at Zhang Yunshan. Only after seeing the latter nodding did he open his mouth and said, "This is an elixir made by my Zhang family according to the ancient book, called Pulse Expansion Elixir. It can fill up your body strength and enhance your cultivation speed, but I'm not sure if there's any toxicity, so we'll have our grudges wiped out after you ate him and talked about how you felt. Otherwise." Mo Zifeng hesitated for a moment and then couldn't help but nod his head. He had received a death order that he had to lift the pressure from the Zhang family. If he didn't make it back he would surely die. On the contrary, it doesn't necessarily die after taking it now. It might still be an opportunity. I'll take it. Very well, take it and eat it. When Mo Zifeng looked at the somewhat smelly elixir in front of him, he couldn't help but show a look of disgust on his face. After a moment's hesitation it went straight into his mouth. Wretch! Mo Zifeng retched, but didn't dare to spit it out, and reluctantly ate the elixir. How does it feel? Speak your intuitive feelings. It must be true. Zhang Yunshan hurriedly inquired. It feels like I'm eating shit. As for the rest there's not much to feel at the moment. I might have to practice a bit. Alright then, you go down first and tell us how you feel at night. Zhang Yunshan spoke. When Mo Zifeng left, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the food wasn't the same. Unfortunately, they didn't know that what they were eating was this stuff. Only that the flavor of the stuff had changed because Lin Fan had injected true qi into it. Fortunately, if I really eat that thing, my fucking heart to die, Zhang Yunhai lamented. Since it's already clear, then let's hurry up and do the things Lin Fan explained. It's only half a year. We have to hurry up. Zhang Yunshan clapped his hands and said, laboratory analysis? It's just shit in Lin Fan's place, including literally as well. At this time, Lin Fan did not know that one of his pranks would have such an effect. Originally he was just thinking of spoofing, but he did not expect that the Zhang family had become more fearful of him now. And at this moment, Lin Fan was picking up the phone of his second mom, Mei Qingdao, with doubts. What's wrong, second mom? Little Fan, second mother's daughter is going to East Guangdong to shoot a movie, and it seems like she's gotten into some trouble with some troublemakers, so I want you to go and protect her. Is that okay? Mei Qingdao inquired. For the requests of his godmothers, Lin Fan had always come to the rescue and immediately agreed. That's great. It's best to move now. After all, a minute later is a minute more dangerous. Don't you think so? Mei Qingdao discussed. Don't worry, second mother. I'll fly over right now and promise to complete second mother's mission, Lin Fan assured. Mei Qingdao could not help but smile. The task I want you to accomplish the most is to take care of my daughter. The key is whether you are willing to take care of it or not. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan directly rushed to the eastern Guangdong region in Su Miaoyun's private jet. 2 hours later, the plane landed slowly. As soon as Lin Fan walked out of the airport, a woman in her mid-30s or so ran towards Lin Fan. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Fan Lin? You are? Lin Fan wondered. I'm Mei Ziwei's manager, Kong Hong, and I'm also the manager of Light Dance Entertainment. Light Dance Entertainment? Second mom's company? Hello, my second mom should have explained the situation to you. Right? Lin Fan said with a polite smile on his face. Of course, Mr. Lin, this way please. Wei Wei is currently filming on the set so she can't come to pick you up. Please forgive me. With that, Kong Hong owed her body and extended her hand in a please gesture. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, associating this with the fact that second mother didn't show up for her several summons, coupled with the hostility of Kong Shasha, Zhang Mingqi, and the others when they first met him. Lin Fan believed that this Mei Ziwei was definitely just looking for a reason not to want to come and see herself. Go! After Lin Fan followed Kong Hong and sat in the business car together, the car slowly left, and just after the car left, another commercial vehicle slowly pulled up in front of the airport gates. You wait here first, I'll go fetch Mr. Lin Fan out. With that, a middle-aged woman walked down from the car and headed inside the airport. After 20 minutes or so, the car Lin Fan was in came to an open area. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked around before faintly saying, arrived at the place? That's right, the place to send you on your way is here. With that, Kong Hong took out a gun from under the seat and pointed it at Lin Fan. Looking at the black holes of the pistol in front of him, instead of having a trace of fear, Lin Fan smiled. What are you laughing at? Kong Hong frowned. Nothing, so you're just going to use this to send me on my way? Lin Fan asked, pointing at the gun in front of him. That's right. If there are gunshots, but it will attract the attention of the people around, Lin Fan reminded. Ridiculous, look around. There's not even a ghostly figure within a kilometer radius of here. You can just die here in peace. A sinister smile appeared on Kong Hong's face. So you want me to get out of the car and then kill me before you shoot me? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Of course not. In case of camera problems on the road, we've planted bombs in the cars. As soon as Kong Hong's words fell, the driver opened the storage box in front of the passenger side, and the bomb inside was slowly reading the seconds. Wow. There's still 5 minutes left. Explosives on this scale aren't small in power, are they? Lin Fan said with feigned surprise. Just so you know, there's more than enough room to blow you up anyway. But don't worry, I'm not going to let you slowly watch your moment of death. I'll detonate the explosives once we've exited a safe distance. With that, Kong Hong took out a red detonation device. Yo ho, don't say it. The props nowadays are really made like that. Lin Fan lamented. Kong Hong frowned slightly and questioned, what do you mean by that? Lin Fan didn't expect this one in front of him to be addicted. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Don't pretend. This script of yours is really bad. First of all, this gun looks real, but it's actually lighter than a real gun. This can be seen by looking at the muscles in your hand. Secondly, do you have any idea how powerful this explosive would be if it were real? I would have run away by the time you guys got out of the safe zone. What kind of lowly assassin is that? Third, aren't you making the 4 cameras in this car a little too obvious? Do you know why I didn't grab the gun when I was so close? I was just worried that Mei Ziwei would use the screenshot of the video to invite trouble for me. Kong Hong was a bit flustered and hurriedly said, I don't know what you're talking about. Come on. It's no fun to continue acting at this point. After saying that, Lin Fan suddenly struck out. Kong Hong was startled and subconsciously closed her eyes. When she was squaring her eyes, she realized that the detonating device in her hand had been taken away by Lin Fan. Snap! Lin Fan directly pressed the detonation button. Yet the car was as calm as it could be. There was no hint of an explosion at all. When did you realize there was a problem? Kong Hong sighed. From the time you call Mei Ziwei as Weiwei, the agent may become good friends with the artist, but when introducing to the public, anyone who is not familiar with them will call them Mr. or Miss. You're just doing this to make me more sure of you, right? Kong Hong was a bit surprised and astonished. Just because of this? Then when I got on the car I saw all these cameras. The hiding skills are so bad. Well, get off. Come on. I'm not going to do nothing. Lin Fan said indifferently. What do you want? We have received a mission from the boss to test you, to determine if you are capable of protecting Weiwei. This is the boss's intention. Kong Hong hurriedly said. My second mom may test anyone, but definitely won't test me. It's Mei Ziwei who asked you to come. You just tell me straight. I've accompanied you for almost half an hour of theater. Don't force me to really do it. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan drove his car and slowly left this desolate place, while Kong Hong and the driver were left directly where they were. How? To do ah? The driver looked at Kong Hong and asked weakly. What to do? Walk back? Of course, with no money and no cell phone on you. Can you still fly back? Kong Hong gave the driver a blank look and walked helplessly towards the front. Not many steps later, Kong Hong couldn't help but stop and questioned. Where is this? This is 40 kilometers east of Dongyue on the periphery of the highway. This is going to walk back to the dark. We are not necessarily able to get to the driver said breathlessly. Kong Hong broke down a bit and questioned. It's just an act. Why are you driving so far? Wasn't it you who said to be truthful? How come I'm still wrong here? The driver was dissatisfied. How dare you yell at me? I should never have married you in the first place. The driver had a bit of a headache. What was he talking about more? Now it's better. Not only do you have to suffer physically, but you have to suffer mentally as well. The car. Fan, did you leave on your own? The people I sent didn't receive you. And checking the flights revealed that your plane landed 10 minutes early. Second mom Mei Qingdao's voice came over the phone. It's out. But it was picked up by 2 guys first. With just this simple sentence, Mei Qingdao understood the situation and inquired. Someone from Vivian's platoon? This girl is really getting wilder and wilder. I'll talk about her later. Lin Fan didn't really care about it, and after pacifying Mei Qingdao and asking about the location he drove straight there. By the time Lin Fan arrived at the photography venue, Mei Qingdao's assistant who had arranged to pick up Lin Fan had also rushed back. When the female assistant saw Lin Fan, her face couldn't help but flash a trace of embarrassment and apologetically walked up. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm the one the boss arranged to pick you up. My name is Peng Jing. I should have arrived at the airport earlier so that there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Lin Fan glanced at Peng Jing. In his heart he had some good feelings for this person. At least this female assistant knew how to protect her boss. It's right to help the boss explain the misunderstanding. But don't stop everything on yourself. Since the second mom is arranging for you to pick me up, that means that you are the assistant that the second mom is most optimistic about. Then there's no way that you would be able to keep the time to go. So the answer is clearly that you are being held back by Mei Ziwei, isn't it? This Miss Mei is just more playful. She doesn't have a bad heart. So don't be angry with her, Mr. Lin. Peng Jing quickly explained. It's okay, come on, let's go check it out. With that, Lin Fan walked towards the interior of the theater. At this time, Mei Ziwei was working on the script, and the moment she inadvertently looked up and saw Lin Fan, a trace of surprise clearly flashed across Mei Ziwei's small face. After giving an apologetic smile to the crew, they ran to their lounge area and pulled out their cell phones. Quickly, the sound of dialing came from the phone, but the cell phone rang behind Mei Ziwei. Mei Ziwei froze and turned her head to look in bewilderment, only to find that Lin Fan had stood behind her at an unknown time, holding 3 cell phones in his hands. 2 of them, Mei Ziwei was pretty sure, were Kong Hong's, a cell phone for life and one for work. What did you do with them? Mei Ziwei frowned. It's nothing. It's just a matter of treating others the way they want to be treated. Originally how you wanted to deal with me. What kind of dilemma are they suffering from right now? Lin Fan shrugged and said, with a smug smile on his face, where did you throw them? Mei Ziwei's face was a bit ugly as she grimly questioned. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, I don't know. You'll have to ask where they sent me. Saying that, Lin Fan's body leaned forward slightly and got close to Mei Ziwei's ear and said, anyway, I drove for 20 minutes to get into the city. At 120 mph, 102? So they have to hike up to 40 kilometers to get to the city, and without a cell phone or wallet they can't even reach themselves and have to keep walking. Are you the devil? Mei Ziwei questioned. That's something to ask you. Are you a devil to deal with me like this? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. You, Ms. Mei, everything is ready, the assistant director shouted from the side. Coming. Mei Ziwei couldn't help but glare at Lin Fan after she answered and whispered. You wait for me. After Mei Ziwei left, Peng Jing hesitated for a moment before whispering, why don't I go pick up Kong Hong? Kong Hong and Miss Mei are very close. I'm afraid that if you do this it will only cause Miss Mei to feel resentment. There were complaints before I showed up. Otherwise why would I have come here on my own? I'm still not interested in making a punishment for their bad relationship. The artists in charge of themselves are in danger can be so reckless. Isn't it right to teach them a lesson? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Peng Jing didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only obediently shut her mouth. After looking around the periphery for a while, Peng Jing couldn't help but frown and looked to the staff at the side and said, is this going to be a kissing scene? Don't you know that our Weiwei never shoots kissing scenes? There's no kissing scene scheduled, the staff said blankly. Cut, Mei Ziwei shouted. But the male protagonist had no intention of giving up and deadlocked Mei Ziwei's wrist in preparation for a forced kiss. Lin Fan frowned and directly got up and rushed over. Just at the moment when the male lead was about to kiss Mei Ziwei, Lin Fan's hand directly grasped between their lips, then violently pushed the male lead out. Mei Ziwei was scared enough that she hurriedly hid in Peng Jing's arms. Cut. Who's this? You don't know when you're filming? The director cursed. You still know about the movie. Don't you know that we, Weiwei, never do kissing scenes? It's clearly written on the contract. Okay? Peng Jing growled as if she was a tigress who had been protecting her child, and her previous appearance was simply a different person. It's normal to kiss when you're just in love. Are you questioning my judgment? The director questioned. We accept borrowing. Nothing else, let alone using force. Just wait for our lawyer's letter. Peng Jing roared. Just now I am too into the scene. This is also my actor's training. Always love to get into the scene. Sorry. The male protagonist is very apologetic, walked over and said, bang. Lin Fan didn't spoil him and went up to the man's vital parts and kicked them. My employer is in shock, so my nerves are on edge. It's also my bodyguard's training to always feel that anyone who approaches my employer is plotting something bad. Sorry about that, Lin Fan said reverently, but a teasing smile appeared on his face. Peng Jing secretly shouted, almost jumped up and applauded. This kick is really relieved. This is the play that the man invested in, and what this guy is thinking is basically Seema's mind right now. Kid, what are you doing? You're intentionally hurting people you know? The director questioned. Where did that come from? I am the same as this one. Both have self-cultivation. If he doesn't count as making a mistake, how can I count this as making a mistake? Of course, if he is considered to have made a mistake, then I, as a bodyguard, would be even less at fault. Lin Fan spread his hands, and that look fully explained what it meant to be angry. What are you? Can you compare to Pei Xiao? The director said in a deep voice. And who are you to dare talk to Mr. Lin like that? Peng Jing questioned. You. The director was just about to say something when Pei Yan, the male number 1, raised his hand to stop it, then endured the pain and forced a smile. Brother, this kick is very powerful. I wonder how much Miss Mei spent to hire such an excellent bodyguard like Mr. Lin. Lin Fan froze. Was this digging at himself? It really has the demeanor of a rich second generation. Everything is just solved with money. That's quite a lot. Gave me 10% of a well-known brand called Hit Me. What brand? Pei Yan froze. How come he had never heard of this brand? Does this Mr. Pei not understand English? What does Hit mean, do you know? Lin Fan inquired curiously. Hit, Pei Yan replied blankly, and the doubt on his face intensified. Me, bang. The moment Pei Yan uttered the word I, Lin Fan's fist directly smashed onto Pei Yan's face. This time Pei Yan, even if he was an idiot, he knew that Lin Fan was tricking him, and a scowl appeared on his face. I've already done Pei Xiao's request. No need to thank me. Consider it as an apology for accidentally hurting you just now by observing self-cultivation. Lin Fan revealed an exasperated expression and said. Pei Yan's fists were clenched, thinking that Mei Ziwei was still there, so he could only endure it for now. Brother's hand strength is good. I remember you. Let's go. Pei Yan glanced at Lin Fan sinisterly, then turned around and prepared to leave with a wave of his hand. Pei Xiao, not filming? The director hurriedly inquired. Shoot my ass. Can't you see my nose is bleeding? As he said that, Pei Yan felt a sharp pain on a certain part and couldn't help but grin in pain, his resentment towards Lin Fan deepening in his heart. Motherfucker, if anything happens to me, I want your whole family to die with me. Unfortunately, Pei Yan didn't realize that all of Lin Fan's relatives were no longer alive, and any one of his godfathers could make Pei Yan's entire family bury him with him. Filming was temporarily halted and Mei Ziwei returned to the car escorted by Lin Fan and Peng Jing. Damn it, I'll call the boss. It's just bullying, Peng Jing said in dissatisfaction. When she said this, Peng Jing remembered Lin Fan's bravery just now and said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Lin, for stepping in just now. I should. My second mom explained that she was keeping Mei Ziwei safe, so naturally this counts. Lin Fan was indifferent, as if he had done something that couldn't be more normal. After this, Mei Ziwei had slightly changed her opinion of Lin Fan. At least he was still relatively useful. After returning to the hotel, Lin Fan had thought that he would also be staying in one of the rooms in the presidential suite, but he was hard pushed out by Mei Ziwei. At the end of the day, Lin Fan Hardy appeared by himself and opened a room next to Mei Ziwei's room. After sighing, Lin Fan sent a message to Peng Jing reminding her to call herself first if Mei Ziwei went out, and then he started practicing in his room. Lingyun City, the Sikong family. An old man looked at the Sikong family in front of him with his hands folded, and a smile slowly emerged on his face. Who are you? Why are you back in the courtyard of the Sikong family? One of the Sikong family's bodyguards said hostilely after noticing the old man. The old man glanced at the young bodyguard and said indifferently, you're not worthy to talk to me yet. Go get Sikong pound for me. How dare you? Is old family master Sikong not something you can see just because you say so? If you don't leave now, I'll make my move. With that, the bodyguard took out the stick at his waist, making preparations to strike at any time. The little dolls nowadays are still really impatient, the old man said indifferently. Then his eyes flashed, and an invisible aura swept towards the bodyguard. The bodyguard only felt that the iron rod in his hand was light, and when he reacted he realized that the iron rod had been broken into 3 sections, and the cross-section was as if it had been cut with its sharp blade. You did this? The bodyguard said incredulously. Did you do it? The old man said faintly. The bodyguard's legs went limp and he sat down directly on the ground, looking at the old man in horror while saying into the walkie-talkie, come quickly, there's a monster. Very quickly, the Sikong family's bodyguard squad assembled within the front yard, and apart from the bodyguard who had already lost his fighting ability from fear, the remaining 7 bodyguards had pulled out their guys from their bodies in preparation for battle. What's all the noise? It's not even clean to read a book. Sikong Pound walked out in dissatisfaction, and when he saw the old man he couldn't help but rub his eyes. You, pound for pound. It's been a long time, do you still remember me? The old man asked smilingly as he looked at Sikong Pounds. Sikong Pound could not believe that this time really, violently gave himself a slap. When feeling the pain in the face, Sikong Pound instead laughed out. Father, it's really you. You didn't die? Sikong Pounds excitedly ran to the old man's body excitedly. This old man is not a bystander. Officially Sikong Pounds should have already passed away. Father Sikong Broken Sky. You brat. Just met and you're saying such unlucky words? Sikong Broken Sky said in dissatisfaction. No, not, but this is too metaphysical. I remember when I was watching your coffin with my own eyes. Sikong Pounds surprised. That's because I want to cultivate myself. I can't be disturbed by worldly matters. How is the Sikong family now? How many wives and concubines have you married? Sikong Broken Sky asked smilingly. Sikong Pounds was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Only has a deceased wife. Sikong Broken Sky frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction. I left you a lot of family assets in the first place. Why did you still marry only one? What a chestless ambition. Sikong Pound is speechless. Is this me having no ambition? Father, you do not know. Monogamy is the rule. I wanted to marry more at that time, cannot marry and at that time the people recognize death. Simply do not agree to share a husband. So, monogamy. Old man remembered that there is But that is only to control ordinary people. Are you an ordinary person?
Sikong Broken Sky said in dissatisfaction.
That was before you dived into cultivation. After the establishment of the Great Summer State, monogamy was set to death. No one may disobey.
You also know that when the Great Summer State was established I was only 7 years old,
said Sikong Pounds, scratching his head,
and said with great difficulty.
Sikong Broken Sky sighed and said helplessly,
that's just it. Go and call all the people from the Sikong family. The old man appeared this time just to bring the outstanding sons and daughters of the Sikong family to cultivate into immortality.
Sikong pound for pound froze, cultivating into an immortal? Father, are you telling the truth? People can really cultivate into immortals?
Sure.
Like.
Sikong Broken Sky looked towards the iron rod in the hands of one of the bodyguards,
and with a single grab in the air, this iron rod directly twisted. Sikong Pounds looked dumbfounded, really didn't know that the Sikong family actually had this kind of background. Dad. Then You're too old, and you haven't had the talent to cultivate before.
Forget it. Sikong Pound was speechless. His own old man said he was old. Why did this feel so strange?
I'll get in touch. Sikong Pounds responded before inviting Sikong Broken Sky into his home.
The bodyguards outside were also a bit confused at this moment.
Where did the boss find an old god? Half an hour later, everyone in the Sikong family was called back,
and when they saw that Sikong Pound was serving tea and water to take care of an old man, all of the people in the Sikong family were a bit dumbfounded.
This old man looks so familiar. Seems like every New Year's Eve. You're all back. This one doesn't need me to say more, right? This is my father, Sikong Broken Sky. That is, your grandfather and great-grandfather. Come over and say hello. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, great-grandpa.
Sikong Brokerage glanced at the 4 people in front of him,
and when his gaze landed on Sikong Hao, Sikong Brokerage couldn't help but shake his head. The Sikong family's talent is withering.
My great-grandson actually has such poor talent.
Really?
Before Sikong Broken Sky could finish his words, his gaze landed on Sikong Xian's body,
and then his eyes lit up with an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Yes, father's lesson is right.
Only our Sikong family has only these people.
Father? Sikong Pounds couldn't help but call out twice in confusion after noticing Sikong Broken Sky's days. Good, this is good. This girl doll is also a member of my Sikong family?
Sikong Broken Sky asked,
pointing at Sikong Xian. Sikong Pounds was a bit puzzled and nodded. Yes, it's your great-granddaughter. Sikong Xian, could it be that this child, Xiao Xian, is very talented? More than talented. It's simply a special physique that is rare to see in 100 years, although it's already past the age of 20. But as long as you keep your yuanin, it's not much of a problem, and your cultivation speed is strangely fast,
Sikong Broken Sky excitedly said.
After hearing these words, Sikong Pound's heart suddenly tightened.
God knows whether Sikong Xian and Lin Fan have any.
What? Could it be that little Xian has already broken her body? Sikong Broken Sky frowned. No, I meet your requirements. Of Tai Grandpa,
Sikong Xian said in a hurry.
That's good, little Xian. If you return with me, I believe that the old ancestor will definitely vigorously cultivate you,
Sikong Broken Sky said excitedly.
Ancestor? The crowd couldn't help but be curious. Sikong Broken Sky had to be called old ancestor. So wasn't this person's seniority too big? How old must this be?
Sikong Xian hesitated for a moment before inquiring.
Great-grandfather, will I become strong after studying? Of course. Saying that,
Sikong Broken Sky suddenly snapped his fingers,
and the teacups on the coffee table between them suddenly exploded. After you go back you will get certain inheritance and resources, probably after cultivating for 3 to 5 years. You can reach this level. This realm is called the Gang Yuan Master. Of course, this is not the end of your cultivation. You can still be more powerful.
After seeing this miraculous scene, Sikong Xian was a little excited in her heart and hurriedly inquired.
Then if I want to protect or help someone, as long as you show enough talent, the old ancestor's side is very easy to talk to. So as long as you work hard, one day you can go and protect Lin Fan too? I'll go back with you. I'm not afraid of suffering, Sikong Xian said firmly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Then it's settled. Let's take a rest today. You can also go and say goodbye to your friends. And when tomorrow morning comes, you'll move with me.
Sikong Broken Sky clapped his hands and said.
Sikong Xian nodded. For here in the secular world, she really didn't have any friends. The only one who counted as a friend was only Lin Fan. And when Sikong Xian came to the school to look for Lin Fan, she was told that Lin Fan had left on vacation in the morning. Disappointed,
Sikong Xian could only silently bid farewell to Lin Fan in her heart.
Eastern Guangdong.
After applying the medicine and looking at his nose wrapped in gauze in the mirror,
Pei Yan's face suddenly became gloomy. Go and check out that bodyguard for me. I'll make sure to make him look good, Pei Yan ordered. Don't worry, young master.
We've already arranged for manpower to investigate. I'm sure we'll find out the results soon, Pei Yan's bodyguard reported curtly. Well, good job. And by the way, call some people over. The bodyguard was stunned and tried. Young master is going to directly take action against that bodyguard? That's not too good. Didn't that Miss May see it too? Do I have to step in? Besides, who said it was to deal with that bodyguard? Go tie up Mei Ziwei for me, and then put something down on her. I'll make an appearance as a hero. In short, I must sleep with her. Said here, the overly excited Pei Yan knows again came the slightest pain. The bodyguard nodded, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. On the other hand, during dinner Lin Fan received a text message from Peng Jing. Lin Xiao, Kong Hong's side called, MS. May is ready to pick them up and at the same time didn't let me tell you. We're getting ready to go out now. We have a BMW stored at the front of the hotel. You can sneak up behind us in that. Our license plate number is East A85255. Looking at the 3 text messages in his cell phone, Lin Fan sighed before directly getting up and walking out of the room. After asking for the key at the front desk, Lin Fan saw Dawn A85255 slowly drive past in front of him. Starting the car, Lin Fan's car then directly followed. Inside the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, Mei Ziwei had a vindictive smile on her face after she was sure that Lin Fan had driven after the car she had arranged. Wei, this is not good. The boss is letting Mr. Lin come to protect you. Isn't it dangerous for you to sidetrack him? Peng Jing said with difficulty. It doesn't matter. Who told him to torture Sister Kong and the others so much? This is also a small lesson for him. Well, let's hurry up and pick up Sister Kong. That my cell phone. Mei Ziwei shook the cell phone in her hand and laughed playfully. I'm not going to give you the chance to inform Lin Fan. Your cell phone has been temporarily confiscated. Oh. Peng Jing sighed helplessly, silently praying in her heart but hopefully nothing will happen. 20 minutes later. Oh wife, when will MS May arrive? The driver asked a little tiredly. I don't know, Kong Hong said with dissatisfaction, then took off her high heels and rubbed her aching feet. Looking at his wife's hard look, the driver at this time also forgot about Kong Hong's resentment towards him, and directly lifted Kong Hong's legs to help massage them. Looking at her husband so good at doing things, Kong Hong hard of the gas also eliminated most of the spit, really miscalculated. I would have known that I would have worn travel shoes. This shoe is really tired feet. Go back and soak your feet. I told you to let me carry you and you didn't listen. That's not being angry. Kong Hong blankly glanced at the driver and said with some petulant implication. The two were chatting idly when a light flashed, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. A business car slowly stopped. Mei Ziwei hurriedly walked down from the car with concern. Tired? Get in the car. I'll take you guys to relax. Thanks a lot Vivi. What are you polite for? If it wasn't for me you guys wouldn't have suffered this. But don't worry, Lin Fan has already been gotten rid of by me. And now she would have been in the downtown area non-stop detouring in the wee hours of the morning. Sort of a revenge for you guys. Squeak. As soon as Mei Ziwei's words fell, the sound of several emergency brakes rang out. When the crowd looked at the sound, they saw 40 to 50 people coming down from the 6 or 2 vans in a hurry. Peng Jing and Kong Hong subconsciously shielded themselves in front of Mei Ziwei's body, looking at the crowd in front of them with a deadly stare. Who are you people? Peng Jing questioned. It's not important what we are. What's important is that our boss wants to invite Miss May to make a trip. If you don't cooperate, then don't blame us for being unkind. The bald man at the head laughed evilly. What do you want? Do you know what the king's law says? The driver hurriedly blocked in front of Kong Hong's body and questioned. Don't really know, but I know how to spell death. The driver gritted his teeth and whispered. Wife, you guys get in the car first and drive straight out. Run as far as you can. Leave me alone. As soon as the words fell, 6 or 7 cars also drove up on the other side, directly surrounding Mei Ziwei and the others. Seeing that all retreats were blocked, the few people present couldn't help but panic. As the staff around Mei Ziwei, although they had all practiced, they were okay to deal with 1 or 2. These two sides only added up to 70 to 80 people, and this side only had 5 people counting Mei Ziwei, so how could they fight? Don't be nervous, as long as Miss May cooperates, we won't be rough. Miss May, what do you say? The bald man inquired smilingly. Sister Jing, what are we going to do? Didn't you bring any bodyguards? Kong Hong whispered. The boss dismissed all the bodyguards after Mr. Lin came, but Mr. Lin was supported by Wei Wei Ah. Peng Jing said anxiously. What can he do if he just comes? Can he still beat 70 to 80 people by himself? Mei Ziwei said indifferently. After sighing, Mei Ziwei slowly walked to Peng Jing and Kong Hong's body and said, I'll go with you, but you have to let them go. Sure, the boss didn't invite anyone else. Let's go, Mei Ziwei said helplessly. Wei Wei, don't follow. The two girls hurriedly pulled Mei Ziwei's arm and said,
What can we do if we don't go? If I follow you can at least report it. If we don't, it makes no difference in the outcome and you are in danger. Although they didn't want to admit it, everyone knew in their hearts that Mei Ziwei was telling the truth. Don't worry, they can't take you. Go hide in the car. As a voice came to mind, Lin Fan slowly walked out from the corner. The moment she saw Lin Fan, Pang Jing was overjoyed in her heart, followed by some frustration. Lin Fan was just one person. Could he still take care of 70 to 80 people? Why are you here? Mei Ziwei wondered. What do you think? Saying that you're going to pick up Kong Hong, but it turns out that the commercial vehicle is going in the opposite direction. Do you think I'm stupid? But 5 minutes ago I was sure that you drove a car and followed behind. Mei Ziwei's face was written with surprise. Could it be that Lin Fan would not be able to instantly move? It's just a hotel bellhop. Okay, you guys get in the car. I'll take care of them. After moving his muscles, Lin Fan pushed Mei Ziwei and the others into the car. Kid, you're arrogant. I'd like to see how long you can continue to be arrogant. Give me on. The bald man in the lead frowned and directly waved his hand in a big wave. Lin Fan casually closed the door of the commercial vehicle, then violently kicked the punk who rushed at the front. Bang! The gangster only felt like he was hit by a truck, and his entire body suddenly flew backwards, bringing down the several people behind him to the ground. Lin Fan didn't stop, and with his return hand, he threw a punch at the punk who was charging behind him. 70 to 80 people could actually be taken care of even if Lin Fan didn't use his true chi. But in order to prevent these people from injuring Mei Ziwei, so at this time Lin Fan didn't collect them. At this moment, Lin Fan was like a god of war, taking down a dozen people in the blink of an eye. Just as Lin Fan was about to continue, 8 black-suited bodyguards suddenly rushed into the fray. These 8 people all had the level of practicing chi. Although it was not enough to look at in Lin Fan's place, but it was more than enough to solve these punks. Lin Fan had some doubts in his heart. These people were also here to protect Mei Ziwei? Then why didn't you come out before? Very quickly, the punks knew they were unbeatable and flew away in all directions. Wei, are you alright? Not far away. A young man with a well-tailored suit and a magnificent appearance slowly walked over. The car door was opened and Mei Ziwei's face was delighted when she saw the visitor, excitedly saying, Mr. Mu, I'm here. Mr. Mu. Lin Fan glanced suspiciously at Pang Jing, who had just gotten off the bus, and whispered, Who is this Mr. Mu? The Mu family is a relatively famous aristocrat on this side of eastern Guangdong, with a wide range of power. This person is called Mu Hongshang. He's a very nice person. I really didn't expect him to show up. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance at Mei Ziwei, who was talking happily with Mu Hongshang, and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. It wasn't long before Mei Ziwei ran back and spoke. In order to thank Mr. Mu for chasing away the bad guys, I'm going to treat him to a meal. Sister Kong and Sister Jing, you guys should come along too. It's true that I'm a bit hungry. What's the food to go? Lin Fan curiously said. What's the matter with you? I'm protected by Mr. Mu's bodyguards, so hurry back. Lin Fan froze and was surprised. Hey, I at least stepped in to protect you so I just fought for nothing, right? Do you really think you're the god of war? It's a wonder if 70 to 80 people don't beat you to a pulp, and you still have to thank Mr. Mu for saving your life, Mei Ziwei said in dissatisfaction. Lin Fan was speechless. Just those 70 to 80 punks could hurt himself? If it wasn't for the fear of scaring Mei Ziwei, he could have ended the fight himself before those 8 bodyguards appeared. Speaking as if 70 or 80 people are so powerful, beating them is just a warm-up, muttered Lin Fan. Mei Ziwei frowned slightly. She had originally changed her opinion of Lin Fan slightly, but why was this person so shameless? 70 to 80 men. You can fight alone? Why don't you say you can fuck a division by yourself? As a matter of fact, if one were to say that one didn't need to use a hot weapon and it wasn't a swarm of people, Lin Fan would really be able to do it with his current strength. Do you know you're annoying in this way? Mei Ziwei said in dissatisfaction. Fine. I hate it. Hurry up and get in the car. With that, Lin Fan was ready to walk towards the car. Mei Ziwei directly pushed Lin Fan away and said in dissatisfaction. I hate people who talk big. Walk back by yourself. After saying that, Mei Ziwei directly got into the car and followed Mu Hongsheng's convoy to leave together. Lin Fan looked at Mei Ziwei's car slowly leaving in dismay. In his heart that is a speechless. This is not in front of the village and not behind the store. You let me walk back? It's just a matter of giving face to the second mom and putting up with it. Lin Fan casually found a van that the gangsters had abandoned and headed directly towards the city center. After finding a sheriff's office anywhere, Lin Fan handed over the car and briefly explained the situation. The vigilantes naturally didn't believe Lin Fan's words about this arcane process, and in the end, Lin Fan took out his 3rd District's Defender's ID which resolved the matter. After returning to the hotel, Lin Fan ordered a few dishes within the restaurant and then feasted on them. Mei Ziwei couldn't help but frown after noticing Lin Fan's eating in the corner as if he was escaping.
It seemed that he was now considered Lin Fan's nominal boss.
Didn't he know that this kind of food had an effect on him as well? Is that one your bodyguard?
Very sexual,
Mu Hongsheng said smilingly.
Leave him alone and get rid of him sooner or later.
I'll drink to Mr. Mu and thank you again for saving me. Mei Ziwei no longer paid attention to Lin Fan and enthusiastically picked up her highball glass and said politely, "You're welcome."
Mu Hongsheng was also very elegant, gently picking up a highball glass to show his appreciation. This scene was a complete and utter comparison to Lin Fan.
At this moment, Lin Fan was completely unconcerned about Mei Ziwei's contempt and was still eating and drinking there. Eat slowly. Don't act like you haven't eaten for days,
Zhang Mingqi on the phone said with some tears and laughter. Lin Fan swallowed a large amount of food in his mouth and said helplessly,
"As a matter of fact, I did not eat anything for a day.
The third mom's private plane was in more of a hurry and pressed for lunch.
And then it was just thinking about how to protect this girl Mei Ziwei. The takeout that was ordered was wasted. Vivi, it's really been a long time since I've seen her. I'll talk to her and tell her not to be so hostile to you," Zhang Mingqi suggested. "Don't, this girl is not in her right mind. Pay less attention to her." Lin Fan opened his mouth. "You're being rude. In fact, we've all been inexplicably asked by mom to have more contact with you because of your presence, and we've naturally resisted, etc." Zhang Mingqi frowned and questioned, "Did you think we were out of our minds in the first place too? How? It's true that your behavior in the beginning made me a bit upset, but your thinking is at least normal. This girl, saying that I can't beat 70 to 80 punks, looking down on who?"
Zhang Mingqi covered her mouth and smiled.
In fact, if she didn't understand Lin Fan's strength, she didn't believe that Lin Fan had this skill. One man fighting 70 to 80 people alone. This is in the eyes of ordinary people either making a movie or the person who said this has a brain problem. As they were chatting, two men in suits escorted Pei Yan over. The moment she saw Pei Yan, Mei Ziwei was a bit unresponsive for a moment and queried, "Mr. Mu, what are you? Help you solve the trouble. Is this person looking for people surrounded you? To how to dispose of you to it? After all, we are partners." Mu Hongsheng revealed a mesmerizing smile and said, "Brother Shang, I'm wrong.
I didn't know that Miss Mei was the person you had your eye on.
Please spare me."
Pei Yan hurriedly nobbled on the ground and begged to go around.
Mu Hongsheng frowned slightly and questioned, "When did I say that? We're friends. It's not the kind of relationship you think." After hearing this, Mei Ziwei momentarily fell back to questioning her own appearance. Could it be that Mu Hongsheng didn't like herself at all? "Miss Mei, what to do with him?" Mu Hongsheng inquired again. "Just tell him to stop pestering me."
Mei Ziwei was also worried about things getting out of hand, and she wasn't a girl who liked to fight and kill.
"Okay,
but deadly sins can be avoided and living sins can't be escaped.
Go and give him a little lesson. And in the meantime, give the Pei family a reminder," Mu Hongsheng commanded. Corner of Lin Fan is listening to the reel. Cannot help but lamented,
"I cannot imagine that this Mu what the thing is quite understand the heart of a woman.
Let it touched but said that they have no idea. Mei Ziwei silly, may not really want to fall. What? Are you jealous? Zhang Mingqi was curious. I'm jealous of Mei Ziwei and that Mu whatever, please. I really don't have that idea. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Speaking here,
Lin Fan's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Zhang Mingqi in the screen and said, "I'll only be really jealous if someone is pestering you like this and you don't refuse.
So don't make me sad, okay? Virtuosity.
Have been bullied by you like that.
Who else can I fit in my heart? Don't worry. This life is only for June to fall in love with." Hearing this,
Lin Fan was proud of himself, lamenting that it was still Zhang Mingqi who was the most obedient.
"We'll talk after that. It's time for class." "Well, go on. Take care of yourself in the ugly country." Bye."
Zhang Mingqi waved her hand,
then hung up the video. At this time,
Mei Ziwei had also finished her meal and slowly walked past Lin Fan as she sent Mu Hongsheng away,
as if she didn't see Lin Fan at all.
Lin Fan also pressed on without paying any attention to Mei Ziwei,
sweeping through the rest of the meal on his own. Pang Jing watched the two of them not deal with each other, and after hesitating for a moment, she sent a message to Mei Qingdao. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Mei Ziwei's side received a notice from the director that Pei Yan had an accident and couldn't continue acting. The hesitant protagonist is a rich second generation, so he needs to have the kind of temperament of a rich second generation, and he hopes that Mei Ziwei will be able to recommend someone to come over. Mei Ziwei's first reaction after getting the news was to invite Mu Hongsheng to play the male lead.
Lin Fan didn't have any idea about this situation,
but after Mei Qingdao heard about it,
she was extremely against it and asked Lin Fan to find a way to stop it.
For this, Lin Fan expressed his helplessness. In what position was he going to manage this? To be clear, what does this have to do with you?
When Lin Fan raised his idea, Mei Qingdao was silent for a moment before this spoke.
I'll stop it.
Anyway, the crew is now in breach of contract. Next you have to protect Wei Wei. Especially pay attention to this Mu Hongsheng. Lin Fan was slightly stunned and surprised. Second mom is thinking that this Mu Hongsheng has problems? Mei Qingdao laughed bitterly. He didn't know if Mu Hongsheng had any problems, but at this rate, wouldn't Lin Fan become an alternative son-in-law? After thinking for a while, Mei Qingdao came up with an extremely absolute reason. I can't say. A woman's sixth sense, I guess. Anyway, I dislike this guy a lot. Lin Fan nodded, and in his heart, he was wary of this Mu Hongsheng. That afternoon, Mei Ziwei found Mu Hongsheng and took the initiative to put forward her ideas and invitation. For this proposal, Mu Hongsheng was decisive in rejecting it. Subsequently, under Mei Ziwei's incessant pleas, Mu Hongsheng couldn't help but nod his head in a difficult manner, and sort of agreed to Mei Ziwei's invitation. I don't know if it was because Lin Fan himself felt wrong, or because Mei Qingdao's words made Lin Fan feel wrong. He always felt that Mu Hongsheng seemed to be in a rut from the time he refused to the time he agreed. This Mu Hongsheng's Mu family. Do you have any information? Lin Fan inquired. No. What's wrong? Peng Jing wondered. It's nothing. Hopefully I'm overthinking it. Lin Fan said indifferently. Early the next morning, Mei Ziwei waited up for Mu Hongsheng at the shooting location. The moment she saw Mu Hongsheng, Mei Ziwei even jumped up excitedly to wave. Sorry Ms. Mei. I'm late, Mu Hongsheng said politely. That's okay. I just got here not too long ago too. Mei Ziwei smiled. After hearing this conversation, the three Lin Fan behind Mei Ziwei couldn't help but glance at each other. This conversation. Let's start shooting then. Where's the director? Mu Hongsheng inquired. The director can't come. I've officially filed a lawsuit against him. Not only is the shooting on hold, but the director, Li Suk, has been detained for suspicion of underhanded behavior. The crowd sniffed and then saw Mei Qingdao slowly walking over surrounded by the crowd. Mom, why are you here? Mei Ziwei wondered. What do you say? Mei Qingdao gave Mei Ziwei a dissatisfied look. Then she walked over to Lin Fan and said, It's been a long time since I've seen you. Little Fan, are you still getting along with Wei Wei? Lin Fan opened his mouth. He really did not know what to say well. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Fan reluctantly smiled. We still have a relatively cordial relationship. Who's melting with you? Mei Ziwei glared at Lin Fan. When these words came out, Mei Qingdao's brows immediately furrowed together. At this time, Mei Ziwei completely thought that Lin Fan had said something blindly in Mei Qingdao, causing her mom to kill directly to East Guangdong. Mei Light Dance, on the other hand, could see the dissatisfaction that her daughter was showing towards Lin Fan, and while her heart was displeased, she also felt a sense of worry for the two of them in the future. As for Lin Fan, at this time Lin Fan rose a strong sense of powerlessness. He had a premonition that because of Mei Ziwei's sentence, it was possible that this mother and daughter would have to quarrel, and by then he would become the bad guy instead. Is that something wrong? Mu Hongsheng asked suspiciously. There's nothing going on, and it's none of your business, Mei Qingdao said indifferently. Mom, how can you talk to my friend like that? Mei Ziwei said in dissatisfaction. So you think your friend is more important than your mom now, right? Mei Qingdao's face sank as she asked with some displeasure. It's not even something that can be compared. After saying that, Mei Ziwei looked at Lin Fan with dissatisfaction and said, Did you say something to my mom? What? There's a rumor that he doesn't smell good when I'm video chatting with Sasha and the girls? Lin Fan said breathlessly before looking at Mei Qingdao and said soothingly, Alright second mother. Let's talk about everything when we get back to the hotel. It's not too good to talk about it here. Mei Qingdao nodded and forcefully pulled Mei Ziwei into the car. Mu Hongsheng faintly glanced at the departing mother and daughter and whispered something to the person beside him. And after seeing this scene, Lin Fan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. When he was on a mission, Lin Fan had briefly learned lip speak. And Mu Hongsheng had just said that he was looking for someone to ease the relationship and allow the crew to continue filming. So Mu Hongsheng is really setting up Mei Ziwei? After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan dialed Zheng Qian's number. At this time, Zheng Qian was taking a nap and was a little disgruntled in her heart when she heard the cell phone ringing. But when she saw that the caller was Lin Fan, the dissatisfaction in her heart immediately disappeared without a trace. Even the Zheng family's oldest ancestor didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Lin Fan, let alone her. Lin Xiao, what are your orders for me? Find the secular Zheng family to contact the Dongyu side. About the Love Bazaar this crew, if anyone files a case for a delay in normal filming first, then press me. Then give me the list of these people. Be quick. Understood. I'll get right on it. What about the reasoning? Do you have any requirements? Doesn't matter. Just don't expose me. Yes. After hanging up the phone, a commercial car stopped in front of Lin Fan. Peng Jing opened the door and politely said, Lin Xiao, take our car and go back. I've wronged you. No aggravation. Just don't make me walk back. Lin Fan joked, which made Kong Hong on the side a little embarrassed.
Evening.
Mu Hongxing is at home to study the next step of the plan. The arrangement of the people will come to the feedback. The opposite side of the delay again and again. And even in the East Guangdong several big families jointly stepped in and did not get it done. And even the face of the Mu family was refuted. Mu Hongsheng, who got this news, couldn't help but frown. There are still those who dare not give face to the Mu family in this Eastern Guangdong? Nope. Looks like the opposite side is looking for someone too. Is that Mei Qingmai? Or is it that bodyguard Lin Fan? Mu Hongxing sat on the sofa thinking while the butler stood silently waiting. Go arrange for some manpower. It doesn't have to be many, but it must be elite. We'll act tonight. Mu Hongsheng spoke. I wonder who young master is planning to move, the butler inquired. Mei Ziwei's bodyguard Lin Fan. The housekeeper was slightly stunned and said doubtfully. Young master thinks that the top management of Dongyu doesn't give face to the Mu family because of Lin Fan? It's not that I don't believe young master. It's just that is this Lin Fan really that capable? I don't know whether he did it or Mei Qingdao did it, but from Mei Qingdao's attitude towards him it's not hard to tell that the two are close. Mei Qingdao intends to set him up with Mei Ziwei, which has an impact on our plan. We have to settle him before we can do that. After hearing Mu Hongxing's words, the housekeeper hesitated even more. What's wrong? Mu Hongxing frowned. Young master, if we really move Lin Fan, will Mei Qingdao get angry? I'm worried. You don't have to worry about this at all. Even if Mei Qingdao wanted to investigate, how could he do so with a bunch of dead people? In the end, the most he can do is to find out about a crashed airplane. The housekeeper suddenly realized that the young master had already planned it. I'll get right on it. Do you need a dick? Yes, but don't get any pistols. Just arrange for a sniper to get him when the time comes. Understood. The other side. Mom, how many times do you want me to say it? Lin Fan and I are impossible. Don't even think about setting the two of us up. You're only making me hate him more and more. Mei Qingdao sighed helplessly, secretly saying that this child is really like herself when she was young. Both are so shafted. But she was still with Lin Changshan. And although the ending was not good to say the least, that memory was also the most engraved and unforgettable for her. And the daughter. You child. You think I'm harming you? Do you really think Lin Fan can't find someone better than you? If it wasn't for me, you couldn't even get in line if you wanted to get close to Lin Fan, Mei Qingdao said helplessly. Mom, whose mom are you really? You mean I'm not good enough for him? I am at least a movie queen. How many awards have I won? How many awards have I won? I don't think I would even look at him if it wasn't for you, Mei Ziwei said with some arrogance. Then why don't you look at him squarely? You're just not realizing Lin Fan's excellence now that you're thinking this way. I'll never find him good in my life, because he and good just don't mix. So you're going to be with that young master Mu, are you? As a mother I can't control you anymore, but as a boss I can. You don't want to continue filming this movie, Mei Qingdao said in a deep voice. Big deal. I'll pay the liquidated damages. I won't be an artist under your big boss Mei. This mother and daughter were getting angrier and angrier, even as they fell into a long silence. I don't know how long it took, but there was a knock on the door. Who? Mei Qingdao inquired. Second mom, it's me. I wanted to ask what you mother and daughter would like to eat. I'll go to the restaurant and pack it up for you. Lin Fan spoke outside the door. After hearing Lin Fan's voice, Mei Ziwei's small face became even more gloomy. In her opinion, if it wasn't for Lin Fan, mom wouldn't have come at all. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, he wouldn't have gotten himself into such a mess with his mom. The culprit of everything was this Lin Fan who was acting like nothing. Let's go down and eat together, Mei Qingdao responded and then prepared to open the door. After noticing Mei Ziwei, who was sitting there motionless, Mei Qingdao's face sank as she questioned. So are you playing a temper tantrum with me? Mei Ziwei didn't dare to respond, so she obediently got up and walked out with Mei Qingdao. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Mei Ziwei immediately gave a delicate hum, making Lin Fan a bit puzzled. Ignore her. What does little Fan want to eat? Mei Qingdao smiled. Lin Fan shrugged. He really wasn't picky about what he ate. I'll do as I please. I've had this appetite honed by the old man a long time ago. I have no inhibitions. Please make way for the three of you. A waiter pushing a food cart spoke. Just as Mei Qingdao and Mei Ziwei were about to miss the food cart one by one, Lin Fan suddenly grabbed the wrists of the two of them and pulled them behind him. What are you doing? Mei Ziwei questioned in dissatisfaction. Lin Fan ignored Mei Ziwei's question and directly kicked the food cart. Bang! The food cart flew straight out, not spilling the slightest bit of rice from the plates on it, but several steel knives fell to the ground. The waiter grabbed a knife and directly rushed towards Lin Fan. At the same time, the doors of the rooms on both sides of the corridor were opened, and a large group of people directly rushed out. Lin Fan blocked in front of the mother and daughter and violently kicked the waiter in the chest. At this moment, the waiter even seemed to hear the sound of his bones breaking, and then all the scenes began to slide forward rapidly, and the waiter flew out more than 10 meters away before landing on the ground. For a moment,
The waiter didn't even react to the pain on his body and looked at Lin Fan in shock, secretly saying that this was still a human being? This kick, not to mention himself, Lin Fan's kick is just a kick over a truck is not much of a problem. The people who rushed out didn't pay attention to the waiter's situation and dashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not polite. He grabbed the wrist of the person who attacked in front of him, and with a slight twist, the other person's dagger fell straight away. Lin Fan caught it smoothly, then leapt up and kicked his opponent directly in the face. At the same time, the person on Lin Fan's left side had rushed over and swung his knife quickly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's finger moved and resisted the blow after reversing the direction of the dagger. Then once again, he punched and hit the other party. With just one strike, the person who had attacked lost his ability to fight. After gripping the two daggers, Lin Fan was not polite, and while protecting the mother and daughter behind him, he was working left and right, and in the blink of an eye, he had already killed the elevator close to him. You guys go first. Lin Fan opened his mouth, without Lin Fan saying anything. At this moment, Mei Ziwei had already quickly pressed the button for the elevator, and at that instant, Lin Fan suddenly felt a killing intent. Acting almost subconsciously, Lin Fan crossed the two daggers in front of his head, and with only a bang, the two daggers in Lin Fan's hands directly segmented into two sections. With no time to think, Lin Fan hurriedly hugged the mother and daughter and jumped backward. Only after exiting the sniper's line of sight did Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. Although he was without a weapon, Lin Fan's appearance just now had really scared these people one by one and they didn't even dare to go forward. Ding! The sound of the elevator rang out, and in a moment 4 black suits rushed out, directly knocking the remaining 6 to the ground. Miss May, what's going on? Mu Hongsheng asked suspiciously after walking out of the elevator. It's Mr. Mu, Mei Ziwei shouted excitedly, then prepared to run over. Lin Fan grabbed Mei Ziwei and said something about danger. Yet Mei Ziwei did not appreciate it. Where's the danger? What kind of bodyguard are you being with this kind of guts? Mei Ziwei broke away from Lin Fan's hand and quickly ran to Mu Hongsheng's side. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mu, you saved me once again, Mei Ziwei said gratefully. Where? I didn't really do anything either, Mu Hongsheng politely said. Yes, it's true that you didn't do anything. After all, most of these people were solved by Little Fan, Mei Qingdao said faintly, then looked at Mei Ziwei with some dissatisfaction. Lin Fan did not say anything, but looked at Mu Hongsheng with his eyes. Now it seems that this Mu Hongsheng really has a problem. It is true that a woman's sixth sense is very accurate, so Mei Ziwei's danger in Dongyue is all his doing? But what is the purpose of this? Mom, how can you deprive Mr. Mu of his contribution? Mei Ziwei was dissatisfied. Then why did you deprive Little Fan of his payoff? How many people are here in total? How many did Xiao Fan tackle? Also, if it wasn't for Little Fan's agitation, I'm afraid that waiter would have already gotten his hands on him, Mei Qingdao retorted. The two of you don't get excited. I really didn't do anything. Brother Lin Fan, right. The first time I saw you I absolutely knew you were extraordinary. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Worthy of being Miss May's bodyguard. Mu Hongsheng smiled. Nowhere. I do admire Mr. Mu, but if you want to cure claustrophobia in a claustrophobic space it's best not to bring your bodyguard along, Lin Fan said with a smile. Mu Hongsheng froze, puzzled. How do you say that? I don't have this disease. You're not treating claustrophobia? That's strange. Then why have you been in the elevator all this time? I just noticed that the elevator didn't show up or down when Mei Ziwei pressed it. And this is the 11th floor for a mere 30 seconds. So that means you came up on the same elevator she pressed. After hearing these words, Mei Qingdao's brows frowned slightly. So there really was something wrong with this Mu Hongsheng? Lin Fan, don't accuse people here. You think you're the only good person in the whole world, don't you? I think it's true that you have delusions of victimization, Mei Ziwei said in dissatisfaction. This is the bodyguard's alertness. Not bad, but it's just a coincidence that the elevator moved on its own just as I got on it. That's why I only have 4 people with me here, Mu Hongsheng explained. Yeah, then. Lin Fan, you've had enough. Mei Ziwei glared at Lin Fan and said in a deep voice. I think it's you who's had enough. Little Fan saved you and this is the kind of attitude you have towards your benefactor? Come over and apologize to Little Fan and show your gratitude, Mei Qingdao ordered. On what grounds? Mei Ziwei questioned with dissatisfaction. At this time no one could stop herself from expressing her dissatisfaction with Lin Fan. Not even her old mom. Just by the fact that without Lin Fan you'd be in trouble by now. Just by the fact that he's your benefactor and you're not grateful at all. Do you really think Little Fan is a bodyguard? He doesn't have any obligation to risk his life to protect you, Mei Qingdao said in a deep voice. Forget it, none of this matters. Let's go eat first. I'm starving. Lin Fan rubbed his stomach and laughed nervously. The current him is only speculating that Mu Hongsheng has a problem. There is no actual evidence at all. And even if there is, With the current situation of Mei Ziwei, he will not believe it at all. No matter what Mu Hongsheng because of what to do these, but close to Mei Ziwei is certain. If because of the mother-daughter quarrel to Mei Ziwei angry a way that is not to follow the heart of Mu Hongsheng? Ha ha, brother Lin Fan is quite the temperament. This has just ended a thrilling life and death battle, and the next second he's going to go eat.
Mu Hongsheng's words were somewhat skillful.
First of all, he showed his affinity. After all, what kind of status he had.
To be willing to call Lin Fan a brother was already affable enough.
The second was to be sarcastic, insinuating that Lin Fan was heartless. Don't mind him, let's go downstairs. With that, Mei Ziwei took Mu Hongsheng's hand and walked into the elevator. After seeing this scene, both Mei Qingdao and Lin Fan could not help but frown.
The difference was that Mei Qingdao was worried that if her daughter got too close to another man, would Lin Fan mind in his heart.
Lin Fan, on the other hand, was worried that Mei Ziwei was so close to Mu Hongsheng, and whether he could really change anything after he produced the evidence. If Mu Hongsheng's goal was Mei Ziwei first, what if he wanted to have something here at second mother? After arriving at the restaurant, Mei Ziwei sat with Kong Hong and Mu Hongsheng, while Pang Jing and Mei Qingdao sat with Lin Fan, looking at her daughter and Mu Hongsheng who were talking and laughing. Mei Qingdao's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Little Fan
Wei, this girl is a bit willful, but she still knows how to be thankful.
Probably because she had a falling out with me and you were the one I found. That's why she's like this. In fact, she still remembers your goodness, Mei Qingdao explained. Lin Fan didn't say anything. His eyes kept sizing up Mu Hongsheng's body. The gunshot had just come running at him, and there didn't seem to be any need for him to protect the mother and daughter of the second mother much during the fight. So Mu Hongsheng's goal in playing such a trick was himself? Or is it that he can't hurt the mother and daughter of the second mom because he wants something from her, so he forces the target to be on his own fringe? Little Fan, Mei Qingdao called out, which pulled Lin Fan back from his thoughts. What's wrong?
Lin Fan said blankly.
It's nothing. You seem to be looking at Mu Hongsheng all the time. Is there really something wrong with him? Mei Qingdao inquired. It should be.
No surprise that the group just now was the one he got, but the fight plus the shooting makes me a little suspicious.
I always feel like he's targeting. Saying this,
Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Pang Jing and curiously said,
how did Mei Ziwei get to know this Mu Hongsheng?
It was when Wei Wei was in danger while filming. There was a group of people who wanted to hit Wei Wei. Then Mu Hongsheng appeared to take care of the people.
Pang Jing explained.
Lin Fan frowned slightly.
It was that simple? A cheesy hero saving a girl's life and you're done with Mei Ziwei? What about Pei Yan? Isn't the Pei family also very powerful in eastern Guangdong? Did Pei Yan not go to help at that time?
Lin Fan was curious. At that time Pei Yan was not the male lead yet. Pei Yan invested in replacing the male lead because he found out that Wei Wei was the female lead. So the day you came was the first day of Pei Yan's shooting as the male lead.
Lin Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. After dinner,
it wasn't long after Lin Fan returned to his room that Zhang Qian's phone call came over.
Lin Xiao,
regarding the things you explained, I've already had the Zhang family explain them. Today alone there were several people who wanted to go through the connections, but they all failed,
including the Mu family, the Gong family, the Ku family, the Li family, and 7 other families, and the Gong family was the one that looked for the most connections. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect this Zhang family to be quite efficient. The Gong family? Since the Gong family was the most sold out, then this Gong family should be the Mu family's direct line. Well done. Now immediately organize the news about this Gong family and send it to me, Lin Fan ordered. Okay, I'll go and do it. In addition,
the Yen family side is starting to make small moves.
You see,
I'll leave this to you guys. I believe in your Zhang family's ability.
Zhang Qian was speechless. This Lin Fan is shaking hands when a little too comfortable, right? I know. Give it to me as soon as possible. Understood. After hanging up the phone,
Lin Fan closed his eyes and slowly cultivated. Zhang Qian's side is very efficient. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, Zhang Qian's side had already organized all the information and sent it to Lin Fan.
After a brief look,
Lin Fan locked his target and then left the hotel.
Inside the Gong family villa. Master, according to the Mu family's explanation, we don't need to worry about the crew for now. Gong Feng, the head of the Gong family, nodded.
Then a hint of a smile appeared on his face after glancing at the female secretary.
Today's dress is very not from well Parisian family it,
Gong Feng said with a bad smile.
The female secretary naturally knew what Gong Feng was going to do.
Her face flashed a hint of redness before slowly coming to Gong Feng's side.
With a wink,
because the master said that he liked it, but people bought it out of their own pockets.
Oh, you can't break it. Ha ha ha, if it's broken, it's broken. A few $1,000s. Old me is not bad. With that, Gong Feng directly pulled the female secretary into his arms.
The female secretary did not resist in the slightest. Although this Gong Feng was fat and looked like a pig,
but he had money. Very quickly, the female secretary took the initiative to cater to it, and Gong Feng became even more excited, reaching out and directly ripping the Parisian family apart, ready to experience it. In 5 minutes. Master, you are really powerful, the secretary said as she fell into Gong Feng's arms. That's right. What if I can take 10 minutes if it's paired with medicine? It'll definitely make you go to heaven, Gong Feng said smugly. It's only been 10 minutes since you dispensed the medicine. You're too weak for that, aren't you? How do you talk? You. Gong Feng just wanted to accuse the female secretary before realizing that something was wrong. Just now that was a man's voice. Ah. When the female secretary saw the figure behind Gong Feng, she couldn't help but scream in fear. Gong Feng hurriedly turned his head to look, and for a moment he even forgot about the female secretary in his arms. Who are you? Gong Feng said in a deep voice. Don't worry, it's not to kill you, but it depends on whether you cooperate or not, Lin Fan said with a smile. Gong Feng frowned, and after contemplating for a moment he then widened his eyes and said, You're the bodyguard that the Mu family said you were? Yo, a bit of brains. Then you should know what I'm here for, right? Lin Fan said indifferently, then slowly approached Gong Feng. Gong Feng's hand slowly moved back and then pressed a button directly under the table. It was a moment of alarm, and a smug smile appeared on Gong Feng's face. Kid, I don't know how you got in here, but now that I've raised the alarm, you'll be rounded up within 10 seconds, Gong Feng said smugly. Then shouldn't I applaud you for your agitation? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Don't pretend to be calm here. I'm telling you, you can't run away. At this moment, Gong Feng had completely decided that Lin Fan was pretending and reminded with a teasing expression on his face. Run? Who said I'm going to run? With that, Lin Fan came close to Gong Feng. What do you want? I'm telling you, my men will be here soon. Lin Fan tapped his watch and said sarcastically. It's been 15 seconds, so shouldn't you dismiss them all? Gong Feng frowned slightly. Yes, why hadn't his own people shown up by now? He is not a fool. Since his own people did not come, since Lin Fan dared to be so easy, that person is only afraid. You killed them all? Gong Feng was surprised. Don't worry, I rarely kill people, as long as you cooperate obediently. Lin Fan patted Gong Feng's shoulder and said with an icy smile on his face. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan slowly left the Gong family with a file bag. Gong Feng, on the other hand, sat down on the ground paralyzed, feeling that he had encountered a lord that he simply couldn't afford to mess with, and that this person wasn't someone that the Mu family could afford to mess with. It was already 2 in the morning when Lin Fan returned to the hotel, so he didn't choose to disturb Mei Qingdao's mother and daughter as they rested. The next morning, after making sure that the two were definitely awake this time, he knocked on the door of the room with the bag of papers. Who is it? Mei Qingdao's soft and moving voice came from within the room. Second mom, it's me. Very quickly, the door to the room was opened. Mei Qingdao smiled and glanced at Lin Fan, and spoke. It's to have breakfast. You wait a bit, Ziwei and I will clean up a bit. Things are looking up a bit. Let's go in and talk. The two of them quickly came to the sofa out, and Lin Fan then handed over the forehead file bag in his hand to Mei Qingdao. After receiving the document bag in Lin Fan's hand, Mei Qingdao slowly examined it. For a full half hour, when Mei Qingdao finished watching Gong Feng's video as well, her eyebrows also instantly condensed into a lump. According to what Gong Feng said, it seems like the Mu family is trying to get something from second mother. It seems like a key. What exactly is this key? Lin Fan was curious. Mei Qingdao sighed and removed the pendant she had been wearing from her neck and handed it to Lin Fan. What they want should be this. This was given to me by Lin Changshan back then. According to Lin Changshan, it's a treasure trove that locks up many treasures. There are all sorts of valuable treasures inside, as well as cultivation resources. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. So the Mu family was for this? But with his own understanding of Lin Changshan, with this treasure he would have taken it out and squandered it. He could still save it? This treasure trove really exists? Lin Fan was surprised. I don't know. I've never been there, but there's no need for Lin Changshan to lie to me. I really can't imagine that this old man has been in seclusion for more than 20 years, and he's still able to bring me trouble. Mom, let's go eat breakfast. Why are you here? Mei Ziwei frowned. How can you talk? Does Xiao Fan still need your permission to come? Is it true that you wouldn't have this attitude if it wasn't Lin Fan who came? But Mu Hongsheng? Mei Qingdao questioned. How can he compare to Mr. Mu? Mei Ziwei despised. Yes, it really can't be compared. At least Xiao Fan has never thought of getting anything from you or me. While that Mu Hongsheng's motives are quite impure. Mom, you are talking nonsense. It was pure coincidence that Mr. Mu and I met. So how could there be any impure motives? Mei Ziwei retorted with a face of disbelief. There's no need to tell me this. Little Fan spent the night looking up this information. Come and see for yourself. Mei Ziwei directly picked up some of the information on the table and checked it out, including the video of Gong Feng. Impossible. Mr. Mu is definitely not such a person, Mei Ziwei retorted. And what kind of man is he? You think you know how to read people?
Lin Fan helps you unconditionally and you say he's a bad guy.
This Mu Hongsheng plots and schemes all sorts of things and you say he's a good guy? Mei Qingdao questioned. I don't believe it. I'm going to find him. With that, Mei Ziwei threw down the information in her hands and ran outside. Stop right there. What are you going to do? Going to sheep into a tiger's mouth? Mei Qingdao yelled. An intense anger surfaced on her pretty face.
Lin Fan had never thought that the second mom actually had such moments of anger. And for a moment he didn't even dare to go forward to dissuade her.
I don't believe any of this. Think you can fool me by getting a pig's head videotaped and then printing something at a random print shop? Dream on. After saying that, Mei Ziwei directly pushed open the door of the room and ran out.
Mei Qingdao was so infuriated that she nearly fainted on the spot. Lin Fan hurriedly supported Mei Qingdao and applied 2 stitches on her body which allowed Mei Qingdao to slow down.
What a family misfortune. How did I give birth to such a brainless daughter? Mei Qingdao said with some haggardness. Experience less right. In fact, Mei Ziwei is not too old. All the arrow around her she has not been involved. She is just too simple. Lin Fan enlightened. Fan, go and check on her. No matter what, she's my daughter. I don't want anything to happen to her.
Lin Fan nodded and directly left the room.
Inside the Mu family.
When Mu Hongsheng saw Mei Ziwei's moment slightly stunned.
This early in the morning to find their own what to do. What's wrong in this? Mei, wouldn't it have been better to call if you were looking for me? Mr. Mu, are you purposely trying to approach me for the purpose of the key in my mother's hand? Mu Hongsheng froze, secretly saying that he was exposed so quickly. Who told you this?
Mu Hongsheng was puzzled.
It's Lin Fan. I'm not going to believe him. Think I'm going to believe it just because I get some random information and a video of a fat pig? How about you go and poke at Lin Fan with me?
Mu Hongsheng spoke after a moment of silence.
The clearer the better. Why should I bother to explain? Because I don't want Mr. Mu to be misunderstood. Then Lin Fan also came along? Mu Hongsheng was curious. No, he didn't follow. Mr. Mu, let's go. There's no rush.
You tell me the situation first. I'm a bit confused as to why Lin Fan is targeting me so much.
You go to the living room first. I'll make you some tea.
It didn't take long for Mu Hongsheng to bring over the tea and silently listen to Mei Ziwei's narration.
That's generally how things are. Mr. Mu, let's go. After saying that, Mei Ziwei stood up, but quickly sat back down. At this moment, Mei Ziwei felt her brain go into a bit of a trance,
and a strong sense of weakness surged through her heart.
What is wrong with me? Mei Ziwei said as she rubbed her forehead. Does it feel sleepy, tired all over? Mu Hongsheng asked with a smile. Well, what's going on here? Mei Ziwei queried. Tricked chant.
Really did not expect Lin Fan to check so fast.
Originally I also thought of having a sensational love with you, but unfortunately,
if Lin Fan found out the forces behind me it would be troublesome.
Mei Ziwei looked at Mu Hongsheng with disbelief and said in surprise. So what Lin Fan said is true? Of course, otherwise where would there be so many heroic and extremely beautiful bridges? Unfortunately, I need the key in your mom's hand more than you do. Since Mei Qingdao already suspects me, it's pointless to start from your side. Hopefully she's willing to trade the key for you. Her precious daughter. Listening to Mu Hongsheng's words, Mei Ziwei's heart broke. So she was just a tool to gain her mom's trust? You son of a bitch, Mei Ziwei said through clenched teeth. Whatever you say, it's you who are willing to go gullible. How can you blame me?
And Lin Fan is indeed a nuisance.
The news that he didn't come is a relief to me. Of course, I've actually thought about laying down something else and dashing off with you, but time waits for no one. So you should get some sleep first. Mei Ziwei tried to keep herself conscious,
but her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds.
Bang! Just as Mei Ziwei was in a daze, a loud bang rang out from the doorway.
Mu Hongsheng hurriedly looked over, but realized that at this moment, Lin Fan was standing at the doorway, which meant that all 8 of his warriors had already been taken care of.
Didn't you say that Lin Fan didn't follow you? Mu Hongsheng yelled as he glared at Mei Ziwei.
Mei Ziwei looked back with almost the last of her strength,
and the moment she saw Lin Fan, Mei Ziwei's mental strength also reached its limit and she directly fell asleep. Lin Fan glanced at Mei Ziwei, who was breathing evenly, and opened his mouth to say indifferently,
"Luckily you didn't give her any strange drugs.
Based on that alone, as long as you tell me your purpose and the person behind it, I can spare you from death." The people behind what? I don't know. Mu Hongsheng opened his mouth. Do you think I'm Mei Ziwei? I've checked your Mu family. If the things in that treasure trove were real, you wouldn't be able to use them at all. So it only proves that your Mu family is working for someone else again. Tell me, is it the hidden world? Or some other power? You really are not easy to deal with. But I won't say anything. The most you can do is to get me killed. But they will get my family killed. And even make our lives worse than death. Come on, give me a pain.
With that, Mu Hongsheng closed his eyes. Oh, so I'm being belittled, am I? The means of life is worse than death. When our old man says second, no one in the world dares to say first, after being trained for more than 20 years. Do you think I'm soft? Mu Hongsheng frowned. Before he could react, a silver needle appeared on his body. And for a moment, Mu Hongsheng pointed to feel as if there were thousands of insects and ants crawling on his body. Mu Hongsheng screamed miserably and hurriedly prepared to go and pull out the needle. And at that very moment, Lin Fan struck again. The two silver needles once again stabbed at Mu Hongsheng's body. And at this time, Mu Hongsheng not only found himself unable to make a sound, but he couldn't even move. Surprised? It's just pointing. It's not difficult. Lin Fan laughed. His hand in midair slowly lowered. Thinking about Mu Hongsheng walking over, this hand had shocked Mu Hongsheng to the core. What kind of person was this Lin Fan? Don't worry, I've just boasted about it. Since I decided to torture you, I'll definitely offer the best. You know, the human body is a marvelous thing. As long as you point a few acupoints at the same time, your body's pain will be magnified several times. Feel it. Sweat was left on Mu Hongsheng's face. This was absolutely evil. Looking at Mu Hongsheng, who kept shaking his head, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and ask, "Willing to speak now?" Mu Hongsheng nodded his head hurriedly. At this moment, he felt that Lin Fan was the more frightening one. Snap! Right at this moment, a stone suddenly shot past and directly hit Mu Hongsheng's brow. The stone struck through, and Mu Hongsheng also lost his life instantly. Lin Fan froze and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to find Mu Hongsheng's butler standing behind him. What a miscalculation. It looks like you're the key player. As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan directly rushed towards the housekeeper. The butler didn't want to dwell on it and directly discharged a palm towards Lin Fan. After feeling the wind of the butler's palm, Lin Fan knew that the visitor was not good and hurriedly turned around in midair to dodge. Then revolving his body's true chi, he directly slapped the butler with a palm. Heaven-breaking palm. Seeing this stern as well, the butler also put away that relaxed expression and immediately ran his internal energy to meet Lin Fan's attack. Snap! The palm power of the two scattered in all directions. So much so that the glass of the entrance hall was crushed by the suppression. The butler took a step back before looking at Lin Fan with some shock. While at this moment, Lin Fan was already lightly injured. Grand Master? And this strength is only afraid to have reached the great achievement. These days the great masters are so worthless? The butler did not engage in a fight and fled in a flash. Lin Fan wanted to catch up, but he realized that his true chi was churning. After suppressing the riotous true chi, the butler was long gone by now. After sighing helplessly, Lin Fan carried Mei Ziwei back to the car and left the place. I don't know how long it took, but Mei Ziwei slowly opened her eyes. Recalling the scene before she passed out, Mei Ziwei was startled and hurriedly sat up from the bed, checking that her clothes were intact before she breathed a sigh of relief. "You're awake?" Mei Qingdao, who was standing in front of the window, faintly said. "Mom!" Mei Ziwei softly called out. There was regret, aggression, and even a hint of pity in this mom. Mei Qingdao couldn't help but sigh after seeing her daughter like this, and the resentment in her heart disappeared without a trace. "Don't worry, Xiaofan saved you at the critical moment, but he's also injured, now in the next room to heal. It's been a day and a night." Mei Ziwei's heart felt even more bad after hearing that Lin Fan was injured. "So the people you've always believed in, and even loved a little, have been using you, while the people you hated and resented have saved you from injury. Is there anything more ironic in the world? Is he okay?" Mei Ziwei inquired with some concern. A day and a night did not come out of the room. "This time the injury is only afraid of not light. Although I do not understand their mysterious true chi, but I also asked your dream aunt about the internal force of the thing. A day and a night can only say that this time Xiaofan has been fatally injured." Speaking here, Mei Qingdao glanced despondently at Mei Ziwei and said, "And it was under these circumstances that Xiaofan still sent you back first before the healing took place." Mei Ziwei felt even more guilty in her heart. If she said she believed him, why would she end up like this? And not so much if he'll be okay. If something is really wrong, I'm afraid I won't even forgive myself. In fact, was Lin Fan injured? There was no doubt that he was injured to the point that his true chi was running amok and he didn't even have a chance to pursue. And was Lin Fan mortally wounded? Naturally not. If the other side is really going to be a pain in the ass, why would they have to run away? Taking a step back, if Lin Fan was really mortally wounded, I'm afraid that by now, these several godmothers of Lin Fan would have already killed them. How could it be that Mei Qingdao was the only one? Mei Qingdao was only saying this towards promoting the relationship between the two. Of course, Mei Qingdao did ask He Menjing, only that He Menjing said that the injury was not light. As for Lin Fan, after returning, Lin Fan felt his weakness, so after simply stabilizing himself, he began to accelerate his cultivation. To Lin Fan's surprise, perhaps because the housekeeper had injured himself,
It caused the aura to be absorbed unusually smoothly,
and even fused with the not yet very stable true chi in his body, and began to impact the threshold of the 5th level of chi condensation without stopping.
Punt, punt.
The true chi within Lin Fan's tendons and veins was almost striking the threshold of the 5th level of chi condensation at the same frequency as his heart.
Suddenly,
Lin Fan felt that the threshold was broken through, and then the true chi slowly returned to the dantian.
Feeling the changes in his body,
Lin Fan believed that even if he faced the butler himself now,
he definitely had the strength to fight.
It's just a shame that the current steward is long gone,
and this fight will have to be put off for later. After taking a shower,
Lin Fan felt a little hungry and opened the door to his room ready to go have a good meal to celebrate. And the moment the door was opened,
Lin Fan saw Mei Qingdao standing in front of his room with an anxious face. Little Fan, you're alright? After seeing Lin Fan come out, Mei Qingdao couldn't help but inquire excitedly. Although Mei Ziwei didn't say anything, she similarly took a step forward, revealing an expression of concern. Nothing's wrong. I actually recovered a long time ago. I just practiced a bit more and forgot about the time.
Lin Fan scratched his head and said in embarrassment.
You this child, you don't help Wei Wei to speak.
You helped so many times, also didn't see this girl to appreciate.
If it really recovered a long time ago, how can you be willing not to come out?
Mei Qingdao gave Lin Fan a glance and said.
At this time, Mei Ziwei was instead more embarrassed.
How she treated Lin Fan she remembered clearly. Yet just in these few days, Lin Fan didn't know how many times he had helped himself.
There's really nothing. Let's go eat. I'm starving.
Lin Fan said awkwardly.
That's right. You should be in this condition now to replenish your body. By the way, how are things going? I heard that Mu Hongsheng died, Mei Qingdao said suspiciously.
Well, there were masters on the other side.
Didn't keep him. Saying that, Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Mei Ziwei and said, I'm sorry, I didn't keep your sweetheart. Hearing this, Mei Ziwei's heart was even more unpleasant. Even though Lin Fan didn't mean anything else, Mei Ziwei felt that it was full of sarcasm and irony. Don't say that, and I have nothing to do with him, Mei Ziwei said, embarrassed.
Seeing that her daughter's attitude towards Lin Fan had changed,
Mei Qingdao was relieved. The Mu family has now rolled up their money and fled.
So Wei Wei's danger has been lifted,
right? Mei Qingdao inquired. After hearing this, Mei Ziwei's heart suddenly tightened. Then wouldn't Lin Fan be leaving? Subconsciously, Mei Ziwei quietly pulled Mei Qingdao's sleeve. See daughter, this some reluctant expression. Mei Qingdao is both angry and funny. You say before you give you such a good opportunity you do not cherish. And now the person is going to go you regret. Not sure. Mu Hongsheng is just a pawn. But there's someone else behind him.
Lin Fan shook his head.
That's right.
I also heard Mu Hongsheng say this before I passed out,
Mei Ziwei hurriedly said. Lin Fan and Mei Qingdao subconsciously looked towards Mei Ziwei.
The former because Mei Ziwei suddenly began to agree and affirm her words somewhat uncomfortably, while the latter was considering what she could do to help her daughter.
Have you found out who's behind it? Mei Qingdao was curious. Clueless.
I only know that the butler who followed Mu Hongsheng should be the one who was the force behind the scene.
This person's cultivation is very high.
I was injured by him. Lin Fan spread his hands and said with a helpless face.
Butler? Still really did not see On
the usual Mu Hongsheng make the appearance of the housekeeper, but also cannot see that this housekeeper is the superior I think I'm only afraid that Mu Hongsheng doesn't even know that this butler is someone from his behind-the-scenes forces. If he hadn't been in a hurry to silence him this time,
I wouldn't have been able to find out at all.
Lin Fan lamented.
Then so Wei Wei is still in danger? Mei Qingdao frowned and asked with some uneasiness. Not really, I think they'll be honest for a while now. And since they know about the key, they must know what the old man used to tell them. But it's still dangerous. Anyway, the scene isn't being filmed anymore. So let Wei Wei go with you to Lingyun to take a break. It's also convenient for protection, Mei Qingdao proposed. Lin Fan couldn't help but nod after thinking about it. It's also good. Third mother, fifth mother, and sixth mother are all in Lingyun, so I'm sure they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Lingyun. And Shasha and Sisi will also be able to protect Mei Ziwei. Mei Qingdao was speechless. My godson, can't you be a little more civilized? Mei Ziwei also a little frustrated. Sasha and Sisi.
So Lin Fan calls everyone else by their intimate names,
but himself by his full name? After dinner, when the two girls returned to their room, Mei Qingdao glanced at Mei Ziwei and faintly said, What's wrong? Didn't you say that it's resolutely impossible? Why do you have this little expression now that you feel Lin Fan is not interested in you? Mom, Mei Ziwei called out petulantly, then couldn't help but lower her head. Believe me now, don't you? Without your mom and me, Lin Fan really wouldn't necessarily look at you in the eye. Mei Ziwei was speechless, speaking as if she was now looking squarely in the eye. What? Are you trying to say that you're not even looking at her right now? I can't help it. My daughter is great.
A movie queen who has won countless awards.
The goddess of many people's hearts?
Lin Fan has nothing to do with excellence in front of you.
Mei Ziwei bit her lips in aggravation,
and tears couldn't help but slide down her face.
I know wrong well, how do you still say me ah? Mei Ziwei choked.
Mei Qingdao sighed helplessly and spoke.
You still don't cherish it after I helped you once without talking you into sobriety? Mei Ziwei froze and said excitedly, you want to help me? Nonsense.
Lin Fan said that you're already safe.
Why would I let you go to Lingyun? You think I'm really giving my employees a vacation? Speaking of this, Mei Qingdao couldn't help but blush as she spoke. I'd forgotten that you, Mei Ziwei movie queen, don't even seem to be an artist under my banner anymore. Mom,
I'm not in breach of contract. I can't afford to pay the penalty either.
Mei Ziwei pouted. No more big boss Mei? It's a big boss, but it's also my mom,
Mei Ziwei said with a smile as she hugged Mei Qingdao's arm.
Really can't do anything about you, but I can only help you up to this point. How to ease the relationship with Xiaofan or even enhance the feelings is your business. Aha, I'll try.
Mei Qingdao touched Mei Ziwei's head and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy in her heart. If Lin Fan had made an effort when he arrived,
wouldn't he be ready to become a grandmother himself by now? Early the next morning,
Lin Fan and Mei Ziwei boarded the airplane to Lingyun.
In order to create a favorable environment for the two of them,
Mei Qingdao purposely bought all the seats in the first-class cabin in advance. Only after the plane took off did Lin Fan notice the situation in the first-class cabin and couldn't help but lament.
The rich people in eastern Guangdong are just arrogant. None of them are willing to go and cooperate with Lingyun City. Listening to Lin Fan's sentiments, Mei Ziwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. What? Is there something wrong with what I said?
Lin Fan said suspiciously.
Who knows? I don't know much about Dongyue. That was unfriendly to you before? I apologize to you. You won't be angry with me anymore, right? Mei Ziwei asked weakly. Angry? No. Pressed and didn't care.
Lin Fan said casually.
Then idly picked up a magazine on the side and read it.
Lin Fan was telling the truth.
He really didn't care much about these behaviors of Mei Ziwei. After all, which of the 7 godmothers' daughters wasn't like this? If they were all angry, they wouldn't even be alive now.
And Lin Fan's answer fell in Mei Ziwei's ears but changed to flavor,
saying that he was not angry.
Only that Lin Fan was actually very angry.
Only gambling that he did not. After thinking about it, Mei Ziwei closed her eyes,
then slowly leaned her head on Lin Fan's shoulder. This move was sort of the only twofold solution Mei Ziwei could think of. If Lin Fan hated himself, he could totally say that he was too sleepy and accidentally rested on Lin Fan's shoulder. If Lin Fan didn't mind, then he himself had a chance. Obviously, Lin Fan didn't care, and after noticing Mei Ziwei leaning on his shoulder, Lin Fan didn't even notice that Mei Ziwei's breathing had become rapid. After glancing at the time, Lin Fan raised his hand and pressed the call button. Soon after, the stewardess came over and politely inquired,
"This gentleman, may I ask what your orders are? Please bring over a blanket, and a couple magazines or newspapers."
Lin Fan opened his mouth.
Yes, the stewardess nodded, and the moment she got up she noticed Mei Ziwei,
who was leaning on Lin Fan's shoulder,
and for a moment she couldn't help but light up. What a great guy. Is the movie goddess already taken?
Although she was curious, her professionalism as a flight attendant made her forcefully suppress the gossip in her heart and bring over what Lin Fan wanted. When Lin Fan covered Mei Ziwei's blanket,
Mei Ziwei's little face couldn't help but show a smug smile.
It seems that Lin Fan still cares about himself.
There were no words along the way, and when the plane landed, Mei Ziwei couldn't help but breathlessly follow behind Lin Fan, who really only read magazines and newspapers along the way. Ha!
I'm such a beautiful woman leaning on your shoulder.
Or sleeping state. You even peek at me is considered to be my respect. Ah.
When she walked out of the airport, Mei Qingdao was just about to open her mouth when she saw a dark shadow pounce on Lin Fan's arms.
Big bad guy. After going to Eastern Guangdong for so many days, you didn't make a move on someone just because Wei Wei is pretty, right? Kong Shasha asked with a smile. Of course not. If you don't believe me, ask the person in question. With that,
Lin Fan pointed at Mei Ziwei behind him.
Kong Shasha froze, secretly saying that Lin Fan had abducted another one? Before, she was the one Lin Fan had abducted after a trip there, and he hadn't expected Mei Ziwei to do the same. At this time, Mei Ziwei has been in shock. Does it mean that Lin Fan and Kong Shasha have?
And when Mei Ziwei noticed that several people behind Kong Shasha's face are helpless and with a hidden envious expression, Mei Ziwei is now more and more understand the words of the mother at the beginning of the word.
Wei Wei. Long time no see.
Kong Shasha loosened her arm around Lin Fan's neck and pulled up Mei Ziwei's hand enthusiastically.
Mei Ziwei fully embodied the actor's qualities,
suppressed the shock in her heart and smiled.
Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen it. You and Lin Fan. You too. The two of them are like glue. Let's not talk about them. Let's go home.
Fortunately Cece had the foresight to say that she'd drive 2 cars over. or else she wouldn't really be able to sit down. After Li Xin said helplessly, she took over Mei Ziwei's luggage. When everyone returned home, Lin Fan was about to put his luggage back in his room when Kong Shasha snatched Lin Fan's luggage away. I'll help you pack. And lunch is on you. Lin Fan looked in the direction of the dining table and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the piles of ingredients on the table. Lin Fan can still cook? Mei Ziwei said curiously. More than will. It's exceptionally well made. I'm getting fat. She joked. Lin Fan sighed and spoke. Alright, let's satisfy you few little greedy cats today. Sasha, what do you want to eat? Plum cabbage buckle pork, Kong Shasha hurriedly said. Where's she? Lin Fan continued to inquire. I want sweet and sour carp. Light ink? Beef with scallions. Xin, coke chicken wings. May Violet? Mei Ziwei had already thought about what she wanted to eat, but after noticing that Lin Fan only called her full name she couldn't help but feel a little lost, and at the same time a little reluctant to respond to Lin Fan. Seeing that Mei Ziwei didn't answer, Lin Fan thought that Mei Ziwei was embarrassed and spoke. Nothing in particular you want to eat? I remember that second mother said that you grew up in Bashu, so I'll make you a spicy chicken. After saying that, Lin Fan began to organize the ingredients. After helping Lin Fan organize his luggage, Kong Shasha came to Lin Fan's side and whispered, Did you just do that on purpose? Just now? What? Lin Fan said blankly. Lin Fan wasn't a straight man of steel, but he just didn't understand women that well either. In his opinion, a woman who originally hated you very much would not suddenly ease up with you, including Li Xin and she, who were both slowly friendly only after a long period of contact. And Mei Ziwei didn't have much contact with herself, so it was a bit too self-conscious to call her Vivi just like everyone else right now. As for a woman who hated you would suddenly like you, Lin Fan would be even less likely to believe it unless you showed it. For example, Sasha Kong and Mingqi Zhang. If it wasn't for the two girls taking the initiative, Lin Fan wouldn't have thought about that at all. And naturally, there wouldn't have been a follow-up. It's nothing. Do your cooking. Kong Shasha gave Lin Fan a blank look before walking directly towards the women. Lin Fan didn't care and began his work as a fireman. When they finished cooking, the girls also contacted Zhang Mingqi, who had just gotten up. It's time to eat. What is this gathering for? Lin Fan curiously said. Chatting with Kiki. There aren't enough rooms in the house, so Weiwei can only stay in Kiki's room. Kong Shasha spoke. Are you guys going to eat? I really miss Lin Fan's craftsmanship a bit, Zhang Mingqi said with some nostalgia. I'll make you whatever you want to eat when you come back from vacation, Lin Fan said with a smile. Really? That's a deal. After saying that, Zhang Mingqi suddenly stretched out 3 fingers and pinched her nose. The climate is different. It's really a bit uncomfortable. Then I'll stop chatting with you guys for now. You guys also go eat quickly. Lin Fan quietly nodded after noticing Zhang Mingqi's suggestive look. After dinner, Lin Fan stated that he wanted to go back to his room to rest, and then he unlocked the door to his room. When Lin Fan dialed Zhang Mingqi's video, Zhang Mingqi connected almost in seconds. What's wrong? Miss me? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Not at all. But you're smart enough to know what I mean, Zhang Mingqi said playfully. Of course. 7 o'clock. But it's not that I'm smart, it's that we're in sync. Speaking of which, why did Weiwei go with you to Lingyun as well? Zhang Mingqi was curious. Second mom said the crisis with Mei Ziwei hasn't gone away yet, so she told me to be more protective. After hearing this explanation, a skeptical look surfaced on Zhang Mingqi's face. Protection? I'm just afraid it's the kind that wants Lin Fan to stick close to you. What are you looking at me like that for? Mei Ziwei is disgusted with me. Lin Fan spread his hands, helplessness written all over his face. I'm really worried that Mei Ziwei will join forces with her little sisters to torture herself later. Zhang Mingqi bitter smile. We have a large group of people which at the beginning are not all very antipathetic to you, and now which did not fall off. Just as Zhang Mingqi wanted to open her mouth, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Lin Fan was slightly stunned and puzzled. Who is it? It's me. Open the door. Kong Shasha outside the door opened her mouth. This startled both Lin Fan and Zhang Mingqi, with the latter directly inquiring. You asked out Shasha? Then what are you videoing with me for? You're killing people. Looking at the slightly scared Zhang Mingqi, Lin Fan was also a bit confused at this time. Surprised, I didn't make an appointment. Hurry up and open the door. I won't spare you if you upset Shasha. After saying that, Zhang Mingqi directly hung up the video. After quickly putting the headphones away, Lin Fan opened the door to his room. Why did you lock the door? Kong Shasha asked as if she was disgruntled, but with a smile on her face. Nothing. This is not to practice it. Before Xin almost affect me, so I locked the door just in case. Oh, so that's how it is. Kong Shasha's smile suddenly grew even stronger. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked somewhat sheepishly. It's nothing. My nose is a little itchy. With that, Kong Shasha stretched out 3 fingers and pinched her little nose.
Lin Fan froze. This is not. Could it be that Kong Shasha had noticed the secret signal Zhang Mengqi had given herself? Is it a cold? Let me take your pulse,
Lin Fan said stiffly. Just at the moment Lin Fan held Kong Shasha's wrist, Kong Shasha directly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Fan on the lips, then smiled and said,
I just came to tell you that I'm not angry, and I don't mind at all. So I'll go back to my room first. If in the past,
Kong Shasha was so proactive Lin Fan would not have been able to let Kong Shasha go back. However, at this time Lin Fan did not have that mind. Shock and fear was written all over his face. She said she wasn't mad.
Could it be that she really knew about herself and Zhang Mengqi?
He had spent most of this time away from Ling Yun because he was protecting Mei Ziwei.
Could Kong Shasha have found out something just because of 2 videos? Women's sixth sense is too scary. After locking the door from Nu, Lin Fan dialed the video call here. When Zhang Mengqi got on the line,
she no longer had the shyness of a hot teenager, as if she was delving into a subject.
No need to act. Sasha's gone.
Oh, scared me to death.
You're really something too. You don't know to be more careful,
Zhang Mengqi said in dissatisfaction.
I'm careful enough. Hard to say it. Can only blame your women's sixth sense.
Lin Fan bitterly smiled. This pinched his nose and said, what does this have to do with a sixth sense? Who has nothing to do with always feeling their boyfriend.
Speaking here,
Zhang Mengqi suddenly realized that something was wrong and was surprised.
What do you mean by that? Could it be that Shasha
she seemed to have found out, and made a point of saying that she wasn't angry and didn't mind,
and even kissed me.
Lin Fan subconsciously touched his mouth and said, this. Zhang Mengqi is also a little panicked.
Kong Shasha's sixth sense has always been very accurate.
Now it seems that she really may know.
So what does it mean she's gone? It can't be that she's leaving, can it?
You quickly stop her, Zhang Mengqi said anxiously. If she let Kong Shasha leave because of herself, then Zhang Mengqi was only afraid that she would never forgive herself in her life. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Mengqi in confusion and said,
how did you come up with this side?
I have a feeling that Shasha is really not angry. She just wants the 2 of us to be able to come clean with her.
How could it be?
What kind of woman is willing to share her boyfriend with another person? Zhang Mengqi said in dissatisfaction.
You.
Lin Fan's answer made Zhang Mengqi's small face red.
Dissatisfied.
My situation is different. I was originally a latecomer. What qualifications do I have to earn with Shasha?
Anyway, you're not allowed to say anything about this matter. I'll think of a way to talk to Shasha when the time comes.
Oh. Lin Fan nodded obediently. Since Zhang Mengqi said she wanted to solve it herself,
let her do it. After a night's rest, the next morning, Lin Fan and the 3 girls went to school together. As for He and Mei Ziwei is not a student of Lingnan University, it is not appropriate to go to Lingnan University or something. They directly stayed at home vacation. After arriving at the classroom,
Lin Fan had just sat down when Duan Chang's sentence directly caused Lin Fan to jump straight up.
Boss, sister-in-law has left. She asked me to say goodbye to you before.
Lin Fan was a bit confused.
Gone?
So Zhang Mengqi was right.
Kong Shasha really left? Sasha, where did she go? No, she obviously came with me this morning. When did she tell you? Lin Fan directly grabbed Duan Chang's collar and asked excitedly. Duan Chang was startled by this situation of Lin Fan.
This was the first time he had seen Lin Fan lose his temper like this.
No, not. It's Si Kong Xian's sister-in-law. Si Kong Xian? Lin Fan froze,
then directly released his hand and sat back down again.
You kid almost didn't scare me to death.
I don't have much of a relationship with Si Kong Xian.
At most I'm just a friend. It's fine if you call blindly, but don't fucking scare me,
Lin Fan said in dissatisfaction.
It really doesn't matter?
But I see that Si Kong Xian really likes the boss. Whether she likes me or not is her business. I don't mean that on my side, Lin Fan said breathlessly.
Oh, right. Si Kong Xian's sister-in-law. Si Kong Xian classmate asked me to convey a sentence,
saying that she is very grateful for the boss's help to her,
and that she left,
and that she will come to help the boss when she has the ability to do so in the future.
Well, Lin Fan nodded. He didn't really care about any of this. Si Kong Xian estimate cannot help themselves what?
They also have know that side of the meaning of her. It is estimated that can help themselves will not let her help it. It didn't take long for Wang Lan to walk inside the classroom,
and the moment she saw Lin Fan, Wang Lan couldn't help but brighten up,
and the emotions that she had been moping about were swept away.
You guys go to study hall first. Lin Fan, come out with me for a moment. After saying that, Wang Lan took the lead and walked towards the outside of the classroom.
Since Wang Lan was in a bad mood lately, the students within the class didn't dare to look at Wang Lan at all. So much so that no one noticed the change in Wang Lan's expression either, and only thought that Wang Lan was probably ready to take it out on Lin Fan because he hadn't come to school for several days again.
Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Fan unanimously, with a look of sympathy on their faces.
Lin Fan was also a bit helpless. There was basically only one possibility for Wang Lan to find himself. Could it be that his old husband and mother-in-law were up to something again? After walking out of the classroom, before Lin Fan could ask a question, Wang Lan took the lead and asked, "Do you have any connections at the provincial radio station? Or can Su Dong intervene?" Lin Fan froze. Provincial radio? What situation? Lin Fan inquired blankly. "Don't you care? You answer me first," Wang Lan said with a frown. "Can it?" Lin Fan didn't dare to say the words to death. Looking at Wang Lan's anxious appearance, Lin Fan was a little worried that she would arrange an extremely troublesome task for herself. "That's good. You come with me to the office. I'll talk to you in detail." With that, Wang Lan pulled Lin Fan's hand and walked directly to the office. When he got to the office, Wang Lan's behavior simply made Lin Fan feel incredible. It could be said that Wang Lan almost invited him to sit on the office chair and then made tea and smiled with him, which made Lin Fan not help but feel a little weak. What the hell is this Wang Lan up to? This set of forget it. I have already been so picked by the dean once before. If there is anything, just say it. If I can help, I will help. Who are we with each other? Wang Lan couldn't help but give Lin Fan a blank look. But thinking of requesting Lin Fan, she still adjusted her facial expression to her best. "Lin Winnie, do you remember?" Lin Fan froze slightly, sitting in his chair and couldn't help but reminisce. "You really forgot when he really didn't say anything wrong." Wang Lan sighed helplessly, and his heart couldn't help but hang in the air. "So who is it?" Lin Fan was surprised. "It's the reporter who interviewed us. You were so attentive to them before. It's true that there's no such thing as a good man." That's a bit much. At least my father-in-law is a man." "You, forget it. I want to ask you to help Winnie. She looks beautiful, you know." They changed the leader above. That leader has ideas about her. After she resisted was taken down a lot of work. Even the hosts that had been set were cancelled. Lin Fan looked blankly at Wang Lan and was surprised. "When did you two become so friendly? We women naturally talk about our friendships in a way that you, a smelly man, can't understand." Yes. Stinky man can't help. Go back to class," Lin Fan said with dissatisfaction, then got up and prepared to leave. Wang Lan hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's wrist and said after hesitating for a moment, "Good brother, just help out." "No help. It's not good for a good brother to get involved. I'm not your husband." Lin Fan was just trying to cope with Wang Lan. He was worried that setting this precedent would cause a lot more trouble. And Lin Winnie didn't say anything, so he thought that people would be able to solve the problem. Except that the words fell on Wang Lan's ears but completely changed. Good husband. Help. Wang Lan gritted her teeth and endured herself for the sake of her good girlfriend. If Lin Fan couldn't help, he would absolutely tear him apart himself. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What did Wang Lan just call himself? "You are screaming," Lin Fan said with some anticipation. Wang Lan's face sank as she glared at Lin Fan. "Don't give an inch. You have to help." Lin Fan pondered for a moment before saying, "You're calling twice. I'll call now." "You." Wang Lan gritted her teeth and took a deep breath before still following Lin Fan's wish. "Good husband. Help my girlfriends. Good husband," Wang Lan said in a petulant manner. Lin Fan was listening to the heartbeat accelerated. The name calling was such a big shock, just turning into a husband? In the future, I'll be sure to let Sasha and Kiki call themselves that as well. Satisfied yet? If you're satisfied, hurry up and call. Wang Lan was dissatisfied. Fine. I'll fight." Lin Fan was also righteous and directly called Zhang Tian to inquire about the provincial radio station. Knowing as station manager, after all, we still have quite a few advertisements for Zhang's. "What's the matter, young Lin? You want to advertise too?" Zhang Tian curiously said. Lin Fan didn't reply, but instead looked at Wang Lan and inquired, "Who is that person you're talking about?" "Called Dong Hui. Seems to be the new station manager. Said to have some trouble with his identity." Lin Fan nodded and then told Zhang Tian Dong Hui's name. "Please wait a moment. Lin Xiao. I'll get in touch to ask this person." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan had nothing to do, so he gossiped about Wang Lan's friendship with Lin Wenyi. However, Wang Lan's answer was indeed very simple and rough. "What do you stinking man care?" At this time, Wang Lan was the polar opposite of before, and her attitude towards Lin Fan was much colder. Couldn't care less. Okay. Really? Using people before calling them good husbands, using them after stinking men, Lin Fan said sarcastically. "You." Looking at Wang Lan's gnashing of teeth, Lin Fan's mood was great. He didn't know why. No matter how irritated he was, as long as he teased this beautiful class guide, Lin Fan's mood would be unbridled. Very quickly, Zhang Tian's call returned. This Dong Hui is really not an ordinary person. He is not only the director of the station. Behind him there are some forces. Zhang Tian know that the director of the station hard even with Dong Hui to convey the words of Zhang Tian are not willing to. which can be seen that this Dong Hui's energy is really not small.
After hanging up the phone,
Lin Fan couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and said, I asked. This Dong Hui's identity seems to be unusual, even though he's the same station manager.
No one dares to meddle with Dong Hui's affairs. Why don't you consider letting Lin Wenyi change careers?
Wang Lan froze and frowned as she questioned.
I screamed 3 times and you're giving me an answer to change careers? Called what? Call you your husband? Ah. You tricked me into calling again.
At this time holding a small fist constantly pounding Lin Fan Wang Lan, which still has any teacher image. Completely a young girl with a boyfriend pampered. The key is that people's backgrounds are really unusual. Ah. Really can't transfer to Central State Radio.
I'll help arrange it.
Lin Fan proposed after thinking for a while. Wang Lan couldn't help but think that this was a solution after thinking about it. And it was true that Zhengzhou Radio was much better than the provincial radio station.
And Lin Wenyi had been promoted. Without hesitation, Wang Lan directly dialed Lin Wenyi.
Yet the result he got made Wang Lan freeze.
Lin Wenyi was a reporter for the Zhengzhou radio station back in the day,
only to be rejected by Lin Wenyi because she was looked at by the higher-ups who wanted to dive a bit.
After being dismissed again, Lin Wenyi, that's when she came to Ling Yun's side.
So it's even more likely that she won't go to the Central State radio station. This time can make Wang Lan a little difficult. So Lin Fan's solution cannot be used at all. Ah. He had called himself a good husband for nothing.
Why did he feel like he had lost his wife and his army?
Wenyi said that the Zhengzhou radio station also has such trouble. She is because of this only to come to Ling Yun.
You help it, good husband. That Dong Hui background again big is not as good as you, is not it? Then I can't directly get people down. Even if I do, Dong Hui relying on his backer will definitely not let go of Lin Wenyi,
which instead harmed her.
Do I have to even pull down Dong Hui's backer? That's a good suggestion. How about people call you more if you succeed? Wang Lan proposed. Not good.
If Lin Wenyi wants to change careers, I can ask my third mom to take him in as a publicist for the Myriad Rhymes group.
That's all I can do. With my third mom around, Dong Hui wouldn't dare to do anything. Wang Lan couldn't help but sigh and could only nod silently. That's it for now then. Hurry up and get to class.
You said you're a teacher dragging your own students to the office to call your husband during class time.
What's your demeanor?
Wang Lan was exasperated and clenched her silver teeth.
This isn't what you told her to call for?
If Lin Fan knew what Wang Lan was thinking at this time, he must have cried out in vain.
Who would have thought that you could understand so biased? Ah. Noon.
Lin Fan was about to find Kong Shasha and the others for lunch when Wang Lan came straight to the door to cut them off.
Come on. I'll buy you dinner.
Lin Fan was slightly stunned and spoke.
No need. It's just a small favor. It's not.
That Wenyi doesn't want to give up this job of hers.
So I want to find you to study what to do. Next. Wang Lan was a bit embarrassed.
Lin Fan was a bit speechless. And he didn't know whether it was better to say that Lin Wenyi was too twisted or that Wang Lan was too much of a worrywart.
Well, love can't help you. Besides, you're just BFFs, not real sisters. Why do you care so much? People might have already figured out a solution. You're purely, here, cut the crap and follow me.
Lin Fan was really calmed by this sentence and obediently followed Wang Lan to her place.
Why don't you have a seat and I'll cook for you?
And then to take the shortest hand and eat the softest.
I ate your cooking, I can't refuse and must help. I'm not stupid.
Lin Fan laughed slightly sarcastically.
You may not eat it, but I can't guarantee what will happen afterward.
I heard that you've already clarified your relationship with Kong Shasha.
Then what would she think if I told her you took advantage of me?
Wang Lan said smugly. Lin Fan froze and was surprised.
How did I take advantage of you? You let me call you. Anyway, you are taking advantage of me. If you don't eat it, I will go and tell Kong Shasha. Wang Lan said unreasonably. That look was a little bit of petulance. I say, Professor Wang, you can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. Right. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, so eat it. Wang Lan hastily nodded and said.
Lin Fan opened his mouth and didn't really know what to say for a moment.
I kind of met the master today. Okay, I'll eat it, okay? But say yes. After I eat it you can't threaten me with Sasha again.
Lin Fan said helplessly.
Aha, go sit down then. Feeling that the plan was working, Wang Lan ran straight to the kitchen and started cooking lunch. Half an hour later,
Wang Lan walked out with 2 dishes.
And although it didn't look as good as Chen Siyu's, it could still kill a lot of housewives. Come taste my handiwork.
Lin Fan helplessly got up and sat down at the table and took a bite of the food.
Then spoke. The taste is not bad. As for Lin Wenyi's matter, I have thought about it. My second mother should know many people from the radio station.
The country let her choose one at random.
This is the limit of what I can do.
But Wenyi said that she fell down before because of this matter. So this time she is determined not to fall down at all.
She will resist to the end. Then there's really nothing I can do.
Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Lin Fan was speechless. He really couldn't stand such a twisted person.
The key: you don't twist your own. You don't let Wang Lan to annoy me. Ah.
Then I'll tell. The deal was that I wouldn't threaten me with Sasha if I ate it. If you insist, don't blame me for being rude, Lin Fan directly interrupted. Seeing Lin Fan's gloomy face, Wang Lan was even a bit scared for a moment, and after hesitating for a while, she continued, "Good husband. Help. I know you're great. You can definitely solve it. Stop it. You think I'm piggy? I'm immune to this one. It doesn't work for me. I've given plenty of solutions. Whether you use them or not is up to you." Wang Lan was torn for half a day, then opened her mouth to discuss. Then, "How about if you help solve Dong Hui? How about I give you a kiss?" Lin Fan froze, and then immediately laughed, "And then come to a first on the car without buying a ticket? This kind of thing our family old man since I was 11 years old on my special training. I absolutely do not play white work." And, before Lin Fan could finish his words, Wang Lan came over and directly kissed Lin Fan on the mouth. Lin Fan is completely stupid. Wang Lan is still really close. I've already kissed it. My old lady bought the ticket first. If this car of yours doesn't depart, I'll smash it, Wang Lan said through clenched teeth. I'll get in touch, so I'll go ahead. After saying that, Lin Fan directly got up and left Wang Lan's place. After watching Lin Fan leave, Wang Lan's little face swished red. How did yourself really kiss up? And just mean a kiss on the face. Why would you choose the mouth? Is it possible that one's heart is more expectant of the mouth? Nope. Wang Lan, Lin Fan is your student and he has a girlfriend. What are you thinking? Wang Lan kept reminding herself internally. But the more she reminded herself, the redder her face became. And Lin Fan, who had left, was also a bit out of sorts at this point, subconsciously touching his lips. What a guys! Just now it was the beautiful mentor who initiated the kiss? It's amazing. Although this is not his own intention, but have taken advantage of this. Do not help does not seem to be that thing. Lin Fan made a call to Zhang Tian here. Before Zhang Tian could open his mouth, Lin Fan directly opened his mouth. I want all the information of this Dong Hui. His families, his backers, in short, all the information to me, and fast. Alright young Lin, I'll be sure to send you all the information before tonight. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan just wanted to go back to school when his cell phone rang here. Lin Fan, where have you died? How dare you not have lunch with me? Kong Shasha questioned with dissatisfaction. Something came up all of a sudden. I'm on my way to you. Forget it. Vivi said it's too boring at home. Go and hang out with her. If she's satisfied I won't be angry. Otherwise you'll just wait for me. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the afternoon. Play along with it. After returning home, Lin Fan directly picked up his car and took Mei Ziwei and she with him to go shopping within the mall. And it was only within the mall that Lin Fan finally realized just how terrifying a woman's fighting ability could be. If he hadn't practiced, he would just have to crawl around himself by now. Two little ancestors, it's been 3 hours. Aren't you guys tired at all? Lin Fan asked in surprise. No way, you're a Zong Shi de Chine, you have such poor stamina? She was surprised. Not to mention, I also just realized that my stamina is so poor. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. The two women glanced at each other, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Lin Fan wondered. It's alright. We're a bit thirsty. There's a cold drink store over there. Let's go there and have a drink before we leave. She pointed to the cold drink store on the side and said, I'll go get you guys some. What are you drinking? See? Lin Fan hurriedly inquired. At this moment, Lin Fan even had the feeling of finally seeing the helicopter that picked him up after doing a 9 deaths and no life mission. Iced coffee it is. What about you? May Violet? Mei Ziwei frowned slightly and said in dissatisfaction. Call me Wei Wei. Ha! Lin Fan didn't dare to be sure if what he heard was true, and looked at Mei Ziwei in surprise. I said call me Wei Wei. Mei Ziwei glared at Lin Fan here and spoke. Lin Fan scratched his head in bewilderment and was surprised. But don't you like it when people you don't know well call you that? You. Before Lin Fan could finish his words, he saw the beating tears in Mei Ziwei's eyes. This time Lin Fan immediately panicked and hurriedly said, I'll call you Wei Wei. Don't cry. So Wei Wei, what do you want to drink? I want orange juice. Mei Ziwei laughed happily. Lin Fan was speechless. How could he forget that Mei Ziwei was an actress who had won a movie? After obediently buying drinks for the two women, he was about to go back when he realized that a well-dressed man was sitting beside the two women at that moment. Hello beautiful girl. My name is Dong Ming. My father works at the provincial radio station. I think you have all kinds of conditions that are very good. Do you want to consider becoming a star? The provincial radio station recently has a script. I think you're perfect for the female lead. Not interested, she said icily. This scene looked at Lin Fan that a secret pleasure. He was not less by He's so ice-cold treatment in the beginning. And now it is finally someone else's turn. Is it bad to be a star? Do you know about Mei Ziwei? She's the one we've cultivated. So there's a chance you'll meet her and even work together when the time comes, Dong Ming said without giving up.
That's not necessary. We've always been together. Besides, I really don't think there's anything good about being a star. Mei Ziwei gently removed the mask,
revealing her original face and said,
Mei.
Dong Ming never dreamed that he just wanted to dive a beautiful woman to borrow Mei Ziwei's fame. But the result was that he really met the right person. You can leave if there's nothing else. Lin Fan placed 2 cups of cold drinks in front of the 2 women and said indifferently,
Who are you? Dong Ming frowned slightly, thinking to himself, who is this kid to dare talk to himself like this? What do you care who I am? Get lost,
Lin Fan said impatiently. Lin Fan's appearance made she and Mei Ziwei feel a little happy in their hearts.
Lin Fan was not used to seeing others accosting him. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Do you believe that I will make you lose your reputation? Dong Ming's face was extremely gloomy.
And at this moment, the 2 girls' smiles were directly recognized by him as his mockery of himself.
I know, talking to a liar.
Lin Fan spread his hands.
Who are you calling a liar? Dong Ming glared at Lin Fan questioningly. Lin Fan didn't answer,
but turned his head to Mei Ziwei and asked,
Do you know him? Don't know. Mei Ziwei directly shook her head, not even bothering to look at Dong Ming again. See, this is not a liar. Besides, Wei Wei is an artist under Light Dance Entertainment. You don't even know this. What kind of insider are you pretending to be?
Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Mei Ziwei was secretly happy in her heart. Lin Fan really still called himself Wei Wei, which sounded better.
You, little brat, you wait for me. Dong Ming threw down a sentence before directly turning around and preparing to leave. Wait. Just as Dong Ming was about to leave,
she suddenly spoke up and called out to him.
Dong Ming froze.
Then his face was delighted as he enthusiastically inquired,
What's the matter, beauty? Interested in hearing what I just said? Shut the hell up. Did I tell you to talk?
She said in a deep voice.
This sentence choked Dong Ming as much as he could, and for a moment he was hard-pressed to know what to say. Did you just scold him?
She inquired as she pointed at Lin Fan beside her.
Yes, of course I'm scolding him. How could I ever scold a beautiful woman like you? Bang! As soon as Dong Ming's words fell, she kicked Dong Ming out.
Next time if you dare to be unruly to him again,
I'll abolish you,
she said with an icy voice, and for a moment the air around him seemed to drop several degrees.
You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you believe me? I don't care what you want to say. In short, I don't believe it.
She directly interrupted Dong Ming's words before taking out his defender's ID from his bag. Upon seeing the documents in She's hand, the people who had originally thought that Dong Ming had been beaten for no reason had all taken She's side in this instant. And even the people who had wanted to go and help him had withdrawn their hands.
What's a defender gonna do? You stinking bitch. I'm going to get dozens of people to take a turn. Snap.
Before Dong Ming could finish his words, the floor tiles in front of him directly exploded. When the crowd looked closer, they realized that a plastic straw was settling dead center on the ground.
If you say any more, this one will come back to hit you directly on the head,
Lin Fan said with an icy face,
still holding a black plastic straw in his hand.
This time the crowd finally realized that Lin Fan and the others were not ordinary.
Not to mention, a plastic straw can break bricks? Dong Ming was also terrified, rolling and crawling as he fled.
She glanced at Lin Fan in doubt and said in surprise,
You've broken through again? That was an outward release of internal force just now, right?
It's impossible for a non-grade master to use it.
Well, broke through some time ago. These are not important. Let's hurry up and go, so as not to pay too much attention in letting Wei Wei be discovered. That would be even more troublesome.
Lin Fan finally seized the opportunity to escape and hurriedly opened his mouth. The 2 women did feel that Lin Fan's words were very reasonable,
and after nodding,
they took the cold drinks that Lin Fan had just bought and headed directly outside.
In the evening,
Lin Fan received a message from Zhang Tian. When he saw that Dong Ming is exactly Dong Hui's son, is not help but feel that the world is really small enough. If Lin Fan was hesitant to settle Dong Hui before, he was now completely firm in his thoughts.
What are you looking at?
Kong Shasha saw that Lin Fan was not even eating his meal, and was looking straight at the cell phone in front of him, so she couldn't help but come over and ask curiously with her little head.
Wasn't this guy the one we met at the mall today? You even made a point to investigate him?
Mei Ziwei similarly glanced at Lin Fan's cell phone,
then asked with a puzzled expression.
I'm investigating his old man. I just didn't expect it to be so coincidental.
Wei Wei, do me a favor. After thinking for a while, Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Mei Ziwei to discuss. After the name change, Mei Ziwei was in a great mood and said with great bravado, Say it, as long as I can do it, I'll fix it for you right away. Then how about Vivi, you offer yourself? Kong Shasha joked. Mei Ziwei's small face flushed, and after blanking Kong Shasha, she directly threw the paper ball in front of her that was wiping her mouth at Kong Shasha. What's the matter? Said your girl's heart? Kong Shasha asked with a smile. You dead ninny.
Believe it or not, I'll strangle you to death. Mei Ziwei was infuriated and directly got up and rushed towards Kong Shasha. Several women were so enthusiastic that they made a mess straight away. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Fan's blood chi began to roll over, which caused Lin Fan to freeze on the spot.
Another breakthrough for yourself? Just because you saw them fighting?
Lin Fan was getting more and more excited. Just as he was about to meet the breakthrough Lin Fan's two nostrils then flowed out blood at the same time. Lin Fan hastily covered his nose and threw himself towards the restroom.
Damn. It seems that he really thought too much. Dong family. Dong Hui looked at Lin Wenyi on the TV with a disgusted smile on his face. Sure enough,
this woman is good looking when she smiles.
Which if you get into bed, pissed off. Just as Dong Hui was fantasizing,
a teenager stumbled into the house with annoyance written all over his face as well.
What's wrong, son? Why are you so angry? Dong Hui asked suspiciously. Fuck. Not only did I let two women humiliate me today, I also let a man insult me. Dong Ming directly sat down on the sofa and said in dissatisfaction. Insulted by a man? Want me to play you a song by Zhou Dong? Dong Hui joked.
It's not that kind of insult.
It's... Before the words came out, Dong Ming saw the figure of Lin Fan being interviewed on the TV. Dad, who is he?
Dong Ming hurriedly grabbed Dong Hui's wrist and inquired.
Her?
She's a reporter from our TV station.
Called Lin Wenyi. Not bad looking, right? But unfortunately, your father I booked first.
Dong Hui opened his mouth and said.
For Lin Wenyi he can have to greet his son now. Otherwise he and his son will not be brothers? No, I'm talking about that guy. Dong Ming pointed at Lin Fan. Dong Hui froze, and after recalling a bit, he said, it seems to be a master's degree student from Ling University. It's said to be a genius. What's wrong? It's him, he's the one who messed up my face. Ling Yun University, right? I'll bring someone to abuse him tomorrow,
Dong Ming said with a gloomy face.
Dong Hui didn't pay much attention to it and spoke directly. Do what you want, then go and plot away. Don't affect me from looking at beautiful women.
Dong Ming had a look of contempt on his face as he spoke.
I say, Dad, can you not be so blatant?
Although you and Mom are divorced,
haven't you always said you want to get back together? It's the relationship that's getting back together, not the feelings, and your mom is having more fun than I am.
Dong Ming shrugged his shoulders, and he didn't bother about his parents,
directly turning around and going back inside his room. Early the next morning, when Lin Fan's few people went to school, Kong Shasha's few people secretly looked at Lin Fan and laughed. When he thought that Lin Fan could actually get a nosebleed watching a few of his people fighting, he couldn't help but feel that Lin Fan was still very innocent. Stop laughing.
You guys have been laughing all night.
What's wrong with laughing all the way here again?
Lin Fan said in dissatisfaction.
No, we'll just laugh for a while. In fact, if you can't hold it in, you can call me. Of course, I won't mind if you call other people. I believe they won't mind either.
When Kong Shasha said this, Li Xian's face instantly turned red and pinched Kong Shasha's waist in dissatisfaction.
You serve your own man. Don't push us into the fire pit too. Stop it.
Lin Fan will get another nosebleed later.
Lin Fan speechless. A lifetime of fame ruined. After arriving at the school, before Lin Fan could even walk into the classroom, Wang Lan directly pulled Lin Fan down to the corner. How's it going? Can it be solved? Wang Lan asked with some anticipation.
Yes, let's go have a meal together at noon today, Lin Fan said casually.
Still eating? You haven't taken advantage of me enough, have you? Wang Lan questioned through gritted teeth.
I'm saying to ask Lin Wenyi and that Dong Hui out together.
I'll step in and settle it then. What are you thinking?
Lin Fan was surprised.
Wang Lan froze. Unprecedented embarrassment swept over. It was so embarrassing. Then I'll contact Wenyi. Don't stand us up at noon. After saying that, Wang Lan ran back to the classroom with a red face. At noon, inside the hotel,
Lin Wenyi sat on the chair somewhat nervously, secretly praying in her heart that Wang Lan would be able to help her solve the problem.
Little beauty, have you finally gotten the hang of it? But your enlightenment is a bit wrong. Since you've come to the hotel, you don't open a room. Are you planning to treat me to a meal just to get rid of me?
Dong Hui looked at Lin Wenyi and said with a bad smile.
I have a friend who will be back later. Please wait. A moment for Director Dong.
Lin Wenyi spoke after hesitating for a moment.
A friend? Male or female? Dong Hui frowned. Female. Hearing that it was a female, Dong Hui's frown spread out, nodding his head and praising. Not bad. I take back what I just said. It seems that you've opened your eyes thoroughly, knowing that you'll bring another chick to accompany me. And if the two of you make me feel comfortable, anything is negotiable. Don't worry. You'll be very comfortable.
A man's voice suddenly came from outside the door.
And then a man and a woman suddenly walked into the box.
Dong Hui frowned slightly and questioned.
Kid, who are you? Here to mind Lin Wenyi's business.
Lin Fan crossed his legs and said indifferently. Lin Wenyi looked at Wang Lan doubtfully. Could it be that the solution Wang Lan was talking about was Lin Fan? Can he beat Dong Hui? Kid, you're arrogant. Do you know who I am? I know. The director of the provincial radio station. A piece of trash. How dare you? Do you know that I can kill you with the move of a finger? Dong Hui said through gritted teeth. Oh, that I really don't know. Lin Fan's appearance was as arrogant as it could be, and the Wang Lan and Lin Wenyi on the side felt a bit unbelievable. In their impression, Lin Fan was the kind of gentle and elegant character, and arrogance was completely irrelevant. Lan, why are you involving Lin Fan in this? I've told you that this Dong Hui has an unusual identity. Isn't this putting Lin Fan in harm's way? Lin Wenyi pulled Wang Lan's sleeve and whispered. Lin Fan can solve it. Wang Lan firmly believed. Even if Lin Fan couldn't solve it, could Su Miaoyun still not solve a small TV station director? How can we solve it? He's still just a student. Even if he has some relationship with Dong Su, whether he helps or not is another matter. In Lin Wenyi's opinion, Lin Fan might be the son-in-law that Su Miaoyun recognized, but because of this relationship, could Su Miaoyun agree to Lin Fan helping a woman? After vaguely hearing Lin Wenyi's concern, Lin Fan was speaking with a disinterested face. Don't worry, he won't be a radio station director anytime soon. Boy, really blowing off steam and not paying taxes, huh? Take my station manager position. Who do you think you are? As soon as Dong Hui's words fell, his cell phone rang. Dong Hui, what the hell are you up to? Now Mei Ziwei has united a number of celebrities to boycott our station, saying that you have character problems. If you don't solve the problem you can't work as the station manager. Mr. Wang, what's the situation? Mr. Wang, hello? Toot toot. Kid, you're good. You can actually mobilize even Mei Ziwei. But it doesn't matter. Do you think I wouldn't know anyone in this Lingyun city? As long as I make a call, I'll call dozens of people to come and chop you in minutes. Dong Hui said viciously. Oh, then you call, Lin Fan said in a very wet and casual manner. I'll call now. With that, Dong Hui directly dialed a number. Lin Wenyi didn't want Lin Fan to be in trouble. Quickly whispered. Lin Fan's student, Dong Hui really knows some people in the society. Why don't you just go? It's fine. He can't call anyone, Lin Fan said confidently. Lin Wenyi frowned slightly. Why was this Lin Fan so disobedient? Does she still not know if Dong Hui can call someone? Quickly, the phone was picked up, and Dong Hui gave Lin Fan a gloomy look and spoke. Kid, you're dead. After saying that, Dong Hui then directly clicked on the speakerphone and spoke into the phone. Long boss, I'm letting someone bully me. I'm afraid I can't give this money in the future. Why don't you help me solve this person? I'll give you more. Fuck you. I don't care who the bully was, but he did the right thing. Who the hell are you? You even dare to mess with Master Tiger? Dong Hui froze. Surprised. Boss Long, what are you talking about? What do you think I'm saying again? It's your fucking business to find death. You don't involve me. As a few seconds of silence followed, another voice suddenly sounded. Can you hear me? Young Lin? Dull Tiger inquired. I can hear you. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Aaron's gang is already under my control. Should I just exterminate them? Depends on your mood. Hang up if there's nothing going on. Don't occupy the line. Our station manager Dong has to continue to make connections. Lin Fan scoffed, then teasingly looked at Dong Hui. Understood. After saying that, Dull Tiger directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Dong Hui was a bit confused. Master Tiger? Is it Dull Tiger? This Lin Fan actually knows Dull Tiger? But I guess it's not like it's overly well connected and has money to spare. I can't see that you still have the capital to be able to get Dull Tiger to work for you, but so what? Compared to money, you're better than me? Lin Fan crossed his fingers and inquired with a superior stance. So how much money do you have? Do you know about Tiandong trade? That's our family business. Market capitalization of nearly 100 billion it. I tell you, jingle bells. Dong Hui frowned. Who was so good at picking time to disturb his pretense? Upon seeing the caller ID, Dong Hui couldn't help but smile and spoke. Kid, you're finished. My brother just happened to call me. I'll let you die without a burial place now. So what if it's Dull Tiger? As long as there's money, Dull Tiger will have to listen to me. After saying that, Dong Hui picked up the phone. Hey brother, let me tell you. Before Dong Hui could finish his words, the opposite party directly interrupted him. You say shit you say. How old are you? How the fuck can you still be such a troublemaker? Dong Hui's face was written with astonishment. Puzzled. Where did that come from? When did I cause trouble? You didn't? Do you know that as soon as the market opened this morning, two corporations, the Zhang clan, the richest man in Lingyun, and the Duan clan in Zhengzhou, attacked the company's stock at all costs, and in the course of one morning, our family lost tens of billions of dollars. And it was only through how many connections that I managed to find out that it's because you've offended the people you shouldn't have offended. Dong Hui was astonished. Could it be that it was this brat in front of him? Boss, it's bad. Several banks sent representatives saying they want to audit the company's accounts. And they also want the company to make early repayments. A secretary's anxious voice came over the phone. Dong Hui, hurry up and solve the problem for me. Or else, not to mention mom and dad, I'll fucking break your dog's legs first. Watching the cell phone return to the main screen, Dong Hui, the whole person, is also completely dumbfounded. In front of this little kid in the end is what kind of person? Who? Are you in the end? Dong Hui asked incredulously. Just someone you can't afford to offend. In fact, after being requested by our beautiful mentor, I just wanted to teach you a little lesson. But coincidentally, I ran into your son screaming at me yesterday, so after thinking about it for a while, I thought it would be better to just let your family be finished. Son? Dong Hui suddenly thought of the night before when his son said he had been bullied. And when he thought about it, wasn't the teenager in front of him the same Lin Fan who had been interviewed? Lin Fan, did you take a shot at my son as well? Dong Hui's heart suddenly lifted and he hurriedly said, don't worry about this. I'm merely preparing to make him lose the backing he relies on so that he doesn't continue to come out and bounce around. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, a bell rang. After Lin Fan picked up the phone, his entire body froze on the spot after merely hearing a few words from the opposite side. 10 minutes ago, Dong Ming brought dozens of punks who were more familiar with the mix to Ling Danei, and when they saw someone, they grabbed them and asked if they knew Lin Fan. Most of the Lingnan University are students. How dare they be arrogant with this group of people? One by one, they don't dare to come close. This made Dong Ming even more arrogant, so much so that he bumped into someone he couldn't offend at all. Kid, do you know Lin Fan? Zhang Hongyuan glanced at Dong Ming in surprise and nodded blankly. I know. What's the matter? Good to know. I'm going to fuck him over today. Show me the way or I'll fuck you over first. Zhang Hongyuan was a bit dumbfounded, combined with the fact that this guy was here to find trouble with the boss. Old Zhang, what are you running so fast for? Said that this time it is my treat. The money must be transferred to you. What is this situation? Duan Chang hadn't even finished speaking when he noticed the somewhat incongruous atmosphere around him. This guy said that he wants to dry out the boss. Zhang Hongyuan scoffed. No way. There's still this kind of rash person in Lingyun City? Duan Chang was also stunned and couldn't help but look at Dong Ming with a smile. How dare you two laugh at me? Brothers, give it to me. Dong Ming yelled. Hey, you're more than human, aren't you? Those who hang out with me come over. Zhang Hongyuan yelled. And in an instant hundreds of physical education students from Ling University walked over. Looking at this one tall student, timidity arose in the hearts of Dong Ming's people. By coincidence, Zhang Hongyuan felt that since Duan Chang was also a brother, he should introduce himself to his men. So this time in the cafeteria could be said to be a gathering to come. While Duan Chang felt that he should treat himself for this meal, Zhang Hongyuan felt that there was no reason for his own little brother to let someone else treat him, which led to that scene just now. Dong Ming looked at the people around him with some fear and spoke. It was a misunderstanding just now. We only want to find trouble with Lin Fan. Please make way. Make way my ass. Lin Fan is my boss. You want to touch my boss and you want me to make way? Give me a fight. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Zhang Hongyuan fully displayed his air of a little bully and ordered with a wave of his hand. In this way, under the siege of hundreds of people, Dong Ming brought over these dozens of people to be beaten to the point of crying. While Dong Ming was given special care by Zhang Hongyuan himself. University teachers don't always step in when they see students fighting, let alone a scene so big that Dong Ming's cries for help become meaningless. I say, since these people want to find trouble with the boss, shouldn't we inform the boss? Duan Chang proposed. No need. Can you move the boss with just these losers? Then at least give a reminder, in case they put their targets on their sisters-in-law? Duan Chang continued. Zhang Hongyuan came to a realization and patted Duan Chang's shoulder. Brother, it's still you who's thoughtful. I'll call the boss right now. Lin Fan slowly put down his cell phone, looked helplessly at Dong Hui, and spoke. I'm sorry, I really don't have the heart to touch your son, but he shouldn't be able to die. What did you do to my son? Dong Hui growled as he glared at Lin Fan. How would I know? It's your son who found dozens of people to go to Lingdi to fuck over me, and ended up provoking to my people. But don't worry, those two boys have a sense of propriety, and will surely leave a breath of fresh air for your son. Son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Dong Hui immediately rushed towards Lin Fan. However, Dong Hui was nothing more than an ordinary human being, and really could not pose even the slightest threat to Lin Fan, who was a grandmaster. Bang! Lin Fan raised his leg and kicked. Dong Hui directly flew backwards, slowly sliding down after hitting the wall heavily, directly fainting. Alright, things are settled. Let's eat. After saying that, Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks and started eating.
Wang Lan and Lin Wenyi glanced at each other. At this point, the two of them were still somewhat outside of their state. Lin Fan's sitting kick could actually send people flying? How scary would it be to take a full kick from him? How could he be such a terrifying figure for a business genius? Didn't he do anything to him? Did you? Wang Lan looked at the fainting Dong Hui and worried. It's fine. I just fainted.
Now Dong Hui is no longer the station manager. At the same time, all his backers have been taken care of.
Still satisfied?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Wang Lan momentarily do not know what to say. Good.
Although it is in accordance with their own requirements, but it always feels as if it is a bit too much.
Thanks Lin
Xiao for helping me. I'll treat you to this meal.
Order whatever you want to eat, Lin Wenyi hurriedly said. No, these are enough, and they don't cost you anything.
Lin Fan opened his mouth.
Wang Lan froze and whispered, so you made me come here so I could pay you? I'm just asking you to come and make sure that I've helped you with your mission. The bill will be here in a while, Lin Fan said casually and then took a big bite. Wang Lan and Lin Wenyi exchanged a glance. The buyer will be here in a while? Does Lin Fan have any more arrangements? Not long after,
Zhang Hongyuan came to the hotel. Very enthusiastic asked, Boss, you say you come to my hotel, how not to say in advance?
I this also give you a few hard dishes, is not it? It's just a casual meal. The one lying over there is the old man of the bastard you just beat up.
You can send these two masters to the security bureau.
Look for Chen Siyu. Say it's a gift from me to her.
And I'll send her the incriminating evidence when the time comes.
No problem. Then I won't bother the boss and this isn't at school, so I can call Professor Wang's sister-in-law, right? Zhang Hongyuan asked uncertainly. Who's your sister-in-law? Am I blind? I look at him?
Wang Lan glared at Zhang Hongyuan and questioned.
Isn't it?
I saw that Prof. Wang had been treating the boss differently from the others and thought that the two of you had been
embarrassed.
Zhang Hongyuan scratched his head and giggled. Wang Lan was just about to retort when she thought of what she had done earlier when she called Lin Fan her husband and kissed him.
For a moment, Wang Lan's little face turned red,
and she could not utter a single hard word. Lin Wenyi surprised to look at Wang Lan.
No wonder Lin Fan is willing to help.
Feelings of the two have this relationship.
They're a teacher and student. Can this really come to fruition?
Seeing that Wang Lan did not retort, but instead was a bit shy, Zhang Hongyuan automatically assumed that Wang Lan was just embarrassed to say that.
In line with his belief,
Zhang Hongyuan undoubtedly treated Lin Wenyi as Lin Fan's woman as well,
and said enthusiastically, then, two sisters-in-law, little brother will retire first.
Lin Wenyi froze, and when she tried to explain, she realized that Zhang Hongyuan had already had someone carry Dong Hui out of the room.
Don't mind it. This guy has a problem. As long as it's a beautiful woman he thinks it's related to me. Look at our prof.
Wang Hu was already too lazy to explain. Lin Fan opened his mouth to explain. Lin Wenyi glanced curiously at Wang Lan. Why did it feel as if Wang Lan was trying to chase Lin Fan while Lin Fan had nothing in mind? This meal was surprisingly quiet. Lin Fan was eating his own completely by himself, and Wang Lan was also constantly thinking about what happened before in her head, and she also had an illusion of loving and hating Lin Fan.
As for Lin Wenyi at this moment, she even didn't know how to speak,
and could only silently lower her head and eat the dishes in front of her.
Half an hour later,
the three of them had eaten and drunk enough and were about to leave when Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang.
What's wrong?
Lin Fan said suspiciously after picking up the phone.
Boss, I came to the security bureau, but the people here said that Ms.
Chen has not come to work for 2 days,
and did not take leave, and the phone has not been able to get through. So this person,
Lin Fan frowned slightly.
Chen Siyu the dead brain would not go to work without taking leave?
After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan made another call to Cheng Xiaoxiao,
but there was also no answer.
This time Lin Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong,
and after explaining to Wang Lan,
he directly drove his car towards Cheng Xiaoxiao's home. Lin Fan was inexplicably a bit flustered on this journey, and the car speed was getting faster and faster. When he arrived at Cheng Xiaoxiao's home, Lin Fan realized that at this time, not to mention Cheng Xiaoxiao, even Chang De and Li Changmei were not at home. Based on the furnishings of the home, it had only been unoccupied for 2 days.
Out on a trip?
Just as Lin Fan was about to go and ask the neighbors,
3 auras approached, and Lin Fan's heart couldn't help but sink. Kid, are you the brat who annoyed our Yin Xiao? A great master De Chang at the head arrogantly questioned. Did you get rid of the Changs, just to arrest me?
Lin Fan questioned with a furrowed brow.
Good. You can go to hell. As soon as the words fell,
the two great masters Shao Chan went straight to Lin Fan's left and right.
Lin Fan didn't talk nonsense.
His aura of the 5th level of Qi condensation burst out,
and before the two Grand Master Shao Chang could react,
Lin Fan slapped out 2 palms,
one on the left and one on the right. Bang!
The duo was sent flying and crashed on top of the courtyard wall in a sorry state. while the great patriarch De Chang who was leading the group could not help but be stunned.
Shouldn't this kid have just stepped into a grandmaster?
If he's a grandmaster, great success.
Why didn't he kill Puda in the first place? Does that mean the kid is fishing?
Before he had time to think about it, Lin Fan had already rushed to his close proximity and directly blasted out with a punch.
Bang!
This great masters into the strong even retreated a few steps before stabilizing the shape.
This kid and their own cultivation is equivalent. Even if they temporarily out of the fist and the bombardment is not so lousy, right? Could it be that this kid has already reached the realm of the astral master? After thinking about it,
this person cannot help but shake his head. Just now the breath is indeed the great master of the great master, but it seems to be on the verge of reaching the half-step astral chi master. He is not an opponent.
Without the slightest hesitation, running was the only thought in his mind. However, just as he turned around,
Lin Fan had already dodged in front of him and said icily,
"Did I let you go?"